the repository of thoughts. In a parallel universe, Blue Star, Huagua. At this moment, Huagua is holding a crucial college entrance examination that will determine the futures of many individuals. Chen Tong from Yongqi No. 3 Middle School stared at the vast blank spaces on his exam paper, pulling at his hair in frustration. Damn it, I've completely forgotten everything. Chen Tong cursed under his breath and glanced at the clock on the wall. There remained half an hour until the exam concluded. Time enough to submit his paper. He handed in his exam and dashed out of the school grounds. 3 months prior, he had traversed into this world, strikingly similar to Earth, and had once again become a high school student. This realm mirrored his previous life in many aspects. Parents, teachers, classmates. At times, Chen Tong felt as if he had returned to his own high school days. However, he referred to this experience as a traversal rather than a rebirth due to numerous changes. Earth had transformed into Blue Star, apples had become fruits, and he had become a scholar in Huagua. Many familiar faces had vanished, replaced by an entirely different cast. Chen Tong realized he had arrived in a parallel universe. Faced with the impending college entrance exam, he chose to adopt a laid-back attitude. During his previous schooling, Chen Tong had consistently ranked below average. After laboring like a beast for over a decade, he had long forgotten the knowledge he once acquired in high school. Had he arrived a year earlier, he might have exerted himself to secure a place in a third-tier university. But with only 3 months to prepare, he opted to relax. Under his parents' insistence, he arrived at the examination hall, further solidifying his belief in his decision to take it easy. How could there be so many English letters on this math paper? Just as he burst out of the campus, a swarm of reporters with cameras intercepted him. It dawned on Chen Tong that he was the first to exit the school. Hello, fellow student. How would you assess the difficulty of this exam? Hello, fellow student. Do you feel confident being the first one out? Hello, fellow student. A flurry of questions ensnared Chen Tong. He replied nonchalantly, difficulty of the exam? I have no idea. I couldn't answer a single question. Shock 10, confusion 5, pity 10. As Chen Tong uttered these words, a mechanical electronic notification chimed. Indeed, Chen Tong possessed a system. By collecting emotional values, he could partake in a lottery, obtaining a plethora of items. This was precisely why he had the audacity to take it easy. As for confidence, I am quite confident scoring 150 points is no issue. Fellow student, are you implying you believe you can achieve a perfect score in mathematics? The reporter's eyes brightened upon hearing Chen Tong's response. No, I mean the total score across all subjects. Chen Tong looked at the reporter in surprise. Didn't I just say I couldn't do any of it? Why do you think I could score perfectly? Seeing the bewildered expression on Chen Tong's face, the reporter felt a sense of discrimination. Unhappiness 10, strangeness 10, pity 5. Then, fellow student, given your poor performance, have you considered what you might do in the future? The reporter was eager to hear how this carefree youth would respond. Let's experience what it's like to be the richest person in the world. Chen Tong was not jesting. The year was 2011, and the trajectory of Blue Star closely mirrored that of Earth. Chen Tong possessed a perspective that was a decade ahead of his time. Moreover, he wielded a system. If this were insufficient to propel him to the zenith of his life, he believed he might as well end it all. The reporters were taken aback by his declaration. To aspire to be the world's richest man? With such dismal results, how could one dream of such heights? Mockery 20, pity 10. Well then, young scholar, at what stage of effort do you currently find yourself, and how far remains until you reach the status of the world's wealthiest? My net worth has just surpassed 10 million. I suppose that marks the first step of a long march. He spoke no falsehood. Upon binding the system, he was granted a chance to draw a prize. The reward was a lengthy online novel titled Martial Movement in the Celestial Sphere. Thus, Chen Tong uploaded this work to the largest online literature platform in this world, Jiangshan Chinese Network. As the system implanted the content into his mind rather than providing a finished product, Chen Tong was compelled to diligently write over the past 3 months. In the first month, his contract was rather unremarkable. In the second month, he broke into the top 10 of the bestseller list, earning 3 million. By the third month, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the rankings. Now in the fourth month, his royalties had yet to be received. Yet, Chen Tong felt no shame in temporarily claiming a net worth of 10 million. His words provoked laughter among the surrounding journalists. Some believed he was joking, while others thought he was merely reeling from a disheartening academic performance. Observing the influx of emotional value, Chun Tung felt a surge of joy. This interview had directly augmented his emotional value by several hundred points. Should fortune favor him and the interview be published online, he anticipated an additional wave of emotional value. I'm off, goodbye. Chun Tung departed from the crowd and accessed the system interface. Emotional value 10274. During this period, Chun Tung's lackadaisical attitude at school had elicited a myriad of emotions from his teachers and peers. His envious desk made admired Chun Tung's apparent ease. Teachers were exasperated by Chun Tung's pretense of studying and his continually declining grades. Of course, there were those who looked down upon him. Thanks to them, Chun Tung had accumulated a substantial amount of emotional value. Surpassing 10,000 means I can draw a prize. Gazing at his emotional value exceeding 10,000, Chun Tung prepared for a grand lottery event. The system's lottery was categorized into 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The costs were 1,000, 10,000, and 100,000 per draw, respectively. He'll opt for 10 beginner draws. Faced with the choice of 10 beginner draws versus 1 intermediate draw, Chun Tung favored the former. His last draw had yielded a thank you for your patronage. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Fluency in English. Thank you for your patronage. Plants vs. Zombies. A mere 2 successes out of 10 left Chun Tung unimpressed. However, the 2 revelations that emerged are truly remarkable. Upon achieving proficiency in English, he ultimately discerned that Ashu had not, in fact, been with Aing. Rather, he had merely transformed into a form incomprehensible to Chun Tung. If this is the case, my grades might just enable me to enter a vocational college, he pondered. Despite his tendency to languish in mediocrity, Chun Tung harbored no desire to constantly worry his parents with calls from school. Thus, he maintained a facade of diligent study, managing to achieve a score of 20 to 30 in each subject. The remaining game, Plants vs. Zombies, was a delightful surprise among the surprises. To encapsulate the brilliance of this game in a single phrase, it is one of the most popular games worldwide. Appealing to both young and old, with simple controls and charming graphics, it has generated a staggering profit of $1 billion for PopCap Games. This game had already been part of Chun Tung's plans. He had originally intended to use his royalties after the college entrance examination to purchase a gaming company. With aspirations to revive top-tier masterpieces such as Plants vs. Zombies, Angry Birds, and Temple Run, given their relatively low production difficulty. To his astonishment, he had now drawn Plants vs. Zombies directly from a system. This certainly simplified matters. Suddenly, Chun Tung felt a weight in his pocket. Upon reaching in, he discovered a USB drive. Presumably, the game resided within this USB drive. With this thought in mind, Chun Tung quickened his pace on his bicycle. He was eager to release this game and allow the world to experience the allure of PvZ. Chapter 2. Looking Ahead. The Planning of Plants vs. Zombies. Dad. Mom. I'm back. Joy 20. Joy 20. Joy 10. Oh, you're back? How did the exam go? Chentik's mother, Jiang Meiji, peeked out from the kitchen, her face illuminated by a joyful smile. Not too bad. You know, I believe in your abilities. But you still need to take the exam seriously. Who knows, if you perform exceptionally well, you might even get into a university. All right, I'll do my best. Chun Tung did not conceal his novel-writing endeavors from his parents. Initially, they were opposed, but upon seeing his earnings from writing, they chose to embrace a more open-minded approach. Thus, when faced with Chun Tung's evident nonchalance, Jiang Meiji chose not to press the matter further. Just being home is enough. Make sure to rest well. Chun Tung's father, Chun Jiangwo, said with a smile. His parents were both honest individuals, characterized by their gentle and kind nature. Chun Tung's lackluster academic performance could largely be attributed to their indulgence. During his younger years, Chun Tung often disregarded his studies, and his parents struggled to rein him in. It wasn't until he matured that he recognized the folly of his past behavior. After arriving in this parallel world, Chun Tung vowed to be a dutiful son. Zhong Tung, why didn't you greet me? Chun Tung's younger sister, Chun Lily, perched on the sofa, glanced up at him. She was merely a year younger than Chun Tung and shared his mischievous nature. Since Chun Tung affectionately called her Xiao Teng, she mimicked him by calling him Zhong Ting. Oh, how the tables have turned. I was considering whether to buy tickets for my dear sister's concert. But now it seems Chen Teng shook his head with a sigh and made his way to his room. Upon hearing about concert tickets, Chen Lily sprang from the sofa. Brother, my dear brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Go reflect on your mistakes. Chen Teng pointed to the white wall in the living room. Will reflecting on my mistakes earn me a ticket? Chen Lily looked at him hopefully. Not a chance. By this time, Chen Teng had already retreated to his room, leaving Lily outside feeling frustrated and stomping her feet. Their parents merely chuckled at the scene, appreciating the warmth of their playful banter. Chen Teng powered on his computer, retrieved his USB drive, and plugged it in. Indeed, he had a copy of Plants vs. Zombies ready. Well, everything is prepared for me. I just need to upload it to the platform. Adhering to the principle of caution, Chen Teng launched the game. Upon hearing the familiar background music, he knew it was unmistakably Plants vs. Zombies. After playing for about an hour to ensure there were no bugs, he opened the Steam platform. He registered as a developer, paid the deposit, and uploaded the game. Following this process, he only needed to wait for the approval to allow Plants vs. Zombies to meet the players of this world. Having completed all this, it was time for dinner. At the dining table, Chen Lily gazed at Chen Teng with a hint of melancholy. All right. If you perform well in your exams, I shall grant you concert tickets. Chen Teng truly hopes his sister will devote herself to her studies, for he wishes that when Chen Lily chooses her path in life, she will possess enough confidence and freedom. Many avenues in life require both education and wealth. Now that they have the means, it is imperative that she strives to attain the necessary qualifications. However, even if Chen Lily decides to embrace a more laid-back lifestyle in the future, Chen Teng would still support her financially, akin to caring for a beloved pet. Hooray! You're the best, brother! Chen Lily exclaimed joyfully. In the Chen household, there were no strict rules against speaking during meals. Chen Teng cherished the warmth of sharing food and conversation behind closed doors. Of course, the dynamics would differ when they were guests elsewhere. You spoil her, and soon she might never find a husband, Jiang Meiji remarked, her eyes twinkling with affection. If she doesn't marry, so be it. I, Chen Jinghua, will support her for life, he declared confidently. All right then, you take care of her, Jiang Meiji replied with a smile, though she too felt a pang at the thought of her daughter leaving in the future. After the meal, Chen Teng returned to his room, preparing to post some job listings. Although the system had provided him with a complete version of Plants vs. Zombies, he remained committed to his original plan of starting a company. He could not guarantee that, with the evolution of technology, the game would remain free of bugs. Should any arise, they would need to be addressed. Given the immense potential of the Plants vs. Zombies franchise, Chen Teng intended to continuously release DLCs to generate revenue. Despite the common critique that PvZ2 is a cash grab, it harbors intriguing mechanisms and plants that could be effectively marketed as downloadable content. Additionally, Chen Teng planned to create a simple mod development tool, inviting amateur game enthusiasts to partake in mod creation. He had not forgotten the fascinating variations that had emerged in the game's history, such as the 95 version and hybrid versions. These grassroots mods could significantly enhance the game's depth and longevity. Moreover, Chen Teng envisioned developing a domestic gaming platform to host Plants vs. Zombies. All these aspirations required a substantial pool of talent. Naturally, the success of Plants vs. Zombies was the cornerstone upon which everything else depended. Would it ever fail? Chen Teng deemed that possibility zero. He left his contact information on various recruitment websites and local forums, wherever job listings could be posted. After finalizing the job advertisements, he resumed typing content for Martial Movement of the Sky. No one understood the commercial value of this book better than Chen Teng. Beyond the book's intrinsic content, the potential derivations represented a vast treasure trove. He would not overlook this significant opportunity simply because he had secured Plants vs. Zombies. He was an adult now, and adults aspire for everything. The following morning, Chen Teng rose once more to head to the examination hall. He had no intention of pursuing university life like an ordinary student, yet his parents' beliefs remained steadfast. They still hoped he would follow the conventional path of attending university. Since Chen Teng was not particularly busy during this period, he decided to spend his days at the examination hall, simply passing the time. He would complete the papers he was confident about and then take a nap. Upon waking, he would submit his answers if possible, or linger a little longer if not. Once the final paper was completed and submitted, the once silent examination hall erupted with deafening cheers. They were liberated. 3 arduous years of relentless study had finally come to an end, and they were filled with anticipation for the long summer break that lay ahead. Just as Chen Teng was about to head home, a pair of large hands clasped his shoulders. Tengu, I haven't seen you in days. Now that the Gao Kao is over, where are you planning to celebrate? Recognizing the voice, Chun Tung immediately identified the speaker, Gui Yuan, his loyal companion from high school. Known for his earnestness and strong sense of loyalty, they had shared a close bond during their school years and maintained occasional contact in university. Unfortunately, as adulthood approached, their paths began to diverge. With everyone busy with work and family commitments, it became increasingly rare to find time to gather, often going a year without a reunion. Now that the Gaokao is over, it's time to earn some money. Earn money? Are you talking about working in a factory? Want to join me? No. Chun Tung waved his hand dismissively. I can no longer associate myself with that notion. By the way, Tengu, there's a class reunion coming up. And Zhao Xueshi is planning to attend as well. Are you really not going? Chapter 3. The close friend Gui Yuan and the school belle Zhao Xueshi. Zhao Xueshi is an indelible figure in Chun Tung's life, as they shared the same elementary, middle, and high schools, and were also neighbors. Due to these intertwined relationships, the two were often playfully paired by their classmates. However, Zhao Xueshi harbored no romantic feelings for Chun Tung. In their childhood, the proximity of being neighbors and classmates allowed them to play together. Yet, as they transitioned into middle school, a gradual estrangement ensued. Chun Tung's academic performance declined, which led Zhao Xueshi's mother to express concern that her daughter might be negatively influenced by Chun Tung, labeling him as a bad child. This perception somehow spread beyond their immediate circle. Chun Tung distinctly recalls the day when Jiang Meiji, who was typically mild-mannered and never quick to anger, approached Zhao Xueshi's doorstep. You may criticize my son's academic struggles, and you may prevent your daughter from associating with him, but you must not label him a bad child. An apology is in order. Zhao Xueshi's mother, of course, was reluctant to apologize. At that time, many held the stereotype that poor academic performance equated to bad character, a notion that unfortunately persists to this day. Consequently, Jiang Meiji began to take leave from work daily, standing vigil at Zhao Xueshi's home until, under pressure, Zhao Xueshi's mother begrudgingly apologized. From that moment on, their once cordial neighborly relationship soured into mutual disdain, further distancing Chun Tung and Zhao Xueshi. This deterioration of their relationship contributed to Chun Tung's later feelings of resentment. Although Jiang Meiji consistently defended him, he felt he had let her down, only to realize the gravity of his actions much later. It is often said that like mother, like daughter, by high school, Zhao Xueshi had adopted her mother's beliefs, equating poor grades with poor character. Those who did not rank among the top 10 academically were shunned from any interaction with her. As for Chun Tung, burdened with academic disadvantages, he became even more relevant to Zhao Xueshi. Fortunately, despite his reckless behavior at the time, Chun Tung had never harbored feelings for Zhao Xueshi. Gui Yuan, I genuinely have no thoughts about Zhao Xueshi, but she is so beautiful and academically accomplished, and you have such a long history together. Chun Tung couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who decided that childhood friends must have a close bond? I've said it countless times. I have no feelings for her. Please stop bringing her up. Are you really not going to attend the class reunion? Gui Yuan inquired. I am not attending, Chun Tung replied firmly. He found it impossible to engage with his peers as he once did in high school. Certain topics seemed profoundly juvenile to him, so much so that he had no desire to participate. Gui Yuan was perplexed. But everyone is going. That is not a valid reason to attend. If you feel a deep camaraderie with them and wish to bid farewell at this gathering, by all means, go. However, do not attend merely because others are going. You must maintain your independence. This wisdom was something Chun Tung would come to understand later on. In his previous life, during university, due to attending a less reputable institution, Chun Tung found himself swept away by the frivolity that surrounded him. After all, what is university life if not a time for revelry? However, he later realized that each individual's circumstances were unique. Within the university, there was a particular fellow who led the most extravagant escapades. On the very first day, he skipped class, prompting Chun Tung and his roommates to feel a similar urge to abandon their studies. Each subsequent night, this individual would remain awake until the early hours. And Chun Tung and his companions, witnessing such behavior, followed suit. Ultimately, none of the roommates graduated. Yet, the ringleader hailed from a wealthy family living off rental income. As for a diploma, what value could that possibly add to his life? In the end, he couldn't even be bothered to collect his certificate of completion, dismissing his high school diploma as sufficient. When Gui Yuan heard Chun Tung express such sentiments, he nodded in a semblance of understanding. Chun Tung refrained from elaborating further. Such insights are futile when merely gleaned from others' experiences. Profound wisdom is abundant online, yet most individuals only comprehend its significance after suffering the consequences. I'm heading home for dinner. Would you care to join me? Perhaps not. Very well, then I shall return home. The two parted ways, each seeking the comfort of their respective mothers. Upon returning home, Chintung's first action was to power on his computer and begin typing. Yet, he had scarcely begun when someone tagged him on KK, the most popular messaging app in the world. Upon opening the message, he discovered it was from the class group. It was none other than Brother Dong. Chintung felt a wave of amusement. This Brother Dong, named Sun Jun, was a prominent figure from their high school. He came from affluence, consistently ranked within the top 10 academically, and was not unattractive. However, he possessed a rather irksome trait, his penchant for ostentation. After each class, one could invariably hear him regaling others with tales of his travels abroad. His typical interjections in conversations included phrases such as, "I believe you are mistaken. The situation is actually this way." The only moment Chintung appreciated him was during class discussions, as he would invariably call out the correct answers when the teacher posed questions. This, in itself, was inconsequential. Yet, Sun Jun had an affinity for Zhao Xueshi. Despite the mutual disinterest between Chintung and Zhao Xueshi, Sun Jun, like many others, erroneously presumed a close rapport between them. Thus, he often directed subtle jabs at Chintung. Chintung, with his own temper, had even engaged in physical altercations with Sun Jun. Therefore, when Sun Jun tagged him, it was hardly with kind words. "Chintung, I hear you have no plans to attend the class reunion? Not to worry, I'll cover all expenses. It's merely a few tens of thousands, nothing much." Following that were a multitude of responses echoing Sun Jun's sentiments. While most high school students might not be so materialistic, a segment had already begun to grasp the allure of wealth, willingly voicing their support for Sun Jun. Chintung could hardly be bothered to engage. Was he unaware of Sun Jun's ulterior motives? He merely sought to draw attention to himself at the reunion by belittling others, particularly targeting Chintung, his rival for Zhao Xueshi's affections. In those days, Chintung naively attended the class reunion, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. At present, he is devoid of such interests. As for the notion of comparison, his disinterest is even more pronounced, though one might speak of emotional value. What worth do these classmates truly hold in that regard? It is far more prudent to elevate the company swiftly, harvesting the emotional value of the populace. Even on a global scale, that is the rightful path. Guo Yuan continued to engage in conversation with Chintung in the group chat, prompting Chintung to privately message him to cease his comments. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became. Although Guo Yuan could not fathom the sudden improvement in Chintung's temperament, he relinquished any further debate with Sun Jun and others. By the way, Guo Yuan, should you harbor an interest in the realms of management or game development, consider enrolling in finance or computer science when selecting your major. I intend to establish a gaming company in the near future. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. Weigh your options carefully based on your passions. And regardless of your chosen field, proceed with caution and conduct thorough research regarding future employment opportunities. Chintung recalled that in his previous life, Guo Yuan had chosen civil engineering as his major. After graduation, they would meet for meals, during which Guo Yuan lamented incessantly, regretting his lack of understanding regarding that field. He could only describe it as a tragic experience. Now that the college entrance examination has concluded, Chintung felt it prudent to remind him. Should Guo Yuan opt for civil engineering once more, Chintung would find it utterly amusing. Having finished his writing, Chintung logged back onto the local forum, discovering that someone had responded to the recruitment information he had posted. Chapter 4. The General Manager Interview 5 days after the college entrance examination. Chintung stepped out with his laptop in hand. Today marked the day he was to meet with a promising candidate for an interview. Having engaged in satisfactory discussions online, he was eager to converse in person. The chosen venue was a CAF in Yongqing, as Chintung had yet to rent an office space. Upon arriving at the CAF, he spotted a woman clad in a sleek black blazer. Among all the patrons, she was the only one dressed so formally, precisely reflecting the image shared in their online communication. "Hello, may I inquire if you're Linya?" Chintung asked as he took a seat across from her. Somewhat taken aback by her beauty, her nose was delicately shaped, her lips naturally tinted with a rosy hue, and her facial contours were soft, with a slightly pointed yet rounded chin. Her skin was fair and refined, akin to fine porcelain. Her petite ears peeked out from beneath her shoulder-length hair, and her light makeup gave her an ethereal glow. "Yes, and you are?" she responded, a hint of bewilderment in her voice. "I am Chintung." "Chintung?" Linya's eyes widened in surprise as she regarded him. Prior to their meeting, they had exchanged names, yet she had not anticipated that Chintung would appear so youthful, almost like a university student. As Chintung settled into his chair, He could sense her astonishment without needing to glance at the system prompts. We had a brief discussion online, and you mentioned that you graduated from university just a year ago. I would like to know your thoughts on the gaming industry. Our company is set to become a gaming enterprise in the near future. I believe the gaming industry possesses tremendous potential. Especially with the gradual advancement of the internet and economy, it will undoubtedly gain increasing recognition, Linya replied earnestly, still somewhat recovering from her initial shock. Qinting noted the absence of disdain or condescension in her demeanor, indicating she was likely speaking truthfully. It's reassuring to hear you have confidence in the gaming sector, he remarked, as he was not inclined to recruit someone who lacked enthusiasm for the field. I noticed you interned at another company and graduated from the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. What prompted you to choose my small enterprise? Linya had anticipated this question and promptly provided her well-considered response. I seek a more comprehensive understanding of business management. At my previous internship, while I learned a great deal, the experience was quite compartmentalized. Therefore, I wanted to explore a smaller company, and your listed compensation on the forum caught my attention. Additionally, I reside nearby. I attended school in this area before university. Qinting nodded slightly. Allow me to clarify the status of my company. We have yet to complete the business registration process, and should you join, you would be the sole employee. You would need to navigate all the foundational processes yourself. Would you be amenable to that? Linya's mouth parted in surprise. While Qinting had indicated in the forum that it was a very new and small startup, she had not anticipated it to be quite this nascent. I can manage, she affirmed. Linya hesitated for a moment before speaking. May I ask a few questions? Of course, Qinting replied. Regarding your funding and the concept for the first project. As for the funding, I will take you to the ATM shortly to check the balance. The first project is right here. Qinting gestured towards a nearby computer bag and retrieved his laptop. The booting process was not particularly swift, taking about 20 seconds to start. Once the computer was operational, Qinting opened the game Plants vs. Zombies and turned the screen towards Linya. Why don't you give it a try? Have you completed it? She asked, astonished. She had not anticipated that despite Qinting's youth and his mere aspirations of starting a company, a project was already in place. During their conversation, Linya had gradually begun to doubt Qinting's reliability, yet now, she found him unexpectedly credible. All right, I shall play for a bit. By the way, here are some headphones. They're new, so feel free to use them. Qinting handed her the headphones he had prepared in advance. The background music of Plants vs. Zombies was also quite excellent. Linya took the headphones, plugged them into the computer's 3.5mm jack, and began to play. Upon entering the game, she was greeted by an eccentric yet pleasant soundtrack. The game's main interface displayed a gravestone. Let the adventure begin. Read the options. Play a minigame, puzzle mode, survival mode. Currently, only the first option was illuminated. She clicked on it, and the background music transformed into an eerie, chilling laughter, startling Linya slightly. Additionally, a green zombie hand reached out from below. Upon clicking through, the opening animation showcased adorable plants alongside comically grotesque zombies, piquing Linya's interest. As a woman, she dreaded the possibility of Qinting presenting her with an action game, as she might struggle to discern quality in such genres. However, based on the art style, it appeared that the difficulty would not be insurmountable. The tutorial was remarkably straightforward. In the first level, she was tasked with collecting sunlight to plant peas. It didn't seem too challenging, did it? Completing the first level rewarded her with a sunflower. The second level introduced the sunflower's utility, along with cherry bombs and walnut walls. Linya gathered one delightful plant after another, and the pathways in the levels expanded from a single route to 5. It seemed rather enjoyable. Before she realized it, Linya had become engrossed in the game. Meanwhile, Qinting was occupied with his feature phone, perusing the news. At this time, smartphones had already been released, and Sun Jun was often flaunting his iPhone 4. However, Qinting chose not to purchase one. He believed that the current iPhone 4 served a similar purpose to his feature phone, although some mini-games were available due to the parallel world phenomenon. Titles like Fruit Ninja and Angry Birds had yet to make their debut. Qinting searched for information, only to find that the companies behind these games did not exist in this world. While engrossed in the news, he failed to notice a bus halted at a red light adjacent to the CAF. On the bus, Zhao Xueshi, accompanied by a close friend, was en route to a class reunion at the hotel. Also present was Sun Jun, who could have opted for a ride from his parents, yet chose to take a detour to Zhao Xueshi's home first, hoping to engage her in conversation a while longer before heading to the hotel. Look, isn't that Qinting? Wang Yu, Zhao Xuexi's good friend, exclaimed with excitement as she linked arms with Zhao Xuexi, gazing at Qinting. Upon hearing Wang Yu, both Sun Jun and Zhao Xuexi instinctively turned their eyes towards the CAF outside the window. Indeed, at a window-side table, they spotted Qinting seated across from Linya. How peculiar. What brings him here? And who is that woman opposite him? She is stunning. Wang Yu could not resist commenting further. Perhaps he saw my post a few days ago about my father bringing back some kopi luwak from abroad and wanted to try it, Sun Jun speculated. As for that woman, she pales in comparison to Xuexi. His voice faltered slightly as he scrutinized Linya. In truth, he found Linya to be exceptionally beautiful, far surpassing the female secretary at his father's company. For a moment, he felt a pang of jealousy that Qinting could share a table with such an enchanting woman. Yet, in the presence of Zhao Xuexi, he would never be foolish enough to voice his true sentiments. Chapter 5. Ecstatic. Qinting's grand gesture, what he does, is no concern of mine. Also, do not call me Xuexi. The young girl parted her delicate lips slightly. Like countless freshly graduated girls, Zhao Xuexi maintained the habit of tying her hair in a ponytail. A light blue short-sleeved shirt accentuated her youthful figure, while her exquisite features conveyed an air of indifference, appearing utterly unconcerned with the world around her, radiating an icy demeanor. Indeed, it matters not to us. Yet, this fellow is rather callous. He shuns our class reunion to spend time with another woman, showing no regard for our camaraderie. Sun Jun shook his head repeatedly, as though Qinting had committed an unspeakable crime. His attendance at the gathering was irrelevant. Soon we would inhabit entirely different worlds. Right, exactly. You speak the truth. A person like him is destined for a future of laboring in factories, earning a meager monthly salary of less than 3,000. Unlike myself, who will inherit a fortune upon graduation, Qinting is not even qualified to work for me. As Sun Jun spoke, he glanced at Zhao Xuexi, albeit she remained expressionless, disinterested in continuing the conversation. Consequently, Sun Jun sought to say something further. Soon, an idea struck him. By the way, have you ever watched videos on your phone? Watching videos on a phone. I've heard the data can be quite expensive, right? Wang Yu's curiosity was piqued, turning her gaze towards Sun Jun. Sun Jun waved his hand dismissively. How expensive could it be? 200 yuan for 5 gigabytes. You won't even use it all. Wang Yu's eyes widened. 5 gigabytes? How many megabytes is that? Ha ha ha. 1 gigabyte is merely 1024 megabytes, not much at all, Sun Jun replied with a self-satisfied grin. Can you watch videos with that? Of course. Sun Jun was eager to showcase his iPhone 4. He began to explain the features of his phone to Wang Yu while frequently glancing at Zhao Xuexi. Zhao Xuexi came from an average background, and her family had not purchased an iPhone 4. The appearance of such a marvelous device drew her attention to what Sun Jun held in his hands. A remarkably large screen. A completely different operating experience compared to other phones. It effortlessly captured Zhao Xuexi's interest. What do you think, class monitor? Would you like to give it a try? Unable to call Zhao Xuexi by name, Sun Jun resorted to addressing her by her class title. Zhao Xuexi shook her head, though her curiosity was piqued. She declined Sun Jun's offer. In her view, while Sun Jun's academic performance was significantly better than Qinting's, allowing for conversation, he still fell short compared to those who truly excelled in their studies. Let me show you the video playback feature on my phone. Sun Jun had no videos saved on his device. However, he certainly was not short on funds, quickly beginning to search for videos online. High school students speaking arrogantly. This one seems interesting. Let us see what he has to say. Sun Jun felt a surge of excitement. This title appeared to provide ample opportunity for critique. As he clicked into it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Is that Qinting? Why is he in the news? Yet, his joy only intensified as the unfolding events captured his attention further. What could possibly surpass the exhilaration of critiquing Qinting? A delightful surprise. Indeed, it is astonishing. He slightly raised his voice to ensure that all three of them could hear. Have you ever contemplated what you might do in the future? Perhaps become the wealthiest person in the world for a change. How far along are you in your endeavors? My fortune has just surpassed 10 million. This exchange elicited an uncontrollable laugh from Sun Jun. Haha. A fortune of 10 million? Does he even comprehend how many zeros that entails? A full 7. My father has only recently crossed the 10 million mark, and he dares to claim a fortune of that magnitude? Zhao Xuexi also found Qinting's boasting excessive, her opinion of him dwindling further. She furrowed her brow slightly, prompting Sun Jun to intensify his disparagement of Qinting. How vain. Qinting is truly vain. Money is either possessed, or it is not. What is there to feign? I now suspect that the woman seated opposite him may very well have been deceived by Qinting's tactics. If that is indeed the case, it is utterly reprehensible. Zhao Xueshi could not help but chime in. Sun Jun felt as though his heart had been struck with sudden realization. She engaged in the conversation. Zhao Xueshi responded to him. Allow me to share. My father's company has an employee who loves to boast. Sun Jun began to expound on his disdain for Chen Tong. Meanwhile, Chen Tong observed the system notifications in bewilderment. Who is disparaging him? Linya? He glanced at Linya, who was engrossed in her game. It didn't seem likely. Who was envious of him? The other patrons in the CAF? Chen Tong scanned the surroundings, noting that the few people present were absorbed in their own activities. It didn't appear to be the case. System. Might I inquire as to the source of these emotions? Chen Tong pondered in his mind. To his astonishment, the system provided detailed information. From Sun Jun's disdain 10, from Sun Jun's jealousy 10, from Zhao Xueshi's disdain 10, from Sun Jun's jealousy 10, from Wang Yu's disdain 10, from Sun Jun's jealousy 10. Chen Tong was left dumbfounded. Seriously, my friend, are you envious? In this brief span, the other two combined only contributed twice, yet you have provided 4 times? Chen Tong opened KK. Discovering that the group chat was not discussing him. Unable to fathom what was transpiring, he chose to disregard it. After all, receiving emotional value is a positive outcome. How do you feel? Linya, with her headphones on, did not hear Chen Tong's voice and remained silent. Chen Tong gently tapped the table. It was only then that Linya snapped back to reality. Shock 100, incredible. This is the finest game I have ever played. Linya removed her headphones. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Although she recognized the vast potential of the gaming industry, she had never imagined that one day she would find herself so captivated by a game. Games, at their essence, serve as a delightful diversion during moments of ennui. Do they not? What merit is there in becoming entranced by them? Yet, she has undergone a complete transformation in her perspective. Games possess the genuine capacity to captivate one's attention. Even she, who is not particularly fond of gaming, finds this particular game enjoyable, leading her to confidently assert its impending success. Chen, boss, did you truly create this game? Why else? Chen Tong chuckled lightly. Could a single individual possibly craft such a game? Well, Chen Tong shamelessly nodded. Boss, your prowess is truly remarkable. Hold your accolades. Shall I first take you to the ATM to showcase my finances? That won't be necessary, even if you were to possess not a single cent at this moment. With this game, you could undoubtedly establish a thriving company, Linya replied earnestly. Initially, she harbored doubts due to Chen Tong's youthful appearance and apparent lack of preparation for running a company. However, upon witnessing the quality of what Chen Tong had produced, her trust was fully restored. Given this, let us discuss compensation and your expectations, she proposed. A monthly salary of 8,000, inclusive of 3 insurances and 1 fund. How much? 7,000. I meant to say 7,000, Linya responded, retracting her neck, fearing she had overstepped. She genuinely believed that Chen Tong's company held great promise. As long as the company flourished, she could amass sufficient managerial experience. Even if the salary was modest, she could leverage her experience and the prestige of a prominent company for future opportunities. Are you applying for the position of general manager, yet you seek only 8,000? What was your previous salary? Chen Tong did not perceive Linya's request as excessive, but rather as insufficient. 7,000. I was merely an assistant. However, I believe I am capable of handling most tasks, having learned and participated in many aspects of my previous company. Let us proceed this way. A 3-month probation period, during which you will receive a post-tax salary of 8,000, along with 5 insurances and 1 fund, triple overtime pay, and performance-based bonuses. If I deem you fit to fulfill the role of general manager, a guaranteed minimum of 20,000 with no upper limit, and your salary will increase thereafter. Linya was utterly astounded and elated by this unexpected fortune. An 8,000 post-tax salary for 11 years would undoubtedly place her above 99 of her peers. Moreover, this was merely the probationary period. In that fleeting moment, Linya's desire to dedicate her career to Chen Tong until retirement reached its zenith. Chapter 6. The Class Reunion. A smile harder to suppress than AK after finalizing the terms of employment, Chen Tong provided Linya with the necessary information for company registration. What shall we name the company? Tengda. This name carries a dual significance. It not only draws inspiration from the phrase flying high and achieving success, but also serves as an acronym symbolizing Chen Tong's aspiration for prosperity. You will be responsible for recruitment, or you may consider enlisting a professional HR consultant. As for employee salaries, they must exceed industry standards. In terms of benefits, comprehensive insurance and overtime compensation are imperative. Chen Teng firmly believed that in this world, financial incentives are the most reliable means to secure loyalty. To ensure employees are wholly committed, remuneration must be substantial. Excellent management combined with high compensation equals loyal employees. Conversely, exceptional management alongside inadequate remuneration. I'm afraid I cannot reconcile the two, Chen Teng stated decisively. Linya grasped Chen Teng's perspective on employee relations and resolved to assist him diligently in managing the company, not wishing to betray his trust and expectations. A boss willing to delegate authority while offering generous salaries is indeed a rare find. If there is nothing else, I shall head home now. All right, goodbye, boss. Linya bid farewell to Chen Teng with utmost decorum before retrieving the documents he had provided for the company registration. Suddenly, she noticed the age inscribed on Chen Teng's ID copy, 18. Chen Teng was merely 18 years old. Linya was taken aback by his youth. She had not anticipated that he was so remarkably young. Had he just completed his college entrance examination? She felt as though her 4 years of university followed by a year of work had aged her significantly in comparison. Are today as high school students truly this formidable? Shock 100 at that moment, a phone rang. Oh, okay. I'll be there shortly. It might take about half an hour, but I'm a bit busy and can only stay for a short while. Tianhao Hotel. This establishment is renowned in Yong City, a favored venue for weddings and grand banquets. Sun Jun graciously guided Zhao Xueshi and Wang Yu. I frequent this hotel. My father often meets with CEOs and board chairpersons here. To be honest, I've grown weary of it. Next time, I'll treat you to a Michelin 3-star restaurant. The flavors there are truly exquisite. The implication Sun Jun sought to convey was straightforward. The Tianhao Hotel hardly impressed him. He led the two to the entrance of the banquet hall on the 3rd floor, where a majority of their classmates had already gathered. As Zhao Xueshi made her entrance, male classmates could not suppress their astonishment, exclaiming in unison. The absence of her school uniform rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. Sun Jun instinctively straightened his posture. Although he had no significant connection with Zhao Xueshi, they had shared the bus ride together, establishing a slight sense of closeness that distinguished him from the other boys. Hey, Manager Wu. Sun Jun suddenly spotted a manager nearby arranging the dishes and promptly greeted him with enthusiasm. Manager Wu turned to see a young lad cheerfully acknowledging him. Although they were not acquainted, he approached with a professional smile. Long time no see. You seem to be in much better spirits lately. Manager Wu cheerfully praised Sun Jun. Sun Jun's already straight posture became even more upright. In the eyes of these fledgling high school students, the title of manager still held significant weight. Why is Manager Wu personally serving the dishes? Of course, because you are esteemed guests. I must personally present the dishes to express my respect. Manager Wu replied with a smile. There was no such thing as esteemed guests. It was merely a matter of insufficient staff, and as the manager, he had to step in. Sun Jun's vanity swelled instantly. The attending male and female classmates glanced at Sun Jun with newfound admiration. They were surprised to discover that Sun Jun had connections with the manager. Indeed, his family runs a large company. How impressive, Sun Jun. Sun Jun? Call him Brother Sun. Brother Sun is amazing. Manager Wu, from the corner of his eye, took in their reactions. He had already discerned the young man's intentions for approaching him. Cooperation would suffice. Thus, I shall take the liberty of adding a dish to each table here. The total cost for the banquet was over 30,000. So it was quite normal to offer a few inexpensive dishes. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Manager Wu. After finishing his conversation with Manager Wu, Sun Jun sat down at Zhao Xueshi's table. A few male classmates clumsily imitated societal norms in toasting Sun Jun. Brother Sun is incredible. He even knows the manager here. Although we've just graduated, it's clear that Brother Sun has the brightest future in our class. Brother Sun is formidable. Sun Jun's smile was broader than ever, but he waved his hand modestly. Oh, it's nothing much. In my opinion, the class monitor is the one who excels academically, and their future is boundless. That is for sure. The class monitor and Brother Sun are the two with the most promising futures in our class. What is that saying? Golden Boy and Jade Girl. Yes, Golden Boy and Jade Girl. Sun Jun shot a glance at Zhao Xueshi and immediately frowned. Don't say such things. The class monitor wanted to be pleased. Yet, that smile, it was impossible to suppress. The classmates soon gathered, and the homeroom teacher arrived to celebrate their graduation. Guo Yuan sat at another table, observing Sun Jun's smug demeanor. Look at that little upstart. I really want to give him a few slaps. Standing at 180 centimeters, he had a robust physique. The classmates at this table were somewhat disdainful of Sun Jun. What? Just because his family has a bit of money? What else with the show? If one didn't know better, they might think this hotel was his family's establishment. When the time comes, we'll just pool our money at this table. Who needs him to treat us? While some were trying to ingratiate themselves with Sun Jun, others were less than impressed by his behavior. Gui Yuan wholeheartedly agreed. After a brief while of eating, Sun Jun could no longer restrain himself and stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow classmates, I wonder if you have seen the news today? Today, I stumbled upon a rather amusing piece of news that I wish to share with all of you. It pertains to Chen Tong, who, after exiting the examination hall, granted an interview. Surprisingly, none of my classmates seemed to be aware of it. Sun Jun, ever the show-off, brandished his iPhone 4 and boasted about a video he had saved while on the bus. Brother Sun, your phone looks stunning. Is it that new iPhone? Indeed. My family purchased it for me as soon as it was released. I think it cost around 5,000. I can't quite recall, but it was rather affordable. Brother Sun, as expected of you, you're truly impressive. Wow. Shinton claims to have a net worth of millions. That has quite a tall tale, isn't it? At this moment, the homeroom teacher felt compelled to advise Sun Jun against being overly ostentatious. However, he held back, letting out a sigh instead, as he recalled Sun Jun's family background. As long as he refrained from starting a business, the money would never run out. What difference did it make to be a bit flamboyant? The classmates erupted in mockery towards Chen Tong's boastfulness. Gui Yuan, unable to contain himself, slammed the table and stood up. I believe in Brother Tong. If he says he has millions, then he undoubtedly does. Sun Jun scoffed. You say he has it, so he does? Well, I declare my wealth exceeds 100 million. Exactly. Such unfounded boasting. Indeed, Brother Sun's family genuinely possessed 100 million, which could not be dismissed as mere bragging. Chen Tong, with his poor grades and penchant for exaggeration, would likely never even qualify to work for Brother Sun in the future. Sun Jun laughed heartily, infuriating Gui Yuan to the point that he felt like landing a punch on him. At that moment, the homeroom teacher intervened. All right, everyone, we are classmates. Let us speak with a bit more civility. Chen Tong was merely making a harmless jest. Although the teacher too perceived Chen Tong's remarks as boastful, he preferred to characterize them as light-hearted humor. Today, I have invited a senior who graduated many years ago to share her experiences about university life. The homeroom teacher, known for his authority, had instilled discipline in nearly all the students. With his recent graduation, his influence still lingered. Upon hearing the teacher's announcement, the students refrained from further disparaging Chen Tong, and even Sun Jun begrudgingly took his seat. Teacher, is that senior beautiful? Ha ha ha, she is indeed quite lovely. Many boys in the class wrote her love letters, and I had to call in numerous parents. Just as the words settled, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor drew nearer. The grand hall doors swung open, and a melodious voice rang out. My apologies, Teacher Zheng. I'm late. Chapter 7. The Remarkable Linya. Jashueshi Plus? Clad in a black coat and a white shirt, her exquisite, fair complexion was imbued with a youthful vitality, complemented by a hint of mature femininity. The moment Linya entered, she captivated the attention of all the young boys present. It seemed she was even more beautiful than Zhao Xueshi, whispered a voice from the corner. The homeroom teacher waved at Linya, his face beaming with pride. Allow me to introduce you to your senior, Linya, a graduate of the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. This institution ranks among the top 5 in the nation for finance. Your senior is truly exceptional, the teacher declared proudly. Linya was, without a doubt, the most satisfying student of his teaching career, diligent and quick to learn. She greeted the high school students with a smile, unable to suppress a sigh of appreciation for the joys of youth. However, Sun Jun gazed at Linya as if he had seen a ghost. Wang Yu, the girl we just saw on the bus, is that Linya, our senior? It seems so, Wang Yu replied, straining to recall the person from the bus. Through the glass of the bus window and the CAF, the view had been somewhat obscured. Sun Jun felt an even deeper envy towards Chinting. Initially, from behind 2 layers of glass, he could only vaguely discern Linya's beauty. Now, observing her up close, he found her even more striking. Hello everyone. I am Linya. Honestly, I am not as remarkable as Teacher Zheng describes. I missed the top universities by 7 points during the entrance exam and did not wish to repeat the year, Linya said, smiling bashfully. Instantly, the classmates were taken aback. Did you hear that? Is that even a human thing to say? If they missed the top universities by 7 points, they wouldn't want to repeat either. Keep in mind, our school has produced a single top university graduate. Teacher Zheng has asked me to discuss professional choices and application strategies, so I will keep it brief. I personally believe that if you already have a clear vision for your future, you should choose a specialized institution rather than a comprehensive university. For instance, if you wish to study finance, Shanghai University of Finance and Economics is an excellent choice. If you aspire to work in banking, investment, or securities, you will encounter many seniors from the same school who can significantly aid your future endeavors. If you are uncertain about your path, I recommend attending a university in a major city to broaden your horizons. With a wider perspective, your choices will be more informed. However, remember that the college entrance examination and university are merely phases in life. If you do poorly on the exam, you can choose to repeat. If you enroll in a less-than-ideal university, you can still pursue graduate studies. What matters more than your current grades is whether you have discovered the path you wish to follow in the future. Linya spoke rapidly, yet her enunciation was crystal clear. Under her guidance, many listeners inadvertently overlooked her appearance. After speaking for about 10 minutes, Linya shared her insights from 4 years of university life with the newly graduated high school students. Teacher Zhang, I have finished speaking. Very well. Thank you for your efforts, Teacher Zhang replied, beaming. In the haste of my recent visit, I forgot to bring a gift. Next time I come to your home to see you, I have a few matters to attend to now, so I must take my leave. Take care. As Linya was preparing to depart, Sun Jun suddenly stood up. Lin Sr., what's the matter? Sun Jun felt his heart racing. Before him stood Linya, whose beauty rivaled that of Zhao Xueshi, perhaps even surpassing it. With a blend of youthful vigor and feminine charm, Linya could be described as Zhao Xueshi plus. Furthermore, in terms of temperament, Linya exuded a greater sense of approachability than Zhao Xueshi. Sun Jun shook his head, quickly dispelling such thoughts. I wanted to ask if you visited a CAF this morning. Yes. Did you meet Chenting at the CAF? Yes. Do you know Chenting? Linya asked, puzzled. How could these youngsters possibly know her future employer? It couldn't be mere coincidence that her future boss happened to be a student of her high school teacher, could it? I know him, Lin Sr. Please, do not be deceived by Chuntong. Deceived by Chuntong? Linya was increasingly bewildered. Why did this junior speak so peculiarly? Look, Senior. Sun Jun stepped forward, but Linya took a few steps back. Although Sun Jun was merely a high school student, he was still an adult. Linya had no habit of standing too close to adult males. Sun Jun felt somewhat awkward, but still handed his phone for her to see. Upon receiving the phone, Linya watched the interview video of Chinteng. What is this about? Lin Sr., don't you think he is boasting? I don't think so. Had Linya not conversed with Chinteng previously, she might have shared that sentiment. However, after playing Plants vs. Zombies, she believed Chinteng would undoubtedly become a rising star in the gaming industry. I believe. If the Chinteng you know is the same as the one I know, then he is indeed a remarkable individual. A profound silence enveloped the room. Shock, envy, jealousy, various emotions surged forth. They had not anticipated that Chinteng could earn the admiration of such a beauty. For those boys who, while playing basketball, would show off whenever a girl passed by, such recognition was undoubtedly the most coveted. I must take my leave. I have some matters to attend to. Goodbye, Teacher Zheng. And farewell to my fellow juniors. Linya waved to everyone. She still needed to go over the processes with Chinteng. Once Linya departed, the classmates began to murmur among themselves. They were astonished that Chinteng knew a stunning beauty like Linya. No wonder Chinteng claimed he did not fancy Zhao Xueshi. They had assumed he was merely being stubborn. If they were acquainted with Linya, they too would disregard Zhao Xueshi. Most of the boys in the class spent most of their time at school, and the mobile internet and beauty filters were not as advanced as in later generations. They had not encountered many strikingly beautiful women, only Zhao Xueshi. With her exceptional academic performance and looks, Zhao Xueshi's image had gradually approached perfection in the eyes of the boys, even being elevated to a pedestal. However, Linya's appearance caused Zhao Xueshi to tumble from that exalted position. During their school years, academic achievements and appearances were often held in high regard. Naturally, the boys were drawn more to the approachable Linya than to the aloof Zhao Xueshi. Indeed, how wonderful it would be to share a few words in private with Senior Lin. One could not help but feel envious of Chinteng. Hush, to be quiet. Can't you see the class monitor's displeasure? Zhao Xueshi clenched her delicate fist, her usual cool demeanor replaced by a hint of irritation. After all, she was merely a high school girl, without the composure to maintain her poise. Wang Yu quickly offered words of comfort. I truly believe Senior Lin is not as beautiful as you. Sun Jun, however, seemed oblivious to Zhao Xueshi's mood. gazing vacantly in the direction Linya had departed, perplexed as to why she had not exhibited any disdain towards Qinteng. Meanwhile, Qinteng, just returned home, was filled with bewilderment. Oh, why has my emotional value surged so much? Chapter 8, Shattered Self-Esteem. An abundance of emotional value. Qinteng clicked to view the details. Within these details, he encountered his classmates. Initially, the emotions expressed were tinged with disdain and contempt. However, these sentiments soon transformed into envy and jealousy. While Qinteng could somewhat comprehend the former, the latter left him perplexed. What was there about him that warranted envy? Could it be that they were envious of his long-standing friendship with Zhao Xueshi? There were also some names he did not recognize, likely attributed to individuals online who had reacted to news about him. The emotions they conveyed were predominantly joy, perhaps finding amusement in his youthful bravado. However, the emotional value provided by these individuals was relatively low, each contributing less than 5 points. In stark contrast, the emotional value from his classmates was significantly higher, most exceeding 10 points. Sun Jun stood out remarkably, consistently providing over 20 points and contributing frequently. Truly a formidable rival. Yet, there was one emotion that Qinteng found difficult to interpret: anger from Zhao Xueshi 20. During his time utilizing the system, Qinteng had gleaned certain patterns. The higher the status of the individual, the more intense the emotion and the greater the emotional value offered. Zhao Xueshi's status was certainly not elevated. Leaving only one possible explanation, her emotions were indeed intense. But what could he have done to provoke such anger in her? It was utterly baffling. By afternoon, Qinteng began preparing dinner. Lao Deng was at work, and Xiao Deng was at school, leaving the culinary responsibilities to him, the middle child. He cooked potato pancakes, a favorite of Qin Jiangwo, seafood vermicelli for Jiang Meiji, and braised chicken wings for himself and his sister. The thought of the family gathering around the dinner table brought a smile of happiness to his face. Having returned to the age of 18 from his 30s, he understood the rarity of such familial moments. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Qinteng, bewildered, opened it to find Zhao Xueshi standing outside. Damn. He had forgotten to check the peephole. With a swift motion, he shut the door, the gust of wind ruffling Zhao Xueshi's bangs. She was incredulous that she had been met with a literal shut door. Anger 30, open the door. Zhao Xueshi called out, but Qinteng was disinclined to respond. Their families had long been at odds. He was well aware of Zhao Xueshi's disdain for him, as well as her family's contempt for his. They typically pretended not to see each other. Was he now expected to put on a friendly demeanor for Zhao Xueshi? At that moment, a notification chime from KK sounded. He had forgotten to remove her from his friends list. Since Zhao Xueshi had not reached out to him, he had overlooked this matter. Now, he decided to block her. Anger value 40. Unwilling to relent, Zhao Xueshi tagged Qinteng in their group chat. In response, he simply exited the group. After all, among his close high school friends, there was a smaller private group, and he would certainly not miss any truly significant matters. Anger level 50, anger level 50, anger level 50. Qinteng. Zhao Xueshi is truly infuriated. Initially, she felt a slight displeasure upon overhearing her male classmates' remarks. Who could possibly find joy in being compared unfavorably to others? However, upon further reflection, she came to the unsettling realization that Qinteng likely harbored no feelings for her. How could this be? She excels academically, possesses beauty, and has an unlimited future ahead. Qinteng, on the other hand, struggles academically, facing a bleak future. It is only natural for her to look down upon him. Yet, how dare he be indifferent to her? She had always regarded Qinteng from a position of superiority, only to discover today that he did not regard her with admiration. Consequently, although they had already ventured to a KTV to continue their gathering, she abruptly exited. Determined to seek clarity, Zhao Xueshi shouted at the entrance, successfully prompting Qinteng to recognize that he was unable to entirely master his emotions. Qinteng extinguished the flames in the exhaust fan in the kitchen, opened the door, yet ignored Zhao Xueshi. He walked away in the direction of her home. Hey, Qinteng, speak to me. How dare you disregard me? Qinteng's frigid demeanor brutally wounded Zhao Xueshi's pride. The usual cordiality from teachers and classmates had led her to believe that her every endeavor would be met with smiles. Yet now, Qinteng's indifference made her realize that he was not one to conform to her expectations. Upon reaching Zhao Xueshi's doorstep, Qinteng gently knocked. Shortly after, a middle-aged woman appeared to answer the door. You are. Hello, Auntie, I am Qinteng. With a stoic expression, he maintained the barest semblance of politeness. Your daughter approached me in a most unruly manner. I hope you will discipline her appropriately. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Should Zhao Xuexi's mother fail to manage her daughter, he would have no choice but to involve the authorities. Zhao Xuexi's mother, upon hearing this, hurried out and indeed spotted her daughter, eyes reddened. What is the matter, my dear? Why are you upset? Qinting is ignoring me. What does it matter if that troublesome boy does not pay you any mind? Just let it be, her mother replied, somewhat perplexed. However, Zhao Xuexi recounted the events from the gathering and her sentiments, expressing her belief that Qinteng's disdain for her was utterly unwarranted. After listening, her mother too felt a flicker of displeasure. How could someone like Qinting dare to look down on her daughter? Yet, possessing more life experience than Zhao Xuexi, she gently embraced her daughter and remarked, My dear, I believe Qinteng is quite a capable individual. Zhao Xuexi looked up, astonished at her mother's words. But his capabilities do not manifest in honorable ways. They are rather misdirected. What do you mean? I have encountered many men like Qinteng, who lack merit in the proper paths and resort to underhanded means to ascend. Underhanded means? Indeed. The senior Linya you mentioned is indeed an impressive individual. You also noted her strong admiration for Qinteng and mentioned witnessing their meeting at a CAF. It is quite plausible that Qinteng, through certain means, became acquainted with Linya and developed an interest in her. Zhao Xuexi was suddenly taken aback, realizing the validity of her mother's words. Indeed, although Qinteng's academic performance is lacking, he possesses striking good looks. It is entirely understandable that Linya could be deceived by Qinteng's exterior. However, what if Qinteng truly possesses remarkable abilities? Zhao Xuexi found herself puzzled by this line of thought. While he may have average grades, there could be a possibility of specialization in certain areas. Yet, with such poor academic performance, what skills could he truly possess? Yes, I must inform Linya not to fall prey to Qinteng's deceitful intentions. Silly child, it's futile, Zhao Xuexi's mother remarked with the wisdom of experience. Presently, Linya is either deeply ensnared in the whirlpool of love, and your intervention would only be perceived as jealousy, or she is aware of the situation and is merely entertaining herself with Qinteng. Zhao Xuexi suddenly realized that she was still quite young, lacking in life experience. Just focus on being yourself, her mother advised. The chasm between you two will only widen, and once you graduate from university, you will understand. I understand, Mom. I will strive to study diligently, secure a good job, and then commit myself to my work. Good child. Chapter 9. Do you understand what top-tier promotion and distribution entails? Upon returning home after dinner, Qinteng came across a message from Guo Yuan, which shed light on the recent events. He found himself in a state of bemusement, astonished by the peculiar coincidences of the world. To his utter surprise, Linya was a student of their homeroom teacher, Old Zheng. This revelation was completely unexpected. With this newfound connection, Qinteng suddenly recalled something from the past. He vaguely remembered that in Old Zheng's later years, he had fallen gravely ill and his family struggled financially. At that time, one of his most esteemed students learned of this predicament and generously covered the medical expenses. Qinteng had only heard this as a story and vaguely recalled that the student's surname was Lin. In retrospect, it must have been Linya. However, during the class reunion in his previous life, Qinteng did not seem to encounter Linya. He pondered deeply, realizing that the reunion was a distant memory from over a decade ago, and his recollections were somewhat hazy. Could it be the butterfly effect that I have instigated? Upon analysis, Qinteng deduced that in his previous life, he had not hired any employees, which meant Linya had not seen the recruitment information and thus remained in the Magic City, not returning home. Perhaps at that time, Linya was looking for a job in the Magic City, leading Old Zheng to invite her to share her insights with junior students. But she was too occupied to attend. Now, due to his influence, Linya had returned to Yong City. Thus, the events surrounding the reunion unfolded in such a manner. Could it be that this entire situation was a consequence of my own actions? Qinteng had indeed experienced the profound impact of the butterfly effect. It was time to retire for the night. After indulging in a few rounds of Plants vs. Zombies, Qinteng went to bed early. In the year 2011, the options for entertainment were rather scarce. Short video platforms had yet to emerge, and the only game that captivated him was PvEZ, which he played with great enthusiasm. In the following days, Linya busied herself with preparations. Qinteng provided the financial resources while Linya exerted her efforts. Qinteng was quite pleased with Linya's demonstrated capabilities. Her adeptness in managing her time and prioritizing tasks was commendable. It was no wonder she had achieved such success in her previous life. It appeared that this time, he had drawn an SSR card. On this particular day, Linya brought Qinteng to a rental office building Baoyuan Tower. Boss, what do you think of this floor as our office space? She inquired. The building is conveniently located right by a bus station, making it easy for employees to commute. Opposite is the Wanfufa shopping mall, which is ideal for lunch breaks. The property management fees are relatively high, but the service is attentive. Although the total rental price is slightly steep, the value it offers is exceptional. Linya eloquently detailed the advantages of the office building. After listening to her presentation, Chinting nodded slightly. Is this truly your best assessment? Yes. I believe this office building is the finest option, which is why I brought you here first, she replied confidently. Then it shall be this floor. I trust your judgment. Chinting declared, which moved Linya deeply. An ambitious and idealistic employee yearns for a boss who believes in them. And Linya felt fortunate to have encountered such a leader. She promptly called the building management to finalize the contract. As they signed the agreement, Chintung cast a glance at the pricing. The monthly rent is merely 100,000, which is entirely acceptable. Once the company address was finalized, Linya proceeded to register the company at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, subsequently busying herself with opening a corporate bank account. During this period, she also invested considerable effort in selecting office desks and chairs, procuring a substantial array of essential office supplies and computers. Chintung could not help but admire Linya's professional capabilities. For employees, a commendable boss is a rare find, yet conversely, for bosses, exceptional employees are equally elusive. Chintung felt fortunate to have Linya working for him. Simultaneously, another piece of good news emerged. Plants vs. Zombies had successfully passed the Steam platform's review and was officially launched. This signified that the creation could yield a continuous stream of revenue for Chintung. It represented a more lucrative opportunity than martial movement of the sky. However, Plants vs. Zombies faced a significant challenge: obscurity. No matter how engaging a game may be, if no one is aware of it, no one will visit the page, and consequently, who would spend money to purchase it? Fortunately, Chintung was not devoid of promotional channels, notably through martial movement of the sky. This novel was currently the most popular piece of web literature on Jiashan Chinese network and was indeed a phenomenon. Although the current readership for web literature may not be as vast as in later years, a modest initial boost would suffice. He believed that if even a small portion of the audience experienced Plants vs. Zombies, they would undoubtedly share their enthusiasm with friends. Of course, he also anticipated that it would not be long before piracy emerged. In the present internet environment, the awareness of the value of legitimate paid content was not particularly strong. Chintung held a rather lenient view towards piracy, whether due to financial constraints or reluctance to spend. As long as they played discreetly and did not flaunt it, that was acceptable. Ideally, if opportunity arose in the future, they could consider compensating for their enjoyment. However, this single promotional avenue was insufficient. Chintung sought out Guiyuan. Have you found a factory job? Not yet. I'm unsure which factory to enter. Brother Tung, do you have any recommendations? Well, it seems you are genuinely considering factory work. Don't bother with that. I have a task for you. Are you interested? What kind of task? Post on various forums using registered accounts to promote my game. For every post with more than 10 replies, you'll earn 3 yuan. How much? 3 yuan. Gui yuan calculated quickly. 3 yuan per post, 30 yuan for 10 posts, 300 yuan for 100 posts. Goodness. For a high school student, this amounted to a significant sum. At the very least, it would cover his internet CAF expenses. However, Gui yuan soon sensed something amiss. Brother Tung, you aren't being scammed, are you? How can it be so profitable? Scammed? Not at all. Chen Chu was surprised by Gui Yuan's keen sense of caution. The game I'm asking you to promote is one I developed, and this task is assigned to you. You developed the game? Gui Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Tung, you can even create games? Adoration 20. Brother Tung, may I play for a while? Certainly. Chin Tung forwarded the game Plants vs. Zombies. Gui Yuan is a person one can still trust. Honest, loyal, albeit a tad naive. However, do not share this game with anyone, understood? Rest assured, I comprehend. Half an hour later, Gui Yuan sent a flurry of astonished emojis. Chun Ting glanced at them. Gui Yuan had already expressed over 200 instances of shock. Wow. Brother Ting, you are truly amazing. Did you really create this game? Of course. This game now only requires promotion, and I intend to entrust that to you. Brother Tung, I cannot accept your money. If I were to profit from you, that would be utterly unscrupulous. Gui Yuan repeatedly declined. If a good brother recommends a job, he would not mind earning from it, but he cannot profit from a good brother's money. If you wish to earn, then earn. Chun Tung, while touched, thought Gui Yuan was rather foolish. It seemed that if Qin were to ask Guo Yuan to become the legal representative of the company, Guo Yuan would agree without a second thought, only to inquire what a legal representative entails. No, I cannot accept this money. I will go post now. Hold on. Don't rush to post just yet. If anyone within your acquaintance is also interested in earning this money, they can reach out as well. How much impact can one person have? It certainly requires many individuals to register alternate accounts and post simultaneously to fabricate an illusion of false prosperity. Undoubtedly, Qin possessed the confidence that this false prosperity would swiftly transform into genuine success. The quality of the game speaks for itself. As for concerns about potential repercussions, Qin could only reflect on how that fellow, Xiaoma, once masqueraded as a girl online. His actions did not diminish his standing. Do you grasp what top-tier promotion entails? Qin elaborated on numerous precautions to Guo Yuan. One must personally verify whether the posts sent by others have indeed been published. Check for alternate accounts promoting from various angles. He continued with a myriad of advice, not worried that Guo Yuan would forget. After all, the chat history remains, and one can always refer back to it. All right, Brother Tom, I assure you I will make this game flourish. Chapter 10, A Phenomenal Game. The explosive popularity of Plants vs. Zombies with the concerted efforts of the readers of Martial Movement of the Vast Sky and Guo Yuan, Plants vs. Zombies has finally garnered acclaim online. However, many express their discontent regarding the game's pricing. Why does it have to cost money? Priced at 6 yuan. It is not excessively expensive, yet the necessity of downloading a Steam platform seems rather cumbersome. Perhaps I should seek a pirated version. Could any kind soul share such resources? I would be eternally grateful. Please, I beseech you for a copy. Thank you. Nevertheless, Qin observed that Plants vs. Zombies was experiencing a remarkable surge in sales on the Steam platform. Within mere days, sales skyrocketed from 0 to 10,000, securing the top spot in domestic sales on Steam. Although the proportion of users willing to pay remains exceedingly low, the sheer size of the population is overwhelmingly vast. Li Guang is one such individual. As a youth captivated by the internet, he often spends 4 to 5 hours daily in internet CAFS. I can't afford to spend more. My pocket money simply won't stretch. He engages in numerous games, with Crossfire and Dungeon Fighter being his favorites. Originally, he had planned to play Crossfire with classmates, but for some unknown reason, they had yet to arrive. With nothing to occupy his time, he decided to browse his favorite game forum, Game World. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a trending post, a rare occurrence indeed. Curiosity piqued. Li Guang clicked in to discover discussions about a new game called Plants vs. Zombies. Plants vs. Zombies. He chuckled at the screenshots shared by others on the forum. It bore the appearance of a simple, albeit charming, game. Though the graphics were somewhat whimsical, he found little interest in games of such style. Yet, the exaggerated praise from forum users caused him to hesitate for a moment. Trust me, brothers. This is undoubtedly the best game of the year. The art style may seem juvenile, yet it is incredibly addictive. I lost track of hours while playing. I strongly recommend you all try it. You will regret not playing. The greatest tower defense game in history. Missing out would be a grave mistake. The 6 yuan price does not do justice to the game's enjoyment. Even if the price were to double, it would still be worth it. Influenced by such enthusiastic testimonials, Li Guang decided to give it a shot. It was his first encounter with a game that received such overwhelming praise. 6 yuan. Why not? Following a guide compiled by some helpful netizens on purchasing Plants vs. Zombies, he downloaded the Steam platform and located the game. However, he soon faced a predicament. Lacking a bank card, he was unable to make a purchase on Steam. Thus, he turned to the ubiquitous Taobao, the largest shopping platform in Huagua. After spending 8 yuan, he found someone to assist with the recharge. The process of downloading the game and launching it went off without a hitch. Levels 1, 2, 3. An array of charming plants and endearingly grotesque zombies captivated Li Guang, who initially dismissed this art style as uninteresting. How delightful. How could there be such an entertaining game? Hey, I've arrived. What are you playing? A tardy classmate finally located Li Guang in the internet CAF, inquiring with curiosity. Without lifting his gaze, Li Guang replied, Plants vs. Zombies. The classmate stood by, observing for a moment. This game seems quite engaging. Indeed, it is immensely captivating. I never anticipated such a delightful game existed. Li Guang, filled with enthusiasm, glanced up at his classmate before returning his focus to the computer screen. Before discovering Plants vs. Zombies, Li Guang had never encountered such an enjoyable game. Divine. Such a term was the only way to describe this experience. Ahem, could I play for a bit? The classmate felt a twinge of envy. Get lost, if you want to play, by your own. What? I have to spend money? I purchased it for 6.8. The classmate expressed surprise. 6.8 is no trivial amount. One could play for 2 hours in this CAF. Watching Li Guang play, he indeed felt a strong urge to join, but after weighing his options, he decided to observe for a while longer. This peculiar scene attracted a crowd of onlookers. It was not unusual to see a group of people gathered around a single individual in an internet CAF. When Li Guang's time was about to expire, and he prepared to extend his internet fee, he noticed a throng of spectators behind him. Goodness, why are there so many people? Bro, what game is this? Where did you download it? It looks quite intriguing. It's called Plants vs. Zombies. Just search for it. This phenomenon was not confined to this internet CAF. Similar occurrences sprang up in various establishments. The game's excellence was undeniable. It was a title that could withstand any praise. Within a mere fortnight, discussions surrounding the game soared to unprecedented heights. Sales on the Steam platform surged from a mere 10,000 to over 100,000. Qin was not entirely satisfied with this rate of growth. However, constrained by promotional channels, he felt there was little he could do about the pace. Regardless, he was confident that it would gradually increase. His strategy extended beyond merely selling the base game. He intended to release new levels, plants, and zombies, consistently updating with DLCs. This brand should now be sufficiently prominent. After pondering for a moment, Qin called Linya. Hello, boss. I'm currently interviewing new employees. Do you have any directives? I have a small suggestion. It has been some time since PVZ was released. Have you noticed? Yes, PVZ is incredibly popular now. Even my college classmates are discussing it in their group. You should leverage the PVZ brand to recruit. It should aid in the hiring process. All right. I will make good use of this golden opportunity. Prior to PVZ's release and success, this brand held little value. The popularity of PVZ has surged, and consequently, the significance of this brand has become pronounced. By the way, how is the recruitment process progressing? Previously, Linya would send Qin a nightly work report document, facilitating his understanding of company affairs and aiding in decision-making. Observing the arduousness of her efforts, Qin decided to relieve her of this task temporarily, suggesting she report only when he inquired. This was a way to lighten Linya's workload. Currently, 2 human resources personnel, 1 finance officer, 2 programmers, and 1 graphic designer have been recruited, which essentially suffices for the fundamental operations of the company. Such efficiency is quite astonishing, Qin mused. Is this the prowess of SSR, or does the allure of high salaries wield such a tremendous influence? Very well, let us convene 3 days hence. I shall come to the office to announce the forthcoming developments of the company. Understood, boss. I will adjust the interview schedule for 3 days from now. Chapter 11. The Endless Competition. Can gaming be profitable? 3 days later, at Games. Through Linya's diligent efforts, this nascent company has begun to take shape. This marks the first occasion on which Qin has visited the office after leasing this floor. From the exterior, it appears to be a conventionally functioning enterprise. Hello. Are you here for an interview? The receptionist greeted Qin with a sweet smile, her demeanor warm and inviting. She was not a breathtaking beauty, but rather a charming girl-next-door type, with a delightful dimple appearing when she smiled, exuding a gentle aura. It seems Linya has indeed recruited high-caliber staff. Oh, I am Qin, the owner of this company. Qin's revelation momentarily stunned the receptionist, who then promptly bowed in respect, exclaiming, "Good day, boss. I just started yesterday and am not yet familiar with the company. I didn't recognize you." "No worries," Qin replied, stepping inside. This floor was simply divided by Linya into a communal workspace, several private offices, and a shared conference room. The offices were not partitioned with opaque materials, allowing Qin to clearly see Linya at work. He gently knocked on the door, and without looking up, Linya called, "Come in." As Qin entered, Linya was taken aback. "Boss? Why are you here so early?" Fortune smiled upon me. I arrived just as a bus pulled up at the station. Shall we hold the meeting now? Indeed. Linya promptly exited and announced the meeting in the communal workspace. In the conference room, the employees regarded Qin with curiosity, unsure of who the seemingly youthful individual was. Why would Linya convene a meeting specifically for him? "Everyone, this is our esteemed boss at Games, Qin, who is also the developer of the game Plants vs. Zombies." Surprise 10, shock 10, astonishment 10, skepticism 5, respect 20. Linya's introduction transformed the employees' perception of Qin. During their tenure at Tingda Entertainment, They had all played Plants vs. Zombies. Not a single one had found it lacking in enjoyment. If asked to rate the game, the lowest score would have been a 9. To now learn that this remarkable game was crafted by someone who appeared to be merely a college student? Hello everyone. I am Chin-Tung. He greeted them warmly, explaining that the purpose of his visit was to outline the company's future plans. The first order of business is to create our company's logo and website, as these represent our public face. Secondly, as you all know, Plants vs. Zombies is currently our sole product and will remain our primary focus for development and updates. I will refrain from elaborating further at this moment. Thirdly, Tenda Games is poised to seize the winds of the mobile internet, primarily focusing on the development of a plethora of mobile games. Fourthly, a series of clear plans were articulated by Chin-Tung. During this time, he has not been idle. He has been contemplating ways to expand the company. By sharing these thoughts, he aims to inspire them with grand visions, assuring them that the company will not settle for the status quo, but will continue to grow. Tenda's ambition is to become the finest company on this planet. Instantly, someone raised their fist in excitement. Chin-Tung glanced at the emotional metrics they provided. Joy 10, excitement 10, joy 5. Everyone was exceedingly pleased with Chin-Tung's remarks. General Manager Lin. We must further expand our development team, as our current number of programmers is insufficient. Understood. All right, everyone else, please carry on. I will discuss further matters with General Manager Lin. As the others exited the conference room, only Chin-Tung and Linya remained. My next proposal revolves around Plants vs. Zombies, where I intend to organize an event. Are you aware of the endless mode within that game? Yes. I have noticed that a small number of players online are already attempting challenges in endless mode, competing to see who can clear more levels. Linya diligently follows the updates on Plants vs. Zombies daily. Excellent. The event I envision will be related to this endless mode, encouraging players to compete on who can clear the most levels. We will hold a small competition and offer prizes. That sounds like a splendid idea. Linya's eyes brightened. Such an event could significantly enhance players' enthusiasm and engagement with the game, while also increasing the level of discussion surrounding it. My preliminary thought is to reward the top 10 participants. The first place will receive 10,000, second place 5,000, third place 3,000, and the remaining 7 will each receive 1,000. Such a substantial amount. Linya was taken aback by the size of the prize pool. In this era, few gaming companies are willing to offer such generous rewards to players. The most popular WCG this year only offers a $10,000 prize for the champion. Indeed. And we plan to hold such events in the future. Once our company grows stronger, we can also include various game-related merchandise as rewards. In Chin-Tung's vision, Plants vs. Zombies is certainly not an IP to be discarded after its initial sale. He aims to cultivate it into a long-lasting IP. I understand. How long do you think we should allow for this event? I believe that after the announcement, we can provide players with a half-month preparation period. But how do we prevent cheating? Some rudimentary modding tools have already appeared on the market, Linya cautioned. I have considered this. We can develop a forum where players can upload their gameplay recordings, making it clear who has achieved the highest scores and whether anyone has utilized mods. This approach essentially transforms public traffic into private traffic. The traffic generated by Plants vs. Zombies is too wasteful when placed on the internet. Chin-Tung prefers to keep it in his own bowl. Linya's eyes sparkled with understanding. With her insight, she could easily discern the advantages of such an approach. However, the timing might not be as swift as desired. Currently, the team is not fully assembled, making rapid development unlikely. Nevertheless, it is of little concern. Plants vs. Zombies should still remain popular online for another month or two. We can finalize everything within 2 months, and once the discussions surrounding the game have diminished, we will reignite their enthusiasm. 2 months is ample time. Linya nodded slightly. After this endless competition concludes, we must encourage some derivative creations on this forum. Derivative creations? Linya was somewhat perplexed, as it was her first encounter with this term. Chin-Tung explained succinctly that derivative creation refers to individuals who produce artwork or videos and upload them to the forum, garnering substantial views and likes. In which case we will compensate them. Linya began to grasp the intention. The boss aims to cultivate user engagement and retain their presence. Chin-Tung nodded, expressing his desire for this forum to transcend being merely a hub for Plants vs. Zombies. He aspired to establish Tingda's own small television network before his uncle could. Linya found this proposition intriguing. Chin-Tung's perspective was unlike anything she had previously encountered. She had discussed the internet with several upperclassmen, yet Chin-Tung's ideas were distinctly original. So, how will this website generate profit? We want to focus on immediate profit, gathering traffic is sufficient. Traffic equates to revenue. In Chen Ting's vision, both long and short video platforms are essential. I understand. Linya, however, still struggled to fully align with Chen Teng's thinking. Yet, she was clear about her role. Execution was key. For now, the content to be addressed is limited. The remainder can wait until we have sufficient personnel. Understood. There is one more important matter. Chen Teng paused, revealing that she has been officially confirmed as a permanent employee. Linya was momentarily taken aback before erupting in joy. Thank you, boss. I will certainly continue to strive and not disappoint your expectations. Yes, keep up the good work. Chapter 12. A Million Sales. The wealthy goblin the air in June was sweltering. In the blink of an eye, it was time to fill out college applications. Notably, although Chen Ting feigned diligence in his studies, he managed to write down everything he knew during the college entrance examination. He nearly achieved a perfect score in English, with other subjects hovering around 40 or 50 points. Securing a place in a third-tier university was still within reach. Should he consider applying for business administration? Chen Teng was uncertain if it was necessary, especially with Linya, an exceptional worker, in the picture. He felt the company could thrive without his oversight. However, after some contemplation, he figured it might be beneficial to gain a little knowledge in that area. To be frank, Chen Teng found his previous university experience rather dull. He spent most days cooped up in his dormitory playing video games, only studying minimally during exam weeks. It was enjoyable at the time, but in retrospect, it seemed rather lackluster. Chen Ting resolved to embark on a completely different university journey this time around. After browsing through various forums, he decided to apply to the business school of Huazi University in Huazi Province. As an independent third-tier institution with limited prestige, it was nonetheless the best university that matched his academic performance. Although it was not on the same campus as the main university, some specialized courses were taught by professors from the Huazi University main campus, making it relatively commendable in terms of professional knowledge. Moreover, the university was located in a nearby city, close to Yong City. If Chen Ting wished to visit his parents or check on the company, he could simply take an hour's bus ride followed by another hour on public transport. Driving would be even quicker. Having completed the application process, Chen Teng stretched lazily, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Indeed, the summer vacation before his senior year felt interminably long and monotonous. However, he wasn't entirely idle. He still had to finish writing his novel, Martial Movement in the Celestial Sphere. Martial Movement in the Celestial Sphere, activate. In the days that followed, Chen Teng immersed himself in writing. He hoped to complete the book soon, allowing him to relish the prospect of earning money daily from its sales. By mid-July, the sales of Plants vs. Zombies surpassed 1 million copies. This meant that despite the low price of 6 yuan, Chen Teng had still garnered several million from this game. Under Linya's diligent efforts, the workforce had expanded to 70 individuals. This scale was sufficient to sustain the operations of Tingda Entertainment, though it was perhaps a tad excessive. The website and forum had all been successfully developed and launched, enabling players wishing to purchase Plants vs. Zombies to do so directly through the Tingda Games website. Linya also introduced a channel for card recharges. Having grown accustomed to the convenience of modern payment applications, Chen Ting nearly forgot that online transactions were not yet so straightforward. Many players charged their games by purchasing cards in physical stores and then entering the card numbers and pins online, which made the purchasing process more accessible for eager gamers. Simultaneously, the endless competition was beginning to warm up. Linya had infused a new idea into the contest. To participate in this competition, one must be a legitimate user. The uploaded videos must prominently display proof of purchase at the outset. This initiative, though unexpected for Chen Teng, received robust support. Surely, it is not too much to ask for your endorsement of legitimate purchases to partake in my event. Consequently, the game sales have seen a notable increase due to this measure, and the prize pool for the competition has been substantially replenished. It is evident that Linya truly deserves the title of SSR, as her ideas are indeed remarkable. Upon witnessing the prize amount, netizens were instantly captivated. Their minds clouded by the allure of the 10,000 yuan reward for first place, each confidently aspiring to seize victory. Who isn't a master of Plants vs. Zombies? Even in Chen Teng's high school class group, many were engaged in discussions about this event. Guo Yuan urged Chen Teng to check the group for the unfolding spectacle. After leaving the group, Chen Teng was promptly added back by the homeroom teacher. He remained a silent observer, refraining from participation. Upon glancing at a message from Guo Yuan, he took a moment to read it. Sun Jun, class leader, let us delve into this Plants vs. Zombies event together. I am quite adept at it. I have completed all levels of adventure mode. If we thoroughly analyze it, we can split the prize money. Is he genuinely interested in participating? Shinting found Sun Jun's obsequiousness unworthy of comment. He had turned into a sycophant of sorts. The most unfortunate was Zhao Xueshi, who outright rejected him. Zhao Xueshi, not interested. Sun Jun, then what are you interested in? Let us team up. We have plenty of time during the summer break. If Zhao Xueshi had initially refrained from responding out of politeness, her current dismissal was devoid of any courtesy. Zhao Xueshi, I am not interested in anything. Qinteng could only conclude that sycophants seldom meet a good end. Guo Yuan privately messaged Qinteng. Poor Sun Jun, but Zhao Xueshi is rather cold, ignoring him entirely. Qinteng decided to serve Guo Yuan a dose of bitter wisdom. What is so tragic about that fellow? Despite his looks, he possesses wealth. Once he graduates university and realizes the allure of money, Zhao Xueshi might very well find herself pursuing him. He was not entirely speaking nonsense. In his previous life, upon entering university, a throng of admirers surrounded Sun Jun for his financial status. Perhaps Sun Jun had also come to terms with his lack of potential with Zhao Xueshi, for he gradually ceased his pursuit of her. Zhao Xueshi, typically aloof, nonetheless graciously toasted Sun Jun at a subsequent class reunion. Clearly, after experiencing the realities of society, she recognized the power behind Sun Jun's wealth. Even if there were no romantic feelings, it was imperative not to offend him. At that moment, Guo Yuan lamented the passage of time in Chun Teng's presence. Subsequently, Chun Teng heard of Sun Jun offending a wealthy heir due to his arrogance, prompting yet another reflection on the changing tides of fortune. It seemed to be Guo Yuan once more. Surely not. Though Sun Jun is wealthy, not all women would capitulate for money. Guo Yuan could hardly believe it, for during high school, Sun Jun had not been particularly favored by his female classmates. In comparison, Qinteng enjoys a bit more popularity, as he possesses a more handsome visage. You are correct, however. There exists a multitude of young women who would bow to financial allure. For some women, beauty is their sole asset. Brother Teng, I find your perspective rather disheartening. Qinteng ceased his attempts at persuasion, opting instead to wait for Guo Yuan to come to his own realization. It is worth recalling that in his previous life, Guo Yuan encountered a captivating young lady during his university years. Subsequently, that young woman became involved with a wealthy heir. Enough said. Those who understand, understand. In any case, I advise you to relinquish any illusions about this harsh world, acquire professional skills, and focus on financial success. That is all. However, it is likely that Qinteng's words will fall on deaf ears for Guo Yuan. Chapter 13. Can playing games really be profitable? Fruit Ninja and Angry Birds. Incredible! Exclaimed Li Guang's classmates, their eyes gleaming with admiration as they gazed at him. The latest installment of Plants vs. Zombies had only been released for a little over a month, and the endless mode had yet to be developed. Achieving Wave 30 had elevated Li Guang to the status of the most celebrated player in his class. Upon discovering an event hosted by Tengda Entertainment, Li Guang resolutely registered to participate. Before the deadline, he uploaded a video of his endless mode gameplay to the Tengda Entertainment forum. After a moment of contemplation, he was thrilled to realize he ranked third. Initially, he had only aimed for a top 10 finish to earn a modest 1,000 yuan. Yet he was now in line for a remarkable 3,000. For a student, such a sum was undeniably significant. All that remained was for him to await contact from Tengda Entertainment through the forum. Excited yet apprehensive, Li Guang frequently refreshed the forum for updates. Suddenly, a notification appeared, stating that the 3,000 yuan would be credited to his creator earnings account, available for withdrawal at any time. Creator earnings? What is that? Li Guang and his classmates were bewildered. Following the system's guidance, he found his creator earnings amounted to 152.64 yuan. How had it increased by over 100? Let me inquire with customer service on the forum. Amid his surprise, Li Guang felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the excess funds might be reclaimed. As he read through a lengthy response from customer service, a smile gradually spread across his face. What is going on? Did I earn too much? His classmates were envious. No, I didn't. Li Guang exclaimed joyfully when customer service informed him that due to the high number of likes and views on his uploaded video, he had received additional creator incentives. What? You can make money by playing games and sharing videos. His classmates were enraptured. Is the event still ongoing? I want to upload videos too. Not anymore, Li Guang informed them. When the event was held for Plants vs. Zombies, there was also a creator incentive program on this forum. With great delight, he chose to withdraw all his creator earnings to a bank card. Although it belonged to his father, he proceeded with the transaction. Having completed everything, he dashed out of the internet CAF, eager to showcase his newfound earning potential to his parents, who says playing games is a waste of time. Upon arriving home, he overheard his parents discussing an unexpected bank transfer of over 3,000 yuan that appeared on his father's phone. They were perplexed, wondering if someone had mistakenly transferred money to the wrong account. "It was me," Li Guan exclaimed, jumping with excitement. His parents turned to him in disbelief. How could a child possibly earn 3,000 yuan? "It really was me." Li Guang recounted the entire story to them. Seeing their skepticism, he insisted on taking them online to verify the truth. In truth, Li Guang's family possesses a computer, yet his parents prohibit him from playing on it. Thus he resorts to the internet CAF. Observing this scenario, his parents feel as though the world has irrevocably changed. Li Guang's father, in disbelief, rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "Are you telling me that you earn money by playing games?" His mother, perplexed, echoed, "You can actually make money from gaming?" Witnessing his parents' astonishment, Li Guang swelled with pride, a stark contrast to the past when he dared not disclose his gaming activities to them. Now, he can proclaim it with confidence. Indeed, his father was at a loss for words, ultimately uttering a phrase of incredulity. Such occurrences are happening nationwide. Chunting not only rewarded the top 10 players, but also compensated those whose video views and likes were commendable. Nowadays, those who can afford to purchase and play games are quite young. For this demographic, the financial incentives are sufficient to foster a lasting engagement with the platform. Within the realm of Tingda Games, Chen Tong convened a debriefing meeting with Linya and others. It is imperative to capitalize on the current fervor of the forum. Our central strategy is to invest capital to attract users. However, the manner in which we allocate this funding requires finesse. The planning division of the forum must deliberate wisely and collaborate effectively with the development team. Rest assured, boss. Our current strategy is to invite game strategists and seasoned players from other games to join, transforming this forum from one dedicated to Plants vs. Zombies into a diverse gaming community. This concept is promising. However, I desire not merely a gaming community, but a forum where all topics can be discussed. Subsequently, I plan to separate the forum from the video sections Chen Ting envisioned, akin to Baidu Tiaba and the Pink TV. Yet, he did not intend to launch a product immediately. Instead, he aimed to build a user base through a conventional forum. If he were to pursue Baidu Tiaba and Pink TV directly, he would lack the necessary users and financial resources for such an endeavor. Thus, he recognized the need to accumulate a substantial user base and capital before gradually investing further. Linya was taken aback by the magnitude of Chen Tong's ambition. Nonetheless, despite his grand aspirations, Chen Tong was not driven by haste. Additionally, has the production of the Plants vs. Zombies DLC been prioritized? She inquired. Yes, it has commenced. We are currently in the planning phase, he affirmed. Excellent. I would like to propose 2 additional mini-games, Fruit Ninja and Angry Birds. Chen Ting stood. Both games, while technically uncomplicated, are not easily conceived. The individuals present listened with curiosity as Chen Ting elaborated. From their titles alone, it was not immediately apparent what types of games they were. The first game, Fruit Ninja, involves fruits continuously appearing at the bottom of the screen, with players controlling a knife to slice the fruits in half. As he spoke, their eyes began to gleam with interest. Linyu astutely sensed something unusual. This game did not seem to be one played on a computer. Clever. Chen Tung raised his thumb in commendation, acknowledging that this was indeed not merely a computer game, but rather one ideally suited for mobile play. The year was now 2011, and nearly a year had elapsed since the release of Fruit 4 in 2010. This past year had witnessed a remarkable transformation in the mobile landscape, with a plethora of games akin to chess, do diju, and mahjong emerging in mobile versions. Naturally, Chen Chu was not one to overlook this golden era. Let us ponder how this game might generate revenue. Chen Tung's first gaze fell upon Linya. Eager to hear the insights of this SSR, I believe we could adopt a pricing model similar to that of Plants vs. Zombies, Linya replied, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Despite having graduated from university, she felt as though she were being questioned by a teacher in the presence of a significantly younger male peer. What are the thoughts of others? Shinting inquired. Turning to the rest of the development team, their responses echoed Linya's sentiments. Shinting nodded thoughtfully and continued. I intend to set the game's price at 1 yuan and launch it on our own website. Within the game, we will monetize through knife skins. A standard knife gliding through fruit will produce a subtle blue ripple effect, while purchasing a skin will enable vibrant flame and lightning effects. The idea struck them with astonishment. Each member of the team had experience in the gaming industry and considered themselves quite knowledgeable. Yet, Chuntang's innovative concepts left them in awe. How could someone's imagination be so extraordinary? They were eager to commence the game's development immediately. This game was undoubtedly destined for greatness. Chapter 14. The Salary Recovery Plan. The Holy Body Experience card skin warrants particular attention. Primarily, its pricing must not be exorbitant, and secondly, the quality of free skins must be exceptionally high. Do you understand? The game designer raised his hand to inquire. This notion starkly contrasts with what he had previously learned. Indeed, this approach could intensify players' willingness to pay. Yet it also risks incurring public disdain. I aspire for the games produced by our company to cultivate a reputation for integrity. Only in this way will players feel secure in making purchases for our forthcoming games, confident that their investments will not lead to wasteful expenditures. Respect 20, Admiration 10, Worship 10. Chuntang's theory is evidently both novel and distinctive. This theory stems from Chuntang's perspective as a player. In his previous life, he had observed a considerable number of players with a strong willingness to pay. Yet, some game companies sought to mislead them, repulsing players in various ways. Now that he has arrived in this world, Chuntang wishes to embrace idealism, armed with a system and a vision that transcends the future. He sees no reason for failure. Understood, boss. The next game will be Angry Birds. Chuntang elaborated on the basic gameplay of Angry Birds. As he spoke, an overwhelming urge surged among the team. They yearned to delve into Chuntang's mind and uncover the plethora of ingenious ideas within. Just the thought of it ignited their desire to play. Then came the question, how shall we profit from this game? You, Linya, paid downloads, skins, and charging for new levels. Excellent. Chuntang nodded in satisfaction. Linya's suggestions were indeed aligned with his own thoughts. However, there is one point for everyone to bear in mind. The skins in these games must maintain a consistent artistic style to avoid any sense of dissonance. This is crucial for the lead artist to consider. Furthermore, irrespective of the skin's design, we must ensure that the player's gaming experience remains paramount. The skin should not be excessively flamboyant. The group nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Chuntang growing increasingly profound. It appeared that this boss held perspectives entirely divergent from those of other game company leaders, while others fixated on maximizing profits, often neglecting long-term operations and game experience. Chuntang had other plans. Additionally, I intend to implement a salary recovery plan. A subtle smile graced Chuntang's lips, causing their hearts to race. A salary recovery plan? Surely, he does not mean to reclaim their money? Rest assured, it is not your money. Chuntang chuckled. For games downloaded from our website, we shall introduce an additional payment method, creator earnings. Brilliant. They realized that those who create videos to drive traffic for us can channel their earnings back into our game. Linny was astonished that such a strategy could even exist. Boss, should we implement an online verification system? Inquired the company's technical director. No, replied the boss. Our game is priced affordably. Virtually everyone can afford it. If someone is unwilling to pay even this nominal fee, it is unlikely they would opt for the legitimate version, regardless of the barriers we might erect against piracy. Instead, we might as well let them promote our game through their piracy. I suspect many of these individuals are elementary and middle school students. Perhaps when they mature, they will be inclined to make purchases. The technical director nodded in understanding. Understood, boss. However, we could incorporate online verification for game skins. Very well. Let us divide the development team into two groups. One will focus on further developing PvZ, while the other will work on Fruit Ninja and Angry Birds. With this, Chuntang established the company's forthcoming development plans, bringing the meeting to a close. Following this session, several hundred emotional points were credited. Adding the emotional points provided by netizens earlier, Chuntang's total emotional points exceeded 10,000. Shall I attempt a tenfold draw? Chuntang found himself unable to restrain his impulses. Returning to his office, he declared, tenfold draw, activate. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Excellent. Thank you for your patronage to start. Chuntang's smile faltered slightly. Beginner Energy Potion 10. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Beginner Energy Potion 10. Thank you for your patronage. I have Insight, one-time use. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. 7 instances of thank you for your patronage, with the remaining 2 items appearing quite useful. Beginner Energy Potion, after consumption, significantly enhances logical thinking ability for 8 hours, boosting work and study efficiency. Say goodbye to procrastination. Chuntang raised an eyebrow. If this potion were administered to someone, they would essentially transform into a paragon of diligence. A remarkable item indeed. As the owner, he would forego its use and instead allocate it to Linya and others. Eye of Insight. One time you select one individual to observe a specific attribute and enhance that attribute. Chintung's interest was piqued. This item seems exceptionally suited for Linya. Yet, should it augment her business acumen or her managerial skills? After deliberating, he resolved to enhance her management capabilities. While business prowess is undeniably crucial, with Chintung's long-term vision and the system's lottery products, Tungda Games would possess unparalleled competitive strength in the market. The company merely needs to focus on selling the products presented by the system. Without further ado, Chintung entered Linya's office and employed the Eye of Insight on her. Linya, Management, 88. Is the perfect score 100? Chintung confirmed. The system affirmed his query. In the next moment, her score shifted from 88 to 92. She had truly become an SSR. Boss, is there something you need? Linya, perplexed, looked towards Chintung, unaware of the situation. A coffee extract brought back by a friend from abroad is said to enhance alertness, so I brought some for you. Chintung explained as he handed Linya a vial of the basic energy potion. The system had provided him with 20 bottles, of which he gifted 15 to Linya, reserving the remainder for himself. This coffee, doesn't the color seem a bit off? Linya observed the small bottles in Chintung's hand. The energy potion appeared orange, resembling orange juice. It's fine, it won't harm you. Chintung assured her nonchalantly as he placed the potion on her desk. After contemplating, Linya found his reasoning acceptable. With that, Chintung departed, leaving the company matters for Linya to manage. Once Chintung had left, Linya resumed her work with diligence. Why do I feel a surge of clarity since the boss arrived? She pondered. Linya believed that management entailed placing the right individuals in suitable roles and assigning them appropriate tasks. Although this notion seemed straightforward, its execution was fraught with complexities that required considerable contemplation. Yet, at this moment, she sensed an enhanced clarity of thought. Curiously, Linya picked up the coffee extract Chintung had given her and diluted it with some hot water. Upon tasting it, she was surprised to find it sweet. Could the boss have been misled by someone? She mused, resolving to inquire with Chintung at a later time. However, it wasn't long before Linya experienced an unprecedented fervor for her work. Although she was inherently a workaholic, filled with passion for her tasks, this newfound enthusiasm felt even more intense. As fatigue nudged her to wrap up for the day, she suddenly noticed that darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Has it really gotten this late? Linya exclaimed, astonished that she had been so engrossed in her work for several hours without realizing it. Perhaps she had been inspired by the content of the meeting led by her boss? This thought only deepened her admiration for Chintung. Chapter 15. Journey to Chiming City. Preparing for registration, nothing can stand in the way. Chintung hummed a tune as he drove towards the Huaza Business School in the neighboring city. Initially, Chintung had no intention of purchasing a car. However, during a casual conversation between his parents, his father mentioned that a leader at their factory had acquired a particularly attractive vehicle. Upon hearing this, Chintung immediately took his parents to the dealership. Coincidentally, his earnings from June and July had just been credited, leaving him with a substantial sum in his account. Consequently, Chintung resolved to transform this cold fortune into the warmth of familial affection. Ultimately, the car purchase only set him back a little over $1 million, acquiring both an Audi Q7 and a BMW X5. At the dealership, he encountered neither disdainful staff nor pretentious classmates. Rather, it was Chin Lily exclaiming that she wanted one as well. After inquiring about her desired model, he purchased her a miniature Porsche, costing him several hundred. Chin Jiangwo and Jiang Meiji feigned disapproval, chiding Chintung for his extravagant spending and forgetting his roots, yet their smiles betrayed their true feelings. Particularly, Chin Jiangwo could not resist touching the luxurious interior of the car. Witnessing his parents' joy filled Chintung with immense satisfaction. After all, isn't that the essence of earning money? In his previous life, he had never driven a fine automobile. After a few years of work, he had settled for a modest Geely. Even after traversing to this new realm, he had yet to upgrade. Now, switching to a BMW felt remarkably more comfortable than his old Geely. Chintung couldn't discern whether this sensation was genuine comfort or merely a figment of his imagination. In 2011, the streets were already bustling with vehicles, yet in comparison to the congestion of later years, the current traffic could be deemed merely the onset of a bottleneck. During peak traffic in the future, Chintung would rather disembark and walk, for even an electric scooter would outpace a car. Today marked the day of registration. Sun Jun boarded the bus, grinning widely as he sat next to Zhao Xueshi, albeit separated by an aisle. The window seat beside her remained unoccupied. Class monitor. It's a long journey. Would you like a snack? He offered, presenting treats his father had brought from Europe, which were immensely popular there, yet unavailable domestically. Sun Jun gazed at Zhao Xueshi with eager anticipation. He could have had his father drive him, even inviting Zhao Xueshi along, but she had flatly declined. Thus, Sun Jun resorted to leveraging his financial means to gather intel from Wang Yu and learned how Zhao Xueshi planned to reach the school. He then utilized his resources to secure a seat closest to her on the bus. Zhao Xueshi furrowed her brows, stating, "First, we have graduated. Please refrain from calling me class monitor. Second, our bus is headed to Qiming City, which is merely a little over an hour's journey. I will not be hungry." She was baffled as to how Sun Jun had known she would be on this bus and why he had pursued her so persistently. Sun Jun's mind raced, searching for a suitable topic to engage her. "Indeed, class leader, are you aware that the company responsible for developing Plants vs. Zombies is located right here in our city?" Noticing Zhao Xueshi's apparent interest in the topic, Sun Jun eagerly continued, "I stumbled upon this information while assisting my father in recruiting. It was mentioned on local forums that Tingda Games operates from here. His intention in sharing this was to showcase his own capability in recruitment, thus amplifying his self-importance." Although Zhao Xueshi was somewhat intrigued by the game company, she paid little heed to Sun Jun's ramblings, merely nodding slightly. She turned her gaze toward the window, intending to casually observe the scenery outside. However, upon glancing out, her attention was instantly captivated, for she spotted Qinteng. At that moment, the bus was still a couple of traffic lights away from leaving the city for the highway, and it was halted at a red light. In a vehicle beside them, also waiting at the light, sat none other than Qinteng. What was he doing here? Zhao Xueshi pondered. Upon noticing the car, it was a BMW. Had Senior Linya bought a car for Qinteng? Zhao Xueshi had already categorized Qinteng as a man living off Linya's resources. But upon reflection, she considered that Linya had only graduated a year ago and was merely an employee. How could she afford to buy Qinteng a car? Zhao Xueshi was not well versed in car brands, but even the least expensive BMW would cost at least 200,000 to 300,000, wouldn't it? Could it be that Linya's family had purchased it for her, and she subsequently gifted it to Qinteng? In any case, she doubted that it was a purchase made by Qinteng himself, given his family's circumstances were not affluent enough to support such an expense. As for the notion that he had earned it himself, Zhao Xueshi found that even harder to believe. Generally, she refrained from meddling in others' affairs. Yet, during the recent class reunion, Linya had left a very favorable impression on her. Zhao Xueshi perceived Linya as a senior who genuinely wished for her juniors to have promising futures. She felt a pang of sympathy at the thought of Linya being taken advantage of by Qinteng, which only intensified her disdain for him. Zhao Xueshi recalled Sun Jun. It must be said that his penchant for showing off occasionally proved useful. She considered soliciting his advice. "Sun Jun, I'm here." Sun Jun could hardly fathom that Zhao Xueshi would call his name so readily. When was the last time she had done so? Oh, it was when he had gotten into a scuffle with classmates, and she had summoned him to the teacher's office. "What do you think of Senior Linya?" "Senior Linya is a wonderful person," he replied, unable to suppress his envy of Qinteng. "I have a feeling that Senior Linya might have been deceived by Qinteng." Deceived? Qinteng managed to swindle money from his senior? Not money, but rather emotions. Emotions? Sun Jun echoed, his jealousy of Qinteng deepening. "Yes, how do you think we should assist the senior?" Zhao Xueshi confirmed Sun Jun's thoughts, which invigorated him further. The affirmation from his goddess. "I believe we must devise a way to unveil Qinteng's true character to the senior," Sun Jun continued. "What precisely should be done?" "Well, Qinteng's school is also located in Qiming City. I believe the academic circle in Qiming City is relatively small, and it is likely that his true nature will be uncovered soon enough. Will it truly be discovered? Certainly. I think once the senior sister realizes Qinteng's lack of ambition, she probably will not maintain a good relationship with him for long. Unlike me, who is destined to inherit my father's position." Sun Jun continues to boast about himself. Seeing that Sun Jun cannot come up with any viable solutions, Zhao Xueshi can only momentarily set aside the thought. She gazes once more out of the window. At this moment, the bus has already merged onto the highway, and Qinteng's vehicle has long since vanished from sight. The red light they encountered earlier was the only intersection of their journey. Chapter 16. Hello. My name is Li Xingrua. As the vehicle approached Qiming City, it was merely a short distance away from the business school of Huazi University. Qinteng drove leisurely along the road when he suddenly spotted a young woman ahead, busily collecting various scattered items from the ground. Beside her lay 2 torn bags of urea, suggesting that her belongings had fallen. How unfortunate. After ensuring there were no parking enforcement cameras in sight, Chinting pulled over to the side of the road. Allow me to assist you, he offered. Thank you. The girl's voice was barely audible as she kept her head down, focused on picking up her things. Chintung couldn't see her face clearly, but he noticed her hands were exceptionally fair and delicate, with slender fingers and well-defined knuckles. Numerous items lay strewn about: a toothbrush holder, a basin, towels, and clothing. Are you a new student reporting for the semester? He inquired while helping her gather the scattered items. She nodded gently, affirming with a soft Which university do you attend? Chiming University. Oh, a scholar, I see. Although Chiming University may not be well known outside the province, it holds a respectable reputation within. It is a first-tier institution. Sunjun, Zhao Xueshi, and several top students from our class chose to enroll here to remain close to home. But wait. Sunjun likely didn't choose based on the distance. She merely responded with a soft remaining silent otherwise. As Chinting handed her the items, he noticed a problem. Your bag is torn. Is someone coming to pick you up? No, the girl replied, looking up at him with an expression of helplessness. It was then that Chinting truly beheld her beauty. Her face was small, no larger than a palm, with porcelain-like skin and a delicate, well-defined nose. Her brows arched like distant mountains, her eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, and her long lashes fluttered gently. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, reminiscent of blossoming peach flowers, evoking a sense of tenderness. Sensing Chintang's gaze, she lowered her head slightly, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, revealing a hint of shyness. This was the first time Chintung had encountered such a stunning girl, with features devoid of any flaw and skin that seemed almost ethereal. May I give you a ride? He offered. No, it's unnecessary, she replied, taking a few steps back in apprehension. Then do you have a solution? Chinting glanced at the torn bag in her hands. The hole was so large that it was impossible to fit the scattered items back inside. The girl remained silent, her head bowed. Growing impatient, Chintung sighed. He was merely trying to do a good deed, yet it felt as though he was being rebuffed. My time is valuable. If you truly do not require assistance, I shall take my leave. He felt his patience wearing thin. While she was indeed beautiful, she did not warrant an excessive investment of his time. Thank you. At last, she chose to accept his help. Without further ado, Chintung began placing her belongings into his trunk. Upon seeing the suitcase in the trunk, the girl appeared to relax somewhat. Are you a student as well? I'm a freshman. Which university do you attend? Huazhe University Business School. You are quite impressive. It is not Huazhe University, but rather the Business School of Huazhe University, an independent institution. Moreover, even if it were an engineering university, it cannot compare to your esteemed Chiming University. Chintung cast a peculiar glance at her, momentarily uncertain whether she was jesting about him. If that were the case, he might seriously consider abandoning his luggage. You aren't teasing me, are you? Chinting asked as he opened the car door, gesturing for her to enter. No, not at all. The girl waved her hands repeatedly, appearing quite anxious. My mother always says to be sweet-tongued when out and about. I merely thought you were a good person, so I wanted to say something nice to you. Well, you might want to practice your conversational skills. It's akin to a billionaire praising a millionaire. The latter is indeed commendable, but when said by the former, it carries a different connotation. As Chintung drove towards Chiming University, the girl suddenly spoke up. Hello. I'm Li Xingru. Oh, I'm Chintung. Your name is quite pleasant. Is that also a reflection of your sweet tongue? Perhaps, Li Xingru replied, lowering her head. Stealing a glance at her, Chintung noted her cheeks were flushed. Shall I turn on the air conditioning? No, it's fine, she replied, her face reddening even more. Please don't tell me you're shy, Chinting remarked, finding Li Xingru's demeanor somewhat peculiar. My mother said not to get too close to boys. She admitted, still looking down. Then I might just leave you behind, Chinting teased. I haven't finished, but I feel you are different. You are a good person. However, since I haven't interacted much with boys, I am unsure how to behave. Once again, Chintung glanced at Li Xingru. He had to admit, the girl was indeed beautiful, and her soft voice made it difficult to feel irritated. You think I'm a good person? Yes. In truth, I am not. I am actually planning to take you to a remote place and sell you. When I asked if anyone was coming to pick you up, I wanted to ascertain if you were alone. Upon hearing this, Li Xingru's expression shifted to one of alarm, her lovely eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wait, you can't sell me, she protested, her voice trembling. Give me a reason not to, Chintung replied playfully. I have excellent grades. I will surely earn a scholarship in university. I could give the scholarship to you. How about that? Is that so? But but I have already revealed my plan to you. If I let you go, what if you inform someone and they come after me? The car halted at a traffic light, and Chun-Tung turned to face Li Xingru. Her eyes were wide with fright, and tears shimmered in her beautiful gaze. Goodness, you can't be serious. You actually believe that? All right, I was just joking. Please don't cry, Chun-Tung said, handing her a tissue from the side. Li Xingru accepted the tissue, falling silent. Chun-Tung too remained quiet, fearing that any further words might provoke her tears once more. I'm sorry. After a moment, Li Xingru spoke up. What do you mean? Chun-Tung thought he had misheard her. Are you apologizing to me? Well, I didn't realize you were joking. It was rather disappointing. I apologize, Li Xingru said, her voice tinged with remorse. It's not that, classmate. Isn't your reaction a bit, too? Chun-Tung struggled to find the right word to express himself. After a considerable pause, he finally settled on, perhaps a touch too humble? My mother always says that our family is neither powerful nor wealthy, so when dealing with others, it's best to adopt a lower posture. Li Xingru gazed at Chun-Tung with her bright eyes, still somewhat red-rimmed. It was Chun-Tung's first encounter with such a girl. Isn't that so? Our teacher says the same. Well, the reasoning isn't entirely flawed, but sometimes adopting a submissive stance can lead others to underestimate you. Do you understand? Why would lowering my stance lead others to look down on me? Li Xingru asked, perplexed. By revealing your vulnerabilities, you're essentially signaling that you're easy to bully. If not you, then who? Li Xingru blinked blankly, seemingly unable to comprehend Chun-Tung's words. Chun-Tung shrugged. Let us put it this way. If I were truly a human trafficker, your previous demeanor would have made you an easy target. If you were to resist fiercely, exuding a sense of desperation, would I still dare to abduct you? That seems to make sense, Li Xingru replied, a look of sudden enlightenment dawning upon her face. She appeared a bit foolish, yet endearing. Chun-Tung shook his head and suddenly thought of something else. You wouldn't be a hunter masquerading as prey, would you? Li Xingru gazed at him with eager curiosity. What does it mean to masquerade as prey? Her beautiful eyes widened, her lashes fluttering. This expression made her appear somewhat dim-witted. Never mind. Disregard what I said, Chun-Tung waved his hand dismissively. It truly seemed improbable. Chapter 17. 3 roommates as the vehicle approached Qiming University. The security guard at the entrance halted Chun-Tung. Parents are not allowed to enter. Perhaps it was the sweltering heat. Or perhaps the repetition of this phrase to countless parents had dulled his demeanor. The guard's attitude seemed rather unwelcoming, even somewhat intimidating. Sir, I am a student, Chun-Tung asserted, producing his identification card. A student. The guard appeared momentarily perplexed. He had only stated that parents were barred from entry, not students. Chun-Tung discreetly offered a pack of cigarettes to the guard, who understood the unspoken gesture. Cough, cough. The guard cleared his throat. Drive forward to the intersection. Then take a right. That's the southwest gate of the school. Thank you, sir. Chun-Tung handed over another pack of cigarettes and proceeded inside. You're quite impressive, remarked Li Xingru. Pardon? Chun-Tung turned to her. Is that all you can say when you're out of words? She glanced at her emotional value. Admiration 10. What exactly are you admiring? Chun-Tung voiced his confusion. I simply think that guard seemed so fierce. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't have dared to converse with him, only driven away. Oh, that? How would you know if you don't give it a try? Li Xingru nodded. Chun-Tung wasn't certain if she truly absorbed his words. By the way, with such a long walk ahead of you, what was your original plan if no one was here to pick you up? To walk over, she replied. What? Walk over? Chun-Tung was taken aback. Even if the bag were intact, it wouldn't be an easy trek, would it? But it saves money. Are you in dire need of funds? Chun-Tung keenly detected this point, scrutinizing Li Xingru more closely. She wore a plain white t-shirt, nearly devoid of any patterns. Yet, upon closer inspection, faint designs could be discerned, suggesting it had been worn for quite some time and had faded through numerous washes. Fortunately, it's not too severe. Li Xingru lowered her head again. Arriving at the girls' dormitory of Qiming University after a series of inquiries, Chun-Tung, upon confirming Li Xingru's room number, strode ahead with a bag of urea, resembling someone returning to his own dormitory. Li Xingru followed closely behind, observing the young man before her with a sense of exhilaration. She hadn't anticipated her fortune, arriving at university and encountering such a kind-hearted individual. Before long, Chun-Tung had assisted Li Xingru in transporting all her belongings upstairs. Now, you can tidy up your dorm. I must take my leave. Wait a moment. Li Xingru timidly called out to Chun-Tung. Is there something else? Could you give me your phone number? I would like to invite you to dinner. Aren't you trying to save money? Yet you wish to treat someone to a meal? My mother always said that if someone assists me, I must repay them. I will strive to obtain a scholarship and then treat you to dinner. Li Xingru gazed at Qintung, her eyes filled with determination. Very well. Do you have paper and a pen? Yes. Li Xingru quickly rummaged through her belongings for paper and a pen. Qintung took them, wrote down his phone number, and handed it back to her. Then I shall take my leave. All right, goodbye. Li Xingru gazed at the departing figure of Qintung, cautiously concealing the piece of paper bearing his phone number. Meanwhile, Qintung descended the stairs towards the business school. It is noteworthy that the business school is in close proximity to Qiming University, merely separated by 2 streets, equating to a single bus stop distance. The business school permits vehicles to enter. However, this allowance proved to be a dilemma for Qintung. The narrow roads became exceedingly congested, and after circling the vicinity of the dormitories several times, he finally located an available parking space. With that, he dragged his suitcase towards the dormitory. Upon arrival, he found 2 individuals already present. He greeted them both. One was Kai Hang, a bespectacled young man who appeared quite refined, albeit of modest stature. The other, Luo Jinbin, had disheveled hair and was hurriedly engaged in a game. Qintung observed it was none other than Plants vs. Zombies. Where are you from, brother? He inquired. From the neighboring Yongqing, replied Luo. Oh, I'm from Qiming, Qintung stated. Luo Jinbin is from Harbin. In the absence of acquaintances, they could only engage in simple conversations to foster familiarity, discussing their hometowns, college entrance exam results, and personal interests, among other topics. As the conversation meandered, they gradually became more comfortable and delved into diverse subjects. Qintung had experienced a similar scenario in his previous life. It was evident that neither of the two was particularly loquacious. While arranging his bed, Qintung proposed. Shall we go out for a meal later? Let us see if there is anything delicious around. Sure, where shall we eat? Kai Hang responded eagerly. Luo Jinbin, fixated on his computer screen, replied nonchalantly, I'm fine with anything. Clearly, for him, gaming took precedence over contemplating future meals. Let us wait for our 4th roommate to arrive, Qintung suggested as he settled down and took out his own laptop. This revelation left Kai Hung momentarily speechless. Brother, you have a laptop too? Although an 11-year-old laptop was not an uncommon sight, Kai Hung did not possess one. He had anticipated spending time at an internet CAF playing games with his roommates, only to find that both of them owned laptops. He could only hope that the 4th roommate lacked a computer, so he could accompany him to the CAF. Indeed, although Qintung entrusted most company affairs to Linya, certain critical matters still required his attention. At that moment, the 4th roommate arrived at the dormitory. Hello everyone. Nice to meet you all, came a boisterous voice, accompanied by the sound of suitcase wheels scraping against the floor. Qintung and the others turned to see a man with dyed blonde hair, a lollipop in his mouth, and his hands in his pockets, exuding a somewhat rebellious demeanor. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Miao Zhengzhong, a local from Qiming. If any of you encounter troubles, feel free to reach out to me. Old Miao may not possess many talents, but I do know a lot of people, and I hold a bit of weight in this small corner of Qiming. His introduction carried an air of camaraderie and streetwise charm. Qintung and the other 2 introduced themselves before Miao Zhengzhong. After a brief acquaintance, Miao Zhengzhong's eyes gleamed as he inquired, I wonder if any of you gentlemen could lend me 300? Kai Hung swiftly shook his head, declaring, I don't have a single penny to spare. He had always been rather earnest during his school days, and upon encountering someone like Miao Zhengzhong, who exhibited a somewhat delinquent demeanor, he felt a twinge of apprehension and was reluctant to engage further. Luo Jinbin extracted 200 from his pocket, stating, This is all I can offer for now. Miao Zhengzhong accepted the 200 and turned his gaze towards Qintung, asking, What about you, brother? Do you possess any wealth? There is some. But your immediate request for a loan raises my curiosity, Qintung replied, pulling out 100. To be candid, I encountered an injured kitten on my way here who would have thought you to be so compassionate, Miao? Kai Hang remarked, his perception of Miao Zhengzhong shifting dramatically. Initially, he believed him to be a mere thug, yet he discovered a surprisingly amiable side. No, it's the kitten's owner who is beautiful, Miao Zhengzhong said. Accepting the 100 from Qintung, his smile betraying a cascade of thoughts. The owner is beautiful? Luo Jinbin immediately set aside his game, exclaiming in unison with Kai Hung, Take us to see her, then. Chapter 18. Senior Zhang Ningxin. In an instant, Qintung was enveloped by a familiar sensation. In the male dormitories of universities, 2 predominant topics of conversation invariably arise, video games and beautiful women. Qintung reminisced about his own days as a freshman. when a mere exchange of glances with his roommates would elicit sly smiles on their faces, followed by a tacit agreement to log onto their games. As for the topic of beautiful women, it hardly warranted elaboration, whether from their classes, online, on campus, or beyond. Even the enchanting ladies encountered at bus stops could become a subject of discussion. Honestly, I can manage on my own, Miao Xingzheng cheerfully declared as he dashed out of the dormitory. Kai Heng replied, actually, I'm not particularly eager to go either. Luo Zhenbin concurred, yes, I feel the same. Upon hearing this, both turned their gaze towards Qinteng. I don't wish to go either, Qinteng tentatively suggested. Good buddy. Luo Zhenbin gave Qinteng a thumbs up. Kai Heng teased, from now on, the three musketeers of room 210 will not include him. Qinteng remained silent. This light-hearted exchange fostered a more harmonious atmosphere within the dorm, alleviating the prior awkwardness. Before long, Miao Xingzheng hurried back, breathless and drenched in sweat. Is there anyone here with a generous heart? I just came from the vet, and my kitten has a fracture, requiring over 5,000 for surgery. 5,000 is no small sum for any university student. It often represents several months' worth of living expenses. Both Kai Heng and Luo Zhenbin felt a strong urge to offer their financial support, but ultimately refrained. Take me to see it. You can help? Miao Xingzheng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Qinteng. I have a little, Qinteng replied modestly. Wonderful. Miao Xingzheng eagerly led Qinteng downstairs, with Kai Heng and Luo Zhenbin trailing behind. Soon, they arrived at a modest veterinary clinic near the university. Upon entering, they overheard a young woman pleading gently with the doctor. Is there truly no way to lower the cost? We simply cannot gather that much money at once. I'm terribly sorry, but it's not feasible, came the doctor's reply. How much more do you need? Qinteng inquired, glancing at the young woman within the clinic. She was dressed in a charming floral dress, petite in stature, yet undeniably adorable. I have gathered all that I can, but I still need over 1,000. Her gaze met Qinteng's, filled with hope. Never mind, I shall cover it. Consider it a debt owed to me. Thank you so much. My family provides me with a decent allowance. I just cannot access it all at once. Qinteng handed his bank card to the clinic staff and found a place to sit. The staff accepted the card with a nod of gratitude. Thank you, classmate. My name is Zhang Ningxin. Qinteng, could I repay you 500 each month? As Qinteng revealed his willingness to assist, Zhang Ningxin's anxiety dissipated like mist. Miao Xingzheng stood in astonishment, witnessing this unfolding scene. Clearly, I was the one who arrived first. All right, but is it permitted to keep cats at our school? Qinteng queried, perplexed. Different schools have varying regulations. However, regarding the matter of keeping pets in dormitories, it is likely that few institutions would consent. No, this cat isn't mine. It appears to be a stray that recently appeared, Zhang Ningxin hurriedly explained. I found it meowing here when I passed by today, so I brought it in to have a look. You truly have a kind heart, Miao Xingzheng interjected. No, it is Qinteng who deserves the credit, Zhang Ningxin said gratefully, glancing at him. Miao Xingzheng felt a pang of dismay. Qinteng looked puzzled. Senior? Zhang Ningxin nodded. Yes. I am a sophomore in business administration at the School of Business. And you? We're freshmen, also in business administration. That's wonderful, Zhang Ningxin exclaimed with palpable excitement. There are 2 classes in business administration. Which class are you in? Class 1. That's fantastic. Zhang Ningxin seemed on the verge of jumping for joy, her gaze lingering on Qinteng, refusing to shift away. Miao Xingzheng discreetly stepped back, seating himself in another row, his eyes dimming with disappointment. Old Miao, don't be disheartened. Kai Heng patted Miao Xingzheng on the shoulder. After all, old Qin is rather handsome. Qinteng possesses a strikingly symmetrical and dignified appearance, standing at 182 meters, with a physique that is not overly slender but rather well-proportioned. This is one of the reasons why classmates often pair him with Zhao Xueshi, who doesn't enjoy a tale of a beautiful academic overachiever and a school heartthrob. At worst, we will not include him in our future escapades as the 3 musketeers of 210. Kai Heng's remark struck a familiar chord with Luo Zhenbin. Had he heard something similar before? Miao Xingzheng waved his hand dismissively. Let's not bother. We might as well include him. Despite his words, he still listened intently to the conversation between Qinteng and Zhang Ningxin, eager to interject a comment or two. Yet it was evident that Zhang Ningxin was more inclined to converse with Qinteng. After approximately half an hour, the kitten's operation was completed. It was a small white cat, its snowy fur appearing utterly adorable. Its gaze turned towards Zhang Ningxin, then pitifully towards Qinteng, as if aware of who had come to its rescue. What do you plan to do with this cat? Will you keep it in the dormitory? It seems we have no other choice. Given the circumstances, leaving it to roam outside would likely shorten its life. Zhang Ningxin carefully accepted the kitten from the veterinarian, gently stroking its somewhat tangled fur. The kitten let out a soft, pitiful mew. Why don't we give it a name? Given its whiteness, how about calling it Little White? Little White? That sounds rather unappealing. Zhang Ningxin shook her head. Perhaps we could name it Snowflake instead. That's quite fitting. It has a hint of yellow, making Snowflake quite appropriate. Why does the yellowish hue make Snowflake suitable? Zhang Ningxin asked, puzzled. Because the snowflakes on a snowy day often have a tinge of yellow, came the response. Qinteng would never remark that snowflake beer is yellow. Zhang Ningxin suddenly understood, gently stroking the kitten. The kitten appeared quite pleased with its name, nuzzling against Zhang Ningxin. Leave a phone number, Qinteng. What is your number? 139. Qinteng recited his phone number, and Zhang Ningxin promptly took out her phone to jot it down. A brilliant smile illuminated her face. Allow me to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude for your assistance. This. Qinteng hesitated. If he accepted her invitation, would that not delay the repayment of the money Zhang Ningxin owed him? Miao Zhengzhong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Come on, old Chen, just agree to it. Indeed, old Chen. Dining with a senior is a splendid idea, Kai Heng chimed in, equally enthusiastic. He held no romantic notions towards Zhang Ningxin, for she was far too beautiful for him to aspire to. However, he was certainly eager to share a meal with the lovely lady. Old Chen. Luo Zhenbin looked at Qinteng with hopeful anticipation. All right, Qinteng conceded, considering it merely an addition to their dormitory gathering. I will first take the kitten back to the dorm, then I shall treat you all to dinner. There is a quaint little restaurant nearby, renowned among surrounding schools as the perfect spot for group meals. I will lead you there. Without giving the four a chance to refuse, Zhang Ningxin hurriedly dashed away. Chapter 19. Zhang Ningxin hosts a gathering. A bold move, old Chen, I must say. If a girl is willing to dine with you, seize the opportunity. Miao Zhengzhong remarked with exasperation upon noticing Qinteng's apparent indifference. Qinteng looked at Miao Zhengzhong with curiosity. Seize what opportunity? Miao Zhengzhong replied. The chance to woo a girl. I believe the senior is interested in you. Perhaps, before long, something might blossom. Kai Heng added with a serious demeanor. Old Chen, trust me, once this chance slips away, it won't return. You should invite the senior to dinner. Luo Zhenbin wholeheartedly agreed. Qinteng, puzzled, inquired. You seem quite experienced? Kai Heng's expression turned somewhat awkward. Experienced indeed. How many have you courted? If I were to embark on a relationship now, that would make it 3. Kai Heng declared boastfully. Impressive, Kai. Luo Zhenbin and Miao Zhengzhong exchanged glances that suggested a newfound respect for Kai Heng. Qinteng responded. Honestly, in my previous life, I belonged to the 3rd tier, and I am still of the same caliber now. I am not in a position to mock those of my standing. Yet, sometimes, he simply could not resist. Have you all calculated your experiences again? Calculated? Miao Zhengzhong scratched his head, suddenly realizing. Oh dear, Kai, are you merely theorizing? What of it? Every individual begins with theory. Kai Heng retorted, standing his ground. Qinteng was left speechless by Kai Heng's audacity. So, you've never even been in a relationship, and yet presume to offer guidance? And you? How many have you been with? Qinteng turned to Miao Zhengzhong. Well, a noble man should not be constrained by romantic entanglements. Thus, 0. Qinteng looked at Luo Zhenbin in disbelief. And you? I, too, have not. Ah, so this is what it means to be an armchair expert? The 3 of them collectively boasted a sum of 0 experiences, yet still dared to instruct him? Upon witnessing Qinteng's mocking expression, the trio immediately bristled. But online. They say that in romance, one must treat her well, spend on her, and shower her with meticulous care. Kai Heng recited these principles with great familiarity. And thus, you would become the fish in the pond, crowned the king of sycophants, Qinteng interjected. What sycophant? Such an unpleasant term. That's called being a warm-hearted man. Girls adore this type. Qinteng found himself at a loss for words. Is this mindset so prevalent in 2011? Surely. Was he this foolish back then? He reflected on his recent graduation. While he may have been naive, he certainly did not descend to the level of a sycophant. Contemplating this brought him a sense of relief. Then I wish you success. That is a given. Tomorrow, at the class meeting, I shall scout for beautiful girls in the class and make my move. Kai Heng proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Miao Zhengzhong patted Kai Heng on the shoulder. Good brother. You have ambition. Qinteng was left speechless. Perhaps it is better for them to learn through experience. School of Business, Dormitory 308 for girls. Zhang Ningxin brought the little snowflake into her dormitory, gently placing it upon her bed. Could you please keep an eye on the kitten? Its name is Snowflake. Her roommate, intrigued, asked, Wow, how did you manage to bring it here? Well, that's not important, Zhang Ningxin replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she sat down to apply her makeup. What is this? Our beautiful lady is suddenly getting all dolled up, her roommate remarked, eyeing her delightful features in the mirror, her smile growing increasingly mischievous. I encountered a little kitten with a broken leg while picking up a package off campus today. Zhang Ningxin recounted the day's events. Her roommate suddenly realized, that the handsome junior named Chinting? Zhang Ningxin felt a twinge of shyness. He is definitely my type. I felt quite at ease chatting with him. He seems different from the ordinary boys at university. Ah, love is indeed blind, her roommate teased. Not at all. Chinting is genuinely a great guy, Zhang Ningxin retorted, quickly finishing her light makeup. Look at you. You haven't even started dating yet. And you're already leaning towards him. Just imagine what would happen if you actually got together. Her roommate joked. But tell me, Ningxin, aren't you planning to be a little more reserved? Reserved for what? When you meet someone you fancy, you must take the initiative, whether it works out or not. And whether the other person has flaws are concerns for later, Zhang Ningxin stated as she picked up a small bag, preparing to leave. So this is how you truly think. I thought you were just making excuses for not dating anyone last year, her roommate replied with a chuckle. With a playful grin at her roommate's comment, Zhang Ningxin descended the stairs. Hello, fellow juniors. Zhang Ningxin, adorned in a sweet floral dress and light makeup, appeared even more charming. Although she greeted the group, her gaze was firmly fixed on Chinting. Isn't it a bit early for us to head over? Chinting glanced at the time. It was barely 3:50 p.m., still not quite 4. Zhang Ningxin replied with a cheerful smile, Of course. That shop is incredibly popular. If we wait until after 4, we might miss out. Plus, it takes some time to walk there. Chinting nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. How had it come to pass that he and Zhang Ningxin were now walking side by side? He turned to see his 3 new roommates trailing behind in unison. Why are you staring at us? Just go on your way, Miao Zhengzhong lamented. The 210 Three Musketeers have no place for you now, Kaihek added. Luo Zhenbin glanced at his companions and nodded vigorously. Chinting felt resigned. For reasons unknown, Kaiheng seemed quite taken with the moniker 3 Musketeers. A smirk crept across Chinting's face. So, who among you is the leader of the 3 Musketeers? Kaiheng cast a furtive glance at Miao Zhengzhong. Well, of course. Miao Zhengzhong interjected. That would be me. Luo Zhenbin turned to Miao Zhengzhong. $200. Zhang Ningxin couldn't help but chuckle. Did you all know each other before? She couldn't resist looking at Chinting. No, we only just met today. However, I sense a certain familiarity amongst you. As if you possess an intimate understanding of their personalities. It is not so much about knowing them, rather. It is the shared perception of hierarchy within the dormitory that resonates profoundly among the boys. In the male dormitory, everyone subscribes to the notion that there exists only one father figure. Yet, the identity of this individual is as varied as the individuals themselves. This dynamic tends to shift solely during mealtimes or when attendance is taken in class. Such relationships are referred to as conjugate father-son connections. I see, Zhang Ningxin remarked, her expression reflecting newfound understanding. She engaged in conversation with Chinting and the others about various aspects of university life and amusing anecdotes she had encountered since her enrollment. It must be said that Zhang Ningxin is remarkably loquacious, effortlessly introducing several topics into the discourse. Although her stature is modest, resembling that of a younger student, her eloquence certainly conveys an air of seniority. Nevertheless, to Chinting, who has been granted a second chance at life, she remains merely a young girl. Chapter 20. An unfortunate encounter. Around 4 o'clock, they arrived at a modest establishment named Laochen Restaurant. The venue was not particularly large, consisting of only a single floor. Upon entering, Chinting quickly realized that Zhang Ningxin had indeed spoken the truth. Even before the dinner rush, the restaurant was already bustling with patrons. Zhang Ningxin greeted the owner with familiarity. Boss, it's me. Is there a table available? The owner, clearly recognizing her, replied with a smile. There is a table in the corner. You can sit there. However, if someone arrives later to share the table, would that be acceptable? He gestured towards a large round table in the corner. Zhang Ningxin glanced at Chinting and the others, and upon receiving their unanimous consent, nodded in agreement. It's a bit busy today, so your dishes may take a while to arrive, the owner informed them. No worries, we understand. This is typical during the start of the school year, Zhang Ningxin responded with a smile. The commencement of the academic year often brings a surge of diners, as many are eager to celebrate with a meal out. Some arrive with their parents, coinciding with mealtimes, and choose to dine outside. This phenomenon is common across nearly every establishment. They settled at the round table and began to order. Are there any dietary restrictions among you, freshmen? Shintung replied. Not really, we can eat anything. Kai Hung, however, couldn't handle spicy food, but it was not a significant issue. Then let me take charge of the ordering. Before they could place their orders, the owner brought out a plate of peanuts and a dish of kelp. Enjoy these while you wait. Shintung finally understood why this restaurant was thriving. Setting aside the flavor of the food, the service was indeed commendable. They proactively informed customers about potential delays and the possibility of sharing tables. In such circumstances, the complimentary dishes served could alleviate any impatience that might arise while waiting, making the experience far more palatable than at other establishments. Braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, grilled fish, stone pot, tofu. Zhang Ningxin meticulously checked items off the menu. Observing her, Shintung suddenly felt that this senior was remarkably efficient in her dealings. Her manner of interaction did not reflect that of a mere sophomore. Have you ever been involved in any student organizations, such as the student council? He inquired. Believe it or not, I have been part of the student council. Zhang Ningxin replied, her eyes widening in surprise. Are you considering joining, Junior? Not really, there is not much merit in the student council. Having attended university once before, Shintung was well aware of the realities of such organizations. Aside from the student councils at prestigious institutions, which provide access to resources unattainable for the average person, most student councils serve little purpose. Setting aside the bureaucratic tendencies, even in the absence of such issues, the responsibilities often devolve into meaningless tasks for teachers. During his previous university experience, Shintung knew a student who served as the vice president of the student council. He described his role as akin to that of a personal secretary to the faculty, burdened with various errands. Therefore, in Shintung's view, the sole benefit of the student council was its potential to cultivate mastery in time management. I share your sentiment. Zhang Ningxin wholeheartedly agreed, recalling that during her freshman year, her mind was overwhelmed with commitments, student council, class leadership, and various clubs, all of which she joined. Shintung could only imagine the extent of her busyness. Must have been quite overwhelming, right? Zhang Ningxin lamented, I no longer have weekends. I must work at all times. One task follows another. Miao Zhengzhong, however, held a differing opinion. But I believe that joining clubs and the student council allows one to meet many people. Doesn't he? More friends lead to more opportunities. Zhang Ningxin cast a meaningful glance at Miao Zhengzhong, suggesting, if you are interested in the student council, you could join our department. However, our student council may not be what you wish to join. Miao Zhengzhong scratched his head, somewhat perplexed by Zhang Ningxin's expression. Shintung then inquired about her confidence in managing her time and handling such trivial matters. Practice makes perfect. I am quite adept at it now, she replied. Shintung nodded, choosing not to press further. Yet, he sensed that Zhang Ningxin exhibited commendable capabilities in her work. If only he could recruit her to his company. Shintung resolved to engage with her further. In truth, Shintung harbored a rather unfortunate tendency, nepotism, not in the familial sense, but rather in favoring those with whom he shared a close rapport. He preferred those who were well connected to him to handle affairs within his company. The more critical the position, the more trustworthy the individual must be. This explains why he encouraged Gui Yuan to pursue studies in computer science and business administration. It is important to recognize that genuine business battles are no trivial matter. Key positions must be entrusted to those deemed reliable. Thus, Shintung observed Zhang Ningxin's smile radiating with brilliance. Upon seeing Shintung's smile, Zhang Ningxin's heart raced with excitement. She had to admit that Shintung's smile was indeed captivating and charming. Shintung. Suddenly, an exclamatory voice pierced through the air. Shintung looked up, his gaze turning icy. It was Zhao Xueshi accompanied by her devoted admirer. What a coincidence to see you here. Sun Jun felt an overwhelming joy. Ever since he arrived at the school, he had contemplated inviting Zhao Xueshi for a meal. Given his standing in her eyes, securing such an invitation would typically be unattainable. Yet, he possessed financial means. After winning over one of Zhao Xueshi's roommates, Sun Jun successfully earned the privilege of inviting them for dinner. Zhao Xueshi, not wishing to strain her relationship with her roommate from the outset, reluctantly agreed to dine out with her. The considerate roommate even facilitated a moment of privacy for Sun Jun and Zhao Xueshi. Subsequently, Sun Jun gathered information from the freshman group, seeking the finest dining establishments nearby. Thus, he found himself at Old Chun's restaurant, where he unexpectedly encountered Shintung and Zhang Ningxin. What excited him most was Zhang Ningxin's presence beside Shintung. Did this not imply that while Chun Tong was indulging in Linya's affections, he was also pursuing other women? However, Sun Jun felt a twinge of jealousy. On the very first day of reporting, why is it that Chin Ting is able to dine with a new beauty so swiftly? It is time for Senior Lin Yu to gather evidence. We shall secretly record and investigate the relationship between Chin Tong and the girl beside him, whispered Sun Jun. Zhao Xueshi, unusually without dissent, softly agreed. This obedient affirmation sent a thrill through Sun Jun. Old Chin, is she your friend? Miao Zhengzhong inquired, extending his hand. No. Oh. Miao Zhengzhong quickly retracted his hand, remarking, my hand can be a bit mischievous. Sun Jun lightly clicked his tongue, saying, Chin Tong, after all, we are high school classmates. There's no need for such coldness, right? Since we've met, why not share a table? Chin Tong replied, sharing a table is fine, but let us refrain from unnecessary chatter. The table is a public space, and sharing it is inevitable. It is unreasonable for their group of 5 to occupy an entire large round table. However, Chin Tong preferred to limit his interaction with Sun Jun and the others. Miao Zhengzhong sensed a hint of something amiss in Chun Tong's demeanor. Is there a grudge? He gently asked. Just a mere clown, Chun Tong replied indifferently. Miao Zhengzhong comprehended and immediately cooled his attitude towards Sun Jun and Zhao Xueshi. Chapter 21. Envy and jealousy. The restaurant business is indeed thriving. Not long ago, I discussed the prospect of opening a restaurant with my father. Despite our family's substantial liquidity exceeding 10 million, my father believes that managing a restaurant is far too complicated. In retrospect, it seems wiser to deposit that sum in the bank. Observing the bustling atmosphere, Sun Jun began his usual boasting. He studied the reactions of Chun Tong and his companions. Kai Hung and Luo Jinbin wore subtle expressions, while Chun Tong remained expressionless. And Miao Zhengzhong looked at Sun Jun as if he were a fool. As for Zhang Ningxin, she merely offered a polite smile. Sun Jun felt a twinge of embarrassment and confusion. After all, this was over 10 million. How could these individuals remain so indifferent? Cough, Chin Tong. Sun Jun attempted to say more. Why do you ramble so much? Didn't old Chin tell you to keep your mouth shut? Miao Zhengzhong grumbled. Rising from his seat and startling Sun Jun. He had never encountered someone quite like Miao Zhengzhong before. Zhao Xueshi also frowned in displeasure. Indeed, people tend to associate with those of similar character. Those who accompany Chin Tong are evidently not exemplary students. Fine, I won't talk anymore. Sun Jun conceded. Realizing it was prudent to acquiesce, Miao Zhengzhong then sat down, releasing the chair. Zhang Ningxin curiously scrutinized Zhao Xueshi, who was undeniably beautiful, capable of turning heads wherever she went. What was her relationship with Chin Tong? Suddenly, 2 more individuals joined the table, and Kai Hang and Luo Jinbin engaged in conversation with noticeably less ease than before. Sun Jun wished to speak with Zhao Xueshi but felt apprehensive about Miao Zhengzhong. Although Miao Zhengzhong was not as physically imposing as Chin Tong, he radiated an aura that suggested he was not one to shy away from a confrontation. Sun Jun realized he could not afford any trouble, especially as he was destined to inherit a large corporation. Fortunately, the dishes from Chun Tang's side began to arrive. Perhaps due to their prior expectations, the wait was not as long as they had anticipated. As the 5 of them enjoyed their meal, they also engaged in conversation. Delicious. This is on par with home-cooked meals, Chin Tong exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. A subtle complimenting technique. When praising restaurant dishes, one might say they rival home cooking, and conversely. When extolling parents' cuisine, one might claim it is reminiscent of restaurant fare. However, Chin Tong's praise was sincere. His mother, Jiang Meiji, was an exceptional cook, and he had always looked forward to her meals. He was pleasantly surprised that the taste at Old Chin's restaurant was equally remarkable. Truly delicious. No wonder it's regarded as the best around, Miao Zhengzhong chimed in. If it's good, let us eat more. Zhang Ningxin smiled at Chin Ting. The 5 of them feasted heartily, while Sun Jun and Zhao Xueshi felt somewhat awkward due to their lack of conversation topics. Just then, Zhao Xueshi's roommate arrived. Sun Jun eagerly welcomed Zhao Xueshi's roommate to sit down. Suddenly, his gaze became transfixed as he beheld a girl more enchanting than Zhao Xueshi herself. Her sparkling eyes glimmered like stars in the night sky, and her delicate, petite face, flushed from walking too much, radiated an adorable charm. Her fair skin, touched with a faint rosy hue, made her resemble a blooming peach blossom. Are the standards of university girls truly this high? Sun Jun realized he had been somewhat narrow-minded. Previously, he had believed Zhao Xueshi to be the most beautiful girl in the world, even surpassing the stars of television. Yet recently, he had encountered Linya, Zhang Ningxin. And now this girl before him, leading him to feel that Zhao Xueshi was not as exceptional as he once thought, especially with Zhao Xueshi's roommate appearing like a celestial fairy descended from the heavens, though this fairy appeared somewhat shy. Only when Sun Jun's gaze met hers did a look of surprise and joy illuminate her face. His heart raced, and in that moment, he finally understood the meaning of love-struck exhilaration. Qinting. A melodious voice resonated in everyone's ears. The spell was broken. Sun Jun then realized that the girl was not looking at him, but at Qintung behind him. In an instant, jealousy surged within him. Why should Qintung be surrounded by so many girls? Zhao Xueshi was his childhood friend. Linya likely supported Qintung, and now, even Zhang Ningxin was dining with him. How could it be that Zhao Xueshi's roommate called out Qintung's name? Why? Qintung looked up in surprise, not expecting Li Xingru to be present here. You are roommates? Yes. The revelation that Zhao Xueshi and Li Xingru were roommates caught Qintung completely off guard. Zhang Ningxin, hiding her hands beneath the table, grasped her clothing tightly, suddenly feeling a faint sense of crisis. Although Zhao Xueshi was beautiful, she possessed a unique aura. Zhang Ningxin felt confident in her own looks, believing they were evenly matched, yet the emergence of Li Xingru instilled a sense of unease within her. Not only was Li Xingru more visually striking, but her endearing demeanor also evoked a protective instinct in Zhang Ningxin. She was simply too beautiful, too gentle. How do you know her? Before Zhang Ningxin could speak, Zhao Xueshi coldly inquired. Though Zhao Xueshi was typically aloof and not particularly skilled in social interactions, the excitement on Li Xingru's face when she called out Qinting's name was undeniably genuine. It puzzled Zhao Xueshi. How could Qinting know Li Xingru so well? Qinting glanced at Zhao Xueshi and beckoned Li Xingru over. Come sit with me. Okay. Li Xingru obediently nodded. While Miao Zhengzheng beside Qinting felt both envy and jealousy as he made room for Li Xingru. Why was it that this guy Qintung had such extraordinary luck with the ladies? Envy 10 Li. Classmate, you should not sit with him. His academic performance is poor and he is a bad student. No, he is a good person, Li Xingru resolutely stated as she sat beside Qintung. Qintung scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward at the label of good person. Zhao Xueshi glared coldly at Qinting. Qinting, are you deaf to my words? Qinting shrugged dismissively. What do you matter? Do I really need to answer you? Sun Jun immediately felt displeased. You should really. Before he could finish his sentence, Miao Zhengzhong grabbed a chair. Sun Jun quickly lowered his head, silently thinking it wasn't worth the trouble. You. Zhao Xueshi's chest heaved with anger. It was the same old story. Throughout her life, she had never endured such humiliation. Only in the face of Qinting did she feel this furious. Aren't you afraid I will inform Senior Linya? Chapter 22. Is Qinting a freeloader? An exasperated Zhao Xueshi, what does this have to do with Linya? Do not be so shameless. Can you truly face Senior Linya after what you've done? What is there to feel guilty about? Qintung shrugged, bewildered by Zhao Xueshi's words. The once proud Zhao Xueshi seemed to have lost her grasp on reality. I have never encountered anyone quite like you, living off others while being so close to other girls. Huh? Living off others? Qintung had only just discovered today that he was labeled as a freeloader. Please, do not spread rumors. Zhang Ningxin observed Zhao Xueshi with skepticism. I believe in you. You are a good person, Li Xingru gently remarked. Miao Zhengzhong, Kai Heng, and Luo Zhenbin had grown weary of envy. Qinting wrapped his fingers on the table. Zhao Xueshi, if you continue to throw a tantrum here, do not blame me for being rude. What do you intend to do? I will inform your mother about your disgraceful behavior, Qinting replied coolly. You. Zhao Xueshi was infuriated. If you weren't living off Senior Linya, how could you afford to drive a BMW? Drive a BMW? Qinting's 3 roommates were taken aback. Their roommate was surprisingly affluent. Zhang Ningxin finally understood why Qintung could nonchalantly produce 5,000 yuan. So you believe I am living off Linya? Qinting finally comprehended. You fool. What did you say? I said you're foolish. Spreading rumors based on your baseless assumptions, what else could it be but foolishness? His gaze turned icy, instilling a sense of trepidation in Sun Jun. The intensity of his glare felt distinctly different from the one Miao Zhengzhong had received. Then how did you manage without relying on Senior Linya? Am I obligated to disclose my financial sources to you? Fool. You. Just wait. Zhao Xueshi took out her phone and began dialing Linya's number. Initially, she had obtained Linya's contact through their homeroom teacher in order to inquire about some matters. Once the call connected, Linya's voice was gentle. Is this Junior Zhao? I apologize. I'm a bit busy at the moment. If you have something to discuss, may I call you back later? With that, Linya attempted to hang up the phone. Linya. Boss? Do you have any instructions? Nothing. She dialed the wrong number. You can hang up. All right. With that, Linya ended the call. Shen Teng watched Zhao Xueshi in silence as she stared blankly at her illuminated phone screen. Boss. Instructions? These two terms, when combined, could easily lead any reasonably intelligent person to discern their connection. Shen Teng was, in fact, Linya's employer? Now do you understand? Shen Teng looked at Zhao Xueshi with disdain. You offer misguided kindness without grasping the situation. Such individuals are either foolish or malicious. Zhao Xueshi opened her mouth, utterly at a loss for words. Sun Jun was equally taken aback, realizing that Shen Teng was actually Linya's boss. What exactly does Shen Teng do? Has he committed an error or uttered a misstatement, and yet fails to offer even the most basic of apologies? Shen Teng's gaze was piercing as it fixed upon Zhao Xueshi. I apologize? Zhao Xueshi had never apologized to anyone. In her world, achievements were categorically ranked. Without doubt, Shen Teng occupied the lowest tier. Now, to expect her to apologize to him? Absolutely impossible. Zhao Xueshi rose abruptly, stamping her foot and striding toward the door without a backward glance. This meal, she could not possibly consume. Your master has departed. Aren't you going to hurry after her? Shen Teng cast another glance at Sun Jun. Zhao Xueshi's lofty demeanor was not to be underestimated. Particularly with the encouragement of a sycophant like Sun Jun. Sun Jun shot Shen Teng a glare before hastily following suit. The remaining two roommates of Zhao Xueshi had no choice but to accompany him. Once the two departed, the table instantly buzzed with liveliness. Old Shen, what do you do? You even drive a BMW? The BMW is rented. Linya is someone I bribed with 500 to act, Shen Teng replied with utmost seriousness. Miao Xingzhong was momentarily taken aback, but Zhang Ningxin quickly caught on. Come, let us eat, she said, understanding that Shen Teng wished to steer clear of this topic, and thus did not pursue it further. Upon realizing the situation, Shen Teng's three roommates also refrained from discussing it any longer. Li Xingru sat obediently beside Shen Teng, as quiet as a doll, though she occasionally glanced at him. If that foolish Zhao Xueshi targets you, just let me know. However, she likely won tea. Shen Teng recalled something. If Li Xingru were to be targeted by Zhao Xueshi because of him, he would need to devise a plan. All right, Li Xingru nodded, a faint sweetness blossoming in her heart. Zhang Ningxin glanced at Li Xingru but said nothing, yet the initial sense of crisis she felt upon first seeing Li Xingru resurfaced. As dishes were presented on the table, the atmosphere among the six became amicable. Zhang Ningxin, while savoring her meal, introduced them to the business school. After a hearty feast, they parted ways. How much did you eat, senior? Miao Xingzhong inquired with curiosity. Not much, don't worry, Zhang Ningxin replied with a warm smile. Before parting, Zhang Ningxin earnestly addressed Shen Teng. Rest assured, Shen Teng, I will repay the money for the cat as soon as possible, certainly within 3 months. All right, no problem. Shen Teng responded, welcoming the timeline for repayment. Li Xingru also earnestly added, next month at the earliest, I'll treat you to a meal. All right, no problem. Shen Teng replied as usual. The three, upon hearing Li Xingru's words, were left astonished. How could Li Xingru still want to treat Shen Teng to a meal? They found it perplexing as they struggled to invite a beautiful girl to dine with them, yet Shen Teng somehow had a beauty wishing to treat him. Truly bewildering. The perplexity etched on Kai Heng's face was unmistakable. He found the actions of Shen Teng to be entirely incongruent with the tutorials available online. How could Shen Teng possibly be so well-liked? It was beyond his comprehension, utterly baffling. After bidding farewell to Li Xingru and Zhang Ningxin, only the four of them remained. Miao Xingzhong took a deep breath and spoke. Loyalty is drifted for half a lifetime. Stop. This phrase was all too familiar to Shen Teng. The role of a godfather is hardly a commendable one. Old Shen, brother Shen, do enlighten us. How is it that you managed to be so close to such beautiful women and even have them invite you to dine? Miao Xingzhong was truly envious. At your command, I would gladly support you as the leader of the 210 Four Swordsmen. Kai Heng gazed at Shen Teng with eager anticipation. Indeed. Shen Teng cleared his throat. In that case, I shall share with you a small piece of advice. The three of them instantly focused intently. Shen Teng began to speak slowly. Read more books, keep up with the news, indulge less in snacks, and sleep more. Chapter 23, Market Research and Entrepreneurial Ideas. On the following morning, Shen Teng rose from his bed. The enrollment at the business school was divided into 2 days, occurring in batches. Today marked the second day of registration, with no classes scheduled for the morning, and his roommates were still fast asleep. Early on, Shen Teng made his way to the school cafeteria to conduct a brief interview. Hello, fellow student. May I pose a question to you? Shen Teng approached a classmate and sat down confidently. The student, sipping on porridge, seemed quite taken aback by Shen Teng's boldness. Sure. If someone were to offer to deliver cafeteria meals for free to the dormitory entrance, how much extra would you be willing to pay for that service? Well, I probably wouldn't pay a single cent, considering the cafeteria isn't too far from our dorms. All right, thank you. Shinting smiled and sought out the next student. Hello, fellow student. May I ask you a question? Sure, if someone Shinting patiently continued his inquiries. Shinting, what are you chatting about? Zhang Ningxin was surprised to see him at 8 in the morning. She approached him with an air of confidence. Senior? Shinting looked at Zhang Ningxin in astonishment, glancing at his watch. You're up so early? Today. Zhang Ningxin sported an adorable pink short-sleeve shirt adorned with a cute pig design, paired with fitted jeans that highlighted her youthful vitality. It's not that early, it's already 8. I was summoned by the teacher for a meeting, she replied with a resigned shrug. What about you? Why are you up so early? I'm considering starting a business in college, so I'm here to conduct a little market research. Starting a business? Zhang Ningxin recalled Zhao Xuexi's mention of a BMW during their meal yesterday. It seemed her instincts had indeed been sharp, having identified a remarkable opportunity. Would you be open to discussing the nature of your venture? Perhaps I could offer some advice or share my experience, unless it pertains to trade secrets, of course. It's not really a secret, it's simply a delivery business. Delivery? Zhang Ningxin appeared puzzled. What kind of business is that? For instance, if you wanted a meal but didn't wish to go downstairs, you could call me, and I would deliver it to you. You would then pay me a delivery fee. That's what delivery entails. Shinting's explanation was straightforward, and Zhang Ningxin grasped it. After a few moments of contemplation, her eyes widened in surprise. That idea seems quite promising. The cafeteria is usually crowded during mealtimes, and the lines can be long. If someone could bring food to our door, it would indeed save a great deal of time. One could even order during class. Sometimes, the hassle of going out to eat discourages one from doing so. If someone could deliver it, that would be incredibly convenient. Exactly. So I'm currently inquiring about how much delivery fee they would be willing to accept. I see. You're truly quite clever, Junior. Zhang Ningxin sincerely praised him, expressing her astonishment at such an idea for the first time. A vibrant and youthful beauty gazed at him with admiration. A typical male college student would have surely faltered under her gaze. However, she quickly pondered a potential drawback. But, Junior, aren't you concerned that someone might replicate this idea if you conduct market research in this manner? Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I will take this into consideration. Shintung replied with a smile. What he truly desired was for others to emulate his concept. It was now 2011, and the first food delivery platform, Blue Knight, had been established for a solid 3 years. In the first half of this year, Blue Knight had received millions of dollars in funding. The notion of food delivery was no longer a unique idea. Is an idea valuable? Indeed. Yet, at times, it may not hold as much worth. If Chun-Tung genuinely intended to establish a food delivery service on campus, would there not be imitators? Certainly. So, what would allow Chun-Tung to distinguish himself amid a sea of imitators? It is essential to understand that food delivery, unlike gaming, relies heavily on offline personnel for promotion, commonly referred to as grassroots marketing. Chun-Tung was well aware of his own abilities. In terms of eloquence and salesmanship, he was not exceptional. When it came to managing a large team, he also fell short of being outstanding. While he possessed a remarkable vision from the future, it did not equip him with the knowledge to create a food delivery platform or to avoid potential pitfalls. The entrepreneurial journey is fraught with numerous hazards and traps. What could possibly enable Chun-Tung to stand out among a multitude of imitators? It seemed implausible. Chun-Tung's aim was not to be a pioneer. Rather, he sought to consolidate those willing to take risks on campus. The specific strategy involved disseminating the idea, allowing a multitude of individuals to implement it and subsequently engage in competition. Then, Chun-Tung would invest money to acquire them directly. This was the true essence of the game. Why toil away building a team himself? It was absurd. He was uncertain if he could even outperform this group. Competing with talented individuals was not his strategy. Instead, he aimed to have them work for him. However, a pertinent question arose. Why not directly acquire the largest existing food delivery platform? The answer was simple. Firstly, Chun-Tung was late to the game. They had secured millions in investment the previous year, and they were not lacking in funds. Secondly, Chun-Tung lacked a solid background. They had already garnered the confidence of capital investors. Why would they choose Chun-Tung? Surely, no one genuinely believed that attracting capital's favor was solely about money, right? It is essential to recognize that the channels and backgrounds of capital are what truly entice a business. Chun-Tung could not acquire them. Instead, He could only observe whether there were any exceptional individuals among the college students and aim to recruit them. As for whether these exceptional individuals might harbor a desire to remain independent rather than submit to him, Shinteng believed it was normal for some to stubbornly want to forge their own path. However, it was unlikely that every single one of them would be so obstinate, dismissing wealth as insignificant and unwilling to accept Shinteng's overtures. The charisma of Shinteng appears rather lacking. Naturally, he would not divulge this core sentiment to Zhang Ningxin. However, he is indeed grateful for her reminder. By the way, Junior, if you have aspirations for entrepreneurship, you might consider applying for a project at our school's entrepreneurial park. Those who apply can receive support in office space and entrepreneurial funding. Does our school actually have such resources? Chintu was aware that Huagua encourages entrepreneurship. Yet he did not anticipate such initiatives would begin so early, even offering assistance from the college. Indeed. Thank you, Senior. If you have any ideas, you could also join my team, Zhang Ningxin said with a smile. Oh, do you have aspirations for entrepreneurship as well, Senior? Certainly. Although I must admit my abilities are not particularly strong. If your skills are insufficient, I can only express my apologies. Zhang Ningxin's smile faltered. Must it be so brutally honest? Yet, she reassured herself that she could still handle a portion of the work. All right, if the opportunity arises, I will seek your assistance. Shinteng replied with a cheerful smile. Humility is not necessarily an admirable trait during interviews. If Zhang Ningxin herself acknowledges her limitations, what purpose would Shinteng have for her? To serve as a mere mascot? Well then, I shall await your call, Junior. Under the gaze of Chun Teng's smiling eyes, Zhang Ningxin suddenly felt a sense that Chun Teng was not someone she could easily control. Chapter 24. Skipping military training to advance the sacred body. After a brief conversation with Zhang Ningxin, Chun Teng commenced a thorough market research in the cafeteria, engaging each individual he encountered. As time drew near, he returned to the dormitory. Here, I've brought breakfast for you all. By this time, the three roommates had already risen. Chun Teng distributed the warm breakfast he had procured from the cafeteria. Damn, Lao Chen, you truly are a remarkable person, exclaimed Miao Zhangzhong, swiftly getting out of bed to brush his teeth. As he savored the freshly steamed buns, Miao Zhangzhong could only express his delight with a simple, "This is fantastic." Upon returning to his desk, Chen Ting opened his laptop and posted another market research inquiry on the campus forum. His intention was to make this idea known throughout the entire school, encouraging everyone to experiment with it. Chen Teng remained uncertain about the potential pitfalls he might encounter during this process, and he had no inkling of how many individuals might fail. His only desire was to witness who would ultimately succeed. Brother Chen, what are you up to? Can I take a look? Miao Zhangzhong, munching on his bun, cast a curious glance towards Chun Teng's computer screen. However, the distance between them made it difficult for him to see. I'm posting on the campus forum. If you want to check it out, feel free. Upon hearing this, Miao Zhangzhong promptly rushed to Chun Teng's side, continuing to eat his bun while observing the post. This question. Brother Chen, are you planning to start a business? Yes, I'm considering a delivery service. Chun Teng was unperturbed by sharing his entrepreneurial aspirations. What is that? Miao Zhangzhong inquired, puzzled. It's where customers pay a small delivery fee, and we bring their food right to their doorsteps, or even into their hands. That sounds challenging. If the prices are too high, there won't be many willing customers, and if they're too low, we'll exhaust ourselves without earning much. Miao Zhangzhong swallowed a mouthful of bun and remarked, "Oh?" Chen Teng was taken aback by Miao Zhangzhong's ability to identify such a problem in such a short span of time. Don't look at me like that, Brother Chun. I mentioned I have a wide network. I know many restaurant owners. Their customers are just like that. If the price of duck leg rice increases by a yuan, sales can drop significantly. Many are quite sensitive to pricing, Miao Zhangzhong stated with a measure of expertise. Is the student demographic the same? Chen Teng inquired, turning his gaze towards him. The student demographic, I'm not entirely sure. Some are sensitive to pricing, while others are not as much, which highlights the importance of market research. Chen Teng replied with a smile. Miao Zhangzhong's ability to pinpoint this issue indeed surprised Chen Teng. However, in reality, users who are highly sensitive to pricing can still be encouraged to develop a habit of ordering delivery through various strategies. Once a habit is established, everything becomes manageable. Brother Chen, do you genuinely wish to start a business? Kai Hung could no longer contain his curiosity. Yes, just to make a little extra cash. Chen Ting smiled. Can you take me along? If you prove your capabilities, then certainly. But for now, it's still in the exploratory phase. We are merely conducting market research. All right. Kai Hung responded with a hint of disappointment. Yet, he merely entertained the thought and chose not to voice any further concerns. In the afternoon, it was time for the class meeting. Following the notification in the group, Chun Tung habitually took a seat in the last row upon arriving at the classroom. Kai Hang and Luo Jinbin sat beside him, while Miao Zhengzheng wandered to the front to engage in conversation. As he chatted with his peers, Chun Ting suddenly thought that this fellow might be quite suited for local promotional work. The idea of him as a natural promoter intrigued Chun Tung, prompting him to observe further. As the time approached, an unfamiliar middle-aged man entered the room, surprising Chun Ting and the others. To their astonishment, a girl of similar age followed him in. Even more surprising was the fact that they recognized this girl, Zhang Ningxin. It dawned on Chun Tung who the class assistant mentioned in the group truly was. During university, the class teacher rarely made an appearance, typically seen only at the beginning and end of the semester. Class affairs were usually managed by a senior class assistant, commonly referred to as the class assistant, who would be a year older than the students. In their class group, there was a senior who frequently answered the freshmen's questions, but she had not disclosed her name, so everyone simply called her sister. At that moment, Chun Tung realized that Zhang Ningxin was indeed their class assistant. No wonder she had been so surprised when they introduced themselves. Zhang Ningxin spotted Chun Tung and winked at him. Once everyone had arrived, the class teacher briefly introduced himself, welcoming them to the School of Business, stating that they would now be one collective unit. After approximately 3 minutes of formalities, the teacher concluded his remarks and indicated for Zhang Ningxin to take the floor. With a smile, she addressed the class. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Ningxin. I am your class assistant, and during your time at university, please feel free to approach me with any questions or concerns. I will do my utmost to assist you. A lively boy, eager to make his presence known, asked, Sister, do you have a boyfriend? Not yet, but there is someone I like, she replied. The boy's face immediately fell in disappointment. Luo Jinbin and Kai Hung turned their gazes toward Chun Tung. Why are you looking at me? Surely you don't think. Stop pretending, Chen Ge. If you hadn't gone that day, it would have been the three of us footing the bill. Do you really believe she would have treated us? Kai Hang remarked with a hint of jealousy. In V20 came the murmurs from his peers. Exactly, Chen Good. Have you truly considered teaching a class? Another chimed in with envy. I think you're all overthinking it, Chen Ting retorted, prompting Kai Hang and Luo Jinbin to fall silent. With the conversation having reached this point, what more could they say? Zhang Ningxin, having transitioned past the previous topic, continued with the important matters at hand. Let me briefly outline our class's upcoming activities. The first item is that starting the day after tomorrow, we will begin a 2-week military training session. Are there any students who are unable to participate due to health reasons? I am. Chinting raised his hand. From the very day he submitted his college application, Chinting anticipated the ordeal of military training. Its purpose, understood by those in the know, was hardly a secret. Thus, he took a deliberate tumble, securing a medical note prohibiting him from engaging in vigorous activities or standing for prolonged periods. In that moment, Chun Tung became the most envied individual in the class, drawing the gaze of all his peers. Though it was their first time in university, they were not unacquainted with the formidable reputation of military training. Encountering a lenient instructor was one thing. Facing a strict one could render those 2 weeks exceedingly arduous. Wow, Brother Chin, you possess quite the skill. You have truly earned my admiration. How did you manage that? Kai Hang and Luo Jinbin marveled at Chin Tung's remarkable ingenuity, astonished that he could evade military training altogether. Even Zhang Ningxin was taken aback, observing Chanting with increasing admiration. Very well. Now let me share with everyone some essential precautions regarding military training. Chapter 25. Is it possible to become the greatest gaming company in the world? As the roommates embarked on a 2-week military training journey, Chin Tung commenced his market research at several nearby universities. He diligently rotated through various institutions, visiting one in the morning, another at noon, and yet another in the afternoon. In addition to his campus visits, he engaged with numerous online forums to gather insights. His research locations extended beyond just the cafeterias. He ventured into entrepreneurial parks at different universities, directly conducting market evaluations. Perhaps someone had already conceived a similar idea? He was eager to discover if anyone wished to draw inspiration from his concept. During the initial week, Ching Ching roamed the campuses but found no one utilizing his idea. However, by the second week, he finally observed some progress at the business school. There, he noticed posters being affixed to the walls beneath the dormitories. The content of these advertisements was quite straightforward. They offered to deliver meals from certain nearby restaurants directly to the dorms. The bottom right corner of the poster displayed a phone number. A delivery fee of 5 yuan. Could that be too steep? Chen-tung felt uncertain. Were he an entrepreneur, he would be reluctant to undertake such a delivery if it yielded only 1 or 2 orders over half a day. Conversely, as a consumer, he too would find that additional 5 yuan rather excessive. While he scrutinized the advertisement, a male student approached him with a smile. Hey there. Would you be interested in trying out our service? How long have you been operating? Chen-tung inquired, attempting to disguise himself as a potential customer. We just started today. Are you interested? We can even deliver items from the supermarket. Not particularly, as I find the 5 yuan charge a bit pricey. Chen-tung candidly expressed his thoughts. May I ask how many calls you've received? The student hesitated, revealing a hint of discomfort. Chen-tung waved his hand, signaling that he would not press further. After all, such information could be considered a trade secret, and it would be inappropriate to inquire directly. In the following days, no new teams emerged. After observing the situation, Chen-tung noted that only 2 teams had materialized across the surrounding universities during the 2-week period, one at the business school and the other at the Huaza Foreign Language Institute. The rest seemed either lacking in ideas or still in the planning stages, as they had yet to commence their endeavors. This predicament left Kai Heng feeling anxious. Old Chen, why haven't you made a move yet? I see that the daily delivery from our school has been operational for a week. He was hopeful that Chen-tung would achieve success and allow him to benefit from it. Yet, to his surprise, while others had taken action, the original proponent of the idea, Chen-tung, remained stagnant. Although he left early and returned late each day, progress was not visible. Don't worry. Have you completed your military training yet? Chen-tung evaded Kai Heng's inquiry, steering the conversation in another direction. We've just finished. There's a girl in the class next door who is absolutely stunning. I think I'm smitten, Miao Zhengzhong exclaimed, his face radiating happiness. Is that Lu Jiejia? Luo Zhenbin suddenly interjected. Who is Lu Jiejia? Miao Zhengzhong responded, perplexed. Regarding the most beautiful girl from the neighboring class, the third girl in the front row. Luo Zhenbin remarked. Yes, indeed, she is the most beautiful one in that class. Miao Zhengzhong nodded vigorously, only to quickly realize something was amiss. How do you know her name? Oh, it's nothing. I simply asked our class assistant to inquire with their class assistant. I even have her contact information, Luo Zhenbin replied, a hint of pride in his voice. This level of efficiency astonished Chen-tung, who had presumed Luo Zhenbin to be an introverted homebody. He was pleasantly surprised by his high efficiency. Wow, old Luo. No, wait, brother Luo, this is quite impressive. Kai Heng interjected, a note of envy creeping into his tone. Now, let me teach you two what it truly means to pursue a girl. Luo Zhenbin declared triumphantly. Chen-tung inquired with curiosity, how do you plan to pursue her? Luo Zhenbin chuckled, I've studied their class schedule. Most of their classes coincide with ours, so I can bring her breakfast before class. Over time, I'm sure I can win her heart. Miao Zhengzhong frowned. Old Luo, that's not fair. You could also give her gifts. That seems reasonable. Miao Zhengzhong mused, stroking his chin, as if contemplating what to gift Lu Jiejia. Chen-tung found himself increasingly curious about Lu Jiejia's appearance, especially since the atmosphere in their dormitory, room 210, seemed to be leaning towards becoming a hub for infatuated admirers. Brother Chen, in a couple of days, when classes start, we'll take you to see Lu Jiejia. Sounds good. 2 weeks of military training swiftly passed, and after its conclusion, the weekend arrived. Following the weekend, classes would officially commence. During this time, exciting news from Tengda Games also emerged. The mobile version of Plants vs. Zombies was launched, accompanied by a new DLC. The new DLC meant new plants, new zombies, new maps, and new minigames. Set against the backdrop of Egypt, the new zombies possessed the ability to absorb sunlight. Indeed, Chen-tung had drawn inspiration from PvZ2. He believed that, aside from the pay-to-win aspects, PvZ2 had its merits. Unfortunately, it was hard to overlook those elements. Nevertheless, he felt that borrowing certain creative ideas was acceptable. The download became available at 10 o'clock on Saturday morning, and Chen-tung promptly purchased it from the official Tengda Games website. Oh, Brother Chen, is this Plants vs. Zombies? Do you play this too? Miao Zhengzhong asked, perplexed. Yes, indeed, but I haven't seen this map before. You're not playing a pirated version, are you? Miao Zhengzhong questioned, his expression one of concern. The newly released DLC. The Egyptian era, Chen-tung explained, having previously experienced part of it and now deciding to delve deeper. How much is the new DLC? 6 yuan. That doesn't seem too expensive, Miao Zhengzhong mused, contemplating a purchase. Compared to the exorbitant prices of various AAA titles, this price was quite reasonable. This was the direction Shintung had set for Plants vs. Zombies, relying on a substantial player base to ensure sales. Shintung plans to introduce an increasing number of DLCs, while also considering discounts on earlier content, possibly bundling it together for further savings. Early adopters enjoy the game sooner, while those who purchase later benefit from discounts. Online gaming forums have once again been inundated with discussions about Plants vs. Zombies. It is worth noting that this game is not particularly extensive or lengthy. The majority of players can leisurely experience all its content within a month. In just that time frame, over 90% of players might uninstall the game. Unexpectedly, Plants vs. Zombies received an update. Following this news, many players hurriedly reinstalled the game. What was once a declining topic online suddenly became the center of attention again. Tengda has indeed excelled, swiftly introducing a host of new maps. The subsequent levels present a certain level of difficulty, making progress less straightforward. It is hailed as the most enjoyable tower defense game in the world. No one anticipated that Tengda's update frequency would be so rapid. At this moment, no single-player game has managed to update as frequently as Plants vs. Zombies. Most importantly, the quality of these updates is also commendably high. A question quietly emerges on the internet. Could Tengda Games potentially become the greatest game company in the world? Chapter 26. The campus goddess Lu Jiajia. A myriad of emotions surged from all corners of the world: adoration, excitement, jealousy, and frustration. Shintung discerned a subtle rule: the further away an individual was from him, the less emotional value they imparted. If someone from beyond the Milky Way were to feel anger towards Shintung, it is unlikely that his emotional value would rise in the slightest. He glanced at the sales data for the new DLC of Plants vs. Zombies. In a mere 3 minutes, sales soared past 10,000, culminating in a phenomenal million on the first day. Such figures are undeniably astonishing in the realm of domestic single-player games. Although this sales achievement was attained through a strategy of lower pricing, it remains an unparalleled feat within the country, dominating the sales charts on the domestic Steam platform. Plants vs. Zombies stood far ahead of the second-place competitor. More significantly, the game's overseas sales were noteworthy. Initially, Plants vs. Zombies struggled to gain traction due to insufficient promotion, resulting in a modest player base. Nevertheless, as is often the case with gold, it eventually shone through. As more individuals engaged with Plants vs. Zombies, its reputation blossomed over the months. Increasingly, players on the international internet began sharing their experiences with the game. This enthusiasm translated into sales, propelling the game's overseas figures past 5 million, spanning both the Steam platform and the App Store. It is worth mentioning that pricing can differ across regions on these platforms. Shintung priced the game at 6 yuan domestically, while it retailed for $6 abroad. Earning dollars while spending dollars felt exceedingly reasonable to him. Consequently, the game has already generated a staggering profit of $30 million overseas. Despite the obligatory platform cuts, Plants vs. Zombies has rendered Tengda Games immensely prosperous. Shintung was aware that numerous investors had caught wind of Tengda Games' impending rise and sought to invest. However, he had declined all offers. Where others lacked confidence, Shintung was assured of the quality of each game he produced, believing them to be top-tier hits. He did not require external investment. He aspired to become the capital itself. Plans for expansion were on the horizon, and in the coming year, they intended to venture into new domains, necessitating a significant workforce. He messaged Linya, suggesting the establishment of a new company named Tengda Life. The specifics would be discussed once he finalized his plans. The new domain would encompass the realm of daily living, covering essentials such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation. However, Shintung recognized that he could not execute a comprehensive strategy at this juncture. He would need to start with a singular focus. That focal point would be food delivery. By leveraging food delivery as a fulcrum, he aimed to pivot into the broader lifestyle sector. Though it was a day off, Linda responded promptly, affirming his proposal within a minute. Her professional dedication brought Shintung immense comfort. This was what professionalism truly meant. After the weekend concluded, Shintung was poised to embark on the arduous life of a university student. On Monday morning, he arrived early and claimed the last row of seats in the classroom for his roommates. If there were an award for the best roommate in Huagua, Shintung felt certain he would secure it effortlessly. Aside from Shintung, Luo Jinbin was the earliest to arrive at classroom 210, albeit with a small cake in hand. "What is that for?" Shintung inquired. "It's for Lu Jiejia, the goddess in my heart." Luo Jinbin replied, his tone tinged with enthusiasm. During military training, her photos had circulated on the forum, and many proclaimed her the campus goddess. "Oh, I see," Ting recalled their discussions in the dormitory right after military training. Is she here yet? Not yet. But I can assure you, once you see her, your gaze will be irresistibly drawn to her. Is she that beautiful? Ting's interest peaked. How does she compare to Senior Zhang? She is slightly less stunning than the senior, Luo Zhenbin admitted, his enthusiasm waning. He suddenly recalled a meal from the beginning of the semester, where seated next to Ting were Zhang Ningxin and Li Xingrua. The former was already a beauty of campus flower status, while the latter surpassed her in allure. Although the university did not rank campus flowers, the boys maintained a rough hierarchy in their minds regarding beauty. In Luo Zhenbin's eyes, regardless of the rankings, Li Xingrua would always stand as an insurmountable peak among the so-called campus flowers. I see, Ting's interest diminished considerably. In his previous life, overwhelmed by the impact of beauty filters, he had encountered countless stunning women, yet only Li Xingrua had truly captivated him. Suddenly, Luo Zhenbin sprang to his feet. Ting looked up to see two girls entering the room. One of them was strikingly beautiful, adorned with exquisite, alluring makeup, her figure impeccably maintained. The lingering heat of summer had her dressed in a short skirt and a crop top, perfectly showcasing her sultry silhouette. Luo Zhenbin eagerly approached with his small cake. Jejia, this is breakfast I brought for you. I hope you enjoy it. The sound of his voice sent shivers down Teng's spine. What a dork. Teng had never heard Luo Zhenbin speak so gently in the dormitory. Who says only girls can be dorks? Boys can be too. Wow. Thank you, Luo. I love it. Lu Jejia exclaimed, her surprise evident. This reaction made Teng feel quite differently. Unlike Luo Zhenbin, Lu Jejia didn't feign affection, but her expression of delight left him utterly captivated. The emotional value was simply overwhelming. I can bring you more in a few days, Luo Zhenbin exclaimed, even more exhilarated. What could possibly bring greater joy than witnessing the delighted expression of one's beloved goddess? Ting gazed at Luo Zhenbin, fully aware that he had succumbed entirely. He could not discern whether Lu Jejia possessed a naturally high emotional intelligence or if her affections were solely directed towards Luo Zhenbin. However, based on his experience, he leaned towards the former as the more probable explanation. Indifferent, Ting leaned on the table and began to flip through a book. Suddenly, a waft of perfume enveloped him, infiltrating his senses. Lu Jejia gracefully settled beside him. Hello. I apologize, but this seat is occupied, Teng replied languidly. That is quite all right. I shall sit here for a moment. You must be Teng, correct? Her gentle voice resonated in Teng's ears, emanating a charm that seemed to linger in the air. Teng furrowed his brow slightly. Now, he was certain that she was merely toying with Luo Zhenbin. Let us get to the point. Oh, it's nothing really. I simply wish to make a friend, Lu Jejia said with a subtle smile, her radiance illuminating the space around them. I see. Teng observed Lu Jejia's face, his lips curling into a faint smile as well. In that case, I must decline. Chapter 27, A Wager. The layered tactics of the Sea Queen Teng had encountered numerous women of this ilk, those endowed with beauty, adept in socializing, capable of swiftly identifying wealthy individuals amidst crowds, and surrounded by a throng of admirers. Such women, Teng typically referred to as sea queens. In his previous life, when Teng was still unremarkable, there existed a woman of this sort in his company. She possessed an alluring figure and striking looks. With a multitude of admirers surrounding her, Teng harbored no particular feelings for her. However, it was peculiar that she held an interest in him, a desire for friendship. To be precise, when Teng inquired as to her reasoning, her response was refreshingly straightforward. You possess self-awareness and thus refrain from pursuing me. You are suited for a friendship filled with casual conversation. At that moment, Teng felt as though he had been struck by 1,000 arrows. Yet, as time unfolded, he realized her words bore a kernel of truth. Teng understood that her aspirations lay in marrying a wealthy man, and he was not to her taste. He once asked her how to quickly identify affluent individuals and their devoted admirers. She replied that it relied upon instinct. Wealthy individuals often exuded a sense of relaxation, in stark contrast to their eager admirers, who were characterized by their urgent demeanor and an overwhelming desire to reveal their innermost thoughts. From her, Teng gleaned many traits common among women like her. Ultimately, she did indeed leverage her intellect and charm to wed a wealthy man, severing ties with all other males, including Teng. He could not help but admire her determination. She knew what she wanted and relentlessly pursued her goal, ultimately achieving it. Of course, this journey was not without its ethical dilemmas, as she maintained her admirers to ensure her extravagant lifestyle. She asserted that beauty necessitated financial support, and until she achieved her goal, she must find ways to uphold her allure. In later times, such behavior became commonplace. At least prior to her marriage into affluence and the subsequent severance of ties with her admirers, she compensated them handsomely for their material losses. As for their emotional losses, she was of no assistance. Upon learning of this, Qinting regretted not having spent money on her. The notion of admirers was irrelevant. They were, after all, patrons. Subsequently, Qinting encountered many women akin to her, the vast majority of whom offered no material recompense to their admirers. They merely sought to utilize these admirers to sustain their extravagant lifestyles. With fervor akin to fire and a heart as cold as ice, they employed an array of tactics, always maintaining a delicate balance of closeness and distance. In Lu Jiejia, Qinting detected a familiar scent. Thus, he adopted a rather indifferent attitude towards her. Lu Jiejia's expression stiffened, seemingly taken aback by Qinting's unexpected coldness. Luo Zhenbin attempted to mediate. Old Chun is just like that. Lu Jiejia quickly regained her smile. It's perfectly fine. It is Qinting's prerogative to choose his friends. I merely apologize, but I seem to be allergic to the fragrance of your perfume. Might I trouble you to keep your distance? Lu Jiejia gritted her teeth and replied, fine. Since Qinting does not wish to befriend this individual, so be it. He cast a glance and discerned that Lu Jiejia still resided in her juvenile phase. A mature person, even when rebuffed, would exhibit no emotions upon their countenance. They might even offer a compliment devoid of superficiality. Luo Zhenbin, seated beside him, wore a look of concern. Old Qin. Isn't it a bit inconsiderate not to give her face? Qinting merely gave him a fleeting glance. What? Are you worried that my actions might tarnish your relationship with her? Though his gaze was neutral, it seemed to penetrate Luo Zhenbin's very soul. The latter's smile turned awkward. Not at all. Rest assured, her attitude towards you won't change because of me. As long as the number and quality of admirers remain insufficient, she won't grow too cold towards you. Old Qin, I believe your perspective is rather extreme. Luo Zhenbin's discontent was palpable. What do you mean by admirers? I am her friend now. Their essay saying that emphasizes reciprocity. You bring her breakfast. What is she reciprocated with? A sweet smile and a heartfelt thank you? Old Qin, you are far too utilitarian. Luo Zhenbin remained unconvinced. I believe Lu Jiejia is not that kind of person. Is your family affluent? Qinting inquired. I don't mean modest wealth, but rather an abundance of riches. No. At most 3 months, Qinting raised 3 fingers. What do you mean by 3 months at most? Luo Zhenbin was puzzled by the abruptness of his statement. Qinting spoke with utmost confidence. In no more than 3 months, she will acquire a sufficient number of admirers. Subsequently, she will neglect a portion of them, a period of neglect lasting between 2 weeks to a month. During this phase, you will ponder where you went wrong. Engaging in self-reflection. Once this period concludes, she will once again show enthusiasm towards you, compelling you to treat her even better. After this cycle repeats 3 or 4 times, congratulations, you will find it impossible to forget her. Luo Zhenbin, increasingly unconvinced, retorted, what if she behaves differently than you suggest? Qinting shrugged. That would be unfortunate. She might completely sever ties with you during one of her neglect phases, deeming you unworthy in her eyes. She lacks the energy to maintain enthusiasm and may simply abandon you. What I mean is, what if Lu Jiejia is not as manipulative as you say? What if she is truly a good girl? Then I shall concede that I misjudged her. I will personally apologize to Lu Jiejia, and I shall cover the expenses for your honeymoon after your marriage. But let us not dwell too long on this. If you can secure her formal acknowledgement, I shall treat you to an extravagant candlelit dinner, with all expenses on me. If it turns out that my judgment was indeed flawed, it would be only fair to compensate her. However, I truly do not believe I would misjudge her. If Lu Jiejia truly valued Luo Zhenbin and was not merely cultivating his submissive tendencies, she would not have greeted me in such a manner. Under normal circumstances, Lu Jiejia would have asked our mutual friend, Luo Zhenbin, to introduce her to me. Then, briefly concluding with a few words, as you suggested. Luo Zhenbin is well aware that Qinting is not lacking in financial resources. His words, once spoken, are not to be taken back. At present, he truly feels a sense of defiance. He must catch up with Lu Jiejia to prove himself to Qinting. Oh, by the way, I have a swift method to test this. If you persist in refraining from spending money on her, she will soon grow distant towards you. Indeed, if one is unwilling to spend on a lady, what reason would she have to be with me? Luo Zhenbin's formidable logic left Qinting momentarily speechless. Very well. Just be sure not to mention our wager. Otherwise, she might agree to be with you out of gratitude for this candlelit dinner. Old Chun, Lu Jejia is not so superficial. All right, I spoke out of turn. Chun Tung waved his hand, acknowledging his own imprudence. He truly cannot abide seeing his fellow men reduced to being mere sycophants. Yet, as the saying goes, one cannot reason with a fool. Chun Tung was unable to sway Luo Jinbin. However, encountering the first Lu Jejia early in life is ultimately a fortuitous event, far preferable to facing such matters when one is of marriageable age. At that moment, Miao Zhengzhong and Kai Heng also arrived in the classroom, appearing bleary-eyed as if they had just awakened. The teacher on stage made their entrance, and the class commenced. Chun Ting listened attentively. For each university, lecture comprises 2 segments of 45 minutes, seamlessly merged into a comprehensive session. As the first class concluded, Zhang Ningxin emerged from the back of the classroom and gently tapped Chun Tung's left shoulder. Chun Ting turned his head to the left, only to find nothing there. Instead, he felt another gentle tap on his right shoulder. Come on, this childish trick is quite enough, Chun Tung muttered with exasperation, only to be met with Zhang Ningxin's beaming face. Chapter 28. Assigning Tasks. Chun Ting's class has commenced. Hee. Deceiving others is not considered childish. A pair of vibrant eyes sparkled with brilliance. Today, she adorned herself with delicate makeup, donning a lovely, pure white dress of medium length. The fabric, light and airy, swayed gently in the breeze, with a pristine lace trim adorning the hem. Her hair was gently tied into a loose low ponytail, with a few stray strands cascading charmingly beside her cheeks, adding a touch of sweetness to her appearance. When Zhang Ningxin arrived, Luo Jinbin and the others greeted her warmly. She responded to each greeting before pulling Chun Tung out of the classroom. Chun Ting, have you started on your entrepreneurial ideas? Not yet. Why? Nothing. I just noticed that our school seems to have a team already formed, so I wanted to remind you. After all, in entrepreneurship, first mover advantage is crucial, Zhang Ningxin expressed, a hint of urgency in her tone. Thank you for your concern, senior, but I have my own ideas, Chun Tung replied with a smile. He could sense that Zhang Ningxin's kindness was genuine, which touched him deeply. It is important to recognize that no one is inherently obligated to treat you well. When someone does, gratitude is essential. All right, as long as you have your own thoughts. As I always say, if you need my help, feel free to ask. I can offer some assistance. Aren't you quite busy, senior? It's fine. If necessary, I can resign from some of my student council and club duties. After all, those trivial matters can be handled by anyone, Zhang Ningxin stated with confidence. If you truly have the time, I actually do need your help with something. Chun Ting pondered for a moment and decided to place some trust in Zhang Ningxin. What is it? She inquired eagerly. I want to promote our delivery startup idea to as many people in our school as possible. What do you mean? Zhang Ningxin furrowed her brow. Wouldn't that just unnecessarily increase our competition? That's all right. What I desire is to increase competition, Chun Ting clarified. If we are looking to increase competition. Zhang Ningxin's frown deepened. We could tell them that this venture is highly profitable, thus attracting them. To her surprise, Chun Tung frowned at this suggestion. He shook his head, adopting a serious demeanor. Absolutely not. Such tactics are completely unacceptable. This was the first time Zhang Ningxin had witnessed Chun Ting so earnest and grave. Why not? Because doing so could easily entice some thoughtless individuals to recklessly dive in, only to suffer significant losses. Indeed, I believe those who rush into entrepreneurship without adequate market research deserve their fate. They should weigh their own capabilities. However, those who lure them into this industry bear their own moral responsibilities. If the naive willingly plunge into the fray, they are merely victims of circumstance. But enticing them to leap in, that raises ethical concerns. Although Chun Ting's moral compass was not particularly high, he would not stoop to such tactics. He merely laid a path before everyone, allowing them to choose their own direction. Ultimately, the choice lies with oneself. What others may encounter after entering is a matter for which Chun Tung bears no responsibility. In fact, Chun Tung has thoughtfully advised them to be mindful of not incurring excessive delivery fees. However, to place a notice at the beginning of this path proclaiming its profitability would be utterly outrageous, akin to luring someone into a trap. While those deceived may lack discernment, the true villain is the deceiver. Zhang Ningxin has come to realize that Chun Tung's intentions were not as he initially perceived. She resolved to spread the word, astonished by Chun Tung's unexpected kindness. Though, one might argue it's not kindness per se, should they choose to embark on entrepreneurship and ultimately suffer losses. It would not concern him. Chun Tung's moral compass is not particularly elevated. The marketplace resembles a battlefield. Once one steps onto the battlefield, Chun Tung will not concern himself with how others entered the fray. He will exert every effort to dismantle their business and drive them out of this arena. Nevertheless, despite his low moral standing, he maintains a boundary. He does not entice others to join. His priority is to fulfill the tasks assigned by his superiors. Zhang Mingxin playfully saluted Chen Tong, lacking the demeanor of a senior. Chen Ting couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, the class bell rang, and Zhang Mingxin laughed as she dashed away. After settling in the classroom, Kai Hung could no longer contain his eager spirit. Brother Chun, what did the senior say to you? She mentioned wanting to assist me in starting a business. Oh, did you agree? I assigned her a small task to gauge her performance. Kai Hung was utterly surprised by Zhang Mingxin's apparent investment in Chen Tung's affairs. Brother Chun, how do you attract girls? Is it your looks? Chen Tung himself was unaware of Zhang Mingxin's attentiveness towards him. However, interpersonal communication often begins with external appearances. He speculated that what initially drew Zhang Mingxin to him might indeed be his visage. How infuriating! While Kai Heng's appearance could hardly be deemed unattractive, it certainly did not align with the notion of handsomeness. If one truly harbors feelings for a girl, they should boldly take the initiative, starting from friendship. Chen Tung encouraged Kai Hung. This prompted Luo Zhenbin, who overheard, to express some discontent. Old Chun, didn't you just tell me not to be a sycophant? Why are you encouraging Lao Kai to be one? I never urged him to be a sycophant. I merely advised him to cultivate genuine friendships. A true friend would not readily accept gifts from someone they have only just met. Chen Ting felt it necessary to clarify the distinction between being proactive and being a sycophant. A sycophant is always proactive, but not every proactive individual is a sycophant. The difference lies in whether the relationship is balanced during the friendship and whether one party is solely giving. However, it is crucial to recognize that the other party has the right to decline, and one should not persistently pursue. Do you understand? Kai Hung nodded thoughtfully. Miao Xingzhong, resting his head on the desk, interjected. All right, Brother Chun, enough of this. He's just babbling. During the first week of military training, there were incessant calls for someone to deliver water to Lu Jiajia. However, after a full 2 weeks, not a single bottle had been dispatched. This was far less effective than old Luo, who had achieved far more with minimal effort. What do you understand? You mere bystanders can merely comment. But as a water courier, I have a multitude of considerations. Kai Hang protested vehemently. While you dither on how to deliver the water, old Luo has already been doing it for several days. Miao Zhangzheng's words caused Luo Zhenbin to instinctively lift his chin in pride. Chen Tung, disinterested in their bickering, chose to focus on strategizing for the future. Yet, their conversation did not last long, as the instructor approached them. I have tolerated your antics for quite some time, he stated. Typically, instructors from third-tier institutions tend to be indifferent, adopting an attitude of either listening or disregarding entirely. However, many professors at the business school hailed from the main campus. The fact that he had remained patient for so long indicated a remarkable level of tolerance. Consequently, the trio fell silent, while Chen Tung could not help but stifle a chuckle. Fortunately, the instructor remained oblivious to his amusement. Thus, the class passed in an atmosphere of tranquility. Chapter 29. Think twice. Dispel the notion of Miao Zhengzheng. Another week of mundane campus life has passed. Kai Heng engaged in idle chatter. Miao Zhengzheng mingled with various individuals to forge friendships, and Luo Zhenbin tirelessly endeavored to win Lu Jiajia's favor. Meanwhile, Chen Tong continued his market research alongside Zhang Mingxin. During this week, the business school's delivery team transitioned from a monopoly to a competitive landscape, marked by the rivalry between daily delivery and happy delivery. There was no significant difference in their operational strategies. Customers communicated their meal preferences via KK or telephone to the delivery teams, who would then advance the meal costs. Upon delivery, customers would settle the payment, including both the meal and delivery fees. Notably, the emergence of competition led to a reduction in pricing from the initial 5 yuan per order to 3 yuan. Moreover, the students uncovered a minor loophole. One individual from a dormitory could order meals for the entire dormitory, as the charges were still calculated per head, requiring only 3 yuan. If 4 students from a dormitory ordered together, the average cost per person fell below 1 yuan. Consequently, prices that once seemed burdensome became far more palatable. The convenience of avoiding queues at restaurants or cafeterias in exchange for desired takeout was undeniably advantageous. In light of this loophole, both delivery teams opted to accept the situation. Although their profits were slightly diminished, they were indeed generating income. To them, this was not merely a job but an entrepreneurial venture. Thus, the modest earnings they received were acceptable. The prospect of profit enticed some students who had previously hesitated but harbored entrepreneurial aspirations, regardless of the actual profits. They disregarded whether the earnings sufficed for their sustenance and eagerly involved their roommates and classmates in the endeavor. The rivalry quickly evolved into a triad, with the emergence of a new delivery team named Lightning Delivery. Upon its inception, the first order of business was to lower the fees. The business model closely mirrored that of its predecessors, but reduced the delivery fee from 3 yuan to 2. In the dormitory, Miao Xingzhong felt increasingly anxious. Brother Chun, are you still pursuing this delivery service? If not, I might consider starting one myself. Miao Xingzhong felt genuinely tempted. Initially, he had no intention of venturing into entrepreneurship. But witnessing others' profit ignited a desire within him for financial gain. Who wouldn't he want to earn a little during their university years? While other students struggled to solicit living expenses from their parents, they could revel in their earnings. The mere thought was exhilarating. Do you truly have an idea? Chen Teng inquired. Of course, I genuinely have this notion. Now that I've seen others profit, it's more painful to witness my own losses. Miao Zhengzhong was indeed intrigued by the prospect. However, he felt that as Chen Teng's roommate, it would be unethical to usurp his idea. How much do you understand about this project? Huh? Miao Zhengzhong responded, puzzled. Brother Chen, which aspect are you referring to? Have you ever contemplated business models, profitability, and sustainable development? While I possess a general understanding of business models, the notion of profit intrigues me. I have heard that the overall income of daily delivery has surpassed 10,000. Indeed, Miao Zhengzhong's connections have proven beneficial. Surpassed 10,000? Chen Teng raised an eyebrow, questioning whether it was 10, 001 or 99, 999, for there exists a substantial difference between the two. Currently, the bulk of expenses for this project lies in labor. May I inquire about the salaries they disperse? Miao Zhengzhong found himself at a loss. They do not pay salaries directly. Instead, they employ a 631 profit-sharing model, wherein the delivery personnel receive 60 and the coordinators acquire 30. Thus, if daily delivery were my venture and this month yielded 10,000, I would only receive 1,000? That very 1,000 might need to be reinvested for project development. Chen Teg's words instantly sobered Miao Zhengzhong. Yet he remained optimistic about the project's prospects. However, the market is indeed expanding. Are you certain? Yes, I am. Miao Zhengzhong began to feel uncertain, realizing that Chen Teng's considerations were undoubtedly deeper than his own. The market is broadening, with an increasing number of individuals willing to embrace food delivery. Yet the competition is also intensifying. Can every entity truly profit? Miao Zhengzhong recognized the crux of the issue. The market is indeed expanding. Yet teams are entering the fray. Lao Miao, if you were to enter the market now, where would your advantage lie? Through connections? But Brother Chen, this was your idea to begin with. Upon this realization, Miao Zhengzhong abandoned the thought of establishing his own delivery team. Nevertheless, he felt indignant on Chen Teng's behalf, as it seemed unjust that others could exploit Chen Teng's creativity for profit. It's of little consequence, Lao Miao. Creativity is both the most valuable and simultaneously the least valuable asset. Besides, without their entry into the market, how would you cultivate the habit of ordering takeout? Currently, the community has collectively developed a penchant for food delivery. Although the cafeteria is merely 2 steps away, one still faces queues during mealtimes. It is far more convenient to order takeout. Those who have experienced food delivery have no desire to revert to the old ways. It seems, Brother Chun, you are orchestrating a grand strategy. Miao Zhengzhong's perception of Chen Teng shifted once again. Initially, he regarded Chen Teng as merely a slightly affluent, handsome young man skilled in charming women. Such individuals, though scarce, can still be found throughout universities, often earning the title of campus heartthrob. However, after this conversation, Miao Zhengzhong perceived Chen Teng's maturity in business affairs far surpassed that of the average university student. To think twice before acting, now that is the hallmark of a mature adult. Not bad. Merely a small endeavor. We are only scratching the surface, Chen Teng replied with a shake of his head. If you have ideas for this project, join me in a month or 2. That sounds splendid. Miao Zhengzhong's eyes lit up, for he had little faith in following others. However, following Chen Teng is quite reassuring. Brother Chen, may I add you? Kai Hung, who was engrossed in a game nearby, couldn't help but inquire. The new semester had commenced for some time now. Luo Zhenbin was playing the role of the devoted admirer, while Miao Zhengzhong was busy forging connections. Chen Teng exuded a sense of confidence that Kai Hung found comforting. While others were diligently occupied, he found himself drifting aimlessly, uncertain of his purpose each day, which left him feeling somewhat anxious. Despite his mind being brimming with thoughts, He felt a distinct lack of motivation. Of course, if there's a suitable position, I will gladly offer it to you. Thank you, Brother Chen. Kai-hung promptly expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. By the way, the new game Fruit Ninja from Tungdao Games has recently launched. Those interested might want to give it a try, Qin suddenly recalled, seamlessly transitioning into promotional mode. Chapter 30. The launch of Fruit Ninja. The envy of cattle and horses in terms of development. The completion timeline of Fruit Ninja coincided closely with the heightened popularity of the new DLC for Plants vs. Zombies. However, to avoid market dilution, the launch of Fruit Ninja was intentionally delayed. Upon its release, sales on the Steam platform were rather mediocre, as playing the game with a keyboard and mouse proved to be somewhat inconvenient. Yet, on the Fruit platform and the official website of Tungdao Games, sales figures soared unexpectedly, reaching a staggering 1 million copies sold. On the very first day, it achieved 1 million in sales. Such remarkable figures sent shockwaves through the burgeoning mobile game industry in Huagua. At this juncture, only a year had elapsed since the launch of the Fruit 4, and the release event for the Fruit 4s was imminent. The Android smartphone market was still in its infancy. Many game developers remained hesitant, pondering whether mobile games could indeed be profitable and to what extent. Wasn't it more appealing to create web games or online games? With the emergence of cracked versions, could there truly be any profit in mobile gaming? Yet, the sales of Fruit Ninja ignited a frenzy among them. They began to pay increasing attention to this enterprise that had originated in Yong City. The success of a single game could be deemed serendipitous, but the triumph of 2 games was a testament to genuine capability. Even though cracked versions of Fruit Ninja proliferated, it did not hinder its sales. A thought-provoking question emerged on the forums. Why would anyone choose to purchase a game when cracked versions were available? The responses varied widely. Yet a significant number of players rallied in support of Tungdao Games. Some provided sincere answers. Tungdao Games is unlike other developers. It enters the world with dreams and fervent passion, and we cannot allow such a company to be disheartened. Others responded with a hint of sarcasm. Surely, there can't be anyone who can't afford a game worth a mere $1? Some expressed their frustrations candidly. For heaven's sake, if you can't spare even $1, what are you doing? While others simply stated, if you prefer to play pirated versions, just stick to that. Regardless of the responses, players chose to stand with Tungdao Games. This was largely due to the astuteness of Qinteng's strategy. A price point of $1, even in 2011, was affordable for 99% of players. Who among them would truly be unable to spare $1? Those who refrained from purchasing usually faced payment difficulties or were resolute in their desire to obtain the game for free. Such players were virtually impossible to win over by any game developer. Furthermore, although Qinteng profited through paid skins, the free skins also boasted commendable effects. There was no discernible disparity in quality between the effects of paid and free skins. The difference lay solely in their aesthetic styles. This reality silenced critics who sought to disparage paid skins. After all, one cannot expect game developers to provide everything free of charge. How would they sustain themselves? Amidst a plethora of accolades, Fruit Ninja ascended to the pinnacle of the paid bestseller list on the Fruit platform. In second place, the renowned Plants vs. Zombies by Tungdao Games also held its ground. This dominance was deemed entirely natural by Qinteng. For other games, 1 million units sold might represent a remarkable milestone. However, for this game, it merely served as an appetizer. When Fruit Ninja achieved its explosive popularity, official channels reported sales surpassing 1 billion. At that time, the game was ubiquitous on nearly every smartphone and tablet. In recognition of the outstanding development team, Qinteng felt compelled to distribute bonuses generously. Each of the 2 development teams would receive a bonus of 20,000, while one deserving individual would receive 50,000. Qinteng relayed this news to Linya, firmly believing that financial incentives could foster goodwill. Thank you, boss. May your wealth continue to flourish. Linya promptly showered him with praise. Upon learning this news, the other employees could not help but celebrate, fully aware that the true architect of this monumental success was none other than Qinteng himself, rather than the programmers. Technically, the execution of these games was not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lay in Qinteng's visionary ideas. The boss is truly benevolent. He.s. offering me a bonus of 20,000? I thought the triple overtime pay was the maximum benefit Chen could provide. I never anticipated such a generous bonus. I would willingly dedicate my life to Tungdao. I aspire to work at Tungdao until my last breath. One downside to Tungdao is that the last time I worked an 8-hour shift, Linya sent me home early. It's only right that the boss earns substantial profits. The employees of Tungdao Games fervently expressed their unwavering loyalty. In the realm of internet companies, secrets are scarce, and this phenomenon swiftly permeated other firms. Initially, employees from rival internet companies suspected that Tinda Games staff were merely putting on a show. Is it really necessary to be this competitive, my friends? You do realize the boss is oblivious to your efforts, right? Exactly. How can you even consider aligning with capitalists while working? Isn't that a bit absurd? There is truly no need. All capitalists are the same. There is no reason to act as their lapdogs. Indeed, we should unite and denounce the evils of capitalism. However, upon discovering the salary and benefits enjoyed by Tinda Games employees, their astonishment was palpable. Why didn't you mention the perks earlier? What do you mean your salary surpasses mine, with only 8-hour workdays and triple overtime pay for extra hours? What? Lunch breaks are included within those 8 hours, along with transportation and housing allowances? Excuse me, does Tinda Games still require employees? Is there a vacancy for security downstairs? May I inquire if Tinda Games is in need of loyal dogs? I am fluent in 108 canine languages. I also wish to empathize with capitalists. Could Tinda Games provide me with that opportunity? One programmer after another fervently expressed their enthusiasm on the forum. The treatment of employees at this company is, in comparison to the vast scale of KK, Chengdu, Taodao, equally commendable. Thus, their intentions are not mere bravado. They genuinely aspire to join Tinda Games. Given their technical prowess, there exists no rationale for their exclusion. Consequently, upon discovering that Tinda Games continues to expand, one after another, they could not resist submitting their resumes. At this juncture, the proprietors of various internet companies began to feel uneasy. Unlike the three tech giants, who could effortlessly replenish their workforce even after a mass exodus, these owners found it challenging to secure proficient programmers. Consequently, the tide of lamentation shifted from programmers to the owners of internet firms. The venue for such grievances transitioned from programmer-centric forums to numerous conferences. Tinda truly deserves condemnation. Not only is it profitable, but it also offers its employees such generous benefits. How outrageous! Do they not worry about the future burden of employee salaries? This is a flagrant violation of industry norms. When I eventually meet their owner, I must earnestly elucidate the rules of the internet industry. Indeed, how can such practices prevail? Is this not a distortion of the market? They envy Tinda Games for its remarkable profitability and the unwavering loyalty of its employees, while simultaneously resenting the high welfare benefits that render their previously acceptable offerings woefully inadequate. When a beam of light pierces through darkness, that light is deemed culpable. Yet, light shall inevitably illuminate the entire darkness. Chapter 31. The proof of mastery. The collective resignation of employees from various internet companies may seem surprising at first glance, yet it is, in truth, quite predictable. Regardless of the nature of their employment, individuals invariably aspire to work in environments that offer better compensation. This is simply human nature. Shintung, engaged in a game of Fruit Ninja on his smartphone, finally felt that his device had found some semblance of purpose. Prior to this, the applications on his phone left him with a sense of disconnection. Apart from indulging in novels and listening to music, it served little utility at most. He would engage in casual chats on KK. If only he had arrived on the scene a year or so earlier. As he stroked his chin thoughtfully, he recalled that KK had launched a chat application known as WeChat, which, akin to the green bubbles of the previous era, swiftly captured a significant share of the market. Its user base burgeoning rapidly under generous financial incentives. Shintung found himself exceedingly envious of this development. It is essential to note that in the latter stages, KK's success with these two applications solidified its status as an unassailable titan in the gaming industry. Let no one deride the quality of the company's games. They are profitable. And Shintung was filled with yearning. Unfortunately, he had already missed the prime opportunity for investment. In terms of finances, he could not rival his competitors. In terms of background, he lacked their depth. And when it came to technology and experience, he fell short as well. At present, Shintung could only choose to bide his time, observing as others advanced at lightning speed while he focused on his own development. Perhaps, once he matured further, he might find a way to partake in the spoils. Hey, Brother Chin, you're playing Fruit Ninja too. What is your highest score? Kaiying asked, a hint of pride in his voice. I also play this game, and my combo count is impressive. 18. How is it only 18 for you? Look at me. I scored 176. Isn't that amazing? That is impressive. You really enjoy this game? Of course. I tell you, this game is undoubtedly the most entertaining in the world, Kai Hung replied, his chest swelling with pride. At long last, There was finally an aspect in which Kai Hung could surpass Chen Teng. It was well known that Chen Teng was not only handsome and affluent, but also exuded a sense of maturity that left Kai Hung feeling overshadowed. Discovering today that he excelled in this respect was a small consolation. Have you purchased any skins? Chen Teng inquired. I'm contemplating whether to buy one. I think the Thunderblade skin looks quite cool, but it's a bit pricey, Kai Hung replied, his expression a mix of contemplation and desire. The Thunderblade skin he referred to was a premium option available for $6. When one swiped across the screen, it would emit a dazzling lightning effect accompanied by a subtle crackling sound, creating a particularly immersive experience. Chen Teng's eyes lit up. Old Kai, I believe that only the Thunderblade skin is worthy of your status as a master. Is that so? Kai Hang replied, somewhat bewildered. But if I manage to reach a score of 1,000, the complimentary Ice Blade skin is the true mark of mastery. Ah, you are mistaken. While the Ice Blade is indeed attractive, it pales in comparison to the Thunderblade. The crackling sound effects truly elevate the experience of slicing fruit. Is that so? Kai Hang mused, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face. He had always harbored a slight fondness for the dazzling special effects. Yet he had yet to cultivate the habit of spending money on games. Previously, a mere dollar could be easily discarded, but $6 was a different matter altogether. I believe that someone of your caliber deserves to adorn themselves with premium skins to match your esteemed identity. Moreover, before reaching a score of 1,000, one must possess something to distinguish the likes of you from a novice like myself. Chen Teng's final remark ignited excitement in Kai Hung. Indeed, if I were to use the same skin as Brother Chen, how could I possibly showcase my superiority over him? Purchase. I must acquire it. Wait. I shall recharge my account immediately. Brother Chen, may I borrow your computer? Absolutely. Chen Teng readily relinquished his computer to Kai Hung. Before long, Kai Hang completed the recharging process. Observing Kai Hang wreaking havoc in the game, a smile crept across Chen Teng's lips. While it is improper to entice players into spending money, the act of duping one's roommate is all too commonplace in university life. Old Kai, look at that flame blade. It's so striking. That sizzling fire, but I just bought a skin. Ah, that is a misguided thought. Just as a woman's wardrobe is perpetually lacking a dress, a skilled player's collection is always missing one skin. However, Old Kai, if you only possess one more skin than a novice like me, how can we be distinguished? Damn it, buy it. Kai Hang clenched his teeth, once again succumbing to the impulse to spend. Though he and Chen Teng shared a good relationship, it did not hinder his desire to surpass Chen Teng in certain aspects. This time, Chen Teng did not wait for Kai Hang to speak. He stood up and offered his computer. Old Kai, no, don't say a word. As $6 left his account yet again, Kai Hung regained some composure. Seeing the smile on Chen Teng's face, he felt a sense of being duped. Brother Chen, why does your expression seem so unusual? Why do I feel as if you are quite pleased? Isn't it obvious? Who wouldn't he be happy with income? Chen Teng silently mocked Kai Hung. However, on the surface, he adopted a serious demeanor. How could that be, Old Kai? No matter how much money you spend, it has no bearing on me. What reason do I have to be happy? Kai Hung scrutinized Chen Teng closely and noticed a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. I sense a conspiracy. Impossible. That is unfounded. Then what are you smiling about? I am not smiling. You're lying. It is evident that you are smiling. Oh, that was merely a recollection of something delightful. Chen Teng admitted, unable to suppress his laughter, although Kai Hang found it peculiar. He could not extract any further information from Chen Teng. Regardless, he could not fathom the connection between Tingda Games and Chen Teng. He merely regarded Chen Teng as a slightly more skilled student. By the way, Brother Chen, I heard the student council is recruiting new members. Are you interested in participating? After military training concludes, it will be time for the student council to recruit. Kai Hang felt a surge of eagerness. No, what purpose would there be in going there? Chen Teng waved his hand dismissively, entirely disinterested. However, I had heard that if one spent a year in the student council, they could easily become the vice president the following year, making it simpler to forge connections with the ladies. How lacking in ambition must one be to set their sights on freshmen? Chen Teng regarded Kai Hung with disdain. Generally incompetent upperclassmen possess but one advantage in university, their earlier admission. Relying on this slight temporal advantage to feign maturity in courting younger students struck Chen Teng as rather pathetic. Of course, it isn't to say that upperclassmen cannot engage in romantic pursuits with their underclass women, as long as the upperclassman possesses qualities beyond merely having a year's head start. It is acceptable. Kai Hung felt a flush of embarrassment from Chen Teng's remarks and hastily defended himself, saying, well, The student council provides valuable experience. I've heard it makes job hunting easier later on. There is indeed some merit to gaining experience. Yet Chun-Ting questioned, why not seek an internship directly? He looked at Kai-Heng in confusion. If the goal is employment, what could be more beneficial than interning at a company in the same industry? Kai-Heng scratched his head, pondering. So, are you saying the student council is entirely useless? It may not be completely devoid of value, but in retrospect, its utility seems rather limited. Chapter 32. The awakening of Luo Zhenbin. Kai-Heng found Chun-Ting's words quite reasonable, thus opting not to join the student council. At that moment, Luo Zhenbin returned to the dormitory. Hey, Lao Luo, take a look at my newly purchased skin. Isn't it stylish? Kai-Heng, a person who relished showing off, proudly displayed his recent acquisition to Luo Zhenbin. Quite dapper, Luo Zhenbin replied nonchalantly, reclining in his chair. However, Kai-Heng discerned that Luo Zhenbin's spirits were rather low. What's wrong, Lao Luo? You seem rather downcast, Kai-Heng inquired. Luo Zhenbin glanced at Kai-Heng, seemingly wanting to express something, but his gaze shifted to Chun-Tung instead. Not my doing, he stated. Lao Chun, may I have a word with you? Kai-Heng was taken aback, feeling a surge of frustration. Didn't I approach you first? Is there a little secret you're not sharing with me? Chun-Tung scratched his head, uncertain of what Luo Zhenbin wished to discuss. However, noticing Luo Zhenbin's despondency, he could surmise a hint of the matter. After a nod from Chun-Tung, Luo Zhenbin led him to the hallway. Do you have any cigarettes? I have some Huazi. Chun-Ting replied, extending his hand. Smoking is detrimental to health. Chun-Ting refused, leaving Luo Zhenbin with no choice but to relent. What exactly transpired? Luo Zhenbin began. I just went to the milk tea shop outside the school to buy her some, intending to invite her for a drink. I planned to message her once I reached downstairs, so she wouldn't have to wait unnecessarily. Chun-Tung, upon hearing this, could no longer contain himself. If this was the behavior of a warm-hearted individual, it was exceedingly warm indeed. Such attention to detail. She didn't come down? No. When I arrived at her dormitory building, I found her already downstairs. Did she possess some sort of foresight? No, she was chatting with a senior. Luo Zhenbin lowered his head, his expression growing increasingly pained. So what if they were chatting? Perhaps it was just casual conversation, Chun-Tung remarked, puzzled. That shouldn't be an issue, right? There's no way a lovesick fool could be so petty. He pressed on with his inquiries. Did anything else transpire between them? Luo Zhenbin's face fell. Yes, I saw that senior leaning in quite closely to Lu Jiajia, and rather than being bothered, Lu Jiajia leaned in closer to him. They were practically glued together. Chun-Tung observed Luo Zhenbin, recognizing that he was genuinely shaken. The goddess he had long admired was now nearing intimacy with another man. Brother Chun, I now believe you were right. She may merely be toying with my affections. Luo Zhenbin lamented, visibly distressed. It's all right. It's not too late to realize this now. It's merely a matter of losing some wealth, Chun-Ting reassured him, placing a comforting hand on Luo Zhenbin's shoulder, treating the matter with nonchalance. Every man encounters setbacks. What truly matters is the ability to rise again after such trials. That is the crux of the matter. But Brother Chun, I feel so miserable. My heart feels constricted. Shall I sit with you on the ground for a while? I can hold you, and we can both sob together. Chun, why don't you comfort me? Luo Zhenbin asked. Utterly perplexed. He had anticipated that a chat with Chun-Tung would offer him some solace, yet he was taken aback when Chun-Tung failed to provide any. Why should I comfort you? You're not a delicate flower in need of nurturing, Chun-Tung retorted. You should be feeling elated right now. Why should I feel elated? Luo Zhenbin's confusion deepened. You should be glad. You have discerned the true nature of Lu Jiajia and the harsh realities of the world. Is that so? Chun-Tung's words seemed to resonate with Luo Zhenbin, who began to perceive a semblance of truth in them. At least he had gained insight into the world's cruel verity. Momentarily, his sorrow seemed to dissipate. Thank you, Chun. I feel much better now. Though I still experience a tinge of discomfort. This ailment can only be cured with one remedy. What remedy? Regret, Chun-Tung asserted firmly. Only when Lu Jiajia begins to regret her choices will you find peace within. Otherwise, you'll have to wait until you reach the enlightened state of not rejoicing in external gains nor lamenting personal losses. Luo Zhenbin found Chun-Tang's perspective profoundly insightful. He realized he must make Lu Jiajia understand that missing out on him would be the gravest mistake of her life. However, his determination soon waned. But Chun, the boy with Lu Jiajia is exceptionally impressive. Oh? In what way? Chun-Tung was intrigued, curious about the individual whom Luo Zhenbin deemed remarkable. That boy is a senior at our school, surnamed Jiang, a third-year student, and quite a prominent figure around here. I've heard his family is rather affluent. Are you certain you merely glimpsed them from beneath Lu Jiajia's dormitory? Chen Teng couldn't help but feel that Luo Jinbin was the genuinely remarkable one. After all, he had managed to unearth the boy's background after only a brief observation. I once came across a post from this senior on the school's forum. He frequently showcased his pictures and boasted about himself. He is well acquainted with numerous individuals in the student council. Chen Teng suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Since Zhang Ningxin began assisting me, I hardly visit the forums anymore, which explains my ignorance of campus affairs. But is that truly impressive? Keep this in mind, and let these moments serve as motivation for your endeavors. Understood, Luo Jinbin replied, contemplating. Chun, I aspire to establish a delivery team like theirs. Do you think I can succeed? Chen Teng paused. He had to concede that Luo Jinbin was indeed the most efficient among their dormitory. The moment Miao Zhengzhong had set his sights on Lu Jiajia, Luo Jinbin had already known her name. Now, having just emerged from his discomfort, he was eager to embark on an entrepreneurial journey. His efficiency was truly remarkable. Yet, why did he gravitate towards the idea of food delivery? Why don't you consider teaming up with Miao? What do you mean? Luo Jinbin was utterly baffled. Chen Teng simply waved his hand, unwilling to reiterate his theories to Luo Jinbin once more. Upon returning to the dormitory, Luo Jinbin refrained from pursuing the matter further with Chen Teng. Instead, he conveyed his aspiration to establish a delivery team to Kai Heng. Although Kai Heng was not a man of action, his imagination soared to great heights. Chen Teng, while engrossed in a game, listened intently as the two envisioned their commercial blueprint. Their ambitions ranged from forming a team to stepping beyond the confines of campus life. From becoming a household name to ringing the bell at NASDAQ. Unfortunately, Miao Zhengzhong returned and abruptly rendered the enterprise, which had already ascended to the ranks of the Fortune 500 in their discussions, bankrupt. Chen Teng could only sigh. Brother Chen, why didn't you tell me sooner? Luo Jinbin and Kai Heng gazed at Chen Teng with a hint of melancholy. Allow me to give you a divergent thinking exercise, Chen Teng replied with a mischievous grin. He found their discussion on the topic exceedingly entertaining, imbued with a refreshing innocence untainted by knowledge. Yet, within a few days, Luo Jinbin succumbed to his melancholic state once more. Chapter 33. Me, Chen Teng, Online Companion Chat. This marked the third day since Luo Jinbin emerged from the shadows. Today was initially a day adorned with splendid sunshine. Yet, as the saying goes, joyful scenery accentuates sorrowful emotions. When both classes convened for a large lecture, Chen Teng noticed a male student seated directly beside Lu Jiajia. The fact that Chen Teng could see it implied that Luo Jinbin could as well. Consequently, Luo Jinbin swiftly descended into a state of melancholy. Observing his former goddess seated at the same table with another man, even in the absence of overt gestures, was sufficient to deliver a heavy blow to Luo Jinbin. This senior, indeed, possessed commendable qualities. Chen Teng observed him closely. He was tall and reasonably attractive. Adding the advantage of wealth to the mix, it was entirely understandable that Luo Jinbin felt outmatched. After all, the ultimate goal of a term for a woman who seeks to attract wealthy suitors, is rather straightforward, finding someone to lavish their money upon her. If this individual possesses other appealing attributes, engaging in flirtation and romance is certainly not out of the question. However, from Chen Teng's perspective, Lu Jiajia's tactics seemed somewhat naive. Generally, a high caliber would not allow her admirers to realize she was entangled with another. Yet Lu Jiajia was not even trying to conceal it. Could it be that she had genuinely developed feelings for the senior, decisively severing ties with her admirers? Chen Teng found this hard to believe. Come on, old Luo. Cheer up. There are plenty of fish in the sea, Miao Zhengzhong consoled. You wouldn't understand. I may not have seen a pig run, but I've certainly seen pigs before. You're the pig, Miao Zhengzhong retorted, left speechless. Consolation? Nonsense. He deserved to suffer. As the bell rang, to Chen Teng's astonishment, Lu Jiajia made her way toward the last row. Could it be that Lu Jiajia intended to confront Luo Jinbin, the lovesick admirer, in a dramatic display? However, Chen Teng soon realized he was entirely mistaken. She was approaching him instead. Witnessing the unmistakable pride on Lu Jiajia's face, Chen Teng recalled his previous indifference towards her. It dawned on him that she was here to flaunt her new connection. Chen Teng couldn't help but mourn for Luo Jinbin once again. Poor old Luo. Deprived even of a proper glance from Lu Jiajia. Chen Teng, this is our school senior, Du Rongping. Hello, Senior Du. Chen Teng responded with a perfunctory wave, acknowledging him. Lu Jiajia's smile widened further. Hadn't she been looked down upon before? Now here she was, basking in the senior's attention. It seemed that none of the boys in class could hold a candle to him. Is there something on your mind? Shinting inquired again. Can I chat with a junior if there is nothing else? Du Rompeng replied, holding his head high. Of course. It is my honor to converse with a senior. Shinting displayed an exaggerated smile. This remark elicited a slight upward curve of Du Rompeng's lips. Miao Zhengzhong, Kai Heng, and Luo Zhenbin exchanged puzzled glances at Shintung. Feeling it was rather uncharacteristic of him. Would you like to order a chatting service? Before Du Rompeng could boast about himself, Shinting spoke again. His smile remained exaggerated. Yet within that exaggeration lay a hint of sincerity. However, this remark caused Du Rompeng's expression to stiffen. What do you mean? Anger 5, anger 5, anger 5, anger 5. A small business, a chatting service. I heard that senior's family is wealthy, so as a junior, I must seize the opportunity to befriend the affluent. Shintung continued to smile. Very well, very well. It was the first time Du Rompeng felt displeased at being labeled a wealthy person. You are quite audacious, aren't you? Miao Zhengzhong rose, placing a hand on the chair, seemingly nonchalantly surveying the surroundings. Not audacious, by the way. Shintung suddenly recalled something. Senior, have you ever played Fruit Ninja? Fruit Ninja? Du Rompeng was taken aback. He had indeed never played it. You haven't even played Fruit Ninja, and yet you dare to act before me? I have all the skins, you know? Shintung curled his lip. Huh, so what if you have all the skins? Du Rompeng laughed. It was the first time he encountered someone comparing wealth with him. He truly could not believe that anyone in this small business school could rival his riches. Du Rompeng took out his phone, revealing the Fruit logo on the back, and immediately began downloading Fruit Ninja. No matter the cost of the skins, he had to acquire them all. It's just a few skins. How impressive can that be? I thought it was something significant. Du Rompeng scoffed, purchasing every available skin. Soon after, he presented the game's skin interface to Shintung. Oh. Shintung's lips curled slightly as he swiped through Du Rompeng's phone interface. Indeed, he had all the skins. Shintung's smile grew more pronounced. Very impressive, senior. You are indeed remarkable. Shintung stood and headed toward the classroom door. Du Rompeng sensed something was amiss. Wasn't the next step supposed to be a contest of wealth? Why did Shintung just walk away? Wait, who allowed you to leave? Du Rompeng reached out to grasp Shintung's hand. At that moment, Miao Zhengzhong lifted the chair high. Du Rompeng quickly withdrew his hand, and Miao Zhengzhong chuckled as he lowered the chair. Angerton, 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 Angerton. Lu Jiajia furrowed her brows. She could not comprehend why Shintung dared to adopt such an attitude towards Senior Du Rompeng. Did he not fear offending him? Apologies, Senior. Someone has invited me to dinner, so I cannot chat with you any longer. How unfortunate. Of course, if you are willing to order a chatting service, I would still be delighted to converse with you. Shintung smiled as he walked toward the classroom door. Du Rompeng stood frozen, pointing at their departing figures. You better think this through. I have connections in the student council. All right, Senior, you are truly impressive. Shintung's voice gradually faded away, followed by the sound of uproarious laughter from outside the door. Ignore them, Senior. Their lack of decorum is simply appalling, Lu Jiajia fumed. Du Rompeng shared her indignation. In their eyes, the four residents of Shintung's dormitory ought to greet Du Rompeng with utmost respect and a proper salutation. How could they be so discourteous? He chuckled darkly, reflecting on how the new students seemed blissfully unaware of the harsh realities of life. Since that is the case, I shall let them witness the might of the student council. Which dormitory do they belong to? I'm not sure. Let me inquire. Lu Jiajia promptly opened her phone. Eager to gather information, her gaze towards Du Rompeng infused with admiration. A young man like him was indeed worthy of her affections. Wealthy, well-connected within the school, and quite handsome. As for Shintung, Lu Jiajia could not fathom what gave him the audacity to act so arrogantly. Enough about him. Let me take you out for a meal. I have arranged to dine with some upperclassmen from the student council. Would you like to invite your dorm mates along? Absolutely. Lu Jiajia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dining with those impressive upperclassmen from the student council would be quite a privilege. She vividly recalled the day of the student council recruitment, when the presidents and ministers stood on the stage, exuding an air of authority that left a lasting impression on her. Then let's go, Du Rompeng said, a radiant smile gracing his face. Chapter 34. Unleashing Extraordinary Potential to Attend Top Universities? Why don't you all head back? I shall go dine. Shintung's words left the three in a state of astonishment. Brother Chen, you actually have someone inviting you to dinner. One remarked. I thought you would concoct an excuse to leave. An excuse? Shintung chuckled, pondering the necessity of such a ruse. Indeed, there was someone genuinely inviting him for a meal. With strangers, there was little need for pretenses. Is there a girl? Can we join? There is a girl. But you cannot come. Just last night, this young lady had unexpectedly sent a message expressing her desire to treat Chun-Tung to dinner. He was quite perplexed and wanted to inquire about the circumstances. If memory served him correctly, this girl had little money to spare. How could she afford to treat someone after barely a month into the semester? Chun-Tung resolved to clarify matters in person. Brother Chun is remarkable. He manages to have girls treat him to meals, unlike us, who struggle to even arrange a dinner with one. Miao Zhengzhong expressed his envy. Stop envying, if you wish. I can send you the bill later. Consider it as though I not only arranged for you to meet a girl, but also dined with her. Chun-Tung generously offered. Miao Zhengzhong was momentarily taken aback before comprehending. Are you suggesting that I pay while you enjoy dinner with the girl? I could take leftovers. Get lost. Miao Zhengzhong replied with a grimace. He felt he was quite handsome, so why was it that no girl seemed to take an interest in him? All right, enough of that. We cannot emulate Brother Chen's prowess, Kai Hung said, trying to lighten the mood as he put an arm around Miao Zhengzhong's shoulder. Luo Jinbin remained silent, lost in his own thoughts, shrouded in gloom. Chun-Tung laughed heartily, parting ways with the trio as he made his way to the underground garage beside the teaching building. The restaurant chosen for dinner was Lao Chen's, and the journey from the teaching building would be quite lengthy. Chun-Tung preferred not to traverse such a distance on foot. Thus, he opted to drive. As the car emerged from the underground garage and passed the teaching building, Du Romping and Lu Jiejia, who had just descended, were taken aback upon seeing the vehicle. Wow, our school's teachers seem quite affluent, Du Romping remarked. That emblem, it looks like a BMW? Lu Jiejia, though not deeply knowledgeable about cars, recognized the brand. Indeed, it is a BMW. That model is likely an X5, which could cost around 800,000 to 900,000. Since the vehicle was within the campus, it cruised at a leisurely pace, not speeding past. Du Romping, filled with envy, mused. It must belong to a teacher from the main campus. I've heard that some of them possess fortunes exceeding 10 million. Lu Jiejia gasped in astonishment. Whether it was the nearly million-yuan car or the teachers with multi-million fortunes, such figures were beyond her current reach. Senior, you know so much. Lu Jiejia quickly transformed her surprise into admiration. She understood the male psyche well. Sure enough, a smile reappeared on Du Romping's face. It's nothing. One learns much through regular interaction. Well, does the senior often come into contact with luxury cars? Indeed, Du Romping's expression remained calm and composed. As the era of the internet approaches, one must cultivate an internet mindset. Engaging online is undeniably a form of interaction, is it not? Upon receiving Du Romping's affirmative response, Lu Jiejia's previously ordinary appearance seemed to transform into one of striking charm. Truly, it is I who possesses the keenest eye among the girls in our class. The two shared laughter and conversation as they strolled toward the school gate. At Qiming University, beneath the girls' dormitory, Chun-Tung immediately spotted the most radiant presence in the crowd. Today, Li Xingru was dressed quite simply, a white shirt, sports pants, and a low ponytail, resembling a delicate white flower standing in the rain. With her head slightly bowed, her beautiful eyes were constantly surveying her surroundings. Upon noticing Chun-Tung's car, she excitedly dashed toward him. Slow down, slow down. It was then that Chun-Tung noticed another girl standing beside Li Xingru and, somewhat helplessly, kept pace with her. Get in the car. Chun-Tung urged as he exited to open the back door for the two girls. Li Xingru smiled and introduced. Chun-Tung, this is my new friend from class. Lu Yan. She has nowhere to eat, so she asked tagging along. Hello, I'm Lu Yan, she greeted, sporting a neat bob and glasses, exuding a sharp and astute demeanor. Hello, Chun-Tung replied politely. Once inside the car, he took his seat and drove toward Lao Chen's restaurant. Where did you get your money? Chun-Tung queried with curiosity. I work part-time at a bubble tea shop on campus. The owner is very kind and allows me to overdraw my wages, Li Xingru replied obediently. Is the owner male or female? Female. Oh, that's fine, Chun-Tung nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Yan, seated beside Li Xingru, quietly listened to their conversation. At the beginning of the semester, she had noticed the less-than-stellar relationship between Li Xingru and her roommate. After understanding the situation, Lu Yan began to admire Li Xingru for her resilience despite her impoverished background and introverted nature. Thus, she proactively sought friendship with Li Xingru. As their relationship blossomed, Lu Yan learned about Chun-Tung through Li Xingru. Given Li Xingru's beauty, Lu Yan instinctively presumed that Chun-Tung's intentions toward her were not entirely sincere. Concerned for Li Xingru's well-being, she fabricated a story about having nowhere to eat in order to accompany them. Qinteng, do you study around here as well? Lu Yan decided to take the initiative and probe further. Yes, at the business school of Huagang University, a minor institution. Did you underperform on the college entrance exam? No. I exceeded expectations. What? This remark left Lu Yan's mind momentarily bewildered. While the boys in college tend to be slightly more mature than high school students, they are fundamentally not very different. Their maturity is limited. Lu Yan had encountered many such boys who enjoyed boasting about their abilities in front of girls to satiate their vanity and earn their admiration. In her perspective, Qinteng was no different from any ordinary boy. Even possessing a car merely indicated that his family was affluent. It did not signify much beyond that. She initially assumed that when Qinteng spoke of excelling in his studies to gain admission to a prestigious institution, he was referring to his exceptional performance. To her surprise, he mentioned merely an extraordinary display of talent, which led her to ponder that if such a performance only resulted in a third-tier university, then a typical performance would likely lead one to graduate high school and become a security guard, thus circumventing 2 decades of unnecessary detours. This revelation somewhat unsettled Lu Yan's train of thought. She had intended to casually engage in conversation around this topic to foster a closer connection, facilitating deeper exploration later on. However, after this exchange, she found herself at a loss for words. Consequently, she abandoned the idea of drawing closer. I heard from Rua that you two met during the enrollment at the beginning of the semester? She inquired. Indeed. My bag was torn that day, Li Xingru quickly interjected, recounting the story once more. Lu Yan felt a tinge of exasperation in her eyes. It was not a question directed at her. She then playfully continued, Qinteng, is it true that you offered your assistance because you found our Rua to be quite lovely? Chapter 35, Expired Chicken Soup Indeed. Qinteng's response caught Lu Yan completely off guard. Such honesty? She had intended to caution Li Xingru to be wary of Qinteng. Frankly speaking, were she to be unattractive, I would merely assist her in picking up her belongings and hand her an intact bag, Qinteng stated with remarkable composure. Humans are visual creatures, and Qinteng is no exception. However, such a candid reply left Lu Yan at a loss for how to further probe. She cast a glance at Li Xingru and noticed a faint smile gracing her lips. What? Are you pleased that someone is drawn to your appearance? Lu Yan felt a twinge of concern. She genuinely worried that this naive girl might be deceived by Qinteng. Rest assured, Yan. I am quite astute and will not be fooled, Li Xingru remarked, seemingly having sensed her thoughts. Lu Yan found herself at a standstill. With such a declaration, she could hardly continue her probing. Any further inquiries would be futile. Qinteng chuckled. Are you afraid that I might have designs on Li Xingru? Lu Yan softly affirmed with a hum. As they awaited the traffic light, Qinteng glanced at Li Xingru through the rearview mirror. Her skin was alabaster, and her delicate features were undeniably striking. Even Qinteng felt a stir of affection. If I were to openly declare my intention to pursue her, what would you do? Lu Yan pondered deeply, realizing she truly had no viable strategy. It appeared that Li Xingru was not averse to befriending Qinteng. I believe I should exit the car. I ought not to be inside, but rather beneath it, Qinteng joked. He was indeed somewhat enamored with Li Xingru, yet at present, he harbored no substantial desire for romance. He prioritized success over relationships. A flicker of melancholy crossed Li Xingru's eyes. Qiming University was relatively close to Old Chin's restaurant, and given that today was not a weekend, everyone preferred to dine in the cafeteria. Although Old Chin's restaurant remained bustling, it could not compare to the initial excitement of the newcomers' first day. The three settled at a small table, and the owner approached to take their order. Boss. Sweet and sour ribs. Qinteng, do you wish to order anything else? Should I go all out? Please do, he replied. Braised eggplant, shredded potatoes, and dry pot cabbage. Qinteng ordered 3 dishes in one breath, much to Lu Yan's relief. She had been concerned he might select something exorbitantly priced, which would embarrass Li Xingru. It seemed Qinteng understood the nuances of the situation. Please don't skimp on my behalf. Li Xingru discerned something. I am quite affluent at the moment. All right, you've got money. However, I've been indulging lately and desire something lighter, Qinteng blurted out nonchalantly. Fine. Li Xingru turned to Lu Yan. Yan. What would you like to eat? Goodness, you finally remembered me, Lu Yan remarked wistfully. Once you have a man, you forget your sisters. Hee. Please get me a serving of smashed cucumber, as my heart feels as cool as the cucumber itself. Lu Yan's words elicited an involuntary smile from Li Xingru. It must be said that those endowed with beauty radiate charm in all they do. and their smiles are akin to blooming flowers. What is your major? English. After studying English, I intend to become a teacher, which offers stable employment. Indeed, the profession of teaching is quite secure, albeit with modest remuneration, however. One can supplement their income through private tutoring. Shin-tung recalled the teachers who conducted after-school tutoring sessions, charging 200 to 300 for a single class. In small groups of 4 or 5, one could earn 1,000 per session. Back then, there were no restrictions against tutoring. It was during that time that Shin-tung had an epiphany regarding the adage knowledge is power, and for the first time, he regretted not studying diligently. Currently, I am indeed tutoring. My student is female. With your part-time job in tutoring, do you manage to stay afloat? At that moment, Shin-tung felt a measure of admiration for Li Xingru. Although he was unaware of the extent of her family's hardships, her diligence indicated a challenging home situation. I generally manage well, she replied. Ruo is particularly impressive, excelling academically, Lu Yin remarked with a hint of envy. Oh no. Li Xingru blushed at the compliment. What do you mean, oh no? Shin-tung, you have no idea. In our first English class, the teacher administered a diagnostic test to assess our foundational knowledge. Ruo achieved a perfect score, while the second highest was only 88. Upon recalling this, Lu Yin felt a sense of admiration. The test contained numerous grammatical pitfalls and delved into obscure idiomatic expressions. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was the subsequent essay, where her use of advanced vocabulary and complex sentence structures flowed effortlessly, and her handwriting was exceptionally neat. Is that so? Shin-tung was taken aback by the caliber of Li Xingru's performance. Previously, when she mentioned her potential for a scholarship, he had been somewhat skeptical, but was now astonished by her evident proficiency. Honestly, I'm not that remarkable. I merely excel at studying, unlike you all. Be more confident. Strong learning ability and a willingness to learn are your greatest assets. Not everyone is born at the pinnacle of success. Greatness is achieved through gradual learning. Is that true? Absolutely. Have you heard of Einstein? He scored just 1 point in his childhood exams, yet through his efforts, he became one of the greatest scientists in history. But Germany uses a 6-point grading system, so a score of 1 is actually akin to a first-class distinction. Li Xingru gazed at Shin-tung with wide eyes. Oh, so you couldn't be deceived? Shin-tung was surprised that this motivational anecdote had apparently become outdated as early as 2011. Logically, one would expect such wisdom to remain relevant for a few more years. Nonetheless, life requires adaptability. See, this illustrates that you are not solely a diligent student. You possess a broad knowledge base and articulate expression. Aren't these commendable traits? Perhaps. You have a point, Li Xingru mused. Lu Yin gazed at Li Xingru in her current state and suddenly found Shin-tung rather appealing. She believed that Li Xingru's most significant flaw was her lack of self-confidence, making her particularly susceptible to psychological manipulation. However, it appeared that Shin-tung not only refrained from manipulating Li Xingru, but was, in fact, encouraging her. At the very least, Shin-tung's encouragement proved far more beneficial than her own. Perhaps being with him would be quite advantageous for Ruorio? This thought suddenly emerged in Lu Yan's mind. Therefore, one must cultivate self-confidence. Do you understand? The majority of college students today lack the ability to be self-sufficient. The fact that you can earn your own living while supporting your family is truly remarkable. Encouraged by Shin-tung, Li Xingru no longer felt the deep-seated inferiority she once did. She lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. A gentle breeze tousled her silky hair, causing a few stray strands to dance gracefully. As Shin-tung observed Li Xingru, he suddenly realized just how beautiful she truly was. Chapter 36, Arrogant Lu Jia. Let me introduce you. This is the president of our student council and the vice president. This is the head of our external relations department. Within a lavishly appointed private dining room, Du Romping led Lu Jia and her roommates inside, where a modest selection of dishes had already been served. Yet no one had picked up their chopsticks. He introduced each member of the student council to the 4 girls. Hello, senior. Hello, senior sister. Lu Jia greeted them one by one, a sense of extraordinary pride swelling within her. These were all figures of significant stature within the student council. While other students were still devising ways to join, she had already earned the privilege of conversing with these department heads at the same table. Her roommates observed her with expressions that were a complex blend of envy and admiration. Come, please take a seat. Du's friends are our friends. We are all friends here. Sit down, please. One of the vice presidents urged them to settle in. As they took their seats, only then did the others begin to eat. How fortuitous. You arrived just as the service staff did. remarked the head of the sports department with a smile. We wouldn't want to keep you waiting for the food. They began to share dishes, chatting amicably as they dined. I heard from Du that you've applied to our external relations department. The head of that department said, curiously assessing Lu Jiajia, who was strikingly attractive. Yes, senior. I have already completed an interview with the external relations department. I believe you were not present at the time. I was negotiating sponsorships with external businesses, so I wasn't on campus. But rest assured, with such a beautiful junior willing to join our external relations department, I will certainly approve your application. Thank you, senior. Lu Jiajia beamed with a radiant smile. Surely, among all the new students, none could have found entry into the student council as effortlessly as she had. It's nothing much. I certainly owe Du some face. The head of the external relations department raised his glass towards Du Rongping. Not at all, Du Rongping replied, his joy evident. The two clinked their glasses and drank heartily. Amidst the lively exchange of toasts, Lu Jiajia and her companions felt as if they had entered an adult gathering. She relished this sensation, believing it bestowed upon her a maturity beyond her years. I should toast to all the seniors as well, Lu Jiajia declared. No, ladies should not drink, Du Rongping frowned, replacing the alcohol in Lu Jiajia's glass with a beverage. This gesture warmed Lu Jiajia's heart. Wow, the senior is so kind to Jiajia. Indeed, the senior is handsome, capable, and gentle. Jiajia is truly fortunate to have met him. Senior, you must make an effort, her roommates teased. Lu Jiajia, however, appeared somewhat bashful, shifting in her seat. Oh, please don't tease. Du Rongping chuckled. Don't worry, I will definitely put in the effort to pursue Jiajia. This was the first time he addressed Lu Jiajia in such a manner, and Lu Jiajia, though slightly bashful, accepted the appellation without protest. At that moment, the heads of the student council began to jest. All right, no need for the ruckus, Du Rongping said with a beaming smile, observing Lu Jiajia's cheerful countenance. Du Rongping felt that winning her over was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Lu Jiajia, listening to the internal affairs of the student council, experienced a fleeting sense of participating in the decision-making processes of the school. Is the student council really that powerful in our school? She couldn't help but inquire. Absolutely. Scholarships, outstanding class collectives, all of these must go through our student council. If you offend us, don't expect any points for your dormitory's cleanliness. One of the council heads declared, a smug expression adorning his face. I see, Lu Jiajia replied. By the way, I encountered a freshman today. Du Rongping recounted the events of the day, causing the council members to furrow their brows. This newcomer seems rather arrogant. He must have been quite a character in high school as well. And so what if he was? This is college now, another chimed in. Don't worry, Dugo. We assure you he will receive an unforgettable lesson. Let us make sure his dormitory enjoys the experience of subpar hygiene. This was a common tactic employed by the student council, using dormitory cleanliness as leverage to compel freshmen to submit. Typically, a little pressure would suffice to bring the newcomers to heel. What's their dormitory number again? I'll jot it down. It's 210, Building 7, 210. On their way, they had discreetly gathered information about Chintig's dormitory number from their class group chat. All right, I'll send them a message. I guarantee that in a few days, he will be speaking to you in a more amiable manner, the head of the hygiene department asserted with great confidence. Thank you, senior. Lu Jiajia expressed her gratitude promptly. She could already envision Chunting speaking to her politely in a few days. In truth, she did not require anything drastic from him. It was simply that his previous demeanor had been quite appalling, especially after she had personally approached him. Shouldn't he at least behave like his roommate, Luo Jinbin? Don't mention it. It's merely small matters. The sponsorship we receive from the student council comes from Dugo. Now it became clear to Lu Jiajia why the student council members treated Du Rongping with such favor. He was indeed the benefactor, the financial backer. The dinner continued to grow increasingly enjoyable. Although they were still students, their skills in flattery had become quite refined, making for a rather delightful dining experience. All right, shall we call it a night then? After a satisfying meal, Du Rongping decided to conclude the gathering, and naturally, no one objected. Thus, he generously approached the cashier to settle the bill. Lu Jiajia stole a glance at the receipt. Goodness, the meal cost over 2,000, more than her monthly living expenses. Senior, is this meal a bit too extravagant? What does this modest sum of money truly signify? Although the financial support from my family is somewhat limited, it still amounts to 7 or 8,000 yuan a month. Indulging in a meal like this occasionally poses no significant impact. Du Rongping, having had a few drinks, was slightly inebriated, and his speech bore a hint of boastfulness. Wow, senior, your family's circumstances are truly splendid, Lu Jiejia remarked with delight. She felt an immense sense of satisfaction, having effortlessly discerned the commendable qualities in senior Du Romping. Jiejia, shall we return by ourselves? Du Romping's intentions were unmistakably clear. Sure, Lu Jiejia readily agreed. Both the heads of the student council and Lu Jiejia's roommates displayed remarkable awareness, refraining from interrupting the two. Thus, they continued walking together in the direction of the school. Along the way, Lu Jiejia and Du Romping unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. Chapter 37, Passion Unleashed. A rebuke to Lu Jiejia boss. The bill, please. In Old Chin's restaurant, Li Xingru stood up and walked towards the front. What is her family situation, really? Shinting inquired curiously. You don't know? Lu Yin glanced at Shinting with surprise. I have no idea. A seriously ill mother, a gambling father, a younger brother, and a shattered self. Lu Yin sighed as she spoke. Shintu was momentarily taken aback by her words. It was not that he doubted the existence of such tragic lives in the world. Rather, he found it hard to believe that such despair could manifest so close to him. Is everything you said true? You're not just teasing me, are you? Of course not. Ruoruo is truly pitiable. If you have feelings for her, you should weigh whether you can bear the burden of her family. Shin Teng could discern Lu Yin's emotions, compassion intertwined with uncertainty. Such a family would pose an immense pressure for most people. Being born into such circumstances felt akin to bearing shackles from the moment of birth. In a previous life, he would have readily given up on pursuing a relationship with someone from such a background, not for lack of desire, but simply because he could not afford it. This was a stark reality. Ordinary families simply could not contemplate such relationships. However, at present, Shintung found himself in a position where he could afford it. Wait, why am I even thinking about this? This question struck him suddenly. Seeing Li Xingru approach, Lu Yin quickly donned a smile. Come on, Ruoruo. Let me drive you back to the dormitory. Okay, Li Xingru softly replied, following Chen Teng as they exited. Hey, isn't that Chen Teng, the junior? A strong scent of alcohol wafted towards them. Chen Teng frowned slightly, feeling a wave of distaste at the sight of the unexpectedly appeared Du Romping. What was that saying? The blush of youth surpasses all else. At that moment, Du Romping's face was as red as a baboon's rear. He did not dislike those who enjoyed drinking, but he had a strong aversion to those who became unruly when intoxicated. Lu Yin also frowned. Is he your friend? No, just a fool. Shinting's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, was just audible enough for Du Romping to hear. Du Romping, who held himself in high regard and was buoyed by the flattery of his friends, found his expression darken upon hearing Shinting's words. Junior, do you even know who you're talking to? Compared to his demeanor during their afternoon class, Du Romping's arrogance was markedly amplified now. Anger 10, yet. When he caught sight of Li Xingru behind Chen Teng, Du Romping's eyes lit up, and he sobered somewhat. He thought to himself, is there such a beautiful girl in our school? Lu Jiejia also noticed Li Xingru. Although night had fallen, she could still discern Li Xingru's beauty in the surrounding light. Her figure and face rendered the proud Lu Jiejia feeling inadequate. This was the first time she had encountered someone so stunning. Suddenly, she seemed to understand why Chen Teng had remained so composed in her presence back then. However, what is the relationship between Chen Teng and this girl? Li Xingru, feeling the gaze of both individuals, instinctively sought refuge behind Chen Teng. Do not be afraid. Chen Teng gently reassured her. He guided Li Xingru and Lu Yin towards the nearby BMW. Du Romping, filled with indignation, could not fathom how a mere Shinting dared to disregard him. Junior, I must warn you. Offending me, Du Romping, will make it impossible for you to survive in the business school. Oh, I am so terrified, Chen Teng replied, dismissing his threats. It was then that Du Romping noticed the BMW parked by the roadside. This car. Suddenly, a memory surged in his mind of the BMW he had seen earlier that afternoon while passing by the teaching building. If he recalled correctly, these two vehicles must be one and the same. Du Romping sealed his lips, deciding to observe whether Chen Teng would actually enter the car. Lu Jiejia remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. Chen Teng, Senior Du has connections with many department heads and presidents within the student union. As Chen Teng ignored her, Lu Jiejia felt a surge of irritation. When had she ever been disregarded? She turned to Li Xingru, stating, this classmate, when searching for a partner, one must be discerning. For sure. Chen Teng is a good person, Li Xingru interjected, cutting off Lu Jiejia mid-sentence. Lu Yin looked at Li Xingru in surprise. She had always considered Li Xingru to be rather shy, incapable of such assertiveness. Even when misunderstood or questioned, Li Xingru seldom defended herself. You. Lu Jiajia attempted to retort, but Qinting interjected. Lu Jiajia, I am uncertain why you hold such a high opinion of yourself. Do you believe all men should revolve around you? Is there a problem with not wanting to engage with you? Even if you wish to befriend me, I possess the right to decline. Moreover, I am too embarrassed to expose your intentions. Seeking to validate your allure through men while keeping a swarm of admirers around you, do you think your tactics are sophisticated? Ultimately, you are not fundamentally different from those who sell themselves. Both rely on external advantages to acquire wealth. The distinction lies in your desire to maintain a faade of virtue while enjoying the support of others, demanding emotional value in return. In my view, you are inferior to them. Qinting spoke rapidly and with considerable volume. An argument is not a debate, nor is it an exchange of academic ideas. Right or wrong is inconsequential, and logic bears no significance. In a verbal confrontation, victory is determined by who can shout the loudest and who is the most shameless. Initially, upon graduation, Qinting had been rather timid. However, after some time had passed, he realized that madness was sometimes necessary to resolve issues. The louder he spoke, the faster his words flowed, and the less logical his arguments became, the more likely he was to prevail. Thus, even as Lu Jiajia attempted to interject repeatedly, Qinting afforded her no opportunity. Whenever he sensed her inclination to speak, he would elevate his volume and quicken his pace. As the conversation continued, the crowd around them grew larger, and Lu Jiajia found herself devoid of any desire to speak, yearning only to escape the scene. Fool! Qinting exclaimed with a resonant voice, firmly addressing Lu Jiajia. Having said that, he swiftly made his way towards the car. Lu Jiajia was rendered speechless by his rapid-fire words, akin to a barrage of cannonballs. Du Roping's expression also darkened, yet he remained silent, merely observing Qinting and the nearby BMW. As Qinting approached the BMW, ultimately opening the door for two girls, Du Roping hastily retrieved his phone. Please answer the call, answer it. His countenance grew increasingly grim upon realizing that no one was picking up. Lu Jiajia noticed that Du Roping was not offering her solace. Instead, he was engrossed in dialing a number, which incited a flicker of anger within her. Senior. Shoo. Don't speak just yet, Du Roping replied, too preoccupied to heed Lu Jiajia's sentiments. Chapter 38. Afraid to learn public speaking, yet desiring to master argumentation? Various emotional scores accumulated. Anger 100. Anger 100. Fear 10. Admiration 20. Respect 5. Shock 10. As Qinting drove slowly, he found himself perplexed by the sudden impulse to unleash a torrent of invective. In truth, he had always deemed conversations with such individuals to be devoid of purpose. Yet, in that moment, he could not restrain himself. Ahem, I don't usually act this way. Qinting, you are truly remarkable. Qinting replied, What is remarkable about that? Your speaking speed was astonishing, and you appeared completely at ease, Li Xingru exclaimed, gazing at Qinting with admiration. Sometimes, when I wish to debate, I struggle to find the words. Lu Yan, equally astonished, noted that Qinting had previously presented himself as a man of considerable refinement. The altercation had unveiled an unforeseen facet of his character. Such matters are a matter of practice. Qinting chuckled wryly. Arguing is, in fact, a rather desperate recourse. If everyone were reasonable and emotionally stable, well, that would be a fantasy. I want to learn. Li Xingru implored. Qinting, can you teach me? Absolutely not. It is unwise to learn the negative without mastering the positive. Qinting was at a loss. Why choose to hone the art of argumentation? Oh. Li Xingru's expression dimmed. Perhaps you should focus on public speaking instead. It would greatly assist in overcoming your shyness. I'm afraid. Goodness. At this point, Qinting was unsure how to respond. To be fearful of public speaking yet eager to engage in argumentation? It was indeed a peculiar notion. Rather than pursuing such a fruitless endeavor, strive to elevate yourself. The higher you ascend, the more you will find yourself surrounded by good people, rendering arguments unnecessary. All right, I understand. Seated beside them, Lu Yan suddenly perceived that Qinting was remarkably suited for Li Xingru. Li Xingru, with her introverted demeanor, complimented Qinting's outgoing nature. With both being aesthetically pleasing, they indeed embodied a harmonious pairing. Li Xingru bore a heavy familial burden, while Qinting, driving a BMW, was financially secure. What's going on here? Lu Yan mused silently. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Although she was a close friend of Li Xingru, she recognized that the latter's family situation posed a significant challenge for anyone. She hoped that Chun Tung could liberate Li Xingru from her struggles, but hesitated to wish such a substantial burden upon such a promising young man. Lu Yin thought it best to let Chun Tung come to his own conclusions before attempting to play matchmaker. "Uncle, another pack, please." Unbeknownst to them, the car had entered Qiming University. As they passed the security booth, Chun Tung tossed a pack of cigarettes into the kiosk. The security guard chuckled in appreciation. "Thanks, mate." "No problem, uncle." Lu Yin was somewhat puzzled. "Another pack?" "Upon entering your esteemed institution, I handed a package to the security personnel." "What is the rationale behind bestowing cigarettes upon them?" "Surely, even in their absence, the situation would remain unaffected." "Indeed." Distributing cigarettes to security personnel rarely yields any return or benefit in 99 of instances, yet how can one predict encountering that elusive one? Chun Ting deemed it entirely natural for Lu Yin to harbor such thoughts. As a novice university student, navigating the complexities of societal dynamics can be quite perplexing. Society is composed of individuals, each with their own thoughts and preferences. Thus, beyond the rigid confines of regulations, understanding human relationships holds significant value. While one may not favor such norms, it is imperative to comprehend them. For instance, cultivating a cordial rapport with the dormitory supervisor could potentially result in leniency during inspections for prohibited appliances. It is essential to discern which social niceties are ineffective and which bear fruit. Indiscriminately seeking to please others is futile. Of course, this leads us to another discourse altogether. "You seem quite knowledgeable," Lu Yin mused thoughtfully. Li Xing, too, was filled with admiration. "It's quite reasonable. Everyone understands these principles. Yet the ability to implement them is an entirely different matter." Chun Ting parked his vehicle beneath the dormitory, watching the two ascend before departing from Qiming University. As he drove away, he, as per usual, offered a pack of cigarettes to the security guard, who beamed with delight. After all, the value of cigarettes held negligible significance for Chun Ting. Utilizing them to forge connections was the most advantageous use. On the return to campus, Du Roping, anxious due to the absence of responses to his calls, felt a rising sense of urgency. What could possibly be the matter with the senior? Lu Jiajia inquired, puzzled. "Did you not see him get into the BMW?" Du Roping pressed, increasingly bewildered. "Yes, I did, but have you forgotten my words this afternoon as I exited the academic building? Are you suggesting that Chun Tung is a faculty member?" Du Roping pondered Lu Jiajia's intelligence with a hint of skepticism. "What I mean is that this vehicle is worth nearly $1 million. Do you understand what it signifies for a student to possess such an expensive car? It signifies his family is quite affluent?" "Precisely," Du Roping calmly deduced. "In the best-case scenario, he is merely putting on a facade, and the car is rented, though the likelihood of that is minimal. Alternatively, Chun Ting might have implored his parents with great fervor, exhausting their resources to purchase a vehicle, yet this scenario is equally unlikely. The more probable situation is that his family possesses assets worth millions, and it is entirely normal for them to provide him with a BMW for his transportation. The worst-case scenario would be that this is not even Chun Ting's car, merely a vehicle for errands. Or perhaps it is indeed earned through his own endeavors. All these probabilities remain quite low. Do you grasp my point?" A cold breeze swept through, and Du Roping's clarity returned. He analyzed the possibilities with simplicity. At that moment, Lu Jiajia began to comprehend. "Are you suggesting that his family may be quite wealthy? Perhaps even wealthier than yours?" "Indeed. Thus, one must not provoke Chun Tung. Do you comprehend?" Yet, his previous demeanor was so ungracious. What of it? Du Roping regretted not having intoxicated Lu Jiajia earlier and taken her to a hotel. At that moment, he had envisioned a gradual approach, nurturing Lu Jiajia into becoming his girlfriend through multiple encounters, rather than a singular event. Now, Du Roping feared that prolonged association might impair his intellect. Regardless of how unpleasant his attitude may be, we can maintain a mutual distance. Should a conflict arise, it could lead to mutual destruction. Du Roping continued to dial, determined to convey that they should not trouble Chun Ting regarding the cleanliness of the dormitory. However, Lu Jiajia pouted in grievance. Yet, Du Roping was too preoccupied to console her. Lu Jiajia was indeed beautiful, but not worth making an enemy of Du Roping. If the price of having Lu Jiajia was to offend Chun Tung, he would opt for an alternative. No ifs. Shortly, you shall apologize to Chun Tung, understood? Apologize to him? Lu Jiajia could hardly believe her ears. "I have heard that the Fruit 4S is about to be released, if you comply. I shall procure one for you." "Very well. Senior, you must keep your word." "Rest assured, I am a man of my word." Du Roping hastened towards the school, anxious that the student council might act with undue efficiency. Chapter 39. The student union inspects the dormitory. Can we still enjoy barbecue calmly? In the business school of Hwazé University, room 210 in building 7. Knock, knock, knock. The heavy knocking startled the three individuals engrossed in a video. What's up with Chin? Is he that irate? Could it be that he discovered a girl at the dining table has a boyfriend? Miao Zhengzheng sauntered towards the door with a grin. Wait a moment. Did Chin forget his key? Kai Heng pondered, somewhat perplexed. Before Miao could reach the door, the loud knocking echoed again. Coming. What's the rush? Even if you've been dumped, you shouldn't take your frustration out on us. Miao Zhengzheng scoffed. However, the commotion outside was quite insistent. Student union. Open the door. Upon hearing this, Miao Zhengzheng, who had placed his hand on the doorknob, furrowed his brow. With the third round of knocking, he extracted his phone while turning the doorknob to open the door. The sight before him startled Miao Zhengzheng. There were at least 7 or 8 individuals waiting at the entrance. Why are you taking so long to open the door? Before Miao could utter a word, the student responsible for the inspection began to interrogate him. Weren't you just here a few days ago for an inspection? Kai Heng stepped forward, equally puzzled. The frequency of inspections in the business school was approximately once a week, and they refrained from checking during the weekends. It was hardly time for another round. Did you eat a few days ago? Are you saying you went to eat today? The leading student sneered. But if you lost your mother a few days ago, should you lose her again today? Miao Zhengzheng replied nonchalantly. Oh, are freshmen these days so audacious? The opposing student, rather than being angered, burst into laughter. Remember this. I am the Vice Minister of the Hygiene Department of the Student Union, Qianjun. Clear the way. Qianjun proclaimed with excessive bravado. Ah, a Vice Minister, you say? What if I refuse? If you refuse, your dormitory will receive a hygiene score of 0. Oh, Miao Zhengzheng scoffed, forcefully attempting to close the door. However, Qianjun stretched out his hand to block it. Do you know what a hygiene score of 0 signifies? Why should I care? It means you will receive a disciplinary record. It means you will be ineligible for awards and honors. Why should I care? Miao Zhengzheng's derision grew. Kai Heng, on the other hand, displayed a worried expression. Though he was unconcerned about academic performance or scholarship, the idea of receiving a disciplinary record frightened him. Hey. Kai Heng attempted to speak but was restrained by Luo Zhenbin. He glanced at Luo, who quietly advised, we must not allow internal discord at this moment. Upon hearing this, Kai Heng relented, choosing silence. The two settled into their seats, observing the exchange between Miao Zhengzheng and Qianjun at the doorway. Kid, are you being a bit too arrogant? If you receive a disciplinary record and then make another mistake, expulsion could be on the horizon. Who are you fooling? Expulsion? As I stand atop the building, I shall make a call to the news media. And I shall see whether my expulsion notice bears the signature of the principal or yours. Miao Zhengzheng's words ignited a wave of fury within Qianjun. He had never encountered such an unyielding freshman, and his expression darkened ominously. Young man, think carefully. Offending our student council means you can forget about surviving in this university. While the nonsense. If you want to give me a 0, go ahead. If you wish to impose a penalty, do so. It is the first time I've ever heard that checking dormitory cleanliness could result in a punishment. Miao Zhengzheng resolutely blocked the doorway, preventing Qianjun and his companions from entering. Today, there seemed to be quite a few parking spaces available. Chen Ting parked his car beneath the dormitory building. Although there were many vehicles now, it was not yet the overwhelming number it would be in 10 years. At least, finding a parking spot was still feasible. 10 years from now, even a slight increase in the number of people would render parking spots non-existent. To secure a parking space, one would have no choice but to pay a fee. In some exaggerated scenarios, even paid parking lots would be full. One could either park further away and walk for exercise or gamble on parking illegally, hoping not to receive a fine. As Chen Tung ascended to the second floor, he noticed a crowd gathering in the hallway. Oh, what's this? Although Chen Tung was not particularly interested in the gossip, he knew that the 3 individuals in his dorm would undoubtedly be discussing it. He carried barbecue treats for them. What was that saying? A father's love is as steady as a mountain. However, as Chen Tung continued, he sensed something amiss. The crowd seemed to be gathered around his own dormitory. Could it be? A sense of confusion washed over him as he struggled to comprehend what had transpired in his dormitory. Squeezing through the throng, he discovered, indeed, that the incident involved his own room. Chen Gu. Miao Zhengzheng waved at him. Chen Tung approached, puzzled. What happened? This guy wants to inspect the dorm, and his attitude is exceedingly rude. I suspect they aim to employ underhanded tactics, Qianjun remarked, casting a sly smile at Chen Ting. He calls you Chen Gu. You must be Chen Tung, correct? Do you know me? Not personally, but having offended Brother Du, You can forget about thriving in this school. Our student council is here to conduct a dorm inspection, and your roommates are preventing us from entering. Conduct an inspection? Be my guest, Chen Teng replied. Miao Xingzhong appeared anxious. He whispered in Chen Teng's ear, if I'm not mistaken, this fellow is carrying prohibited electrical appliances. If we allow him in, he will claim that we found these items in our dorm. Chen Teng shot Miao Xingzhong a surprised glance. It appeared that Miao understood much. Sensing Chen Teng's look, Miao Xingzhong continued, if they discover anything, they will report it, and we will face disciplinary action. My people will arrive shortly. They want to be allowed in. Not to worry, let them enter. The student council is here to perform a dorm inspection, and we shall fully cooperate. Chen Teng smiled, seemingly oblivious to Miao Xingzhong's remarks. Miao Xingzhong furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend why Chen Teng would make such a decision, even if Chen Teng was unaware of the intricacies involved. He had articulated the situation quite clearly, had he not? Ha ha ha, those who understand the times are the true heroes. Chen Teng, you are indeed a wise individual. Qianjun laughed heartily, swaggering into the room with those behind him. Chen Teng then gestured for Kai Hang and Luo Zhenbin to come over. Brother Chen, what are you up to? Kai Hang inquired. If they manage to uncover any prohibited electrical appliances in our dormitory, then I shall place 5,000 yuan in the dormitory. You all must bear witness for me, Chen Teng whispered, glancing at the student union members ransacking the dormitory. What 5,000? Miao Xingzhong's face gradually morphed into a lewd grin. Brother Chen, you are quite mischievous. Kai Hung and Luo Zhenbin were initially perplexed, but upon witnessing Miao Xingzhong's lascivious expression, they began to grasp the situation. Brother Chen, you are indeed cunning. Enough of your banter. Let us eat first, Chen Teng declared, raising the skewers of barbecued delicacies in his hands. Lamb skewers, beef skewers, grilled gluten, lamb kidneys, and grilled oysters. Everything one could desire was present. Thank you, Brother Chen. Understanding that Chen Teng had his own plans, Miao Xingzhong felt reassured and began to relish the barbecue that Chen Teng had brought back. He even sent a few messages to inform his friends not to come. Kai Hung and Luo Zhenbin joined in the feast, enjoying the food. Meanwhile, the other dormitory residents were left dumbfounded. Here they were, being searched, yet these individuals remained so nonchalantly engaged in their barbecue. Chapter 40. The instructor, drenched in sweat, admonished. There must be no trash in the bin, points deducted. No items allowed on the desk, points deducted. The bed must be tidy, points deducted. Points deducted. After a brief search, Qianjun emerged, his brow furrowed upon seeing Chen Teng and his companions still indulging in barbecue delights. He raised a hairdryer high in his hand, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he addressed Chen Teng and his friends. During our inspection, we discovered that your dormitory is harboring forbidden electrical appliances. This is a violation of our school's regulations. Oh, Chen Teng replied, seemingly oblivious to Qianjun's accusations, continuing to savor his barbecue. Earlier, when the Xingru had treated them to a meal, Chen Teng had feigned fullness after consuming 2 bowls of rice. Yet the sight of sumptuous feasts at nearby tables left him longing. Thus, on his way back, he unhesitatingly purchased an ample supply of barbecue, reasoning that the cost, under 100 yuan, would be easily digestible for a group of boys. Waste was simply not an option. We'll report this to the school, Qianjun declared. Go ahead. Follow the procedure. Adhere to the regulations, Chen Teng retorted, a smirk on his lips. This left Qianjun momentarily dazed. There is a saying that those who wrong you often understand your plight better than you do. Qianjun was acutely aware that the hairdryer in his possession had not been discovered in room 210. It had been concealed in someone else's clothing beforehand. Typically, when students encounter such situations, they would panic and vehemently deny ownership of the hairdryer. Yet, Qianjun had no intention of genuinely reporting it. Instead, he intended to leverage this situation to coerce the others into submission. The threat of blackmail is most potent when it remains unutilized, akin to a soiled mop that holds its most significant deterrent power before making contact. I can indeed report this, he exclaimed. Lao Miao, call the instructor and inform them that you've discovered forbidden electrical appliances hidden in room 210. Understood. Miao Xingzhong promptly retrieved his phone and dialed with efficiency, even placing the call on speaker. The moment the instructor answered, Miao Xingzhong grinned and said, Teacher, I'm Qianjun, Vice Minister of the Hygiene Department of the Student Union. I found someone in room 210 harboring forbidden electrical appliances. You need to come quickly. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Qianjun was left bewildered. You are Qianjun, so who am I? The peculiar turn of events left him at a loss. He recognized that the appliance did not belong to room 210, yet he could not fathom why Miao Xingzhong would exploit his name in this manner. I'm telling you. In our school, confessing is futile. Oh, the four continued their feast, with Qianjun flummoxed. I truly can report it. Miao Zhengzhong was undeterred. Go ahead. Came the response from Kai Hong. Initially, he had felt a pang of panic, but as Qianjun hesitated to proceed with the report, Kai Hong realized that his opponent lacked the audacity he had presumed. Thus, he too grew emboldened. When the counselor arrived at the dormitory building 7 on his small electric scooter, his brow was furrowed with concern. He had spotted Qianjun holding a hairdryer. Enough of this. Return to your own dormitory, the counselor shouted. Although many students in university no longer held the same apprehension towards their teachers as they did in high school, they complied with the counselor's directive and retreated to their rooms. Just as the counselor was about to inquire further about the situation, he noticed a hand raised in the air. It was Miao Zhengzhong's hand. Counselor, we need to report something. 5,000 yuan has gone missing from our dormitory. Miao Zhengzhong was eager for everyone to see his raised hand. How much? The counselor could hardly believe his ears. Did this student truly understand the significance of 5,000 yuan? He sighed softly. It was already past 7 in the evening, and he simply wished to return home. He had been ready to leave when Miao Zhengzhong's phone call had summoned him here. Don't make baseless accusations. Where would your dormitory have gotten 5,000 yuan? Qianjun retorted angrily. He intended to force dormitory 210 to capitulate through these false allegations. Stealing money was the last thing on his mind. Let's go inside the dormitory and discuss this matter. The counselor immediately sensed that the situation was becoming complicated. Not being a young counselor, he understood that such matters required a delicate approach to mitigate their impact. Consequently, he allowed members of the student council and the 4 individuals from dormitory 210 to enter the room. The already cramped dormitory now felt exceedingly crowded. Counselor, they have prohibited electrical appliances in their dormitory, Qianjun shouted. Counselor, they stole our 5,000 yuan after coming to our dormitory, Miao Zhengzhong echoed. The counselor felt a headache coming on from the cacophony. One by one, he asked, who is Qianjun? I am. Qianjun immediately raised his hand. All right. You go first. Okay, teacher, I brought 6 classmates to inspect the dormitory. Why did you bring so many people for a dormitory inspection? The counselor sensed something was amiss. Well, never mind, continue. The counselor glanced at his watch, eager to clarify the situation and resolve the matter swiftly. Once Qianjun finished speaking, the counselor turned his attention to Miao Zhengzhong. How do you intend to prove that there was 5,000 yuan in your dormitory? This is not a trivial sum. He regarded Miao Zhengzhong with a scrutinizing gaze. At this moment, he leaned more towards believing Qianjun. Could a student carelessly leave 5,000 yuan in a dormitory? Teacher, our classmate Chun Tong drives a BMW. 5,000 yuan is nothing to him. Indeed, teacher, last time Chun Tong rescued a kitten, he casually took out 5,000 yuan. Kai Hong and Miao Zhengzhong chimed in, each adding to the absurdity. The counselor found this increasingly ridiculous. Did these students truly grasp what it meant to own a BMW? Did they comprehend the notion of casually withdrawing 5,000 yuan at any moment? His monthly salary barely exceeds 5,000 yuan. The counselor has almost concluded that the students in room 210 are merely engaging in frivolous antics. Yet, Chinton calmly produces a bankbook. Sir, this is my proof of withdrawal from the bank. He extends the bankbook towards the counselor. Upon glimpsing the figures inscribed within, the counselor cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow. Astonishingly, the amount exceeds his own savings. How could this young man possibly muster 5,000 yuan? The counselor finds himself at an impasse. Initially, he believed that Chinton and his peers were merely creating disturbances. Could a student truly present 5,000 yuan to be stolen? However, once Chintung substantiated his claim of possessing such an amount, the counselor began to entertain the possibility that this situation might not be entirely implausible. You truly own a BMW? Without a doubt, Chintung responds. Unveiling his vehicle registration, the counselor suddenly perceives the complexity of the situation. At the very least, Chun Tong has convincingly demonstrated that it is indeed feasible for him to have 5,000 yuan stored in the dormitory. Sir, we did not take his money. We truly never saw the cash, Qianjun exclaimed, desperation evident in his voice. Ultimately, he, too, is just a student. His experiences, while more extensive than those of an average freshman, are still limited. Why don't we involve the authorities, sir? He claims the hairdryer belongs to us. We could check for our fingerprints on it and ascertain whether they indeed took our 5,000 yuan. Chintung's tone remains remarkably composed, yet it is imbued with an ineffable confidence and conviction. The counselor glances back at Qianjun, who appears increasingly flustered. If they genuinely did not take anything, why the agitation? Could it be that someone actually pilfered 5,000 yuan? If word of this spreads, the school's reputation could be irrevocably tarnished. In that moment, the counselor finds himself drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 41. Unable to bear the pressure, Qianjun felt an overwhelming sense of panic. He had never considered the option of reporting to the authorities. Unbeknownst to him, there existed a loophole that could potentially exonerate him. By simply reporting the matter and checking fingerprints, they could avoid being framed. As for the 5,000 yuan, initially, Qianjun suspected that Chen Ting and his associates were attempting to set him up. Yet, witnessing Chen Ting producing bank books and vehicle registration documents one after another, he began to entertain the possibility that it was indeed genuine. Could it be that someone actually intended to pocket the 5,000 yuan? Chen Ting wore a subtle smile, one that concealed a hint of provocation. He was well aware of how to deal with such individuals, as many preferred to downplay significant issues. Consequently, Qianjun's tactics had proven effective time and again. In this scenario, the optimal response was to escalate the matter. In truth, he never intended to report it, after all. He hadn't lost 5,000 yuan, and filing a false report was unethical. He merely sought to intimidate. Do not report it. The counselor interjected decisively. What is your name, student? Chen Tong. Chen from the east, Tong, as in galloping. Are you certain that you lost 5,000 yuan? Absolutely. It was right on the table, but when I returned, it was gone. The counselor felt a chill if the situation was mishandled. It could have dire consequences for the school. Qianjun's group exchanged suspicious glances, each harboring doubts about whether Chen Ting was lying or if someone among them had indeed taken the 5,000 yuan. The allure of money was undeniable. The counselor pondered how to discern the truth from both parties while scrutinizing their expressions. Chen Ting remained composed, even displaying a slight anticipation, whereas Qianjun and his companions exchanged nervous glances. The counselor's heart sank. Could it be that someone truly had taken the money? In comparison to 5,000 yuan, the issue of prohibited electrical devices seemed trivial. Moreover, Chen Ting's confidence suggested that the illicit devices might not even exist. Counselor, if you cannot make a judgment, perhaps it would be best to leave this to professionals, someone suggested. No, absolutely do not report it. Trust me, I can resolve this matter. The counselor turned to Qianjun and his group, taking a deep breath and commanding, will you not confess? Admitting now could still allow for a favorable outcome. If Chen Ting chooses to report this, you could face imprisonment. Under such pressure, one student finally cracked, trembling as he spoke. I'm sorry. I truly did not take his money. Qianjun called us here just to frame them. Frame? Elaborate, the counselor urged. Feeling a sense of relief as progress was finally made. He had feared that both sides would stubbornly maintain their positions, which could drive Chen Ting to report the incident. Qianjun attempted to interject a warning, but the counselor's glare silenced him. Just now, Qianjun informed us that we were implicated in a scheme in room 210. Teacher, we genuinely did not take any money, he lamented with a sorrowful expression. Where there is one, there are bound to be two. Indeed, teacher. We truly did not take any money. We merely mentioned bringing a hairdryer. Classmate Chen Ting, please do not report this. We admit to having framed you. But we sincerely did not take your money. Yes. Chen Ting gazed at them, his face devoid of emotion. In truth, Qianjun's gravest error lay in bringing so many people along. Had he approached this matter alone, steadfast in his resolve, Chen Ting would have found it difficult to challenge him. Even if a report were filed, the authorities would hardly prioritize fingerprint analysis on a hairdryer. They had far more pressing matters to attend to. Who has time to indulge a group of university students in their petty games? In the absence of concrete evidence from either side, teachers would undoubtedly be more inclined to believe the student council members. Yet, the larger the group, the greater the complications. While numbers can embolden, they can also expose vulnerabilities. This is a university, a student council, not a special forces camp. Where could one find so many individuals with such resilience? Do they truly believe that military training has such an effect? The vast majority, when faced with intimidation, simply comply. Chen Ting spread his hands. I did not expect our university's student council to engage in such underhanded tactics. It is truly disheartening. Miao Zhengzheng nodded in agreement. Echoing his sigh, the counselor also sighed slightly, astonished that the student council would resort to such slanderous schemes. Although aware of the school's poor atmosphere, it hardly warranted such depths. There was still the matter of the 5,000 yuan. The counselor felt a headache coming on. Counselor, how do you plan to handle them? Chen Ting inquired once more. Revoking their positions within the student council and imposing penalties. What do you think? The counselor and Chen Ting deliberated. He needed to placate Chun Tung's emotions, lest the situation escalate to a police report. He still believed the 5,000 yuan was a genuine concern. Chun Tung pretended to ponder, just as he was about to agree. A knock echoed once more at the door of room 210. Junior Chun Tung, it is Du Rongping. May I have a word? Should I open the door for him? Chun Tung glanced at the counselor, who nodded in assent. Despite not knowing Du Rongping's purpose for visiting, he recognized the individual. Du Rongping appeared beaming. His smile tinged with an unsettling sense of flattery and obsequiousness. This expression astonished the counselor. University students, still in the cocoon of academia, typically harbor lofty ambitions. To expect them to flatter or ingratiate themselves to someone is akin to asking for the impossible. What power does Chun Tung possess to elicit such sycophancy from Du Rongping? The counselor resolved to observe the unfolding events quietly. Junior Chun Tung, this is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Chun Tung raised an eyebrow, pondering the sudden shift in Du Rongping's demeanor. After much contemplation, he surmised that the likelihood of his BMW being involved was the most plausible explanation. Indeed, imagine oneself as a privileged heir, driving a BMW, distinctly unlike Du Rongping, a wealthy individual without a vehicle who could be easily provoked. Or perhaps there is simply no necessity for provocation. Indeed, it is all a misunderstanding. You should promptly apologize to Junior Chun Tung. Junior Chun Tung, I sincerely beg your forgiveness. Qian Jun and the others humbly bowed their heads in contrition. Though Du Rongping was not a member of the student council, he frequently dined with its members, and Qian Jun and his companions were acquainted with him. Furthermore, the pressure they faced compelled them to reveal their intent to falsely accuse Chun Tung. They were more than willing to apologize. Junior Chun Tung, would this arrangement suffice? I shall treat you and your dormitory to a meal later, and we can consider this matter settled. Du Rongping gazed at Chun Tung with eager anticipation. If there were anyone here who hoped for a trivialization of this matter, it would undoubtedly be him, Du Rongping. Chapter 42. The kind-hearted brother Chun indeed. Shall we put an end to this matter? The issue of the 5,000. I shall provide you with a response shortly, the counselor interjected. 5,000? What 5,000? Du Rongping was taken aback. Jean Jun whispered the circumstances surrounding the 5,000 to Du Rongping. Upon receiving the information, Du Rongping slapped his forehead. Thinking to himself, that's it. I'll take responsibility. You will? But you weren't even present at the scene, Miao Zhengzheng remarked, surprised by Du Rongping's sudden assertion. In any case, I will take responsibility, Du Rongping insisted, rummaging through his wallet and pulling out several notes to hand to Chun Tung. The counselor averted his gaze, pretending not to witness the exchange. Let us consider this matter concluded. Chun Tung casually extracted 5 bills from the stack. Since you have returned my 5,000, I shall not pursue this further. All right. Although Du Rongping did not comprehend why Chun Tung only took 500, he was pleased that Chun Tung was willing to put an end to the issue. The counselor turned back, stating, since this matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. He attempted to depart, but Chun Tung called out to him. Counselor, I would like to inquire about the scholarship issue. Could you spare a moment? Miao Zhengzhong, Kai Hong, and Luo Zhenbin looked at Chun Tung as if they had seen a ghost. You, who sits at the back of the class and hardly pays attention, claim to have thoughts on the scholarship? Nonsense. The counselor found the assertion utterly absurd. He had been at this school long enough to understand its academic atmosphere. Scholarship awards were not determined by excellence, but rather by relative mediocrity. Nonetheless, he could tell that Chun Tung had something he wished to discuss privately. Very well. Observing this, Du Rongping and the others discreetly excused themselves. Chun Tung, I just remembered that our dormitory needs cleaning. I shall attend to it now. Yes. My roommate is about to give birth. I must check on them. Me too. My roommate is also nearing delivery. Indeed, perhaps we share the same roommate. They all departed, some even feeling a sense of relief. Chun Tung did not report the incident. They would merely face disciplinary action. Was this not a form of being spared from calamity? Upon exiting room 210, the 7 of them gratefully looked towards Du Rongping. Thank you, Brother Du. We truly had no idea who took the 5,000. Enough of the thanks. Chun Tung recovered his 5,000 intact. If it had truly been lost, I would have reported it. This was merely a scare tactic, Du Rongping replied, his mind cleared from the effects of alcohol. He had nearly discerned Chun Tung's intentions. Yet, it was precisely because he had seen through it that he found Chun Tung to be exceptional. Such realizations often come only after the fact, akin to reflecting on a quarrel after it has transpired. Regretting one's actions in hindsight is futile. In room 210, Chun Tung produced the cigarettes he habitually kept in his pocket and offered them to the counselor. The teacher's effort in coming here is truly commendable. Even after a long day, he still has to address our concerns. Without his guidance, we might have faced unjust accusations. Thus, it is often said that educators are the most noble of all professions. Compliments may be insincere, yet this gesture of appreciation has lightened the counselor's heart considerably. I must apologize. I do not smoke, so I shall decline. The teacher's lifestyle is undeniably healthy, and we should all learn from his example. With that, Chinting opened his locker to reveal a beautifully packaged box of tea. Teacher, this is a gift I had someone purchase for me. It is said to be Westlake Longing. I am not well versed in tea, but the seller assured me it is perfect for gifting. He extended the tea toward the counselor. Initially, the counselor contemplated refusing, as he does not partake in tea. Yet, as the words lingered on his tongue, he discerned the underlying intention in Chintung's remark. What does it matter if he does not drink it? It is suitable for gifting. Thus, instead of declining, he expressed his gratitude. His gaze toward Chintung was laced with complexity. He had encountered many shrewd students, but none who displayed such generosity alongside their cunning. Though many might not appreciate the shrewd demeanor, he recognized that those with such traits often find success. Indeed, it is well-deserved. Thank you for your efforts, teacher. I shall not intrude on your rest any longer. Farewell. Goodbye, teacher. The 4 residents of room 210 chorused in unison. Once the counselor departed, Miao Zhengzhong patted Chun Tung on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Chen, you are truly remarkable. It was nothing exceptional, Chun Ting modestly replied. No, Brother Chun. You are extraordinary. I have never admired anyone as much as I do you. Kai Heng's perception of Chin Tung shifted once again. Previously, he viewed Chun Tung as impressive and affluent, believing that with enough effort, he could achieve similar success. Now, however, he felt entirely outmatched. Chin Tung had astutely turned a fabricated sum of 5,000 into leverage, then capitalized on the other party's unease to suggest calling the authorities. Utilizing the counselor's influence, he had thoroughly unsettled those associated with Qianjun Luozhen being slumped back into his seat, feeling somewhat defeated. While Chin Tung had effortlessly resolved the troubles posed by the student council, his excitement waned upon the arrival of Du Romping in room 210. He could not ignore the undeniable truth that had emerged. He needed to appease Lu Jiejia, who in turn needed to cater to Du Romping, who was obliged to please Chin Tung. This raised a poignant question. Is the disparity between individuals truly so vast? Is wealth genuinely of such paramount importance in this world? By the way, old Miao, join me for an outing tomorrow morning. Huh? But I have classes tomorrow morning. If a university student never skips class, can they still be called a university student? Could we go in the afternoon? If we must skip class, then perhaps we can start a bit later? No. Tomorrow we must rise even earlier than for class. Chin Tung patted his shoulder and turned to Kai Heng. What is the matter, Brother Chen? Kai Heng instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Tomorrow morning, during that public class, if the teacher calls our names, could you assist us by responding? However, won't that be discovered? Not at all. The teacher does not raise his head while taking attendance. One of you can respond in your natural voice, while the other adopts a hoarse tone. He will not notice, and if he does, you can simply claim ignorance. All right, fine. Kai Heng felt a pang of apprehension. He had never engaged in such a matter of assisting a roommate with attendance. By the way, you can keep that 500 for yourselves to enjoy. Thank you, Brother Chen. Kai Heng exclaimed with delight. However, he was also puzzled. By the way, Brother Chen, why did you only take 500 instead of 5,000? I believe if you had asked for 5,000 at that moment, he would have obliged. He wondered if it was out of compassion that Brother Chen chose the lesser amount. Indeed, Brother Chen is ultimately a kind-hearted person. Little did he know. Chin Tung regarded Kai Heng with a look of patronizing concern. My good brother, 5,000 crosses the threshold for extortion. Kai Heng was taken aback. Chin Tung burst into laughter, ready to wash up and prepare for sleep, all the while gearing up to officially embark on his entrepreneurial venture the following day. Chapter 43. Inflate. Self-justifying fantasies. It was night in the girls' dormitory. As Lu Jiejia returned to her room, her roommates began to tease her. Why are you back so early? Jiejia? Come on, tell us. Did Senior Du profess his love for you? Where did you two go for a stroll? I saw on the school forum that the lakeside is perfect for couples. Her roommates gazed at Lu Jiejia with excitement. Lu Jiejia let out a soft sigh and sat down in her seat, her face clouded with worry. Don't mention it. On our way back today, we ran into Chin Tung. Chin Tung, the boy from the next class who always ignores you, the one who sits in the back row? Yes. Lu Jiejia felt overwhelmed and decided to recount everything that had transpired that evening. Her roommates listened in astonishment. You can't be joking, can you, Jia? Did Senior Do really say that car was worth nearly $1 million? Yes. I can hardly fathom how vast a sum $1 million is. My living expenses are only 500. It would take me decades to save that amount. Exactly. Do you think Senior Do might have been mistaken? Lu Jia hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. She did not believe that Du Romping could be wrong. However, it seemed he did not wish to offend anyone. Could it be that Chin Ting is the one among this year's freshmen with the most substantial background? I recall there is a wealthy second-generation student named Su Chiu this year, but he doesn't appear to have his own car either. Jia. Since Senior Du asked you to apologize, I think you should seize this opportunity to pursue Chin Ting. Pursue Chin Ting? Before encountering Du Romping, Lu Jia had indeed entertained such thoughts. She wished to transform Chin Ting into a backup option like Luo Zhenbin and have him spend money on her. Unfortunately, the conflict between them stemmed from this very notion. Chin Tang's indifference infuriated Lu Jia, but I think Chin Ting has a terrible temper. Lu Jia felt wronged. Her roommates began to offer encouragement. Jia, consider this. In dramas, the male and female leads often start off disliking each other. Yes, but later on, it turns into a desperate chase for the woman. Exactly, Jia. Right now, he may be indifferent to you, but in time, he might fall head over heels. Buying you bags, cars, and necklaces. You are so beautiful. Why would you worry that Chin Ting wouldn't be interested in you? Perhaps while he appears calm. His heart is already racing wildly. Their words rekindled the notion in Lu Jia's mind. However, when I returned today, I saw him accompanied by 2 girls, one of whom was exceptionally beautiful. Though reluctant to admit it, in the presence of Li Xingru, Lu Jia felt for the first time what it meant to feel inferior. That girl was simply too stunning, looking nothing less than a celestial being descended to earth. Jia, I believe this is intentional on Chin Teng's part. Intentional? Lu Jia was taken aback. Yes. The first time he appeared indifferent to you, his heart was already racing with excitement. Then you brought along Senior Do, which surely made him feel a twinge of jealousy. Lu Jia found this reasoning compelling, gazing brightly at her roommate. And then? What happened next? The other roommates inquired with a hint of anticipation. One roommate, with a look of exasperation, remarked, what followed was exactly what Jia witnessed. He intentionally brought a beautiful girl before Jia, aiming to provoke her jealousy. That stunning girl might be his sister or perhaps someone he hired. A wealthy heir like him should have no trouble finding an attractive companion. The 3 of them, including Lu Jia, nodded in agreement. But soon, Lu Jia identified a flaw in the logic. But how could he possibly know I was dining with Senior Do? I only informed you all at the last minute. Oh, that's quite simple. Senior Do knows many heads of departments in the student council, and with Chan Teng's considerable resources, it's not difficult for him to learn about your gathering. That makes sense. But how do I explain his outburst on the street later? He must have been infuriated. Seeing you so close to Senior Do would have stirred his jealousy. Lu Jia suddenly understood. Everything had fallen into place. So, Chin Ting might actually like me? Of course. Her roommate replied confidently, closing the webpage of the novel The Aloof Campus Heartthrob and the Sizzling Campus Beauty on her computer. Lu Jia lowered her head, feeling a mix of shyness and embarrassment. Her roommate's words had swayed her. They made too much sense. So, should I bring Chin Ting breakfast tomorrow? Absolutely. It's best to pamper a man. He might feign disdain when you bring him breakfast, but inside, he could be overjoyed. All right, then I shall do just that. Lu Jia declared with newfound determination. The next morning, Lu Jia rose early to apply her makeup. Today, she had an 8 a.m. class, and that meant both waking up early and buying breakfast. To prepare, she had gotten up at 6. By 7:30, in the large lecture hall where 2 classes converged, Lu Jia entered, frequently glancing toward the last row. At 7:40, a few individuals settled into the last row, but Chin Teng was not among them. At 7:50, Luo Zhenbin trudged into the classroom, his head drooping. This was typical of university students attending an early class, regardless of when they went to bed. Even if it was at 1 in the morning, they would still appear this way. An anxious expression crossed Lu Jia's face as she touched the now cool buns in her plastic bag. In her memory, Chin Ting usually arrived at the classroom fairly early. If he came late, he would lose the last row seat. At 7:57, the teacher arrived, and at 7:59, Kai Heng entered the classroom. Lu Jia thought she must check on Chin Ting, so she stood up and walked over to Luo Zhenbin. Excuse me, can I ask you a question? Huh? Me? Luo Zhenbin had been resting his head between his arms, eyes closed, when he began to question whether he had inadvertently drifted into slumber. For he was suddenly graced by the sound of Lu Jia's voice. raising his head. He was met with a delightful surprise. She was adorned in a crop top and denim shorts, exuding youthful vitality. Indeed, as you say, I shall respond with certainty. Luo Zhenbin's thoughts began to flutter. Even though just the night before, while lying alone in bed, he had resolved never to pursue romance again. Lu Jiajia's appearance before him shattered that resolve. He finally understood the undeniable truth of a heart in flutter. Thank you, Luo classmate. Lu Jiajia beamed like a blooming flower. Each smile and frown only served to accelerate Luo Zhenbin's heartbeat. With a smile gracing his face, he ventured, "May I inquire? Do you know where Qinting has gone?" Yet, the smile on Luo Zhenbin's face faltered, and his heart shattered. Chapter 44, Beneath the Prosperity. A landscape of ruin, jealousy 20, Qinting. I have yet to utter a word, yet someone is envious? Upon checking the system, he discovered jealousy from Luo Zhenbin 20. What on earth? Why would Luo Zhenbin be jealous of me? Qinting was perplexed, but patiently awaited the arrival of his guests. Today, he had arranged to meet with the delivery team from his school, expressing intentions of collaboration. Miao Zhengzhong sat beside Qinting, idly toying with his fingernails. As they awaited their appointed guests, apologies for my tardiness, juniors, the cafeteria line was particularly long today. Zhang Ningxin hurriedly arrived. In truth, she was not late. But upon seeing Qinting and Miao Zhengzhong already present, she felt compelled to explain. Today, Zhang Ningxin was dazzlingly attired in a white long dress. Her hair in twin ponytails, her legs elegantly straight. Why is the senior here as well? Chun, are you two on a date? With me as the unwitting third wheel? What nonsense. Zhang Ningxin rolled her eyes, suppressing the urge to smile. This girl certainly knows how to speak. Who would choose a classroom for a date? Qinting could not help but roll his eyes in response. Scholars. I had a pair of early dating scholars in high school who would rendezvous in the classroom daily. Miao Zhengzhong asserted confidently. Are you certain it wasn't due to their lack of time to meet elsewhere? Qinting retorted. Are you sure they weren't meeting in other locations unbeknownst to you? Zhang Ningxin countered. Miao Zhengzhong suddenly found their arguments quite compelling. At that moment, 3 boys entered the classroom. Upon sighting them, Qinting retrieved 3 bottles of soda from beneath the table. Hello, you must be the daily delivery team? I am Qinting. Greetings, I am Wang Ji, one of the more extroverted members among the trio. Wang Ji wore square-framed glasses and sported a very short haircut. Qinting recognized him as the founder of the daily delivery service and the pioneering spirit within the business school. To be fair, Qinting admired his decisiveness. You expressed a desire for collaboration. How do you envision this partnership? Are you a merchant? Wang Ji inquired. Let us not rush. We should wait a bit longer for everyone to arrive. Wait a bit longer? Wang Ji paused, but considering the 3 bottles of soda, he decided it was wise to wait. After all, the appointed time had not yet arrived. Subsequently, 2 more groups arrived, representatives from Lele Delivery and Lightning Delivery. After exchanging greetings, Qinting distributed a bottle of soda to each. Their expressions reflected a hint of confusion. Did the 3 teams harbor a competitive relationship? What could Qinting possibly intend by gathering them all? With everyone present, old Miao went and closed the door. All right. Miao Zhengzhong shut the door. And Qinting stood to address the group. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qinting, quite affluent, and I wish to acquire your 3 teams. Or rather, merge your 3 teams together. Acquire? Wang Ji raised an eyebrow in confusion. He never anticipated that his life was merely beginning. Yet he would encounter words that seemed to exist solely within textbooks and television dramas. Qinting nodded slightly. I hold your team in high regard and have great confidence in your demonstrated abilities. Furthermore, I am optimistic about the future of the delivery industry. However, may I inquire why we should consider your acquisition? A short-haired girl asked, introducing herself as Wu Xian, the founder of Lightning Delivery, and the individual responsible for reducing the delivery fee at the business school from 3 yuan to 2. Because you are on the verge of collapse, Qinting replied coolly. What nonsense are you spouting? Our scale is continually expanding. Indeed, the 3 of you are experiencing growth. Yet I wonder if you are aware of the impending dangers associated with your current trajectory. What dangers? Qinting raised a finger. There is no other peril than the meager earnings your riders are receiving. Your model relies on customers contacting your service representatives, who then relay the customer's requests to the riders. This method is exceedingly inefficient, unless the delivery is fortuitously along the way. It typically takes between half an hour to an hour to complete a single order. During peak hours, it is true that many individuals order from the same restaurant, or are too lethargic to descend and procure their meals from the cafeteria. However, even during these times, due to the lack of specialized delivery equipment, A rider can carry at most a dozen orders. Any more, and they risk spilling. Let us assume you have achieved exceptional efficiency, managing to complete all deliveries within half an hour across various dormitory buildings. A dozen orders would yield approximately 30 yuan. The peak delivery hours are typically from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. and from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., totaling 3 hours, which could amount to 180 yuan. This appears acceptable at first glance. However, it is crucial to recognize that this is the most ideal scenario. In reality, many dormitory residents order collectively, and achieving 180 yuan in delivery fees is commendable if one can secure 90 yuan. Moreover, the distribution of riders by operators is often inefficient, leading to significant time wastage. During peak hours, it is likely that each rider's average delivery fee does not even reach 90 yuan. In non-peak hours, such as now, the situation is quite lackluster. A rider might handle only 3 or 4 orders in a span of half an hour, with 10 yuan being a fortunate outcome. If we estimate conservatively, during the morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., 2 hours, in the afternoon from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., 3 hours, and in the evening from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., 4 hours, we arrive at a total of 9 hours. However, limited by class schedules. Achieving 2 to 3 hours during non-peak times is already commendable. This brings us to a total of 30 yuan. Thus, 90 plus 30 equals 120. Your profit-sharing model allocates 60% to the riders, which translates to 72. Therefore, in a single day, a rider's average delivery fee barely exceeds 100 yuan. Am I correct? Shintung's words left the 3 individuals in a profound silence. The process is not entirely accurate. During peak and non-peak periods, the earnings of the riders are not as substantial as Chunting suggests. However, when your operators allocate orders to the riders, it often occurs on a one-to-one basis, which is profoundly unreasonable. This practice can lead to situations where one rider is overwhelmed with orders while another is left with very few. Riders with fewer orders may only receive 20 or 30 throughout the day, while those with an excess find it challenging to exceed 100 due to delivery constraints. You have increased the number of riders to cope with the current situation. But can this truly address the issue? Riders with insufficient orders may opt to leave. Yet due to the inability to achieve equitable and reasonable distribution of orders, there will always be those with fewer assignments, correct? In this process, Shinting's statements are not entirely accurate, or perhaps they lack comprehensiveness. Nevertheless, the reality remains. Some riders earn significantly more, while others earn considerably less. Those with lower incomes may find it more advantageous to take part-time jobs at places like tea shops or supermarkets. Conversely, even those with higher earnings struggle to make ends meet. Currently, they find themselves in a precarious position. What happens when delivery times are excessively long and meals go cold in winter? How should one cope with the meager earnings during non-peak periods? What if a rider can only deliver a handful of meals at a time? When orders increase, how does one manage to place an order via phone and face delays? Each of these concerns has been raised by Chinting. At this moment, the 3 groups of individuals are rendered speechless. This encapsulates the predicament they are currently facing. Amidst prosperity, there exists a landscape riddled with despair. Chapter 45, A Fresh Perspective. An imaginative business model, can you resolve these issues? Wang Ji inquired after a considerable pause. Of course, Chinching replied. But how do you propose to solve them? His gaze towards Wang Ji was laden with unspoken complexities. Wang Ji, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled lightly. Engrossed in the conversation, he had inadvertently posed the question. You are well aware of how much you earn in a month, Chintung continued. Let me outline my terms. A monthly salary of 5,000. Without a formal labor contract, only an internship agreement. 5,000? They murmured, visibly intrigued. Their initial enthusiasm had waned over time, as the challenges they faced surpassed their expectations and capabilities. At this moment, Chinting's offer was notably generous. The first month will be a probationary period. With a salary of only 2,000, it is inevitable that some of you will depart. I mention this up front. Those who pass the assessment will receive a bonus of 3,000 in the first month, bringing the total to 5,000. I hope you possess a sufficiently extroverted disposition, as we will likely engage with numerous merchants. Oh, and let me add, we will be exceedingly busy during the National Day holiday. To paint a brighter picture, once we become successful, I assure you that I will provide you with substantial financial rewards. Joining me now means becoming a founding member. Earning $1 million annually will not be a mere dream. Given this scenario, who is willing to work with me? A hand rose from someone behind Wang Ji. I am. Qin Teng's words had stirred him. Others expressed the need for further contemplation. You may discuss it with your friends. I will grant you half an hour to arrive at a decision, Qin Cheng announced, retrieving a stack of white and a stack of red papers from the table, placing them before each individual. Here lies an internship agreement and an advance of 1,000. Once you have made your decision, sign your name and take the 1,000. If you feel my offer is unappealing or wish to compete against me, feel free to leave. In any case, the time allotted is half an hour. Miao Xingzhong and Zhang Ningxin also found an agreement before them, the stacks of 1,000 yuan bills appearing remarkably enticing at this moment. 1,000 yuan. For a university student. It was certainly no trifling amount. Shocked 10, shocked 7, shocked 9, shocked 6, shocked 8. Zhang Ningxin and Miao Xingzhong were the quickest to inscribe their names. They realized that Qin Teng's preparations exceeded their expectations, bolstering their confidence in him. Gradually, several others also signed their names. Ultimately, 7 individuals from Daily Delivery and Lightning Delivery affixed their signatures, claiming the 1,000 yuan. Conversely, a few from Happy Delivery deliberated and ultimately decided to reject Qin Teng's offer. I believe your points are quite reasonable. Yet I do not perceive that the difficulties we face are within your capacity to resolve. Working under your leadership seems less appealing than pursuing our own path. Qin Teng nodded, signaling his understanding. It is indeed a positive trait for a businessman to possess confidence. Very well. I hope we shall have opportunities for collaboration in the future. Qin Teng shook hands with several members of Lele Delivery and escorted them out. The founding teams comprised 3 from Tian Delivery and 4 from Shandian Delivery, along with 3 from Qin Teng's side, totaling 10 individuals who formed a new team. Now, I shall outline our vision for Have You Eaten? Please, I implore you, do not disclose any details. Should rumors about the Have You Eaten business model emerge within the campus before we commence operations, I will reserve the right to pursue legal action against you. Do you understand? Qin Teng rose and approached the podium, prompting the audience to adopt a serious demeanor. His earlier demeanor had been amicable, but now he truly exuded the presence of a corporate leader. Zhang Ningxin observed Qin Teng, secretly clenching her fist, feeling that a man with such earnestness was exceptionally attractive. Firstly, we shall forego profits during non-peak hours, focusing solely on business during the 2 peak periods of lunchtime and dinner. University students tend to be quite lethargic and generally skip breakfast. The audience felt slightly offended by this remark. Secondly, we will not deliver to the upper floors. We will only deliver to the base of the dormitory buildings. This statement left the 9 others somewhat perplexed. Wang Ji intended to voice his confusion but was halted by Qin Teng. Any questions may be addressed after I finish this segment. At that point, I will design a website allowing students to place orders online. During peak hours, we will provide a limited number of time slots. For lunch, for instance, we would offer 5 time slots, 11 o'clock, 11:30, 12 o'clock, 12:30, and 1 o'clock. Students must place their orders at least 1 hour in advance so we can notify the vendors to prepare the meals. Once the meals are ready, we will utilize electric tricycles to pick up the orders along the street, with one individual collecting all meals for a particular time slot. Afterward, we will arrive at the school, using the school gate as a transit point, where we will assign someone at each dormitory to retrieve the corresponding orders and transport them to the base of the dormitory. Payment will be exchanged upon delivery. Those students may also opt for online prepayment. The audience was left in a state of astonishment, having never conceived of such an operational model, which starkly contrasted with their previous methods. With the model introduced, I invite your thoughts. Wang Ji raised his hand. Despite his astonishment, he had his own perspective. Qin Teng nodded for him to proceed. Wang Ji furrowed his brow. Delivering only to the ground floor will undoubtedly significantly diminish students' willingness to purchase. If they must ascend, why not simply venture outside or head to the cafeteria? Qin Teng smiled. That is an excellent question. Do any of you have a solution? Zhang Ningxin, Wu Xian, and Miao Xingzhong were all deep in thought. However, after several minutes, no one could conceive a response. This dilemma is indeed not easily conceived. Yet there exists a remarkably simple solution, a price reduction. A duck leg rice dish priced at 12 yuan could be offered on our website and app for merely 9 yuan. Or even as low as 8 yuan or 6 yuan. Would you make a purchase? Qin Teng gazed at Wang Ji, who nodded in response. However, he still furrowed his brow, expressing concern. But then we would incur losses. It would be purely unprofitable. Qin Teng affirmed, indeed, it is a loss. Can you envision a path to profitability? Wang Ji shook his head, unable to conceive an answer. Wu Xian, however, had an idea. Could we perhaps earn from the merchants themselves? Ting regarded her with an encouraging glance. How specifically would we proceed? Wu Xian proposed, for instance. When a merchant sells a portion of duck leg rice, we could take 3 yuan from them, thus creating a profit for ourselves. Astute. Ting paused, acknowledging, initially, we will undoubtedly face losses, as the user's habits have yet to be cultivated. It is imperative that we nurture these habits. Note that our users encompass not only the students purchasing meals, but also the vendors selling them. They, too, are our clientele. Once the user's habits are established, we can gradually raise prices, ensuring they remain lower than the vendor's offerings, while also negotiating a commission with the merchants. They began to grasp the concept. Wang Ji, Wu Xian, and their associates felt a surge of excitement. Being individuals with entrepreneurial aspirations, they perceived Teng's ideas as markedly more advanced and promising than their own. Only Zhang Ningxin remained somewhat puzzled, yet she refrained from voicing her doubts publicly. Chapter 46. Engaging with merchants now that there are no issues. Let us proceed to discuss matters with the merchants outside the campus. Teng returned to the table where he had been seated and retrieved a white plastic bag. Within the bag lay numerous items, which were the very purpose of his early rise. Junior, this model seems to only suit the campus environment, remarked Zhang Ningxin. Indeed, Teng acknowledged. If we were to extend our reach beyond the university, non-students would undoubtedly find it unacceptable to retrieve their orders from a designated point downstairs. Outside the campus, we would inevitably need to contemplate individual deliveries. What, then, is the significance of this endeavor? Are we to confine ourselves solely to campus business? Zhang Ningxin appeared increasingly perplexed by Teng's admission. Progress must be gradual, he elaborated. Gradual? Zhang Ningxin seemed to grasp the concept. Teng nodded affirmatively. Yes, if we were to establish our battleground outside the university from the outset, we would be entering uncharted territory with no experience. A direct confrontation may not yield success. The replication of a business model is, in essence, quite simple. With sufficient capital, anyone can achieve it. However, once we become familiar with the business model and the food delivery industry, we will possess a distinct advantage over our competitors due to the experience we will have gained. More importantly, we will have built relationships with the merchants surrounding the campus. In the initial stages, a flicker of flame may go unnoticed. Once we have amassed a sufficient network of merchants in the university area, we can gradually expand outward, accumulating both a delivery team and experience. The development of our delivery team will be our primary focus during this period. Of course, this advantage can only be considered marginal in the face of future competition. Business models, strategies, websites, apps, and delivery teams. These elements may afford us a fleeting lead, perhaps 5 or 6 months, or even just 2 or 3. After that, it will come down to a true contest of financial resources. This is why I am waiting for the mobile internet to mature and for Teng to amass greater wealth. With limited funds, we will engage in endeavors that require minimal investment for accumulation. When the time comes for substantial expenditure, we will be ready. I see. But why recruit students rather than directly hiring individuals from society? They are more seasoned and have more time at their disposal. It is simpler, Cheng replied. University students are more innocent and less likely to betray us. Betrayal was a concern for Teng, though he possessed a system and the advantage of rebirth. The intricacies of human nature eluded him. He could not discern the depth or shallowness of one's thoughts. Among university students, there are undoubtedly those with profound intentions. But compared to those in the broader society, their ability to conceal their motives is relatively weaker. He could take the time to gradually understand and observe their true personalities. His trust in Linya stemmed from whispers he had heard in his previous life. Furthermore, recruiting university students serves as an excellent gimmick. A gimmick? Yes. The notion of a team of university students embarking on an entrepreneurial venture is commendable and worthy of media attention. It possesses a higher degree of intrigue and legendary appeal, which will lend a strength in future competitions. Teng's recent endeavors have only just come to fruition. The adage "the fragrance of wine is often hindered by the depth of the alley" rings true. Promotion is indispensable. The notion of a university student's entrepreneurial venture sounds far more impressive, garners more attention, and consequently, is more readily embraced by the general populace. If Teng himself were to gain recognition, would it not follow that his subsequent company would also be acknowledged? In essence, the statement holds. A university student like Teng embarking on an entrepreneurial journey possesses more allure than merely Teng starting a business. Teng has pondered this deeply. Would the novelty be heightened had he not pursued higher education? The answer is affirmative. However, Such a path would render it challenging for authoritative media to portray Chinting as a positive exemplar. Those who exude positivity and vigor are undoubtedly more favored by those in power. Thus, Chintung must not forsake the opportunity to be molded into a positive role model in pursuit of mere spectacle. In this second chance at life, he must approach tasks and thoughts with a more comprehensive perspective. It becomes clear, Zhang Ningxin found herself increasingly in awe of her junior. Are there any other inquiries? Chinting, pleased with Zhang Ningxin's inquisitive nature, felt a sense of satisfaction. Many aspects of work are not as daunting as they may seem. With time and experience, anyone can manage them. Inquiring and learning can expedite one's mastery of the tasks at hand. None remain. That is good. Feel free to ask me anything. Very well. Zhang Ningxin replied with a sweet smile. Soon, Chinting led the group to a quaint restaurant off campus. Upon seeing the crowd, the owner initially presumed they were there for a large order. However, when Chinting mentioned he wished to discuss business, the owner's smile quickly faded. Is the school hosting an event that requires sponsorship? Let me tell you, we do not provide sponsorship. Chintung couldn't help but chuckle. The owner had mistaken him for a student council member. No, I wonder if the owner has noticed that business has improved recently, with students frequently ordering multiple takeout meals at once? That does seem to be the case. It was still before 9 in the morning. Business was slow, allowing the owner to engage in conversation with Chinting. Miao Zhengzhong, following closely behind Chinting, began to understand why Chintung preferred to rise early. During lunchtime, when the pace is frantic, who would have time to speak with you? We handle it. Chintung grinned, revealing his bright white teeth. He recounted the recent initiatives of daily delivery and lightning delivery within the campus. After all, they are now all part of the same team. Claiming responsibility for their efforts was not a falsehood. The owner, skeptical, replied, Are you suggesting that you want money from me? I must inform you, that is not acceptable. Chinting smiled gently, reassuring the owner, Rest assured, we are not here to ask for money. We merely wish to discuss our upcoming business upgrades. At this point, the owner could not suppress a chuckle. Hearing a student discuss business was indeed amusing. To him, it seemed like mere childish play. Zhang Ningxin and Miao Zhengzhong felt a pang of indignation. Nevertheless, Chinting maintained a sincere smile, gently placing his hands behind him to subtly restrain the two. After the boss finished laughing, he continued with a sincere smile, saying, After the 11th, we will launch a website. It will feature the items from your store, allowing students to make selections, after which we will purchase the corresponding quantities of meals based on the data from the website's backend. If you believe this will aid in boosting sales, we kindly ask that you display our promotional materials in your establishment. Chintung produced a striking flyer and handed it to the boss. The boss took the flyer and crumpled it into a ball with a swift motion, tossing it into the air with a graceful arc. Go away, what kind of joke is this? In the end, you just want me to promote for you? Absolutely not. Since that is the case, I apologize for the intrusion. Chinting maintained his smile as he departed the store with his 9 companions. Their endeavor had begun poorly. This boss is truly unreasonable. One of Chintung's companions expressed frustration. All right, being rejected is a common occurrence. Some individuals won't act until they see tangible benefits. They are likely unaware of the contributions made by our delivery team. They may still believe that students are merely tired of the cafeteria food and are purchasing from outside, leading to a surge in sales. Nevertheless, starting today, they must make these merchants realize that only through collaboration with them can they achieve greater profits. Just imagine the expression on this boss's face when our team succeeds and he desperately wishes to join. Doesn't that provide some satisfaction? Chintung reassured his team members while guiding them to approach various stores. Some bosses agreed, while others declined. After visiting several establishments, Chintung felt they had demonstrated sufficiently and decided to let them split up. It wouldn't do for 8 people to watch him work continuously. Consequently, he quickly divided them into 3 groups. Miao Zhengzhong and Zhang Ningxin remained with him, while the remaining 7 were randomly paired. This arrangement was intended to prevent the formation of cliques and to foster mutual oversight. Chapter 47. The longing of the affectionate is but an empty grievance. Are you returning home for the holiday? Chintung suddenly inquired as they exited a restaurant. Miao Zhengzhong replied, As a local, I don't feel the need to return. I can go back anytime. There's no reason to crowd the roads during the holiday. Zhang Ningxin added, I won't be going back either. It's only been a month since the semester began, and there's nothing compelling me to return home. Then let us continue exploring various places together during the holiday, Chintung suggested. Where else shall we go? Miao Zhengzhen pondered. Today, we should be able to visit all the nearby businesses, right? Yes, we need to approach milk tea shops, dessert houses, and supermarkets. We must also purchase insulated bags, acquire tricycles, promote our services, recruit delivery personnel and customer service representatives, and provide some basic training, Chintung elaborated. At that moment, Miao Xingzhong realized how naive his original aspiration to establish a delivery team had been. Competing with Chintung, given his capabilities, would likely lead to his bankruptcy within a month. It was a competition he could not hope to win. How could there be such a vast disparity between two individuals? Miao Xingzhong found himself perplexed. Junior, you are remarkably talented. Does your family run a business? Zhang Ningxin began to question Chintung's background. If an ordinary person could think so thoroughly, it would be quite extraordinary, wouldn't it? Not at all. I'm just an ordinary person, Chintung asserted. That sounds implausible. How could an ordinary person nurture someone of your caliber? Zhang Ningxin expressed her disbelief. Such innate talent cannot be learned, Chintung confidently declared. The three of them subsequently visited 3 different establishments to promote Have You Eaten? Chintung was determined that all the proprietors must be made aware of this initiative. Otherwise, the current delivery team within the school would merely enhance the sales of others without them realizing the existence of the delivery service. Wouldn't that effectively mean the delivery team was working for these business owners? In any case, Chintung was resolute in abandoning the previous operational model. He intended for these proprietors to understand that aligning with Have You Eaten would lead to profit. As for the skeptics, they would have to wait until after the holiday to see the results. By the time they concluded discussions with all the businesses near the business school, it was already afternoon. Chintung, while gathering their reports, led them to Lao Chin's restaurant for a meal. As they beheld the table laden with food, they were taken aback by Chinting's generosity. Boss, we don't need to split the bill, do we? Wang Ji swallowed hard. Not at all, rest assured. I am quite affluent, Chintung reassured them. At this moment, Miao Xingzhong chimed in. Brother Chin drives a BMW. BMW? The group gazed at Chintung, wide-eyed. Chintung did not deny it. Yes, I currently drive a BMW. If you all work diligently and earnestly, will we also be able to drive a BMW? Wang Ji had already begun to envision his future. I'll be able to drive a Porsche or a Ferrari, even better vehicles. Chintung smiled broadly. Various emotions began to accumulate. Noticing the slight envy in their gazes, Chintung felt a surge of delight. He glanced at his current emotional value, 36,784. One may engage in 30 preliminary lotteries or partake in 3 intermediate ones. Chintung intends to accumulate enough for a substantial 10 consecutive intermediate draws. Just a jest. Of course, I shan't weave fanciful dreams for you, as I currently lack a clear understanding of your work capabilities. Perhaps some among you might find yourselves dismissed next month. Thus, I shall not promise those present that diligent effort will lead to luxurious rewards. I prefer to dispense with pleasantries and instead reward you with tangible compensation for your labor. This meal is indeed part of that compensation. Chintung spoke candidly. Zhang Ningxin, however, greatly appreciated Chintung's forthright demeanor. I commend you, Junior. Flattery yields no pay raise nor promotion. He stifled the urge to utter a curse. The others erupted in laughter. The atmosphere once again lightened. As they were all from the same school, the topics of conversation were abundant, mocking teachers, critiquing the student council, lamenting course schedules. The list was endless. Suddenly, Zhang Ningxin recalled an idea. Shall we apply to the school's entrepreneurship base for a project? The institution would provide us with a venue, allowing us to discuss matters in a conducive environment. Chintung remembered that Zhang Ningxin had previously mentioned this suggestion. He turned to the others. What do you think? Do we need an office space? Absolutely, boss. Having a dedicated workspace would facilitate our tasks without disturbing our roommates. I concur, boss. Chintung nodded slightly. In that case, I shall research the school's relevant policies and see if we can apply. Zhang Ningxin volunteered. Let me handle it. A classmate of mine has attempted this before. Although he was ultimately unsuccessful, he understands the process. Very well, I appreciate your efforts. After the meal, Chintung returned to the dormitory. The clock already passed 4 in the afternoon. Upon his return, he noticed Luo Jinbin's despondent expression. What is the matter, Lao Luo? Is something bothering you? Speak up. Let us lighten the mood. Sigh. Luo Jinbin cast a long glance at Chintung, seemingly reluctant to speak. Chintung turned to Kai Hung, seeking insight into the situation. Kai Hung understood. Don't worry, the teacher didn't call the roll. Chintung replied incredulously. Who asked you that? I'm inquiring about Lao Luo's predicament. Oh, that. Let me explain what happened before the first class this morning. Kai Hung finally grasped Chintung's intent. He recounted the events, allowing Chintung to comprehend the situation. It turned out to be yet another incident involving Lu Jiejia. Chinting found himself at a loss for words. Youthful individuals often become ensnared by the allure of their immediate surroundings. The remedy is simple. One must broaden their horizons. All right, old Luo, if you truly cannot manage, then continue to indulge as you did before. Do you believe I have any hope? Luo Jinbin disregarded Chinteng's choice of words, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he gazed at Chinteng. This remark ignited a flicker of hope within him. No, no, no. I merely believe that perhaps when you face a significant setback, you might finally realize the need to turn back. Brother Chen, I possess a glimmer of hope. A mere scrap of hope? Chinteng was puzzled. Had old Kai truly spoken nonsense earlier? Was there truth in his words? Indeed, but no buts. Judging by what transpired this morning, it is evident that they are utterly indifferent to you. Brother Chen, would you kindly let me speak? All right, go ahead. Is there a possibility? I mean just a possibility. What possibility? Chinteng observed the conflicted expression on Luo Jinbin's face, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. What if she inquired about you through me, perhaps in hopes of engaging in further conversation? Ha ha ha. Kai Heng could not contain his laughter. Chinteng regarded Luo Jinbin with newfound respect. A true talent. To still deceive oneself at such a juncture. What else could one call it? Luo Jinbin, indignant, countered. Otherwise, why would she choose to inquire about you through me rather than through Kai Heng? Chinteng mimicked Luo Jinbin's earlier demeanor. Is there a possibility, I mean just a possibility, that she perceives you as easily manipulated, believing that you could yield a result? Melancholy 20, Chapter 48. Make a name for yourself. Have you eaten? The following morning, Chinteng returned to class, as it was a day dedicated to specialized courses. A business owner may not need to grasp every detail, yet a rudimentary understanding is essential to avoid being deceived by subordinates. This specialized course was attended by 2 classes together. Upon entering the classroom, Chinteng noticed Lu Jiejia hurrying towards him. Chinteng, I brought you breakfast. Eat it while it's warm. I've already eaten, Chinteng replied, waving his hand to decline her offer. Lu Jiejia pouted, returning to her seat in a huff. Despite her clear intentions, Chinteng's attitude remained dismissive. In a fit of pique, she sat down, yet shortly after, turned back to steal a glance at him. She wondered if Chinteng, as her roommate had suggested, appeared aloof while secretly reveling in joy. Indeed, the previously expressionless Chinteng now wore a smile. With a grin, he draped his arm over Luo Jinbin's shoulder. Old Luo, do you still think she is approaching me for your sake? Luo Jinbin, with a stiffened neck, declared. She must be shy. Kai Heng and Miao Zhongzheng stifled their laughter, their shoulders shaking. What followed were convoluted musings about how one could sense another's affections. A realm unfamiliar to those who had never experienced romance. Eventually, Kai Heng and Miao Zhongzheng erupted into peals of laughter, drawing the attention of the entire class, including the teacher. Chinteng buried his head in his hands, his shoulders trembling with mirth. He had not anticipated that Lu Jiejia's visit would rekindle hope in Luo Jinbin. How blissfully naive. In the ensuing days, whenever the 2 classes attended the early 8 o'clock session together, breakfast would invariably appear on Chinteng's desk. He had no desire to partake, having already eaten in the cafeteria prior to class. Yet Luo Jinbin persistently claimed the food, insisting that it would be a waste not to eat. Chinteng, resigned, accepted this as a form of repayment for the breakfast Luo Jinbin had previously brought for Lu Jiejia. Thus, time flowed to the grand occasion of October 1st. Given that the freshmen had not yet mastered the art of skipping classes like their upperclassmen, this day was a joyous event for those who had only recently commenced their studies. Luo Jinbin, a native of Harbin, took the opportunity to return home for the holiday. Kai Heng, a local, opted to remain in the dormitory, indulging in leisure. On October 1st, Chinteng, accompanied by Miao Zhongzheng and Zhang Ningxin, ventured to a small goods market to procure insulated bags. In the initial stages of enhancing user experience, such tasks fell to Chinteng himself. While it appeared that no subsidies were being provided to merchants, he was, in fact, offering a certain level of support. It was important to note that whether for the blue riders or the yellow riders, insulated packaging would need to be managed by the merchants themselves. Hoping for assistance from the platform? That was merely a pipe dream. However, given the circumstances, if merchants were burdened with these costs, they would undoubtedly refuse. Thus, Chinteng found himself compelled to navigate this situation. After comparing prices at several vendors, he chose a reasonably priced insulated bag. It is now summer, and the demand for insulated bags is relatively low. It will only peak in a month or 2, but by then, merchants must decide whether to absorb the associated costs. On October 2nd, Chintung, accompanied by two companions, purchased several second-hand tricycles. Though their speed is modest, they possess ample storage capacity, which is precisely what Chintung requires. The cost was quite reasonable, amounting to just over 10,000 in total. On October 3rd, he began the process of recruiting delivery riders, providing them with basic training. Among them were some from the original two delivery teams, alongside several newcomers. The days of October 4th and 5th were as busy as Chintung had anticipated. Reflecting only the tip of the iceberg in their endeavors, he was actively mobilizing individuals from the Have You Eaten? Initiative to disseminate advertisements far and wide. Although the campus was less populated during the National Day holiday, advertising remained imperative. On October 7th, returning students discovered flyers affixed to their doorknobs. Have you eaten? A new delivery team? Has the delivery fee been reduced? If not, perhaps they should opt for Lele delivery instead. The flyer seemed to lack any mention of that. Strangely, there was no contact information, only a website and a QR code. Remarkably, this service even has its own app? How novel. Previously, services such as Daily Delivery, Lele Delivery, and Lightning Delivery had never featured their own apps. In their eyes, an app carried a certain level of sophistication. However, they pondered the utility of an app if it did not translate to lower prices. Affordability was paramount. They were concerned the app might ultimately inflate their costs. Yet, upon further inspection, it appeared there were indeed lower prices. A duck leg rice dish accompanied by a bottle of cola for just 9 yuan. Was this really true? Did I not recall the original price being 12 yuan? The cola in stores was approximately 4 yuan a bottle. Incredible. The beef rice at the back street, with all extra portions, is merely 9 yuan. I remember that adding extras there was nearly 30 yuan. And look at this, 2 cups of milk tea for only 9 yuan, when a single cup usually costs 7 or 8. This price reduction is the first and most formidable trump card of Have You Eaten? Faced with such pricing, many of its shortcomings seemed inconsequential. Need to go downstairs to pick it up? No problem. Once the price was deemed appropriate, the university students began to notice numerous advantages of Have You Eaten? The website was visually appealing and exquisitely designed. The app was also exceptionally attractive, seemingly surpassing many available on the market. It was rumored they even provided insulated bags. They could assist with grocery purchases, and some items appeared cheaper than buying them directly from the supermarket. Is it possible there was no pricing error? As for the rules established by Have You Eaten? The students chose to accept them. The stipulation of placing orders 1 hour in advance was not an issue, especially with such enticing prices. On the following day, they eagerly opted to place their orders. An electric tricycle meandered through the back streets, delivering pre-ordered meals to the vacant space at the rear of the vehicle. Upon arriving at the school entrance, a line of ordinary tricycles awaited, as the operators systematically transferred the video from the electric tricycle to their own. Subsequently, each tricycle, laden with meals destined for various dormitories, descended to the ground floor of the dormitory buildings. Students either descended from their rooms or returned from the academic buildings, patiently queuing in front of the tricycles. Transactions were conducted hand in hand, with payment and delivery occurring simultaneously. While this experience may not match the convenience of the previous delivery model that brought meals directly to the dormitories, it was not overly cumbersome either. When considering the pricing, Have You Eaten? Emerged victorious. Within a mere day, Have You Eaten? Garnered widespread recognition among the student body. Everyone became aware that an exceptionally affordable meal ordering application had emerged within the school. Chapter 49. The success of the first day on October 8th. The team at Lele Delivery sat in their dormitory, their faces etched with worry. They were all seniors this year, and with few classes left in their final semester. They decided to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. Despite facing fierce competition and numerous challenges before the 11th, they managed to earn a modest profit. However, today, they had spent the entire day in their dormitory without receiving a single order. Has anyone contacted us for food delivery? No one had. In just a day, Lele Delivery had transitioned from a bustling business to one that was utterly neglected. They understood the reasons all too well. Why is he doing this? They were well aware of the business model of Chi Luma, yet they could not comprehend Chintung's motives. From what they gathered, Chintung purchased meals from various eateries at full price and then sold them at a fraction of the cost. Yes, it's necessary to incur losses to capture market share. They could grasp that concept. Hence, when 3 competing delivery teams were charging delivery fees in the initial phase, they had even prepared to offer deliveries at 1 yuan or even 50 cents. They were not intimidated by Chintung's competition. If there were more advanced delivery methods, they would simply learn from them. However, What they did not anticipate was that Chun Tung had no intention of engaging in a delivery fee war. 1 yuan, 50 cents. He eliminated delivery fees altogether. Not only that, he even subsidized the costs. They simply could not compete. It was beyond the means of these university students. Are we to end it like this? They felt a deep sense of reluctance. It was truly disheartening. Just a few days ago, the future seemed promising, and now they were contemplating closure. Their frustration was palpable. But what could they do about it? Why not ask Chun Tung if he would be willing to accept us? One person proposed. Don't you have his contact details? But surely he didn't need more people right now? Let us give it a try. What if he is willing to take us in? We do have some experience. After some deliberation, all four agreed to this notion. However, when they called, they were met with outright rejection. What the heck? Isn't he just relying on losses to seize the market and now feeling smug about it? Indeed. If I had money, I could engage in a price war too. If only we had earned so little. They felt a profound sense of injustice. They had already made some profit on this entrepreneurial journey, yet due to Chun Tung, they were forced to exit the industry prematurely. This is simply outrageous. One person exclaimed, angrily opening his computer. What are you doing, Lu Guang? I'm going to warn other students on the campus forum. He accessed the campus forum, which, aside from everyday grievances, was predominantly filled with discussions surrounding the Chi Luma team. The praise was overwhelmingly one-sided, with everyone lauding Chi Luma. Lu Guang awkwardly typed on the keyboard, crafting the following headline: Beware the schemes of the Chi Luma team. After a monopoly comes an endless cycle of price hikes. In the forum, he eloquently expressed the following: Do not be deceived by the current promotions and price reductions offered by Eat It Now. Once they monopolize the school market, they will incessantly raise their prices. At that point, a meal that costs 10 yuan could soar to 20, with no alternative delivery teams. You will have no choice but to accept the exorbitant prices or revert to the days of going downstairs to buy food. Do not yield to Eat It Now. The moment this post appeared, it attracted a multitude of replies. In his dormitory, Chun Tung gazed at the data on the website's back end, feeling both pained and gratified. The pain stemmed from the knowledge that, despite the rising figures, he was incurring substantial losses. With his hard-earned money, he demonstrated to vendors the immense potential of food delivery services. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to this feeling. The practice of burning cash to seize market share was likely to continue in the future. Though he felt distressed, he understood that he could not afford to give up simply because of it. Brother Chun, someone is attacking you on the campus forum. What? So soon? Chun Tung had anticipated that some might envy him and launch criticisms, yet he did not expect it to happen so quickly. After all, it was only the first day since Eat It Now officially launched in the business school. Was someone already envious? He decided to take a look. Entering the campus forum, Chun Tung encountered Lu Guangfa's post. Was this the onset of a public relations crisis? He found it rather intriguing. Could this be considered a form of business warfare? However, his opponent seemed somewhat feeble. The post was singular, and upon examination, its logic was rather mediocre. Before Chun Tung could respond, others spontaneously came to his defense. Is it not possible that if Eat It Now dares to significantly raise prices, new delivery teams might emerge on campus? The prospect of them charging 20 or 30 yuan in the future is a matter for another day. For now, should we not seize the opportunity to benefit from the current prices? Why compromise? From any angle, it seems that Eat It Now is the one yielding to us. As Chun Tung reviewed the post, he gained some insight. Although he had anticipated such scenarios, he realized his counter-strategy had not been adequately prepared. He felt it prudent to engage a specialized public relations team to manage such matters. Therefore, he reached out to Linyu. Once Tingda Games had found its footing, Linyu had arranged for a public relations team, though they had yet to be deployed. Currently, the game's reputation was exceptional and thriving. Now, he decided to allocate part of Tingda Games' PR team to focus on Eat It Now. The business school was merely the beginning. Such public opinion crises would undoubtedly arise again. It was essential to prepare in advance. Today's back-end data is excellent. I will treat everyone to milk tea. Please send me your addresses, and I will order takeout for you, Chun Tung messaged in the group chat. In this group, all members of Eat It Now were present, and they promptly expressed their gratitude to their boss. Subsequently, addresses and preferred milk tea orders began to flood in. Chun Tung also casually ordered a cup for Kai Hung and Luo Jinbin. By the way, boss, how many have we sold today? Over 10,000 orders, nothing to mention. Over 10,000? Everyone silently calculated this figure in their minds. Wasn't the total number of students in the school just about 10,000? This meant that, on average, each person must have placed an order today. The speed of market penetration is astonishing. Isn't it? Is there anyone left in the school who isn't used? Have you eaten? Surely everyone has heard of it, or even tried it. You are truly remarkable, boss. Zhang Ming typed in admiration. Her roommate beside her exclaimed in awe. The person who created Have You Eaten is indeed impressive. Zhang Ming proudly lifted her chin. Of course. This was developed by my boss. With that proud demeanor, one would think he asked your husband. Oh dear, what nonsense. Zhang Ming felt a bit shy and lowered her head. Chapter 50. Regretful boss Zhang on the 9th and 10th, the subsidies from Have You Eaten? Showed no signs of waning. Each student became increasingly accustomed to utilizing Have You Eaten as a means of earning money. In the backstreet of the business school, the owner of the noodle shop glanced at his somewhat desolate establishment and, unable to restrain his curiosity, made his way to the restaurant across the street. Ah, isn't this Boss Zhang? What brings you to my side? The owner of the restaurant, in high spirits, greeted him. It is often said that competitors are rivals. Yet upon encountering Boss Zhang, he felt no animosity. Boss Wang, I wanted to inquire if you have recently introduced any new dishes. I've noticed that your business has been thriving lately. Boss Zhang recalled the electric tricycles passing by. Each time, Boss Wang would have someone deliver a dozen or so pre-packaged bowls of noodles. 1 or 2 deliveries a day would be manageable, but 7 or 8. This did not even account for the patrons dining in the restaurant. In contrast, none of the electric tricycles ever stopped at his establishment. He found it perplexing why students who once assisted him in purchasing supplies no longer did so. Ah, you're unaware? I've partnered with Have You Eaten. Partnered with Have You Eaten? Boss Zhang's mind momentarily faltered. He suddenly recalled Chun Tong, who had approached him some time ago. The initiative devised by those students? Indeed, young minds are so innovative. Their creations are remarkably effective. Boss Wang chuckled. This method can help you sell more? Absolutely. Ever since I enlisted the help of those students, my business has blossomed beyond expectation. The wrinkles on Boss Wang's face deepened with joy. The profits accrued over the past few days far surpassed those of the past. What does this signify? It indicates that many students are indeed inclined to savor my noodles. It was merely their laziness that deterred them from venturing to the backstreet to purchase. Boss Zhang, lost in thought, turned back and inquired at several neighboring establishments. He discovered that any shop experiencing a surge in sales had partnered with Have You Eaten. This revelation perplexed him. Could it be that the previous increase in sales was also attributed to Have You Eaten? Now, he yearned to collaborate with Have You Eaten. Yet he was uncertain how to initiate such a partnership. A wave of frustration washed over him. He regretted not agreeing to the collaboration when Qinteng first approached him. The potential to increase sales significantly with merely the display of a small advertisement in his shop was an opportunity too advantageous to overlook. That evening, Boss Zhang intercepted a student riding an electric tricycle and greeted him with a beaming smile. Hello, hello. I am the owner of Old Zhang's Beef Noodles. My surname is Zhang. Hello, may I ask what the matter is? I would like to inquire if Have You Eaten is still seeking partner establishments. My beef noodles are delectable. I assure you the students will love them. Well, I am merely an employee. I will inquire with our boss. Great. Boss Zhang replied, brimming with delight. It seems as though one can already perceive their goods selling better than before. However, after waiting for 2 or 3 days, Boss Zhang still had not seen Qinteng. It was not until the 5th day that Qinteng finally made his appearance. By this time, a full week had passed since Have You Eaten commenced operations at the school. Qinteng returned to the backstreet accompanied by the initial team of 9. Once again, they visited each shop, inquiring whether they would like to collaborate with Have You Eaten. This time, they proposed a commission of 10. The trial version had already been experienced by these merchants. So the next step was to introduce the paid version. In the future, the commissions for the Blue Knights and Yellow Knights would vary by region, typically ranging from 15 to 25. Qinteng believed that a lower commission could still yield profits. Boss, I have a question. Zhang Ningxin raised her hand. No need to raise your hand. Just speak, Qinteng replied. I would like to ask if requesting a commission might lead them to refuse collaboration. Moreover, if competitors arise and the commission fluctuates, it may give the impression that our company is rather capricious, changing its policies at will. Your considerations are quite profound. Qinteng smiled, already contemplating the future challenges of price competition. Without foresight, there will be immediate worries. What if I set the commission at a fixed 10? How do you think we should retain merchants when facing competitors? Qinteng looked at the others. They shook their heads, unable to think of an appropriate solution. After waiting for 5 minutes, Qinteng revealed the answer. Promotions. Promotions? Yes, we can periodically hold events. For example, if we sell 100 orders within a 7-day cycle, we reward 1,000 yuan. If we reach 200 orders, we reward 3,000 yuan. And so forth, with or without a cap. Zhang Ningxin and the others' eyes brightened. In essence, such actions were comparable to lowering the commission for merchants. When competition among platforms intensifies, they provide benefits to merchants. Essentially, running promotions is akin to reducing commissions. However, arbitrarily changing the commission would diminish the merchant's trust in the platform. In economics, there is a term known as loss aversion, which refers to the phenomenon where individuals find losses more difficult to accept than equivalent gains. Setting a commission rate means that if it is lowered, raising it again would create a sense of loss for the merchants. Conversely, through subsidies in the form of promotions at the end of an event, merchants would feel as though they had gained. Let us go. I'll take you to reclaim our territory. The 10 of them proceeded to Boss Zhang's noodle shop. This was the first establishment they had negotiated with before the holiday, the one where their initial attempt had faltered. Now, as they returned, Boss Zhang immediately approached them. Classmate, shall we collaborate? Of course, we shall collaborate. Qinting donned a sincere smile, though this partnership was somewhat different from the last. What is different? Boss Zhang appeared confused. We will assist you in purchasing goods and facilitating their delivery. When selling a product, you are required to provide me with a 10 commission. Is this commission based on gross profit? It is calculated by deducting any promotional expenses from the selling price per order, should there be any such expenses. What do you mean by promotional expenses? Qin Tang's words left Boss Zhang in a state of confusion. He pondered how this young man could complicate such a straightforward matter. What do these promotional expenses refer to? In the future, we will launch several promotional activities, but as these are promotional endeavors, there will inevitably be associated costs, which we will share. Rest assured, participation in these activities is entirely optional. It sounds rather convoluted. Boss Zhang felt somewhat bewildered. Collaboration can be paused at any time. If you find that partnering with our platform does not enhance your sales or profits, you are free to terminate our collaboration. Currently, there are no chaotic activities, correct? None at all. In fact, you can be assured that our promotions are predominantly straightforward and uncomplicated. Qintung also detests convoluted and chaotic activities. He envisions only 2 types of promotions. The first is the model previously discussed with Zhang Ningxin and others, where merchants receive subsidies upon reaching certain sales thresholds during the promotional period. This approach benefits both merchants and individual users, as merchants may lower prices to attract individual consumers in pursuit of the subsidy, thus benefiting the latter. The second type entails providing individual users with substantial red envelopes. Undoubtedly, individual users are the primary beneficiaries of this activity. Qintung intends to employ this strategy in the future when competing fiercely for market share. The cost will be borne by the platform, just as they are now. Naturally, during less intense competition, Qintung will also implement some permanent activities, akin to the later God Coupons Festival. Merchants will decide on their participation, and if they choose to engage, they will share the cost with the platform. Is it entirely voluntary, with the option to withdraw at any time? Boss Zhang harbored some reluctance towards the term activity, fearing he might not outsmart Qintung. Absolutely. Qintung gestured towards the mobile phone placed on Boss Zhang's desk, suggesting, if you have concerns, you may record our conversation. Chapter 51. A Clash of Magic. How embarrassing it is. As Boss Zhang expressed his embarrassment, he swiftly activated the recording function on his phone. Only after Qintung assured him did he consent to a collaboration with Have You Eaten? Qintung then guided him in downloading the merchant version of the app, instructing him on various settings. Indeed, this time, the merchants themselves had to learn to navigate it all. If the Have You Eaten team were to handle everything, the workload would be excessively burdensome. What a hassle, Boss Zhang muttered. If you find it troublesome, you may withdraw from the collaboration, Qintung remarked. Boss Zhang fell silent. Though apprehensive about the inconvenience, he was still eager to earn money. He envied the flourishing businesses of the neighboring shops. Once they had completed the setup for his store, Qintung and his team prepared to depart, reminding them of essential points to note. This time, you should have gained some experience. Stick to the usual approach when negotiating collaborations. If they agree, teach them how to use the merchant version of the app. We can lend a hand in uploading their products this time. Understood. They dispersed to commence their tasks. By evening, negotiations with these merchants had yet to conclude. Some were rather slow in adapting to the new platform. While the merchant version of Have You Eaten may appear simple, the learning curve was far more challenging than anticipated. Fortunately, Qintung had foreseen this. When hiring customer service representatives, he had ensured they were trained in the use of the merchant app. As for the merchants not yet finished, they would have to wait until the following day. By noon the next day, Many were astonished to discover a plethora of new merchants and enticing meal packages on Have You Eaten? Most notably was the introduction of a red envelope system. Wow, so many new stores and packages. And red envelopes. Have you eaten? Is amazing. I just received a large red envelope. My meal only cost 5 yuan. How delightful. I ordered so many items from that store, and it was only 20. I think I've fallen in love with Have You Eaten? The campus forum buzzed with excitement as students shared the news with their friends. The power of word of mouth proved to be unparalleled. Even the business in the cafeteria was affected. Chin Ting, who habitually dined in the cafeteria, noticed that the lines had significantly diminished. He pondered if the school administration had begun to take notice. If they did, perhaps discussions about the cafeteria's business could be initiated. The dormitory was not far from the cafeteria, a mere 5-minute walk each way, totaling 10 minutes. Yet, it was still more cumbersome than having food delivered downstairs. Lost in thought, Chun Ting suddenly received a phone call. Boss, there's trouble. An incident has occurred. Our team went to negotiate with the Lahong supermarket near the teaching building, and they've been detained. Detained? Chen Tung thought to himself, sensing a looming crisis. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the dormitory. Fortunately, the parking area near the dormitory was not far away. Chen Tung quickly pressed the accelerator and arrived at Lahong supermarket, situated close to the teaching building. This supermarket was the only one in the vicinity of the teaching complex and thrived in business, especially during lunchtime. Students attending classes in the 4th and 5th periods in the morning, as well as the 1st and 2nd periods in the afternoon, often opted to buy a quick meal from Lahong supermarket to tide them over until dinner. The supermarket also saw a fair amount of business in the mornings. Although it paled in comparison to the one near the dormitory, nonetheless, its earnings were commendable. Soon, Chen Tung reached Lahong supermarket. At the entrance, Zhang Ningxin found herself encircled by the supermarket's owner. Chen Tung stepped forward and shouted, "What do you all intend to do?" His voice startled the onlookers nearby. Standing at 182 centimeters tall, Chen Tung commanded attention, and the crowd instinctively parted to make way for him. "Who are you?" questioned the supermarket owner. A middle-aged woman of ample build. She stood in front of Zhang Ningxin, but Chen Ting swiftly pulled her behind him. When the owner attempted to block him, Chen Tung brushed her hand aside. "I warn you not to lay a hand on her. What are you doing, pulling and tugging like this?" With his imposing stature and serious expression, Chen Ting certainly exuded a formidable presence. However, the supermarket owner was not one to be trifled with. She clutched her arm and began to wail. "Ouch, my hand. Oh, everyone, come look at this." Chen Ting spat in disdain, clearly seeing the smugness in her eyes. Could there truly be individuals who resorted to such deceitful tactics? He had never anticipated such behavior, though perhaps it was not entirely surprising. "Senior, film this," he instructed. "Huh? Oh." Zhang Ningxin, puzzled, complied and took out her phone to record. Observing her filming, Chen Tung began to feign agony. "Ouch, my hand. Oh, everyone, come look." The essence of offline arguments lay in volume. And the same principle applied to deceitful antics. When two parties clashed, one must outshine the other in theatrics. Chen Tung's cries grew louder, drowning out the supermarket owner's protests. She stood speechless, momentarily forgetting to continue her own wailing. "Please, do not attempt to deceive. There are so many witnesses," she stammered. "Ouch. With so many watching, you dare to strike. Oh, my hand hurts." Behind Chen Ting, Zhang Ningxin stood in shock. Her junior displayed a side of himself she had never seen before. Was this not excessively shameless? Yet, it seemed to be an effective strategy. As the supermarket owner had now abandoned her deceitful ploy. "Young man, please, this is unnecessary," she pleaded. "Oh, my stomach hurts terribly. I suspect I consumed something unsanitary from your establishment. Oh, my stomach, my hand." Little did anyone expect that Chun Tong would escalate the situation further. The supermarket owner grew increasingly anxious. "Do not speak nonsense," she exclaimed. "How have I been speaking nonsense?" She retorted, exasperated. "Oh, it's nothing. My hand does not hurt." The supermarket owner could only shout in resignation. This was her first encounter with defeat in her venture of deception. Initially, she intended to match Chen Ting's patience, but his voice was simply too loud. "Can we have a proper discussion?" "Indeed," he replied. "Why not say so earlier?" "Zhang Ningxin, please stop recording." Oh. Zhang Ningxin hurriedly disabled the video function on her phone. Chen Tung immediately resumed his composure, standing erect as if nothing had transpired moments before when he had been howling in agony. "Senior, could you enlighten us about what transpired? What led to this sudden conflict?" Well, Zhang Ningxin began to recount the events, allowing Chen Tung to grasp the underlying cause. It turned out that while promoting Have You Eaten, she had mentioned its benefits to other businesses. This revelation struck a chord with the supermarket owner, who suddenly understood why the canteen had seen such a decline in patrons lately. Furthermore, her husband happened to be the contractor for the canteen. This revelation displeased the supermarket owner, as she perceived it as a direct threat to their livelihood. Chapter 52. Chinting, I adore you in this instance. The supermarket owner detained Zhang Ningxin, demanding an explanation from her. However, Zhang Ningxin was utterly unprepared for such an encounter. It was akin to a scholar facing armed soldiers, where reason falters. Naturally, she found herself compelled to seek assistance from Chintung. As it unfolded, Chintung was deep in thought. He had just contemplated a collaboration with the cafeteria, yet it appeared that pursuing such an endeavor would not be as facile as he had presumed. Once the conversation between the two concluded, the supermarket owner, with one hand on her hip and the other pointing accusatorily at Chintung, declared, "Young man, it is time for you to provide an explanation." "An explanation?" Chintung replied, bewildered. "What do you expect me to say? If you deem the collaboration unprofitable, then simply do not engage with us. The issue lies in the fact that, due to your actions, the students refused to dine at the cafeteria. That would be a matter for the cafeteria to address. Collaboration entails a share of the profits. If you believe the partnership is unwise, then why pursue it?" The supermarket owner suddenly felt a sense of deja vu, as if this very dialogue had transpired moments before. She furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you attempting to play games with me?" "You initiated this," Chinting retorted. The supermarket owner was visibly infuriated. "You are a student at our school, are you not?" "Indeed. What of it? Let me make this clear. If you continue this nonsense, you risk jeopardizing your graduation." "Oh, is that so?" Chintung feigned astonishment. "You think you can prevent my graduation?" "Certainly. I am well acquainted with the head of your academic affairs office." "The head of the academic affairs office?" Chinting's expression shifted to one of concern. "But we have committed no wrongdoing. We are merely competing fairly." "Fair competition? Who is competing fairly with you?" "With my connections, I need not engage in fair play. Trust me, I possess the means to ensure that you do not graduate under the guise of fairness." Chinting clicked his tongue. "That sounds rather dire for me." The supermarket owner basked in her triumph. "Thus, you should cease your chaotic endeavors." "Well then, how could a mere child like me possibly contend with someone as formidable as you?" Chinting sighed softly, further inflating the owner's sense of superiority. "What does it matter how much you bluster? As long as you remain a student within these walls, I have ample ways to deal with you." It seemed the only recourse was to inform my uncle and have him intervene. "Your uncle?" The supermarket owner's demeanor shifted. "Which school official is he?" "He is not a school official," Chintung clarified. "What relevance does that have?" The supermarket owner found this amusing. "He is merely a nondescript leader at a television station." The supermarket owner was momentarily perplexed. "A leader at a television station? What does that have to do with school affairs?" At that moment, Chintung produced his phone from his pocket and, after a few deft movements, played a recording of the supermarket owner's voice. "Beware. I can ensure you do not graduate. With my connections, why would I need to compete fairly? I possess a sure method to prevent you from graduating under fair and just circumstances." With each utterance, the supermarket owner's expression darkened significantly. If it were anyone else threatening her with a recording, she might not have been intimidated. However, Chintung had an uncle in a leadership position at a television station. "Bring it to me." In a moment of desperation, the supermarket owner even attempted to snatch the phone from Chintung's grasp. Oh, this action caught Chintung off guard. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As Chintung simply raised his hand, the supermarket owner found herself utterly at a loss. Observing her predicament, she had no choice but to relent. "You wanted to cooperate, didn't you? I shall collaborate with you. Just delete the recording from your phone." "Cooperate? It seems you overestimate yourself and underestimate me." Chinting replied with a cold chuckle. "Senior sister, let us depart." "Huh?" Zhang Ningxin initially wished to witness how Chintung would resolve the matter. Yet, upon realizing that he intended to leave midway through, she pondered the reason behind it. However, she chose not to voice her doubts and obediently followed Chinting into his vehicle. The supermarket owner also wished to pursue them, but she was the only one left in the store. Surely, she could not continue to bicker with Chinting? Thus, she returned to the shop, picked up her phone, and began making calls. "Junior, why don't we cooperate with them? Do you consider this supermarket owner a good person?" "No," Zhang Ningxin replied without hesitation. "There are many complaints about this owner and the cafeteria on the campus forum. I only just learned they belong to the same entity. Since they are not good people, I shall not collaborate with them," Chintung stated nonchalantly. "Huh?" A hint of confusion flickered in Zhang Ningxin's eyes. Upon entering university, She had come to realize that the world was not merely black and white. Between the two extremes lay a delicate shade of gray. It would be reasonable for someone unaware of this gray area to assert that one should not collaborate with villains. Yet, Shintung clearly understood the existence of gray beyond black and white. Why then did he utter such naive words? Claiming that one should not cooperate simply because they were not good people? It was known that Shintung was a mature businessman. A seasoned entrepreneur ought not to express such sentiments, one would think. There is a saying, money can be earned again after being lost, but once one's conscience is gone, it is futile to amass wealth? No, no, no. Shintung laughed with a hint of audacity, asserting that once one's conscience is lost, one can earn even more money. Huh? Then why? The look of confusion deepened in Zhang Ningxin's eyes. Because I am wealthy. Incredibly wealthy. I possess advantages that you do not have. Even if I adhere to my conscience while earning, I can still make a fortune. Strike it rich. Shintung laughed heartily, his joy radiating. Zhang Ningxin gazed at him in a daze, realizing that her heart was racing uncontrollably. Confidence, arrogance, kindness. Each of these descriptors flashed through her mind. The more she looked at Shintung, the more handsome he appeared. After a spell of laughter, Shintung's mirth eventually subsided. In truth, I am not as noble as one might think. Were I truly virtuous, I would endeavor to comprehend the background of each merchant, discerning whether they are indeed good or malevolent. If they were of ill repute, I would refrain from collaboration. However, I have not undertaken such diligence. For doing so would impose immense costs upon me and squander considerable energy. If this is my moral threshold, no amount of wealth would suffice to prevent losses. Thus, I do not verify the circumstances of each merchant individually, as my conscience does not bear such weight. Yet, if I knowingly engage with those of dubious character, does that not render me somewhat wicked, lacking in moral integrity? Shintung's words elicited an involuntary nod from Zhang Ning. This junior, who was a year her junior, exhibited a surprising level of maturity. A smile graced Zhang Ning's face as she resolved to no longer suppress her innermost feelings. Shintung, I have feelings for you. Chapter 53. Silence implies refusal. A sharp horn blared through the tranquil campus. I apologize, senior. I accidentally honked and didn't quite catch what you just said, Zhang Ningxin said, her eyes dimming. An accidental honk? Even a 3-year-old would struggle to believe such a far-fetched excuse. She was no novice behind the wheel. Unless one pressed the horn with intent, how could it possibly sound? As the saying goes, in the realm of adulthood, the absence of explicit consent equates to refusal. She had been turned down. A bitter ripple spread through her heart. Zhang Ningxin felt a pang of sorrow at the tip of her nose. Confronted with Shintung's seemingly bewildered expression, she compelled herself to smile. No, I was merely remarking how comfortable this car is. The expense truly justifies its luxury. Once the company expands, you'll undoubtedly be able to afford one. Junior, didn't you mention that painting dreams is unwise? During her time with Shintung, she had learned the essence of the term painting dreams. She understood that while Shintung occasionally indulged in such fantasies, he predominantly preferred to eschew them. Was this not a testament to the senior's exceptional capabilities, seeking ways to retain her presence? Did she genuinely wish to find a method to remain? Upon hearing this, a myriad of chaotic thoughts resurfaced in her mind. Where was the evidence of exceptional ability? Zhang Ningxin sighed. She felt utterly unequipped to handle the recent events. No one is innately capable of managing every situation. From her perspective, the senior's performance had been commendable. Really? You aren't just flattering me, are you? Of course not. I speak only the truth, Shintung replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ningxin's spirits visibly lifted. In truth, she had been feeling somewhat guilty. If only she had managed the supermarket incident better, she wouldn't have needed to trouble Shintung. Shintung glanced at Zhang Ningxin and inquired, Senior, do you know what I admire most about you? It's something that became particularly evident today. What is it? The way you immediately seek assistance when faced with an insurmountable problem. Seek assistance? Oh, you mean finding people. Is that a virtue? Zhang Ningxin felt somewhat perplexed. She couldn't ascertain whether Shintung was jesting. Certainly. Have you heard of campus loans? I have. But why bring that up? Many students, burdened with debts amounting to thousands or even tens of thousands, often lack the courage to inform their parents. These sums exceed their capacity to bear. Yet for a typical couple, such amounts remain manageable. Shintung paused, casting a glance at Zhang Ningxin. Consequently, these students resort to borrowing from one source to pay another, accumulating debts that can spiral into hundreds of thousands, even millions, to a point where a household becomes incapable of repayment, ultimately devastating entire families. Zhang Ningxin grasped Shintung's meaning. The student is overly ambitious, unwilling to seek assistance from their parents when faced with insurmountable challenges. Indeed, in the professional realm, having a reliable leader to whom one can turn for help is invaluable. Zhang Ningxin chuckled softly. What a boastful display, still tooting one's own horn after all this time. Nonetheless, hearing Chen Teng's well-reasoned praise lifted Zhang Ningxin's spirits significantly. At the very least, she considered herself to be an exemplary employee in this regard. By the way, Junior, I wish to pose a question to you. Go ahead. During the start of the semester, when I treated you to a meal, what about the girl sitting next to you? Do you have feelings for her? Chen Teng quickly realized that Zhang Ningxin was referring to Li Xingru. Not anymore. Chen Teng's response brought a radiant smile to Zhang Ningxin's face. Although the junior currently harbored no affection for her, he also did not hold any feelings for Li Xingru. As the saying goes, the proximity to water ensures the first pick of the moon. Zhang Ningxin felt confident that she could win Chen Teng's heart in the days to come. Upon reaching their destination, as Zhang Ningxin envisioned the future, Chen Teng's car came to a halt beneath the female dormitory. Zhang Ningxin snapped back from her daydream and gazed questioningly at her dormitory. You should take a good rest. I have some matters to attend to. Can I accompany you? Zhang Ningxin desperately wished to remain by Chen Teng's side. She needed him to see her, allowing her to gradually reveal her charm and secure his affections. I plan to return to the male dormitory. Oh, I see. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Ningxin. How about this, Junior? Why not accompany me to the university's Entrepreneurial Project Incubation Center? I intended to visit there after discussing matters with the merchants to check on the progress of our project application. Progress of the application. Chen Teng seemed to recall something and nodded slightly. Then let us go there. Since we're out, Chen Teng was also curious about the status of this project. It had been 2 weeks since Zhang Ningxin had initially proposed the idea within their small team, a time that had elapsed since before the National Day holiday. Chen Teng understood that Zhang Ningxin was not one to procrastinate, so she must have submitted the application early. However, the prolonged wait without approval sparked his curiosity regarding the status. How do we get to the incubation center? Let us head towards the teaching building first. Under Zhang Ningxin's guidance, Chen Teng successfully navigated to the school's incubation center. So this is the incubation center. When Chen Teng drove from the dormitory to the teaching building, he often passed by a series of structures. However, since he approached from the back, he had never truly seen the front. Now, he discovered that it was indeed the incubation center. Is our incubation center this spacious? Chen Teng expressed his astonishment. He had always imagined that the school's so-called incubation center would be no more than a couple of stories high, accommodating perhaps a dozen projects. Surely it couldn't offer the extensive support akin to external incubation centers? Yet, this building stood impressively at 5 stories tall. Not quite, Zhang Ningxin promptly elucidated. The building on the right is the administrative office where the faculty members work, and the left side consists entirely of the incubation center space? Not exactly. The upper 3 floors on the left are also occupied by faculty offices. So, the incubation center only occupies the lower 2 levels on the left? Chen Teng felt that the place appeared rather modest. However, upon reflection, he deemed it not a significant issue. After all, no matter how expansive the incubation center might be, the space allocated for his project would remain limited. Zhang Ningxin nodded. Room 101 is the office of our college's Entrepreneurs Association. This association functions similarly to a student council, facilitating connections with universities' student entrepreneurial teams. Our application forms are initially submitted to them for review. Chen Teng nodded, having gained a preliminary understanding of the incubation center. Chapter 54. As I approached the office of Project 101, I noticed the door was ajar. Inside, I saw 2 students seated, one engrossed in playing Plants vs. Zombies, while the other was watching a television series on a computer. Oddly, it was usually just one student here. Today, there were 2. Zhang Ningxin mumbled as she stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. Hello, I would like to inquire whether our project application has been approved. Oh, it's you. The girl playing Plants vs. Zombies looked up. You arrived quite early. Why don't you take a seat? The teacher hasn't arrived yet. All right. Zhang Ningxin and Chen Teng found a spot to sit. Do you know if the teacher will come today? Yes, I come here almost every day. They informed me yesterday that a teacher would be reviewing the applications this afternoon. You've worked hard. It's no trouble for me. It's all for the sake of earning some money. Zhang Ningxin replied cheerfully. Even disregarding Chen Teng, this job was indeed a decent part-time opportunity. Although it was more complex than tutoring or retail positions available in the market, it undoubtedly held great potential for the future. After a while, another girl entered. The teacher hasn't arrived yet. Her voice was chilling, reminiscent of ice cream on a summer day. However, Chen-Tung remained focused on playing Fruit Ninja, not bothering to look up. Not yet. Zhang, Liang, you two can chat. Perhaps you'll end up as neighbors in the future. A student from the Entrepreneur Association attempted to connect the two. Upon hearing the word neighbors, Chen-Tung glanced at the girl, dressed in a black top and skirt. She exuded an aura of icy aloofness. Hello, we are the Have You Eaten team. Have you eaten? Liang's eyes flickered with surprise. As a student from the business school, she had certainly heard of the renowned Have You Eaten? Are you the person in charge of it? Her tone remained remarkably frigid. He is. Zhang Ningxin pointed at Chen-Tung. Liang scrutinized Chen-Tung from head to toe, prompting him to respond with a polite smile. Hello, Liang. I am Chen-Tung, and this is Zhang Ningxin. I am Liang Qing. After exchanging pleasantries, the conversation dwindled, and the Entrepreneur Association students ceased to facilitate further introductions. Suddenly, Liang Qing's cold voice pierced through the silence. Chen-Tung, may I ask you a question? Sure, if I am not mistaken. Your dream must be to transform Have You Eaten into a software that can revolutionize the lifestyle of the entire nation, correct? Yes. Since Liang Qing had discerned his ambition, Chen-Tung felt no need to conceal it. With the project underway, confidence was essential. Then, with all due respect, I suggest you abandon that dream. Oh. Chen-Tung looked at Liang Qing with curiosity. Why do you say that? You may find it hard to believe, but I once contemplated undertaking this project as well. Although the operational model was not as refined as yours, the overarching concept bore similarities. However, after a thorough self-assessment, I concluded that this project was not suited for me. Shall we continue? At that moment, Chen-Tung entertained thoughts about Liang Qing. The seemingly cold girl before him had once considered venturing into the delivery project? Indeed. One can learn from the experiences of others. He was eager to hear her perspective, just as he often listened to the opinions of other team members. When I had this idea, I researched the project online and discovered that someone was already pursuing it. Did you give up because of the existence of a predecessor? Yes. Liang Qing's response left Chen-Tung somewhat disheartened. The presence of pioneers is, in fact, a favorable circumstance. Whether through successes or failures, their experiences can serve as valuable references. If one abandons their entrepreneurial aspirations merely due to the existence of forerunners, perhaps they should reconsider their decision to embark on such a journey. A smile spread across Chen-Tung's face. Liang, you possess remarkable foresight. Though he thought this, he deemed it unnecessary to voice it aloud. Liang Qing's expression remained stoic. Do you think I am too quick to give up? Chen-Tung waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. I merely believe that knowing when to relinquish an endeavor is also a form of wisdom. Hypocritical. Liang Qing scoffed slightly, revealing that her decision to abandon the idea stemmed from the realization that the business model was too easily replicable. Without sufficient capital, one could easily be overwhelmed by price wars. That makes sense. Her statement garnered Chen-Tung's approval. Price wars are undoubtedly the most exhilarating and direct confrontations in the realm of commerce. An ordinary university student indeed lacks the qualifications to engage in such fierce competition. Without a unique advantage, investors would not even consider financing you. They would prefer to simply outspend you to seize market share, as it is a more efficient approach. Given that I have benefited from you in the past, let me offer you a word of caution. The heads that were bowed in the office suddenly lifted. Hey, you cannot speak carelessly. What do you mean by having taken advantage of me? I ordered delivery from your establishment. Upon hearing this, both Chen-Tung and Zhang Ningxin exhaled in relief, their previously raised heads lowering once more. Thank you. I will give it careful consideration. If you decide to discontinue this project, you are welcome to join mine. I believe you possess great potential. Liang Qing's subsequent remarks struck Chen-Tung as oddly familiar. Were these not the very words he used during recruitment? How ironic. You are seeking to recruit me? What is your project, and why choose me? Chen-Tung was equally intrigued. Customized travel. Customized travel? Yes, you provide the funding, the number of participants, and your ideas, and I will devise a travel plan for you. Accompanying you throughout the journey, Liang Qing succinctly explained. Zhang Ningxin interjected. So, akin to a tour guide? Liang Qing shook her head. Rather than a tour guide, it resembles a travel companion. Throughout the journey, you may alter any aspect of the itinerary at your discretion. Compared to joining a travel group, our travel customization offers far greater freedom. Chen-Tung remarked, it is indeed more expensive. Liang Qing replied non-committally, the prices are certainly higher. Yet, I believe there are many individuals in this world willing to spend more to enjoy a perfect journey. We are currently undertaking group outings for classes. Indeed, it is quite commendable. Tung has researched this industry and observed that it is neither too large nor too small. In contrast to traditional travel groups, personalized services are evidently more worry-free and demand higher standards from the service providers. If this venture truly takes off, it could yield substantial profits. Ting gazed at Liang Qing with newfound admiration, surprised to discover such talent within a modest business school. For this project, I, Yu, am investing. Chapter 55. I still wish to acquire you, This time, an unusual feeling enveloped Liang Qing. She had initially intended to recruit Tung, only to discover that he harbored ambitions of investment. You wish to invest in my project? Investment might be an understatement. It should be classified as acquisition. Tung mused. While you seek to hire me, I am inclined to acquire you instead. From the very onset of his business planning, he envisioned a comprehensive approach to encompass all aspects of daily living. However, the initial circumstances were not conducive. The essence of entrepreneurship boils down to two fundamental elements: capital and talent. Exceptional individuals combined with ample funding equate to a successful venture. At the beginning, Ting did not intend to delve into tourism, as he believed that spreading himself too thin would be unwise given his limited resources and manpower. Yet, the emergence of a talent like Liang Qing, possessing keen business acumen, ignited a spark of interest within him. I'm afraid I must decline your acquisition offer. Are you not concerned about being outmaneuvered by other capital? Not in the least. Our core competitiveness is not easily replicated. As for our travel routes, we have personally experienced them, including the most optimal and cost-effective itineraries. Liang Qing asserted confidently. If you were to compete with us now, achieving core competitiveness in the short term would be an impossibility. Is that so? Cheng was on the verge of pointing out a minor fallacy when the sound of footsteps from outside prompted Liang Qing and the others to rise. Hello, Teacher Lu. Tung observed the instructor, appearing to be in his 30s, wearing small spectacles and with neatly cropped hair. Teacher Lu nodded gently. So many people today? Are these students looking to undertake projects in our incubation center? Indeed, teacher. This is our school's recently renowned Have You Eaten team. Have you eaten? Teacher Lu gazed in astonishment at Tung and Zhang Ningxin. He had heard the buzz surrounding Have You Eaten on campus, but was surprised to learn that this entrepreneurial team comprised actual students from his institution. You too. Who among you is a member of Have You Eaten? We both are. I am the owner. Shall we discuss? Certainly. Teacher Lu led Tung to a spacious corridor. The corridor was flanked by offices, their doors closed, leaving Tung uncertain of the occupancy within. At the corridor's end stood a small door, devoid of any offices. After ensuring no one was in sight, Teacher Lu inquired curiously, your entrepreneurial project is certainly one we would approve for application in our incubation center. But I would like to know, what are your subsequent plans? Will you venture beyond the campus? Absolutely, not only beyond the campus, but also beyond Huagua, reaching out to the entire world. Tung declared with grandiosity. Teacher Lu licked his lips, somewhat dazed. He had merely posed the question symbolically, considering this project already stood out significantly compared to other student initiatives. Yet, the charisma emanating from Tung made him believe that he might truly have the potential to venture abroad. May I ask your name, student? Tung. Dong Chun, soaring to great heights. Well, Chun, during our entrepreneurial journey, it is unwise to set our aspirations too high. Of course, I am not suggesting that you should not have lofty ambitions. Rather, one must gaze at the stars while remaining grounded. Tung succinctly encapsulated the essence of Teacher Lu's message, prompting a silent nod of approval from him. I would also like to inquire whether this project involves collaboration with external enterprises. Indeed, it does. Which enterprises? Well, Tengda Games. Tung paused for a moment but ultimately decided to mention his own company, hoping it would garner a measure of attention from the school. After all, the school's recognition would also signify the extent of support it could offer. Tengda Games? Teacher Lu found the name somewhat familiar, yet he could not quite place it. Just as Chintu was about to provide a hint, Teacher Lu suddenly recalled. Is it the Tengda Games behind Plants vs. Zombies and Fruit Ninja? Yes, indeed. You actually managed to secure support from that enterprise? Teacher Lu was even more astonished. Of course, he could never have imagined Tung's true identity. Truly impressive. In that case, I hope you will strive diligently. I will apply for subsidies from the school. However, you might regard that subsidy as insignificant. No worries. Whether the amount is large or small, it is still money. Tung chuckled. By the way, teacher, there is another matter on which I would like to seek your assistance. Go ahead, and I will see if I can be of help. Teacher Lu was quite invested in the Have You Eaten project, holding it in high regard. Should it succeed, it would reflect positively on the school, and his own prospects would improve as well. As for the potential for failure, there are numerous failed projects in the incubation park. This one would hardly be missed. I would like to ask if you have the contact information for other incubation park directors at different universities, as I aim to seek official support from various institutions. You intend to expand the Have You Eaten business into other schools? Yes. In truth, prior to today, Chin-Tung had not entertained such an idea. He had adopted a somewhat indifferent attitude towards the incubation park. However, the events involving Zhang Ningxin today made Chin-Tung realize that navigating the path of establishing connections with schools might not be as straightforward as he had presumed. Even the strongest dragons cannot easily suppress the local snakes if one wishes to pursue the school route. Fostering relationships from the top down would be most beneficial for project advancement. With the backing of the school, the execution of this project should proceed more smoothly, devoid of any sabotage. Ah, I see. Please leave your contact information, and I will look for it upon my return. Thank you, Teacher Liu. Chin-Tung reached into his pocket and habitually offered a pack of cigarettes. Cigarettes can open doors, and they are quite effective. Teacher Liu blinked in surprise. Although university students are considered adults, it was still his first encounter with a student offering him cigarettes. Nevertheless, Teacher Liu accepted Chin-Tung's offering, as he found the student to be exceptionally remarkable. Those who have spent a few days at work understand that students, laborers, junior leaders, and top executives exude distinctly different qualities. The innocence and naivete of students and the weariness of workers are self-evident. When confronted with ordinary individuals, top executives often oscillate between an approachable demeanor and an air of undeniable authority. Teacher L believes that Chin-Tung's aura is more akin to that of a high-ranking executive. To put it more elegantly, he embodies the essence of an entrepreneur. Let us proceed. I will have a colleague from the Entrepreneur Association escort you to the office, he said. Very well, Chin-Tung replied. Teacher L then led Chin-Tung back to the Office 101. Yang Siki, please take them to Office 108 for the Have You Eaten project. I recall that space is available and quite ample. Additionally, share with them some of the benefits our incubator offers. Certainly, teacher. Yang Siki, who is known for her prowess in the game Plants vs. Zombies, was also the one who initially connected the two projects. After rummaging through her drawer, she accompanied Chin-Tung and Zhang Ningxin out of Office 101. As they stepped outside, Chin-Tung noticed a look of urgency on Liang Qing's face. Chapter 56, A New Office. A fresh task. Teacher LV holds a high opinion of you all. Office 108 is the largest available in our vicinity, and just now, classmate Liang expressed interest in it as well. Zhang Ningxin inquired with a hint of confusion. Don't they have their own office? Yang Siki replied, they do, indeed. In the original Office 106. However, they have recruited many individuals and expanded significantly, thus they applied to the Incubation Center for an additional office. Their top choice is undoubtedly the adjacent Office 108. Upon hearing Yang Siki's explanation, Chin-Tung began to comprehend the anxious expression on Liang Qing's face. Office 108 is indeed perfectly suited for Liang Qing's team. The proximity of the two offices facilitates seamless communication during work hours. Moreover, being the largest, it offers unparalleled convenience for storing items or accommodating staff. As Yang Siki unlocked the door to Office 108, Chin-Tung was greeted by an empty space imbued with a musty odor. Within the office, two desks lay stacked in a corner, cloaked in a thick layer of dust. The air carried a somewhat pungent scent, causing Yang Siki to cough slightly. This is the key to 108. There is only one. Should you require additional keys, you will need to have them replicated elsewhere, she explained. Thank you. If you need desks, there is an unoccupied office on the second floor that serves as our storage. You may freely take what you need, but do remember to inform us afterward. Understood. If you require any items, you can also make requests to the Incubation Center. Is air conditioning included? Chin-Tung inquired. Yang Siki hesitated, her smile tinged with awkwardness as she responded. This request may not necessarily be approved by the Incubation Center. She quickly shifted the conversation. Now, regarding the benefits provided by our school's Incubation Center, Yang Siki elaborated on the advantages available to entrepreneurial teams. Primarily, it offers support in the form of office space and supplies. Anything needed can be requested from the school, though, as previously mentioned, approval is not guaranteed. Additionally, the school provides financial assistance, which is not direct monetary support, but rather reimbursement for certain expenses. However, the reimbursement process is rather intricate. Lastly, The school invites various experts to conduct lectures and aids entrepreneurial teams in connecting with relevant external enterprises for potential collaboration. Nevertheless, according to Yang Siki, in her year-long experience with the incubation center, she had yet to witness any entrepreneurial team receiving such benefits. Considering that, it seems the incubation center's contributions are rather limited. Chen Teng mused. Indeed, they are few, but it is better than having none at all. Teacher LV places great importance on classmate Liang's team, and through reimbursements, they have managed to save approximately 7,000 to 8,000, which is substantial. Is their project quite successful? Chen Teng asked with curiosity. If Teacher LV values them, they must be earning a decent profit, correct? Yang Siki nodded and remarked that indeed, many classes embark on spring and autumn outings, with the plans entrusted to Liang and his team. Particularly for newcomers unfamiliar with the area, engaging a professional team to handle arrangements is quite convenient. Chen Teng understood this well. It is quite common for class leaders and league secretaries of new student classes to be unaware of local attractions. Even their class assistants may not possess this knowledge. To ensure a joyful outing, hiring someone to manage the details is a commendable solution. Chen Teng was pleasantly surprised to learn of Liang's impressive capabilities. In addition to his vision and ideas, Liang also demonstrated commendable management skills and practical project execution abilities, a rarity indeed. After introducing the incubation park to Chen Teng and others, Yang Siki took her leave. Chen Teng then resolved to summon people to conduct a thorough cleaning in room 108, which was rather chaotic and unsuitable for work. To his astonishment, members of the Have You Eaten team were all available. Thus, he called them over, initiating a grand cleanup effort. After a bustling afternoon, they finally restored order to the space. The feeling of having a dedicated office was utterly transformative. One person gazed at the tidy office and remarked on the noticeable change. Their faces radiated satisfaction, as if they had accomplished something remarkable. Chen Teng suddenly sensed a heightened sense of cohesion within the team. He began to understand why some large companies indulge in seemingly superficial initiatives. When sufficient incentives are provided, such endeavors might indeed enhance team solidarity. Unfortunately, some companies eventually become mired in trivialities. Well, since everyone is present, shall we hold a meeting? I have some urgent matters to discuss. They gathered in a circle, and compared to previous meetings held in classrooms or on the street, convening in this dedicated office felt significantly more formal. As it stands, our strategy has proven quite successful. Thus next week, I plan to explore the market and surrounding schools. This expansion will be divided into 2 teams. One team will focus on human resource management, tasked with recruiting and training delivery personnel, preferably soon-to-graduate students from our institution. It is crucial to ensure that when we collect meals from certain establishments, we do not inadvertently take those meant for other schools. Additionally, we need to recruit management teams from each school, prioritizing individuals who have previously engaged in the food delivery business, as they will possess the necessary execution skills. The second team will negotiate partnerships with local businesses near these schools, noting that some merchants may overlap with those already connected to our school, thus avoiding redundant discussions. Chen Teng meticulously outlined the tasks, ensuring each member listened attentively. Decide for yourselves which team you wish to join. Second team, Miao Zhengzheng raised his hand. First team, Wu Xian followed suit. First, second, others gradually raised their hands. Chen Teng nodded and took note. He noticed that Zhang Ningxin had not raised her hand. Senior, which team do you plan to join? I recall we are to discuss the matter of settling in with the leaders of their school's incubation park, are we not? Zhang Ningxin furrowed her brow in confusion. Well, I intend to speak with their school leaders myself, as these matters are somewhat intricate, and you may not have the authority to make decisions. It would be too late for you to call and update me. May I accompany you? I would like to gain a better understanding of the situation. Chen Teng hesitated. Initially, he had intended to go alone, as it would be more convenient. However, he was concerned about potentially causing any misunderstanding for Zhang Ningxin. All right, let us conduct our business formally and expedite the collaboration with the other school's administration. Zhang Ningxin comprehended the implication of Chen Teng's words and smiled as she nodded in agreement. Chapter 57, Sun Jun, as ever at Huaza Foreign Language Institute, Qiming University. Huaza Traditional Chinese Medicine College, Qiming Finance College, and Qiming Media University, these 5 institutions form the heart of the university district adjacent to the business school. After obtaining the contact information of the teachers from the incubation centers at these schools from Teacher LV, Chen Teng swiftly arranged meetings with them. Perhaps due to prior communication from Teacher LV, Chen Teng found his discussions with the Foreign Language Institute surprisingly smooth. It may have been that his modest request for support, merely wishing for a little assistance without interference from influential connections, played a role in this ease. As for financial backing, he held no extravagant expectations. Upon leaving the foreign language school, Zhang Ningxin, seated in the passenger seat beside Qinteng, took the initiative to speak. Junior, let us divide our tasks. I'll handle the finance college and media university. Are you capable of managing the rest? Qinteng asked uncertainly. Don't worry. If I encounter anything insurmountable, I'll call you. I need to learn to stand on my own, she replied with a smile. Since the day her impulsive confession had failed, Zhang Ningxin had clarified her aspirations to strive harder and stand by Qinteng's side. She was determined to help him achieve his potential, believing only she could do so. She aimed to become even more remarkable. Thus, even if Qinteng ultimately rejected her, she would still have built a better life. All right, feel free to call me if you face any challenges. My phone will be on Do Not Disturb 24/7. Great. I've scheduled my meeting with the finance college for 2 o'clock this afternoon. Make sure to arrive a bit early. Understood, Zhang Ningxin said as she exited the vehicle. Today, she was dressed quite formally in a white blazer paired with a short skirt, her hair styled in a small ponytail. Though she still bore the appearance of a student, there was an air of maturity about her. Watching Zhang Ningxin's retreating figure, Qinteng remained silent for a moment before steering the car towards Qiming University. He had a meeting scheduled with the university's leadership that very afternoon. At Qiming University, the bell signaling the end of class rang, prompting students to pour out of the classrooms. Sun Jun, as usual, trailed closely behind Zhao Xueshi like a devoted follower. Over the past month since the semester began, Sun Jun had encountered numerous charming individuals on campus, yet in his eyes, Zhao Xueshi remained a singular presence. Xueshi, I heard the cafeteria opened a new beef noodle shop yesterday. It's supposed to be fantastic. Would you like to try it? It's my treat, he suggested eagerly. No, thank you, Zhao Xueshi replied frostily. She remained unchanged, still unimpressed by Sun Jun. Xueshi, you should go with Sun Jun to eat. I've also heard about the new beef noodles at the cafeteria, one of Zhao Xueshi's roommates chimed in. Yes, Xueshi, let us go try it together, another urged. Sun Jun silently gave a thumbs up to the two of them in his heart. His investment in them was not in vain, as they timely provided assistance. Let us go have a meal together, but we'll pay for our own. Under the persuasion of her roommates, Zhao Xueshi did not refuse Sun Jun. In truth, she understood that when it came to dining together in the cafeteria, she could not turn down Sun Jun. His thick skin meant he would insist on occupying the empty seat beside her. Moreover, she had no means to expel him, as it was a public space where anyone could sit. With Zhao Xueshi's acquiescence, Sun Jun was overjoyed. Did you know? The Fruit 4S is set to launch during the National Day. My dad said he would buy me one from abroad once it's out. The novelty of the Fruit 4S captivated Zhao Xueshi's roommates. A year had passed since the debut of the Fruit 4, and smartphones no longer held the same shock value they did a year ago. Many people own domestic smartphones. However, at this juncture, the Fruit phone still reigned supreme in the hearts of many. Sun Jun glanced at Zhao Xueshi and, noticing her lack of overt disdain, excitedly continued his exposition. In his narration, the Fruit 4S had become unparalleled, eclipsing all existing phones. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, hearing Sun Jun's boastful chatter, couldn't help but furrow her brows. She had no desire to listen to him. They had merely exited the same classroom, walked at a similar pace, and his loud voice made it unavoidable for her to overhear. Ruo, I find myself missing Qinteng a bit, Lu Yin sighed. Li Xingru raised her head, her eyes sparkling like the night sky, puzzled by Lu Yan's statement. Qinteng is nowhere near as ostentatious as Sun Jun. This guy seems eager for the world to know how wealthy he is. Qinteng has money too, but he is not as flashy. Li Xingru thoughtfully nodded. But seriously, have you been in touch with Qinteng recently? No. Honestly, you should reach out. Qinteng is handsome and affluent. There are bound to be plenty of girls chasing after him. If you don't take the initiative, you definitely won't have much hope. Lu Yin, resembling a concerned mother, was anxious. She could see that Li Xingru had feelings for Qinteng, though Li Xingru herself would not admit it. We're not in the same school. So what if we're not? Our schools aren't that far apart. It's perfectly normal to visit each other from time to time. What does that mean? Are you planning to reach out to Qinteng or not? Planning to. Li Xingru whispered, her voice barely audible. She always had a tendency to conceal herself. When do you intend to do that? Once I purchase a smartphone, I shall add him on KK. Indeed, it is imperative to secure Qinteng as soon as possible. There is absolutely no doubt about it. Li Xingru nodded. while Sun Jun let out a discordant laugh nearby. Ha ha ha, Chintung. No matter how capable he may be, he is still just an ordinary individual. Business is not a venture for the faint-hearted. My father faced numerous hardships before bringing the company to its current state. Sun Jun had just finished discussing the Fruit 4S and found himself at a loss for words. Upon overhearing Lu Yin converse with Li Xingru about Chintung, he could hardly contain his eagerness to interject. The previous occasion when Lin Yu acknowledged that Chintung was his boss had undoubtedly taken Sun Jun by surprise. How could it be that even he, Sun Jun, had not started a company, yet Chintung had? Nevertheless, Sun Jun remained unconvinced of Chintung's potential for success. Is business truly that simple? Moreover, even if Chintung were to achieve some level of prominence, it is quite possible that he may still pale in comparison to the prowess of his father's company. Chapter 58. Are you here to ask me for money? I am here. Chintung noticed a professor from Qiming University waving at him. He hurriedly jogged over to the professor's side. In truth, there is little difference in speed between jogging and walking. However, jogging conveys a sense of importance to others. According to Teacher L, this professor's surname is Pang, and he holds the title of Deputy Dean at the Entrepreneurship College, a title that indeed sounds quite prestigious. Hello, Dean Pang. I am Chintung, the person in charge of Have You Eaten, is introduced by Teacher L. Hello, Chintung. No need to be so formal. You can just call me Teacher Pang. Titles like Dean feel too official. All right, Teacher Pang. Chintung, I assume you haven't had a meal yet? Allow me to treat you. Teacher Pang, slightly plump with a receding hairline, exuded a warm and approachable demeanor. Respectfully accepting your invitation, thank you, Teacher Pang. Too kind. Our school cafeteria has recently opened a beef noodle shop that reportedly serves quite delicious food. Teacher Pang led Chintung into the school cafeteria, which was a first for him at Qiming University. The cafeteria, established 11 years ago, impressed Chintung with its decor, which he found superior to some restaurants even after 24 years. Notably, the cafeteria was quite spacious, prompting Chintung to reflect on the significance of attending a good university. At least the food here is delightful. The beef noodles were served promptly, and his class had not yet ended. Both Chintung and Teacher Pang soon found themselves with a bowl of noodles each. They chose a small table in a corner to settle down. As soon as they were seated, Teacher Pang got straight to the point. I heard from Teacher L about your project and am quite intrigued. I spent some time yesterday learning about it. Could you elaborate on your business model? Of course. Currently, the business model of Have You Eaten is not a secret. With a little inquiry, one could easily uncover it. Thus, Chintung shared a concise explanation with Teacher Pang. Teacher Pang nodded attentively. Our university has recently initiated a delivery team as well, but their approach involves charging delivery fees from students, which seems somewhat different from your strategy. After summarizing the main points, Teacher Pang shared his thoughts. Chintung nodded in acknowledgement. To be frank, between the two strategies, I am more optimistic about Have You Eaten. However, I am curious. Are you not concerned that larger capital might attempt to seize the market through aggressive spending? Or do you plan to sell later on? Teacher Pang's discerning eye quickly recognized the potential challenges Have You Eaten might face in the future, a stark contrast to the professors Chintung encountered earlier at the Foreign Languages College. I am not worried, as I have financial backing. His words brimmed with confidence, leaving Teacher Pang momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, Teacher Pang cautiously inquired. A second-generation rich kid? Not quite. Has someone already invested in you? More or less, that would be an accurate interpretation. Tenda Games has invested in Tenda Life. Teacher Pang nodded slightly, seemingly lost in thought while enjoying his noodles. Chintung could discern that Teacher Pang had something to express. Thus, he candidly remarked, Teacher Pang, feel free to speak your mind. Concealing your thoughts serves no beneficial purpose in our dialogue. Teacher Pang chuckled awkwardly. To be honest, this matter is somewhat embarrassing. No worries. As long as you don't find it embarrassing, the embarrassment would lie with others, Chintung replied, momentarily taken aback by his words. Nevertheless, Teacher Pang nodded and began. In addition to my role as an educator, I am also a businessman. Oh, Chintung straightened slightly in his seat. Qiming University, true to its name, boasts instructors with real entrepreneurial experience. He recalled a previous entrepreneurial guidance class he attended, where the instructor was remarkably young and had no practical experience in entrepreneurship. It was bewildering to have someone without entrepreneurial experience teaching such a course. Chintung found it hard to express his frustrations. The situation was even more absurd than having an instructor for career guidance who had actually been employed. Does Teacher Pang have any insights to share? Chintung was eager to learn. Regardless of whether Teacher Pang's experiences were fraught with failure or marked by success, he deemed them valuable. Insights may be too grand a term. I merely wish to inquire about the liquidity of your available funds. Abundant, exceedingly so. So if you have something to convey, please do so, Chen Tung replied, sensing the direction of Teacher Pang's intentions. In the realm of business, discussions surrounding finances often lead to one matter: requests for investment. In recent years, the internet has evolved rapidly, and I have initiated several projects within the industry. While some have prospered, others have faltered. My company is currently in need of capital, hence my inquiry regarding your interest in investment or acquisition. Investment or acquisition? Chen Ting pondered as he pushed the beef around in his bowl. To be honest, he had not anticipated that Teacher Pang's visit would serve this ulterior motive. Perhaps you could elaborate on the projects at hand, and I'll assess their suitability. Despite being taken aback by Teacher Pang's intentions, Chen Ting was open to the idea of stepping into the role of an angel investor. Consider the example of Nanshan Pizza Hut, which has invested in countless companies across various sectors both domestically and internationally. Chen Ting aspired for his Tinda to evolve into a similar colossal entity. Hence, he was not averse to acquisitions and investments. There are primarily 5 projects Teacher Pang began to outline his endeavors. As students began to fill the cafeteria, the once empty space became crowded. With no other options, Li Xingru and Lu Yin found themselves seated in a corner. "Let us share a table," Sun Jun approached them. "No. Thank you." Lu Yin flatly refused. "Li classmate." Sun Jun sought to achieve his objectives through Li Xingru, believing that her kind-hearted nature would make her unlikely to turn him down. He thought she would be the perfect person to assist him. However, to his surprise, Li Xingru shook her head and said, "You spoke ill of Chen Tung, so I cannot help." Sun Jun was taken aback. He never anticipated being rejected for such a reason. The thought that such a beautiful girl as Li Xingru would exhibit admiration, if not infatuation, towards Chen Ting only fueled his frustration. Fortunately, a nearby table had just finished their meal and vacated their seats, allowing Sun Jun to swallow his words and occupy that spot. Lu Yin watched Li Xingru turn down Sun Jun and couldn't help but smile. "That's right. You shouldn't agree to everyone's requests for help. You must learn to refuse. But it seems that Chen Tung truly holds a different significance for you." "Not at all. Look, Chen Tung." Lu Yin suddenly pointed to Li Xingru's left. Turning around, Li Xingru found no sign of Chen Tung. "Yin Yin. Ha ha ha, it seems you are lovesick." "I'm just teasing." "Wait, what? It really is Chen Tung. How did he end up here?" Lu Yan's eyes widened in shock as she gazed to the right of Li Xingru, even exclaiming in surprise. Li Xingru, feeling exasperated, retorted, "Yin Yin. Making the same joke twice is no longer amusing." Lu Yin raised 4 fingers and declared, "I swear, it truly is Chen Tung. Just look." Chapter 59. Unique insight. Li Xingru ultimately chose to trust Lu Yin and gazed in the direction indicated by her. To her astonishment, seated across from her was none other than their entrepreneurship course instructor. Li Xingru felt a flicker of recognition. Lu Yin also scrutinized Teacher Pang, who was seated opposite Chen Tung. It seemed indeed peculiar. How could Chen Tung be sharing a table with the teacher? They appeared to be engaged in lively conversation. Lu Yin was utterly baffled. She was aware that Chen Tung belonged to the neighboring business school and had no ties to Qiming University. Yet, the more she pondered, the more her curiosity intensified. "Ah, Teacher Pang, I know him," Sun Jun interjected, shaking his leg in excitement, drawing the attention of the group, including Zhao Xueshi. Sun Jun relished the moment. "Let me tell you, Teacher Pang possesses considerable prowess. He owns a thriving enterprise here in Qiming City. Teaching at the university is merely a pastime for him. After all, the entrepreneurship course only has a handful of sessions per semester, making it quite effortless. Many seniors in our school who aspire to start their own businesses seek him out as an investor. Just the other day, I had a conversation with Teacher Pang about entrepreneurship." Upon finishing, Sun Jun paused, eager for someone to respond, hoping to seamlessly transition the discussion to his own entrepreneurial ambitions. However, neither Zhao Xueshi, Lu Yin, nor Li Xingru seemed inclined to engage. It was Zhao Xueshi's roommate who finally reacted, exclaiming, "Wow, Sun Jun, you want to start a business too?" "Well, recently, someone in school has been working on a delivery service, and I think it holds great potential. So I'm planning to give it a try." Teacher Pang mentioned that this project is feasible. Sun Jun concluded, feeling a sense of relief. Unfortunately, the anticipated praise from the others did not materialize. Li Xingru remained fixated on Chen Tung's profile, while Zhao Xueshi gazed in his direction, lost in her thoughts. Lu Yin glanced between Li Xinghua and Chun Tong, her attention wholly diverted from Sun Jun. This left Sun Jun feeling somewhat deflated. How was it that, despite being the one speaking, the others were still captivated by Qinting? Was Qintong's allure truly that profound? Consequently, he ceased his self-promotion and redirected the conversation towards Qintong. I suspect Qintong is probably in a financial bind, having suffered investment losses, and is seeking Teacher Pang's support. I imagine he found his way to Teacher Pang due to the latter's status as an instructor, which likely made the connection easier. Alas, Qintong's family must be in a dire situation. He probably painstakingly saved some money, only to have it squandered in his business ventures. I wonder if his project will catch Teacher Pang's eye. If not, he might be in for a tough time. Nevertheless, given our camaraderie as classmates, I shall observe what project Qinting is undertaking, and if it proves suitable, I might consider investing a little myself. Sun Jun feigned compassion. Lu Yin furrowed her brow, intending to comment on the incessant chatter of Sun Jun. However, Li Xingru spoke up before she could. Qintong won't lose money, she exclaimed. Oh, so Qintong won't lose money, you say? Are you his financial advisor? Do you truly comprehend Qintong's financial situation? Even the world's wealthiest individuals have faced business losses, let alone Qintong. Sun Jun glanced at Li Xingru, a flicker of envy gleaming in his eyes. He genuinely envied Qintong, for he had such a beautiful girl who admired him so deeply. If only Zhao Xueshi could admire him in the same manner as Li Xingru admired Qintong. Just envisioning that scene made Sun Jun feel weak in the knees. Regardless of the circumstances, I have faith in Qintong. I believe he will surely succeed. Suit yourself. If you are convinced that Qintong will succeed, why not approach him and inquire? Sun Jun contemplated. He was certain that Qintong could not be undertaking any significant business at the moment. His purpose in seeking out Teacher Pang must involve some form of request. He thought to himself, if he could make Qintong look foolish in front of Li Xingru, perhaps she would no longer idolize him so fervently. A rather lecherous smile crept across Sun Jun's face. Teacher Pang is a man of vision. Qintong sincerely admired him. Teacher Pang's 5 projects included an online shopping platform similar to Taobao. It must be said that in this regard, Teacher Pang demonstrated great foresight. Unfortunately, the competition proved too formidable, and the site ultimately failed to thrive, currently operating at a loss. The second project is a mobile game. Unlike games such as PvZ or Fruit Ninja, this game is more akin to Legend. Players can strengthen their characters through in-game purchases. This project is currently profitable. Under Teacher Pang's guidance, Qintong downloaded the game and discovered that its monetization strategies were exceptionally well-crafted. The third project is a mobile chatting application, presently in a loss expansion phase, and it is the most capital-intensive project in Teacher Pang's portfolio. The fourth project involves a ticket purchasing application for movies, while the fifth project is a rating website. Both of these latter projects are also operating at a loss. This realization made Qintong acutely aware of the sheer abundance of competitors in the marketplace. In terms of vision and insight, Teacher Pang was indeed correct. Should all 5 projects succeed, Teacher Pang could reap substantial rewards. However, possessing the right vision does not guarantee the success of a project. Every industry encounters countless competitors on the path to success. Experiencing setbacks in competition is entirely normal. Mere ideas are insufficient. Isn't it true that funds are lacking at present? Teacher Pang chuckled at his own predicament. So, do any of these 5 projects pique your interest? Teacher Pang, I find myself more curious about the project you are currently pursuing. Why would you consider abandoning these promising 5 projects? The screen, he replied. The screen? Qintong inquired, somewhat perplexed. Are you referring to a mobile screen, a computer monitor, or a television screen? Although these items share certain technical similarities, they also exhibit distinct differences. Indeed. The mobile phone screens. I have a premonition that our domestic mobile phones are poised for an explosive growth. Every smartphone brand requires components, all of which necessitate suppliers. However, foreign mobile phone screens tend to be rather expensive, not to mention the various taxes involved. Therefore, you contemplate producing domestic screens to reduce their costs? Qintong felt a surge of respect. It is not so noble. Rather, I believe that if the foreigners can partake in this opportunity, why should we be excluded? Don't you agree? Indeed, that is the rationale. Hence, I perceive a lucrative prospect here. Yet, as I delved deeper, I discovered that my financial situation was becoming rather strained. A hint of embarrassment surfaced on Professor Pang's face. In terms of age, he could nearly be Qintong's father. Yet, before Qintong, he found himself revealing his financial difficulties, which made him feel somewhat awkward. How much do you lack? Upon hearing Chen Teng's inquiry, a look of astonishment gradually appeared on Professor Pang's face. It couldn't be. Chapter 60. The Master of Disguise. To be candid, I find little interest in the 5 projects you intend to sell. However, I am considerably more intrigued by the realm of mobile screens. Currently, with Tao Tao gaining momentum, Chen Teng plans to wait until Qi Luma overcomes its competitors and begins to turn a profit before emulating Kenny Dao and Godong to carve a niche in the e-commerce sector. Otherwise, if a dual-front battle ensues, he truly lacks confidence. Mobile games that follow the same template of monetization? That indeed can be profitable. Yet, Chen Teng has no desire to pursue it. As for mobile chat applications, he intends to leverage layouts from other industries to gradually form a strategic encirclement. This endeavor lacks high technical complexity, and early investment seems unnecessary. Online ticket purchasing has piqued Chen Teng's interest somewhat. However, it is still too premature to establish a foothold, as the film industry's explosive growth has yet to arrive. Rating websites. How much profit could they possibly yield? It is only in the mobile sector that Chen Teng believes early investment is warranted, for the accumulation of technology often necessitates considerable time. Entering the fray a bit earlier may not be a detriment. Do you truly harbor intentions of investment? We are currently lagging in technology and will require substantial funds to catch up, Professor Pang cautioned. He feared that Chen Teng might underestimate the financial demands of this industry. There is no alternative but to invest honestly. Others will not readily share the fruits of their arduous research with us. Chen Teng chuckled in agreement. Acknowledging the truth in this sentiment, Professor Pang concurred wholeheartedly. Thus, Professor Pang directly inquired about the required amount, curious if he could fulfill the request. 50 million, he stated. 50 million. That is not exorbitant. Professor Pang's eyelids fluttered. 50 million is not considered excessive? What manner of deity is this? Are students today so affluent? He pondered whether he had possessed such capabilities at Chen Teng's age. Surely, Professor Pang could not be that anxious, could he? Not overly so. Here is the plan. Please compile your materials promptly and provide an overview of your company. I wish to discern whether there are discrepancies between your company's developmental trajectory and my own thoughts. Very well. I shall return and organize the information, Professor Pang replied, elated. Initially, he merely sought to secure a modest sum from Chen Teng. Even acquiring a few million would have sufficed. He had not anticipated Chen Teng's lavish generosity. However, a singular doubt lingered. Did Chen Teng truly possess such wealth? 50 million, not merely 5,000. Such an amount is hardly within the means of an ordinary student. Yet, Chen Teng's subsequent actions swiftly dispelled his skepticism. He produced paper and pen, inscribing a telephone number. Tingda Games. Linya. Call her once you are prepared. Tingda Games? Is that the Tingda Games known for Plants vs. Zombies? Professor Pang was overwhelmed with excitement. Tingda Games. This is the Tingda Games that has generated over $1 billion in revenue from a single title. May I inquire? Who are you? Professor Pang's tone shifted to one of reverence. The owner of Tingda. Listening to Teacher Pang. It seems that Teacher Pang has heard of Tingda? Not just heard of it. I was even contemplating a collaboration with Tingda. Is that so? This truly takes Chen Teng by surprise. Teacher Pang has considered collaborating with Tingda? However, it was turned down by General Manager Lin. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Teacher Pang's face. What sort of collaboration are you envisioning? Do share. If the partnership proves to be lucrative, Chen Teng would not mind opening a backdoor for the other party. Do you recall our company's game? I wish to collaborate with PVZ for a fashion line. Oh, I see. Perhaps it would be wiser to keep the backdoor shut. For an intellectual property, the image is an exceedingly crucial element. Although that game is quite profitable, collaborating with it might tarnish the reputation of the Plants vs. Zombies IP. Chen Teng holds this IP in high regard. In any case, when Teacher Pang is ready, he can contact our manager Lin. She oversees the company's affairs. And I must consult with her on certain matters. Understood. Understood. Teacher Pang recognizes that Chen Teng's last statement is a gesture of courtesy. Should he ultimately not be favored by Tingda, Chen Teng can assert that he was optimistic about the collaboration, only to be thwarted by Linya's disapproval. At that time, Teacher Pang's dignity would remain intact. By the way, Chen Teng, do you enjoy drinking milk tea? The milk tea shop in our school cafeteria is quite delightful. No need. No need. Chen Teng waved his hand, somewhat amused yet exasperated. In that case, Chen Teng. Before Teacher Pang could finish, a voice called out from a distance. Chen Teng turned his head, slightly raising an eyebrow. How did they end up together? I didn't expect you to know Teacher Pang. Are you looking for investment due to a lack of funds in your startup? Entrepreneurship is not that simple. After a brief lecture, Sun Jun turned to Teacher Pang. He obediently greeted, "Hello, Teacher Pang." Once Sun Jun finished speaking, he noticed a silence enveloping the surroundings. Chen Teng's expression was rather peculiar. How did this guy manage to tread on landmines with such precision? Teacher Pang disregarded Sun Jun and instead looked at Chen Teng. "Chen Teng, do you know him?" "A high school classmate." "Oh." Teacher Pang nodded. From Chen Teng's brief introduction, he discerned that the relationship between the two was not particularly good. Had they been on amicable terms, Chen Teng would have introduced him as a close friend rather than a high school classmate. Consequently, Teacher Pang's gaze towards Sun Jun turned somewhat frosty. "Who are you? Do I know you?" "Ah, Teacher Pang, I am Sun Jun." "Sun Jun? Who?" Teacher Pang scrutinized Sun Jun carefully. However, after examining him, he still abandoned the search in his memory for this face. He genuinely could not recall. Did he really know this person? Luyan couldn't help but let out a laugh. Sun Jun felt a twinge of embarrassment. "It's me, Teacher Pang. I mentioned before that I wanted to start a food delivery business at school. You even said my project had potential. Have you forgotten?" Upon hearing Sun Jun's words, Teacher Pang's memory was jogged. "Oh, is it you? The particularly lively student in class?" "Yes, that's me." The cold response from Teacher Pang created an awkward atmosphere around them. Even a student lacking in social awareness could perceive Teacher Pang's indifference. Sun Jun was puzzled as to why Teacher Pang treated him with such aloofness. "Let's discuss this further next time, classmate Chen Teng," Teacher Pang said, turning his gaze to Chen Teng, his expression softening and a smile gracing his lips. The swift change in demeanor genuinely astonished Sun Jun. A master of the non-material cultural heritage, face changing? "All right then, Teacher Pang. Please take care. I appreciate your efforts regarding the incubator matters." "No problem at all. I assure you, everything will proceed smoothly." Teacher Pang's gentle, almost obsequious smile stirred a tempest of emotions within the students. Shock 10, shock 10, shock 10, shock 10. Chapter 61. The entire venue's expenses. Charged to young Master Sun, did I not see correctly, Chen Teng? Teacher Pang seems to have a rather favorable disposition towards you. Lu Yen stared in astonishment at the departing Teacher Pang. When contrasted with Teacher Pang's demeanor towards Sun Jun, the difference in treatment towards Chen Teng was nothing short of astonishing. Li Xingru gazed at Chen Teng with admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars. "How did you manage that?" At that moment, Sun Jun was also uncertain. If Chen Teng was merely an investor, and Teacher Pang simply held him in regard, then their respective attitudes would not be so distinct, would they? A teasing glimmer appeared in Chen Teng's eyes. "Interested to know?" Sun Jun nodded eagerly. "Yes." Given that we are high school classmates, Sun Jun watched Chen Teng with excitement, anticipating some valuable insights. To his surprise, Chen Teng extended a hand. "I'll give you a discount, 500. "Huh?" Sun Jun was taken aback. 500? You still want my money?" "Indeed, I charge others 1,000. But since we are good friends from high school, I'll make it 500, Chen Teng said earnestly. Sun Jun gritted his teeth and finally took out his wallet. 500 is not significant for him. At this point, he was far more eager to discover how to gain Teacher Pang's favor. Chen Teng accepted the 500 that Sun Jun handed over, pocketing it with a grin. Teacher Pang appreciates those who are generous and magnanimous. Sun Jun furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? Should I give Teacher Pang money? If you can present an amount that catches Teacher Pang's eye directly, that would certainly work. However, offering too little would not suffice. What if I cannot afford it?" Sun Jun pressed further. He was desperate to know how to earn Teacher Pang's admiration, yet he lacked confidence that the funds at his disposal would impress her. "This is simple. You merely need to demonstrate your generosity. How exactly should I do that?" Sun Jun pondered, racking his brain. "Isn't it quite straightforward?" Chen Ting replied with a look of exasperation. "You simply walk to the center of the cafeteria and boldly declare, 'The expenses for today's gathering will be covered by young Master Sun. Tomorrow, the campus forum will be abuzz with tales of your generosity.'" "Indeed." Sun Jun smacked his thigh, realizing the brilliance of the idea. If he did that in the cafeteria, wouldn't everyone know? Such an act of generosity would naturally spread like wildfire across the campus forum. Yet, he still sensed something amiss but could not articulate what it was. Moreover, think about it. How impressive does that sound? "The expenses for today's gathering will be covered by young Master Sun." Absolutely magnificent. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Teng said with utmost sincerity. Let me think. Sun Jun contemplated the image of himself proclaiming those words amidst the crowd, all eyes directed towards him. It truly felt exhilarating, didn't it? Perhaps this would even change Zhao Xuexie's perception of him? A smile crept across his face. Not bad at all. It seems my 500 was well spent. Sun Jun, filled with delight, cast a glance at Zhao Xueshi before striding towards the center of the cafeteria. At this moment, it was Qin who was taken aback. Are you serious, my friend? You're actually going to do this? Had he always been this way? Lu Yan's mouth fell agape. She was aware of Sun Jun's penchant for attention, thriving under the gaze of others, yet she never anticipated he would go to such lengths. It was evident to her that Qin was merely jesting. How could Sun Jun not perceive it? Meanwhile, Li Xingru's gaze remained fixated on Qin without wavering. Standing in the cafeteria's heart, Sun Jun raised his arms, and students carrying bowls and trays turned their curious eyes upon him. All eyes on me. This afternoon. The expenses will be on me, Sun Gongzi. Sun Jun lifted his hands high, anticipating the cheers of the students. Qin's eyebrows twitched slightly. To be honest, he only desired the 500 from Sun Jun and had no interest in witnessing Sun Jun's performance. However, the spectacle Sun Jun dared to present was something he could hardly bear to watch. Let us go, Qin declared, slurping up the last of his noodles, beckoning Lu Yan and Li Xingru to depart. If he continued to observe, he feared his toes would succumb to overexertion. Zhao Xueshi watched Qin's retreating figure, hesitating to voice her thoughts. She noticed that throughout, Qin had not cast a single glance her way. At most a fleeting sweep of his gaze. Yet, could it be that Qin truly harbored no feelings for her? The girl's pride and self-esteem made it unbearable for her to endure such blatant disregard. The unspeakable discomfort and irritation compelled Zhao Xueshi to confront Qin. Why? Why can you ignore me? However, Qin remained oblivious to her inner turmoil, leaving her only with his departing silhouette. It was only after he vanished from sight that Zhao Xueshi, her thoughts in disarray, retracted her gaze. Sun Jun, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, noticed that although some paused to observe, their expressions resembled that of spectators at a circus. Assuming his voice lacked projection, he cleared his throat and continued, this afternoon. The expenses will be on me, son. His high-pitched voice pierced the air, and the faltering of the final word caused Sun Jun's face to flush visibly. He could never have anticipated such an embarrassing moment. Uft! Ha ha ha! Laughter erupted like a series of uncontainable bursts within the crowded cafeteria. It dawned on Sun Jun that Qin had set him up. Observing this scene, Zhao Xueshi couldn't help but feel a tinge of humiliation. Let us depart. By the time Sun Jun returned to his original spot, the corner that had just been occupied was now filled with a different crowd. Qin, Zhao Xueshi, Li Xingru. All had vanished without a trace. Damn you, Qin. Anger 50, anger 50, anger 50. Sun Jun's veins bulged, breathing heavily. He struck the nearby table in frustration, the pain contorting his expression. Qin had already arrived at the cafeteria downstairs. You are quite mischievous, Qin. Lu Yan remarked with a smile. Stop talking nonsense. I speak only the truth, Qin retorted confidently. Teacher Pang's favorable disposition towards him stemmed from Qin's amiable nature. Did it not? It is indeed true that Teacher Pang has an affinity for individuals who are generous and magnanimous. His willingness to express an interest in investment was precisely what endeared him to Teacher Pang. Is there a problem with that? What I said. Never mind. After all, Sun Jun deserves it. Oh, do you also harbor disdain for Sun Jun? There isn't a single person in class who doesn't dislike Sun Jun. He is unbearably pretentious. It's my first time encountering a boy who talks so much. Lu Yan shook her head, a wave of distaste washing over her at the mere thought. Qin erupted into hearty laughter. Sun Jun certainly embodies the traits of a self-proclaimed genius and a show-off. Qin, what brings you to our school? Li Xingru inquired, lifting her gaze to meet Qin's, her eyes as clear and pure as spring water. She stood quietly, awaiting his response. Chapter 62, Dreams and Reality. Qin gazed at Li Xingru, whose fair and delicate face radiated hope, while her simple white short-sleeve top accentuated her alluring curves. The denim shorts did little to conceal her long, fair legs. Rather, they elegantly framed her shapely limbs. You must have heard a little about it earlier, right? I've recently embarked on a small business venture, seeking to establish a connection with your school for support. Will it also reach our school? Of course. Have you heard of the feeding business associated with the business school? No, Li Xingru replied honestly with a shake of her head. That's not acceptable. You should say you've heard of it. Oh, I've long admired its reputation, Li Xingru obediently responded. Her demeanor inexplicably reminded Qin of a kitten. However, it is often said that when a cat stares intently at something, appearing utterly adorable, it is typically a sign of mental overload. It's about food delivery. Food delivery? Our school has a delivery team as well, Lu Yan recalled. I know. It's nothing to worry about. Perhaps the students at Qiming University have too many opportunities and look down upon such a business. There is only one team here that has chosen to engage in this venture. Xinteng had studied it last night, with a delivery fee of 5 yuan. The business seemed quite ordinary, and the team was not large. He estimated that collectively, they could potentially earn several thousand to tens of thousands a month without much difficulty. Indeed, nothing to fear. Li Xingru waved her small fist. Haha, Xinteng couldn't help but laugh. The emotional value she provided was truly abundant. Xinteng, I have something I'd like your opinion on, if that's all right. Go ahead. If I can be of assistance, I would be glad to offer my thoughts. Having experienced 2 lifetimes, he felt capable of giving advice to others. What scenes had he not witnessed? Li Xingru nodded with trust. I wish to change my major. Change? Your major? Xinteng was taken aback, wondering what had prompted such a thought. Because I believe that the English major may be limiting my potential. What do you mean? Xinteng felt as if he had not slept well the previous night, making it difficult to grasp the meaning behind her words. At that moment, Lu Yin stepped in to explain to Xinteng, although we are majoring in English, we are still required to attend mathematics classes. Wait, an English major requires mathematics? Xinteng felt something was amiss. In his recollections, mathematics was a subject that virtually all disciplines had to study. However, the English major had been an exception. In his previous life, he had even complained about the difficulties of advanced mathematics, only to have a classmate who chose the English major tell him that they had not encountered mathematics throughout their 4 years. He had envied that for a time. Our school is somewhat unique. Although we are in the English department, the curriculum includes mathematics. All right, and then, before the National Day holiday, our mathematics teacher informed us about an upcoming collegiate mathematics competition. And then she participated? Xinteng gazed at Li Xingru, astonished to discover that she possessed such remarkable abilities. Mathematics, a notoriously challenging subject, often drives many to the brink of madness, compelling them to resort to desperate measures. Yet, when faced with mathematical problems, they tend to falter. Having participated in the preliminary competition at our school, she achieved the highest score in our class, ranking 7th in the entire grade. Wait a moment. Surely one cannot rely solely on innate talent to master mathematics? You, as a mathematics major, must not have delved too deeply into the subject, right? To Xinteng's knowledge, aside from mathematics majors, the difficulty of mathematics courses in the freshman year is not particularly high, and the content taught is rather limited. No matter how intelligently Xingru might be, she cannot possibly know what has not been taught. Thus, prior to the preliminary round, she requested a self-study textbook from the teacher. Are you implying that she attained 7th place in the grade solely through self-study? Xincheng was dumbfounded. What kind of talent is this? If he possessed such an aptitude, he wouldn't even need a calculator for mundane tasks like grocery shopping. Li Xingru nodded slightly, a hint of embarrassment on her face. Did you achieve full marks in mathematics during the college entrance examination? If she truly possessed such a talent, it would have undoubtedly manifested before her university years. It is inconceivable that it could only emerge in college. A student from the English department, after just a month of mathematics lessons coupled with self-study, could secure the 7th position in the entire grade. Such talent is impossible to conceal. Then why did you choose to attend Qiming University? Although Qiming University is quite respectable within the province, on a national scale, it is merely average. A genius capable of scoring full marks in mathematics would logically excel in other subjects as well. It is improbable that one would be particularly weak in certain areas. The night before the Chinese language exam, my mother coughed violently and even coughed up blood, prompting me to take her to the hospital. I spent the entire night without sleep, and consequently, I fell asleep during the examination. In the end, I scored only a little over 40 points in Chinese. Xinteng fell silent. Misfortunes often strike at the most delicate moments. Such a tragedy occurring the night before the college entrance examination is truly heartbreaking. If one were to gain admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida, a plethora of monetary rewards would surely follow. Achieving the title of county or even city champion would yield even greater rewards. Such funds could significantly alter the fate of a family. After commencing my university studies, I became aware of numerous potential paths. For instance, one could pursue a career in translation, which is highly lucrative. However, my professors advised me that if I chose the academic route, my future might be even more expansive. By researching subjects such as physics and chemistry, I might even have the potential to change the world. However, it is entirely normal for research to take years before yielding results. Thus, I find myself contemplating whether to switch majors to pursue translation for financial gain or to remain steadfast in my current field and explore the realm of research. After listening to her, Chinting felt a pang of discomfort. He had never encountered such a scenario before. It is not uncommon for proficient simultaneous interpreters to earn several thousand yuan a day. Under most circumstances, he would recommend that one pursue a career in simultaneous interpretation. He remarked earnestly, "So, I should not change my major?" A look of confusion flickered in Li Xingru's eyes. "But I would like to inquire about your thoughts on the matter." "My thoughts? Have you ever harbored your own thoughts? For instance, my childhood dream was to win 5 million. Li Xingru shook her head, her large eyes filled with bewilderment. Since her birth into such a family, she understood that education was her sole escape. She had no room for hobbies, and thus her own thoughts were an impossibility. All she knew was to study relentlessly, aiming to gain admission to a prestigious university and secure a lucrative job. Hobbies? None. Yet, I find that when I solve problems, each completed question brings me a sense of accomplishment. During that mathematics competition, I encountered a problem that I simply could not solve. And while I felt a desire to challenge myself, fear crept in. Chinting remarked, "My friend, we are connected at heart. Yet you stab me in the back. After being invincible for years, you finally encounter a problem you can't solve in college?" Chintung had faced unsolvable math problems since elementary school, and from then on, such challenges multiplied like stars in the sky. "Nevertheless," he calmly said, "in that case, pursue your dreams. But what if I find no results after several years?" Chintung could see that this was Li Xingru's deepest conflict. On one hand, she yearned for challenges and to scale great heights. On the other, she feared failure and felt the weight of her family's expectations. This was a formidable mountain named reality, standing before her dreams. "It's simple. I have money. Your success hinges on the absence of funds." Chintung flashed a broad grin, his smile reminiscent of a cunning merchant. "I can lend you some." Chapter 63. A small figure, steadfast steps before Li Xingru could utter a word. Lu Yan's eyes widened in surprise. She anticipated Chintung would assertively declare, "No matter how much is lacking, I can cover it." Instead, he proposed a loan. "As for the interest, let it be aligned with the bank's fixed deposit rates. No need for the high interest of large deposits." "What?" Lu Yan's eyes widened even further. "Are you serious, my friend? Have you become so obsessed with money?" Previously, Lu Yan had witnessed Chintung's cultured side as well as his tendency to curse vehemently on the streets. Yet, she could never have imagined he possessed such a mercenary aspect. It was one thing not to hand over the money directly like a domineering CEO. It was another to charge interest on a loan. "No, thank you." Upon hearing this, Li Xingru displayed a look of gratitude. Lu Yan, incredulous, exclaimed, "You're thanking him? Is it you who has lost your mind, or is the world mad?" "Dear sister, perhaps you should watch fewer idle dramas." "It's not that I watch them for no reason." "Wait, how do you know I often watch idle dramas?" Chintung smirked, opting not to respond to Lu Yan's inquiry. In truth, assisting others is an art. Some individuals are sensitive and insecure. Offering help too abruptly may lead them to feel belittled. The saying "a kindness repaid with enmity" is not mere folklore. While some may share similar sensitivities, they often feel an overwhelming sense of inferiority in front of their benefactor. An excessive act of kindness can disrupt the balance of power between the parties involved. Sensitive yet astute individuals may find themselves ensnared in an internal conflict when accepting kindness. Their pride struggles to accept the generosity, yet rational thought compels them to acquiesce. Had Chintung simply handed over the money to Li Xingru, she would likely have felt too embarrassed to accept his assistance. Thus, he chose the route of lending. The transformation from a gift to a loan allows for a more palatable acceptance. One can discern from Li Xingru's expression that this level of support is indeed manageable for her. "Ah, I understand now. With a debt relationship, you too establish a connection. You should really watch fewer idle dramas, sister," Chintung remarked with resignation. His thoughts drifted to the plots of certain idle dramas, where relationships between domineering CEOs and heroines often commence from financial entanglements. It's a common trope. Perhaps the heroine accidentally collides with the hero's car, leading to a debt she cannot afford to repay. Thus, a bond forms between them. Subsequently, they encounter each other repeatedly in various situations, and their feelings gradually deepen. Throughout this process, the debt serves as a convenient excuse. Chinting mused that if he continued along this train of thought, he could envision an entire idle drama plot unfolding. "I shall have someone draft a loan agreement for you. I eagerly anticipate your growth," he remarked, wishing fervently for his gaze of enlightenment to perceive Li Xingru's true potential. If she truly possesses talent, then it would be a tremendous fortune for me. However, if she lacks such aptitude, Chintung would merely be aiding a family in need, rescuing a life that requires salvation. When one achieves success, they should extend their benevolence to the world. Such formality, even a loan contract? Lu Yin expressed her concerns, pondering what would happen if Ruo were unable to repay it. Let the law handle that, Chun Tung shrugged, adopting the demeanor of a heartless capitalist. So, will you sign? Once the contract is inked, the burdens of financial worry will temporarily vanish, yet your future will be laden with significant pressure, akin to a grand gamble. In truth, it is not a gamble. Li Xingrua's thoughts were clear. I have an escape route. My spoken English is quite proficient. Excellent, Qinting nodded with satisfaction. Qinting, you currently resemble the big bad wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood, Lu Yin remarked, speechless. Nonsense. There is no such dashing wolf, came the retort. Indeed. Li Xingrua nodded emphatically. Lu Yin rolled her eyes. Rua, ensure you thoroughly comprehend the contract's contents. Do not sign away your freedom inadvertently. Li Xingrua smiled charmingly. That won't happen. Any unfair clauses are illegal, thus void. Lu Yin gave her a thumbs up. Moreover, Qintung is a good person. Li Xingrua glanced at Qintung, her smile radiating joy. Qintung, captivated by her sweet expression, felt his heart race. Indeed, those with striking features seem to make every expression enchanting. All right, I shall return to school now. All right, goodbye. Li Xingrua waved at Qintung. He reciprocated the gesture, opening his car door and taking a seat. As they watched the departing vehicle, the two made their way back to the dormitory. As they walked, a subtle smile began to form on Lu Yan's face. Quite impressive, Ruo, establishing such a connection with Qintung. Does this not mean you can conjure various excuses to meet him in the future? It won't happen. Li Xingrua shook her head. I must focus on my studies. Oh, come on. Are you putting on an act with me? Lu Yin wore an expression of understanding. Qinting lending me money is to alleviate my worries, allowing me to concentrate on my studies. I cannot disappoint him. Therefore, I shall study diligently and refrain from seeing him too often until I achieve success. What? Lu Yin exclaimed in astonishment, placing her hand on Li Xingrua's forehead. You're not feverish, so why speak such nonsense? I am serious. Li Xingrua gently moved Lu Yan's hand away from her wrist, before officially entering university. I encountered a good person, and I wished to assist him. Upon arriving at university, I beheld a vast world, and I yearned to witness the most beautiful scenery it has to offer. Fortunately, these two endeavors are not mutually exclusive. Listening to Li Xingrua's words, Lu Yin's thoughts became somewhat disoriented. Indeed, they are not contradictory. If you and Qintung become close, he will take you to see the most exquisite sights in the world. No. Only by personally climbing the mountain can one truly experience the hardships and bitterness along the ascent. It is only after reaching the summit that the scenery reveals its utmost beauty. Are you crafting an essay for me here? This serves as a means to illustrate a point. The phrases "he took me to see the scenery" and "he" and "I went to see the scenery" convey different sentiments. Lu Yin fell silent. Li Xingru's thoughts diverged from her own, even challenging her worldview. So, do you academic achievers delight in nitpicking words? I merely wish that one day in the future, I could offer him assistance, not the kind that is trivial and dispensable, but rather an irreplaceable kind. The sort that only I can provide. Such ambition is quite grand. Lu Yin recalled Li Xingru's diligent study habits. Hardworking. Diligent. Upon this reflection, Lu Yin felt a twinge of guilt. She had once been a top student herself. However, after entering university, she had become somewhat lax. Thus, I must dedicate myself to my studies. The next time we meet, I hope it will not be a one-sided exchange where he solely supports me. I too wish to extend my help to him. With resolve, I stand behind you. The midday sun bathed the young girl in its glow. The sweltering heat did not cause her steps to falter. Rather, she remained steadfast, just as she always had. Chapter 64. Have you eaten or not? Upon returning from Qiming University, Qintung briefed Linya on the developments of his trip. The versatile general manager swiftly implemented Qintung's ideas. The following day, Qinting met with the leadership of the School of Traditional Chinese Medicine, successfully negotiating the establishment of a presence in the university's incubation park. Miao Zhengzheng and his team acted with remarkable speed, expanding their operations within a week. Currently, at least 50% of the businesses in this area have formed partnerships with Have You Eaten. This statistic is quite astonishing, considering that many merchants have yet to witness the benefits that Have You Eaten brings to their enterprises. Qinting is confident that he can persuade the remaining 50% within a week, who would decline the opportunity for their business to flourish. Once a significant number of merchants have established partnerships, Qintung plans to extend his efforts to other universities in Qiming City, replicating this successful model across all institutions. Subsequently, leveraging the surrounding businesses, he will initiate an assault on ordinary residential communities. This city will mark the true beginning of Have You Eaten? At that point, the venture will undoubtedly attract the attention of investors, including the now prominent Blue Knight. A fierce financial battle is expected to ensue between both parties. With a clear vision of his business strategy, a glimmer of determination shone in Chinting's eyes. He recognized that the moment Have You Eaten steps beyond the confines of the campus, he would enter into genuine commercial competition, not the trivial skirmishes of academia, but a full-fledged business war. This conflict would not be as simple as sabotaging a competitor's success or resorting to petty tactics. He vividly recalled the strategies employed by certain foreign brands upon entering the domestic market: defamation, spreading rumors, suggesting that consuming or using their products could lead to cancer, followed by promoting their own offerings as healthy and beneficial. Such seemingly straightforward maneuvers tapped into the psyche of the Chinese populace, leaving domestic brands in the shadows while foreign products surged in popularity. This time, Chinting is determined to prevail. Unbeknownst to Chinting, an individual stealthily entered the business school. Cloaked in a hat and sunglasses, he was thoroughly disguised. Despite it still being summer, when most alumni wore short sleeves, this figure opted for long sleeves. This person was Sun Jun 8 days prior. Sun Jun had been persuaded by Chinting to shout for the bill in the cafeteria. In retrospect, he found it hard to believe he had acted so foolishly. After much contemplation, he concluded that the fault lay with Chinting, whose presence he found increasingly irksome. However, as they were not from the same school, Sun Jun hesitated to take any rash actions. After discreetly gathering information and learning about the changes at the university's incubation park, he finally understood what Chinting was up to, venturing into the food delivery business. In Sun Jun's mind, an audacious idea began to take shape. Chinting, who would have thought you possessed such talent? I am determined to discover the secret behind your success. Sun Jun strode through the business school, accompanied by a male student at his side. Brother Sun, isn't your attire a bit warm? Safety first. As long as I remain unrecognizable, it suffices. Brother Sun, is it truly necessary for us to come here in person? I have observed on the school forum that some individuals have already dissected the business model of Have You Eaten? Thoroughly. What can a mere third-tier institution offer in terms of exceptional individuals, rather than relying on their analysis? I shall personally investigate what tricks Chinting has up his sleeve. Indeed, Brother Sun is right. How can the students of this third-rate school compare to someone of your caliber? The boy nodded in agreement. Sun Jun was known for his generosity, which is why this follower willingly chose to accompany him. Eager to explore the business model of Have You Eaten, he trailed behind Sun Jun with enthusiasm. Haha. A smile adorned Sun Jun's face. Although he often faced setbacks in front of Zhao Xueshi, he held a position of authority among his junior follower. He arrived at the foot of a dormitory building and spotted a three-wheeled vehicle laden with takeout. The back of the vehicle was filled with an array of food deliveries. Wow. Their business is quite substantial, Brother Sun. It seems we don't have that many people ordering takeout at our school. What is this? A mere trifle. My daily allowance could cover their earnings for an entire month. Sun Jun felt a twinge of envy, though he feigned disdain. His companion nodded in agreement. Indeed. They cannot possibly compare to you, Brother Sun. You go and inquire about where they source this takeout. What is there? Upstream. Sun Jun wished to understand how the deliveries were facilitated from within the campus to the outside world. Huh? Me? Of course, it's you. Who else would it be? Reluctantly, the follower approached the three-wheeled vehicle and struck up a conversation with the students nearby. Anxious, he feared that they might withhold information. To his delight, the students candidly revealed how the takeout was procured. The follower quickly relayed the information to Sun Junha. Who would have thought it would be so easy to acquire this information? Let us head to the school gate. Sun Jun exclaimed joyfully. Upon reaching the school gate, they waited for a moment and, indeed, spotted an electric three-wheeler approaching, carrying even more deliveries. Thus, layer by layer, Sun Jun began to comprehend the operational model. Let me summarize. Students order online, then the vendors prepare the food, and finally, the electric three-wheeler collects and delivers it to the school gate, and then. Sun Jun meticulously outlined each step. Why does this sound remarkably similar to the summaries on their forum? The follower increasingly recognized the familiarity. They must have overlooked a step. I gathered this information through direct inquiries. Sun Jun declared proudly. Brother Sun makes a valid point. His companion nodded in agreement. Chinting. Chinting truly lacks any sense of confidentiality. His business model has been effortlessly uncovered by me. Sun Jun beams with pride. His eager follower praises him. It seems Chun-Ting merely stumbled upon this by chance, unlike Brother Sun, who meticulously deduced the other party's business model through thorough field investigations. Haha, quite right, quite right. Sun Jun chuckles heartily. Yet, as the laughter subsides, a shadow of worry creeps over him. Do you think I can truly succeed? Absolutely. Brother Sun is a dragon among men. There is no reason for failure. The follower flatters excessively. However, my father advised me against entrepreneurship, claiming the risks are substantial for someone like me, a wealthy second generation. Sun Jun ponders this notion. Brother Sun, if even someone with a mere secondary education can achieve success, why shouldn't you? Are you truly inferior to Chun-Ting? The follower continues. These words resonate deeply with Sun Jun. He reflects on his own capabilities, convinced he surpasses Chun-Ting. Observing how grandly Chun-Ting has conducted his business stirs a certain restlessness within him. So, do you think I should proceed? Of course. Brother Sun, just imagine, if you succeed, your father will surely regard you with newfound respect. He'll realize that the adage about wealthy heirs avoiding entrepreneurship applies to the ordinary, but you are no ordinary heir. The follower continues his flattery. Honestly, Sun Jun is not fond of such excessive praise. He knows the game well enough. All right, let's make it happen. He named his venture Have You Eaten? So we shall call ours. Sun Jun struggles to find the right name. How about Are You Eating? That sounds splendid. His eyes light up with excitement. Our delivery service shall be named Are You Eating? Chapter 65. Avoiding price wars. The emergence of Eat or Not took Chun-Ting by surprise. His keen attention to the takeout market allowed him to notice it the very next day after its inception. Did he wish to emulate it? Chun-Ting found that notion rather absurd. If he were facing direct competition from the already thriving Blue Knight, he would certainly take it seriously. Similarly, should a wealthy investor intervene due to the butterfly effect, he would also regard it with due consideration. However, with Sun Jun, it was not that he underestimated Sun Jun. Rather, he recognized that while his business model was easily replicable, it nonetheless required a significant amount of time to establish. After all, a website and an app could not be hastily completed, could they? Upon further investigation, Chun-Ting discovered that Sun Jun displayed a certain cleverness. He had directly appropriated the forum of Chiming University, posting daily updates that enumerated the businesses he had secured along with their signature dishes. Initially, the responses were few and far between. On the second day, however, Sun Jun initiated a price war. If Chun-Ting lowered his prices by 3 yuan, Sun Jun would undercut him by 4. If Chun-Ting reduced his prices by 4, Sun Jun would drop them by 5. Boss, should we lower prices in response to Chiming University? Someone in the work group inquired. Chun-Ting's response was unequivocal. No need. He was curious to see just how much financial backing Sun Jun possessed. Price wars, after all, were fundamentally a contest of wealth. Chun-Chu was aware that Sun Jun had money, but he was equally certain that Sun Jun could not sustain this price war for long. Perhaps his father could. But what if the market at Chiming University was seized in the meantime? Rest assured, it will become clear in due course, Chun-Ting replied, offering little further explanation. He silenced the group notifications and settled down to listen to the lecture. However, since he was attending the lecture, it seemed reasonable for Chun-Ting to close his eyes. Akin to listening to music or an audiobook without needing to see. It was not until the class concluded that he reopened his eyes, lazily rising from his seat, only to find himself face to face with someone, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. Lu Jiajia. Chun-Ting, after all this commotion, don't you think we ought to have a proper conversation? This statement sent Chun-Ting's CPU into a frenzy. He began to question whether there was some undisclosed history between him and Lu Jiajia that he had forgotten due to an unforeseen incident. If I recall correctly, we haven't seen much of each other lately, have we? I know you're still upset. Can I just apologize? I'm truly sorry. But I no longer have any contact with Senior Du, Lu Jiajia said, her expression one of earnest contrition. The 3 roommates who had originally intended to return to the dormitory with Chun-Ting were left dumbfounded upon hearing her words. Lu Jiajia was apologizing to Chun-Ting? What had transpired between them? It all sounded rather ambiguous, particularly to Luo Jinbin. Over the past few days, he had often been enjoying the breakfast that Lu Jiajia brought for Chun-Ting. He felt as though he and Lu Jiajia had reached an unspoken understanding, that they were using Chun-Ting as an excuse to share breakfast together. This filled Luo Jinbin with an overwhelming sense of happiness. However, unexpectedly, Chun-Ting was not merely an excuse between them. Could it be that Luo Jinbin was truly the fool? Luo Jinbin felt a twinge of discomfort. Chun-Ting scrutinized Lu Jiajia with curiosity. What is your relationship with Senior Du? And what does it have to do with me? Lu Jiajia replied, I know, Chun-Ting. You were just too embarrassed to admit it. You should just be quiet. I have no feelings for you, understand? How could that be? What led you to this misconception? Gradually, Chun-Tung began to decipher Lu Jiejia's thoughts. It appeared she believed that Chun-Tung harbored feelings for her. But how could such an idea even arise? After all, Chun-Tung had done nothing at all. Chun-Ting, don't go too far. I brought you breakfast for so long. You should feel a sense of gratitude, at least to some extent. Lu Jiejia was also somewhat irritated. She was accustomed to being pampered. And enduring Chun-Tung's indifference for so long was already quite remarkable. First, it wasn't you who brought me breakfast. You forcibly placed it at my spot. Second, I didn't touch a single morsel of the breakfast you left on my desk. It was all consumed by Luo Jinbin. Third, my lack of feelings for you has nothing to do with you. I thought you should have understood that since our very first meeting. After stating this, Chun-Ting glanced at the disheartened Luo Jinbin. It seemed this fellow had once again been emotionally compromised. Fourth, shouldn't you also feel some gratitude towards Luo Jinbin for your initial actions? Upon hearing Chun-Ting's words, Lu Jiejia looked back and forth between Chun-Ting and Luo Jinbin. Her expression one of disbelief. The proud Lu Jiejia found it hard to accept such a response. Chun-Ting cast another glance at Lu Jiejia before turning to leave. He had already made his stance very clear. Whether she understood was entirely Lu Jiejia's concern. As for Luo Jinbin, growth was a journey he would have to undertake on his own. Chun-Tung couldn't simply guide him step by step on what to do. Miao Zhengzhong and Kai Heng followed closely behind Chun-Tung. Brother Chen, don't you think your words are a bit too harsh? Kai Heng remarked with a hint of sympathy. That's Lu Jiejia, one of the most beautiful freshmen in the business school this year. How could Chun-Tung be so unyielding? I have no feelings for her whatsoever. If anything, I find her distasteful. I tried to speak to her kindly, but she wouldn't listen. Thus I had to be a bit more ruthless. Chun-Ting shrugged, feeling helpless. Lu Jiejia pouted as she stood her ground. She thought to herself that, given this situation, she would absolutely sever any ties with Chun-Tung, determined to make him regret it. All right, you do make a valid point. Kai Heng conceded, recognizing there was no better solution. Brother Chen, what exactly should one do to win a girl's affection? Luo Jinbin could not help but inquire. He had resolved to learn from Chun-Tung, to become exceptional, so that girls would come to him willingly. Except that there's always a possibility of rejection. Do not cling desperately. Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. Luo Jinbin remained skeptical. However, Miao Zhengzhong interjected, asserting, I believe there is merit in what Brother Chen has said. Although I have been preoccupied with work lately, I sense that a junior is quite interested in me. Chun-Ting and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, You are merely a freshman. You are the youngest in this university. How could there possibly be a junior? Miao Zhengzhong defended himself assertively. I am older than her. Moreover, she refers to me as senior. Kai Heng chimed in. So you're just old, then? Chun-Ting added. So it's merely a matter of romantic interest? Luo Jinbin pondered whether he ought to say something. Miao Zhengzhong earnestly expressed his thoughts. Lao Luo, trust me. As long as you focus on being your true self and hone your own strengths, sooner or later, someone will recognize the brilliance within you. Kai Heng suggested, however, I think you should be persistent. That way, she might take notice of you. Yet this time, Luo Jinbin chose not to heed Kai Heng's advice and began contemplating the words of Miao Zhengzhong and Chun-Tung. Chun-Ting felt a sense of satisfaction. What is the point of being a sycophant? It is far better to cultivate oneself. He hoped that his roommate would soon put this philosophy into practice. Chapter 66, The Newcomer's Perks? Aha! It appears that Chun-Tung indeed does not possess much money. During the break, Sun Jun exclaimed excitedly. This marked the second day since Sun Jun initiated the price war. Chun-Tung remained unresponsive, offering neither words nor actions. Reflecting on the days prior when Chun-Tung sought assistance from Teacher Pang, Sun Jun reverted to his original conjecture. Chun-Tung was financially constrained and in need of borrowing money from Teacher Pang. As for the peculiar expression on Teacher Pang's face, Sun Jun could only interpret it as a sign of Teacher Pang recognizing Chun-Tung's potential, thus treating him with particular kindness. Brother Sun is truly insightful. A follower shouted from within the classroom. It's merely a small endeavor, just a bit of entrepreneurship, Sun Jun boisterously replied. Eager for everyone to know about his recent business ventures, Zhao Xueshi directed her gaze towards Sun Jun, lingering on him for a moment. The notion of university students embarking on entrepreneurial journeys was quite novel to her. However, recalling Sun Jun's previous antics in the cafeteria, she discreetly averted her gaze. Yet, some girls in the class found the matter intriguing. Sun Jun, are you still engaging in entrepreneurship? Indeed, The trending topic on the campus forum, "Are you eating?" is my brainchild. I hope everyone can support and promote it. After boasting in front of his classmates, Sun Jun felt a lingering sense of something missing. What could it be? During class, he suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing what was absent: high school camaraderie. With university having commenced just over a month ago, most students had yet to develop a profound sense of belonging to their new class, compared to the bonds forged over 3 years in high school. The current connections paled in comparison. Without delay, Sun Jun began typing on his phone. "Are there any fellow students from Chiming University? Are you eating? Takeout is officially launched. I hope everyone can show their support." After posting, he promptly shared his thread from the campus forum. Moments later, notifications began to flood in. "Wow, brother Sun, we are still using our parents' allowances for college expenses, yet you've already started a business. That's incredible." His closest high school friend chimed in. Of course, while they called him a close friend, they were more like followers and subordinates. Due to Sun Jun's generous nature, they were more than willing to praise him. Subsequently, several more messages arrived, extolling Sun Jun's endeavors. He reveled in this atmosphere. However, how could such an occasion be complete without Chinteng? Sun Jun resolved to personally tag Chinteng. "Chinteng, the takeout business at our school today is all thanks to Are You Eating? Your Have You Eaten appears to have gone unnoticed." Chinteng's Have You Eaten had only recently commenced its delivery service at Chiming University, and user loyalty was undoubtedly lacking. At this moment, it was Are You Eating that had the upper hand. After a considerable wait, Chinteng still had not replied, which left Sun Jun anxiously awaiting a response. If one cannot flaunt their achievements before Chinteng, what is the point? Thus, he could not resist making a comment in the group chat. "Chinteng, you wouldn't be feeling embarrassed about your lack of glory, would you? No worries, we're all classmates here. I want to go to extremes." Sun Jun chuckled heartily. Yet, by the time class ended, his laughter had vanished. Zhao Xueshi posed a question. "Did Chinteng create Have You Eaten?" Sun Jun inwardly cursed his luck. How had Zhao Xueshi's attention shifted to Chinteng? This was not what he had hoped for. He felt a headache coming on, pondering how to respond to Zhao Xueshi's message. Should he affirm it or deny it? After some contemplation, Sun Jun opted to forego a reply. Zhao Xueshi, still puzzled, began to search for information related to Have You Eaten? Although her phone was not the latest model, it was still a smart device. Through the mobile version of the campus forum, she indeed found some information about Have You Eaten? It was affiliated with the business school and collaborated with over 100 merchants, boasting a user base exceeding 100,000. This statistic startled Zhao Xueshi. What did it mean to have 100,000 users? One could say that more than 70% of students across the 6 universities were likely users of Chinteng's platform. He was astonishingly capable. Zhao Xueshi began to waver in her perception. Since the last encounter between Teacher Peng and Chinteng, her curiosity about him had reignited. She discerned the meaning behind Teacher Peng's smile. It was not merely a sign of goodwill, but rather an obsequious gesture, the flattery of a subordinate towards a superior, indicative of dependence. This smile was hard for her to accept. She had always believed that students like Chinteng, who struggled academically, would inevitably sink to the lowest rungs of society after entering university, leading to a hopeless future. Only students like her, with outstanding grades, were destined for brighter prospects. Yet now she learned that even the teachers at her school felt the need to flatter Chinteng. Did this not imply that Chinteng held a higher status in society? Could students like herself truly possess a higher social standing than Chinteng? Zhao Xueshi's worldview was once again shaken. Did she still have the right to look down upon Chinteng? She fell into silence. Recent events had coalesced to suggest that Chinteng's Have You Eaten was remarkably successful. Otherwise, Linyu would not be working for him. Teacher Peng would not exhibit such obsequiousness, and Sun Jun would not draw comparisons to Chinteng in the group chat. "Chinteng, how on earth did you achieve this? Is this why you've begun to ignore me?" Zhao Xueshi mumbled to herself. Just then, she noticed that Chinteng had sent a message in the group. "Keep it up, I believe in you." His response was succinct. From those few words, Zhao Xueshi could not discern whether Chinteng was genuinely indifferent or merely putting on a brave front. After a brief pause, she sent a text to Linya, eager to learn more about Chinteng. However, Linya did not respond immediately. Thus, Zhao Xueshi sought out Chinteng in the group and sent him a friend request. "Chinteng, I believe we could forge a friendship." Meanwhile, Chinteng, having just sent this message, found it amusing. "Shall we commence the celebration with champagne already? Is this a benefit reserved for newcomers? The first opponent in the business arena appears to be rather feeble. Wait a moment. Can this fellow truly be considered a rival in the realm of commerce?" Chinteng pondered this question. Just then, a friend request suddenly arrived. Damn it. Why can't this KK app offer an option to decline friend requests? Shinteng couldn't help but curse. Be friends? Who would want to befriend you? Is your self-assessment a tad too inflated? Without any hesitation, Shinteng pressed the decline button. Chapter 67, the most conscientious episode following this. Shinteng's life settled into a brief period of tranquility. Lu Jiejia no longer brought him breakfast, and Zhao Xueshi had ceased her correspondence. Each day unfolded with relative leisure, filled with indulgence, playful pursuits, and a cursory study of business management, alongside an engagement with a myriad of news. This serene existence continued until Lin Ya's call interrupted it. Concerning a matter related to Mr. Pang's company. Boss, Mr. Pang has introduced me to their company, and I have conducted some research. Would you prefer to come over in person, or should I report the details over the phone? Let us start with the conclusion. Do you believe there is investment potential? Yes. Very well. I shall return shortly. Please organize the documents. I will arrive this afternoon. Some matters cannot be adequately conveyed over the phone, and discussing them that way may convey a lack of seriousness. After concluding the call, Shinteng turned to Miao Zhengzhong, who was leisurely enjoying a lollipop. Old Miao. Shinteng spoke with grave seriousness. We are at a critical juncture for the company, and I am entrusting you with a vital task. Miao Zhengzhong spirit soared. Understood. I have an engagement this afternoon. If the teacher calls on me, please assist me by acknowledging it. Thank you. Shinteng picked up the car keys nearby and, with a playful gesture, skillfully exited the dormitory. Miao Zhengzhong stood momentarily stunned, realizing that Shinteng had vanished. Did something just slip away? After over an hour of driving, Shinteng arrived at the company without incident. Compared to his previous visit, the number of employees had clearly increased. The entire team radiated an optimistic atmosphere, perhaps a testament to the advantages of a startup. Hello, boss. This time, the charming receptionist recognized Shinteng. Hello. Good to see you. A chorus of greetings followed, to which Shinteng responded with a warm smile. In the background, he overheard some casual discussions. Is this our boss? He is so young. Quite handsome. He looks about the same age as my brother. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Shock 5, admiration 5, desire 5. Wait, what does this desire mean? Shinteng turned around, casually glancing over several workstations. However, perhaps due to the intensity of their reactions as his gaze passed, everyone had already lowered their heads. The few who met his eyes greeted him with broad smiles. Shinteng suddenly felt as if he were a student speaking during a self-study period, only to have the teacher unexpectedly enter the classroom. Except this time, he was the teacher. After exchanging pleasantries, Shinteng proceeded to Linya's office. Boss? Yes. Are the materials ready? Let me see. They are prepared. Linya handed Shinteng a stack of A4 papers, and he accepted them, while she began to elaborate on the details. Mr. Pang's company was once engaged in manufacturing mobile phone screens, specifically for feature phones rather than smartphones. Approximately 2 months after the release of the iPhone 4 last year, Mr. Pang acquired this mobile phone manufacturing factory and purchased the relevant patent technologies, intending to produce mobile screens. However, due to various reasons, they are currently only able to supply screens for some lesser-known brands. In March of this year, Mr. Pang's company expanded its scale and sought to enlarge its production line, yet faced financial challenges that remain unresolved to this day. Shinteng nodded slightly. The details provided by Linya were more comprehensive on A4 paper, covering the entire developmental history of the company. Based on this data, the company's prospects appear quite promising, albeit hindered by a lack of funds. Shinteng expressed satisfaction with Mr. Pang's enterprise. Indeed, through my inquiries, I learned that there were investors interested in him, but Mr. Pang declined due to issues concerning equity. Understood. Companies willing to accept investments typically desire prompt financial backing without interference in their internal affairs, ideally with minimal equity given away. However, this is fundamentally an unrealistic expectation. While we might consider accepting a slightly lower equity stake and refrain from meddling in company operations, one stipulation must be made: should we require mobile screens, they must prioritize supplying us. All right, I comprehend. Linyu took note of Shinteng's request and arrangements. Of course, if he were excessively greedy, it would be a different story. There are other suppliers of mobile screens besides them. Very well. Our company should currently possess a robust cash flow, correct? Indeed. We have ample liquidity, with at least 1 billion available in current assets. 1 billion? This figure startled Shinteng. While in various extravagant novels, 1 billion might merely represent a novice's gift package, in the real world, it can accomplish quite a considerable amount. Yes, the DLC for Plants vs. Zombies and skins for Fruit Ninja have sold remarkably well, and the overseas market for Plants vs. Zombies has opened up, leading to impressive sales. Following the release of Angry Birds, this figure is expected to rise further. Then, we should establish Tingda Technology, a company dedicated to researching various mobile technologies, as we aim to create our own technological barriers. Alright, Linyu was not surprised by this idea. After Chinteng started attending school, they would occasionally share their insights on the future of the internet. Their views on the smartphone industry aligned perfectly. The future of smartphones would undeniably flourish alongside the mobile internet. Tingda has already begun to gradually position itself within the mobile internet sector, and smartphones will not be overlooked. However, our current research, which is excessively costly, cannot yet be sustained, so we will temporarily focus on studying scrap materials. Understood. Chinteng contemplated if there was anything he had overlooked. Thus far, Tingda has established 4 major companies. Tingda Games, the current cash cow, the financial benefactor of the 4 major companies. Tingda Life, there exists a small money tree known as Have You Eaten? With a promising yet distant future. Tingda Investment, currently preparing to invest in Teacher Pang's company, with plans to subsequently invest in other mobile phone suppliers. Tingda Technology, not yet registered, but intends to accumulate a reservoir of technology for smartphones. This is also the nascent form of Chinteng's commercial empire, encompassing life, entertainment, and mobile internet. Observing Chinteng in contemplation, Linyu refrained from interrupting. Suddenly, Chinteng recalled something, and a smile illuminated his face. How could I have forgotten this? Linyu, take a portion of the funds to acquire copyrights, music, novels, everything. What is the purpose of purchasing such things? Linyu inquired, somewhat perplexed. Just buy them. All the copyrights? Acquire the complete rights for every IP, including adaptations for films, television, and audiobooks, all of it. Secure high-value IPs and avoid those that are excessively priced. In approximately 4 to 5 years, an IP boom will emerge. At that time, IPs will be immensely valuable. Chinteng felt a profound sense of regret then, as a plethora of outstanding IPs were targeted by film companies solely seeking quick profits, leading to their degradation. As an audience member, Chinteng found it disheartening. However, currently, these IPs are quite affordable. He intends to purchase them all and subsequently sell them to film and animation companies that will treat them with the care they deserve. As a capitalist, he aims to profit. As an audience member, he desires a gratifying experience. In essence, Chinteng is not interested in merely capitalizing on poor quality offerings. He aspires to entrust these IPs to other companies for earnest production, rather than simply selling them at inflated prices. He wishes to be the most conscientious among capitalists. Chapter 68. A visit home. Though Linyu was uncertain of the future value of these copyrights, she possessed a clear understanding of her own position and would not contest Chinteng's opinions. Boss, I have another matter to discuss. What is it? If the company continues to expand, our current office space will be insufficient. I would like to lease an additional floor. Are there other floors available in this building? Yes. The floor above us is vacant. Very well, let us proceed with the rental. Chinteng recalled how crowded the workstations had been when he first joined. Expansion was simply a matter of time. I will contact the property management shortly. Good. Having concluded his report and with no other matters at hand, Chinteng prepared to leave. However, out of a sense of human compassion, he decided to inquire further. Have you been overworked lately? If things are particularly hectic, we can hire someone to help alleviate your workload. Don't worry, boss. I have already recruited a new executive assistant, a vibrant and energetic young woman who just graduated from college. Is that so? That's wonderful. Also, the coffee extract you provided has proven remarkably effective. At this mention, Linyu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Coffee extract? Chinteng pondered for a moment, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. Wasn't that merely a basic energy potion? Boss, do we have any more of that coffee extract? I've already consumed half of my last supply. His words only deepened Chinteng's sense of guilt. Just listen to how diligent you are. Perhaps I could consider a pay raise for you? Linyu paused. Thank you, boss. You're welcome. The feeling of guilt evaporated instantly, and Chinteng found a sense of relief in his heart. At that moment, he gained a profound understanding of the phrase that one could earn more money when conscience was set aside. Regarding the coffee extract, if you enjoy it, I can inquire with my friend again, though I can't guarantee when it will arrive. All right, thank you, boss. Not at all. It's the least I can do. How could Chinteng object to a subordinate who was eager to take on more responsibilities, were it not for the lack of sufficient energy potions on hand? He would have gladly placed them in the company for anyone in need to take as they wished. Oh, by the way, boss, I have something to report that isn't work-related. Not work-related? Are you facing difficulties in your personal life? Not quite. It's about a junior of mine, who should also be your former classmate. As Linya spoke, she opened her phone and scrolled to a message, showing it to Chenting. Upon taking the phone, Chentung was surprised to see that it was Zhao Xueshi. She wished to learn more about him through Linya. Well, this is rather persistent. Boss, do you think this might be a bit? Just listen to what I have to say, and you'll understand. Chenting did not hold back, straightforwardly sharing the details of his past with Zhao Xueshi. After hearing this, Linya's expression turned somewhat peculiar. So, has the young girl in her adolescence become ensnared in a dead end? Chenting was taken aback. It indeed appears to be the case. Zhao Xueshi has always believed that only those who excel academically are destined for a bright future. Statistically speaking, this notion holds some truth. Graduates from prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua and Peking University generally achieve greater success than those from less renowned colleges. Similarly, individuals with doctoral degrees tend to fare better than those who have dropped out of junior high. This success, however, is defined by societal standards. Yet, there are occasional exceptions. It cannot be said that a student from Tsinghua or Peking University is necessarily more successful than the most accomplished among those from less prestigious institutions. Nor can it be asserted that all doctoral graduates surpass those who left school early. Your observation is quite astute. I find it quite typical for a young girl in her teenage years to become fixated on such matters. While this may be normal, the problem lies in the fact that her obsession has begun to affect me. Chun Tong shrugged his shoulders. I am neither her boyfriend nor her suitor, and certainly not her parent. Thus, I see no obligation to accommodate her. If the boss trusts me, I will take it upon myself to handle this situation and seek to communicate with her as clearly as possible. All right. If you can indeed assist me in resolving this predicament, I would be grateful. This time, there is genuinely nothing else at hand. As Chinting exited the company, the enthusiastic employees waved him goodbye. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he decided to return home. Due to his absence during the National Day holiday, it had been over a month since he last saw his family. However, he overlooked one detail. Today is a weekday. By the time he arrived home, neither of his parents nor his younger sibling were present. Should he make a trip to the market? Chintung felt a surge of motivation. Thus, he ventured to the market to purchase some ingredients and returned home to prepare a meal. When Jiang Meiji returned and saw Chintung cooking, her face lit up with surprise. You little rascal, why aren't you at school? Have you been expelled? Mom, can't you just be a bit more supportive? I thought I'd come home since I had no classes this afternoon. Chinting nonchalantly spun a benevolent fib. Upon catching the aroma of the cooking, I thought a thief had broken in. What kind of thief would cook for you? A famished one, having gone days without a meal. Chintong, it's a pity such linguistic talent isn't applied to writing novels. Before long, Chen Jingwo returned home as well. You little rascal, why aren't you at school? Have you been expelled? Chen Ting, it's no wonder they say that families share a common language. The couple's immediate reaction to the situation was eerily similar. Chintung had to explain himself once more. Nevertheless, it was evident that his parents were genuinely delighted. After all, how could they not be happy at their son's return? A little later, Chin Lily also returned home. Oh, brother, why aren't you at school? Surely you haven't been expelled. I simply had no classes this afternoon and missed you all. Chinting replied with a sense of resignation. It has been established that they are indeed a family, albeit one that resembles a mere copy and paste. How could you possibly discern my thoughts? Chin Lily pondered in confusion. A genius possesses the uncanny ability to effortlessly penetrate the thoughts of ordinary mortals. In the presence of family, Chintung too occasionally indulged in moments of youthful exuberance. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Chin Lily's mouth. Who, I wonder, is truly experiencing adolescence here? Amidst the lively atmosphere, the family concluded their meal, engaging in cheerful banter that radiated warmth. Chintung, feeling thoroughly satisfied, prepared to make his discreet exit. It is a well-known fact that one should not linger too long at home. Just a few days prior, parents regarded you as a treasure, their eyes filled with adoration. Yet, once a few days had passed, one might as well be a mere blade of grass. To refrain from labor was deemed incorrect, while to engage in it was equally erroneous. In essence, nothing seemed to please. Thus, after the evening meal, Chinting deftly made his escape. Chapter 69. The Unsustainable Dilemma of Consumption. General Manager Interview. Is it nearly time? On this particular day, Sun Jun gazed at the numbers in his bank account, feeling a twinge of regret. With the onset of a price war, he found himself struggling to cope. In just 3 days, He had exhausted nearly all of his years of accumulated savings and pocket money. Surely, if they were to revert to the original prices, customers would still purchase, wouldn't they? Sun Jun began posting on the campus forum. As he had done a few days prior, he listed the menus from various establishments. However, on this day, the prices had returned to their original values. After waiting for about a minute, he started refreshing the web page. To his dismay, not a single person had replied to his post. Was the network down? A cold sweat broke out on Sun Jun's forehead. Under normal circumstances, he would have received immediate responses to his post, especially given the attractive pricing. Yet today, there was an eerie silence. Had he failed to cultivate their habitual usage over these past few days? Panic began to set in. If he continued to maintain such low prices, his resources would not last long. After refreshing several more times, still no responses came. Frustration mounted. What on earth was happening? Why was the network so slow? A shout from his roommate brought Sun Jun a sense of relief. It turned out the network was indeed lagging. He had feared that no one was utilizing his delivery platform. Opening the dormitory group chat, he discovered someone mentioning that today's internet was experiencing some fluctuations. But it wasn't a significant issue. A few minutes later, the network began to stabilize. Sun Jun's heartbeat gradually returned to normal. He had been genuinely frightened, thinking no one was using the service. Upon refreshing, he found replies had finally appeared. The flying mother monkey. Goodness. Why are the prices so high? They're almost the same as in-store. The fish who loves to eat cats. It seems like it's not cheaper than the place next door. Have you eaten? Invincible Tyrannosaurus, War God. 1 green pepper stir-fried pork set. Address is Invincible Tyrannosaurus, War God. Apologies, I misread the price. Please disregard my previous message. Not wanting to eat seaweed. I'm out of here. Today, the red envelope from Have You Eaten? Is generous. A bowl of noodles is only $4 and the delivery is prompt. Unlike yesterday's soggy noodles from here. A myriad of replies flooded the thread. Sun Jun was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a low level of loyalty from these individuals. After benefiting from his subsidies for so long, they swiftly reverted to using Have You Eaten? In that moment, he realized a significant drawback of utilizing the campus forum. While the operational costs had been reduced, he could not control the nature of the discussions below. The users began to extol the virtues of Have You Eaten? And he was powerless to intervene, watching as its reputation grew increasingly robust. Invincible Tyrannosaurus War God. How do you use Have You Eaten? Not wanting to eat seaweed. Not wanting to eat seaweed. Wait a moment. I'll post the website. You can access it directly from there, and you can also download the app. Invincible Tyrannosaurus War God. They even began to promote Have You Eaten? Spontaneously under Sun Jun's post. Currently, Have You Eaten? Is still in the subsidy phase in the Chiming University area. Sun Jun observed all this, feeling somewhat dizzy. Was all his effort merely a garment for Chintung? Now he finally understood what it meant to lose both the wife and the soldiers. Was this a failure for him? Sun Jun sat in front of the computer, his hands and feet icy. After scrolling for a long time, he found no one placing an order. He slumped in his chair, 2 words surfacing in his mind. It's over. Boss. The number of orders we are receiving in Chiming University is skyrocketing. In the work group, the person in charge of Have You Eaten? At Chiming University reported to Chintung. Upon seeing this message, Chintung realized that Sun Jun could no longer hold on. Could one person really subsidize an entire university? What a joke. The number of students at Chiming University is more than double that of the business school. However, in a certain sense, Sun Jun had indeed fulfilled what he had once proclaimed in the cafeteria, ensuring efficiency and communicating any issues at any time. Chintung replied with a message. A few days ago, the business of Have You Eaten? At Chiming University wasn't thriving. Yet Chintung still instructed the delivery personnel to remain prepared at all times. In fact, Sun Jun managing to hold on for this long exceeded Chintung's expectations. No wonder this fellow often acted so cocky at school. It turns out his family was quite affluent. Chintung pondered for a few seconds. Up to this point, approximately 70 of the businesses near these universities had established partnerships with Have You Eaten? Even Teacher L and the leaders of the incubator had expressed high praise for Have You Eaten? Stating that even more leaders were coming to inspect the incubator. However, when Chintung proposed to accompany them, Teacher L declined, as this inspection was more akin to a covert visit. Internally, the small profits and the ever-increasing number of users had ignited great excitement among these university students. Currently, they excelled at engaging with various businesses. Observing the data from the website backend, Chintung decided to send a message in the group that afternoon. Is there anyone who wishes to be the person in charge of Have You Eaten? Essentially the general manager of our company? responsible for expanding the company's business? Qinting directly tagged all members in the group. Miao Zhengzhong, sitting beside him, leaped up upon reading the message. Well, Brother Qin, is something big about to happen? Yes, in as short as 3 days or as long as 7, we are set to begin expanding our scale. Once we commence expansion, we will need someone to handle the specific affairs, and for this, I prefer someone from within our ranks. Over this period of observation, Qin had gained some understanding of his small team's members. Wu Xian, Wang Ji, Zhang Ningxin. Within a team of several dozen, about 7 or 8 individuals met Qin minimum standards for this general manager role. Just like a small paste yin, it could produce such quality talents as Xiao He, Chao Kan, and Fan Kuai. Perhaps the innate talents of most individuals are adequate, merely lacking opportunities for refinement. Of course, Qin does not dismiss the possibility that he may have misjudged. As for the utmost standard, he feels the need to observe further. Are you interested? I am not. It seems somewhat absurd for someone like me to assume the role of a general manager, akin to a child masquerading as an adult. Miao Xingzhong scratched his head, feeling a sense of unease. Qin did not press him. A freshman, merely 2 months into university, may not yet psychologically regard himself as a bona fide adult and member of society. Qin had experienced similar sentiments during his university days. Soon, someone in the group willingly stepped forward. Within 3 days, a proposal for external expansion was to be crafted, the more detailed the better, with extensive contemplation encouraged. In 3 days, I will personally discuss it with you in room 108. This marks an interview for the position of general manager. And it also signifies the formal transition of Have You Eaten? From a student team into a legitimate company. However, to Qin surprise, before the interview could commence, he was summoned to the office by his instructor. Chapter 70. Reporting small matters. What brings you here, counselor? Qin entered the counselor's office with an air of familiarity, presenting a bottle of mineral water. Small gestures may not guarantee success, but they certainly do no harm. The counselor accepted the bottle without hesitation, placing it on the desk while furrowing his brow and inquiring, "Is the recent incident regarding Have You Eaten? You're doing? You've heard about it too? It's such a widespread issue that no one is unaware." The counselor couldn't help but reflect on his own school days, when he was preoccupied with skipping classes and browsing the internet. Qin, however, had taken a different path, venturing into entrepreneurship. Not only did he embark on this journey, but he also achieved notable success. Then I would appreciate your continued support. But I don't reside in the student dormitory. How can I support you? You could place an order for me. This way, you would not only be aiding my venture, but also satisfying your hunger. Qin's bold remarks left the counselor momentarily speechless, as he realized Qin had no intention of viewing himself as an outsider. Let us not beat around the bush. Have you recently crossed paths with our college's academic director? What? Do they really dare to report me? Qin was taken aback. Upon hearing the counselor's words, he understood the purpose of this meeting, his interference with the cafeteria's revenue. However, he found it perplexing that, despite having recorded evidence, the other party still dared to make a report. Did they not fear the repercussions of exposing this matter? Your phrasing is amusing. What do you call it if not reporting? The counselor chuckled, bemused. Resorting to seeking assistance from others when one cannot handle a situation alone is precisely what reporting entails. Qin was not surprised that his identity had been uncovered. It was not challenging for someone with intent to discover his background, especially given his presence at the school's incubation center. They seem to wish for you to cease your endeavors. Huh. Qin chuckled at the naivety of the academic director and the cafeteria couple. With such a substantial business at stake, how could he possibly abandon it? Earlier that morning, the academic director inquired with the incubation center, discovered his identity, and subsequently approached me, requesting that I admonish you, ideally persuading you to relinquish your operations. And how do you intend to admonish me? I lack the authority for that. I can merely offer you a word of caution. This matter must be resolved. Wouldn't you agree? Do you know where the academic director's office is located? I do know. Are you planning to resolve this issue? Qin felt at a loss. He could only hope that this academic director was a reasonable individual. After a moment's hesitation, the counselor decided to accompany Qin. Qin had no objections. Once outside the administrative building, he curiously asked, "Aren't the academic directors in this building?" "No, the senior leadership is in another building. Our school has so many buildings, after all." Upon reflection, it seems quite reasonable. If one were to work in the same building as the counselors and ordinary teachers, it would inevitably lead to students moving up and down frequently, which might become bothersome for senior leaders such as the dean and vice dean. I shall drive. And you can guide me, Tung said as he led the counselor towards his car. Seeing a BMW appear before him, the counselor could not help but exhibit a glimmer of envy. However, considering his role as an educator, he quickly composed himself. Before long, the two arrived at a different small building. Ah, this corridor is remarkably clean. Tung was reminded of his high school days. While other restrooms were quite filthy, the restroom on the floor of the principal's office was exceptionally pristine. Not only was it odorless, but it also exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance. During that time, many students would rush to that floor to use the restroom, claiming that only in such a place could one truly say they had used the facilities. Using the restrooms in the teaching building, they would merely refer to it as relieving themselves. It's usually quite empty here, hence its cleanliness, the counselor remarked. Taking the elevator to the second floor, they located the office of the academic director. Director, Tung has arrived. Oh. The academic director's appearance fit perfectly with Tung's stereotypical image of a middle-aged leader, thick hair that seemed somewhat artificial, a protruding belly, and a belt fastened precariously around his waist. Ah, Tung, I presume? I believe Teacher Wang has briefed you on the relevant matters? So, the counselor's surname is Wang? Tung smiled and replied, Indeed. However, I suspect there may have been some misunderstandings in Teacher Wang's transmission of your sentiments. Thus, I wish to hear your instructions directly. My message is quite straightforward. Students should focus on their studies and refrain from diverting their attention elsewhere. Do you comprehend? Is there no room for negotiation? I believe my project has merit and would reflect well on the school, would it not? Tung's words momentarily stunned the academic director, who then burst into hearty laughter. This reaction left the counselor feeling somewhat awkward. Disdain and derision were palpable in his laughter. He cast a glance at Tung, who maintained a calm smile. The counselor felt a twinge of admiration for Tung, who, despite facing such ridicule, remained composed. Let us not jest, Tung. Your project is of no significance to the school, do you understand? If you persist with this endeavor, I cannot guarantee what consequences may arise. In that case, I shall heed the teacher's advice and cease this project, Tung shrugged. The counselor's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Tung truly so easily swayed? The academic director was equally taken aback. From the information gleaned from the supermarket owner, it appears that Tung is not an easy individual to contend with. Such an uncomplicated agreement raises suspicions, does it not? Nevertheless, Tung stepped out of the office. You simply acquiesced? Oh, one must obediently heed the teacher's words. However, I shall also file a little report. As Tung spoke, he picked up his phone and made a call. The counselor glanced at Tung's phone screen, where the contact was noted as Teacher L. Hello, Teacher L. I apologize for the interruption, but I need to bring a matter to your attention. I intend to withdraw this project from our school. Our academic director insists that students must focus on their studies, and thus, I have resolved to forego it. I regret to say this, and I can only express my sincerest apologies. With that, Tung ended the call. The counselor's expression turned somber. Is this truly a viable course of action? Why concern oneself with so many details? Teacher Wang, would you care to take my car for a leisurely drive around the campus? Ah, can I? Of course. Chapter 71. The anger of the institutional leaders a few moments ago, in the Entrepreneurship Incubation Park, Office 106. Teacher L was leading a tour for the leaders. Following the establishment of the Have You Eaten project, Teacher L requested a business report from them. The data astonished both Teacher L and the leaders within the institution. Consequently, he submitted this report, seemingly piquing the interest of higher authorities, who expressed a desire to visit the incubation park. The efficiency displayed was so remarkable that Teacher L could scarcely believe it was typical for upper management. This project ranks second in terms of revenue and profit within our incubation park. The personnel in Office 106 were somewhat taken aback by the sudden visit from Teacher L and the leaders. However, the leaders' demeanor was exceedingly cordial. They merely inquired about a few routine matters before departing, leaving the 106 staff somewhat perplexed. Let us go see your top-ranking project, one suggested. All right. Observing the leaders' expressions, the students in 106 finally grasped the significance of this inspection. The leaders proceeded to Office 108. Zhang Ningxin was quite surprised by their arrival. Leaders, this is our school's Have You Eaten project. Very nice. Everyone appears quite energetic, remarked the central leader, smiling at Zhang Ningxin. Are you the person in charge of this project? No. I am merely an ordinary employee. Our project leader is not present. Would you like me to summon him? No. We'll just have a casual chat. I heard that your project has reached a user base of 50,000? 50,000. Zhang Ningxin was momentarily stunned and shook her head. Is it not 50,000? Then is it 40,000? 50,000 was data from a little over a week ago. Our current user count has now reached 100,000. 100,000. Upon hearing this figure, the leaders' faces registered clear astonishment. Such a user base is indeed significant. Even Teacher L appeared somewhat shocked. 100,000? When did that happen? How was I unaware? If I recall correctly, your school has a total enrollment of about 10,000, correct? Yes. But the operational scope of Have You Eaten has expanded beyond the business school to include Huaza Foreign Language College, Qiming University, Huaza Traditional Chinese Medicine College, Qiming Finance College, and Qiming Media University, Zhang Ningxin proudly explained. She had witnessed the project grow and flourish, from Qinteng conducting market research in the cafeteria to its inception, and now its reach spanning multiple institutions. She had observed every step of this journey. Impressive. Is this a branch or the headquarters? This is the headquarters. The founder of Have You Eaten is a student from the business school. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The central leader could not help but applaud. The other leaders joined in with praises. What is your boss's name? Qinting. Qinting. The leader furrowed his brow slightly. This name felt somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, at that moment, he could not recall where. He would have to ponder it later. All right, let us conclude today's meeting here. Is it over so soon? Indeed. Our primary task today is to visit several enterprises in the city. A few days ago, I came across some data pertaining to your school, which prompted this visit. Teacher L suddenly realized. It turned out they were not here solely for the purpose of visiting their school. He had suspected as much. Their modest business school surely did not possess the clout to attract so many leaders at once. Teacher L accompanied the city leaders as they departed. Once the city officials had left, a satisfied smile graced the face of the institute's leaders. Well, who would have thought our school could produce such talent? Teacher L, you must find a way to maintain a strong partnership with this project. Rest assured, Dean, I will. Just then, Teacher L's phone rang, and an awkward smile appeared on his face. He quickly retrieved his phone, intending to end the call. However, upon seeing the caller ID, he hesitated. Dean, it's Qinteng calling. Should I answer it? Go ahead. The dean nodded, showing no signs of displeasure, having just received praise from the city officials. He was in high spirits. Hello, Teacher L. I apologize for interrupting you. I need to report a situation. Before Teacher L could respond, Qinteng's voice came through the line. What is it? Something regarding leaving the school? Teacher L lowered his voice, sensing something amiss. Tell me, and I will help you. The dean is right here with me. What? The academic affairs director? He thinks he can interfere with our incubator? Understood. Teacher L grasped Qinteng's intentions. After hanging up, he looked at the dean with a hint of embarrassment. What is it, Teacher L? Your expression seems off. Is there an issue with Qinteng's funding? The dean speculated about the challenges one might encounter on the entrepreneurial path. No, Dean. It appears Qinteng may wish to terminate our collaboration with the incubator. Why? It is due to the academic affairs director. Teacher L relayed Qinteng's concerns in detail. The expressions of several institute leaders suddenly turned grim. This Director Xia is being unreasonable. What authority does he have to act in such a manner? Indeed, I do not recall an academic affairs director wielding such power. Since we have some free time, why don't we visit the academic affairs director's office together? Proposed one of the associate deans. Teacher L had no objections to this suggestion. I shall inform Qinteng about the situation. He silently lamented for the academic affairs director, who had an uncanny knack for seizing the moment. A day earlier, the outcome of this matter might have been one of stalemate. A day later, as the excitement of the university leadership wanes, the resolution might take a more circuitous route. Yet, it is precisely today, in the wake of the municipal leaders commending Qinteng, that events unfold. One must understand that such praise is not casually bestowed. A BMW roams freely across the campus, its instructor at the wheel, reveling in a ride he has never experienced before. Qinteng, with nowhere else to go, finds joy in the company of a complimentary chauffeur. Such is the essence of a win-win situation. However, after a while, the instructor's concerns resurface. Qinteng, are you truly unconcerned about the methods of the academic affairs director? Chapter 72. Have I become a life mentor? Why worry about such matters? I have heard that Director Xia has a close relationship with a leader at our school. Upon hearing this, Qinteng chuckled softly, his laughter bright and cheerful. To be honest, even in the worst-case scenario, he could wield significant influence within the school, and if I were to be expelled, I would merely suffer in silence. But so what? Huh? The counselor initially failed to grasp the situation. He could not comprehend why Qinting remained so composed. However, after some reflection, he realized how absurd his own concerns were. Here he was, someone who could not even afford a car, fretting over someone who could easily drive a BMW. For an average student, being expelled could indeed pose a genuine threat to their future. But is Qinting merely an ordinary student? Some say that academic credentials are crucial stepping stones. Without them, it is challenging to establish oneself in society. Yet Qinting is flourishing, and he possesses substantial savings. A stepping stone? He already holds the key. Why would he need a stepping stone? I sometimes envy people like you, the counselor said with a wry smile. Mr. Wang. One must occasionally adjust their mindset. You mean, I should recognize my own status and not aspire to the unattainable? The counselor's smile of resignation spread across his face. No. What I mean is, if you envy, then strive for it. If you are dissatisfied with your current life, seek to change it. Mere envy is futile. As Qinting spoke, the counselor's driving slowed. He pondered Qinting's words. But what if I fail? Every endeavor in life comes with a cost. If one is unwilling to bear the consequences of failure, then it is best to maintain the status quo. Qinting felt as though, after living a second life, he had transformed into a sage. Forget it. I shan't preach anymore. I used to detest those who merely expound grand principles, standing there speaking without feeling the pain. If you truly wish to change your circumstances but lack funds, feel free to borrow from me. I refuse to be someone who only talks without offering assistance. Why would you do that? The counselor looked at Qinting, this ostensibly younger student, who seemed more mature than himself. In poverty, one may focus solely on personal integrity. In prosperity, one should aim to help the world. I once longed for someone to extend a hand to my struggling self. Huh? The counselor's gaze was filled with confusion. How far could a mere freshman in college have fallen? Hearing your words has oddly brought me some relief. I now find comfort in my ordinary life. It seems, I no longer envy you so much. Why is that? Perhaps it is because you have genuinely placed opportunities before me. If I were to truly change, I would not know where to begin. Perhaps I am more suited to this kind of life. Qinting shrugged, refraining from interfering with the choices of others, observing the counselor's emotional state. Qinting was perplexed by the counselor's profound gratitude towards him. Nevertheless, he graciously accepted the unexpectedly high emotional points of 50. When the phone rang, a smile broke across his face. Teacher Wang, let us return to the Academic Affairs Director's office. It seems this director does not possess the authority we had imagined. In the office of the Academic Affairs Director, the imposing dean, accompanied by several other leaders, forcefully knocked on the door. Dean Qin, Vice Dean Wang, Vice Dean Zhong. What brings you here? The stern expressions of the leaders left Director Xia feeling as though he were a wayward student caught in a misstep. Such power you wield. Director Xia, forcing students to abandon their hard-earned entrepreneurial projects. Director Xia stammered as Qinting and the counselor entered the room. Greetings, esteemed leaders and teachers. I'm Qinting, he said with a warm smile. Upon seeing Qinting, the leaders' faces transformed, their previous severity melting away like ice. So, you are the illustrious Qinting? Quite impressive, both in appearance and capability. Hearing the dean's praise, Director Xia's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. How could Qinting receive such accolades? How could a single phone call summon so many esteemed school leaders? Cold sweat began to soak through his shirt. By the way, esteemed leaders, I possess an audio recording. May I play it here? With permission granted, Qinting offered a subtle smile to Director Xia, who felt a foreboding sensation wash over him. Beware, I may ensure your graduation is jeopardized. With my connections, why would I engage in fair competition with you? I certainly possess the means to thwart your graduation under the guise of fairness. Director Xia attempted to explain, but words eluded him as sweat trickled down his forehead. This is not my assertion. Indeed, it is not your assertion. It was uttered by the supermarket owner. They claimed a connection to you. Did they not? Director Xia's mind went blank. He indeed had some ties to the supermarket owner. Faced with the recording Qinting produced, he found himself utterly at a loss. Tears of frustration welled in Director Xia's eyes. Had he known Qinting held such evidence, his prior demeanor would have been entirely different. The expressions of the dean and his colleagues darkened further if these words were to be disclosed. The repercussions for the school's reputation would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, Qinting continued to smile at Director Xia, confident that the appropriate weapon must be wielded before the right audience. Had he revealed this evidence earlier, Director Xia, though wary, would have surely sought to eliminate the recording and retaliate against Qinting. The positions of the two parties were irreconcilably divergent. However, the current situation is markedly different. The general stance of the department leadership remains aligned with Chinteng. Within the university, these leaders are regarded as the most powerful figures. It is only fitting to entrust authority to those who wield the greatest influence. Director Xia, do you have anything to explain? I apologize, Chinteng. I kneel before you. I implore you. Director Xia was in despair. Chinteng, suppressing his smile, expressionless, grasped Director Xia's hands firmly, preventing him from kneeling. He rejected Director Xia's pleas. The department leaders exchanged slight shakes of their heads. You should submit a request for a position transfer yourself. After speaking, the department leader turned to Chinteng. Certain position adjustments and replacements within the college require applications to the management department. I understand. Chinteng nodded slightly. The dean could not unilaterally dismiss Director Xia without cause. This reflects the unavoidable constraints within the college's system. Director Xia looked towards one of the vice deans for help. But the vice dean turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. A bitter smile crept upon his face. If he wished to avoid offending so many university leaders, he had but one choice. At that moment, Chinteng spoke again. Director Xia, I have another matter for which I require your assistance. Chapter 73. A complete resolution. What? Director Xia had initially believed that Chinteng might show some leniency, his gaze fixed intently on Chinteng. However, the words that emerged from Chinteng's lips plunged him into a state of despair. An apology. Chinteng stated with utmost seriousness. I demand that the owner of that supermarket apologize to my employee. Chinteng firmly believed that a commendable leader must safeguard his staff. At that moment, although Zhang Ningxin was detained by the supermarket owner due to her own inadequacies and inability to navigate the situation, it nonetheless resulted in her unjust suffering. Chinteng had taken Zhang Ningxin away, solely to prevent her from enduring further indignity. Yet, this incident remained a lingering thorn in Chinteng's heart. If I were to compel her to apologize, Director Xia, you currently lack the standing to negotiate terms, the dean interjected coldly. Director Xia dared not pursue the matter further and reluctantly retrieved his phone to make a call. At Luhong Supermarket, a middle-aged couple engaged in idle chatter. Observing the emptiness of the store, situated beside the lecture hall, the supermarket saw little foot traffic during class hours, allowing them to relish their leisurely moments. Today, I spoke with Si Yuan. He will assist us in dealing with that student. Rest assured, he will have him bow down. The middle-aged man chuckled. Is that so? That is splendid. You have no idea how infuriating that little rascal is. The supermarket owner seethed with frustration. It was the first time she had suffered such a significant loss at the hands of a student. Her once invincible tactics had proven utterly ineffective. And recording too. Fear not, he is merely a student after all. How much chaos could he possibly cause? The middle-aged man scoffed. Si Yuan is indeed impressive, having become the academic affairs director. He can secure such advantageous arrangements for us. Indeed. The couple shared a hearty laugh. The middle-aged man was a cousin of Director Xia, initially just a humble restaurant owner. However, when the school sought to change its cafeteria contractor, he leveraged his cousin's connections to secure a contract for one of the cafeterias. The supermarket owner had a similar story. At that moment, the supermarket owner's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, a smile spread across her face. Oh, it's Si Yuan. Good news is on the way. Surely, the matter has reached a conclusion, and that boy is willing to concede. Hello, Si Yuan. What is it? What did you say? The smile vanished from the supermarket owner's face, as if she had heard something dreadful. The middle-aged man immediately noticed the change in his wife's expression and furrowed his brow. What did he say? He said this boy has formidable connections. Right now, the dean, the vice dean, and all the school leaders are in his office. The supermarket owner could not help but swallow hard. If you had such connections, why didn't you use them sooner? It could have been resolved. The middle-aged man was taken aback. They are all supporting that boy? The supermarket owner numbly nodded in affirmation. The young man demanded that I apologize to his employee. This fellow is quite the bully. The supermarket owner recalled Zhang Ningxin. He expects us to apologize? The middle-aged man was visibly displeased. At that moment, Director Xia's voice resonated through the phone. Brother, sister-in-law, if sister-in-law does not apologize, it remains uncertain whether business can continue here. This remark struck them to the core. Why did they harbor disdain for Chinteng initially? Was it not due to the have you eaten sentiment adversely affecting their business? Ultimately, it all boiled down to money. So, shall we apologize? The middle-aged man tentatively inquired. Why should we? Just because he has connections with the leaders in the courtyard, must we bow to him? Isn't the sheer bullying? The supermarket owner felt aggrieved. Director Xia appeared somewhat helpless as well. Nevertheless, the middle-aged man understood his wife. If we do not apologize, Our apartment. The supermarket owner remained silent for a long while. In the end, he could only concede, all right then. When Zhang Ningxin was summoned to the office of the academic director, she felt rather dazed. She was utterly unaware of the purpose of her visit, merely greeting the teachers as they arrived. Once everyone was assembled, the apology could commence. The supermarket owner stood before Zhang Ningxin, reluctantly beginning, I apologize, classmate, for stopping you at the supermarket entrance the other day. Huh? Zhang Ningxin was completely taken aback, her beautiful eyes brimming with confusion. Days had passed since the incident, and she had nearly forgotten about it. She never anticipated that Qinteng would still remember, let alone prompt the supermarket owner to apologize on his behalf. This was beyond her expectations. Oh, it's nothing. It's all in the past. The supermarket owner glanced at Director Xia, who in turn looked at Qinteng. Qinteng nodded. Thank you, Director Xia, for making this call. Director Xia smiled apologetically. It was my duty. The dean was quite pleased. In that case, let this matter conclude here. Qinteng, you must strive hard. The higher-ups have great faith in your project. This is all thanks to the dean's nurturing. Qinteng found it convenient to engage with someone as adept in the nuances of human relations as the dean. By revealing that the leadership held favorable views of Qinteng, he felt reassured that neither Director Xia nor the supermarket owner would seek revenge against him. Upon hearing Qinteng's words, the dean beamed with joy. After offering a few token words of encouragement, he took his leave. Other leaders followed suit, offering Qinteng a few encouraging remarks before departing in succession. The counselor, Qinteng, and Zhang Ningxin exited Director Xia's office together. Remarkable. I now understand what it means to be a young hero. The phrase felt somewhat peculiar in its usage. Perhaps youthful achiever sounds a bit more fitting, the counselor chuckled, patting Qinteng on the shoulder. I won't disturb you further. I'll take my leave. The counselor strode ahead, keen to avoid disturbing Qinteng and Zhang Ningxin. Now, only Qinteng and Zhang Ningxin remained. Thank you, boss. It's nothing. Protecting an employee is an obligation of a good employer. You, on the other hand, simply need to work diligently to enable your boss to drive luxury cars and reside in opulent homes. All right, I will certainly help you, boss. To drive luxury cars and live in opulence, Zhang Ningxin replied earnestly. This earnestness left Qinteng somewhat taken aback. It is often said that sincerity is a potent weapon. Qinteng initially intended to make a witty remark, but Zhang Ningxin appeared to be entirely serious. Shall I escort you back to the incubation park? Yes. Throughout the journey, the two exchanged little conversation. Zhang Ningxin sat in the passenger seat, her thoughts wandering far and wide. Upon arriving at the incubation park, Zhang Ningxin turned to Qinteng with utmost seriousness. Qinteng, you are a great boss. Qinteng chuckled silently, gesturing for her to leave. Understanding his cue, Zhang Ningxin turned and departed. Chapter 74, Progressive Thoughts and Personal Brand Image. 3 days later, at the business school's Entrepreneurial Incubation Center, Office 108. Qinteng settled into a corner of the room. Today marked the day for interviewing candidates for the general manager position at Eatwell. 5 individuals had expressed interest in the role, including Wang Ji, Wu Xian, and Zhang Ningxin, along with 2 others whom Qinteng also deemed promising. The compensation and responsibilities had previously been shared in the group chat. Which of you 5 would like to go first? I'll go first, Wang Ji volunteered, raising his hand. Qinteng nodded slightly, indicating for him to begin. Wang Ji inserted a USB drive into the laptop on the desk and opened a PowerPoint presentation. You even prepared a PowerPoint? Impressive, Qinteng remarked. I read online that creating a PowerPoint might facilitate expression, so I decided to make one, Wang Ji replied. Very good. Wang Ji had been the first in the business school to establish a delivery team, with subsequent services like Lele Delivery and Lightning Delivery, merely replicating his model. From this perspective, Wang Ji indeed possessed some merit. This month of work had evidently fostered significant growth in him. Please share your strategy for expansion should you become the general manager, Qinteng prompted. I plan to implement a 3-step approach. Wang Ji began to outline his proposal while presenting the slides. Although his strategy differed somewhat from Qinteng's internal vision, it was not a major concern. How do you intend to confront the competition from Blue Knights? You are aware of Blue Knights, I presume? Yes, I am. I plan to engage in differentiated competition. Wang Ji responded, his interest piqued. Could you elaborate? Qinteng inquired, intrigued. We can target the high-end market, Wang Ji explained. I mean, we could collaborate with upscale restaurants to deliver meals to affluent customers. Thus, these deliveries could potentially cost several hundred or even thousands per order, Qinteng noted. Raising an eyebrow, Wang Ji nodded in agreement. Qinteng continued his line of questioning. Why would high-end restaurants not handle deliveries themselves and instead enlist our services? Why would wealthy individuals not hire personal chefs instead of relying on us? Have you conducted any relevant market research? What is the estimated number of affluent customers willing to order takeout? Wang Ji faltered, clearly lacking comprehensive consideration. Your ideas have merit, but without sufficient market research. You cannot persuade me, Chen Teng remarked, contemplating whether Wang Ji possessed the requisite qualities of a successful general manager. Wang Ji showed initiative and had strong execution skills, but his decision-making abilities were lacking. Take some time to reflect further. Wu Xian, it's your turn. Wang Ji stepped aside, his expression downcast. Wu Xian appeared somewhat anxious as well. Her responses regarding outward expansion were similar to Wang Ji's. However, she had her own insights concerning competition against Blue Knights. My thoughts align closely with Wang Ji's. I too advocate for differentiated competition. I have discovered that Blue Knights has yet to penetrate the campus market, which represents an overlooked niche. Thus, we can initially develop discreetly according to our own model, ideally establishing an exclusive partnership with the school. In doing so, we effectively secure a portion of the market that is unavailable to them. Even if we fail to compete in the broader market, we will still possess a niche of our own. Consequently, when students graduate, they will likely continue to utilize our services due to ingrained habits. This line of thinking aligns perfectly with Chen Teng's perspective. In fact, he is currently pursuing this very strategy. Indeed, Zhang Ningxin, what about you? Ultimately, Chen Teng is primarily concerned with two issues: the strategy for external expansion and the competitive approach against Blue Knight. Should we adeptly address these two matters, have you eaten? Would undoubtedly achieve true success. My thoughts on external expansion resonate closely with theirs. As for how to successfully compete with Blue Knight, I believe there are two key points. Firstly, we must be willing to invest significantly at the outset, utilizing tangible incentives to retain customers, delivery personnel, and merchants. I do not foresee the possibility of establishing any differentiated competition in this industry. All business models can be replicated seamlessly. To compete effectively with Blue Knight, we must possess ample financial resources. Without sufficient funds, it would be prudent to sell our established delivery network directly to Blue Knight. With adequate capital, regardless of their actions, we can persistently follow suit. As long as we relentlessly pursue them from behind, they will inevitably be defeated. Our strategy must be to spend decisively and generously. Chen Teng finds this intriguing. Is this your own idea? Zhang Ningxin shakes her head. No, it was an inspiration from KK. KK Flying Car, Beyond the Line of Fire. KK Hall, KK Dance. None of these are original, yet KK swiftly adapts and optimizes in response to any changes made by competitors. KK indeed serves as an exemplary internet giant for reference. While there are distinctions between mobile and PC internet, the commercial models bear a remarkable resemblance. Sometimes, decisiveness is essential in the marketplace. Hesitation can easily allow others to seize opportunities and surpass us. Now, what about the second point? The second point hinges on whether you, as the owner, are willing to step into the limelight. Assuming I am willing, we should endeavor to cultivate your personal brand. I have researched several foreign companies, such as the illustrious Apple, which has crafted its founder into a genius figure, and Microsoft, whose owner similarly possesses a distinctive personal identity. Upon hearing this, Chen Teng's expression grows serious. The notion of a company owner cultivating a personal image is indeed practiced by some companies, with varying degrees of success. For instance, before his fall from grace, the e-commerce magnate, and similarly, the figure of Lei Jun, both exemplify iconic personal branding. It is challenging to quantify the extent to which their personal images have contributed to their company's growth. However, to assert that their personal images have had no impact on the companies would be utterly absurd. Through your exploration of foreign companies, you have discerned this insight? Indeed, yet I remain uncertain about its feasibility. I perceive a striking resemblance to the concept of celebrity endorsements. However, while a celebrity typically endorses a single product, the cultivation of a business owner's personal image would effectively lend credibility to all ventures under their purview. Quite right. Your observations are astute. Chen Teng was utterly unprepared for the depth of insight and thought that Zhang Ningxin possessed. This line of thinking is, in fact, somewhat avant-garde in today's context. Zhang Ningxin offered a gentle smile. Ever since Chen Teng tasked them with preparing for this interview, she had relinquished all her leisure time, diligently contemplating how to propel, have you eaten, forward. Her roommate even remarked that she seemed somewhat obsessed. Yet Zhang Ningxin remained unfazed, convinced that she was on the right path. Let us proceed to the next individual and see if others possess equally ingenious ideas. Chapter 75. General Manager Zhang Ningxin and Liang Qing seek assistance. After completing the remaining 2 interviews, Chen Teng made his decision. Zhang Ningxin would serve as the general manager, with Wang Ji and Wu Xian as his deputies. In terms of ideas and perspectives, Zhang Ningxin garnered the highest approval from Chen Teng. This was partly due to Zhang Ningxin having previously asked Chen Teng several questions in private. Nevertheless, the other 4 candidates occasionally approached Chen Teng with their own business inquiries. Thus, Zhang Ningxin's advantage could not be viewed as unfair. As for Wu Xian and Wang Ji, one possessed strong execution capabilities while the other was brimming with ideas. The collaboration of these 3 individuals should yield commendable results. Regarding the 2 of you, I have 2 proposals to present. One option is to intern at a gaming company. Rest assured, although it is a gaming firm, the internship will focus on administrative tasks. The other option is to remain at Have You Eaten? In a mid-level leadership role. Chen Teng provided them with choices, and both opted to stay at Have You Eaten? This decision did not surprise Chen Teng. Departing from Have You Eaten? To intern elsewhere would mean stepping out of their comfort zone, something most individuals tend to avoid. Chen Teng did not view remaining in one's comfort zone as a misguided choice. After all, life is singular, and as long as one can accept their decisions, they are inherently correct. Senior, please accept this business card. Linya, the general manager of Tengda Games, is a valuable resource for any inquiries regarding business and management. I have also discussed the development of Have You Eaten? With her extensively. Boss, what is the relationship between Tengda Games and our company? It is another one of my enterprises. Tengda Games? That name sounds remarkably familiar. Wang Ji tilted his head. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Could it be the Tengda Games behind Plants vs. Zombies? Indeed, it is the very same company responsible for Plants vs. Zombies and Fruit Ninja. Our website and app were both developed by the team at Tengda Games. The others gazed at Chen Teng in sheer astonishment. That is Tengda Games, the creators of Plants vs. Zombies and Fruit Ninja. One on the computer and the other on mobile. Nearly everyone has played them. B-Boss, you cannot be serious? Absolutely no deception here. At that moment, Zhang Ningxin finally comprehended the source of Chen Teng's confidence. After all, it was Tengda Games. While it may not rank among the top-tier companies nationwide, to this group of university students, Tengda Games was undoubtedly an impressive gaming enterprise. The quality of their games was exceptional, and they were reaping substantial profits. Hence, there was no need for concern about financial stability. They were assuredly wealthier than Blue Knight. Chen Teng instilled a sense of reassurance in all of them. In addition, I will arrange for Tengda Games to send a vice president to provide guidance. The duration could be a month or longer, depending on your capabilities. This vice president was also summoned by Chen Teng to offer support. If these 3 individuals are unable to manage the entire company effectively, then let this vice president oversee the specific affairs. Should they prove capable, but merely lacking in experience, this vice president can aptly fill the gap in their expertise. The 5 individuals since Chen Teng's emphasis on Have You Eaten? Rest assured, boss, we shall not disappoint your expectations. For now, let us keep the fact that I am the owner of Tengda Games under wraps. Chen Teng yearned for a period of tranquility. Once others learn of his ownership, it is likely that his peace would be severely disrupted. The 5 expressed their understanding. As for the Have You Eaten? Team, should they be informed? There is no rush. They will inevitably find out. Very well, boss. Oh, by the way, I will temporarily disperse your salaries according to Tengda Games standards, and we shall sign an internship agreement. As for the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, they will not be provided for now, as you are still university students. Chen Teng did not wish to jeopardize their status as fresh graduates. Should they decide to leave Tengda after graduation, signing a labor contract now would not be beneficial for them, although Chen Teng believed they likely would not depart, as he was confident his compensation was among the best in the industry. Understood, boss. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Teng deemed there were no further matters to address and announced the meeting's adjournment. Upon opening the door, Chen Teng noticed someone seated at the entrance of his office. It was Liang Qing from the neighboring tourism department. Today, she donned a khaki coat over a white shirt, a countenance that typically exuded a cold, world-weary demeanor brightened slightly upon seeing Chen Teng. What are you doing here? I have something I wish to discuss with you. You want to talk to me? About what? Chen Teng inquired, perplexed. Their encounters had been few, and their relationship could only be described as mere acquaintances. I have encountered some issues in project development. I spoke with Teacher L, but we did not reach any concrete conclusions. Teacher L suggested that a conversation with you might yield significant insights. I see. If you provide constructive suggestions, I could offer you a fee as consultation. Ting found the notion intriguing. In this second life, it was the first time someone attempted to bribe him with money. With a playful demeanor, he asked, "How much can you offer?" Qing hesitated briefly. 1,000. Ting burst into laughter. It would be exceedingly difficult to sway him with such a meager sum. Fortunately, his time was not so precious that every moment equated to gold. He happened to have thoughts regarding Qing's project, and given her previous kind reminders, he nodded in agreement. "Let us discuss this in your office." "All right." Qing, without hesitation, escorted Ting into office 106. To Ting's surprise, the office was completely empty. "Where's your project team?" "They have all stepped out, either to negotiate with scenic spots or to distribute flyers." "What questions do you wish to ask?" "Please, share your thoughts. Perhaps I can assist you in finding a solution." "I am curious to know if you possess any strategies for negotiating prices with tourist attractions." "What has prompted this inquiry?" "Recently, I have been contemplating the expansion of our business." As Qing spoke, Tung began to grasp the predicament that Qing was currently facing. They aspired to broaden their ventures beyond the confines of the campus, aiming to launch customized travel services within the city. However, during this expansion, they encountered certain obstacles. The primary challenge was that many potential clients recoiled upon hearing the prices. Even when presented with a cost-effective proposal, they remained unwilling to accept it. Qing was deeply troubled. While their customized travel services still garnered some business within the campus, the situation outside was quite bleak. Consequently, she sought advice and assistance from teacher LV, who suggested that she propose her ideas to Ting. With that, Qing turned her gaze toward Ting. Chapter 76. Examples of unbroadcastable content. So you are contemplating renegotiating prices with the scenic area, aiming to reduce costs and attract others with lower prices. Is that correct? Indeed. Incorrect. Your reasoning is entirely flawed. On what grounds do you assert that? While our scale at the school may not rival yours, we have certainly earned a considerable sum through this approach. Qing felt somewhat indignant. The campus and the outside world are entirely different realms. How so? Ting, I wonder if you've heard that many individuals, upon entering society, completely abandon gaming. Qing nodded slightly. I have heard that. Do you know why? Why? Because they lack funds and are preoccupied with aligning their time with life's demands. When one is short on both money and time, and feeling exhausted, when would there be any opportunity for leisure? Even if they do indulge, the frequency is exceedingly low. Qing connected the dots. Although college students are financially constrained, they possess ample time and are not fatigued. Ting remarked, a teachable spirit. Hence, they find the leisure to calculate cost-effectiveness and seek custom travel plans from you. Qing pondered this insight. However, her brow soon furrowed in concern. That is not entirely accurate. They still have time for travel. Some may save money for an entire year, take a vacation, or travel during the new year. Those who meticulously plan their own budget trips are unlikely to pay for customized travel. Tung's cold words shattered Qing's illusions. Quickly, her stubbornness resurfaced as she asserted, yet, some people opt for the travel agency's low-priced packages. Tu followed her line of thought. Indeed, a portion of individuals, too apathetic to ponder, choose the travel agency's economical offerings. Their pursuit is not for cost-effectiveness, but for absolute affordability. Not pursuing cost-effectiveness? Suppose I offered you $5 million and proposed to sell you the entire fruit phone company. You would not buy it. Even though the cost-effectiveness is exceedingly high, it remains beyond your means. Qing. She felt a twinge of reluctance. So, according to your logic, customized travel with cost-effectiveness holds no significance? Ting nodded. Precisely. In fact, I believe you have yet to grasp the most crucial aspect of travel customization. What is it? Emotional value. Though this term has gradually devolved into a tool for certain groups in later generations, it undeniably exists. Seeing Qing's perplexity, Tung elaborated. When you visit restaurants, identical prices and flavors prevail. One establishment serves you with a blank expression each time, while another warmly greets you as sister. Which one would you choose? And why? I understand now. So, your implication is that in customized travel, the paramount factor is not cost-effectiveness, but rather emotional value? Correct. In essence, travelers can be divided into two categories, the affluent and the financially challenged. To bring joy to those with limited means, you must be economical. This is a competition you cannot win against travel agencies. To delight the wealthy, however, there are myriad approaches. How do you make them happy? Would you prefer to hear about the broadcastable or the unbroadcastable methods? What do you mean by unbroadcastable? Qing was left in a state of confusion. For instance, during this journey, you are accompanied by several charming young women who call out brother, brother until he feels utterly weak. Stop. Liang Qing felt a shiver run down her spine. Without Qinting needing to elaborate further, she could already predict the ensuing narrative. What can be broadcasted? That becomes a question that seems simple at first glance, yet is fraught with complexities. To put it succinctly, the individuals accompanying the journey must possess a high emotional intelligence, be adept in social nuances, and know how to bring joy to others. Qintung shrugged his shoulders, expressing a hint of resignation. Such individuals are akin to sales champions. Everyone acknowledges their necessity, yet no one knows how to recruit them. It certainly sounds challenging. Is there truly no alternative for my aspirations in tourism? Liang Qing found herself taken aback. The bespoke travel service she took pride in seemed to lack potential in Qintung's perspective. In my view, your approach ultimately mirrors that of a conventional travel agency, enticing the financially constrained with low prices while pitching customized services to affluent tourists. Liang Qing lowered her head, feeling disheartened. She had believed she had carved out a novel path, only to realize that she was merely blending into the crowd. Moreover, why are you posting on the local forum? Shouldn't you be asking yourself how many people in your vicinity are inclined to engage in local tourism? What you propose is not even provincial tourism. It is merely city-based excursions. You ought to inquire among individuals from other cities about their interest in visiting our Qiming tours. By arranging customized services, you would possess a distinct advantage. Qintang's words struck Liang Qing's heart like a sharp blade. She had been misguided in her previous expansion plans, having veered off course. Indeed, her tourism resources were concentrated in Qiming, and the pricing negotiations were limited to a few local attractions. It would be more prudent to ascertain whether others would be interested in traveling to Qiming. Thank you, Liang Qing said weakly. Observing her crestfallen demeanor, Qinting chuckled. In fact, I have some excellent proposals at hand. Would you like to know? Yes. Liang Qing's eyes sparkled with interest. Conquering commercial projects entails a process of posing questions and finding solutions. The mere fact that Qintung could identify issues impressed Liang Qing immensely. Little did she expect him to possess solutions as well, further deepening her admiration. However, this would come at a different price. How could Qintung casually divulge his core business insights? The act of identifying problems was his greatest act of kindness, albeit not entirely free. He could earn 1,000 from it. I understand now. Liang Qing mustered her courage, a hint of pink gracing her fair cheeks. Brother. What? Qintung was taken aback. Liang Qing lowered her gaze. Is this acceptable? No. What on earth is going on in your mind? Did you not say you would call out brother? Brother until he feels utterly weak. I merely offered an example that cannot be broadcast. Oh. Liang Qing still kept her head lowered. In truth, I was momentarily possessed. That individual was not me. Please do not speak of it. Qintung was caught between laughter and tears. Honestly, he had never anticipated that Liang Qing would suddenly exhibit such behavior. With an expression of cold indifference and an aura that repelled strangers, she unexpectedly shyly called him brother. Unbelievable. Fortunately, Qinting harbored no romantic inclinations at present. His sole ambition was to transform Tingda into the largest commercial empire in the world. What I mean is, if you wish to know the subsequent plans, you must acquiesce to my acquisition. After a roundabout discussion, Qinting returned to the topic from their first encounter. Liang Qing shook her head. She did not wish to be beholden to others. No worries, you have ample time to contemplate. I am not in a rush regarding this project. Tourism is not a necessity for the masses. There remains a considerable interval before it becomes popular. Moreover, unlike the mobile phone industry, which has a significantly high technological threshold, it is acceptable to delay the layout. In essence, if your intention is merely to develop within the campus, the current approach is largely adequate. Persistence will yield considerable profits. However, if you aspire to venture beyond campus confines, then a transformation of your strategy is imperative. Of course, I must also caution you. Should I need to intervene personally, rest assured, no matter your methods, the outcome will be dismal. That is all I have to say. Act wisely. With that, Qinting turned to leave. Yet, before he could step outside, a figure obstructed his path. Chapter 77. Idleness breeds trouble. Who are you? Why do you bully her? Qintung scrutinized the individual before him. Adorned in a Rolex and Armani, holding a fruit, he was unmistakably affluent, at least within the confines of the university campus. Although shorter than Qintung by a head, he exuded an imposing presence. Suqiu. He did not bully me. Liang Qing interjected swiftly, positioning herself between the two. Then who is he? Suqiu's hostility was palpable as he fixed his gaze on Qintung, eyeing him warily. He is Liang Qing found herself at a loss for words. Unsure of how to introduce Qinteng. A friend? They had only met twice, hardly qualifying for such a title. A business partner? Though they had discussed commercial matters. It scarcely warranted that description. Why should I explain myself to you? Liang Qing suddenly realized that, while she was uncertain about how to introduce Qinteng, her relationship with Su Qiu was entirely irrelevant. Qinteng had left her in a daze, causing her to forget even the simplest matters. Su Qiu faltered. Qinteng raised an eyebrow, disinterested in the exchange. Regardless of whether they were classmates, friends, or lovers, it mattered little to him. He merely sidestepped and began to walk towards the exit. Apologies, Liang Qing. You know I have always liked you. That's why I couldn't hold back just now. I've told you countless times, do not bother me anymore. Qinteng's lips twitched slightly. What a character, he thought to himself. It seems he is merely a version of Sun Jun. But is Su Qiu a Sun Jun Plus or a Sun Jun Mini? As Qinteng's figure receded, Liang Qing retracted her gaze, directing a frigid look at Su Qiu as she issued her dismissal. I have matters to attend to. You may leave. But I've only just arrived, Su Qiu pleaded, almost desperately. Moreover, I genuinely have important business this time. What business? I requested some funds from my family. If your project is in need of financial support, I can invest. Rest assured, I won't seek any shares. I want to interfere in the development of your project. Su Qiu declared earnestly. Yet, Liang Qing shook her head, responding, my project is no longer in need of funds. I may need to adjust the company's operational direction. After conversing with Qinteng, Liang Qing felt compelled to contemplate how to address the challenges at hand. Her emotions towards Qinteng were exceedingly complex. Gratitude? To some extent. 1,000 yuan for insight into potential issues within her project seemed a worthwhile exchange. Yet, she felt a twinge of indignation. Why did Qinteng presume that his involvement would guarantee her failure in competition? Did he truly view her, Liang Qing, as so utterly inadequate? Su Qiu stared blankly at Liang Qing. After much effort convincing his family to provide him with a substantial sum for investment in her, he was now left unsure how to appease her when she declared she no longer needed it. Qinteng returned to his dormitory, swiftly casting aside thoughts of Su Qiu and Liang Qing. Miao Xingzhong was absent, likely occupied with his own affairs. Within the room, only Luo Zhenbin and Kai Heng were engrossed in a video game. You're back? Yes, I'm back, Qinteng replied as he climbed onto his bed, reclining comfortably as if he had just returned home after a long day's labor. Suddenly, he experienced a profound sense of relaxation, akin to having completed all his tasks. Qingge, may I pose a question to you? Kai Heng, who had just been eliminated in the game, decided to engage in conversation. Sure, go ahead. Are you quite wealthy? Yes. There was no point in concealing this fact. Driving around in a BMW each day while pretending to be impoverished in front of his roommates would be rather naive. Then why do you still personally manage the have-you-eaten initiative, bustling about so much? Kai Heng expressed his bewilderment. He was someone who often pondered more than he acted. He had considered entrepreneurship, but never followed through due to his laziness. He had contemplated joining Qinteng's have-you-eaten venture, but, once again, his inertia held him back. He had thought about studying diligently in class. Yet laziness had prevented him from paying attention. He even considered playing a game. Come, log in. Kai Heng believed that if he possessed a couple 100,000, he certainly would not be toiling as Qinteng did. If he were to engage in such endeavors, he would hire someone to do it for him. Why did Qinteng insist on managing it himself? This query momentarily startled Qinteng. After some reflection, he offered a response. I'm just a bit restless. What? Kai Heng anticipated a more idealistic reply, but was taken aback by such a straightforward answer. Qinteng chuckled. It's simply that I feel a bit restless, coupled with a sense of dissatisfaction. In his past, Qinteng regarded himself as a failure. He had wealth, yet it was modest. He owned a car, but it was not luxurious. He possessed a home, yet was burdened by a mortgage. Observing the glamorous lives of others, he often wondered if he could carve out his own niche through entrepreneurship and hard work. Regrettably, he lacked the courage to take the plunge. A failure could mean the end of his life as he knew it. This is the reality of the ordinary person's margin for error. There is none. Wealthy individuals who venture into business may simply try again if they fail. Those with substantial resources can endure several failures without consequence. However, ordinary individuals cannot afford such luxury. With a new lease on life, Qinteng's margin for error had increased. Coupled with a relatively leisurely pace, he found himself contemplating the possibility of taking another chance. When one is idly restless, they often seek to challenge themselves with difficult tasks. Although this latest challenge was not entirely his own doing, It was primarily inspired by a vision of the future. Yet, he had achieved a measure of success, hadn't he? Much like solving a complex mathematical problem with a teacher's guidance. Though not solely through his own efforts, he still felt a sense of accomplishment. Kai-hung scratched his head. But with the character revived in the game, he decided not to pursue the matter further. Just now, I posed a question to Chun-Tung, merely seeking to alleviate the awkwardness following the demise of a game character by engaging in some trivial activity. Chun-Tung, however, paid little heed. Instead, he reclined on his bed, indulging in the new DLC of Plants vs. Zombies. This particular DLC of the PvZ universe was still uncharted territory for him. Although the mobile screen was somewhat diminutive, the development of the Tinda gaming mobile platform was quite commendable, aside from a slight discomfort for the eyes. There were no discernible drawbacks. The game's optimization was exceptionally well executed. Truly, it was a testament to the caliber of games produced by my company. Unable to restrain himself, Chun-Tung offered them a commendation, savoring a leisurely and delightful afternoon in his dormitory. Chapter 78, The Discovery of the Transmission Chain. Time flies, and the years pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, we find ourselves in November. Chun-Tung sits in the last row, listening as the class committee members take turns reporting on their activities. What are they reporting on? The summary of October. Indeed, there is no mistake. It is the October summary. This exercise, more a formality than of any real significance, has been concocted by the class committee. At the beginning of each month, they are required to reflect on the previous month's events and the actions taken by the committee, followed by a forecast of what the current month may hold. Those who have attended university are well aware that, in most cases, the individuals truly engaged in meaningful work are merely the class leader and the Communist Youth League secretary. The remaining committee members hardly have any substantial tasks to perform. It is feasible for the class leader and the secretary to present a summary and outlook, but expecting the other committee members to do so is rather burdensome. Yet, the individuals on stage seem to relish the task. This marks the third time Chun-Tung has heard the phrase "time flies." He lowers his head and scrolls through his phone. October has passed, and Tinda Games has unveiled its third game, Angry Birds. With the foundation laid by the previous two games, Angry Birds has garnered considerable anticipation even before its release. Various gaming forums are abuzz with discussions about this game and its impressive performance. 1 million sales on the first day. Once again, 1 million on the first day. Unlike the previous instance with Fruit Ninja, where it took 20 hours to reach 1 million sales, Angry Birds achieved this milestone in a mere 17 hours. Notably, this time, Angry Birds is priced at 6 yuan, and while the sales volume reached 1 million, the revenue does not equate to 6 million. Some users are utilizing the creator's earnings from the Tinda Games forum, resulting in domestic sales being less than 6 times the volume. However, the situation is different abroad. Once again, Chun-Tung employs a dual pricing strategy, setting the price at $6 internationally. When converted, the total revenue surpasses 6 million. And this is merely within a day. This is just the base game. The forthcoming DLC will transform this game into an even more prosperous cash cow. Joy 1. Joy 1. Joy 1. Gamers from across the nation and even around the globe are fervently generating emotional value for Chun-Tung. In terms of emotional value, Chun-Tung has thoroughly grasped the concept. The more intense the emotion, the shorter the transmission chain, resulting in a greater increase in emotional value. Conversely, the greater the distance, the lesser the emotional value increment. This transmission chain is a term of Chun-Tung's own invention. If an individual finds Plants vs. Zombies enjoyable, they experience emotions such as happiness, joy, and delight while playing. Consequently, they may come to regard the company that developed the game favorably, even if this sentiment is not overtly expressed and resides solely in their subconscious. Thus, the emotion is transmitted from the game to the game company. The game company in question has garnered a favorable impression, leading to the belief that the individuals within it are equally commendable. Among these individuals is Chun-Tung, whose emotional state is subsequently influenced by the company's atmosphere. However, this emotional transmission is somewhat diluted through the layers of interaction, resulting in a significantly reduced emotional value being conveyed to Chun-Tung. The emotions experienced may very well stem from the subconscious of another individual, and what might originally be a 10 emotional value could dwindle to less than 1 by the time it reaches him. It may require an emotional boost of 20 or even 30 to genuinely impact Chun-Tung. Thus, if he aspires to reap substantial emotional rewards, achieving fame is paramount. Only then will the admiration held by the majority of players for Plants vs. Zombies bypass Tinda Games and be directed towards Chun-Tung himself. This admiration, stemming from Tinda's accomplishments, would further elevate Chun-Tung in the eyes of the public, bestowing upon him additional emotional value. It seems he must devise an appropriate strategy for gaining recognition. Chinteng pondered how best to present himself to the public. Should he simply state his identity as the owner of Tingda Games? That seemed rather mundane. Ideally, he would create a sensational moment that would capture nationwide attention, akin to internet celebrities like Milk Tea Sister, Sharp Brother, or Feng Jie. Undoubtedly, his status as a university student is a fitting identity. But how to proceed? Chinteng felt he needed to contemplate this matter further. Just then, a call interrupted his thoughts, ringing from an unfamiliar number. Who could be calling? He dismissed his curiosity and quietly exited through the back door of the classroom, seeking solace in the stillness of the building below. The educational setting was overwhelmingly quiet. Hello? May I ask who this is? Hello, Chinteng. This is Huang. You may refer to me as Secretary Huang. Secretary Huang? Chinteng recalled. I don't believe we've met before. Haha. Indeed, I know you, though you do not know me. Some time ago, we visited the Entrepreneurship Incubation Center at Huazhe University's Business School to learn about the Have You Eaten project. Oh, I see. Chinteng had not anticipated this connection. A secretary in a private enterprise typically handles menial tasks, but a leader's secretary possesses a different significance. May I ask, Secretary Huang, why you are reaching out to me? Well, Chinteng, I wish to gather your thoughts on Yongcheng and our city, Qiming. They are both quite good. Chinteng felt somewhat bewildered. What was the purpose of this inquiry? Surely, he was not being solicited for urban development suggestions? Had his identity as a player of City Skyline been discovered? My apologies for not being clear. I meant to ask where you would prefer the headquarters of Tingda Company to be established in the future. Secretary Huang patiently awaited Chinteng's response. Since the last encounter at the Entrepreneurial Incubation Park, when the name Chinteng was mentioned by Zhang Mingxin, the leaders of Qiming City inexplicably found the name somewhat familiar. For an individual to find a name familiar might indicate a personal acquaintance with someone named Chinteng. However, for a group to share this familiarity suggests that the individual is indeed noteworthy. Eventually, they recalled the source of their recognition. A significant taxpayer had emerged in the neighboring Yong City Tingda Games. At that time, they had envied Yong City for hosting such a substantial taxpayer, which led them to take a closer look at the name of Tingda Games' owner. To their astonishment, they discovered that the owner was a student in Qiming City. Not only was he a student, but he had also registered a business in Qiming City. Could it be inferred that Chinteng harbored intentions to establish himself in Qiming City? Initially, Secretary Huang and his colleagues decided to observe further and deliberate on their stance towards Chinteng. However, following the release of Angry Birds, their perspective shifted dramatically. Observation was no longer an option. If they failed to devise a strategy to attract such a company to Qiming City, it would undoubtedly result in a considerable loss. Conversely, if they succeeded in bringing it to Qiming City, it would represent a tangible achievement for them. Chapter 79, The Dragon and Phoenix Within the Dragon and Phoenix. So it is, Chinteng mused. The words of Secretary Huang unveiled the mysteries that lingered in his heart. Excellent enterprises are coveted across various regions, even though definitions of excellence may differ. Some perceive a profitable company as exemplary, while others regard the capacity to create employment as the hallmark of success. Regardless of the perspective, Tingda Games undoubtedly stands as a remarkably outstanding enterprise. It is foreseeable that a headquarters for Tingda will emerge in the future. The desire to establish this headquarters in Qiming City is entirely reasonable. The location of a company's headquarters is a pivotal issue, necessitating the identification of its core aspects. Considerations must encompass a myriad of factors, grounded in the company's developmental strategy, cost evaluations, and future growth potential. Chinteng began to ramble, the essence of his discourse being quite simple. He had not yet deliberated thoroughly and needed to reflect deeply. He was not deceiving Secretary Huang. Rather, he genuinely had not come to a conclusion. The advantages of a headquarters dictate its location. Yet Chinteng had not thoroughly contemplated where these advantages might lie. As Secretary Huang listened to Chinteng's meandering thoughts, he began to comprehend the reason behind the substantial success of Chinteng's business. This was not a skill possessed by an ordinary university student. Thus, he interjected directly. How about this, Chinteng? If Tingda's headquarters were to be established in Qiming City, we would undoubtedly provide the most favorable policy support. Just as Chinteng was about to inquire about the specifics of this support, a thought struck him. Did he truly require such backing? He did. Yet not to an overwhelming extent. What could genuinely propel Tingda to greater heights was Chinteng's expansive vision from the future, complemented by the resources provided by the system. Therefore, Gaining fame and harvesting emotional value as soon as possible became paramount. Secretary Huang, I find myself less in need of policy support. I am quite youthful and a bit vain. I wish to become a notable figure and wield some influence. Do you have any suggestions? Well, as a matter of fact, there is something. Upon hearing Secretary Huang's words, Chen Teng felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated that the other party would indeed offer a solution. The top 10 outstanding youths of Qiming City. How did I not think of that? Official endorsement. If I could leverage the power of the internet to generate some buzz. It was feasible. Extremely feasible. The two engaged in conversation for approximately another 3 minutes. This time, their dialogue was devoid of any rambling, filled instead with substantial and meaningful exchanges. They enjoyed a delightful discussion. On November 5th, Fang Shu, a reporter from Qiming Television, sat before her computer, furrowing her brow as she contemplated her manuscript. Writing was an arduous task. Every word required meticulous consideration. A misused term or a misinterpretation of a leader's intent could lead to reprimand. One could say that the majority of the writing process revolved around error correction. After ensuring that her manuscript posed no issues, Fang Shu intended to submit her work. However, at that moment, her supervisor summoned her. Are you still acclimating well here? It's all right, but I still wish to return to Yongqing. What is so special about Yongqing that you must go there? Upon hearing this, her supervisor's mood became somewhat agitated. Realizing this was inappropriate, the supervisor composed himself. Don't always claim that your abilities are strong and that I haven't given you opportunities. This time, there is a significant figure you need to interview. Who is it? You might not recognize the name Chen Teng, the owner of Tingda Games and Qiluma, one of the top 10 outstanding youths in our city. Has the list of the top 10 outstanding youths been finalized so soon? Fang Shu was taken aback. Indeed. The higher-ups have instructed us to conduct an interview. Look up some information online. I will send you his contact details later on your phone. Ensure you make contact properly. All right. Off you go, the supervisor waved dismissively. The following day, Fang Shu arrived at the business school with a photographer. The photographer, noticing that Fang Shu appeared somewhat fatigued, couldn't help but chuckle. Did you not sleep well? Fang Shu lowered her head, slightly embarrassed. Yes, I really didn't sleep well. But the reason is a bit too shameful to disclose. After receiving her assignment, she began to gather information, not on Qintong, but on Indo Games and Qiluma. Currently, Qintong had little renown online. However, upon investigation, she was astounded. In her perception, Tunda Games was merely a commendable gaming company. Being in the journalism field, she had heard of the company, yet she was unaware of its true stature. After her research, her worldview collapsed. A small gaming company could earn such vast sums of money and provide numerous job opportunities. No one knew exactly how much Tingda earned, as it was not a publicly traded company and thus not required to disclose financial reports. However, industry insiders conservatively estimated that Tingda Games made over 500 million. 500 million! She had never encountered such an amount in her lifetime. Driven by curiosity, she decided to try out the 3 games. She yearned to understand what kind of games could captivate people so deeply and generate such wealth. It wasn't until dawn broke that Fang Shu realized how late it had become. Young people must rest well. By the way, reporter Fang, who are we interviewing this time? The college's leadership? You don't know? I don't know. The supervisor didn't mention it. I assure you. You would never guess who we are interviewing. Hearing the photographer's words, Fang Shu felt a surge of excitement. She recalled her arrangement with Chen Ting regarding the time and place. When they decided to meet on campus, she found it puzzling. Why not meet directly at Chen Teng's company? The answer Chen Teng provided left her utterly astonished. Chen Teng was, in fact, a student. To think that he is merely an 18-year-old freshman. Absurd. Utterly ludicrous. Such a notion stretches the limits of credulity. Fang Shu even began to doubt whether this remarkable individual was jesting with her. The majority of university students in their first year remain blissfully ignorant. Those who manage to secure scholarships covering their tuition fees are already considered exceptionally talented. If, on top of that, they can accumulate experience for future employment, they might as well be deemed the CR de la CR. But what does it signify to earn 500 million at the tender age of 18? The CR de la CR? Nonsense. Even the CR de la CR cannot be compared to him. He is undeniably the pinnacle among the elite. Hence, despite Fang Shu's belief that Chen Teng had no reason to joke, she still felt he was teasing her. However, after numerous confirmations, Fang Shu ultimately uncovered a despairing truth. The chasm between individuals is greater than that between humans and swine. Chen Teng is indeed the pinnacle among the elite. Chapter 80. The second press interview. The photographer was utterly perplexed. Who could possibly be the interviewee? It was hardly a mystery. The photographer had been working at the television station for quite some time. He had encountered all manners of individuals, city officials, school leaders, business magnates, students, young celebrities, and ordinary office workers. What sort of person had he not interviewed? The more he pondered, the more delighted Feng Shui appeared, resembling a child on the verge of executing a mischievous prank. Having made prior arrangements, an associate dean from the college joined them in their news vehicle to provide directions. Soon, they arrived at the entrepreneurial incubation park of the business school. So, we are to interview the head of this park, are we? The photographer speculated. Reporting on an entrepreneurial incubation park was not entirely uncommon, though certainly not a frequent occurrence. You'll find out shortly, Feng Shui chuckled. She could not allow herself to be the only one taken aback by Chen-Ting. This is our business school's pride, Chen-Ting. The associate dean escorted Chen-Ting out of the vehicle, where he welcomed the reporters at the entrance of the incubation park. Upon seeing Chen-Ting, Feng Shui's smile abruptly faded. It's you? Shock 28. Memories from several months ago flashed through her mind. Back then, she was in Yong City, interviewing a high school student who had just stepped out of the campus due to the college entrance examinations. It was, in hindsight, quite amusing. This high school student had audaciously declared that he aspired to become a billionaire. When asked about his progress, he claimed to have a net worth of millions, considering it the first step of a long journey. As a professional journalist, she could not mock her interview subjects. However, Feng Shui had found it impossible to suppress her laughter at the absurdity of a high school student proclaiming himself a millionaire while dreaming of becoming the world's richest. Yet now, that very high school student stood before her once again. Do you two know each other? Vice Dean Wang inquired, perplexed. Chen-Ting shook his head. He did not recognize this journalist, yet she seemed to possess an air of familiarity. He had never interacted with her before. Wait, that was not entirely true. After the college entrance examinations, he had indeed participated in a brief interview with a journalist after leaving the examination hall. As dormant memories stirred, Chen-Ting suddenly recalled the events from months prior. So it was you. Yes, it is I. I can't believe you are Chen-Ting. Feng Shui's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. In that moment, she realized that Chen-Ting had not been speaking fancifully during their previous encounter. Perhaps his ambition to become the world's wealthiest individual was genuine. It was entirely possible that he truly possessed millions at that time. Do you two know each other? The photographer was confused. Feng Shui provided a brief explanation, allowing the photographer to grasp the situation's origin. How fortuitous, he remarked. Well then, Chen-Ting, let us proceed inside for a discussion, shall we? It was indeed essential to communicate with the interviewee prior to the interview. There are indeed certain nuances regarding what can and cannot be asked. Should one pose an inappropriate question that causes displeasure, it would spell misfortune for the journalist. Now, let us proceed. The four individuals arrived at Office 108. Meanwhile, Liang Qing from Room 106 observed the scene, his mind momentarily bewildered. The news van from Qiming Television stood conspicuously at the entrance of the incubation park. It was apparent to anyone that a television station was here for an interview. However, why was it Chen-Ting? The scale of "have you eaten" is undeniably significant, with substantial profit potential. Yet, it seems rather improbable that it warrants a direct interview from a television station. Or could it be that the interview was prompted by other matters? Inside Office 108, the photographer refrained from removing the camera lens cap, instead curiously surveying the modest office. It appeared somewhat disordered, bearing the marks of diligent work. In connection with such a unique place as the entrepreneurial incubation park, could it be that the higher-ups wish to establish a model for university students in entrepreneurship? Such instances are indeed rare. However, to claim that one could not possibly guess might be a bit of an exaggeration. Feng Shui also presented her prepared list of interview questions to Chen-Ting. Please take a look at this, Chen-Ting. I will likely ask you these questions shortly. Are there any inquiries you would prefer I avoid? Chen-Ting received the A4 paper and scrutinized it carefully. 2 minutes later, he provided an affirmative response. All questions are acceptable. Really? Feng Shui was taken aback by Chen-Ting's generosity. The questions she had prepared were all permissible. Shall we begin then? Yes, Chen-Ting nodded, as the photographer activated the camera, aiming it at him. Good day, Mr. Chen. I am Feng Shui, a reporter from Qiming Television. It is an honor to have the opportunity to interview you today. Feng Shui's opening remarks surprised the photographer, particularly the use of the term Mr. It is noteworthy that there is a distinction between Mr. and student. Typically, when interviewing a student, regardless of their achievements, they're addressed as student. However, the term Mr. conveys a different connotation. Clearly, in Fang Shu's perception, Qinteng's additional identity outweighs his status as a student. This also indicates that Qinteng's endeavors bear little connection to the campus environment. One can draw parallels in terms of address, such as when interviewing kindergartners or young primary school students, who are often referred to as children rather than students. You are too kind, Reporter Fang. I am merely an ordinary university student and a typical entrepreneur, nothing of great significance, Qinteng replied with a modest smile. Fang Shu internally chuckled at the notion of ordinary, which seemed somewhat overly humble. Nevertheless, as a professional journalist, she maintained an adept control over her facial expressions, directing a subtle smile towards Qinteng. May I inquire about the original intent behind the establishment of Tinda Games? Such unassuming words resonate like thunderclaps in the ears of the photographer. What question was just posed? Tinda Games? The photographer, being an industry insider, is somewhat familiar with Tinda Games, primarily due to the immense popularity of its 3 games. Upon entering the pages of these games, Tinda Games' logo is invariably displayed, making it nearly impossible to overlook. Now, to think that the founder of Tinda Games is this university student before us? Shock 10 to shock 10 to shock 10 to shock 10 to shock 10. This astonishment emanates not only from the photographer but also from Weisteen Wang, who stands nearby. He had previously thought it was already remarkable for Qinteng, at such a young age, to create Have You Eaten? Now, there is yet another Tinda Games. Being of an older generation, he is unaware of this company. However, to be questioned by the press, it is inconceivable that it could be an ordinary company, is it? What other secrets does this student Qinteng conceal? Chapter 81. Where the bold venture, so shall I initial intentions? A wild and unrestrained smile adorned Qinteng's face. During the summer break, feeling a dearth of engaging games, I decided to create one myself. I found this game to be exceptionally remarkable, thus I sought a company to assist in its operation. Prior to today's interview, Qinteng had meticulously crafted his public persona, the arrogant genius. His motive for fame was to garner emotional value. To achieve this, it was imperative to perpetually ignite fervent discussions online. The persona of an arrogant genius naturally invites controversy. Genius evokes admiration in many, yet in Huagua, most individuals favor a more modest demeanor. Consequently, his arrogance is often met with disdain. Thus, the arrogant genius inevitably inspires both admiration and resentment, giving rise to controversy. Surrounding this genius, numerous individuals will undoubtedly engage in heated debates. Through these disputes, emotions will organically emerge. After Qinteng addressed this inquiry, he glanced at the system details. Shocked from Fang Shu 10, it was evident that his response had taken Fang Shu by surprise. The initial intention behind Tinda Games was merely your need for a company to operate your game? Indeed, you have understood correctly. Do you believe that the current achievements of Plants vs. Zombies have met your expectations? Not yet. This game has yet to earn even $1 billion. It has merely reached a few minor milestones. It is worth noting that the original Plants vs. Zombies grossed a staggering $1 billion. We are nowhere near that now. What do you mean by minor milestones? Fang Shu could vaguely predict Qinteng's forthcoming statements. In a normal exchange, she would refrain from pressing further. However, she was a journalist, a professional journalist. Thus, she felt compelled to continue. I believe in being pragmatic, advancing step by step. To achieve success, one should first establish modest goals. For instance, 100 million. A sharp intake of breath echoed in the air. Minor milestones? 100 million? Do you perhaps misunderstand the significance of the word minor? Even Fang Shu, who considered herself well-versed in grand affairs, found Qinteng's words to be somewhat exaggerated. Moreover, the foreign revenue generated by this game was still insufficient. Currently, its overseas sales have yet to reach even 100 million, which is quite regrettable. This game is profitable abroad as well. Fang Shu was astonished that the game was so popular, even among foreigners. However, it made sense. After all, foreigners are human too, as long as one is human. The allure of an entertaining game is universal. May I inquire about the overseas sales figures for this game? Approximately 70 to 80 million. Yuan? Dollars? Shocking 20. Just now, Fang Shu acknowledged that this game is indeed quite enjoyable, boasting a substantial player base abroad. Yet, no one informed her that the number of players was so vast. 8 to 70 million in conversion to dollars? Could that equate to 5 minor targets? Apologies. I seem to have lost my composure. Fang Shu realized she had faltered in her expression management, to my knowledge. The export sales of our nation's gaming products are not particularly optimistic. Might you share any experiences regarding overseas marketing and operations? Indeed. Chen Teng's expression turned serious. Fang Shu instinctively straightened her posture. This was a moment when a business mogul was about to impart wisdom, even if she was merely a junior reporter. Learning from the adept maneuvers of a magnate could only be advantageous. The first step is to upload the game to the Steam platform. The second step is to convert the yuan into dollars. Fang Shu was momentarily bewildered. She glanced at Chen Ting, who was also looking back at her. Is that all? Yes, that is all. I believe if I maintain a uniform price domestically and internationally, the sales might only reach 70 to 80 million yuan, not 70 to 80 million dollars. Therefore, my experience lies in adjusting the pricing. Fang Shu found herself at a loss for words. So, the method for profiting overseas is to raise the price? It seems Mr. Chen Teng, as an exemplary entrepreneur, possesses unique insights into the art of making money. Unique may be an exaggeration. This tactic isn't entirely original. Are there other experts? Fang Shu continued to inquire. May I ask, Mr. Chen Teng, where you learned this method? I gleaned it from our foreign counterparts. While observing the pricing of certain products, I noticed that the pricing of some goods was strikingly similar internationally, aside from the differing units. I pondered whether there was something to be gleaned. Chen Ting smiled. He was earnest in his words. Since childhood, he has been unable to tolerate one phenomenon, the significantly higher pricing of foreign goods compared to domestic products, particularly in high-tech industries. This disparity has always irked him. Is it merely because some sectors here lag behind that they assume a high price will still attract buyers? If they can tread that path, so can I. He continued to smile. The fruits of my learning, as you have seen, are relatively successful. This instilled a renewed admiration in Fang Shu for Chen Teng. There is indeed such a situation regarding pricing. Some slightly higher prices may be understood as tariffs. However, prices that are excessively high, even several times more, cannot be attributed to tariffs. That is simply exploiting the Chinese consumer. Now, with Chen Teng reversing this operation, Fang Shu found it commendable. No wonder Mr. Chen Teng's company is so successful. It stems from his humility and willingness to learn. Indeed, humility fosters progress, while arrogance breeds complacency. Fang Shu felt somewhat speechless. She had not anticipated that Chen Teng would genuinely engage with her remark, acknowledging his humility. She proceeded with her next question. I have heard that you also oversee a food delivery app called Have You Eaten? Is that correct? Chen Ting nodded. Indeed. May I inquire about the original intention behind the establishment of Have You Eaten? This intention comprises two aspects, one noble and grand, the other less so. Which would you prefer to hear first? Fang, the journalist, was intrigued by Chen Teng's unconventional approach. Although she had not interviewed many business magnates herself, she had heard numerous accounts of others who had, and none exhibited such a lack of formality as Chen Ting. Perhaps his age contributed to this demeanor, a mere 18-year-old freshman with a fortune exceeding 100 million. He certainly possessed the means. Then may I first hear about the less grand intention? Of course, he replied. The reason is quite simple. I found myself exceedingly idle in university, so I decided to seek out some activities to occupy my time. After all, what if idleness leads to illness? Such a candid admission of idleness. To think that one could establish a thriving company out of sheer boredom? A hint of awkwardness crept into Fang Shu's smile. She was grateful the camera was focused on Chen Teng. Otherwise, this segment would certainly have been omitted. Chapter 82. Our journey is towards the stars and the sea indeed. Mr. Chen Ting exudes vitality and possesses a keen intellect. The photographer widened his eyes. Can one truly praise him thus? To be idle yet label oneself as vigorous? It is evident that the profession of journalism is not a pursuit for just anyone. Pray tell, what is this lofty and noble aspiration? Fang Shu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Could it be that Chen Ting genuinely harbored such a grand ambition? Upon hearing her question, Chen Ting once again adopted a serious demeanor. However, informed by their previous encounter, Fang Shu remained undisturbed by his shift in mood, observing him calmly as she awaited his response. To create a better life. To create a better life? Observing Chen Ting's solemn expression, Fang Shu suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. Was this truly the same light-hearted Chen Teng from earlier? How had he transformed into such a serious figure? Indeed, to create a better life. After acquiring wealth, I began to ponder certain questions. What can I contribute to society? After much contemplation, I recalled a phrase. In poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In prosperity, one should benefit the world. My current assets may not render me destitute, yet I remain distant from achieving the latter. I contemplated whether there exists a means to earn a living while simultaneously enhancing our everyday lives. Thus, the concept of food delivery came to mind. This industry allows individuals to savor delectable meals without leaving their homes. It enables businesses to thrive. It offers numerous opportunities that require no prerequisites, only the ability to ride an electric bicycle. This industry can also provide me with financial gain. I envisioned that if successful, it would create a scenario beneficial to all parties involved. As Chinting articulated this sentiment, his countenance was devoid of jest. Instead, it radiated a benevolence and grandeur of spirit. In that fleeting moment, Fang Shu perceived not an 18-year-old freshman, but rather a remarkable entrepreneur. Mr. Chen Tung possessed a grand vision. It is merely an endeavor to do something beneficial for society while earning a living, he replied modestly. Such a perspective is indeed a considerable vision. Fang Shu felt a genuine admiration swell within her. Chen Tung's words were not merely the cliché rhetoric often heard. They resonated as the heartfelt expressions of an ordinary person, rendering them profoundly authentic. Upon meeting Mr. Chen Tung, I began to grasp the essence of youthful heroism. From the moment he earned his first pot of gold through the game Plants vs. Zombies, he nurtured such ambitious ideals. I wish you success. Thank you for your kind wishes, Reporter Fang. However, I must correct a misconception. What is it? Regarding the matter of my first pot of gold. It was not derived from Plants vs. Zombies. My initial fortune actually originated from a novel. You possess literary prowess as well. Fang Shu regarded him with newfound respect. Indeed, the disparity between individuals can be far greater than that between humans and swine. The first fortune of a business genius surprisingly stemmed from literature. While one cannot claim deep expertise, it can be said that he authored the immensely profitable online novel Martial Movement of the Cosmos. Online literature? In 2011. Its status was no longer as humble as it was in the early 2000s. However, during this period, online literature was still regarded as somewhat inferior by the majority. Traditional literature was even too ashamed to associate with it. Yet, Fang Shu recalled her last interview with Chen Tung. Could it be that Chen Tung's previous statement of his wealth in the millions was solely derived from writing online novels? This aspect was not something Fang Shu was well versed in. But for Chen Tung, perhaps it was better that she lacked knowledge in this area. After all, it allowed him to boast freely. Fang Shu patiently listened to Chen Tung's self-promotion, not out of her inherent patience, but because the camera was rolling. Following that, she posed a few conventional questions to Chen Tung regarding his future plans, commercial strategies, and thoughts on new games. You may wonder why these three questions overlapped. It was because Chen Tung, in his fervor, began to digress. For instance, when asked about future plans, Fang Shu intended to inquire about the upcoming strategies of Tingda Games, and have you eaten? However, Chen Tung responded with aspirations of humanity's footprints extending beyond Blue Star, the solar system, and even the galaxy. Thus, Fang Shu pressed for specifics, inquiring about commercial strategies. Chen Tung again spoke of benefiting all humanity and the need for human footprints to transcend Blue Star and the solar system. When Fang Shu asked about his thoughts on new games, she focused solely on Tingda Games, thinking that surely he would not veer off into cosmic aspirations this time. To her surprise, he mentioned titles like Stellar and Dyson Sphere. What were those? Consequently, Fang Shu could only praise Chen Tung's lofty ideals. After over half an hour, this interview finally concluded. We thank Mr. Chen Tung for participating in our interview. Thank you, journalist Fang. Thank you, cameraman. Thank you, Dean. Chen Tung remarked, handing over 2 packs of cigarettes and a small bottle of sunscreen. The dean was pleasantly surprised, never expecting to receive a pack of cigarettes for accompanying him. He slightly bent forward to receive the cigarettes with both hands. The cameraman was also taken aback. Among those who had given him cigarettes, Chen Tung was undoubtedly the one of the highest status. Observing both men accepting their gifts, Fang Shu, half helpless and half delighted, accepted the sunscreen from Chen Tung's hands. We shall take our leave now. You should see yourself in the news next week. All right, take care, both of you, Chen Tung replied, fully aware that by next week, he would be able to invest in and elevate his own notoriety. Although the current internet was far from as advanced as it would be in the future, he believed that with the accumulation of various advantages, he could certainly enhance his visibility. Young people are truly remarkable. The vice dean also prepared to depart, casting a reflective glance at Chen Tung. How could the disparity among people be so vast? Work diligently, and the school will undoubtedly offer its full support. Is that true? Upon hearing these words, Chen Tung's eyes sparkled with excitement. The vice president felt a jolt of apprehension. A magnate like Chen Tung, whose wealth exceeds $1 billion, likely wouldn't he be swayed by the school's modest funds. Nevertheless, having already made the statement, the vice president reluctantly nodded in agreement. In that case, How about the school installing an air conditioner for us? An air conditioner? The vice president was taken aback. The cost of such an appliance is not insignificant. If any other project were to make such a request, it would surely be denied. Yet, Chun Tung's words, "I will inquire on your behalf. It should pose no issue." Excellent. Thank you, Dean Wong. A subtle smile crept across Chun Tung's lips. He had merely asked out of curiosity, never anticipating a positive response. Observing that smile, the vice president began to wonder if he had acquiesced too hastily. Chapter 83. The reincarnation of the god of wealth. The efficiency of the school in installing air conditioners was remarkably high. By the very next day, technicians arrived to commence the installation, leaving Chun Tung somewhat astonished. Liang Qing from the adjacent room 106 could hardly conceal her envy. Chun Tung, how on earth did you manage this? Why would the school provide you with an air conditioner? She was utterly perplexed as she observed the technicians at work. Liang Qing was well aware of the school's frugality. Her previous attempt to request a fan to alleviate the heat had been outright denied. The rationale given was an absurd notion about cultivating students' willpower through tranquility. Yet here was Chun Tung, receiving an air conditioner as if it were commonplace. Wasn't that a tad extravagant? Of course, it's because the school cares for its students, Chun Tung mused. Feeling compelled to advocate for the institution that had granted him such a favor, Liang Qing stifled the urge to roll her eyes. She was determined to maintain her aloof demeanor. Do you truly believe that? Absolutely, Liang Qing replied, albeit with a hint of incredulity. But why did the television station interview you yesterday? Has the scale of Tao Tao reached such heights? You will find out in a few days, Chun Tung replied, casting a sidelong glance at Liang Qing. By the way, don't you have anything better to do? Why are you standing here chatting with me? He recalled that their relationship had not yet reached such familiarity. Liang Qing regarded him, hesitating. She had intended to inquire about Chun Tung's tourism project, yet found herself reluctant to speak, feeling that her entrepreneurial capabilities were being looked down upon by him. Was it not a tad undignified to seek his advice? Nevertheless, Chun Tung was undeniably the most astute individual she had encountered in terms of business acumen. The television interview had cast a certain glow around him, for not everyone had the opportunity to attract such media attention. Noticing Liang Qing's silence, Chun Tung refrained from pressing her. Yet, he casually remarked, sometimes, personal pride is of paramount importance. When resources are scarce, adopting a humble demeanor and offering a smile can be a resource in itself. The art of resource exchange at the right moment is a valuable skill. Do not wait until a future day to regret clinging to pride while suffering the consequences. As he spoke, he handed a bottle of water to the technician installing the air conditioner. Once the technician departed, Chun Tung turned back to Liang Qing. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Liang Qing hesitated once more. Lowering one's pride was easier said than done. Chun Tung smiled and turned away, leaving Liang Qing with nothing but the sight of his waving hand. It seemed this young woman was still not quite ready to embrace the qualities of a competent businessperson. On November 14th, Chiming television station reported the astonishing achievements of Double 11. This year, Tao Tao once again shattered records. The founder, Ma Tao, had become a commercial legend in the eyes of countless individuals. Sun Jun sat across the table from his father, Sun Dafu, as they shared a meal. When Sun Dafu switched channels, he became entirely engrossed in a broadcast from Chiming television station about the Double 11 shopping festival. Sun Jun hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Alas, Ma Tao's ingenuity in devising such an exceptional business model was truly remarkable, if only he had recognized its potential back in the day. Sun Dafu remained oblivious to his son's expression, instead reflecting on the news report featuring Tao Tao and Ma Tao. As a local tycoon in Yong City, he was acutely aware of Tao Tao's immense value, both literally and figuratively. The wealth generated in that single year surpassed what he had earned throughout his entire life. It wasn't until the news segment concluded that Sun Dafu turned his attention to his son. By the way, why did you come home for dinner today? Sun Jun continued to waver. Indeed, it was a rather humiliating matter. Ever since he had fallen short financially regarding his food venture, he had been troubled. Continuing the business meant incurring more debts, while abandoning it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Resolutely, Sun Jun decided to borrow money from others within the wealthy circles. He was determined to persist in this price war. Yet, the outcome was dismal. Sun Jun found himself burdened with a mountain of debt. Now, he needed to devise a plan to repay what he owed. Good heavens! This individual is extraordinary. At 18, his fortune exceeds 100 million. Is there truly someone like this in Yong City? Sun Dafu gasped at the news report. The hostess' introduction startled him. What had he been doing at 18? Working in someone else's restaurant? Or laboring in a factory? He couldn't quite recall. Sun Dafu had only a vague memory of his youth, marked by financial struggle and hardship. Upon hearing his father's words, Sun Jun also turned to glance at the television. Is there really such an impressive person? A fortune over 100 million at 18? It was shocking to discover this. Sun Jun's expression turned ghostly pale. During the subsequent interview segment, he recognized a familiar face that he had known for 3 long years. This was a visage he was certain he would never forget, Qinteng, the boy who had been the subject of much gossip with Zhao Xueshi, and whom Sun Jun had always looked down upon. Yet now, Qinteng appeared on the screen. It was a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Sun Jun felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He barely registered what the reporter had said or how Qinteng had responded. He only caught a fragment of information. Qinteng, 18 years old, founder of Tingda Games and Chibuchi, with a fortune exceeding 100 million. In an instant, he recalled a news story from 4 months prior, where Qinteng had boasted of a 10 million fortune. At that time, Sun Jun had dismissed it as mere jest. But now, it was no longer a joke. Incredible! Truly incredible! Sun Dafu gazed at the reporter's interview, his face flushed with astonishment. This was no mere student. He was clearly the reincarnation of a deity of wealth. How could an ordinary person at the age of 18 possibly amass such a fortune? It was utterly astonishing. Sun Dafu's exclamation jolted Sun Jun back to reality, earning him a sharp reprimand from his mother. How could he be so loud while they were merely trying to enjoy their meal and watch television? It was utterly unacceptable. I apologize, my dear wife. I was simply too taken aback. This young student is truly remarkable. Sun Dafu admired the television screen. Sun Jun felt a sudden pang of unease. Dad, he can't possibly be as impressive as you claim, can he? Our family also possesses several 100 million. What do you know? He is merely 18. After all your hard work, your father has only managed to accumulate a few 100 million. This young man might very well surpass your father in wealth. Sun Dafu's reflections left Sun Jun feeling vulnerable. In his eyes, his father was the wealthiest person he knew. Now, Sun Dafu was openly suggesting that Qinteng might possess even greater riches. Was this not a tad too exaggerated? Dad, actually, I know this person. Chapter 84, A Glimpse of the World, Part 1. What? You know him? Sun Dafu exclaimed once more, his voice rising in pitch. He received another slap, yet this time, the sting failed to quell his excitement. Wonderful. My dear son, I never imagined you would be acquainted with such a distinguished figure. Could you possibly arrange a meeting for your father? You mentioned that Aston Martin last time. I shall buy it for you. Sun Dafu's face glowed with elation. However, a sense of unease stirred within Sun Jun. In the past, news of his father buying him a car would have sent him into a frenzy of joy. But now, he felt no such exhilaration. He understood that he could not secure a meeting with Qinteng. Observing his son's expression, Sun Dafu's heart sank. Son, do not wear such a countenance. Surely, you must know him, yet he does not know you, right? It was plausible. Individuals like him could have been the campus luminaries during their high school days. You might know him, but he may not recognize you. Such reasoning seemed sound. Yet, Sun Jun's face remained devoid of life. Sun Dafu composed himself and licked his lips. What is your relationship with him, then? Rivals in love. Sun Jun lowered his head, resembling a child caught in mischief. Rivals in love. Sun Dafu nearly fainted at the revelation. A prodigious talent like that, and his own son had offended him? He began to remove his slippers, brandishing them towards Sun Jun. It was only the swift intervention of Sun Jun's mother that prevented a calamity from unfolding. Enough. Do not resort to beating the child. He is no longer a little one. But, Sun Dafu held the slipper aloft, tears brimming in his eyes. Just moments ago, Sun Jun's mention of acquaintance had led him to believe he might soon meet someone of Qinteng's stature. Yet, in a matter of mere words, he experienced the descent from paradise to despair. Unfilial son. Unfilial indeed. Sun Dafu could only drop the slipper and shout in frustration. Sun Jun's mother, displeased, retorted, Why speak so of our Junjun? Is it merely offending a wealthy individual? I read in the news that he is involved in the internet. What does that have to do with your business? What if he is wealthy? Sun Dafu, exasperated, replied, A loving mother often spoils her child. A loving mother often spoils her child. At just 18, he may possess a fortune exceeding 100 million. It is not impossible for him to become the wealthiest in Qiming City. And so what? Is it merely a matter of having some money? You do not understand. Sun Dafu sank back into his chair, defeated. At a certain level, many matters do not require personal intervention. Take me, for instance. If I were to attend a dinner and compliment someone's secretary on her attire, not directly praising her beauty, but merely admiring her clothing, within a day, she would likely initiate a conversation with me. Sun's mother chose not to dwell on his inappropriate example. At that moment, she too recognized the gravity of the situation. Are you suggesting that if he reaches a certain height in the future and discovers that Junjun and he are rivals, he will seek to win his favor through us? Indeed, Sun Dafu nodded weakly. But how can you be certain that he will inevitably attain that height? At 18, with a fortune exceeding 100 million. He is either exceptionally talented or comes from an affluent family. In either scenario, he is impressive. By the time he truly reaches that level, it may be too late for us to address this matter. Sun Dafu understood the importance of preemptive caution. Presently, Chintung's wealth might be comparable to his own. Perhaps in a few years, he would find himself unable to even glimpse the tail lights of Chintung's brilliance. Pray tell, how have you offended him? Sun Dafu inquired. Regaining his composure, Sun Jun recounted, in detail, the events that transpired between himself and Chintung. It seems manageable. The conflicts among youth are not insurmountable. If you are willing to apologize, this issue might be resolved. Who knows? Sun Dafu contemplated. Sun Jun felt disgruntled. He had no desire to apologize to Chintung. Yet, recognizing the futility of resistance, he could only nod reluctantly. By the way, Dad, there is something else I wish to discuss with you. The following morning, at the library of Qiming University, Li Xingru quietly immersed herself in her studies. Her attire was as understated as usual, yet her striking beauty drew countless glances from those around her. Her youthful face, imbued with collagen, appeared fair and unblemished, while her long, sleek hair cascaded over her shoulders, enhancing her elegant demeanor. Her long lashes fluttered gently, and her eyes sparkled like stars. At that moment, she was diligently focused on her work. Ever since she had entertained the thought of changing her major, she had relentlessly pursued this goal. She considered herself fortunate to wander freely through the vast ocean of knowledge. As noon approached, a hand suddenly rested on Li Xingru's shoulder, startling her. Turning around, she found it was Lu Yin, which allowed her to relax. Before she could utter a word, Lu Yin eagerly pulled her outside the library. What are you doing? I intended to study a bit longer before eating, Li Xingru protested as Lu Yin dragged her into the open air. Ruoruo, we are good friends, right? Yes, what else on your mind? Li Xingru replied, puzzled. She could sense Lu Yin's excitement and enthusiasm, yet the reason for it eluded her. For some reason, a thought of monkeys crossed her mind. I have a dream, and I need your help to realize it. I will do my best, but what is this dream? I want to become a wealthy woman. This aspiration left Li Xingru in a quandary. How can I assist you in achieving that dream? I still owe Chintung money. No, Lo, you have the means, Lu Yin exclaimed eagerly. If you can win Chintung over, you would undoubtedly be a millionaire. And if you could spare a little for me, I would become a wealthy woman too. Li Xingru was bewildered by Lu Yin's proposition. However, Lu Yin had already taken out her phone and logged into the campus forum. Look, here's the reposted thread regarding Chintung's true identity. True identity? Li Xingru was baffled. As she made her way toward the cafeteria, she began to peruse the thread Lu Yin had opened. This was a repost from a nearby business college. As she read on, a smile spread across Li Xingru's face. She never expected. He was indeed so remarkable. Right? Chintung has now been heralded by the media as the youngest billionaire. Who would have thought he remained so low-key? Amassing such wealth yet only driving a BMW? Lu Yin had initially perceived Chintung merely as a wealthy second-generation individual. Little did she realize he was an invincible first-generation tycoon. Go for it, Ruruo. It appears I must strive even harder to keep pace with him. What is the point of striving? If you catch Chintung, you can simply relax. That won't he do. I must continue to work diligently to ensure I can support Chintung in the future. Li Xingru's steps toward the cafeteria became lighter. Let us go. We must hurry to eat, as I still need to assist in the teacher's laboratory after my meal. Chapter 85. The Moment of Enlightenment, Part 2. At this moment, within the confines of Qiming University, Zhao Xueshi found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions as she perused the trending posts on the campus forum. Her roommate, intrigued by the text displayed on Zhao Xueshi's screen, began to read aloud. Chintung, an 18-year-old student from the School of Business, founder of Tengda Games, founder of Ch Lo Ma, author of Wu Dong Songqiong, billionaire, elected as one of the 10 outstanding youths of our city. Her roommate posed a question. Who is this Chintung, this 18-year-old student from the School of Business? How could he possibly be elected alongside those illustrious founders and billionaires? Moreover, why are there only 6 individuals in the category of outstanding youths? The answer was singular. It was all Chinteng. Zhao Xueshi lacked the inclination to jest with her roommate. At that moment, she acutely felt the disintegration of her worldview. The underperforming student from her class had managed to establish such a colossal gaming company. The immense popularity of Tingdog games was undeniable. Each time she engaged with the games Plants vs. Zombies, Fruit Ninja, or Angry Birds, the company's logo and name prominently adorned the screen. Could it be? Had I truly erred? Gradually, Zhao Xueshi began to recognize the fallacies in her previous beliefs. As she gazed at the forum in the textual interview, silence enveloped her. If only. Memories of her high school days flooded her mind, specifically the moment they were assigned to their respective classes. At that time, Zhao Xueshi had yet to grasp the academic standings of her peers and was still willing to engage with those who struggled academically. During a basketball match, she even brought water to Chinteng. It was then that some classmates began to tease the two of them. Chinteng, with his striking looks and tall stature, stood out among the crowd. Zhao Xueshi harbored feelings for him, though she suppressed them due to the constraints against early romance. However, when the results of a monthly exam revealed Chinteng's disappointing performance, Zhao Xueshi found herself disheartened. She began to restrain her emotions further, and unbeknownst to them both, their relationship deteriorated. As summer approached, Zhao Xueshi reflected on the past, staring blankly at her computer screen. She recalled the words of Linya, who had once advised her that while academic performance was a significant factor, it was not necessarily the most crucial one. Linya had provided numerous examples to substantiate her argument, aiding Zhao Xueshi in gradually extricating herself from her narrow mindset. Yet, Chinteng's monumental success now filled Zhao Xueshi with a sense of regret. Meanwhile, online, Qiming Television's coverage had propelled Chinteng to a level of recognition nationwide. The multitude of labels attached to him was overwhelming. At the tender age of 18, he had accomplished what many could only dream of throughout their lifetimes. Tingdog Games had further bolstered his success with its financial prowess. On several prominent online forums, the name Chinteng had become the most discussed topic of the day. The search engine index soared, placing him at the pinnacle of popularity. Remarkable indeed, this young man developed Plants vs. Zombies at just 18. The true genius is not Lin Yin from Martial Movement of the Celestial Sphere, but rather Chinteng, the author of this remarkable work. One might ponder whether Tingdog could become the next Apple or Microsoft, as their founders also embarked on entrepreneurial ventures during their university years and in their nascent stages. They seemed less promising than Chinteng. The existence of such individuals is indeed formidable. Praise, admiration, and reverence abound as netizens fervently extol Chinteng. Although a segment of the online community questions the authenticity of this adulation, the endorsement from Qiming Television renders these doubts nearly invisible across cyberspace. Conversely, some neither venerate nor question but merely express curiosity about have you eaten? What exactly is this entity? Has anyone heard of this company? Swiftly, responses emerged, illuminating that Have You Eaten is a professional delivery platform under Tingdao Life, capable of delivering meals to your doorstep from anywhere at any time. Upon closer inspection, this reply originated from an official account named Have You Eaten? Seizing the opportunity presented by Chinteng's newfound fame, Have You Eaten? Promptly began to capitalize on the buzz with a modest advertisement. This unfolded the day after the news broadcast. By the third day, a new development emerged, prompted by Chinteng's statements. Following the peak of his notoriety, those intrigued by Chinteng sought to glean more about him. Consequently, they discovered an interview video of Chinteng and began disseminating it across various forums. Through this sharing, netizens discerned that Chinteng's remarks were indeed extraordinary. He did not fit the mold of a conventional successful individual. I had envisioned him as a bespectacled, earnest man. He resembled a cheerful senior rather than a corporate mogul. How impressive. Thinking there were no enjoyable games, he decided to create one himself? Earning $1 billion is merely a small target. One could hardly hope to achieve even that in a lifetime. Has Plants vs. Zombies made its way overseas? A game netting billions is remarkable, indeed. Learning pricing strategies from foreign friends seems quite astute. It turns out that Have You Eaten? Was born from his surplus leisure. Wait, why has he suddenly become so earnest? The aspiration to create a better life is undeniably noble and grand. In poverty, one cultivates oneself. In prosperity, one benefits the world. Such eloquence. To undertake actions that are beneficial to society within one's capacity is a vision befitting an 18-year-old university student? This is the vision of a billionaire. Hilariously, he resumes his whimsical tone, proclaiming to break free from the blue planet, escape the solar system, and transcend the galaxy. What are these stars and Dyson spheres he speaks of? Could they be future games from Tingda? Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Shin Tang's interview video, distinct from typical journalistic interactions, rapidly gained popularity. The public sentiment aligned closely with Shin Tang's expectations, with some deeming him excessively audacious. What leads one to believe that there are no engaging games? Upon achieving a modicum of success, does one begin to look down upon the endeavors of others? With the multitude of captivating games available in the world, how significant can his creations truly be? Observe his expression during interviews. It mirrors that of a petty individual reveling in transient triumph. To break free from the confines of obscurity, how laughable. Is it merely fortuitous that one game gained popularity? Does he genuinely believe he stands shoulder to shoulder with esteemed moguls of the industry? The aspiration to create a better life, does it not fundamentally boil down to the pursuit of wealth? Various individuals, with their myriad justifications or lack thereof, have begun to cast aspersions on Shin Tang. Yet, upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that he has garnered more admirers than detractors. It is no surprise that those who revel in their fleeting successes have emerged. Were I to possess his accomplishments, I too would feel a sense of exuberance. Is it merely luck that propelled one game to success? My dear friend, his 3 games are indeed noteworthy within the domestic market. Shin Tang has not only ignited interest in games, but has also authored a widely read online narrative. Is there any fault in his desire to earn a living? What transgression lies in striving for a better life while securing financial gain? May I inquire which magnates, at the tender age of 18, achieved accomplishments that could overshadow those of Shin Tang? As he peruses these comments, a wave of satisfaction washes over him. For each remark, he offers a like. Eventually, as fatigue sets in, he sets aside his phone. Surely, he has accumulated a sufficient emotional quotient by now? Let me see just how much emotional value I possess. Shin Tang eagerly activates the system. Chapter 86, 10 consecutive draws. The staggering emotional value of 470,000 was vividly displayed on Shin Tang's face. Undoubtedly, this represented the highest accumulation of emotional value he had achieved thus far. Furthermore, this figure continued to rise in real time. 5, 3, 3, 3, 3. Most of these emotional values were added in small increments due to distance. Those exceeding 5 were primarily from the same city, while those surpassing 10 were generally from the same province. Shin Tang felt a sense of satisfaction with this number. Now, it was time to see what treasures I could draw. For a mid-level lottery, surely it wouldn't simply yield a meager thank you for participating? Brother Tongzi, let us go for a 10 consecutive draw. Beginner Energy Potion 10. Beginner Energy Potion 10. The initial 2 draws inexplicably reminded Shin Tang of a mere thank you for participating. Had the lowest reward for the mid-level lottery shifted from a mere thank you to beginner energy potions? That didn't seem too bad. Master painter? A master painter? What purpose does that serve? Am I expected to sell paintings for profit? Shin Tang was not particularly eager for rewards related to personal skills. Beginner Energy Potion 10. Heavenly Reward Medal. Iron Body, Future 4 Engine. Beginner Energy Potion 10. Inspiration Burst Medal, 30 days. Targeted 10 consecutive draws. Shin Tang examined the other rewards one by one. The description for Heavenly Reward was exceedingly lengthy. However, after summarizing it, Shin Tang couldn't help but slap his forehead. This is essentially a guaranteed safety net. As long as there were ongoing research projects within his company, if no progress was made within a year, the project would inevitably yield some results in the following 3 months. He thought of the burgeoning Tingda technology that Linya was developing. Tingda technology had already initiated some research in the fields of mobile phone batteries and screens. Naturally, in just about a month, no significant progress could be expected. They were merely in the initial stages of team formation and research. What level of success they would ultimately achieve and what competitive edge they would hold in the market remained uncertain for Shin Tang. However, the existence of a safety net changed the game. That said, this safety net was not without its constraints, designed to prevent exploitation of bugs. Firstly, the safety net could not be inherited. One could not simply fail for a year and then immediately switch to a more challenging project once the year concluded. If a project were to be changed midway, the effect could not be activated. Secondly, one should not entertain the notion of researching concepts that defy the laws of physics, such as exceeding the speed of light or perpetual motion machines. Rewards not present in the pool would not manifest from the safety net. Moreover, it was advisable not to pursue excessively large topics. If the progress bar were at 100, tackling an overly ambitious subject might yield advancements of only 0, 0.1, or even 0, 0.00001 with each step. Numerous such restrictions existed. In summary, under normal circumstances, this buff can significantly enhance research speed and prevent the emergence of bottlenecks. However, attempting to exploit glitches is certainly not a viable strategy. It has some utility, though its extent remains uncertain. Shintung found himself grappling with a sense of internal conflict. He was reluctant to rely on the guaranteed minimum. Without it, his discontent only deepened. Yet, upon glimpsing the next reward, he was suddenly filled with excitement. Steel body, your physical attributes will be greatly enhanced. Shintung flexed his fists, feeling an impressive surge of strength coursing through his arms. This augmentation was not limited to his arms alone. His legs and core strength had also seen considerable improvement. Perhaps recreating the legendary scene of Wusong slaying a tiger was not beyond the realm of possibility. Future 4. What could this be? Shintung curiously opened the description. Upon reading, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Future 4 is a game engine from the future, compatible with all computer and console systems currently existing on Blue Star. Compared to contemporary game engines, this one boasts numerous advantages, such as a higher ceiling for capabilities. Modeling, lighting, collision detection, rendering, and physics simulations, all of these aspects far surpass those of existing engines, including the renowned Unity 3D and the illustrious UE series. Moreover, the development complexity of Future 4 is significantly reduced, allowing for a broader range of functionalities in the games produced, all while maintaining a smaller file size. Its built-in asset library is exceptionally rich. It is essential to recognize that a game engine forms the foundation and framework of a game. Many major titles resort to developing their own engines due to the inadequacies of other engines. The legendary Game 5, for instance, utilized a self-developed engine. Yet, in the presence of Future 4, all current game engines pale in comparison. Even in 20 years, they might barely qualify to compete with Future 4. This is truly a money-making machine. Shintung was overwhelmed with excitement. There exists a gaming platform known as eTreasure. On this platform, very few people purchase games, however. It generously distributes various major titles during festive occasions. Some may wonder, would such a strategy not lead to losses? Can the platform sustain such giveaways indefinitely? The answer is no, it can sustain this model. Backed by the illustrious UE4 and UE5 engines, the company behind eTreasure is valued at a staggering $31.5 billion. Such a valuation is not merely due to the platform's excellence. There is one singular reason: the UE series of engines. An exceptional engine can yield substantial profits in the market, and in this regard, Future 4 is destined to excel even further. Additionally, Shintung contemplated the possibilities beyond mere gaming. Who says game engines are restricted to game development? Take the UE series as an example. Certain companies within the film industry favor utilizing the UE engine for pre-visualization and post-rendering. But what exactly does pre-visualization entail? In simple terms, it refers to a 3D director's storyboard, which allows the production team to gain a clearer understanding of the actions and compositions they intend to create during filming. Post-production rendering becomes increasingly significant. To put it succinctly, exceptional post-production rendering can greatly enhance image quality. This feature proves to be extraordinarily beneficial for animation. As the capabilities of UE5 have expanded, numerous film and television companies have begun utilizing the UE5 engine in their post-production processes. Furthermore, the forthcoming Future 4, a game engine poised to surpass the entire UE series, is evidently capable of delivering a transformative impact on the current film industry. Shintung could even tailor specialized optimizations based on the requirements of the film industry, building upon Future 4. Although cinematic special effects may not be Future 4's forte, its cutting-edge technology surpasses that of Houdini, which is commonly employed in today's film industry. It appears that I have the potential to instigate a monumental shift in the intersection of the gaming and film industries. A devilish grin spread across Shuntung's face. It is time to enact a bold and exhilarating transformation for this world. Chapter 87, Customized Services. To dominate the universe? Shintung continued to read on. The inspiration burst metal, 30 days, appeared somewhat enigmatic. It could be utilized by a team of no more than 100 individuals, igniting a surge of creativity in their work over the next 30 days, significantly enhancing their efficiency. The actual outcome, however, remained to be seen. Depending on the nature of this burst of inspiration, this could indeed be integrated with the Future 4 engine. Shintung contemplated, then turned his attention to the targeted 10 consecutive draws. One could select a specific field, ensuring that the next 10 draws would prioritize rewards from that domain. This was certainly a valuable asset. Was this a means of establishing a trajectory? Shintung felt a surge of excitement. This item must be reserved for the most premium 10 draws. Utilizing it in the intermediate or beginner draws would be an utter waste. He glanced again at the items obtained from this round of draws. 40 bottles of Energy Potion, the Master Painter title, the Diligence Medal, the Iron Body title, the Future 4 Engine, the Inspiration Burst Medal, 30 days, and the targeted 10 consecutive draws. All were commendable rewards, apart from the Master Painter, which held somewhat ambiguous significance. The rest were quite remarkable. This round of 10 draws had indeed yielded an abundant harvest. Perhaps another 10 draws? Shinting admitted to a twinge of impatience. If he could procure another item of the caliber of the Future 4 engine, it would be a tremendous gain. Without hesitation, he called out, "Let us have another round of intermediate draws. Beginner Energy Potion 10, Beginner Energy Potion 10, Beginner Energy Potion 10, Beginner Energy Potion 10, Beginner Energy Potion 10. The initial 50 bottles of Energy Potion left Shintung slightly flustered. In his eyes, this was akin to a mere token of appreciation from the beginner draws. 5 consecutive tokens of appreciation would bewilder anyone. Master Pianist, another one? First, it was the Master Painter, now the Master Pianist. Shintung truly harbored no interest in the arts. Beginner Energy Potion 10, Beginner Energy Potion 10. Shintung's eyelids began to twitch. They say the left eye twitches for fortune, while the right foretells calamity. Yet why did his eyelids only begin to flutter now? It was reminiscent of a scenario where Zhang San, having committed a misdeed, finds himself in prison, only to be told by a wandering sage within that he is destined for misfortune. What a revelation indeed. Talent Abundance Medal, Happy Elimination. The final 2 draws yielded items that genuinely piqued Shintung's interest. The Talent Abundance Medal serves primarily to attract an increasing number of talents to Tingda Company. For Shintung, this was an exceptionally useful asset. After all, everyone is in need of talent. Shintung aspired to be a hands-off manager, which further amplified his need for capable individuals. As for Happy Elimination, it is a cute, cartoonish match 3 game. Achieving elimination goals within the stipulated number of moves allows one to progress to the next level. Once again, a game suitable for all ages has emerged. Shintung recalls that similar games have achieved remarkable success in the past. It seems that during my first 10 draws, fortune favored me quite favorably. Comparing the 2 rounds of 10 draws, Shintung realized just how fortunate his previous attempt had been. The second round of 10 draws brought him back to reality, demonstrating that not every lottery would yield such splendid results. As a result, Shintung suppressed his desire to continue drawing. At that moment, he noticed a small square appearing beside the lottery wheel, inscribed with 4 prominent characters, Custom Service. What purpose does this custom service serve? Shintung felt a surge of curiosity. The system promptly provided an answer. This feature was unlocked after he surpassed 100,000 emotional points. By making requests to the system, it would offer plans and services tailored to his needs. However, these plans and services were not without cost. They required the expenditure of emotional points to activate. I shall conquer the entire universe. A second later, a menu appeared before Shintung, presenting 3 options. Option 1. The system will empower the host to become the sovereign of the universe through unparalleled might. Cost in emotional points, 999. Only 999? Shintung felt a thrill of excitement. Could it be that the system had encountered a glitch? This option was irresistible. Insufficient emotional points. Shintung? He currently possessed over 200,000 emotional points. What was a mere 999 points in comparison? However, upon closer inspection, he discerned something amiss. Why was there an exclamation mark following the 999? Shintung quickly regained his composure. In mathematics, this exclamation mark signifies a factorial. A factorial is the product of a number and all positive integers less than that number. For instance, 5, 54321, and so forth. 999. 999,998,997. Continuing down to 1. He initially thought the system was overly zealous. Shintung then turned his attention to the second option. Option 2. The system will provide the host with a plan and a plethora of items. Enabling the host to achieve this goal, attachment, plan details. Cost in emotional points, 923987. While not exaggerated to the point of factorial representation, the lengthy number of emotional points required extinguished any interest Shintung might have had in pursuing it. The attachment containing the plan details spanned several hundred pages. Option 3. The system will grant the host a beautiful dream. Cost in emotional points, 10 Shintung. You certainly understand the concept of plans. This option cost him 10 points? Is dreaming not something he can do himself? Temporarily, Qin disabled this service. At present, he found no need for it. Perhaps in the future, when faced with an insurmountable technical challenge, he might utilize this feature. He just wondered if his current emotional points would suffice. Linya. When will the senior executives of the company be available? There are some new plans that need to be discussed with everyone. Qin sent the information forth. With new resources at hand, it was imperative to swiftly leverage them for personal gain. Coincidentally, the senior executives of the company were available this afternoon. With no further ado, Qin descended, carrying the Future 4 engine and the game Happy Elimination in his possession. Since the news broke, requesting leave had become significantly easier for him. A simple message to his advisor sufficed. Concurrently, dozens of bottles of primary energy potions were loaded into his vehicle, intended as a reward for Lin Ye's diligent efforts. As Qin's car exited the campus, a Mercedes-Benz made its way towards the business school. Approaching the university, Sun Dafu slowed his speed and turned to his companion. Sun Jun, do you know what to say when the time comes? Yes, I'll say nice things and call him brother, admitting that it was my ignorance in the past. Sun Jun replied, feeling a sense of frustration. He understood that, for many ordinary individuals, such social niceties were commonplace. Yet now, the expectation had shifted. He was the one who needed to navigate these social intricacies. The psychological disparity was profound, known only to him. Exactly. Sun Dafu was pleased with his son's attitude. I won't sugarcoat it. If we can establish a good rapport with your classmate, it's entirely possible for our family's assets to increase by a significant margin. Sun Jun scoffed. He truly did not believe that Qin possessed such remarkable abilities. However, he recognized that without offering this apology, he would remain unable to settle his outstanding debts. They remained oblivious to the fact that, during their conversation, a BMW brushed past them in the adjacent lane. Chapter 88. The enthusiastic fan at Tengda Games Qin entered the conference room, where several individuals were already seated. Good day, everyone, he greeted amicably, despite not recognizing any of them. Where's Linya? He inquired. President Lin is still in her office. Shall I call her? No need. Let us wait until the meeting begins, Qin replied, not wishing to disrupt Lin Ye's work schedule. One by one, employees entered the conference room, greeting Qin. Compared to his initial visit to Tengda Games, he found many unfamiliar faces among the crowd, yet their gazes were laden with admiration, which he accepted with grace. As he observed and memorized their features, one individual caught his attention, exuding an extraordinary fervor. No, it was not merely excitement. It was sheer fanaticism. Boss. Hello. I am Zhu Yinjia, the newly appointed Vice President of Technology. I joined the company because of you. I am in awe of your work. Your Plants vs. Zombies is nothing short of a divine inspiration. The technical director interjected, Vice President Zhu possesses remarkable technical skills. I have seen his game demos, and they are impressive. He previously worked at Giant Network and contributed to the development of The Right Path. Is that so? Qin responded, somewhat astonished. Anyone involved in the domestic gaming industry would not forget The Right Path. A game that revolutionized the market by breaking the monopoly of point card games and establishing a free-to-play model with paid items. Many have since attributed the harshness of the gaming market in China, dominated by pay-to-win models, to this very game. Even in 2011, it continued to generate substantial profits for Giant Network. No. Compared to you, I am merely a firefly next to the bright moon, Zhu Yinjia exclaimed, waving his hands. Initially, I aimed to develop single-player games, but I abandoned that path due to the rampant piracy. However, upon encountering Plants vs. Zombies, I realized that one should not blame the road for their shortcomings. His words were filled with admiration for Qin. Qin, however, gleaned some crucial information. What type of single-player game were you considering? AAA. That's rather vague. Could you be more specific? AAA is not a game genre in itself. Typically, AAA games are characterized by high development costs, resource-intensive processes, and lengthy production timelines, yet there are no definitive standards. MMO, FPS, ARPG, those are genuine game genres. It would be an RPG-type AAA, akin to, have you heard of The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim? Of course. Skyrim launched on November 11, 2011, and is hailed by many players as the most enjoyable open-world experience, though this title is not exclusive to Skyrim. Just as there are 5 among the 4 Heavenly Kings, it is quite common to find several captivating open-world games. This particular game is renowned worldwide for its exceptional degree of freedom and rich narrative, ultimately achieving a remarkable sales milestone of 60 million copies. Are you inclined to create something of this nature? Indeed. It is a pity that the domestic environment does not permit it. Last year, I attempted to seek investment, but alas, no one expressed interest. Zhu Yinja felt a profound regret. Chen Tong was somewhat moved as he scrutinized the man before him, clad in a checkered shirt and sporting black-framed glasses. True to the stereotypical image of a programmer, Zhu Yinja's hairline appeared precarious. Yet, from the expression on his face, Chen Tong could discern his aspiration for domestic AAA titles. Unfortunately, at this moment, the domestic landscape is not conducive for AAA games to thrive. The piracy issue is exceedingly severe. To venture into selling means risking financial loss. In comparison, it is more prudent to delve into browser games and online games. These two genres are indeed lucrative. With a well-placed advertisement, a competitive ranking, and the opening of cross-server play, players eagerly spend money. If that is not sufficiently profitable, one could stir up some conflicts to entice the spending desires of wealthy patrons. Let us discuss AAA further in the meeting. It is not a topic that can be succinctly addressed in a few sentences. Chen Ting is acutely aware of the high expectations domestic players hold for AAA games. Since the inception of the Xianjin series, there has been a longing for the rise of domestic games. What was thought to be the beginning turned out to be the pinnacle. Following that period of glory, the share of the foreign gaming market has only grown. As for the domestic scene, it is better left unspoken. Excellent. Zhu Yinja remains enraptured by the thrill of meeting his idol. PvZ, Fruit Ninja, Angry Birds have all revealed to him the expanding demographic of legitimate paying customers. This expansion of the customer base is a promising signal for domestic single-player games. Chen Ting, seated at the head of the table, inserted a USB drive into the company's laptop. Once the company executives gathered, he promptly commenced the meeting. The first order of business, having been idle recently, he developed a new Match 3 game and decided to establish a project team to maintain this endeavor. All right, boss. The recharge system has yet to be implemented. This game is available for free download, and the monetization aspects can be determined by you. Just implement a few features without pressuring players to spend excessively. The second matter at hand, I have created a game engine. A game engine? The technical director and Zhu Yinja simultaneously furrowed their brows. Even Lin Yu found it somewhat incredulous. Although developing a game engine does not require hundreds of people, at least a dozen would be necessary. Boss, the game engine you mentioned isn't one of those large-scale game engines, is it? In essence, a game engine is a framework or template that allows for the integration of various functions and assets. If one were to be shameless, even the open-source templates used for browser games could claim to be game engines, although no one would acknowledge that. Thus, they presumed that Chen Tong was referring to a small-scale game engine. No, it is a game engine that can surpass all existing game engines in the world. Chen Ting spoke with utmost confidence. His assertion rendered all the high-ranking officials present somewhat uncomfortable. The executives of the gaming company, to varying degrees, possessed a modicum of technical knowledge. Given this understanding, they were aware that it was implausible for a single individual to create a game engine capable of surpassing all others globally. I apologize, boss, although you are my idol. I must disagree, Zhu Yinja retorted, only to witness Chen Tong abruptly rise from his seat. I recognize that this may sound like a fanciful notion, but I am not one to boast without merit. Let us directly put it to the test. With that, Chen Tong vacated his position. All eyes then turned to Zhu Yinja. Although his tenure at Qingdao Games had been brief, his technical prowess was undeniable. Not only was he among the elite within Qingdao, but he also ranked impressively on a national scale. Moreover, Zhu Yinja's breadth of knowledge was remarkably extensive. Very well, I shall give it a try. However, boss, I am quite forthright in my opinions. I admire you greatly, and I say this candidly. Should the engine prove inadequate, I will not hesitate to express my thoughts. Chen Tong found Zhu Yinja's words resonant with a sense of reverence for both mentor and truth. He did not take offense at Zhu Yinja's boldness and gestured for him to proceed with the trial. Future 4 is no ordinary game engine. Chapter 89, The Powerful Future 4. Once again, the double standards of pricing. Zhu Yinja approached the computer, and without needing Chen Tong to utter a word, he directly clicked on the unfamiliar icon on the screen. After a brief moment of lag, Future 4 was launched. The mere act of opening the game engine did not impose significant demands on the computer's configuration. The real challenge to the system's capabilities would arise during the subsequent rendering and debugging phases. Upon witnessing the interface of Future 4, Zhu Yinja's initial response was one of simplicity. It stood in stark contrast to the artistic designs of contemporary mainstream game engines. The interface of this engine exuded a sense of comfort and elegance. The artistic style was remarkably advanced. With this aesthetic in mind, Zhu Yinja felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. The disparity in interface design between Future 4 and other engines resembled the evolution from EU3 to EU4, akin to the transition from feature phones to smartphones, imparting a distinctly sophisticated aura. He initiated a new project, immersing himself in the exploration of this engine. Were these features truly attainable? The dazzling array of functionalities left Zhu Yinja in a state of awe. Linya, intrigued, inquired, "Are these features impressive?" Zhu Yinja nodded emphatically. "Indeed, they are remarkable. This engine employs visual scripting programming throughout, rendering the learning curve exceedingly gentle and the initial engagement remarkably straightforward. Not only that, but its capabilities are immensely powerful, surpassing any programming software in the realms of physics and lighting systems worldwide. This implies that when it comes to object collisions and interactions, we can effortlessly achieve the most authentic effects. The functionalities for scene construction and character modeling are equally formidable. It can produce both 2D and 3D games." Zhu Yinja could not suppress a gulp. The fervor that had briefly faded from his eyes ignited anew as he gazed at Chen Tong with admiration. "Boss, this game engine is astonishing." He could scarcely fathom that this was the brainchild of Chen Ting, nor could he believe that such an engine would emerge in this era. This was merely a preliminary trial. Countless features remained unexplored. Of course, could the system provide anything less? Zhu Yinja stood, inhaling deeply. "Boss, I apologize for my earlier ignorance and arrogance." He bowed deeply to Chen Tong. This brief trial had illuminated the engine's formidable capabilities for him. It is perfectly fine. After all, this is indeed something that ought not to exist in this era. Zhu Yinja wholeheartedly agreed. Chen Tu was momentarily taken aback. Were they truly on the same page? It seemed. So, indeed. Chen Ting returned to his seat, and Zhu Yinja resumed his position, still regarding Chen Tong with that idolizing gaze. This expression inexplicably reminded Chen Tong of preschool, where children looked up at their teachers in a similar manner. Regarding this engine, there were 3 tasks to undertake. The first task is to divide this engine into 2 versions, a personal edition and a professional edition. The personal edition will have the high configuration features removed, while the professional edition will retain its current form. In terms of pricing, the personal edition will be free, while the professional edition will be priced at 9,999 yuan. For games developed using this engine in the domestic market, a 3 commission will be taken from profits exceeding 1 million. The professional edition for overseas markets will be priced at $9,999, with a 5 commission on profits exceeding 1 million for games developed with this engine. Linya suddenly inquired, regarding the profits exceeding 1 million overseas. Does this million refer to yuan or dollars? Chen Ting replied with a smile, "Yuan." Indeed, he is quite the double standard. He is not concerned that foreign game developers might refrain from using it, as it is akin to the evil repelling sword technique. If no one adopts it, it can be considered non-existent. However, once one person utilizes it, everyone will be compelled to follow suit. Those who do not will find themselves at a disadvantage in the competitive market. The second task involves isolating the features related to film and television special effects from the engine, creating a dedicated version for such effects, which will also be priced at $99.99. The third task requires the engine team to thoroughly understand this game engine and produce a 3 to 5 minute game demo, showcasing its functionalities comprehensively. The timeline for completion is approximately 3 months. Can this task be accomplished? Chen Ting glanced at the technical director, who confidently assured him, "Rest assured." "Boss." Chen Ting then turned his attention to Linya. "Additionally, please prepare for a press conference upon the completion of the demo in February next year." "A press conference? Similar to a mobile phone launch?" Linya asked. "Yes. What we will be unveiling is our game engine." Linya expressed her confusion. "But boss, our game engine is not aimed at individual users. A development press conference lacks substantial meaning. It would be more effective to directly send the demo and trial version of the engine to major game developers." "Indeed, you have considered this thoroughly," Chen Tong commended. "However, the situation with mobile phones is different. While there are numerous users for mobile phones, the number of users for game engines is comparatively smaller. What I seek is attention. Once this press conference commences, it will undoubtedly attract significant interest from netizens. But I not only want to hold it, I want it to be grandiose. Ideally making the entire world aware that our company has developed the finest game engine globally. The more spectacular the event, the more buzz it generates, attracting a larger audience. The claim of the best game engine in the world will spark considerable controversy. Some may believe Chinting is boasting. After all, how easily can the world's best game engine be developed? Yet, others will become fervently excited, cheering for Chinting and waving flags in support. What happens when these two groups encounter each other online? Arguments ensue, and arguments signify a wealth of emotional value. I understand, boss. Linya possesses a remarkably clear understanding of her position. Given that Chinting is well aware of the pros and cons, her sole responsibility lies in executing his decisions effectively. Moreover, who can guarantee that Chinting's actions lack significance? The company's immense success is a testament to this. Linya is acutely aware that the credit does not primarily belong to her, or at least, not to the extent she might wish. The true architect of Tingda Games' remarkable achievements is none other than Chinting himself. Linya's admiration for Chinting is, in fact, no less fervent than that of Zhu Yinjia. She firmly believes that Chinting's actions are underpinned by a rationale, even if she has yet to fully comprehend it. Additionally, a new concept for a game has recently emerged in my mind. Chinting inscribed 4 large characters on the whiteboard at the back of the conference room. Temple Run. Chapter 90. Tingda Game Mall. Temple Run in a mere 10 minutes. Chinting elucidated the intricacies of the game Temple Run. This time, he truly appreciated the utility of the talent known as Master of Painting. With just a few deft strokes, he vividly sketched the game from his memory. With illustrations at hand, explaining the gameplay became significantly easier. A genius. Zhu Yinjia applauded once more. I knew that coming to Tingda was an unequivocally correct decision. Your grasp of the market and understanding of game mechanics is nothing short of sublime. Sublime? What a peculiar descriptor. Chinting scratched his head. Am I really that remarkable? Zhu Yinjia nodded vigorously. Absolutely. If we tally the games you have created, aside from Plants vs. Zombies, the remaining titles are impeccably suited for contemporary smartphones. The gameplay is straightforward, and the hardware requirements are minimal, making them ideal for mobile play. While these games can also be enjoyed on computers, they cannot compare to the convenience of single-finger operation on a smartphone. It is no exaggeration to say that you are the deity of mobile gaming. The crowd suddenly comprehended. Gazing at Chinting with admiration, they were aware of the success of the games he had created but were oblivious to the extent of his prowess. Chinting felt a tinge of bashfulness at such praise. While others might be unaware, he was acutely aware of how the creativity behind these games had emerged. Nevertheless, Zhu Yinjia's analysis was undeniably accurate. These games perfectly adapted to the nascent phase of mobile internet development. Poor mobile performance? Not a concern, the game's requirements were modest. Lacking peripherals like keyboards or controllers? Not an issue. One could enjoy the game with just a finger on the screen. Zhu Yinjia continued his effusive praise. To create a wildly successful game is a stroke of luck. However, to consistently produce such hits is a testament to true skill. The boss must possess profound insights and understanding of the gaming market to craft such masterpieces. Much like the great hero Xiao, possessing deep internal strength. Even a simple Taizu Changquan could unleash formidable power. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated Zhu Yinjia became. Although Chinting relished the compliments, he felt compelled to interrupt. If this continued, the meeting would transform into a fan gathering. All right, let us pause here. Understood, boss, Zhu Yinjia complied, though he appeared somewhat reluctant to cease his accolades. At that moment, Linya interjected, Boss, I have an idea that I would like to propose. Please, go ahead. Now that we possess a game engine, our future standing in the gaming industry is bound to be extraordinary. Should we not consider establishing our own gaming platform and collaborate with other game developers to discuss their potential inclusion? Chinting pondered for a moment. When he initially established the gaming forum, he had anticipated the future demand for a gaming platform. After all, everyone is aware of how Mr. G amasses a fortune annually through the commissions from the Steam platform. Additionally, certain game distributors thrive quietly due to their own platforms. Chinting certainly harbored ambitions regarding this revenue. However, is this truly the opportune moment? Game developers, when selecting a platform for their titles, must recognize certain advantages inherent to it. They must believe that even with commissions deducted, they would still earn more. It would be rather foolish to think that game developers would willingly part with their profits. Chinting originally intended to wait until Tigda's mobile phone was launched, utilizing the pre-installed app market to establish the gaming platform. The mobile app market is indeed a vast reservoir of traffic. For individuals lacking strong resource-gathering capabilities, the app market is often perceived as the sole avenue for acquiring games. Nevertheless, Tingda's mobile phone is still in the stage of technological accumulation. The company executives turned their gaze toward Chinting, patiently awaiting his response. After a moment, Chinting nodded. Very well, let us name it the Tengda Game Mall. It would be advantageous for the platform to launch sooner rather than later. Any potential bugs could be addressed in advance. Furthermore, Tengda's existing gaming forum has garnered a substantial user base, exceeding 10 million registered users. The number of active online users can peak at 500,000. Moreover, the individuals within this forum represent the most passionate and financially willing segment of gamers across major forums in Huagua. With such a considerable user base as a foundation, Qinting felt assured that there would be ample interest in collaborating with him. He proposed that if they launched their platform, any game developed with their engine that exceeded 5 million in profit would only incur a 3% fee for Tengda. Qinting decided to offer some concessions regarding the engine as well. Very well. Having made this decision, Qinting then turned to Deputy Director Zhu Yinjia. You. Are you there? Yes, I'm here. You mentioned previously that you had an idea for a AAA game? Indeed. After the meeting, please come to my office so we can discuss it. Sure. Zhu Yinjia's voice rang out with enthusiasm. How fortunate it is for an idol to support one's dreams. If there are no further matters, we shall adjourn, Qinting concluded, feeling parched after speaking for so long. He reached for a bottle of water on the table as he made his way toward the exit of the conference room. Zhu Yinjia promptly followed suit. Upon opening the conference room door, Qinting noticed a secretary waiting at the entrance. Boss, there's a Mr. Sun here to see you. Mr. Sun? Which Mr. Sun? Qinting felt utterly perplexed. He did not recognize any boss with the surname Sun. The secretary handed him a business card. Frontlight Department Store Limited. Sun Dafu? Qinting furrowed his brow, struggling to recall any acquaintance named General Manager Sunday. However, for some reason, the name of the company struck a chord within him. Frontlight Department Store. Qinting continued to ponder. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Had he not seen this company mentioned in the KK group? Who had brought it up? As he opened his phone, memories began to resurface. It seemed to be Sun Jun? Qinting recalled. If memory served him right. This was indeed the company owned by Sun Jun's father. Sun Jun would never miss an opportunity to boast about his father's business, often bringing it up in conversation. Thus, it became clear. Who exactly was this Sun Dafu? It was unnecessary to elaborate. Had he come alone? He was accompanied by a young man, appearing to be in his 20s. I understand now. Please arrange a private space for them to rest for a moment. And let them know I will be with them shortly. Understood, boss. The secretary turned to fulfill Qinting's instructions. Zhu Yinjia, noticing Qinting's preoccupation, inquired, Boss, should I head back and wait for you to finish? Qinting shook his head, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Let us converse for now. Chapter 91. Addressing Brother Chen, what are your thoughts on 3A? Qinting inquired, comfortably seated at his desk, directing his attention to Zhu Yinjia. Before Zhu could respond, Qin casually surveyed his office. Compared to his last visit, the office remained impeccably tidy, suggesting that diligent hands attended to its upkeep daily. Qinting felt a deep sense of satisfaction with his workspace. I aspire to create a game that garners acclaim from around the globe. Upon hearing this, Qinting found the youth's enthusiasm oddly reminiscent of his own sentiments during an interview with Fang Shu. However, Qin's aspirations had been even grander back then. He had envisioned venturing beyond the confines of the Milky Way. To be more specific, do you have any concrete ideas? Honestly, no, Zhu Yinjia admitted, the excitement fading from his expression. Initially, I had envisioned a game centered around martial arts and fantasy realms, but I grew concerned about sales. After all, such games require immense resources, and selling them for a mere few dozen yuan would hardly recoup the investment. In 2011, piracy loomed over the single-player gaming industry like a sword of Damocles. Venturing abroad was beyond my capabilities, and the domestic market was insufficient to sustain a project of this magnitude. It was only after 2016 that the domestic market began to expand significantly, with foreign games gradually incorporating simplified Chinese. Yet now, it seems unfeasible. Your concerns are valid. While martial arts and fantasy do enjoy a broad foundation in our country, they still struggle to support substantial sales, Qinting replied. What should we do then? Zhu Yinjia's face reflected a sense of helplessness. He possessed technical prowess, yet lacked the creative spark to forge a beloved game. Why not appeal to an international audience? Are you suggesting creating a Western fantasy? Although the Harry Potter series is immensely popular, crafting an authentic Western fantasy AAA title remains a formidable challenge. Zhu Yinjia felt daunted by the prospect. While we could attempt a Western fantasy, there's no guarantee that what we produce would resonate with foreign audiences. No, we could explore the realm of science fiction. Science fiction? Like Star Wars? What I mean is post-apocalyptic themes. Post-apocalyptic? Similar to the world of Fallout? Shinting nodded in affirmation. The Fallout series unfolds in a world ravaged by war, where the protagonist embarks on an adventurous journey amidst the remnants of a nuclear wasteland. The game boasts a high degree of freedom, abundant quests, and intricate narratives, akin to the renowned Elder Scrolls V, produced by the illustrious Bethesda. This concept indeed seems promising. Zhu Yinja's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. Compared to traditional Western fantasy, this theme appeared more manageable to develop, alleviating concerns about international players' acceptance, much like the martial arts and fantasy genres. Truly, you are a visionary. I had never considered this theme before. The rigidity of thought led him to believe that domestic game themes could only revolve around martial arts and fantasy. Little did he realize that he had overlooked such a captivating genre. Flattery aside, the focus must remain on the quality of the game. Ultimately, the excellence of the game is paramount. Are you interested in leading this project? Indeed, Zhu Yinja had been awaiting Qinteng's affirmation. Who wouldn't desire to spearhead a project that would contribute to the rise of domestic AAA titles? Should this game achieve success, Tingda Games would gain recognition abroad. The next step could even involve attempting to create AAA titles based on martial arts and fantasy themes. Very well, please prepare a proposal outlining your ideas and budget. Together, let us forge an era of domestic excellence. Certainly, boss. Zhu Yinja nodded with enthusiasm. The rise of domestic production, if it could truly be realized, the thought alone was exhilarating. He briskly exited Qinteng's office, brimming with passion for the task assigned to him. Qinteng glanced at the time, then opened his computer to engage in a game. In the Tingda Games lounge, the secretary filled disposable cups with water from the dispenser and placed them before Sun Dafu and Sun Jun. Please hold on a moment. The boss is in a meeting and handling important matters. Understood, Sun Dafu replied with a smile. Once the secretary stepped out, Sun Jun's expression soured. This Qinteng really knows how to maintain his composure, doesn't he? We came all this way to meet him. Yet his demeanor is so dismissive. To him, his father was a renowned entrepreneur in Yongqing. A personal visit should have granted Qinteng ample respect. How could Qinteng be so aloof? One who aspires for greatness must possess patience, Sun Dafu remarked calmly, seemingly unperturbed by Qinteng's indifference. Sun Jun recalled his father's demeanor while watching the news that day, struggling to reconcile the Sun Dafu of then with the Sun Dafu of now. Very well. Sun Jun could only await patiently. After an additional 30 minutes, Qinteng finally appeared before the Sun father and son. Upon seeing Qinteng, Sun Dafu's face flushed with excitement. Mr. Qin, indeed, you are even more handsome in person than on television. Sun Dafu approached Qinteng, his rough hand clasping Qinteng's firmly. He gazed at Qinteng with delight, as if encountering a remarkably accomplished junior. Good day, Mr. Sunday. I apologize for my busy schedule during the meeting. You know how it is. When a company undertakes significant ventures, it can become quite hectic, Qinteng said nonchalantly. I completely understand. To conduct business at Mr. Chun's level must entail a whirlwind of responsibilities. It is already an honor for you to spare time for us. You flatter me, Qinteng smiled. May I inquire what brings Mr. Sun and his son to Tingda today? Primarily, we wish to extend our apologies to you, Mr. Qin. It is said that Sun Dafu's son and General Qin were classmates in the past, and having offended General Qin, he has come specifically to offer his apologies. Oh? This unexpected visit takes Qinteng by surprise. He had assumed that Sun Dafu was bringing Sun Jun to stir up trouble, but to his astonishment, they have come to express regret. Sun Dafu's words are rather exaggerated. It was merely a childish scuffle that has long since passed. Qinteng waves his hand dismissively, not overly concerned. In truth, there has never been any real animosity between him and Sun Jun. If one were to insist, it could only be said that Sun Jun harbored a one-sided hostility towards Qinteng. Qinteng had never intended to hold any grudge against Sun Jun. General Chun is truly magnanimous. A true statesman can accommodate much, Sun Dafu exclaims, expressing his admiration. After this, he delivers a sharp slap to Sun Jun's back of the head, scolding, "Why can't you apologize properly? What do you think I brought you here for?" Sun Jun, dazed from the force of the blow, nonetheless humbly apologizes. "I'm sorry." Qinteng slap. Another strike lands on the back of Sun Jun's head. Sun Dafu scolds again. "Who do you think you're addressing? Is it appropriate for you to call him by his name? You're of similar age. Just address him as Brother Qin." Chapter 92, a brand new retail supermarket. Sun Jun, perplexed, raised his head. Brother Qin? He truly did not anticipate that Sun Dafu would be so ruthless. As the third slap from Sun Dafu fell, Sun Jun obediently called out, "Brother Chun, I apologize. I was previously unaware of my own limitations." He turned to Qintung, hoping for his forgiveness. Qintung, however, did not look at Sun Jun but rather at Sun Dafu. In Qintung's eyes, Sun Jun was merely a jester. As the gap between them widened, Sun Jun would come to realize just how naive he had been back then. Yet, Sun Dafu was an unexpected variable for Qintung. Maintaining a smile, even after being left to wait for over an hour, he chose to resolve grievances with those who had enmity towards his son, opting for reconciliation instead of revenge, even at the expense of his and his son's dignity. This was quite remarkable in Qintung's view. "All right. I've said it's fine, so it is. Mr. Chun, you are magnanimous. Today, I, old son, have truly gained insight," Sun Dafu said. Giving Qintung a thumbs up, he then patted Sun Jun on the shoulder. "You go entertain yourself for a while. Your brother Qin and I have some matters to discuss." Sun Jun immediately dashed out, eager to leave this place. "I wonder what else Mr. Sun has in mind? I heard that Mr. Chin's Have You Eaten is preparing to collaborate with major merchants." "Indeed," Qintung replied, unperturbed, even before he appeared on television. This initiative had already been set in motion. After his television debut, the pace of its execution accelerated further. Almost all businesses surrounding universities in Qiming City had established partnerships with Have You Eaten. Negotiations regarding food delivery into campuses were also underway with school authorities. The majority of schools had consented, although a few had yet to agree. Additionally, Have You Eaten was recruiting delivery personnel and merchants from outside the campuses. In about a month, the delivery service would expand beyond the schools. "I wish to collaborate with Mr. Chin, particularly with your Have You Eaten. How would we collaborate? Are you aware of Dafu Supermarket?" Upon hearing the name, Qintung momentarily paused, then suddenly realized this was indeed an asset of Mr. Sunday. Dafu Supermarket was a chain retail outlet within Yang City, found in several large plazas, making it the largest supermarket in the area. Although it was not as prominent in neighboring Qiming City, one could still find it in bustling districts. "Yes, precisely. I was thinking of collaborating with you, Mr. Chun, to establish an additional sales channel. I've also conducted some research and found that you are engaged in delivery business collaborations with supermarkets and grocery stores." "Indeed," Qintung said, not surprised that Sun Dafu had managed to uncover this information, as he had instructed his associates to reach out to several renowned supermarkets in Qiming City. If one were to claim that Sun Dafu lacks even this minimal channel of information, it would indeed be peculiar. If it were merely a matter of basic collaboration, it would suffice for General Manager Sun to send someone to visit me. Why would he come in person? Clearly, he seeks a recommendation position from you, General Chin. Sun Dafu has perused Qintung's app, where each store is meticulously arranged in sequence. In an instant, he grasped a crucial insight. Should Qintung choose to feature a particular store prominently, that establishment sales would undoubtedly surge. However, that would not be feasible. We display restaurants in proximity to customers based on their location. Should a restaurant boast a higher overall rating, it will be prioritized in display, devoid of any artificial recommendation slots. Qintung replied candidly. It is not that he harbors any grievances against Sun Dafu. Rather, he aspires to augment his earnings. Stores with excellent reputations and frequent repeat purchases must possess their own unique merits. Have You Eaten? Will undoubtedly opt for prioritization and recommendations, as this encourages users to engage more with Have You Eaten, thereby enabling Qintung to earn more as well. Sun Dafu was taken aback by Qintung's resolute refusal. Nonetheless, if General Sun wishes to collaborate, I can indeed propose an alternative mode of cooperation. Please, do enlighten me. General Qin, before we discuss this alternative collaboration, I would like to inquire about the quality of products and the management of staff at Dafu Supermarket. I cannot speak for others, but at Dafu Supermarket, we meticulously select the products we stock. I would never sacrifice long-term benefits for short-term gains. Sun Dafu assured with a firm pat on his chest. And the management of employees? Well, it is likely similar to that of most supermarkets. Sun Dafu scratched his head, unsure why Qintung posed this question. Qintung was not particularly surprised. In this era, it is commendable that Sun Dafu recognizes the importance of not forsaking long-term profits for immediate gains. I aspire to create a supermarket that is both accessible and remarkably upscale. I wonder if General Sun has any interest in collaborating with me? Accessible and upscale? Sun Dafu was entirely bewildered by Qintung's juxtaposition of these two terms. Had it been an ordinary young person making such statements, he would have erupted into laughter. After all, upscale connotes high prices, while accessible suggests affordability. The two concepts are fundamentally incompatible. Chen Teng wore a mysterious smile. In an era where major retail supermarkets are in decline, two renowned supermarkets remain unaffected, Shizixi and Shumu. Both establishments share a common trait. Customers can shop there with absolute confidence. While their prices may be somewhat elevated, the quality is undeniably impeccable. The former even offers service so exceptional that it has become a local attraction. The ordinary retail sector will only grow increasingly challenging. Shall we consider giving it a try? Sun Dafu hesitated. He certainly possessed the audacity. However, the concepts articulated by Chen Teng seem rather fantastical. Allow me to elaborate further. Chen Teng openly laid bare the business model of Shoshi, unperturbed by the prospect of Sun Dafu potentially replicating his innovative ideas in the annals of the future. This business model would stand unapologetically in the limelight. Aside from Chen himself, no one else dared to follow suit, as others believed that such an approach would yield diminished profits. Moreover, the initial establishment of trust with consumers would undoubtedly necessitate considerable expenditure. The ability to endure this precarious phase posed a significant challenge. Could this endeavor truly succeed? Sun Dafu found himself perplexed. Within this model, Chen Teng underscored the paramount importance of service and proposed generous salaries for supermarket employees. Purchasing sincerity with sincerity? Such a notion, when examined within the realm of commerce, seemed rather naive and juvenile. Mr. Sun might contemplate the possibility of collaboration with me on this front. As for other collaborative ventures, a more conventional approach would suffice. Chen Teng's willingness to share so much stemmed from his admiration for the substantial resources accumulated by Sun Dafu over the years. The establishment of large-scale chain supermarkets heavily relies on the relationships forged with suppliers. Mr. Sun may wish to ponder this further. No. There is no need for contemplation. A refusal? No, I agree. Sun Dafu gritted his teeth, as if he had made a momentous decision. Chapter 93. Has Brother Chen become Uncle Chen? I am collaborating with President Chen. I have faith in him. The gaze that Chen Teng cast upon Sun Dafu underwent a subtle transformation. In truth, regardless of whether Sun Dafu would agree, it was well within Chen Teng's expectations. However, the speed of his consent took Chen Teng by surprise. Such audacity. This remarkable boldness evoked a sense of admiration within Chen Teng. It seems that the apple does not fall far from the tree. To be candid, I harbor little confidence in this business model. Yet, you still choose to collaborate? Nevertheless, I trust President Chen. I believe that even if our partnership results in losses, President Chen would never allow me to face bankruptcy. Sun Dafu remained skeptical about the viability of this business model. However, he firmly believed that Chen Teng's present success was not merely a stroke of luck. Sun Jun's inability to comprehend some of Sun Dafu's actions in the business realm stemmed from his lack of insight. Could it be that he, too, struggles to grasp Chen Teng's business model because of his limited perspective? Sun Dafu was uncertain. Yet, he felt that even if Chen Teng were to stumble this time, he would certainly rise again. Let us dispense with the flattery. Since we are entering into a partnership, we will require your channels, Mr. Sunday naturally. Shall we each invest half to establish a new company for operations? Sounds good. Seeing Sun Dafu's readiness, Chen Teng was reluctant to take advantage of him. However, I must make one point clear in advance. I cannot ascertain the initial costs, nor can I guarantee there won't be missteps along the way. Even so, are you still willing to collaborate, Mr. Sun? Many matters are constrained by their era. Business models that are either excessively advanced or outdated may not necessarily succeed. A supermarket that exchanges sincerity for sincerity could undoubtedly thrive in the future. Yet, whether it can succeed in the present remains uncertain for Chen Teng. Of course, to express reluctance at this juncture would be rather too late. Sun Dafu laughed heartily, his jovial demeanor eliciting a sense of goodwill and reflection from Chen Teng. The apple truly does not fall far from the tree. Let us maintain contact over the next month to gradually establish the framework for the new supermarket. Ideally, we should aim for an opening on New Year's Day. If that is not feasible, then perhaps during the Spring Festival. New Year's Day is just a month and a half away. Time is somewhat tight, but it should be manageable. I still have some connections in nearby cities. Then let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. As they clasped hands, their eyes met, and they exchanged relaxed, cheerful smiles. Upon exiting the lounge, they encountered Sun Jun, who appeared utterly bored. Son, from now on, your brother Chen shall partner with your father. You might as well forego calling him Brother Chen and address him as Uncle Chen instead. We must not create a generation gap. Sun Dafu laughed heartily, his mirth attracting the attention of several employees nearby. Son Jun felt a wave of dizziness. How could there possibly be a generation gap? Brother Chun is one thing. But Uncle Chun? Why not call him Grandpa Chun instead? Oh, never mind. Chin-Ting waved his hand dismissively. With a mere wave of his hand, Sun Jun found himself harboring a fleeting sense of goodwill towards Chin-Ting. However, this faint affection dissipated almost instantaneously. After all, the child had grown and developed his own thoughts. What an odd tone for an elder to adopt, Sun Jun mused, feeling utterly exasperated. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chin is absolutely right. My son should learn a thing or two from you, Sun Dafu remarked, giving Sun Jun a hearty pat on the shoulder. Sun Jun felt as if he were enduring a supreme trial. During the festive gatherings with relatives, it was well known that interacting with a multitude of elders could be an arduous experience. If one of those elders happened to be your rival, the sense of torment multiplied exponentially. Fortunately, Sun Dafu had no intention of lingering to disturb Chun-Tung further, and after exchanging a few casual pleasantries, he prepared to take his leave. Goodbye, Chun. Brother Chun. Sun Jun awkwardly bid farewell to Chin-Tung. Observing Sun Jun's demeanor, Chin-Tung was uncertain whether to smile. Oh well, after all, he had not undergone any formal training. It was only natural for him to falter. With that thought, a subtle smile crept onto Chin-Tung's lips. The following day, at the business school, Lu Jiajia gazed longingly at the back row where Chin-Tung usually sat. Filled with regret, the party in question was indeed regretting deeply. Who would have thought that Chin-Tung was such an illustrious bachelor? Given another chance, even if their first encounter had been met with indifference, she would not have felt the slightest dissatisfaction. What did it matter if such a high and handsome gentleman had a bit of a temper? Alas, her initial cold demeanor towards Chin-Tung had extinguished any potential between them. Until class commenced, Lu Jiajia had yet to catch a glimpse of Chin-Ting. She let out a soft sigh. Chin-Tung had not attended class for several days now. All right, class is starting. Everyone quiet down. The teacher on stage declared sternly. The class immediately fell silent. This instructor, surnamed Xiao, hailed from the main campus and had quite the temper. He despised any noise made by students during lectures. His expectations for the business school students were not particularly high. They could choose to ignore him or even sleep, but they must not disrupt his teaching. Today we will discuss Chapter 3. Suddenly, the back door creaked open. Teacher Xiao cast an irritable glance towards the entrance. The students collectively turned their eyes to the door, curious as to which unfortunate soul had dared to interrupt the lesson. It was well known that instructors from the main campus often had little patience for business school students, and Xiao, notorious for his temper, was no exception. Apologies, Teacher Xiao. I was caught in traffic and arrived late. Teacher Xiao's eyes widened in surprise as he beheld Chin-Tung walking through the door. He could hardly believe that the tardy student was none other than the recently celebrated Chin-Tung. In an instant, a radiant smile bloomed on Teacher Xiao's face. Ah, it's you, Chin-Tung. Come, take a seat. The students, too, widened their eyes in astonishment. What they had anticipated to be a collision of celestial bodies turned out to be a gentle encounter of cotton. The demeanor of both individuals was exceptionally pleasant. It was, in fact, the first occasion that they witnessed a smile gracing the face of Teacher Xiao. Once Chin-Tung took his seat, Teacher Xiao spoke with a gentle tone, inquiring, "How is it that you still find time to attend class, Chin-Tung?" "Oh, I believe your lectures, Teacher Xiao, are particularly enlightening and immensely valuable." For Chin-Tung, who had a penchant for flattery, such remarks flowed effortlessly. Teacher Xiao, filled with pride, straightened up, his face alight with a smile of recognition. Others may not have been aware, but did he not recognize his own standing as a teacher of the institution? Chin-Tang's current achievements place him among the elite, even within the ranks of all alumni from Huazi University of Business and Economics. Ha! What you say is quite exaggerated, Chin-Tung. Teacher Xiao could not help but chuckle heartily, the mirth at the corners of his mouth unabated. Chin-Ting settled into his customary seat with ease. Kai Heng, somewhat puzzled, remarked, "Brother Chin, why is it that old Miao is swamped with work, yet you still manage to attend class?" "Well, as I see it, if I was busy to the point of exhaustion before hiring staff, it would be rather futile if I remained just as busy after employing them, wouldn't it?" Chin-Ting replied with unwavering confidence. Chapter 94. Astonishment. The swift method to boost emotional value is. Kai Heng's mind briefly ignited with a spark of understanding. It seemed quite reasonable. However, observing the owners of those large enterprises, they appeared to be exceedingly busy, sleeping merely 3 to 4 hours each day. Did they manage to steal a moment to doze off in the office? Chin-Ting, in his youth, believed that the busy tycoons, who slept only 3 to 4 hours a day, were truly occupied. It was only later that he realized their slumber on cars, planes, high-speed trains, or in their offices was not accounted for. Quite a valid point. Yet, Brother Chen, why do you return to school? Did I not mention? Teacher Xiao's lectures are exceptionally enlightening and immensely valuable. Brother Chen, last time you lamented in the dormitory about Teacher Xiao's classes being overly formulaic. Merely reading from the PPT. Is that so? Chen Ting couldn't quite recall. There's no contradiction. The essence lies within the PPT. And merely reciting it holds great merit. Kai Hung was left speechless. How could one spin such words? Truly, a person engaged in substantial business. Chen Ting chuckled. Brother Chen, just tell me, what brings you back to school? After a moment, Kai Hung could no longer contain his curiosity. He simply could not fathom why Chen Ting, with his flourishing business, would need to attend classes. It was evident that you are not well acquainted with the happenings on campus. You will soon find out. Chen Ting's smile turned enigmatic. Kai Hang was perplexed, but Chen Ting remained tight-lipped, leaving him with no recourse. After class, Chen Ting stretched languidly and sauntered out of the classroom. Teacher Xiao called out to him. Classmate Chen Ting, how do you find today's lecture? Is there room for improvement? Excellent, Chen Ting exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Truly splendid. Really? Teacher Xiao was overjoyed. Indeed, I genuinely believe your teaching standard is remarkably high. Ha ha ha, classmate Chen Ting is quite the charmer. After showering praise upon Teacher Xiao, Chen Ting took his leave. There is a saying that goes well, cultivate many friends and minimize enemies. Although Chen Ting did not believe Teacher Xiao could offer him much assistance, it was no hardship to utter a few flattering words. And he was more than willing to compliment him. As for offering genuine suggestions, Chen Ting was not particularly familiar with Teacher Xiao, should he voice an opinion. It was uncertain whether it would be well received. Chen Ting would not squander time sharing and exchanging views with someone he barely knew. If they took offense, it could sour the relationship. Thus, with acquaintances he did not know well, it sufficed to speak kind words. As he traversed the bustling campus, some students, recognizing Chen Ting, approached him for photographs and autographs. Chen Ting graciously obliged, as their requests contributed to a noticeable increase in his emotional value. Based on Chen Ting's experience, when they laid eyes on him, it typically generated an emotional value of around 10 points. When Chen Ting consents to sign his name or take a photograph, an emotional value of 10 points is accrued. This translates to an average of 20 emotional points per signature. The speed at which he collects emotional points is quite commendable. And this is one of the reasons Chen Ting has returned to school. Although many recognize Chen Ting now, outside the campus, people are merely familiar with his name and not his visage. It is only within the school grounds that his appearance can garner him emotional points. Thus, he wanders around the campus, engaging in the most primal and sincere manner to accumulate emotional value. In the Entrepreneurial Incubation Center, Office 106, Suchio stubbornly lingers at the doorway, gazing intently at Liang Qing. Liang Qing, with a stoic expression, taps away at her keyboard, seemingly indifferent to his ardent gaze. As lunchtime approaches, Suchio inquires, "Are you hungry? Shall I treat you to a meal?" "No need. I've ordered takeout. Don't you have your own matters to attend to?" "Not at all." As a privileged heir, Suchio is utterly unconcerned about attending classes. His daily pursuits revolve around indulgence and amusement. Beyond these leisure activities, there exists one other endeavor, his pursuit of Liang Qing. The more elusive she becomes, the more determined he is to chase after her. He believes that eventually, she will come to understand his feelings. Liang Qing's eyes reveal a flicker of annoyance. Unfortunately, the corridor is a public space, and she cannot simply dismiss Suchio. Unaware of the irritation he provokes, Suchio firmly believes that companionship is the most enduring form of confession. After a considerable time, Liang Qing finally rises from her seat. "Are you not working anymore? Are you heading to class? Let's go together. I'm off to a lecture." "A lecture?" Suchio is taken aback. "What is so interesting about that? Are you short on credits?" "Today, there is a lecture by Chen Ting." "Chen Ting? Who is that?" Finally, a hint of emotion breaks Liang Qing's icy demeanor, replaced by shock. "You haven't heard of Chen Ting?" "Chen Ting? Who is he? Is he famous?" Liang Qing suppresses her surprise and refrains from elaborating to Suchio. She exits Office 106, locks the door, and strides toward the school auditorium. Suchio is utterly baffled. He genuinely has not encountered the name Chen Ting before. He never peruses the campus forum, and as for the news, please. Which young person still follows the news these days? Apart from his indulgences, his thoughts are consumed by his pursuit of Liang Qing. As Liang Qing approaches the auditorium, Suchio continues to trail behind her. This time, she does not deter him. Upon entering the auditorium, both Liang Qing and Suchio are taken aback by the large turnout. There are so many people today? Is Chenteng a celebrity? How come I've never heard of this star? Suchio is increasingly perplexed, struggling to fathom who else could command such a draw. Yang Qing ignores his inquiries. In his futile curiosity, Suchio opens the class group chat and discovers a message urging students to attend the lecture. In the lecture, there was no mention of who it was. It turns out it was mandated by the school. No wonder so many people attended. Suchio curled her lips in disdain. No, the school did not impose this. It was voluntary this time. Yang Qing furrowed her brows, feeling perplexed. For some reason, Suchio's dismissive tone irritated her. Huh? How could there possibly be so many attendees? Because Chenteng is quite remarkable. Many admire him at school. Impossible, Suchio replied as the preparations on stage commenced. Amidst the eruption of cheers, her expression turned as if she had seen a ghost. For standing on the stage was none other than Chenteng. Someone she had met once before. She still retained some memory of him. How could it be him? Your information is too limited. Do search online thoroughly. Our school forum contains details regarding Chenteng, Liang Qing said coldly. Suchio quickly opened the campus forum and began to search for relevant information. Chapter 95. A surge of emotional value in the grand auditorium. Chenteng wore a smile as he gazed upon the students below. His return to the school was prompted by an invitation from the institution itself. Initially reluctant, he was persuaded by an offer of 1,000 yuan as a service fee. Additionally, the prospect of garnering a wave of emotional value led him to accept the invitation. A myriad of emotions swirled within Chenteng. Once, he too had been among these individuals, attending lectures in pursuit of credits. He pondered, did this lecture offer any credits? As such thoughts flitted through his mind, he recognized the remnants of his student mindset. Upon realizing that all eyes were fixed on him, his smile widened. Hello everyone, my name is Chenteng. Once upon a time, I was just like you, seated below, listening to lectures. I used to think it must be quite exhilarating to speak up here, casually sharing thoughts while earning money. It wasn't until I stood here myself that I truly realized the students instinctively turned their attention to Chenteng, eager to discover what he would articulate next, that it truly is exhilarating. Chenteng's joy grew more palpable, and the students below felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Various emotions registered anew. Speechless 2, happy 1, joy 1, speechless 1, joy 3. At the very least, Chenteng's lecture could not be deemed dull. The school leadership has invited me to share insights on success, hoping I might inspire you all. Personally, I believe there is but one method to achieve success. Do not fail. A ripple of disbelief coursed through the audience. The students of the 11th grade were finally experiencing what it meant to encounter the pinnacle of vacuous rhetoric. If they did not fail, surely they too could succeed. Did they really need Chenteng to teach them this? I am certain many of you are eager to critique my statement. Who can truly avoid failure? Thus, he resolved to amend his earlier proclamation. The method to success is singular. Do not fear failure. In truth, prior to arriving, he had envisioned delivering a lecture that diverged from the norm. The conventional wisdom of success had been regurgitated ad nauseum throughout their lives. Even if he anticipated that his opening might provoke some ridicule, he was determined to eschew a formulaic approach to his speech. Though uncertain whether his introduction had piqued their interest, he boldly declared, "Yet, I do not fear failure. At worst, I shall provide you with a momentary source of amusement and conversation. In the future, when you reminisce, you might recount the tale of a classmate who sought to impress during a lecture but ended up making quite the spectacle of himself." Finally, Chenteng's words elicited laughter from the students below. In the 11th grade, self-deprecation had yet to gain popularity. Those who dared to mock themselves could still elicit laughter from their peers. Suchio, seated amidst the audience, scoffed. What is he trying to prove? Does he genuinely believe this is amusing? Not at all. I find it quite entertaining, came the retort. Liang Qing wore a subtle smile at the corners of her lips. Suchio's heart sank, a sense of foreboding creeping in. He lowered his head, continuing his search for information on Chenteng. The moment he unearthed the news, Chenteng on stage commenced his self-introduction. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Chenteng, 18 years old, currently worth 1 billion. The audience's reactions were palpable. Admiration 5, jealousy 7, admiration 6, jealousy 3. Suchio suddenly looked up at Chenteng. At that moment, he finally comprehended why so many individuals willingly gathered in the auditorium, despite it not being mandatory. After all, he was a billionaire. Whether an 18-year-old billionaire or one at 28, 38, or 48, such figures are invariably the center of attention. To speak candidly, some may pass through life without ever encountering a billionaire. Even though Suchio was a wealthy heir who had met numerous affluent individuals, Opportunities to meet a billionaire were scarce. Thus, when news broke that Chun Tung would be the speaker at the forum, students hurried to the auditorium. This could very well be their singular opportunity in life to meet a billionaire. Even out of sheer curiosity, they were eager to see Chun Tung. Su Chio's gaze towards Chun Tung grew increasingly intricate. He glanced at Liang Qing, whose attention was wholly captivated by Chun Tung. In her eyes, he detected an admiration he had never witnessed before. In that moment, he felt his nose should have reddened a bit. I believe that to achieve success, one must not fear failure. When an opportunity arises, seize it with determination. Failure is merely a stepping stone. Without action, success will forever remain elusive. Do not procrastinate, for tomorrow may indeed be too late. Of course, I do not advocate for reckless abandon. Market research and preliminary preparations are essential. For instance, if one wishes to develop a game, thorough market research should be conducted to ascertain its competitiveness and estimate whether potential revenue aligns with expectations. Once clarity is achieved, one may proceed with development. Chun Tung shared his experiences with the students below, believing that if the examination questions pertained to the subject of success, he would undoubtedly excel. Unfortunately, the essay prompts for such tests are rarely so straightforward. Having delivered his discourse with fervor, it was time for the question and answer segment arranged by the institution. Chun Tung graciously invited all inquiries. I will certainly answer what I can. Feel free to ask anything. Hands shot up in anticipation of his selection. He casually pointed to a young man. A volunteer from the institution promptly handed him a microphone. What if one ultimately fails? The young man inquired. Failure is simply that, failure. Learn from the experience. Assess whether you possess the aptitude for this endeavor. If you believe you do, then persevere. If not, then it is wise to step back. Understanding oneself is a form of success, Chun Tung replied, then selected a young woman for the next question. Chun Tung, do you have a girlfriend? What type of girls do you like? Strictly speaking, these are two questions, but I am quite generous and shall answer both. I do not have a girlfriend, and I am not particularly fond of any girl. Su Chio. Chun Tung's words left the female audience somewhat disappointed. However, once the volunteer removed the microphone, she had no further opportunity to inquire. University students are often quite innocent. While some of the subsequent questions carried a utilitarian tone, most were born out of genuine curiosity. Someone asked Chun Tung if he truly wished to escape the confines of Earth. Chun Tung affirmed this aspiration. Another inquired whether the upper echelons of society were indeed chaotic. Chun Tung could only admit he had not witnessed it firsthand. Yet another person asked about Chun Tung's score on the college entrance examination. He cleverly sidestepped the question, stating only that he achieved a perfect score in English. While some people's curiosity was satisfied, others left wanting. Nevertheless, Chun Tung's occasional dry humor elicited hearty laughter from those present. He mused that should he ever find himself bankrupt, he might resort to some anecdotes from later generations to pursue a career in comedy. Approximately half an hour later, this 1,000 yuan lecture concluded. The students were left wanting more. As opportunities to converse with billionaires are rare, Chun Tung's demeanor was refreshingly approachable, making the conversation quite enjoyable. He then retreated backstage, where he received accolades from the college leadership. Chapter 96. The pitiful Su Chio. Chun Tung's lecture was truly outstanding. Indeed, his ability to engage the audience was remarkable. He is truly deserving of the title of the youngest billionaire. The presentation was simply magnificent. Chun Tung mused that if these leaders possessed an emotional value collection system, they would surely have amassed a considerable amount of emotional currency by now. It is no wonder that people say those in high positions are surrounded by good individuals. Oh, I'm just speaking off the cuff, he offered modestly. Yet, those casual remarks have already proven to be immensely beneficial to the students. With a slight chuckle, Chun Tung did not take it too seriously. In truth, he felt that in the age of the internet, such grand principles are ubiquitous. What truly matters is not the overarching principles themselves, but the practical application of these truths. The growth of the students relies heavily on the guidance of their leaders. My role, at most, is to provide a minuscule amount of assistance. After exchanging pleasantries, as the students began to disperse, Chun Tung prepared to leave. Just as he stepped out of the grand auditorium, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Liang Qing? Chun Tung was taken aback. You came to hear my speech? One must learn from a billionaire's lecture, she replied. Your words hardly match your countenance, Chun Tung remarked, amused. It was quite a contrast to hear flattery from a face resembling that of an ice goddess. The incongruity was stark, yet strangely comforting. Perhaps this was a reflection of Chun Tung's vanity. I have thought about that matter, she stated. What matter? Chun Tung was momentarily at a loss for what he had said. Oh, of course, the travel project. Liang Qing's cheeks flushed slightly, and her tone, tinged with annoyance, bore an almost endearing quality. Only then did Chun Tung recall the subject at hand. Are you determined to follow my lead? Yes. I believe my capabilities may only allow me to stay within the school, but I am not content with that. I wish to see if I can create a project that everyone will know about. A wise decision, Chun Tung smiled. Are you familiar with the concept of internet thinking? Although this term has been overused in later years, to the point of acquiring a pejorative connotation, Chun-Ting felt that possessing adequate competitive advantage in the forthcoming internet era necessitates an understanding of internet thinking. Liang Qing shook her head. I do not know much about it. Then let us do this. For the next month, you will first intern at Have You Eaten? For half a month. And then at Tengda Games for another half month. Focus on learning. Is that agreeable? Will I really grasp internet thinking in just a month? Liang Qing inquired, somewhat perplexed. Not necessarily, but having some understanding is better than none. The development model of this project should be quite similar to Have You Eaten? So gaining some insights there would be beneficial. And what about Tengda Games? There are many talented individuals there, with a plethora of exceptional talent and attractive salaries. Tengda Games is indeed a place where hidden gems abound. However, there is one thing I must caution you about. What is it? If you choose to follow me, be aware that if your abilities are lacking, you may end up as the third or fourth member of the team rather than its leading figure. I'm not jesting about this. I, Chin-Tung, wish to make this clear from the outset. For him, the influence of Liang Qing is not particularly significant. The reason for selecting Liang Qing now is that, at present, there are no true professionals in this field across the nation. Everyone else possesses zero experience. In terms of capability, others may not significantly surpass Liang Qing. However, her passion for this project and her foundational knowledge become her advantages. Rest assured, I am not the type to cling stubbornly to my position. If someone is not competent enough, I would not wish to burden the team. Liang Qing has not flinched nor expressed discontent in light of my frankness, which I find commendable. However, do not worry. I am not one to discard those who have served their purpose. I do not expect your abilities to be the highest in the team. As long as you can fulfill your role competently, that suffices. Should you truly struggle, I will consider your contributions to the team and provide appropriate compensation. Having delivered my stern words, it is time to say something kind. After all, if one is to work like a beast of burden, it is only fitting to offer a few pleasant words. I believe in you. You trust me so much? I perceive you as a genuinely sincere individual and a good person. Chin-Tung, do they all enjoy bestowing the good person card? By the way, there is something for which I must thank you. What is it? I previously had a suitor. Oh. Is he the one who seemed to feel bullied by me during our last conversation? Yes, indeed. After hearing your speech today, he seemed quite disheartened and has ceased to pursue me. Liang Qing recalled Shintig's speech had just concluded. She noticed that Suchio, who was usually quite lively, had become unusually taciturn, no longer expressing any intent to court her and leaving in a somewhat dazed manner. Chin-Ting. He almost feels sorry for Suchio. Chin-Tung could somewhat discern Suchio's thoughts. It is merely that Liang Qing holds a certain admiration for him, which fuels Suchio's discontent. Why should the goddess admire Chin-Ting while he receives not even a glance? Out of pride. Suchio must be comparing himself to Chun-Tung in secret. Unfortunately, Chun-Tung did not even need to intervene. Merely standing on the stage to speak was sufficient to severely wound Suchio's pride. They are not on the same level as the present Chin-Tung. The vast disparity between them would inevitably leave Suchio feeling demoralized. No need for thanks. Let us exchange contact information. I will provide you with several contacts for you to learn from. All right. If luck is on your side, you might even witness a business battle up close. This. How so? Yang Qing inquired, puzzled. Chin-Ting smiled without replying. According to some materials provided by Zhang Mingxin, recent events in Have You Eaten? May not be particularly calm. Donghai City, headquarters of the Blue Knights. This is a city situated in close proximity to Qiming City. In 2008, Blue Knight was established in this city. In its early days, Blue Knight did not focus on delivery services. Instead, they developed a system aimed at assisting merchants with their cash management. This cash register system proved to be exceptionally useful, significantly aiding merchants in managing their own delivery services. Until the beginning of this year, Blue Knight secured funding and gradually began to transform its business model, shifting from merely assisting merchants with their own deliveries to facilitating deliveries on their behalf. By leveraging the previously developed cash management system, they sought to create a competitive edge. Their pace of expansion has been relatively slow, as prior investments were limited. Today, they find it imperative to convene a meeting. For a previously unheard-of company has emerged in nearby Qiming City, boasting formidable competitive strength and gradually expanding towards Donghai City. Today, we shall discuss, Have You Eaten? Chapter 97, Not Without a Fight. Zhang Xin, the founder of the Blue Knight, gazed at his team. Vice President Huang, please provide an overview of the Have You Eaten? Initiative. Zhang turned to the man seated to his right, Wang Huan, a steadfast companion since the inception of his entrepreneurial journey. Their bond was particularly strong, and Zhang placed immense trust in him. Huang nodded at Zhang and stood to address the other executives. I will present the basic details regarding Have You Eaten? This venture was established in October 2011, founded by Chen Teng, the owner of Ting Games, who has recently gained notoriety as an 18-year-old billionaire. The current general manager overseeing operations is Zhang Ningxin, a second-year student at Huaxia University's business school. From its inception, Have You Eaten? Rapidly secured partnerships with merchants, expanding its market share through customer discounts and merchant subsidies. Our observations indicate that each subsidy cycle lasts approximately 1 week. To date, 90% of the universities in Qiming City have formed collaborations with Have You Eaten? An announcement on the app states that the citywide delivery service will commence on November 23rd. Additionally, we have noted that their ground promotion team has already ventured into surrounding cities to promote their delivery services. Huang provided a comprehensive update on Have You Eaten? During the meeting. The executives listened attentively, some familiar with the details while others were not. By the end, they had a general understanding of the initiative. Do any of you have thoughts regarding this Have You Eaten? Endeavor? Zhang inquired, eager to hear their perspectives. Did they harbor intentions of collaboration or acquisition? Regrettably, Zhang shook his head. I previously instructed someone to reach out to Zhang Ningxin, but they expressed no interest in collaboration, let alone in selling. There is no inclination towards partnership. This revelation cast a shadow of concern over those present. The Blue Knight had only recently transitioned for just over half a year and now faced a formidable competitor. Though Have You Eaten? Was a newcomer, it was backed by substantial financial resources. The name Ting Games had become synonymous with wealth. It was anticipated that by the end of this year, or at the latest by the Spring Festival next year, fierce competition would erupt in a city due to expansion efforts. Zhang sought actionable proposals from the executives. Yet, they all bowed their heads, seemingly reluctant to voice any thoughts. Is there truly no one with any ideas? Zhang's frustration began to mount. Only when the tide recedes do we discover who has been swimming naked. We cannot languish in high salaries and slow expansion without competition. What will we do when faced with a challenge? Boss, I believe we should seize the opportunity to solicit investment from venture capitalists before they become aware of our situation. Venture capital firms, abbreviated as VC, are entities that engage solely in one endeavor, identifying promising companies, investing capital, and subsequently reaping profits with minimal effort. Throughout this process, VCs strive to invest as little as possible while acquiring a greater share. However, it is unlikely to succeed in this regard. As VCs possess a keen acumen for potential competition, they are likely aware that we are on the cusp of a rivalry, and securing their investment may require a far greater price than previously anticipated. In the realm of business, information is paramount. Sometimes, a mere disparity in information can yield profits of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. VCs are highly sensitive to information nuances. Chen Teng has not deliberately concealed his plans, making it improbable to profit from an information gap with the VCs. Alternatively, we could negotiate exclusivity with certain merchants in the city, ensuring that once they list with us, they cannot simultaneously partner with competitors, capitalizing on the merchant's ignorance for a fleeting advantage. Zhang Xin nodded slightly. This proposal holds some feasibility. Some merchants are oblivious to external developments and focus solely on their operations. However, relying on this alone is insufficient. Once the competitor's ground team approaches with more attractive offers, a portion may defect. This strategy may provide temporary respite, but it is not sustainable. Are there any alternative solutions? I believe we cannot compete with them in terms of financial resources. Wherever there is capital expenditure, they will inevitably follow, and we stand no chance of competing. Huang Huan offered his perspective. We must forge a different path. Zhang Xin inquired. How specifically do we diverge? I propose we collaborate with larger merchants, akin to how shopping malls invite popular brands to drive foot traffic. Partnering with them, yes. Securing exclusivity through contracts would be the most advantageous approach, with a high penalty for breach to ensure these merchants remain tethered to our venture. Excellent. Zhang Xin was greatly pleased with Huang Huan's suggestion. The 3 popular brands in question are all well regarded, yet they share a daunting commonality: their high prices. Coffee priced at 40 to 50 yuan per cup, and hamburgers costing 20 to 30 yuan each. In terms of value, they cannot compete with local eateries such as Sha County Snacks or Longjiang Pork Knuckle Rice. Nonetheless, whenever a new shopping mall opens, these three brands are invariably invited to establish a presence. The reason is straightforward: they attract customer traffic. Furthermore, we must engage in discussions with VCs regarding our liquidity, which may not suffice to sustain competition with our rivals. While we cannot outspend them in a financial burn, engaging in a price war is an unavoidable battle. On one hand, we should leverage the channels of VCs to secure more advertising space at lower costs. On the other hand, we must assess which investors offer substantial funding with minimal equity demands, striving to acquire additional capital. Xinteng, having never encountered true competition, will find the prospect of a price war disheartening. Tenda possesses greater financial resources than we do, yet the entirety of Eat Here does not hinge solely upon wealth. What we require is to adopt an air of affluence and engage them in an all-out price war. We must instill fear and anxiety within them, causing their hearts to race with uncertainty. Only through such means could they potentially withdraw from the fiercely competitive realm of food delivery, allowing us to triumph over Tenda. Despite their more substantial financial backing, Zhang Xian's remarks illuminated the executives' minds, painting a vivid tableau of future competition with Tenda. Indeed, Tenda is affluent. However, can we surmise that they will invest every last penny into Eat Here? Xinteng is undoubtedly a genius, yet his brilliance in business has yet to materialize. When faced with the reality of commercial warfare and rivalry, does Xinteng truly possess the requisite audacity? The Blue Knight is not without its own means to contend against Eat Here. Chapter 98. The eve of the citywide takeout service launch on November 22nd. At the Minglong Grand Hotel, the largest and most opulent establishment near Qiming City, the average expenditure of over 1,000 per person is undoubtedly exorbitant for students. However, today marks the day before Have You Eaten? Inaugurates its citywide takeout service in Qiming City. Xinteng generously treats everyone. Originally, it was Zhang Ningxin's hope that Xinteng could rally the team before the launch. At first, Xinteng pondered what there was to rally about. With all the preliminary preparations in place, the official launch of the citywide takeout service the following day seemed a natural progression. If there was a need for encouragement, it should have been at the outset. What was the point of rallying now? Yet, upon reflection, he realized that everyone had been working tirelessly during this period, particularly Miao Zhengzheng, who had fully leveraged his local connections to recruit many individuals into the Have You Eaten? Ground promotion team, making significant contributions to the initiative. Although the efforts of the others might not have matched Miao Zhengzheng's, they were equally diligent. Thus, Xinteng contemplated treating the team to a meal as a reward. Who doesn't he indulge in a feast during the new year? He then brought them to this hotel. An average expenditure of over 1,000? Xinteng reserved a banquet hall, ordering whatever was deemed expensive. It was not that he wished to cut corners, rather, he believed that such a meal was less about the culinary experience and more about the ambience and prestige associated with the price. With the cost elevated, everyone felt a sense of honor. Besides, the food generally wouldn't be too disappointing. Boss, is this perhaps too extravagant? Zhang Ningxin voiced her concerns. What is the cost in the grand scheme? Unless absolutely necessary, one should not skimp on matters of appearance. The concept of maintaining a facade is a perplexing dilemma for enterprises. If overdone, it could lead to wastefulness, and with numerous intermediaries involved, one could never ascertain how much would be siphoned away. Conversely, if one were to underplay it, employees might perceive the company as lacking and consider seeking employment elsewhere. Of course, this is contingent upon having sufficient funds. If one is financially strained yet insists on maintaining appearances, Xinteng would find that utterly laughable. Oh, Zhang Ningxin responded, her understanding somewhat vague. Once the majority had gathered, she turned to Xinteng and asked, should I say a few words? No, let them enjoy their meal, he replied, as he detested those who felt the need to speak at length before dining, as it could hinder the enjoyment of the meal. Now that he was a boss, he did not wish to be that person impacting the mood. However, Xinteng keenly observed the conflicted expression on Zhang Ningxin's face. Do you wish to say something? Well, I have a few concerns I hope they can remember, she replied. Let them eat happily first. After a while, once everyone was enjoying their meal, Zhang Ningxin stood up. All eyes turned to her, and feeling the collective gaze, she became slightly anxious. Xinteng noticed her hands trembling. Yet, she did not falter. How is everyone enjoying the meal? Good. It's amazing. It was the first time indulging in such a lavish feast. Thank you, boss. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Zhang Ningxin smiled contentedly, saying, "As long as everyone enjoys their meal, that is what matters." I had just inquired if the boss wished to say a few words, but he preferred that everyone simply relish the occasion. I realized that I had perhaps been inconsiderate. Nevertheless, tomorrow marks the official launch of our citywide delivery service, and I remain apprehensive, wishing to share a few reminders with all of you. Qin Tong felt a twinge of surprise. Goodness, who taught her this art of flattery? Playing the role of the villain while simultaneously supporting the boss's good graces. She truly exemplified an exemplary employee. The staff, satisfied with their meal, were not bothered by Zhang Ningxin's speech. Having filled their stomachs, they were keen to listen attentively. Firstly, with the launch of the citywide delivery service tomorrow, we are bound to encounter numerous challenges. We must fulfill reasonable customer requests, while unjust demands should be outright declined. If you face an issue that you cannot resolve swiftly, do not hesitate to report it upwards. Do not attempt to handle it on your own, as that may exacerbate the situation. Secondly, we are fundamentally a service industry. Whether dealing with merchants or consumers, we must maintain a sincere attitude and treat every aspect of our work with utmost seriousness. Thirdly, Zhang Ningxin elaborated extensively, meticulously imparting her guidance. Qinting nodded in agreement, acknowledging her thoroughness. A thought suddenly crossed Qinting's mind. Zhang Ningxin's earlier inquiry about whether he wished to speak, was it a subtle opportunity for him? People often have the tendency to teach others. Some employees, when faced with their superiors, resort to making mistakes as a means of flattery. Such errors should not be egregious or severe, as strategic missteps could severely impact one's standing in the boss's eyes. Conversely, trivial blunders might evoke annoyance. However, Zhang Ningxin's earlier faux pas was neither too grave nor too trivial. It neither made the boss question her seriousness nor hindered her natural inclination to instruct. Yet, after some contemplation, Qinting chuckled and dismissed the notion from his mind. He realized he was being overly suspicious. How could Zhang Ningxin have grown so much in such a short time? After she concluded her speech, she handed the microphone to Qinting, inviting him to share a few words. The audience erupted in applause and cheers. Such a display of respect made Qinting contemplate speaking a bit more. However, he understood that extending his remarks further would come across as lacking tact. The applause from the staff was akin to a polite request for guests to linger a while longer. Clearing his throat, Qinting remarked, "Since Manager Zhang has invited me to speak, I shall keep it brief." Even in his speech, he made sure to sprinkle in a touch of humor to elevate the mood. Everyone knew that Qinting was certainly not one to shy away from the spotlight. His cleverly timed humor elicited laughter from the gathering, earning him a substantial amount of emotional currency in return. "Greetings, everyone. As we diligently labor, I too shall reap the rewards of a well-deserved salary increase. I assure you, the compensation packages we offer shall undoubtedly rank among the finest in the industry. Furthermore, should we achieve success tomorrow, I shall bestow upon each of you a bonus equivalent to 3 months' salary. With that said, I hope you all relish this evening's moments." At this, the employees erupted into jubilant cheers, a sincere expression of their enthusiasm. For the workforce, no words resonate more profoundly than those that promise financial reward. Their presence here is driven by the pursuit of income. When the remuneration is ample, all else becomes negotiable. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, everyone returned to their respective homes, preparing for the challenges that awaited them the following day. As dawn broke, a group of individuals clad in blue uniforms and helmets traversed the city streets on their electric scooters. Chapter 99, The Aroma of Success. Finally, the moment to accept orders had arrived. Holding a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, the nearly 30-year-old Gao opened an application on his mobile device. This was the rider version of the Have You Eaten app. All formally trained riders could utilize this app to accept orders. Although it was termed training, it merely involved a day of discussing precautions, followed by the provision of standardized uniforms, helmets, and electric scooters. His calloused hands trembled slightly as he activated the order acceptance mode. In truth, he was uncertain whether this job would yield a sufficient income. Ding! A new order is available. The resounding notification prompted Gao to swiftly tap to accept the order. After securing the assignment, he examined the specifics. Was the breakfast shop located just downstairs in the residential complex unwilling to descend? Gao felt momentarily bewildered. This order required him to deliver breakfast from the shop downstairs to an upper floor. The total distance was less than a kilometer, and with an elevator in the building, it could be deemed an exceedingly easy task. Gao rode his electric scooter to the breakfast shop and provided the order number. The shop owner promptly handed him the packaged meal. "Here you go." Gao accepted the breakfast and marked the item as collected on the app. Following the navigation provided, he rode into the residential complex. The signage within the community was clear, and he quickly located the client's residence, taking the elevator up. Hello. Your delivery from Have You Eaten has arrived. If you have any questions, feel free to contact our customer service. Gowan knocked on the door and presented the breakfast, reciting the scripted lines from his training. Thank you. Upon the customer's receipt of the meal, Gowan immediately confirmed the delivery on the app. The earnings from this order amounted to 5.6 yuan. Had he truly made 5.6 yuan in less than 10 minutes? Gowan found it hard to believe. Previously, he had worked in a factory earning a mere 11 yuan an hour. Such wages seemed irrelevant in comparison. Consequently, Gowan visited the job market, seeking better employment opportunities, even if they offered 13 or 14 yuan per hour. Sadly, he found nothing. Instead, he encountered individuals promoting Have You Eaten? Out of curiosity, he decided to give it a try. After all, there were plenty of factory jobs offering 11 yuan per hour, and he was not overly concerned about finding another position post-transition. However, now, in just 10 minutes, Gowan had earned what previously took him half an hour to accumulate. This revelation left him astonished. When had earning money become so effortless? Were it not for his prior online research revealing that the founder of Have You Eaten was an 18-year-old university student and one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Chiming City, he might have thought it all a ruse. Ding! A new order is available. Gowan promptly began to accept another order. This time, he was not as swift. For an order of 8 yuan, he spent approximately half an hour. This pace of earnings surpassed his previous experiences working in a factory. The third order, valued at 6 yuan, took merely 20 minutes. Upon completing the third order, Gowan discovered that his delivery app had activated a new feature, the ability to accept multiple orders simultaneously. He contemplated silently if he could accept several orders at once. His earnings would accelerate even more. However, the risk of exceeding time limits would equally increase. Gowan decided to attempt accepting 2 orders at once. Initially, due to his inexperience, his speed was not particularly brisk. Yet, as he became more adept, managing 2 orders simultaneously became remarkably manageable. He found himself quite pleased with his efficiency. He also experimented with accepting 3 orders at once. However, when he attempted to take on the third order, a warning popped up on the app. It stated that should he exceed the time limit, he would incur a penalty of double the order's value. After a moment's hesitation, Gowan resolved to forego the third order. 2 orders would suffice. Earning slightly less was preferable to incurring a financial penalty. He was aware of Qinteng's expectations and the reckless behavior of some delivery riders in later years, who often accepted 4 or 5 orders at a time. Yet, if one was not particularly familiar with the surrounding environment, 2 scenarios typically arose, either speeding or exceeding the time limit. Both outcomes were undesirable in Qinteng's eyes. Thus, when a rider attempted to accept 3 orders simultaneously, the app issued a warning. As for 4 orders, Qinteng prohibited this for safety and efficiency considerations. Any unforeseen incidents could lead to disastrous consequences. Gowan beamed with delight as he observed the rising figures in his account. In just 1 hour, he had earned the equivalent of 2 or even 3 hours of labor in the factory. It was exhilarating. He had never felt such happiness in work before. Thinking of his good friends from the factory, Gowan eagerly wished to share this news with them. Have you eaten? We are at your service. Should you encounter any issues, please feel free to contact our customer service. Thank you. Lu Shui took the delivery from the rider's hands. Just a few days prior, she had seen an advertisement for Have You Eaten? Driven by curiosity for something new, Lu Shui decided to give it a try. After navigating a complex registration process and linking her bank card, she successfully located one of her favorite restaurants. Then came the ordering process. Lu Shui could hardly believe that the meal she ordered just 20 minutes ago had indeed arrived at her doorstep so swiftly. 20 minutes. The speed was nothing short of astonishing. She examined the packaging of her meal, which had thoughtfully included an insulated bag. When she retrieved her meal from the bag, it was still warm. As she took out the disposable utensils and lifted the lid, an enticing aroma wafted into Lu Shui's nostrils. It smelled divine. At first glance, this delivery was nearly indistinguishable from what she would have purchased in person at the restaurant. Unable to resist, Lu Shui began to eat heartily. The taste was virtually identical. She recalled how long it usually took her to prepare even the simplest of dishes at home. The convenience of food delivery is undeniably remarkable. Most importantly, the prices are quite reasonable. The bowl of braised pork rice before me, sold outside, costs at least 16 yuan. Yet, delivered right to my doorstep, it is a mere 12 yuan. Such a delightful opportunity is rare to find. Lu Shui is well aware that this is a strategy employed by merchants to capture the market in its initial stages. Perhaps in a few years, or even by next year, this may no longer be the case. But what does that matter for the present moment? Lu Shui could not resist sharing this splendid news with her friends. No need to descend to purchase, it arrives within 20 minutes. Initially, her friends were skeptical. A lower price, delivered directly to their homes. Could such a blessing truly exist? Indeed, one might wonder if they were being deceived. I have seen similar advertisements. But is it genuinely that convenient? However, Lu Shui laid the facts before them, leaving no room for rebuttal. Driven by curiosity, some chose to give it a try. And so, it was indeed delightful. Chapter 100, A Triumphant First Battle. A milestone success. You have a new order. You have a new order. You have a new order. In a certain restaurant, the proprietor listened to the cold electronic notification with a face beaming with delight. Cold? He found the notification to be exceedingly warm. 2 portions of braised eggplant, 3 servings of sweet and sour ribs, 1 serving of braised pork chop. The owner instructed the kitchen, unable to contain his smile. Owner, what is the occasion today? Why does this little gadget keep announcing new orders? Oh, this is the notification from Have You Eaten? Whenever a customer places an order with us, we receive a notification. Really? Where do they place the orders? Online. On their phones. Is it really that impressive? The middle-aged man dining in the restaurant appeared somewhat bewildered. You're not being scammed, are you? Impossible. The owner of this company is named Chintung. Have you heard of him? Who? Is this Chintung famous? The middle-aged man seemed indifferent to matters online. However, the owner spoke with pride. An 18-year-old billionaire studying at Archiming University. 18-year-old billionaire? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. 18 is just the age of adulthood. How could he possibly be a billionaire? The owner, noticing the man's incredulity, felt a sense of superiority wash over him. I only learned about it a few days ago. Their employee came to promote this to me, and I initially didn't believe it. But after researching the news, I became convinced. Their owner has even been reported by television stations. The middle-aged man was astounded. For someone of his age, television was an absolute authority. Online. Information from the internet is often deceitful. Well, your business today seems quite prosperous with so many orders. Indeed, I was contemplating closing down. But I never expected such a turn of events. The owner beamed with joy. His restaurant was not ideally located, situated near 2 residential communities. However, to reach his establishment, one would have to pass at least 10 other restaurants. This often led customers, when seeking a meal, to be lured away by the preceding establishments. Furthermore, the flavors of his dishes were not memorable enough to distinguish themselves significantly from those of the surrounding eateries. If business continued to falter, he would have no choice but to close down. Yet, unexpectedly, this surge occurred. While offline patrons might hesitate to walk a few extra steps, customers ordering online cared little for swiping a few more times. They were indifferent to the fact that his restaurant was located several dozen meters farther than others. After all, the delivery times were hardly different. Observing the delivery riders bustling in and out of his restaurant, the owner felt that this decision was undeniably the right one. Although the profit per dish was modest, the sheer volume of sales was remarkable. Upon reflection, the earnings for the day surpassed all previous figures significantly. At this moment, his heart brimmed only with gratitude towards Chintung. The entrepreneurial incubator at Business School 108 erupted with a resounding cheer at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The total number of orders from morning until that hour had reached an astonishing 300,000, with a population of 6 million in Chiming City. This implies that 1 in every 20 residents was utilizing Have You Eaten? A remarkable achievement for an app that had only launched a day prior. This figure aligned perfectly with Zhang Ningxin's expectations for the day. If 300,000 orders could be accomplished in half a day, surely reaching 500,000 by days and would pose no challenge. A smile could hardly be contained on Zhang Ningxin's face. Nonetheless, she cautioned, currently, Blue Knight achieved a daily order volume of 1 million in June and has since expanded into several cities. We remain unaware of their current order volume, so we still have a considerable journey ahead of us. Furthermore, she instructed the station managers to meticulously verify cash-on-delivery orders during the tallying process, warning of the complications that could arise from miscalculations. Someone chuckled. Rest assured, we have emphasized this numerous times. It's unlikely anyone would make such a basic mistake. This time, we have indeed succeeded. Zhang Ningxin nodded in agreement, dialing Chun Tang's number to share the good news. 300,000. Excellent. Today we should reach 500,000. 000 without issue. You've worked hard, senior. No, it was your brilliant strategy. I merely followed the path you laid out. A sense of unreality washed over Zhang Ningxin. Reflecting on her previous successes on campus, she had already regarded Chun Tung as exceptional for his ability to scale food delivery to such heights. Now have you eaten? Had successfully transitioned from campus to countless households. She found Chun Tung truly remarkable. No need for false modesty. After hearing Zhang Ningxin's report, Chun Tung felt a wave of relief. However, a significant task lay ahead. In a few days, compile our results and accompany me on a business trip. A business trip? Where to? We will be discussing business with some major corporations, true Fortune 500 giants. Chun Tung replied with a smile. Thus far, have you eaten? Had genuinely gained societal recognition. Except for companies dealing in educational supplies, achievements within the school were hardly impressive. With tangible success in the real world, Chun Tung could engage in partnerships with chain brands, which represented the swiftest avenue to bolster consumer trust. He aimed to cultivate a perception among users that if major enterprises, such as Uncle McDonald's or Grandfather Kin, were collaborating with Have You Eaten, then the service must be trustworthy. However, the Snow King of the present is not yet as invincible as in later times. The major milk tea brands of this era have merely begun to unveil their brilliance. The Fortune Global 500? Zhang Ningxin was taken aback. Even though Have You Eaten has achieved a certain level of success, and Tingdao Games can be considered a behemoth in Qiming City, the title of Fortune Global 500 remains overwhelmingly prestigious. Are they truly expected to negotiate collaborations with the giants of the Fortune 500? Zhang Ningxin felt that the gap was indeed too vast. Nevertheless, the recent work experience has significantly enhanced Zhang Ningxin's adaptability. In a matter of seconds, she successfully recalibrated her mindset. Very well, boss. Yes. As this is a rather significant collaboration, I will attend personally, and you can follow along to learn and familiarize yourself. Presently, there remains a noticeable disparity between enterprises of the caliber of Chun Tung and Ken Mai. Personally visiting also serves to convey sincerity. Chapter 101. Soaring towards the East Sea on the first day, the order volume for Eat It reached 525 for 198. The following day, it rose to 576, 113. By the third day, orders surged to 638, 877, and on the fourth day, the count reached 654, 316. However, on the fifth day, a decline in daily orders was finally observed. Yet, by the sixth day, the numbers rebounded once more, stabilizing around 700, 000. Chun Tung was quite content with these figures. On the seventh day, Chun Tung accompanied Zhang Ningxin on a flight to Donghai City, where the headquarters of Weiniing Huagua Catering was located. In Huagua, Weiniing held independent operational rights. Thanks to Tingdao Games, Chun Tung effortlessly secured a meeting with the president of Weiniing. On board the aircraft, Zhang Ningxin curiously surveyed the scenery outside. Was it truly that captivating? Wasn't it merely the blue sky and white clouds? Chun Tung found it difficult to comprehend the fascination. What was there to capture? Since the moment the plane ascended, Zhang Ningxin began snapping pictures. Each cloud appeared unique, she insisted. Chun Tung cast a glance outside. Wasn't he at all the same? He didn't understand, yet he respected her enthusiasm. By the way, boss, why didn't we take the high-speed train? I recall that it's quicker from Qiming City to Donghai City. Isn't it? The tickets were sold out, Chun Tung sighed. He was acutely aware of that. Considering the time spent on security checks and traveling to the airport, flying was indeed slower than the train. Yet, he had no other choice. This was his first flight since his rebirth. Gazing at the drifting white clouds outside, Chun Tung couldn't help but reflect on his journey. Time had passed, and he had transformed from an ordinary worker into a billionaire. In this life, he was determined to avoid mediocrity. Upon disembarking, Chun Tung noticed someone holding a sign bearing his name. Weiniing even sent someone to pick us up? Zhang Ningxin exclaimed, taken aback. In the presence of a colossal entity like Weiniing, Tingdao Games, and Eat It seemed mere minnows. She hadn't anticipated anyone would come to greet them. It's quite normal. One gets used to it. Chun Tung smiled. Although he felt insignificant before Weiniing, he was not meeting the owner, merely the president of Weiniing Huagua. The title of president sounded imposing, as if the entire enterprise was beholden to him. Yet, in truth, a president was merely a senior employee. The domineering characters portrayed in dramas were often more than just presidents. They held substantial shares, which bestowed them with their authority. Regardless, Chun Tung still bore the identity of a boss. The individual sent to receive them appeared to be a woman in her mid-20s. elegantly dressed in a tailored professional outfit that accentuated her graceful figure. Her neat, short hair gave her an air of competence and sharpness. Well, Zhang Ningxin couldn't help but exclaim softly as she stood beside Qinting. In my youth, I often fantasized about becoming a woman of such stature. Exuding the essence of a corporate elite. You already embody that. In fact, you surpass her. Qinting replied softly. Zhang Ningxin was taken aback. Before she could process his words, the woman before them approached Qinting. Hello, Mr. Qin, Mr. Zhang. I am Tang Xiaoxin, the assistant to Mark, the president of Wanying Huagua. The two exchanged gentle handshakes and proceeded to the vehicle prepared for them by Wanying Huagua. The car made its way towards the headquarters of Wanying Huagua in Donghai City. In a short span, they arrived at the headquarters located in Donghai City. At the base of the company, Qinting encountered Mark, the president mentioned by Tang Xiaoxin. A man in his 40s, he bore a striking resemblance to a mixed-blood individual. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Mark from Wanying. I was impressed by your achievements when I saw you on the news, meeting you in person today. You truly are a talented young leader. Mark approached Qinting, offering a handshake followed by a warm embrace. This display of enthusiasm left Qinting somewhat taken aback. Thank you, Mr. Mark, you are too kind. As a senior in the business realm, I should be learning from you, Qinting replied. There is nothing to say about it. Those who praise others are often praised in return, he added, immediately returning the compliment. Their mutual flattery continued until they reached Mark's office. Once seated, Qinting faced Mark directly, with Zhang Ningxin standing behind him and Tang Xiaoxin behind Mark. Mark wasted no time and inquired. We briefly discussed over the phone, and I understand you wish to explore a collaboration with Wanying Catering. What form of collaboration do you have in mind? There are primarily two avenues for collaboration. I wonder how familiar you are with our Tenders Have You Eaten? Qinting replied. I know it is a food delivery application. However, if you are aware of what Wanying has to offer, you would know that our flagship brand, Grandpa Kin's Fried Chicken, has its own delivery system. Why would we need to collaborate with Have You Eaten? Mark wore a smile, yet beneath it lay a firm refusal. Qinting responded with a smile of his own. He was indeed aware that Grandpa Kin's Fried Chicken boasted its own delivery team, famously known as Grandpa Kin's Express. In a previous life, when both parties reached an agreement, Blue Knight and Yellow Knight had nearly unified the national food delivery market. At that time, collaboration was advantageous for Grandpa Kin, providing an additional sales channel. Currently, however, Have You Eaten was still too weak, hardly capable of enhancing sales for Grandpa Kin. Thus, persuading Mark in front of him would be a formidable challenge. Yet, the more difficult the task, the greater the challenge it presented. It seems Mr. Mark believes we cannot offer much assistance to Wanying, Qinting remarked. You've misunderstood, Mr. Chun. That is not my intention, Mark replied, shaking his head with a smile. Qinting understood that, in truth, that was precisely his sentiment. It is merely a desire to avoid harsh words and to leave room for both parties. Mark often contemplates the influence of Tingda games within Huagua. It is substantial, second only to KK. Given this, if Wanying could engage in profound cooperation with Tingda, I firmly believe the outcome would ultimately be mutually beneficial. What does such deep cooperation entail? Mark understands that profound collaboration signifies bundled sales. To partner with Tingda Games, one must also collaborate with Have You Eaten? Uncle Kin's Fried Chicken frequently employs the sales strategy during its operations. Thus, he is quite curious about the type of package Qinting will offer for this bundled sales approach. Co-branding. Chapter 102, Deep Cooperation Plants vs. Zombies, Angry Birds, Fruit Ninja, and Happy Crystals have all become phenomenal games within China, a fact that I am certain Mr. Mark is well aware of. Indeed, I am quite cognizant of this. To be frank, even if Mr. Qin had not approached us, we would have sought ways to collaborate with Tinda Games. Grandpa Kin has previously ventured into co-branding with other brands. As early as the year 2000, Pokemon collaborated with Grandpa Kin, offering toys with meal sets. Given this history, we possess an inherently strong foundation for collaboration. However, a mere co-branding initiative would not suffice for a profound partnership between our two companies. What if we were to introduce skins within the game? Mr. Mark should recognize the immense popularity of our game, correct? If we were to release a skin that all newcomers could claim for free, it would effectively serve as a 24-hour advertisement embedded within our game. Mr. Chin's voice was laced with a devilish allure. As Mr. Mark absorbed Chin's words, he momentarily fell into contemplation. This level of collaboration certainly qualifies as a deep partnership. In contrast to launching a co-branded meal set and selling toys, this approach presents a significantly greater implicit benefit. I must concede, This proposal is indeed tempting. Should we launch another co-branded meal set, I believe our sales at Grandpa Kin's will soar to unprecedented heights. It appears Mr. Mark is quite appreciative of the games produced by Tinda. This is a compelling bargaining chip. Chin observed that Mark still harbored reservations. Thus, he directly inquired, "What concerns does Mr. Mark still have?" "I would wager that for at least the next 6 months, no game will surpass the popularity of Tinda's offerings. With Wan Ying's sales surging and the partnership with Eat It Up, this is clearly a win-win situation." Mark remained non-committal, stating it is indeed a win-win. However, I ponder whether, since Mr. Chin is willing to collaborate with us at Wan Ying, he would also be amenable to partnering with other dining brands. If identical requests are made to every dining brand, co-branding will lose its value. Once co-branding becomes trivial, the anticipated boost in our sales post-collaboration may not be as optimistic as expected. Chin grasped the implication. They sought exclusivity. A deep collaboration solely with Wan Ying for 6 months. That is acceptable. As Chin articulated, this is a win-win scenario. Mark had no reason to decline. Therefore, it is with great pleasure that we celebrate the establishment of our profound cooperative relationship. Ha ha ha, it is indeed our honor to achieve a deep collaboration with Mr. Chin. Now, shall we discuss the second cooperation? The second cooperation? Mark inquired, puzzled. He pondered carefully. Tinda Games collaborating with Grandpa Kin, and Grandpa Kin partnering with Eat It Up. Aren't these already 2 collaborations? What could the second one possibly be? We intend to establish a fixed weekly promotional event at Have You Eaten? And I am uncertain whether Wan Ying has any interest in participating. What does it mean? It signifies a weekly promotional activity. Chinting grinned and introduced the concept of Crazy Thursday. Mark slightly furrowed his brow and shook his head. "I apologize, General Manager Chin, but I believe your notion of Crazy Thursday lacks substantial significance. While an ordinary promotional event may indeed boost sales to some extent, it may not yield results as favorable as the activities orchestrated by Uncle Ken at his own pace. Therefore, I regret to inform you that Wan Ying will not be partaking in this fixed promotional plan." Chin Ting nodded with a smile. "That is your statement. I was merely eager to share this idea with you. It was you who declined. In fact, during the height of Crazy Thursday, there were those who remarked that it was an unexpected phenomenon. The officials had hoped for the event's success, yet they never anticipated it would gain such immense popularity. Consequently, many expressed their frustrations, lamenting, if you can't afford to play, don't play. There were also numerous individuals who believed that Uncle Ken's fried chicken squandered a valuable marketing opportunity. Had this meal package been more affordable, wouldn't that day have yielded substantial profits? Regardless of what the executives at Uncle Ken's were truly thinking at the time, it is evident that they somewhat squandered this viral phenomenon. Given this circumstance, Chin Tu was prepared to take a chance. "No worries, I understand. This collaboration is not of utmost importance. Thank you for your understanding, General Manager Chin. Now, let us continue discussing the specifics of our previous cooperative arrangements." The 2 men adopted a more serious demeanor. After a rough outline was discussed, the next topic of conversation shifted to detailed profit sharing. Would the co-branded meal be a direct payment from Uncle Ken to Tinda Games, or would a portion of each sale be allocated to Tinda Games? How much would the platform take from the collaboration with Have You Eaten? One cannot merely state one. Even a mere fluctuation of one could significantly impact the final sum. Zhang Ningxin attentively listened to the verbal sparring between the two. Chin Tae's stance was remarkably firm, while Mark's demeanor was equally sharp beneath a veneer of amiability. Both were staunchly committed to their respective viewpoints, to the extent that neither was willing to concede. Tang Xiaoxin looked on in astonishment at Chin Tung. She had presumed that the creator of a company like Tinda Games would be a programmer or a tech enthusiast, especially considering that the general manager of Tinda Games is Linya. Thus, she believed Chin Tung would be less articulate. Little did she expect his persuasive prowess to be so formidable. He cited references, analyzed pros and cons, and was unwavering when it came to financial matters. Consequently, Tang Xiaoxin found herself refilling their glasses multiple times until the negotiation finally reached a pause. She hadn't anticipated that General Manager Chin's negotiation skills would be so exceptional. It seems Tinda Company is destined to become a colossal entity in the future. I appreciate Mark's kind words. Chin Tung felt a sense of rivalry. These seasoned individuals, who have navigated the business world for years, are unlikely to make significant concessions regarding core interests. Fortunately, the allure of Tinda Games is indeed substantial for Wan Ying. They ultimately agreed to collaborate for a year with an initial commission of 8.25. The continuation of their partnership would depend on future circumstances. Chin Tung was acutely aware that if Tinda Games and Ch. Luma were to lose influence thereafter, the commission rate would likely diminish significantly. Conversely, should their impact increase, the commission could rise. Xiaoxin, please see them off. There is no need to trouble Assistant Tang. We can return on our own, he said. Very well, then. Safe travels. The two exchanged handshakes once more in farewell. Upon exiting the Wanying building with Zhang Ningxin, Chen Teng was met with her admiring gaze. Boss, you are truly remarkable. Chapter 103, The Failed Man. Well, it's all right, Chen Teng said with a cheerful smile. Next, you will need to engage personally in discussions about cooperation. Which brand shall you approach? Any well-known chain brands would suffice, he continued. However, the outcome is not of paramount importance. A casual conversation will do. Casual conversation? Zhang Ningxin expressed her confusion. It was evident that Chen Teng had initially placed significant emphasis on this collaboration. Why had his level of seriousness diminished when it came to other brands? Indeed, the traffic-driving effect of Grandpa Ken's brand surpasses that of all the others combined. Chen Teng asserted confidently. This was not to say that Grandpa Ken was exceptionally remarkable, outmatching all other brands. At least domestically, Kinma held a prominent position. Even if Grandpa Ken were slightly superior, the division would be at most 60-40. However, the essence of driving traffic lies in cost-effectiveness. The audience attracted by Grandpa Ken and other brands undoubtedly overlaps significantly. If, hypothetically, Grandpa Ken could attract 60 out of 100 individuals, while Mike could draw in 50, then at least 40 of those individuals would be reachable by both. It is akin to the first sip of a 3 yuan cola being worth 2. 5. The first brand willing to partner with Are You Hungry would yield the greatest impact. Upon elucidating this to Zhang Ningxin, she suddenly comprehended the rationale. Thus, the importance of collaborating with other brands diminishes in the presence of Grandpa Ken. Yes, I shall proceed to discuss platform matters with Mai, Xing, and Shui Wang. Indeed, we can afford to lower the commission. However, we must adhere to our agreement with Wanting regarding joint collaborations. Understood. Oh. And please refrain from collaborating with Xing Coffee. I have my reservations about that brand. Oh. Zhang Ningxin did not grasp Chen Teng's aversion, but sensed he had no intention of elaborating. Moreover, it is crucial to establish numerous partnerships with local brands. If this endeavor does not culminate in success, it is of little consequence. When Are You Hungry expands, there will be opportunities for second and third collaborations. Chen Teng was aware that many prominent brands perceived collaboration with Are You Hungry as unnecessary. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. Whatever can be achieved in this round is what will be achieved. All right, I understand. The following day, at Wan Ying's headquarters, Zhang Xin and Huang Huan arrived simultaneously. Meeting with the president, Mark greeted them with great warmth. However, when the topic of cooperation arose, he courteously declined. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Huang, but we believe that Wanting does not require collaboration with your delivery platform. We possess our own delivery team. Mr. Mark, we at Blue Knight are genuinely sincere. In our first year, we are willing to forego any commission, solely serving as a channel to assist Grandpa Ken in sales. Mark sighed inwardly. If Chen Teng had not appeared, he would have been willing to collaborate with the Blue Knight. The prospect of not taking any commission in the first year is indeed a considerable temptation. If sales could be increased even slightly, it would yield greater profits. Conversely, if sales were meager, it could simply be regarded as a missed opportunity. Regardless, there would still be a profit. However, Mark is acutely aware that neither the Blue Knight nor the Have You Eaten platform can significantly boost the sales of Grandpa Ken's fried chicken. Their current visibility is far too low, and their user base is insufficient. I regret to inform you, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Huang, that Wanting does not have any plans in this regard at the moment. Very well, if that is the case, we shall take our leave. Zhang Xin and Huang Huan had no choice but to concede. Mark instructed Tang Xiaoxin to see them off, but they politely declined the offer. Once the two had departed, Tang Xiaoxin, puzzled, asked Mark, why aren't we collaborating with the Blue Knight? From what I understand, they seem quite promising and could potentially aid our sales, right? It could be of some assistance, but not significantly enough to warrant a fallout with Mr. Chun and his team, Mark replied. Xiaoxin remained unconvinced. During yesterday's negotiations, there was no mention of exclusive cooperation, and Mr. Chen did not refuse our collaboration with other food delivery companies. Mark asserted, business does not operate in that manner. Tingda Games is on a trajectory to become a commercial titan. If we partner with the Blue Knight, it would inevitably lead to a rift with Tingda. Such a trivial sum is not worth the trouble. There is an old saying in our country, cultivate many friends and minimize your enemies. Moreover, from a perspective standpoint. I have greater faith in Have You Eaten, alongside Tingda rather than the Blue Knight. The latter lacks any substantial backing, while the former is supported by Tingda. Ultimately, the existence of the Blue Knight is still uncertain. Mark's words illuminated Tang Xiaoxin's understanding. She couldn't help but exclaim, Qinting is indeed remarkable. So young yet so affluent, and he holds his own in negotiations with you, Mr. Mark. Indeed, Mark mused. Such an exceptional young man is a rarity on a global scale. You often lament the scarcity of admirable youth, yet what about him? As the conversation progressed, Mark's tone took on a teasing note. Tang Xiaoxin's cheeks flushed. I do find him appealing, but he may not regard me in the same light. The girl he brought along possesses commendable qualities across the board. Mark erupted in laughter, well aware that many young men in the company had pursued Tang Xiaoxin. Yet her standards were exceedingly high. None had met her expectations. They were either deemed unattractive, too old, lacking in physique, or without promising futures. It was a rarity for someone as outstanding as Qinting to emerge, yet paradoxically, it rendered Tang Xiaoxin somewhat insecure. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Xian and Huang Huan exited Wanning, feeling profoundly disheartened by their recent setback. After all, Grandpa Qin's fried chicken, under the auspices of Wanning Catering, stands as the most renowned and effective chain brand in the country. It was quite unexpected that President Mark would reject our proposal. Logically, given that we were not seeking a commission, they had no grounds for refusal. Zhang Xian found this perplexing. Foregoing a commission was indeed their boldest decision yet. Surely, they would not expect us to pay them, would they? The two were momentarily at a loss, compelled to proceed to the next establishment. Let us venture to Uncle Mike's Burgers. If they decline as well, our struggle against Have You Eaten will become exceedingly arduous. Both Uncle Mike's and Grandpa Qin's headquarters are situated in Donghai City. Hailing a cab, they arrived at Uncle Mike's headquarters. Exchanging a glance, the two stepped through the threshold of the rival company. Chapter 104. Comprehensive Expansion. Swift confrontation. Approximately a week later, the food delivery service Eat It has firmly established itself in Qiming City. Eat It has been fervently recruiting riders and engaging with various businesses in neighboring cities. Its recognition has soared nationwide. Oh, why is there still no Eat It near my home? I long to savor the braised pork rice delivered to my door for just 9 yuan. One person in the group mentioned that yesterday he managed to get 2 hamburgers, a bag of fries, and a cup of cola for only 9 yuan, which left me envious, hoping Eat It would swiftly arrive in our area. Thanks to Eat It, the prices for the local delivery service Blue Knight have inexplicably dropped significantly, indicating it has felt the pressure from Eat It. The proprietor of Eat It is none other than Qintung, the remarkable figure behind Tingda Games. An 18-year-old billionaire? It is astonishing that someone so young has built such a formidable enterprise. I've heard he only attended a third-tier university. Yet, a reputable institution is by no means inferior to a third-tier one. This discussion gradually shifted from Eat It to Qintung himself. The numerous accolades surrounding Qintung have made him the envy of many young individuals once again. Eat It and Blue Knight have finally encountered their first clash. Residents of Luan City, near Qiming City, have become exhilarated by Eat It's expansion. Let them fight. Let them engage in a price war. I can hardly wait to see the rivers run red with competition. Previously, many online speculated that these two companies would engage in fierce rivalry, and to our surprise, it has commenced right here. Our local forum is now filled with advertisements for both services. Luan City is one of the initial cities for Eat It's expansion and was also previously a city where Blue Knight had already established itself. In response to Eat It's entry, Blue Knight promptly launched its low-price campaign. Since Eat It had predominantly advertised meals for 9 yuan, Blue Knight countered with a slogan of 9 yuan for a meal. For an individual, 9 yuan could afford a sumptuous feast. Thus, on the very day that Blue Knight announced its campaign, Eat It swiftly followed suit, ushering in the era of 9 yuan per meal. However, the price of 9 yuan could not quell Blue Knight's ambitions. Just a day later, Blue Knight's 9 yuan meal slogan was revised to 9 yuan. Both companies engaged in a back-and-forth price reduction. Within a week, the cost of a meal through the delivery platforms plummeted to below 5 yuan. There were even instances where one could enjoy a meal for merely a single cent. The citizens of Luan City delighted in the skirmish between the two companies. The cost of dining has significantly diminished. Red envelopes with no threshold of 8 or 9 yuan, even reaching into the double digits, were ubiquitous. Merchants were equally overjoyed. Such low-price deliveries were subsidized by the platform rather than the businesses themselves. As their sales surged, their costs remained virtually unchanged. The meager commissions and platform subsidies pale in comparison. The riders are equally elated. With an increase in the number of delivery orders, their earnings have soared. Spending a few dollars for lunch after a tiring morning is simply delightful. The cost of daily meals is less than 10 yuan. Yet they can indulge in meat with every dish. This is nothing short of extraordinary. Is Chun Ting not remarkably audacious? How dare he challenge this? Zhang Xin felt a chill as he examined the compiled data. Now, the average cost for an ordinary person to enjoy a meal from Blue Night is merely around 5 yuan. In contrast, Have You Eaten is even more aggressive, with an average price of approximately 5 yuan. Previously, the market in Luoyang City was dominated by Blue Night. Now, with the arrival of Have You Eaten, it has gnawed away at half of Blue Night, a share. Moreover, the portion that has been consumed will only continue to grow. Should we reveal our collaboration with Uncle McBigger? No, not just yet. We shall temporarily expand our battlefield. If a price war can resolve this, Zhang Xin is reluctant to play the McDonald's card too soon. He hopes that this partnership can serve both as a means of attracting customers and generating profit. Should it be utilized now? It would inevitably need to be accompanied by a price war, which would only serve to attract customers. Thus, in Luoyang City, Blue Night maintains low prices while simultaneously exploring other cities. However, Zhang Xin was taken aback when he discovered that Qintung was swiftly following suit. Just a day after Blue Night entered the market, Have You Eaten began recruiting riders and contacting merchants. Within 3 days, Qintung could completely catch up and initiate a price war. Zhang Xin felt somewhat stifled. It was as if they were being pursued relentlessly. Behind them, there must be a formidable ground promotion team. Such rapid follow-up is unattainable without a competent team. Nevertheless, this is also attributed to the notoriety of Have You Eaten and Blue Night. The recognition of both brands allows them to engage with merchants and riders without excessive explanation. Indeed, astute merchants, upon seeing the ground promotion team's attire, readily agreed to collaborate. However, Zhang Xin soon realized that Qintung was not merely trailing them. Qintung was ambitiously expanding nationwide. Such a bold move. Zhang Xin felt a tingle of apprehension. Unbeknownst to him, this was precisely Qintung's strategy. Initially, Qinting's team was limited, lacking experience in expansion, and their financial resources were constrained. Therefore, he deliberately restrained the growth of Have You Eaten, fearing it would provoke Blue Night. At that time, if Blue Night aggressively invested in expansion, they would undoubtedly roll out their operations at lightning speed. Should that happen, catching up would become significantly more challenging for Qinting. Fortunately, his calculated restraint succeeded. Blue Night, unaware of Have You Eaten, focused solely on steady expansion. In fact, this was indeed a prudent approach. Steady progress with minimal errors is no easy feat. As soon as signs of competition arise, one must swiftly expand to capture the market. Yet, no one anticipated that the emergence of Have You Eaten would stir such a tempest in the food delivery sector. In the eyes of Blue Night, Have You Eaten appeared abruptly, with scarcely any warning. What Qintung desires now is to act more swiftly than Blue Night, so rapid that the opponent cannot possibly react, rendering Have You Eaten the dominion across the nation. This endeavor demands a substantial workforce, considerable financial resources, and a replicable, reliable strategy. Conveniently, Qintung had long ago instructed Zhang Mingxin to commence recruitment. Have You Eaten possesses all these essentials. One can only hope for a swift resolution to this battle. Observing the data compiled by the analytics department, Qintung murmurs. Yet reality seldom unfolds as smoothly as one might wish. Chapter 105, The Ultimate Showdown. Under the relentless pursuit of Qintung, Blue Night is experiencing a continuous retreat across the nation. In terms of pricing, Eat Now consistently maintains an average order price lower than that of Blue Night. In the best-case scenario, the prices merely break even. When it comes to employee benefits, Eat Now recruits riders and mid-level managers in each city with offers surpassing those of Blue Night. As for promotion, Qintung's online marketing efforts are unparalleled. Bolstered by his status as an 18-year-old billionaire, which inherently attracts significant attention, this results in lower promotional costs and greater effectiveness. Zhang Xin realizes that his judgment of Qintung has been flawed. Qintung is not lacking in ambition. Rather, he possesses an extraordinary audacity, an audacity that seemingly disregards monetary constraints. The speed at which he spends is nothing short of astonishing. It is conceivable that he may incur losses of several million in a single day. Zhang Xin is uncertain. But rumors suggest that Chun Tung has over 1 billion in liquid assets. Even if he were to lose 10 million in a day, he could sustain such losses for 100 days. Moreover, his ventures in gaming continuously provide him with a steady stream of revenue. The thought of this sends shivers down Zhang Xian's spine. There is no competition, absolutely none. If Chun Tung can maintain this spending spree for the next 100 days, Blue Knight will undoubtedly crumble. In fact, it may not even take 100 days. A mere month could suffice for Chun Tung to vanquish Blue Knight. In desperation, Blue Knight is compelled to unleash their ultimate weapon, Uncle McBurger, one of the most renowned fast food chains in the country, rivaling Grandpa Ken's fried chicken. Additionally, there are other major players such as Star Coffee. Chun Tung, upon witnessing this, is utterly delighted. He never anticipated that everyone would think along the same lines. However, Zhang Ningxin has not secured a deal with Uncle McBurger due to insufficient conditions offered by Eat Now. Nevertheless, after acquiring Grandpa Ken's, Chun Tung's need for Uncle McBurger has diminished. Given this, they promptly launched their promotional activities. Soon, everyone discovers that Eat Now has introduced a Crazy Thursday event, where one can purchase a Grandpa Ken burger, a side, and a soda for just $9.99 if it were another burger brand. The pampered customers might consider this price unremarkable. However, for Grandpa Ken, this price appears exceedingly favorable. Furthermore, there is a combo offer of 2 burgers and 2 original chickens for just $19.99, presenting an array of enticing deals before the public. Upon comparing with Blue Knight, the allure of the latter fades significantly. This is a blatant disregard for monetary value. Zhang Xian is astounded. How can they be so competitive? Is Grandpa Ken truly selling at this price? Without a doubt, Zhang Xian concludes that this pricing is subsidized by Chun Tung. But why would Chun Tung choose to act this way? It is akin to a card game where Chun Tung plays a 3 of a kind, and he counters with a 4 of a kind. Upon noticing Chun Tung's audacity to retaliate, Zhang Xian immediately unleashed his trump card. However, he felt somewhat numb. It is essential to recognize that within the domestic arena, the status of Uncle Ken has always been slightly superior to that of Uncle Mai. After finally executing a formidable move, he was promptly suppressed by Chun Tung once more. Furthermore, there was Star Coffee. Given Star Coffee's elevated status domestically, it could have potentially attracted a considerable user base for Zhang Xian. Yet, unexpectedly, the collaboration with Chun Tung's Snow King managed to implement a remarkable strategy of offering 2 cups of coffee or milk tea for just $9.99. This initiative led many to attempt to taste, and upon doing so, they discovered it was surprisingly delightful. Although Star Coffee and the Blue Knight had its subsidies, the magnitude of these incentives was insufficient to generate a significant influx of customers. Consequently, Zhang Xian convened another executive meeting to deliberate on strategies. In the meeting room of Blue Knight, an indescribable tension permeated the air. Time seemed to slow, with each second bearing an unusual weight. Their gazes were either fixed on the tabletop or directed straight ahead, as if such focus could allow them to evade the harsh reality before them. They were acutely aware of the current predicament. Despite continuous revenue growth, every city was being stifled by the relentless competition from Have You Eaten? Everyone, let us pull ourselves together. We have not lost yet. Though Zhang Xian's heart was somewhat numb, he understood that as the owner of Blue Knight, he must not exhibit any signs of pessimism. If he were to display such negativity, it would quickly proliferate throughout the organization. However, the air in this meeting room was already thick with despondency. Boss, it's not that we do not wish to rally our spirits. It's just that Chun Tung is exceedingly formidable. Indeed, boss, this individual seems to regard money with utter disdain. The ferocity of the price war is one thing, but his generosity in salaries is quite another. When we seek to recruit mid-level management, we find ourselves competing for the scraps left by Chun Tung. He possesses both wealth and an inclination to burn cash, rendering us utterly perplexed. The cadre of impeccably dressed executives wore faces of despair, devoid of any semblance of commercial prowess. Meanwhile, Huang Huan remained relatively composed. Zhang, I believe their strategy is to convey their determination through this financial onslaught. It appears they have succeeded. Who claims that? I have no intention of conceding, Zhang Xian retorted, somewhat irritated. Does Chun Tung possess resolve? Zhang Xian has resolve too. It's merely that he currently lacks sufficient funds. No, what I mean is, Chun Tung's approach may be aimed at impressing the venture capitalists, burning cash to attract VC attention. Zhang Xian began to regain his composure. Huang Huan continued, we lack sufficient funds, and if we wish to continue competing with Tingda, we must seek financial support from the VCs. However, if Chun Tung's stance remains so resolute, The VCs will also need to reconsider the viability of investing in us. This could potentially diminish their confidence in our venture. Upon hearing Huang Huan's explanation, a trace of despair flickered across Zhang Xian's face. Did Qinteng truly contemplate so much? It no longer mattered. What held significance was the undeniable outcome that had transpired. Regardless of Qinteng's intended audience, the well-informed venture capitalists could indeed perceive his unwavering stance, subsequently diminishing their confidence in Blue Knight. There appeared to be no alternative. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. Within merely half a month, we have squandered over 10 million of our funds. The larger the undertaking, the swifter the expenditure. Competing with, have you eaten, can only hinge upon the support of those venture capital firms. Chapter 106. The warm breeze of December after the news of Blue Knight's search for investment was released, Qinteng received this information as well. Though Dagda's sensitivity to information does not rival that of larger corporations, it is certainly not sluggish. At least they are not oblivious to developments. Under Qinteng's impetus, this fierce financial battle commenced a full 3 years earlier than anticipated. Within the newly rented office building in Qiming City, the youthful team gathered in excitement. In stark contrast to their competitors' despair, their current advantageous position filled them with exhilaration. Let us maintain this momentum for the time being. There is no need for haste or complacency. Boss, should we consider getting involved in Blue Knight as financing? Do not concern yourselves too much. Qinteng waved his hand dismissively. The attention of major venture capitalists is not currently focused on us. Have you not noticed what is truly trending? A smile spread across his face. The others finally grasped the implication of his words. Group buying? Indeed, group buying. Qinteng was quite pleased with their quick response. In the year 2011, the most intense internet financial warfare revolved around a singular phenomenon, group buying. The infamous battle of 1,000 groups can be traced back to the establishment of the first group buying website in 2010. Commencing in the latter half of that year and concluding in 2014, it was during this tumultuous period that Blue Knight quietly developed, only to encounter its most formidable rival, Yellow Knight, after the battle's conclusion. Thus, there is no need for concern. We simply need to expand methodically. In a few months, we shall reap the fruits of victory. However, remember to report any changes in the landscape promptly. At this juncture, aside from Blue Knight, no other takeaway platforms possess competitive strength. Yet, we cannot rule out the possibility that capital might take notice of the heated competition and wish to partake in the spoils. These dynamics must be monitored closely. Rest assured. Boss, we will remain vigilant. Good then. By the end of this year, I shall reward you all with a substantial bonus. Qinteng employed his skill of animated persuasion. The team erupted in cheers. They were well aware that Qinteng was unequivocal when it came to financial rewards. By the way, Qin Good, should we also dabble in a group buying website? Miao Xinzheng inquired excitedly. I recently researched this group buying model and discovered that it requires a substantial number of ground-level personnel. Should we give it a try? Due to his adeptness in communication, Miao Xinzheng had been appointed by Qinteng as the leader of the ground promotion team, and he was eager to achieve greater success. Let's hold off for now, Qinteng stated, as he currently lacked the capital for such an endeavor. The intensity of the financial warfare during the battle of 1,000 groups far surpassed that of the current skirmish between the two takeaway giants. Tengda is not yet equipped to enter this fray. Of course, this does not imply that Qinteng lacks aspirations in the realm of group buying. It is simply not the right time. Once we have vanquished the Blue Knights, I shall lead you all in bringing down the various group buying websites one by one. Qinteng has once again unleashed his animated pancake skill. In times of economic prosperity, individuals often yearn for spiritual richness as well, such as achieving great accomplishments. However, true success in this regard is not something that can be accomplished by mere merchants. Yet, if one can expand their territory in the marketplace, that indeed brings with it a significant sense of achievement. Hooray! Miao Xinzheng was somewhat exhilarated, with tears glistening in his eyes. Before meeting Qinteng, he often felt diminished among his relatives at home. Due to his penchant for making friends and his lackluster academic performance, he was often viewed as a ne'er-do-well. However, Miao Xinzheng believed that he simply had not yet encountered what truly ignited his passion. He possessed little talent for conventional studies. Perhaps it was the vanity of youth that made him relish the feeling of being surrounded by familiar brothers and friends while strolling down the street. His greatest skill lay in dealing with people, and it was also his greatest joy. Before encountering Qinteng, this talent seemed utterly useless, but after meeting him, it proved to be immensely valuable. Miao Zhengzheng could spend 3 days and nights expressing his gratitude towards Chinteng without exhausting his sentiments. Let us adjourn for today. Chinteng declared decisively, bringing the meeting to a close. The December winds were biting, yet for Chinteng, they seemed quite temperate. In the rivalry between Have You Eaten and the Blue Knights, the former firmly maintained the upper hand. As time passed, the average price per meal for the Blue Knights gradually increased, and Chinteng adjusted his prices accordingly. Although he professed a willingness to burn money, he was not foolish. He could not simply allow the Blue Knights to raise their prices while he offered the lowest prices, incurring losses for the sake of attracting customers. With the customers already drawn in, there was no need to sustain losses. Chinteng envisioned a scenario where the platform, customers, merchants, and delivery personnel all benefited simultaneously, rather than a situation where he suffered losses while they reaped the rewards. Today, Chinteng sat before his computer at home, perusing messages from Li Xingru on KK. She seemed to regard herself as his superior, sending him a monthly summary of her work. Chinteng mused that had she been in his class, she would have surely gotten along splendidly with the class committee. Nevertheless, this arrangement was beneficial. Chinteng could clearly witness her diligence, alleviating any feelings of wasted expenditure. Teacher Rin says I have great talent in research and that I am the most gifted student he has encountered, Li Xingru, under the online alias Star, stated. Is that so? Keep up the hard work, and perhaps one day you'll win a Nobel Prize. Chinteng replied half-jokingly, using his own online name. Money comes from all directions. I will strive for that, she responded. Don't take it too seriously. I was merely speaking casually. Chinteng thought it rather absurd that they both were so bold, one daring to declare and the other daring to respond. The key question was whether Li Xingru was being earnest. The young lady seems unable to distinguish between jest and truth. Xing, what does it mean? Qian Song Ba Fong Lai. It expresses a certain level of speechlessness, akin to a Xing, Qian Song Ba Fong Lai. Very well, you are learning splendidly. Xing, I shall go read now, and report back to you next month. Chinteng replied with a simple good. He then discreetly closed the chat window. The system had significantly enhanced his ironclad physique, including his 5 senses. He could hear footsteps drawing ever closer, likely belonging to a certain little sibling. Indeed, the very next moment, Chinteng's door was swung open. My dear brother, speak your mind and do not hold back, he retorted without hesitation. Their relationship had been harmonious only during their infancy. As they grew, playful scuffles ensued. Curiously, Chen Lili continued to flatter Chinteng, saying, My esteemed elder brother, I have a small request that I hope you will grant. Chapter 107. What is the worth of 1 billion? Please, do tell me what is going on. The relationship between the siblings, who are merely a year apart, resembles that of playful adversaries. Chen Lili's excessively respectful demeanor, in fact, raised Chinteng's suspicions. For he knew all too well that his sister was not nearly as endearing as she pretended to be. It was simply, I am in need of a small sum of money. This small sum refers to merely 2 or 3,000. Chinteng's eyes widened in disbelief. 2 or 3,000? Are you attempting to take my life? Chen Lili pouted. It's 2 or 3,000. Not 2 or 3 million. Chinteng's eyes grew even wider. 2 or 3,000. You must be joking. Chen Lili. Regarding my miserly billionaire brother and his unreasonable stinginess. Brother, pray tell, what do you intend to do with this modest amount? If your intentions are justifiable, surely our parents would acquiesce. Unless your request appears unreasonable to them. Chinteng was acutely aware of his parents' disposition. Although they were not affluent, they would certainly fulfill reasonable requests. The fact that Chen Lili's request was not met indicated that it was likely not entirely reasonable. Kiki, I wish to purchase some cosmetics. Cosmetics? Indeed. Our parents insist that I am still too young to acquire cosmetics. Yet, once my birthday passes next year, I will be 18. Chen Lili expressed her discontent. However, she understood that her brother's words carried considerable weight at home. Thus, the route that failed with their parents held promising prospects when approached through Chinteng. Oh, so it is for this matter. I was curious about what was so urgent. Chinteng recalled this situation. Before his rebirth, this had transpired. Chen Lili was anxious about her appearance and skin condition, desiring cosmetics and skincare products to enhance her beauty. This is quite normal. What adolescent girl is indifferent to her looks? However, Chun Jiangwo and Jiang Meiji were concerned that Chen Lili might become overly fixated on her appearance, neglecting her studies. Consequently, they initially disapproved. Thus, Chen Lili discreetly saved her allowance to secretly purchase skincare and cosmetic products. Nevertheless, those who have experienced the rigors of senior year know how arduous it is. Makeup? What nonsense! Skincare? Utterly pointless. There is simply no time. Lily was acutely aware of the priorities between studying and looking good. Therefore, amidst the intense studies of her final year, she found no time for cosmetics. The worries of her parents never materialized. This fact only came to light later when Lily inadvertently revealed it herself. However, by then, she had already entered university, and no repercussions ensued. Thus, Chen Jiangwo and Jiang Meiji had little to say on the matter. Reflecting on this, a subtle smile graced Chen Teng's lips. Indeed, it was a battle of wits fought in solitude. Let us do this. 2 proposals. Chen Teng raised a finger. The first proposal. I shall provide you with 2 or 3,000 immediately. I have yet to finish speaking. Oh, please continue. The second proposal is that I will not buy it for you now. Based on your most recent monthly exam results, for every point you improve, I will reward you with 1,000 yuan upon the conclusion of the college entrance examination. As Chen Teng's words fell, he could distinctly sense his sister's breathing grow heavier. Is it truly so? Of course, it is genuine. I believe that raising my score by 20 or 30 points is entirely feasible. Rest assured, regardless of how much you improve, I will provide you with the money. Chen Teng could not help but chuckle. Should he still worry about his ability to provide? Hee. Chen Lily suddenly broke into a silly grin. Observing her demeanor, Chen Teng too succumbed to laughter. In the previous life, due to his demanding work, he and his family often spent little time together. It was not just him. Chen Lily experienced the same. The only time the family gathered in lively celebration was during the Spring Festival. On other days, either Chen Teng was absent or Chen Lily was. They found themselves separated from their parents, residing in different cities. Ultimately, it stemmed from the lack of financial resources. To earn money, one must toil relentlessly. Let us use wealth to fortify the bonds within our family, Chen Teng mused. At dinner, Chen Teng proposed an idea. What if we purchase a villa or a residence in a high-end community? This suggestion left the 3 individuals at the table momentarily speechless. Why would we squander money so recklessly? Jiang Meiji expressed her dissatisfaction. Chen Jiangwo furrowed his brow, questioning the sudden emergence of such a thought. Only Chen Lily appeared somewhat excited. Who would have imagined that having not lived in luxury or driven extravagant cars since birth, an opportunity would arise at this age? Safety, Chen Teng stated earnestly, is paramount. Is a zombie virus about to break out? Chen Lily asked, bewildered. Chen Teng could not help but roll his eyes. Surely. Our parents have seen my recent news. As my relatives, you are now considered valuable enough to be kidnapped. Thus, I sincerely wish to relocate to a more upscale community. Or perhaps a villa altogether. The seriousness etched on Chen Teng's face made his parents realize he was indeed earnest. Surely it cannot be that exaggerated. Kidnapping? Have you watched too many dramas? Perhaps it is somewhat exaggerated, but I consider this amount of money negligible. Exchanging this sum for safety seems remarkably prudent to me. If you find it excessive, simply regard it as spending for my peace of mind. Very well then. Chen Jiangwo and Jiang Meiji acquiesced. Chen Ting nodded slightly. With this matter resolved, he intended to engage a security company to provide an additional layer of protection for his family's safety. He firmly believed that there are individuals in this world who will stop at nothing. The endeavors he plans to undertake in the future may obstruct many from amassing wealth. Rather than lamenting in silence when that time arrives, it is far wiser to mitigate risks as much as possible in the present. Let us venture to the nearby real estate tomorrow and explore if there are any suitable houses available. Very well. However, do enlighten your parents regarding your current financial situation. Exactly how much capital do you possess? Jiang Meiji's curiosity was piqued. The very utterance from Chen Teng suggested that his financial resources must be exceedingly substantial. With liquid assets exceeding 1 billion, it was initially approaching 2 billion, yet recent expenditures have diminished the liquidity somewhat. 1 billion, you say? Both Jiang Meiji and Chen Jiangwo displayed no overt signs of astonishment at this figure. Chen Ting understood that the magnitude of the number rendered it somewhat abstract for his parents. Thus, he opted for a different mode of expression. If I were to deposit this 1 billion into a bank, with an annual interest rate of 3%, it would yield 30 million per year. Or approximately 80,000 per day, translating to an hourly wage of just over 3,000. At this revelation, Jiang Meiji, Chen Jiangwo, and Chen Lily could not suppress their astonishment. Chen Lily reflected that perhaps her earlier request for money had been somewhat modest. Just 1,000 for a single unit? Even 10,000 seemed trivial. My dear son, is it truly the case that you possess such wealth? Rest assured, this is no exaggeration. I am merely underplaying my circumstances, for I am not as impoverished as one might assume. Chapter 108. Viewing Properties. A loving family the following morning as the sun rose. The faces of Chen Jiangwo and Jiang Meiji bore evident signs of fatigue. Did you not sleep well? Indeed, your mother and I hardly managed to find rest last night. To think you were so affluent. Chen Jiangwo could not help but express his astonishment. He was aware of Chen Teng's wealth, but the magnitude of it had taken him by surprise. A monthly income of 10,000 would certainly elicit admiration, for that figure feels tangible. Yet, a staggering sum of 1 billion is so immense that its true value eludes their understanding. In essence, the disparity was so vast that it obscured their perception of it. Just wait until next year. Your son's fortune will likely experience another significant surge. By then, you will realize that 1 billion is merely a drop in the ocean. 1 billion? Just a drop in the ocean. Chen Jiangwo was taken aback. Were he to encounter someone boasting online about such wealth, he would surely question their grasp of the true value of 1 billion. Yet, this individual was his own son. How could one be so boldly extravagant? Jiang Meiji, despite her words, felt an immense pride swelling within her. That is my son. Just be mindful not to overexert yourself. Ensure you take time to rest. Your mother does not wish for you to be excessively ambitious. All I hope is for your health and safety. If you have enough to live comfortably, then allow yourself to relax a little. Am I not already relaxing? Chen Teng felt a slight flush at his mother's words. He was not overexerting himself. Though he occasionally had busy moments, he merely oversaw the broader direction of affairs. If anyone was truly busy, it was Linya and Zhang Ningxin. Mother. He isn't overexerting. I observed him playing video games last night. Chen Lili interjected, a hint of indignation in her tone. Nonsense. Your brother was conducting market research. Chen Teng burst into laughter at Jiang Meiji's defense, reveling in his newfound stature within the family, casting a victorious glance at Chen Lili, who was visibly annoyed. Be a little more considerate of your sister. Do not always tease her. All right, let us go. We are off to view properties. Chen Teng ushered his family into his small BMW, and they set off towards the real estate office in Yongqing. At these upscale property showrooms, there was an absence of condescending behavior from the sales staff. Even when Chen Teng explicitly stated that he might not make a purchase, their demeanor remained exceptionally cordial. Consequently, the agent guided Chen Teng through one model after another. This layout has insufficient lighting. I like this one, but it feels rather cramped. The bedroom is nice, yet the kitchen is too small. Chen Teng analyzed each option with diligence. Standing behind him, Chen Jiangwo and Jiang Meiji felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Their son had matured, capable of standing before them, addressing matters with the poise of an adult and resolving issues competently. The family toured every available luxury residence in Yongqing before finally returning home. I find the properties in the western part of the city rather impressive. The houses are spacious, and the community security comprises retired veterans, ensuring safety. I also have a fondness for the floor plans. Is it the Tianding Yuan? Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Though the price. Let's not dwell on the cost. Tianding Yuan is the most expensive development in Yongqing. Back in 2011, when the housing market had yet to experience its meteoric rise, the building that Chen Teng had his eye on was priced at over 40,000 per square meter. Of course, there is justification for such a price. As Chen Teng aptly stated, it offers spaciousness, safety, and convenient transportation. Value for money is not a consideration for him. If you all believe this house is commendable, then let us proceed with this one. Very well, this shall be the choice. My parents have no objections. Chen Teng turned to Chen Lili. What about you? What are your thoughts? Oh, is my opinion truly of significance? Naturally, for a house you will inhabit in the future. Your input must be sought. Chen Teng found himself both amused and exasperated. Their family indeed valued the opinions of their two children. I think it's great. It's significantly larger than my current room. Chen Lili was thoroughly pleased with the house they viewed today. All right. I shall return tomorrow to survey the surroundings and ascertain there are no other issues. If all is well, I shall proceed with the payment. Hooray! Chen Lili was elated. The mere thought of residing in a grand house filled him with genuine joy. As Chen Teng drove home, he engaged in light-hearted banter with his family. However, the moment they arrived at their doorstep, his expression darkened, for he spotted a middle-aged woman standing at their entrance. This individual was none other than Dang Lingzhu, the mother of Zhao Xueshi, whom Chen Teng recognized. Upon seeing Chen Teng, Dang Lingzhu greeted him with a warm smile. Ah, isn't this Chen Teng? Auntie is so pleased to see you. Leave. Jiang Meiji stepped directly in front of Chen Teng, her demeanor cold. Jiang Jiangwo likewise positioned himself before Chen Teng. Standing silently alongside Jiang Meiji, They both remembered well the words spoken by Dang Lingzhu years ago. "Oh, we are all neighbors." Before she could finish, Chen Lily dashed into the house, only to emerge moments later brandishing a toilet plunger, still damp. This caused Dang Lingzhu to instinctively take a few steps back. Chen Tung was torn between laughter and tears. "All right, Mom and Dad, Lily, allow me to speak with her privately." Chen Tung had a rough idea of Dang Lingzhu's purpose for visiting. She had likely learned of his newfound status as a billionaire. Dang Lingzhu had always instructed Zhao Xueshi to associate with academically accomplished individuals, and it was evident that she sought to ingratiate herself. Establishing a favorable relationship with Chen Tung could yield significant advantages for Zhao Xueshi and her family in the future. Regrettably, Chen Tung had no intention of fostering a connection with Zhao Xueshi's family. "Very well, take care of yourself, and call us if anything arises." The events of the past stemmed from Chen Tung's actions. Now, Chen Tung possesses his own discernment and capabilities, and they trust him to manage matters independently. "Let us go outside to talk. Do not tarnish the entrance to our home." "Chen," I said, "do you understand?" Chen Tung did not regard Dang Lingzhu with any warmth either. The smile on Dang Lingzhu's face grew awkward. Yet, in the presence of Chen Tung, she dared not display her impatience. A billionaire. Who could have imagined that Chen Tung, once languishing at the bottom of his class and often carefree, could ascend to such wealth? Even if they cannot become friends, she must find a way to mend their previous relationship. If her daughter could be with Chen Tung, would that not be an extraordinary fortune? As she indulged in her daydreams, Chen Tung spoke up. Chapter 109. Let go of the burden in your heart. Your apology back then lacked sincerity. However, it was the utmost she could manage at that time. And I reckon this matter remains a source of regret for her. There lingers a burden in her heart, thus I hope you can apologize to me in her presence. In truth, I do not particularly yearn for your apology, it is merely to amend her regret. Should you apologize, the grievances between our families would be entirely resolved. Chen Ting swiftly articulated his thoughts, turning his gaze towards Dang Lingzhu, whose face bore a glimmer of hope. If I were to apologize, would that mean? No. Chen Ting interjected, fully aware of her implications. It would merely transition from adversaries to strangers and nothing more. Of course, labeling them as adversaries might be somewhat exaggerated, but the essence remains unchanged. Dang Lingzhu's expression darkened. If it were only to shift from being enemies to mere strangers, why should she offer such an apology? You might wonder, what incentive do I have to apologize to you without any benefit? My answer is quite straightforward. Yes, whether I possess the capacity to exert some. A knowing smile played upon Chen Tung's lips as he left the rest unspoken. This was partly due to his concern over being recorded, and partly because leaving it unsaid would better fuel her imagination. Dang Lingzhu's complexion shifted subtly as she recalled certain rumors. Some local affluent individuals often had clandestine ties with various factions. Tasks deemed unsavory or laborious were typically delegated to others, allowing the wealthy to evade such undertakings. This was merely the case for millionaires. Chen Tung, with his vast business empire, was a billionaire. Was it conceivable that he lacked such resources? If Chen Ting were resolute in his quest for retribution, could her family withstand the consequences? Dang Lingzhu studied Chen Tung, whose smile remained enigmatic. She felt perplexed, as if he could unleash a devastating blow upon her family at any moment. Thus, she mustered an awkward smile, as you say. And he erred and must indeed apologize to you. If that is the case, it would be for the best. Resolving issues through peaceful means is most desirable, is it not? Indeed, Chen Ting affirmed. Upon hearing the word peace, Dang Lingzhu's heart began to race. She realized she could no longer decipher Chen Tung. Each of his actions seemed laden with profound significance. Dang Lingzhu had to concede that she had misjudged him. Then, come with me, Chen Ting said with a smile. In essence, he was still the same Chen Tung, merely with a touch more wealth. The disparity in social status alters perceptions. Yet the essence of inscrutability and artifice remains fundamentally unchanged. Dang Lingzhu followed Chen Tung to his doorstep, where, under the watchful eyes of his family, she sincerely acknowledged her past mistakes. I apologize. I should not have labeled Chen Tung as a bad child. While it is an objective fact that his academic performance was lacking, I ought not to have denied the essence of Chen Tung as an individual based on his grades. Jiang Meiji's body trembled slightly. The image of Dang Lingzhu apologizing began to overlap with memories from years past. However, during that previous encounter, Dang Lingzhu's apology was imbued with reluctance, and she departed with an air of arrogance even after expressing remorse. This time, her demeanor was markedly sincere. All right, I forgive you. Chen Tung uttered those words, and Dang Lingzhu appeared as if she had been granted a reprieve. After flashing an awkward smile, she hurriedly exited. Chen Ting glanced at his parents. This isn't the first time she has visited in the past few days, is it? Chen Jiangwo and Jiang Meiji hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the truth to Qin Teng. Chen Lily nodded affirmatively. Yes, ever since your news broke, she has frequently come to our home. Though Mom and Dad have chosen to ignore her, rest assured, she won't seek us out again. Even if she does, we've moved to a new house. Jiang Meiji nodded emphatically, filled with immense relief. Her son had indeed shown promise. Chen Jiangwo gave Chen Teng a thumbs up, never having anticipated such a delightful surprise from his son after over 40 years of life. In the ensuing month of December, Qin Teng embarked on a life characterized by a semblance of order amidst the chaos. He occasionally returned to school for a day or two to attend classes, engage in conversations with Kai Heng and Luo Zhenbin, and replenish his emotional reserves within the school environment. At times, he would visit the company to confer with Linya and Zhang Ningxin regarding future plans. Other moments were spent at home, relishing the warmth of family life. Every so often, he would peruse furniture stores, contemplating potential additions to his home. As for Tingda games, several titles were gradually being revamped using the Future 4 engine. Compared to their predecessors, these games had become more compact in size and required less memory, while the graphics had significantly improved. Surprisingly, the hardware requirements had diminished. Players who noticed these enhancements expressed their approval, especially since some utilized phones obtained merely through prepaid plans. Previously, gameplay had been plagued by lag and overheating issues. But following the update, the experience became notably smoother with reduced power consumption. This development sparked a minor sensation across major gaming forums. Moreover, the Tingda Games Mall attracted a number of small companies to set up shop, leveraging the forum section within the gaming mall. These small enterprises gained a new channel for their game releases, garnering a modest player base. It is worth noting that the audience for casual games like Plants vs. Zombies often overlaps significantly with other gaming demographics. Although this sector provided Qin Teng with minimal income compared to other divisions of Tingda Games, he remained exceedingly satisfied with the results, especially considering that the Future 4 had not yet been formally launched. This gaming platform could potentially evolve into one that surpasses even Steam in its reach and influence. Finally, there was the demo crafted using the Future 4 engine. The demo is currently more than halfway completed, progressing even faster than Qin Teng had anticipated. According to Zhu Yinjia, utilizing this engine for game development yields an efficiency that surpasses that of other engines by more than double, even in their current state of relative inexperience. Qin Teng cannot help but marvel at the remarkable utility of future technology. Furthermore, this demo will be an integral part of Zhu Yinjia's long-cherished AAA masterpiece. Zhu Yinjia has already submitted his foundational ideas to Qin Teng, who was immensely pleased upon review, as Zhu Yinjia's vision aligns perfectly with his own, encompassing a vast worldview, high levels of freedom, and rich exploratory elements. These elements are essential. If they are to embark on this venture, they must strive for excellence. Consequently, Qin Teng approved Zhu Yinjia's proposal, entrusting him with the development of this game. Chapter 110, Tingda Supermarket as a vital component of Tingda life, have you eaten? Has been increasingly embroiled in fierce competition with Blue Knight. At present, the majority of cities across the nation have welcomed the presence of Have You Eaten in their markets. This service now commands over 70% of the national food delivery sector. Notably, compared to the previous timeline, the food delivery landscape has undergone significant changes. At this juncture in the former era, Blue Knight was the sole entity truly engaged in food delivery. However, with Qin Teng's emergence, the number of competitors has surged to over a dozen. Indeed, many have set their sights on this burgeoning market, initiating attempts to penetrate it. While their scale may not rival the ongoing fierce competition among various groups, it has nonetheless captivated substantial capital investment. Amidst this turbulence, Qin Teng has found himself compelled to expend greater resources to maintain his dominant position in the food delivery sector. Nevertheless, he has observed that the larger capital players are currently preoccupied with their own fierce battles, presumably waiting for the tumultuous skirmishes to conclude before turning their attention to the food delivery arena. Presently, Qin Teng is in a position to sustain his expenditures. While Blue Knight has begun to exhibit signs of fatigue after a month of competition, struggling to keep pace with Qin Teng's market expansion efforts, they find it increasingly challenging to uphold their territory in Donghai City and its surrounding areas. In response, they have opted for financing. Although Qin Teng remains unaware of the specifics regarding the amount secured, he is cognizant, however, that despite these efforts, Blue Knight still lags behind Have You Eaten? In terms of market expansion speed, it is evident that they have abandoned the race for rapid growth, instead choosing to maintain promotional incentives just beneath those of Have You Eaten? as they gradually construct their own delivery network. Chintung understands that their strategy is to engage in a war of attrition, waiting for Have You Eaten to falter under the weight of its substantial discounts, at which point they intend to seize the user habits cultivated by Have You Eaten. Chintung muses that such naivety is rather quaint. The sales data from the Steam platform is not publicly disclosed, and Tengda is not a publicly traded company. Thus, Chintung's financial standing remains a mystery to all but himself. Blue Knight has evidently underestimated the revenue potential of Tengda's games. While it may appear that the in-game purchase points are modest, mere hundreds of dollars sufficient to exhaust all of Tengda's gaming offerings, the player base is overwhelmingly vast both domestically and internationally. This has led to a minor miscalculation on Blue Knight's part regarding Have You Eaten? Chintung cannot help but reflect on the simplicity that sometimes characterizes commercial competition. Had Blue Knight been aware of Chintung's financial resources and unwavering resolve, they would likely have refrained from continuing the competition. For the scales of their enterprises are simply not aligned. Blue Knight possesses no unique attributes. Regrettably, they remain oblivious to this reality. Thus, this unembellished commercial rivalry persisted throughout December, with Have You Eaten steadily expanding its market share. A piece of good news has arrived from Sundafu's side. The supermarket has nearly completed its construction. Mr. Chun, would you like to come and take a look? Sundafu sent the address to Chintung. After receiving a positive response, Chintung hurriedly made his way to the supermarket. An hour later, he found Sundafu in front of an unopened supermarket. Mr. Chen, what do you think of this place? This is the newly established commercial plaza in Shiming City. Indeed, it is set to open on New Year's Day, simultaneously with us. I believe it is quite promising. The transportation here is convenient, and there are plenty of parking spaces nearby. This location is perfectly situated at one of the plaza's entrances. Sundafu elaborated on the geographical advantages. Chintung nodded slightly. In terms of site selection, Sundafu undoubtedly possesses greater expertise. There was no need for him to presume to guide someone more knowledgeable. Have the price tags been prepared according to my specifications? They have been, right here. Sundafu replied, clearly having anticipated the request. He pulled out a price tag from the pocket of his down jacket. This price tag was unlike the ordinary ones. It contained exceptionally detailed information. For instance, it would specify the fabric, features, origin, and specifications of a piece of clothing. Even the name of the pricing officer was included. Sundafu pondered, is this truly necessary? Nevertheless, he complied. What if he had failed to grasp Mr. Chin's vision? However, what baffled Sundafu the most was the wholesale price indicated on the tag. Why include such information? Which supermarket reveals this? What was the purpose of such transparency? Furthermore, beside the selling price and the wholesale price, there was a line of small print. This contained a simple explanation detailing the gross margin and procurement channels. It clearly stated whether the goods were sourced directly from the manufacturer or acquired from secondary distributors, leaving Sundafu even more perplexed. Mr. Chun, may I inquire about the reasoning behind this? I want our customers to feel secure in their purchases and confident in their choices. I am for them to think of our supermarket as their first destination for whatever they wish to buy. Sundafu found Chintung somewhat naive. Yet he nodded in agreement. By the way, Mr. Chin, if you don't mind, we could name this supermarket Tengda Supermarket, under the banner of Tengda Life. I have no objections. How could Sundafu possibly disagree? The name Tengda indeed carries a significant influence. Should this supermarket prove successful, Sundafu stands to gain financially. Conversely, if the business model were to fail, he could gracefully retreat without tarnishing the reputation of Dafu's supermarket. Very well, Chintung nodded and, under Sundafu's guidance, toured the supermarket. Compared to existing supermarkets, the design philosophy of Tengda Supermarket is undoubtedly advanced. For example, the shopping carts are categorized into 6 distinct types. Infant shopping carts, children's shopping carts, senior shopping carts, compact carts, carts with baskets, and handheld carts. These 6 varieties of shopping carts cater to the diverse needs of individuals across all age groups. Additionally, a Do Not Disturb sign can be affixed to the cart. Once in place, it ensures that promotional staff will refrain from approaching. Outside the supermarket, there is a snow shelter designed for electric vehicles. Within the supermarket, a dedicated area is available for pet storage, along with a kiosk for lost and found items, a complimentary mobile charging station, and a designated smoking area. Each product display is accompanied by specific usage or consumption recommendations. Every detail has been meticulously crafted to guarantee an exceptional shopping experience for customers. All these requirements laid out by Chintung have been thoroughly implemented by Sundafu. Now, Allow me to introduce you to the employees. Certainly, please hold on a moment while I summon the staff currently undergoing training in the supermarket. Chapter 111, A Grand Opening. The sincere Chinteng. Within a brief span of approximately 5 minutes, the employees undergoing training stood before Chinteng. In accordance with his specifications, these individuals were predominantly youthful and possessed commendable appearances. If one were to assign a score out of 10, each individual would undoubtedly exceed 5 points. There were reasons behind Chinteng's requirements. Youth was essential due to the nature of supermarket work, which necessitates prolonged periods of standing. This role demands a certain level of physical fitness, and younger individuals tend to be more resilient. As for appearance, it is needless to elaborate. The service industry invariably upholds certain standards in this regard. While excessive handsomeness is not a prerequisite, at the very least, one should not be unattractive. A score of 4 or 5 suffices in Chinteng's estimation. In the realm of reality, where beauty filters do not exist, and only makeup can enhance one's features, it is unrealistic to expect an abundance of individuals who might score 7 or 8 points in attractiveness. The young individuals standing before Chinteng exhibited a myriad of emotions in their gazes directed towards him. Through the system's assistance, Chinteng discerned these sentiments. Some were filled with admiration, others with envy, longing, and even jealousy. He discreetly noted the names of 2 individuals exhibiting jealousy, planning to have Sun Dafu dismiss them. While the darker sides of human nature are inescapable, Chinteng felt no obligation to retain those who harbored malice towards him within his supermarket. Was he unaware of their intentions? His supermarket offered exceptional benefits, and such privileges should not be extended to those who wished him ill. Our benefits, as Mr. Sun has undoubtedly conveyed to you, are exceptional, correct? Indeed, replied a particularly cheerful and extroverted young man. Very well. I hold this supermarket in high regard, which is why I have taken the time to be here personally. I hope you will approach your roles with the seriousness they deserve. I have provided you with salaries that surpass those of our competitors and have pledged that a portion of the supermarket's profits will be shared with you. Those among you with prior experience in supermarkets should note that our establishment employs more staff than others of comparable size. The rationale is simple. I wish for your workload to remain manageable. I can assure you that such compensation is unparalleled nationwide. By offering these benefits, I hope you will value this position and consider this supermarket as your second home. Therefore, in your interactions with customers, I expect you to maintain a warm smile and a welcoming demeanor. Of course, I will not be one-sided, always favoring the customers. In instances of unreasonable demands from customers, I will stand by your side. Let us strive together to make Tengda Supermarket the finest in the nation. Upon concluding his address, Chinteng bowed deeply. The employees appeared somewhat apprehensive. Sun Dafu was the first to lead the applause, prompting the others to realize their forthcoming responsibilities. He was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated that Chinteng would bow to these employees before him. He had previously assumed that someone as young and wealthy as Chinteng would embody a sense of hubris. The ability to sincerely bow to his employees was a testament to Chinteng's authenticity. No wonder Chun was esteemed. He was nothing like Sun Jun, as Sun Dafu mused. Chinteng stood up and glanced once more at the emotional metrics. Touched 3, excited 5, happy 5, contempt 5, contempt 5. What do these 2 instances of contempt signify? Chinteng delved into the details. It was those 2 envious individuals from before. It was imperative to act decisively. Following this wave of motivation, Chinteng and Sun Dafu had a special conversation. Sun Dafu, somewhat taken aback, inquired as to the reason. Chinteng's response was rather esoteric. I can read faces. Those 2 are unfavorable. Understood. Sun Dafu comprehended. Some affluent individuals tend to harbor a touch of superstition. It was not surprising that Chinteng held such beliefs. Then, Chun, why not take a look at me? Great fortune awaits. Sun Dafu laughed heartily. On the day of the supermarket's grand opening, indeed, Chinteng could no longer see those 2. Standing at the entrance, Chinteng greeted guests with a smile. On the inaugural day, after the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Chinteng began to wander about like an ordinary staff member. Whenever he saw someone in need, he readily offered assistance. Chin, why are you personally here working? Sun Dafu was astonished. By the time he spotted Chinteng, the latter had already been diligently engaged in work for some time. According to feedback from the staff monitoring the surveillance, Chinteng was not idly passing the time. He was genuinely dedicated to his tasks. Today is New Year's Day and the opening day. It is bound to be a bit hectic. I'm merely alleviating some of the workload for them. Rest assured, we have ample manpower. It's nothing, just a way to motivate them and set a positive tone for the supermarket's operations. One must observe a person not just by their words, but also by their actions. Chen believed that to inspire his employees to treat customers sincerely, he, as the proprietor, must lead by example. It was no wonder he achieved such remarkable success. Sun Dafu felt the profound disparity between himself and Chen Ting once again. The sincerity Chen Ting spoke of was not mere rhetoric, it was embodied in his actions. Were it him, he certainly could not humble himself to work as an ordinary employee. Enough chatter, I must attend to my duties. Chen Ting navigated through the crowd. When items ran low, he ventured to the back warehouse to retrieve them. If someone expressed uncertainty about a product, Chen Ting assumed the role of an interpreter. Gradually, a crowd began to form around him, comprising elderly residents from nearby neighborhoods and curious young onlookers. In Qiming City, Chen Ting was somewhat of a recognizable figure. It was no surprise when young people surfing the internet recognized him. Some even wished to take photos with Chen Ting. During a leisurely moment, Chen Ting cheerfully displayed a gesture of peace, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth. Fang Shu, invited to photograph the ribbon-cutting ceremony, was equally astonished upon seeing Chen Ting. She had been observing him at work for a while and, like Sun Dafu, was taken aback by the authenticity of Chen Teng's demeanor. After all, no one was filming this segment, and there were no cameras in sight. Driven by curiosity, Fang Shu approached him when he had a moment to spare. "Mr. Chen, what a pleasure to see you again," she greeted. "Oh, Reporter Fang? Why aren't you at work?" he inquired. "Mr. Chen, today is New Year's Day." Fang Shu replied with a hint of reproach in her gaze. "Listen, is it really reasonable to expect someone to work on the very first day of the year? Ha. But weren't you just filming the ribbon-cutting ceremony? Ah, I see. So Reporter Fang is here to look after my business? Indeed. I've noticed that your supermarket appears to be quite unique. Have you discovered something?" "That's all that matters," Chen Chung responded. He had meticulously curated numerous details within the supermarket to ensure that others would perceive its distinctiveness. "May I ask you a few questions?" Fang Shu inquired. "Are you not already doing so?" Chen Ting chuckled. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish." Chapter 112. A spark of fire. Fang Shu gathered her thoughts, preparing to speak. Initially, she perceived this merely as the opening of an ordinary supermarket. The attention garnered during the ribbon-cutting ceremony was solely due to Chen Ting. The instructions given to her for the news coverage merely required her to follow a template, introducing the time, location, and individuals involved. No one would harbor any particular sentiments regarding the inauguration of a supermarket. If one were to ponder, how many news outlets frequently report on supermarket openings? However, after meandering through the aisles of the supermarket, Fang Shu began to sense something distinctly different. Perhaps Tigda's supermarket was indeed an excellent subject for news coverage. "Well, let me first ask you personally. I observed that you seemed quite pleased while working. May I inquire as to why?" The answer to this question might sting. "Are you certain you wish to know?" "Yes, I would like to know. When one is free from financial burdens, experiencing activities one has never engaged in before can be quite refreshing." Fang Shu felt an urge to slap her own face for the question she had just posed. Was it truly necessary to ask such a thing? Did that imply she was unhappy at work daily due to her financial struggles? It was a bit disheartening. To respond earnestly, "The fact remains that this work contributes to my income, which undoubtedly brings me joy," Chen Ting continued. "That makes sense." Fang Shu decided to pivot away from this topic. As a competent journalist, how could she have posed such a foolish question? "I also noticed that the employees in your supermarket seem exceptionally enthusiastic, a quality I have never experienced in other supermarkets. Is this a requirement you have set for them?" "Indeed. Do you have any management secrets?" Fang Shu inquired. "Because from my observations, many supermarkets, even if they establish certain expectations, their employees may not fulfill them." In his heart, Chen Ting silently applauded Fang Shu for hitting the nail on the head. He had initially intended to allow the supermarket's reputation to build gradually. Yet Fang Shu had boldly approached the inquiry directly. "The compensation is generous." "Pardon?" "To put it officially, the salary and benefits are considerably higher." "By how much?" "At least 50 above industry standards." "How much?" 50? Fang Shu calculated silently. At that time, the wages for supermarket employees in Qiming City were approximately 3,000 to 4,000. A 50 increase would place it between 4,500 and 6,000. This was rather astonishing. "Their salary, is it 5,000? 5,000. Chen Ting chuckled softly. "The minimum is actually 6,000. You offer such high wages?" 6,000 is merely the baseline." Fang Shu was taken aback. The remuneration at this supermarket seemed extraordinarily generous. Of course, Chen Ting elaborated on his vision for the supermarket. Upon hearing this, Fang Shu fell into a contemplative silence. A surge of indescribable emotion welled up within her. As a journalist, she has encountered numerous dark facets of life. She is acutely aware that many employers in this world fail to regard their employees as human beings, far too many, in fact. As a worker herself, she sometimes finds herself gasping for breath under the heavy burdens imposed by the television station's demands. Moreover, these employers often do not even acknowledge the consumers as individuals. Chintig's philosophy evokes thoughts of ancient sages. What he embodies is not the mercenary nature of capitalists, but rather the noble spirit of a people-oriented entrepreneur. She recalls the solemn demeanor he exhibited at the conclusion of their last interview. Perhaps it was not mere rhetoric. Having witnessed so many shadows, she understands just how precious the light truly is. Your greatness is unparalleled. Fang Shu could only utter these words in admiration. Such a term as greatness should perhaps be reserved until after I achieve success. Whether this supermarket can indeed thrive remains an uncertainty. It will flourish, without a doubt. Henceforth, I shall be a loyal patron of your supermarket. You're too kind, he replied. However, individuals like you are bound to face considerable slander and skepticism. Fang Shu immediately pondered the implications. In the realm of commercial competition, parties often choose to undermine their rivals rather than elevate themselves. The former is far easier than the latter. She did not wish to see Chinting's supermarket suffer such a fate. Rest assured, I have long been prepared. May I inquire what kind of preparations you have made? Fang Shu asked, suddenly realizing that her question may have been inappropriate. Was she not prying into his business secrets? That was not my intention. I was merely considering that perhaps I could offer some insights to see if there are any flaws in your plans. Upon uttering these words, she felt a twinge of regret. Was she implying that Chinting's preparations were inadequate? Who was she, a mere journalist, to question a business magnate? The thought struck her as absurd. I did not mean to imply that. What I meant was, it's quite all right. I understand. Concern can lead to confusion. Chinting chuckled lightly. Fang Shu's behavior was indeed somewhat uncharacteristic. Yet, through the system's emotional metrics, Chinting recognized that her intentions were not malicious. Quite simple. Really, time and money. Time and money, she echoed. Money is straightforward, I presume. Wealth can sway opinions, allowing me to use financial resources to prevent public sentiment from turning sour. Fang Shu contemplated this, finding it to be true. Discrediting? At its core, a war of public opinion is still a contest of financial might. With Chinting's resources, he certainly has no reason to fear anyone. Furthermore, he possesses the esteemed title of one of the top 10 outstanding youth in Qiming City as a protective charm. This signifies that Qiming City stands firmly beside him. As long as Chinting can withstand scrutiny, no one can tarnish his reputation. But what about time? Time simplifies everything. Some may question whether my philosophy is merely a gimmick, doubting the authenticity of my sincerity. Yet, I am unperturbed. I can demonstrate my resolve through the passage of time. Chinting gradually grew resolute. If 1 year is insufficient, then let it be 2. If 2 years prove inadequate, then 3. And if 3 years yield no results, then 4. To those who doubt my sincerity, I pose a question. What if I were to feign this sincerity for a lifetime? Fang Shu understood the essence of Chinting's confidence. After a moment of contemplation, she said, Mr. Chin, I intend to apply for a feature on your supermarket in a few days. Consider this my modest contribution to your grand endeavor. Chinting responded with utmost seriousness. I do not perceive this as a mere modest contribution. To me, it is but a spark. A spark can ignite a vast prairie. Chapter 113. A sense of distance in Qiming City, at Tianwei Square. 2 young women clad in thick down jackets strolled through the plaza. The biting cold wind howled, causing them to shiver. Wow. Yin Yin. Look, there's a newly opened supermarket. Let's go take a look. In this era, where malice had yet to rear its head, Lu Yin expressed her inner helplessness with a light-hearted chuckle. I never imagined a busy person like you would suddenly want to accompany me for a shopping spree. Ah. It turns out you're here to support Chinting. Lu Yin glanced at her companion, Li Xingrua. A white woolen hat partially obscured her smooth forehead, accentuating Li Xingrua's already petite face. A few rebellious strands of hair escaped from the hat's edge, swaying gently in the cold breeze with each step she took. Her bright, large eyes sparkled with innocent radiance, resembling 2 clear gemstones adorning her exquisite visage. I can't understand you, come on. Why are you trying to be cute in front of me? Yet, Lu Yin found herself utterly unable to withstand the captivating gaze of Li Xingrua's large eyes. Such an expression was simply too enchanting. Lu Yin mused that if she were a man, she would surely be enchanted. What a stunning beauty, capable of being both sweet and formidable. All right, let us go and have a look. Perhaps we might even run into Chun Tong at the supermarket. Li Xingruan nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. During the 3-day New Year holiday, the laboratory instructors planned to give each student a day off, rotating shifts for data collection. Originally, Li Xingrua intended to spend all 3 days in the lab gathering data. However, upon overhearing her classmates discussing the new Tingda supermarket, she decided to seize this day off to accompany her good friend, Lu Yin, to Tianhua Square. Welcome, ladies. Over there, we have disposable cups and complimentary barley tea. On such a cold day, a warm drink will surely warm you up. The staff member at the supermarket entrance greeted them with a beaming smile, gesturing towards the entrance. Following the staff member's direction, the two women indeed saw someone preparing tea. The steam wafted visibly from the cup. Wow, the service here is fantastic. Free barley tea. Barley tea, what is that? I'm not sure, but I suppose it's tea made from barley. I've had it before. It has a subtle taste, almost like plain water, but it smells delightful. Come on, let us go have a cup. On ordinary days, Lu Yin would certainly be reluctant to drink barley tea, given its faint flavor akin to boiled water. Yet now, having just stepped in from the frigid wind outside, anything warm was utterly delightful. The two approached the service counter by the entrance, where the staff poured the prepared barley tea into disposable cups. It's a bit hot, so please blow on it before sipping. Thank you. The two politely accepted the disposable cups and began to sip their warm drinks. The warm tea glided down their throats, enveloping their bodies, while the gentle warmth of the air conditioning subtly embraced them. The previous chill outside the supermarket seemed but a fleeting illusion. Wow, Chun Tong is exceedingly generous, isn't he? Every patron entering the supermarket is offered a complimentary cup of tea, which certainly warms one up. The staff cheerfully corrected Lu Yan's misunderstanding. Lu Yan paused, astonished. Is it truly permissible to have as many as one desires? Indeed, if you wish. You may indulge in 10 or even 20 cups, came the response. Chun Tong is remarkably magnanimous. Lu Yin was genuinely taken aback. But what if someone shamelessly takes advantage of this by merely drinking water without purchasing anything? Wouldn't that be a loss for you? Not at all. Once one steps through the doors of our supermarket, they are esteemed guests of Tengda Supermarket, entitled to enjoy various services free of charge. Chun Tong must be incredibly wealthy, Lu Yin thought, as she discarded her used paper cup into a nearby bin. At that moment, Li Xingru also finished her barley tea and tossed her cup into the trash, joining Lu Yin as they walked together. It wasn't so much about wealth. Such a modest amount of tea hardly costs much. However, it significantly enhances customer goodwill towards the supermarket. That's debatable. One must be wary of attracting a horde of opportunists, Li Xingru replied, momentarily at a loss for words. She recognized the validity in Lu Yan's point. Indeed, some individuals revel in exploiting advantages. As they meandered through the supermarket, they soon stumbled upon the unique nature of the shelf tax. Is Chun Tong truly adopting such a transparent pricing strategy? Lu Yan found it remarkably novel. Additionally, various food samples were readily available for tasting. If someone were to truly take advantage of Chun Tong's generosity, he would be at a significant loss. I imagine Chun Tong has considered this possibility. Though perhaps even the most meticulous can overlook something, Lu Yin mused. Suddenly, as she wandered, her eyes brightened. Look, Ruoru, it's Chun Tong. Li Xingru swiftly turned to follow Lu Yan's gaze. Lu Yin lowered her voice. Ru, who is that woman beside Chun Tong? They seem quite jovial. Could she be your rival? Li Xingru forced a strained smile. What rival? Chun Tong and I are merely friends. Realizing her hasty words, Lu Yin intended to remedy the situation. However, upon witnessing the woman bid farewell to Chun Tong with a smile before pulling Li Xingru forward, she suggested, shall we approach and greet them? Yes, came the response. As they moved closer, an inexplicable trepidation gripped Lu Yin at the sight of Chun Tong. Oh, it's you too, Chun Tong exclaimed with a smile. Are you here to support my business? Indeed. I heard you've opened a new supermarket, and I wanted to come and take a look, Li Xingru replied softly. Her voice gentle and light, entirely devoid of aggression. Lu Yin cast a sidelong glance at Li Xingru. Well, are you finally willing to admit it? That Chun Tong, was he also your friend? Oh, are you feeling jealous? Could it be that you harbor a secret affection for me? Go to hell, Lu Yin retorted, though a sense of gratitude towards Chun Tong lingered in her heart. Moments ago, due to Chun Tong's esteemed social standing, Lu Yin felt an unsettling anxiety within her. The vast disparity in their statuses imposed significant pressure upon her. Yet, with a mere jest from Chun Tong, The gulf between them seemed to vanish instantaneously. Lu Yin pondered. No wonder Qintung is so affluent. He possesses such eloquence. After teasing Lu Yin, Qintung offered a brief clarification. That individual is journalist Fong, who previously interviewed me. She is here to cover the grand opening of my supermarket and seized the opportunity to have a stroll and converse with me. Upon hearing Qintung's words, Li Xingru's large eyes sparkled once more. Chapter 114. Let the bullets fly. So, this is how it is. Lu Yin cast a discreet glance at Li Xingru, and then the corners of her mouth subtly curved upwards. By the way, Qintung, I have a suggestion for you. Would you care to hear it? Go ahead. It's about the benefits outside your door, as well as the sampling within. Aren't you concerned that it might attract some opportunists? Opportunists? Qintung was taken aback. Why should I be worried? Have you not seen those elderly folks? I've heard that when there are free eggs to be claimed, they rush over in droves to snatch them all up. Not worried at all. Why not? Do you know? The elderly people you speak of are often frequent patrons of health product scams. When they hear about free eggs, they will attend the lectures and end up purchasing overpriced, substandard products. You mean? Lu Yin suddenly understood, a realization dawning upon her. Qintung smiled, although he had yet to finish his thought. It was sufficient that Lu Yin grasped the idea. You plan to deceive them. Qintung. A new supermarket opening, come on. Is it possible that I will only genuinely promote products to them? If I wanted to engage in such shady dealings, would I confide in you? Oh, right. Lu Yin felt a bit embarrassed. If one were to engage in such dubious activities, they would certainly do so clandestinely. They seek to take advantage of me. But my supermarket's sales staff are no pushovers. The products here are all guaranteed quality, rather than being deceived while trying to take advantage of others. They might as well benefit from purchasing our goods. Qintung had considered that group of elderly individuals from the very beginning. If this place could become a haven for them to snag small bargains, that would be quite advantageous. Firstly, he was confident that he could profit more by capitalizing on their desire for small savings. Secondly, it could help prevent some of them from falling victim to scams. A win-win situation. What do you plan to buy? Would you like me to introduce you to some options? Why don't you introduce something to Ruoru? I'll browse on my own. I prefer not to be disturbed. In that case, you can grab a do not disturb sign over there. Unless you approach them. The supermarket staff will certainly not engage with you. All right. Lu Yin was surprised to discover that Qintung's supermarket offered such a service. She promptly went to the area where shopping carts were stacked to fetch the sign, and then swiftly vanished from the sight of Qintung and Li Xingru. Before leaving, Lu Yin even winked at Li Xingru. I want to buy another down jacket to alternate with. Could you help me recommend one? Sure. Qintung led Li Xingru to the section dedicated to clothing. He meticulously detailed everything: the filling, down weight, down content, fluffiness, fabric, and style. You know so much. I did a bit of homework in advance, plus this is considered common knowledge for daily life. Well then, I'll buy this one. Li Xingru selected a white down jacket, which was the one Qintung had recommended. Do you have anything else you wish to purchase? I shall wander about on my own. You need not concern yourself with me any longer. Very well. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out. Qintung scanned his surroundings, identifying customers in need, and commenced his introductions. Li Xingru, bouncing with exuberance, darted to Lu Yin's side, her sudden appearance startling Lu Yin. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Where did you spring from? Over there. How could you return so swiftly? It's only been 20 minutes. Did your conversation falter? Not at all, Li Xingru replied with a cheerful grin. Qintung helped me select a down jacket and patiently explained everything for quite some time. It was then that Lu Yin noticed the down jacket in Li Xingru's hands. Her mouth fell agape. Wait, I created an opportunity for you two to be alone. And you merely bought a down jacket? Did you really treat him like a shopping assistant? Lu Yin felt a pang of frustration at the squandered opportunity. What a splendid moment it was, to let it slip away like this. Who knows how long it might be until they meet again. Indeed, Li Xingru replied, reveling in her experience. Just listening to him speak brings me such joy. Lu Yin stared in disbelief. You are beyond help. Are you performing in some tragic play? Not at all, Li Xingru insisted. Then why utter such sentiments? I merely feel that I am not yet exceptional enough. Lu Yin paused, recalling her previous conversation with Li Xingru. What Li Xingru desired was an equal relationship, not one-sided attention. This seemingly delicate girl was, in fact, quite tenacious. Very well. I shall leave you two to your own devices. Is there anything else you wish to purchase? No. Then let us proceed. The two conversed as they moved towards the checkout. As night fell, Tingda's supermarket closed its doors. After a long day of toil, Shintang began to review the day's earnings alongside Sun Dafu in the office. 120,000. Not bad, Shintang remarked. What are your thoughts, Director Sun? Under normal circumstances, this figure is indeed commendable. However, our supermarket's costs are somewhat elevated. A daily revenue of 120,000 is rather low. Sun Dafu gazed at the earnings with a hint of disappointment. His supermarkets and larger plazas also averaged around 100,000 in sales. While it was true that Tigda Supermarket's revenue was slightly higher, one must not forget that today marked the grand opening and was also New Year's Day. The novelty would undoubtedly attract a greater footfall than usual. Given these circumstances, a mere 120,000 in revenue felt insufficient. It could only be deemed a modest profit. When factoring in expenses, it paled in comparison to the other supermarkets owned by Sun Dafu. Indeed, Chinching mused. In the realm of supermarket operations, did he not measure up? As long as there were no losses, Chinching maintained a calm demeanor. To him, the initial phase was meant for cultivating a positive reputation. Achieving this without incurring losses was already a significant accomplishment. Director Chun, do you have any clever strategies? Sun Dafu, unwilling to relent, pressed on. He believed that Shintang must possess some extraordinary methods yet to be revealed, techniques that could resurrect the supermarket. What kind of ingenious tricks? The kind that could exponentially elevate the supermarket's revenue. Are such tricks truly available? Shintang chuckled wryly, Mr. Sun, after your extensive experience in business. You should be well aware that such miraculous methods do not exist. So, do you think this revenue of 120,000 is too low? Sun Dafu expressed his thoughts candidly. Shintang smiled. In that case, I do have a little trick up my sleeve. Sun Dafu's eyes brightened with curiosity. Please, Mr. Chen, share it with me. Whatever you need from me, I will do my utmost. Shintang raised a single finger and uttered one word. Wait. Sun Dafu was filled with confusion. However, Shintang offered no further explanation. Let the bullet take its time to fly a little longer. Chapter 115. Celebrating with champagne at halftime? Upon returning home, Sun Dafu discovered that Sun Jun was still awake, engrossed in a video game on the computer. Why are you still up so late? Sun Jun's demeanor was rather subdued, a reflection of his ongoing gloom. Recently, his spirits had been low due to Zhao Xuexi's decision to spend the New Year's holiday at a hot spring with her roommate, a rather intimate affair he felt excluded from. Thus, he had resigned himself to returning home and playing games. By the way, Dad, how was the supermarket's revenue today with Chin? Brother Chin? Not particularly promising. Only 120,000. 120,000? Isn't that actually higher than some of your supermarket's revenues? Sun Jun was puzzled by Sun Dafu's assessment of the revenue. It wasn't until Sun Dafu explained further that Sun Jun comprehended the situation. A twitch emerged at the corner of Sun Jun's mouth, oscillating between a frown and a smile. So, does this mean the business might fail? Perhaps, Sun Dafu replied, unaware of the peculiar expression on his son's face. From his experience, the prospects for Tigda Supermarket were indeed bleak. I've been busy all day and am quite tired. I'll wash up and head to bed now. You should also get some rest. All right, Sun Jun nodded, but seized the opportunity to dash outside once Sun Dafu retreated to his room. Yay! Sun Jun exclaimed excitedly outside. At last, he had received some delightful news. Shintang's business had faltered. Was there any better news than this? Clearly, there was not. Chinting, oh Chinting, I almost believed you were truly invincible. Sun Jun was ecstatic. To be honest, the interview with Chun Tang had left him with a psychological scar. He had to admit that if he were in Chun Tang's position, he could never amass such wealth. For a fleeting moment, he considered that perhaps there was nothing Chun Tang could not achieve. However, to his surprise, Chun Tang had indeed encountered failure. No premature celebrations. Sun Jun reminded himself. Having been humbled by Chin Tung's achievements once, he understood the importance of not allowing himself to become overly elated. After all, should the supermarket manage to recover, he would merely appear a fool, a clown rather than a joker. The following evening, he suppressed his excitement and inquired of Sun Dafu, Dad, what was the revenue for Tungda Supermarket today? Even worse than yesterday, around 110,000. Such a pity, Sun Jun feigned sorrow, knowing well that half of the investment belonged to his father. Nevertheless, that night, he ventured outside once more to unleash his exuberance. On the third day, the revenue remained stagnant at approximately 110,000. Sun Jun was elated. Dad, with such dismal earnings over the 3 days of New Year's, doesn't this suggest that Tengda Supermarket's revenue will continue to decline? In the absence of exceptional circumstances, the situation remains as follows during these 3 days. Encompassing both the new year and the grand opening, the business has only generated a mere 110,000 in revenue, and it is likely to deteriorate further. Drawing on his experience, Sun Dafu arrived at this conclusion, which resonated with Sun Jun's intuition as well as Sun Dafu's expertise. By the way, why have you recently taken such an interest in business matters? Well, I wish to acquire related knowledge. Perhaps I could alleviate some of your burdens in the future. That is commendable. Sun Dafu felt a sense of gratification. A son eager to learn is certainly preferable to one who merely follows a girl around. It seems his son has matured and become more sensible. So, father, it appears that Tigda supermarket has little hope, correct? Essentially, yes. With Sun Dafu's affirmation, a smile of delight spread across Sun Jun's face, which he struggled to conceal. He quickly sought an excuse to step outside, bursting into laughter. However, in a corner unnoticed by both father and son. I'm back. Come see what I've brought. A mother pushed open the door, holding a steaming roasted chicken. The 2 children in the house joyfully rushed from the living room sofa, each enveloping their mother in a warm embrace. It smells so good. Is that roasted chicken? Yes, indeed it is. The innocent voices of the children brought forth laughter from their mother. She placed the roasted chicken, purchased from the supermarket, onto the dining table. Last time you mentioned wanting roasted chicken, and I happened to see it while shopping at the supermarket, so I brought it for you to enjoy. The skin, glistening with spices and fat, looked irresistibly enticing. The father had already cooked rice in the rice cooker and emerged from the kitchen carrying a few dishes. Soon, the family of 4 was seated at the dining table, ready to begin their meal. The 2 children eagerly grabbed their chopsticks to tear into the roasted chicken. Wow, this is so delicious. The mother, inhaling the aroma of the roasted chicken, exclaimed somewhat theatrically. Engaging with children often fosters such exaggerated habits. However, in this instance, the hyperbole was not unfounded, as the flavor of the roasted chicken was indeed extraordinary. Beneath the golden skin, the meat was tender and succulent, its rich juices tempting the mother to take a bite with her chopsticks. Wow, dear, you must try this roasted chicken. It truly tastes fantastic. Really? The father cautiously picked up his chopsticks. His eyes lit up as he savored the dish. Where did you purchase this roasted chicken? At the supermarket. Does the supermarket sell this? Which one? It's from the newly opened Tingda supermarket. A colleague recommended it to me, mentioning that while it is somewhat pricey, the quality is quite good. It certainly tastes different from the chicken we bought at the market last time. Indeed, the roasted chicken from the market was tough and small. The father agreed wholeheartedly. He had no desire to buy such chicken for his children. But about the price, how much was it? The father asked, a hint of apprehension in his voice. They were merely an ordinary couple, navigating the challenges of everyday life. The cost of raising 2 children is exceedingly high. If the price of this roasted chicken is exorbitant, he would indeed feel somewhat reluctant, as it signifies that the couple must tighten their belts. 19.9? How much? The father could scarcely believe his ears. 19.9? Is that truly considered expensive? The young father chuckled. Can 19.9 be deemed costly? Indeed, in their locality. Roasted chicken comes in 2 varieties, the one priced at 19.9 and a larger one at 39.9. I thought to myself, if the smaller one is delicious, I shall purchase the larger one for them tomorrow. Yes, let us opt for the larger one tomorrow. The young father reluctantly withdrew his chopsticks from the roasted chicken, preparing to return them the following day. 39.9 for a roasted chicken does seem a tad pricey. However, if the flavor is akin to that of the one before him, and it is safe and reliable, then what does it matter if it costs a little more? The quality of food is paramount. Yet, this Tingda supermarket, why does it sound so familiar? The young mother shook her head, indicating she had not heard of it. However, the child who had just finished a chicken leg spoke up. Tingda. Fun? Tingda games, enjoyable. Ah, I see. The young father suddenly realized, even feeling a surge of excitement, the little games they played were all from Tingda games. That's why the name sounded so familiar. Their owner, Chen Tong, has even made it to the news. Is that so? Yes. If Tingda supermarket is indeed run by Chen Tong, then the quality can be assured. The young father proclaimed confidently. Chen Tang's personal celebrity effect has begun to take shape. Chapter 116. The Fermentation of Reputation. A decision against ancestry not only within this young couple's household, but similar dialogues also transpired in other families. This chocolate has a rather pleasant flavor, however. I have never heard of this brand, and it is quite expensive. It is indeed a bit pricey, but as long as it is delicious, That's what matters. The vegetables they offer appear remarkably fresh as well. They claim their produce and meat are sourced fresh daily. And anything left over by the end of the day is discarded without hesitation. Is that true? Wouldn't such a practice significantly inflate their costs? Yes, but they assert that ensuring quality necessitates this approach. Tomorrow, I shall visit the supermarket. If I can indeed procure fresh items, a slight increase in price would be acceptable. Their quality is genuinely commendable, with the sole drawback being the cost, though it is not excessively high. Moreover, Tingda Supermarket transparently lists the procurement prices of their goods. The staff informed me that some items are sourced from distributors, and if they ever manage to procure directly from manufacturers, the prices will decrease. How splendid is that? The essence of reputation lies in the word-of-mouth propagation, where one shares with 10 and 10 share with 100. Each individual possesses their own network. When they encounter something they admire, they are inclined to recommend it. From the perspective of inherent human goodness, they wish for their friends to enjoy better lives. Conversely, from the standpoint of inherent human malevolence, it may engender a sense of superiority in knowing something others do not. The spread of reputation may not be rapid, nonetheless. It undeniably yields significant effects. On the evening of January 4th, Sun Jun returned to school and called Sun Dafu to inquire about the turnover of Tungda Supermarket. However, this time, Sun Dafu's tone was quite peculiar. Astonishingly, the turnover reached 80,000. Truly incredible. Sun Dafu's bewildered tone left Sun Jun perplexed. Compared to the previous 3 days, isn't 80,000 a considerable drop? Why do you find it so strange? The decline is minimal. Logically, the turnover should have been halved at the very least. With the 3-day New Year's celebration and the grand opening bonuses now lost, a halving of the turnover would be a modest expectation. Yet, Tungda Supermarket's turnover has only decreased by this small margin. Are you implying that 80,000 is a high turnover? While 80,000 may not be high, it is remarkably significant compared to the 11 and 12,000 turnovers during the New Year celebration. The slight decline is indeed a matter worthy of contemplation. Could it be that Shintung organized some online activities today? Sun Dafu suspected this to be the case. Although he believed Tingda Supermarket had little hope, he remained vigilant regarding its offline situation throughout the day. There was no anomaly offline. Hence, it could only imply that some activities were conducted online. After all, Shintung still has the Tungda game in hand. Sun Dafu believed that it could still attract a considerable number of people. However, on the following day, January 5th, when Sun Dafu inquired whether Shintung had organized any activities, he received a negative response. Activities? What activities? I didn't organize anything yesterday. Sun Dafu was perplexed. Then why did yesterday's sales only decrease by such a small margin? Seeking enlightenment, he approached Shintung, whose face bore a knowing smile. Perhaps our supermarket's reputation has begun to spread. While Sun Dafu acknowledged this notion verbally, he remained unconvinced. Could reputation be so effortlessly cultivated? His Dafu supermarket, after years of diligent effort, had earned its status as the premier supermarket in Yang City, with a modest reputation in Qiming City as well. How could Shintung, having only operated in Qiming for 3 days, achieve such rapid success? In truth, Shintung found this pace to be slow. In an era marked by the advanced mobile internet, he could simply invest in short video platforms, ensuring that everyone browsing those platforms in the same city would encounter Tingda Supermarket. On the opening day, the skeptical customers would come in droves, and they would organically promote their experiences online, possibly even documenting their shopping adventures in vlogs. Shintung could then boost these individuals' exposure, attracting a second wave of doubtful customers. This cycle could continue, with perhaps 4 or 5 waves sufficient to establish Tingda Supermarket's stellar reputation. Time-wise, it would take no more than 4 or 5 days. Unlike now, where, on the 5th day, a solid and favorable reputation had yet to form. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. The current landscape of local lifestyle services in the mobile internet ecosystem had not yet taken shape, granting Shintung ample time. By January 5th, Tingda Supermarket sales astonishingly surged to 90,000. Once again, while this figure was not particularly high, the contrast to the initial 3 days of operation was striking. On January 6th, sales reached 98,675. 65. On January 7th, 106,554. 11. And on January 8th, 109,862. 47. Gradually, these sales figures began to become formidable. As they increased daily, Sun Dafu could hardly believe his eyes. In just 2 weeks, Tingda supermarket sales had rebounded to the level of 120,000. The same as on the opening day. Furthermore, this figure continued to rise. During weekends, it could even hit 160,000. Had it not been for the adjustments after New Year's Day, the sales during that weekend might have surpassed 120,000. The most alarming aspect was not merely reaching 120,000 in sales, it was that Sun Dafu could not discern the ultimate potential of Tingda supermarket. In the realm of commerce, two matters evoke profound trepidation: the inability to comprehend the reasons behind financial losses, and the perplexity surrounding unexpected profits. The latter can be even more daunting than the former. A lack of understanding regarding losses may simply indicate a series of erroneous decisions, with minor adjustments. One can halt the bleeding. However, the mystery of unforeseen gains is far more alarming. When one aspires to elevate their enterprise, the uncertainty of how to proceed becomes an intimidating dilemma. A slight alteration may lead to substantial losses. Attempting to replicate a successful business model, one may find themselves at a loss as to where their missteps lie. The aspiration to glean insights from experience may prove futile. The phenomenon of layoffs that jeopardize the very core of operations exemplifies the bewilderment surrounding unexpected profitability. As Sun Dafu observed the relentless surge in revenue day by day. By the third week, the weekday earnings had surged past 140,000. During the weekend, the revenue triumphantly exceeded 200,000. Confronted with this situation, Sun Dafu inhaled deeply. He resolved to make a decision that defied his ancestors' wisdom. Chapter 117. A clear path. What? Father, why would you do this? Before making this decision that contradicts our ancestral values, Sun Dafu intended to discuss it with Sun Jun. After all, Sun Jun had been paying attention to the news regarding Tingda supermarket lately. Sun Dafu believed that his son was gradually becoming more sensible. Given this, it was only appropriate for Sun Jun to be informed about some of the decisions made. Since this supermarket is starting to generate profit, why would you sell part of the shares to Chintung? Sun Jun inquired over the phone from school, his impatience making him wish he could confront Sun Dafu directly to understand the reasoning behind his father's actions. After all, this could be a continuous source of income. Do not rush. Since I have shared this decision with you, I will also explain the reasoning behind it. All right then. Why do you think this supermarket can make money? I do not know, Sun Jun replied. If he understood why the supermarket was profitable, he would have opened one himself long ago and repaid his debts. He would not have been compelled about a Chintung to secure his father's financial assistance. I also do not know, Sun Dafu admitted. I have operated supermarkets for over a decade and consider myself a seasoned practitioner, yet I cannot fathom why Chintung is making money. So what does that mean? Sun Jun shrugged. Our family has over a dozen chain supermarkets, each one a large-scale establishment. This was Sun Jun's confidence. Even if he were to fail one day, selling the family supermarkets would still allow him to live comfortably. Foolishness. Sun Dafu's frustration surged. If Chinting's supermarket is that successful, it implies he could potentially drive all other types of supermarkets out of business. That seems unlikely, Sun Jun replied. To put it mildly, if Chinting earns an extra cent, all other supermarkets earn 1 cent less. Just imagine if you were to open a supermarket in Yongqing, our profits would diminish. Is it really that exaggerated? Sun Jun murmured, startled by his father's stern tone. Is Chintung really that formidable? Better safe than sorry. All right. Let us assume Chintung isn't as powerful as we think. Do you believe it is better for us to profit alongside Chintung or to earn on our own? Profiting alongside Chintung is preferable. Sun Jun had to concede this point. Chintung's ability to generate income was indeed remarkable. Consider this. If we do not earn Chintung's favor, what reason would he have to include us in future profitable ventures? In this partnership, the only resource I can provide is access to suppliers, but others have that too. The success stems from Chinting's series of innovative ideas. Is there truly no way to extract this commercial secret from Chintung? He generously disclosed to me that the secret lies in treating customers with sincerity. Do you believe it? Sun Dafu said with a hint of helplessness. Sun Jun found this statement amusing. Is mere sincerity enough to make money? Anyone who believes that is a fool. Chinting is an astute individual. Extracting the true secret of success of Tingda supermarket from him is utterly impossible. Thus, we can only strive to win Chintung's favor, ensuring he does not devise ways to eliminate us. If our relationship is sufficiently strong, perhaps he might involve us in his other ventures as well. Sun Jun comprehended Sun Dafu's intentions. He intentionally relinquished shares to curry favor with Chintung, hoping to profit alongside him. Having witnessed the numerous deceptions in the business world, Sun Dafu feared being ousted by Chintung. I understand now. From now on, when we meet Chen Tong, let us show respect. Address him as Brother Chun or Uncle Chun, and be polite. Oh, Sun Jun reluctantly replied. This felt more painful than a death sentence. Once the supermarket starts making money, I will buy you a car. Really? What kind of car? Given the current momentum of Tengda Supermarket, by the end of the year, you can choose any car under 10 million. Is that true? Sun Jun suddenly felt that having an additional uncle wasn't so bad after all. Fine, Uncle Chun it is then. The following day, Ting also received this news from Sun Dafu. Are you certain? You should be able to see that our supermarket is thriving. Well, perhaps thriving is not the right word. It is improving significantly, shall we say? I understand, but I feel somewhat uneasy holding on to so many shares. Sun Dafu was candid as well. After a moment of contemplation, Ting grasped Sun Dafu's intentions. Repurchasing your shares is not an issue. However, are you truly willing to part with them? As long as I can be on the same boat as you, Mr. Chen, I am willing. Tung looked at Sun Dafu's beaming smile and couldn't help but admire his decisiveness. Some individuals achieve success for reasons that are quite understandable. Although some from the older generation may not know much, they possess the audacity to fight and strive. When they fail, they simply rise again. Given that, how much are you prepared to sell? Could you leave me with 20%? Well, let us make it 30%. Since you trust me so much, I cannot let you suffer too great a loss. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Sun Dafu beamed with joy. If Mr. Sun trusts me, I can guide you to a promising opportunity. Please, Mr. Chun, enlighten me. Sun Dafu spoke earnestly. He knew well that effort yields rewards. In first-tier cities, one could purchase several properties. Are you suggesting that the prices will rise? Indeed. Do you have a specific location in mind? How much should I buy? Will the return on this investment take too long? In 2011. No, it is already 2012. Housing prices have begun to show signs of soaring. However, it is hard to predict just how much they will increase. In first-tier cities, the specific location matters greatly. As for the quantity to purchase, it ultimately depends on your personal aspirations. The return cycle may be protracted, yet the profits are astonishing. When should one consider selling? Sell when you are satisfied. And feel free to be bold, but do not succumb to excessive greed. I understand. Sun Dafu finds Chun Tung to be a trustworthy figure. He is contemplating acquiring a few properties, intending to sell them once they appreciate by 30 to 40%. This approach is sufficiently audacious, wouldn't you agree? Originally, Sun Dafu had planned to wait for a 50% increase before selling. However, recalling Chen Tig's advice against excessive greed, he resolved to settle for a smaller profit. This should pose no significant issues, he mused contentedly. By the way, President Chun, this brings to mind a matter of considerable importance. What is it? The revenue from our supermarket has sparked envy among the owners of other supermarkets. They may resort to various tactics to disrupt our business. No matter, let them come. Chen Ting is eager to ascertain whether he possesses the capability to contend with malicious competition. Chapter 118. The disturbance arrives a few days later. A local television station in Chiming City once again reported on Tengda Supermarket. This revelation acquainted the middle-aged and elderly residents of Chiming City, who had a penchant for local news, with the existence of Tengda Supermarket. Fang Shu, in the broadcast, ardently extolled the virtues of Tengda Supermarket. The current influence of the television station was sufficient to instill trust in the supermarket among these older viewers. Consequently, Tengda Supermarket experienced a notable surge in its revenue. At last, Sun Dafu grasped the concept behind this maneuver. Indeed, publicity is a potent strategy. However, the increase in revenue piqued the interest of numerous local businesses. As Sun Dafu and Sun Jun had remarked, for every penny Chinting earned, the others lost a penny. Within a month of its opening, the revenue of large local supermarkets in Chiming City had declined to varying degrees. Thus, on a day following the news report, Chinting received a phone call. Boss, it's bad. There are people blocking the entrance to our supermarket and causing a ruckus. All right, I understand. I'm on my way, don't panic. Chinting replied nonchalantly as he drove his BMW to the entrance of his supermarket without the slightest hint of urgency. True to the employee's words, a large crowd had indeed gathered at the entrance. Approximately dozens of individuals stood together chanting slogans, while another group of onlookers surrounded them. The former shouted accusations of heartless supermarket and unethical merchants. Had it not been for the security personnel, they might have stormed into the supermarket. Upon the arrival of Chintung's vehicle, they keenly spotted him. That's him. He is the owner of this supermarket. You unscrupulous merchant. How dare you sell such low-quality products to us? What a disgrace. I can't believe I trusted you, only to discover you have committed such acts. Our hard-earned money has been swindled by this unscrupulous merchant. Refund, 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 refund. You are worse than pigs and dogs. Worse than pigs and dogs. The clamor of insults resounded incessantly. Chun-Tung calmly navigated through the crowd, making his way to the side of his supermarket. Some attempted to seize him, only to find that no matter how hard they tried, they could not budge him. It was as if Chun-Tung could walk forward unimpeded by anyone. This was the formidable strength bestowed upon him by the system. He possessed absolute power. Inside the supermarket, Sun Dafu, upon seeing Chun-Tung, felt as though he had encountered his steadfast anchor. Mr. Chun, here's what happened. They bribed our stock clerk, substituting our imported apple juice with a similarly packaged inferior product. Then they hired individuals to deliberately purchase it and send it for third-party testing, claiming we are selling counterfeit goods. Now, they have gathered all those who bought that apple juice. They are local bullies, and I lack the connections to detect this in advance. After listening, Chun-Tung nodded slightly. He turned his gaze towards the irate customers still hurling insults at him and requested a loudspeaker from Sun Jun. As Chun-Tung began to speak, his voice was immediately drowned out by a cacophony of insults. Even with a loudspeaker, he could not compete with the multitude of voices hurling abuse at him. In the realm of face-to-face disputes, volume reigns supreme. Why don't you just die? You deceitful scoundrel. Damn it. If anything happens, I will not let this go. Just wait to be taken to court. I will ensure everyone knows your supermarket is a den of iniquity. The exchange of angry tirades brought laughter from a few onlookers in the corner. They whispered among themselves, "Ah, youth. So naive and unguarded. The strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Do they truly believe commerce is so simple? This lad must learn the harsh realities of society." Their laughter was bright and abundant as they lingered at the back of the crowd, eager to see how Chun-Tung would navigate this tumultuous situation. Listening to the barrage of insults, Chun-Tung felt no anger. Surely, these individuals had come to resolve an issue, not to create chaos. At our supermarket, counterfeit goods warrant a tenfold compensation. Present your evidence, and we will gladly refund and compensate, he declared loudly. The crowd was taken aback by the sheer volume of his voice, which seemed to eclipse the collective shouts of all present. Chun-Tung felt a strain. Even with the strength bestowed by the system, facing dozens alone proved a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, his proclamation managed to calm the agitated customers momentarily. Most had not even had a drink when they were approached, and upon learning the truth, their anger surged, compelling them to the supermarket. Why should we trust you? The leader of the group shouted. With so many here, how could I possibly evade accountability? Just provide your evidence, and all will be well. This is your assertion. We have sent our goods for third-party testing. However, you must prove that this item was purchased from my establishment. Chun-Tung spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. This expression only served to infuriate those in attendance further. Of course we bought it here. The leader insisted. Are you questioning that? The fury in his voice was palpable, though few noticed the undercurrent of anxiety beneath his rage. All right, I will concede. Yet, you must demonstrate that this testing agency is sufficiently authoritative. What if the third-party results are inaccurate? The smile on Chun-Tung's face was exceedingly irksome. However, a few individuals hidden within the crowd revealed knowing smiles. Having anticipated this very response, we anticipated you would say that, which is why we also submitted our items for official testing. If the official results indicate your goods are counterfeit, you cannot possibly deny it. The leader revealed a smile of triumph, a sinister grin that sent a chill through Sun Dafu's heart. This is bad. I've fallen into their trap. Chun-Tung, still too inexperienced, had unwittingly exposed a flaw that was, in fact, a cunning snare laid by the adversary. This was dire. Chun-Tung's expression darkened. I refuse to believe it. Refuse to believe? The leader cautiously unfolded a piece of white paper. Chun-Tung stepped forward, but the man retreated a step. The other customers, sensing the tension, instinctively encircled the leader to protect him. I advise you not to act recklessly, he shouted. I can unequivocally inform everyone here that, according to the official inspection results, the items we purchased are all authentic, genuine products. What? Sun Dafu was taken aback. The customers surrounding the man were equally stunned. A few individuals hidden among the onlookers were also bewildered. What had they just heard? Authentic? Genuine? Hadn't they come to expose the unscrupulous supermarket? What on earth was happening? Chapter 119. This secret, I can savor for a lifetime. Only Chun-Tung smiled slightly. The story actually begins a few days prior. Due to Chun-Tung's habitual inspection of the system panel, He was the first to notice when one of his employees had been bribed. Who wouldn't feel a sense of guilt and anxiety while at work? However, Chen-Ting chose to remain discreet, quietly arranging for the merchandise to be returned. Simultaneously, he stationed himself at his supermarket. On one hand, Chen-Ting acted as a human detector, sensing customers who exhibited emotions of guilt, anxiety, and unease. On the other hand, he enlisted Miao Xingzhong to leverage his connections for further investigation. Although Miao Xingzhong's efforts did not yield immediate results, he did identify a customer named L Yan, who was the ringleader of the unrest. Thus, after L Yan exited the supermarket, Chen-Ting approached him. The strategy of deception and subterfuge was indeed a masterstroke. Upon hearing Chen-Ting's voice and seeing his countenance, L Yan's composure faltered. His psychological fortitude was not sufficient to maintain his calm in the presence of the principal figure. It seemed your mental resilience leaves much to be desired. It was evident he could not comprehend the implications of Chen-Tung's words. Someone had paid you to entrap me. Had they not? Chen-Tung was unaware of their exact scheme, but was certain their intentions were far from noble. Elian quickened his pace, beads of sweat forming on his brow, desperate to ignore Chen-Tung. He hurriedly slipped into his car, relieved to find that Chen-Tung did not impede his escape. Yet, as the vehicle roared to life, he soon discovered it would not move, as if an invisible hand was holding it back, rendering it immobile. What is happening? Elian felt a surge of panic. At that moment, a gentle knock resounded on the car window. When he glanced over, he was met with Chen-Tung's somewhat enigmatic smile. Witnessing the car's failure to start, Elian reluctantly rolled down the window. What have you done to my car? I have done nothing at all, Chen-Tung replied with a grin. Merely exerted a slight bit of influence. How much did they offer you? If it is wealth you seek, shouldn't you align yourself with the highest bidder? I told you, I do not understand what you are saying. 1 million. Chen-Tung stated matter-of-factly. Elian was taken aback. What? 1 million, to turn you. 1 million. Elian swallowed hard. The owners of several supermarkets had pooled together to offer him a few thousand as compensation to frame Chen-Tung. Now, Chen-Tung was proposing a sum of 1 million. His heart raced with exhilaration, rekindling the youthful thrill he once felt. Is that insufficient? Then let it be 2 million, Chen-Tung suggested. Seeing Elian's silence and boldly raising the offer, Elian quickly nodded. Enough. Chen-Tung smiled. A wise decision. Well, I cannot provide you with the money right now. Elian, having regained some composure, suggested, at least offer a deposit? Chen-Tung shook his head. Elian, displeased, retorted. Then how can I trust you? I am aware that some wealthy individuals are quite stingy. Just because you possess wealth does not guarantee that you will part with it. Chen-Tung was taken aback by Elian's perceptiveness. It made sense, though. If Elian lacked both resilience and cunning, how could he possibly be chosen to entrap another? How about we record a video, leaving each other with a leverage? Elian proposed. Leverage? Chen-Tung inquired, smiling. Indeed. I will provide you with something that can threaten me, and in return, you will offer me something that can threaten you. This mutual caution will compel us to trust one another, will it not? Elian nodded. What leverage do you intend to provide? Simple. Let us record a collaboration video. A collaboration video? Elian was perplexed. How does that serve as leverage? In this video, you will recount everything those individuals instructed you to do, claiming that you betrayed them by collaborating with me. That indeed constitutes my leverage. My credibility would be irreparably damaged, and I would struggle to navigate the underworld thereafter. But what about your leverage? You are associated with the underworld, correct? Yes. Collaborating with you serves as my leverage. Just imagine. If it were to circulate that a billionaire like myself had colluded with individuals from the underworld, that could even be construed as evidence of wrongdoing. Elian comprehended, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Indeed, if a prominent billionaire were to be rumored to have ties with the underworld, it would undoubtedly be scandalous. Perhaps he could even use this leverage to later threaten Chen-Tung. In that case, let us commence recording simultaneously. Agreed. The two produced their phones and began filming from the side. I, Elian, have been coerced by Gungbo, the proprietor of Xinshin Supermarket, Lin Yinjia, the owner of Shishang Supermarket, and Chao Yuan, the owner of Maikon Supermarket, to entrap Chen-Tung. The method is as follows. I am now betraying my trust by collaborating with Chen-Tung. After Elian concluded, Chen-Tung began his declaration. I, Chen-Tung, have conspired with Elian, an individual from the underworld. Once they had recorded each other's incriminating evidence, they exchanged knowing smiles. Elian suddenly found the visage of this billionaire to be far more endearing. So, what do you require of me? Let us play along. Deceive them into believing the plan succeeded. When they urge you to create chaos, do so, but ultimately, present our product's inspection report, asserting that our goods are of high quality and that it was those bosses who instigated your actions. That sounds feasible. But you must transfer 1 million to my account on the spot. Otherwise, I will immediately disclose our collaboration. You would not wish for others to discover your association with individuals like us, would you? Of course not. That is not an issue. Qin readily agreed. Let us also exchange contact information so we can inform each other of any alterations to the plan. Agreed. Two individuals exchanged contact information, and Lu Yin drove away with a buoyant spirit. A smirk of derision graced the corners of his mouth. Qin, oh Qin, once I acquire the funds, I shall promptly flee abroad. Those in the underworld will know of my treachery, yet there will be nothing they can do. Do you truly believe that your so-called evidence can impose any constraints upon me? On the contrary, once I reach foreign shores and find myself in need of money, I shall seek you out. Should you deny me the funds, I will threaten to expose your secrets. Collaborating with those in the underworld, you will not only suffer, but be severely wounded. This secret of yours, it could sustain me for a lifetime. Lu Yin could not help but burst into laughter. You think to record a video of my betrayal to coerce me? How utterly laughable. Qin, oh Qin. Attempting to outsmart Lu. How naive you still are. As Lu Yan's vehicle vanished from view, a smile emerged on Qin face. He dialed a number. Hello? Is this Secretary Huang? I have a matter for which I require your assistance. It goes like this. Chapter 120, The Art of Deception Amidst the Crowd. Yin suddenly exuded an air of righteous authority. Esteemed brothers and friends, I have summoned you all today under the pretense of rallying against the unscrupulous merchant Qin. However, the truth is far different. Our true adversaries are Gungbo, the proprietor of Xinxin Supermarket, Lin Yinjia of Shishang Supermarket, and Chao Diyuan of Maikon Supermarket. For reasons unbeknownst to me, these three sought my assistance to ensnare Mr. Qin in a web of deceit. Could I possibly engage in such treachery? I cannot. Therefore, I approached Mr. Qin and together orchestrated a counter-scheme, collecting the evidence of their nefarious intentions. I have gathered you all here today, hoping that you may open your eyes and discern who our real enemies are. At that moment, Gungbo, Lin Yinjia, and Chao Dian were visibly shaken, contemplating an escape. Yet, several plainclothes officers had already emerged, firmly apprehending the trio. The primary charges, malicious commercial defamation and attempted poisoning. Qin found amusement in Yin's words, chuckling at how this individual had cast himself as a paragon of virtue. Yin produced his phone, playing recordings that revealed the trio's requests of him. Cold sweat dripped from their brows as they struggled to comprehend why Yin had unexpectedly turned against them. The onlookers and aggrieved customers, upon learning the truth, erupted in denunciations. Scoundrels, worse than beasts. Resorting to such vile tactics when they cannot compete is truly revolting. These wretches are the greatest waste of air in this world. May they perish. They ought to rot in prison for years. As the clamor subsided, Qin took to the loudspeaker, assuring the crowd, rest assured. After the merchandise was swapped by that stock clerk, we reverted the products back to their original state. Thus, the items in your possession are guaranteed to be brand new and authentic. Of course, if any of you remain uneasy, Tingda Supermarket supports full refunds. His words instantly garnered praise from the customers. Oh my, Mr. Qin is truly a good man, a paragon of virtue. Just look at his integrity. It's no wonder he earns so much. Long live Mr. Qin. From now on, I shall be a loyal patron of Tingda Supermarket. A slight smile graced Qin's lips, as this was the very outcome they had hoped for. After all was said and done, Yin approached with a grin. So, Mr. Qin, did I not execute this task splendidly? Exceedingly well. And as for my payment, just give me a minute, if you please. Certainly. With 3 hours remaining before the flight, a minute was a reasonable wait. Yin stood beside Qin, beaming. Qin gestured towards a certain direction, and soon a formidable figure accompanied by 2 others approached. Mr. Qin, the man greeted. Hello, Captain Li. This is Yin, whom I mentioned previously. The two exchanged a firm handshake. Captain Li, the captain is certainly not a security chief. This is troubling for Lu Yin. All right, take him away. Captain Li gestured for the 2 men behind him to escort Lu Yin. Qin, do you know what you're doing? Lu Yin shouted. Don't forget. Qin smiled. Captain Li, may I indulge in a bit of theatrics for a few minutes? Principally, that is not permissible. No one is allowed to obstruct official duties. Not even you, Mr. Qin. However, we need to verify some internal information, so you will have to wait a few minutes before we can escort anyone away. Thank you. Captain Li, Qin replied with a faint smile, turning his gaze towards Lu Yin. Are you referring to this video? Qin placed his phone speaker against the loudspeaker. In an instant, their previous conversation echoed for all present to hear. Lu Yin's complexion turned ashen. How dare he? How dare he? Did he not fear colluding with someone like himself? No. It was precisely out of fear that Qin needed to distance himself immediately. Just moments ago, Lu Yin had been hailed by customers, but now he became the target of scorn. As the video concluded, Qin beamed. It's merely a temporary measure. You can't actually believe I would collaborate with you, can you? Lu Yin's mind raced. No. They have no right to take me away. Qin interjected, don't forget, you claimed in the video that you were one of them. Lu Yin halted his thoughts. Yes, indeed. Whether aiding the 3 supermarket owners or betraying Qin, it was difficult to pin any title on him. Yet, in his attempt to ensnare Qin by asserting a connection with the underworld, he had inadvertently set a trap for himself. More importantly, this video was not a clandestine recording. It was captured with the consent of both parties. This implies it could undeniably be accepted as evidence. Even if this evidence is not fatal, it would suffice to cause him considerable trouble. A smirk appeared at the corner of Qin's mouth. Still seeking money? Harboring malice towards Tengda supermarket and yet hoping to profit? That is sheer folly. Captain Li, I have finished speaking. Qin addressed the 3 men, who were busy verifying internal information. All right, we have just completed our internal checks as well, Captain Li replied. Thank you, Captain Li. I will send you a banner later and inform Secretary Huang that the matter has been resolved. Very well. A subtle smile graced Captain Li's stern visage as he departed with Lu Yin and the others. Once they exited, Fang Shu stepped out of the crowd and handed the microphone to Qin. Time for an interview, Tycoon. Fang Shu had also been summoned by Qin. Why create such a spectacle instead of simply presenting the evidence? The answer is clear: to enhance the supermarket's reputation while simultaneously undermining competitors. In truth, undermining may not be the most accurate term. Qin merely stated the facts. He did not require embellishment. He simply needed to recount the events from beginning to end. There is no need to conceal anything at all. Well, under the interview conducted by Fang Shu, Qin recounted the entire sequence of events leading to the situation. Naturally, this narrative omitted certain elements of the system. When asked how he discovered the anomaly, Qin replied with utmost seriousness, I have studied the nuances of micro-expression analysis. Is that so? Then, what insights can you glean from my micro-expressions? Curious. Wow, you really have a knack for this, don't you? Presently, there is a mix of surprise and astonishment. Truly, a genius. Qin. He merely intended to make a jest to lighten the mood. However, in certain respects, he possessed an even greater acumen than those proficient in micro-expression analysis. He could discern the emotions of others with remarkable sensitivity. After the interview concluded, Fang Shu assured Qin, rest assured, Mr. Qin, I will faithfully report your interview, and I appreciate your cooperation. The reporter, Fang, was being polite, expressing a token of gratitude. Qin casually handed a bottle of mineral water to reporter Fang and the cameraman beside her, bidding them farewell. At this moment, turning back, Sun Dafu in the supermarket gazed on in admiration. Chapter 121. Can one truly forsake wealth for the sake of dignity? An extra chapter for 100 gifts, Mr. Qin. You are simply remarkable. Sun Dafu was utterly in awe. The other employees regarded Qin with admiration, fully aware of the gravity of the recent incident. Had this crisis not been resolved swiftly, the initial impression many would have of Tengda Supermarket would have been that it was a purveyor of counterfeit and inferior products. Even if the truth later emerged, absolving Tengda of any wrongdoing, the obstinate would remain convinced that the supermarket had indeed sold substandard goods, merely engaging in a subsequent attempt to rehabilitate its reputation. Even when faced with irrefutable evidence, they would remain steadfast in their beliefs, much like the countless individuals who, prior to Qin's rebirth, believed the tale of Grandpa Qin's 3-legged chicken, which was, in fact, nothing more than a common white-feathered fowl. Qin's deft handling of the crisis not only mitigated the immediate threat, but also unveiled the 3 supermarkets that had orchestrated the slander. It was reasonable to presume that Tengda Supermarket's revenue would soon experience a significant surge. Nothing escapes my notice, Qin declared, a hint of youthful arrogance in his voice. Deep down, he understood that he was merely leveraging the system, yet he felt compelled to project an image of greater capability. By doing so, his subordinates would be more inclined to follow his lead. After all, everyone aspires to align themselves with a person of talent. This was consistent with his earlier endeavor to cultivate the persona of an arrogant genius. Despite the somewhat juvenile nature of his proclamation, no one deemed Chun Tung presumptuous at that moment. He had indeed astutely uncovered the truth and effectively resolved the issue at hand. Mr. Chun is brilliant. Sun Dafu expressed with profound respect. That day, Tingda Supermarket's revenue began to rise compared to the previous day. Admittedly, the increase was not yet overly significant, as the commotion caused by Lu Yan and his associates had disrupted the shopping experience for many customers. However, by the following day, the growth in revenue became markedly apparent. Mr. Chen, a portion of the customers from those 3 supermarkets must have been drawn to ours. Indeed. Splendid. Once the news airs, our revenue should see further growth. As Chun Ting spoke, Sun Dafu could not help but smile. It is often said that in business, one must maintain composure and not display emotions overtly. Yet, with Tengda Supermarket thriving, how could he suppress his joy? By the way, Mr. Chun, should we consider opening a branch? You wish to open a branch? Yes. Qiming City is vast. Even if Tengda Supermarket excels, customers cannot be expected to travel such great distances for their purchases. Wouldn't you agree? Sun Dafu's respect for Chun Tung grew ever deeper. Were it not for their significant age difference, he would have been tempted to address him as Brother Chun. Opening a branch is feasible. However, one must carefully select the location. There are several points that must be clarified. First, the pricing and quality of products, as well as the salaries and training of staff, must be adequately addressed. Indeed, this is essential. Second, regarding the decor, every detail must be meticulously attended to, so that customers feel as though they are returning home when they enter our establishment. I understand. Each stage of the branch's establishment must be reported in detail, as I must oversee the process. Chun Tung believes that the supermarket thrives on word-of-mouth reputation. If the reputation of Tingda Supermarket cannot be assured, its core competitive advantage compared to other retail supermarkets will diminish, which is utterly unacceptable to Chun Tung. Ultimately, a supermarket devoid of core competitiveness will lose its current splendor. This, of course, Sun Dafu readily agreed. Very well, you can proceed with the site selection. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. In this regard, Chun Tung is aware that he is not as adept as Sun Dafu. Therefore, it is most suitable for Sun Dafu to handle this matter. Excellent. Sun Dafu cheerfully ended the call. Upon witnessing Sun Dafu's demeanor, Sun Jun could not help but frown. Father, I understand that Chun Tung is exceptionally capable, but is your attitude not a bit too accommodating? It seems to Sun Jun that Sun Dafu shows more concern for Chun Tung than he does for Zhao Xueshi. He even felt that if Chun Tung were in need, Sun Dafu might just climb into Chun Tung's bed himself. Today, Tingda Supermarket's revenue reached 360,000. How much? 360,000? Yes, and today is not even the weekend. I believe you are well aware of the significance of this figure. Furthermore, it is evident that the future revenue of Tingda Supermarket will only continue to rise. Our supermarket's profit margin is around 20. With a revenue of 100,000, we can earn 20,000. Tingda Supermarket, with higher costs, has a profit margin of approximately 17. Do the math. Sun Jun quickly calculated. This means a daily profit of over 60,000. Annually, that translates to more than 20 million. They hold a 30 share, which amounts to over 6 million. Most importantly, the supermarket's profits have not yet peaked, and its reputation has yet to fully spread. 20 million is still a conservative estimate within conservative estimates. During holidays and festive seasons, Tingda Supermarket's revenue will become even more astonishing. Observing Sun Jun's astonished expression, Sun Dafu inquired, "Did you feel that I was a bit humble just now?" Although Sun Dafu did not use speakerphone due to the surrounding quietness, Sun Jun could hear some of Chun Tung's voice. Sun Jun perceived Chun Tung's attitude as somewhat poor, akin to a leader delegating tasks to a subordinate. Yet, they are clearly partners, are they not? Yes. Sun Jun candidly expressed his thoughts. Sun Dafu sighed heavily. So what? A subordinate is still a subordinate. What difference does it make? Sun Jun replied, Just think about those little brothers surrounding you. Which one does not treat you with utmost respect? If one does not treat you well, would you still wish to engage in their company? Upon hearing these words, Sun Jun began to perceive a certain underlying truth. His father had indeed positioned himself in the role of a subordinate to Chun Tung. Consequently, had Sun Jun not inadvertently disrespected his own father in front of his elder brother? The mere thought of this twisted Sun Jun's expression into a complex blend of emotions. What is even happening here? Reflect on it carefully, Sun Dafu advised, gently patting Sun Jun's shoulder, hoping that he might swiftly relinquish the trivial yet perplexing pride of youth. In the realm of business, it is entirely normal for partners to have hierarchical relationships. In any project, there must always be a designated leader. One cannot forsake financial gain merely for the sake of pride, can one? Chapter 122. New Year arrangements on the other side, at Chinteng's home. The family of four had settled into the Tianding Jin Yuan residence they had previously purchased. The house, already beautifully decorated, pleased everyone in the family. They had hired a moving company to facilitate their relocation, simply bringing their belongings and moving in. During the Spring Festival, how about I take you all to Qiming City for a little adventure? Chinteng suggested after ending a call with Sun Dafu. As he walked from his room into the lively living room, the family was engaged in a spirited discussion about where to celebrate the upcoming Spring Festival. The year 2011 would see the Spring Festival on February 3rd. Amidst Chinteng's busy schedule at Tengda Supermarket, Lily had just concluded her final exams. Marking the start of a brief holiday, the family was once again gathered together. Qiming City? Are there any interesting places to visit? Lily inquired excitedly. The weight of her first semester in senior high school had been quite overwhelming, and now that the holiday had finally arrived, she was determined not to squander it. Well, a friend of mine recommended a newly opened luxury resort. I have booked the entire hotel for a fortnight. They have hot springs, a ski resort. And you might even spot some celebrities while you're there, Chinteng replied nonchalantly, which left Lily in awe. Celebrities? Are they vacationing there too? She asked, her eyes wide with excitement. No, they will be performing at our company's annual meeting. I've reserved the venue for half a month. Until the 7th day of the new year. They have the privilege to enjoy themselves during that time, Chinteng added casually, eliciting admiration from Lily. Just as Jiang Meiji was about to question whether such expenses were excessive, Qin Jiangwo took her hand and shook his head, silently conveying his thoughts. Jiang Meiji understood his gaze. The children were growing up and forming their own opinions. As parents, it was perhaps best not to interfere too much. She reflected on this, realizing she understood the principle well. However, she was accustomed to strategizing for her children, and it was a bit difficult to adapt to their newfound independence. So, she remained silent, quietly observing the lively exchange between her children. Brother, if there are celebrities you admire, they will perform at the annual meeting. If you want autographs or photos, that can be arranged. Chinteng anticipated Lily's unspoken thoughts. Upon hearing this, Lily's face lit up with joy. Yet, she soon pondered, but brother, is it really necessary to reserve the venue for half a month? The annual meeting is just one day, and we could have fun for a few days. A week should suffice, right? Wouldn't that be a waste of money? Chinteng stared at Lily in surprise. This young girl had grown up and was now concerned about such matters. Well, yes, the annual meeting is indeed just one day. But I considered that our employees would typically take their families on outings during the holiday. So, I thought it would be nice to offer them an option. After the annual meeting concludes, they can bring their parents to the resort, where I will cover their accommodations and most of the recreational activities. It turns out there are quite a few who are interested. Coincidentally, I have a press conference to host. So I might as well encompass the period from the annual meeting to the Lantern Festival. Lily suddenly realized, gasping in astonishment. Was her brother's ambition not a tad excessive? Could this possibly be too extravagant? Perhaps not. Chinteng recalled the discussions he had with Linya regarding the annual meeting plans. Linya had been even more taken aback than Lily. She possessed a deeper understanding of the annual gatherings of major domestic companies and knew that none could surpass Chinteng's event, beyond mere extravagance. She found it challenging to conceive any word that could adequately describe Chinteng's annual meeting. I expect everyone to exert themselves to the fullest on my behalf. And in return, I shall offer them commensurate benefits. Mutual dedication and effort is what I wish to see. Chinteng reiterated to Lily what he had conveyed to Linya. Lily, somewhat bewildered, nodded with an innocent and naive gaze. Having never entered the workforce, she was unaware of the profound impact such words could have on employees. So, when shall we depart? She inquired. Let us ask Mom and Dad. Dad, Mom, are you interested in the vacation hotel I mentioned? We'll follow your lead, they replied. How about we head over tomorrow? I have some matters to attend to at the resort. Sounds good, Qin Jiangwo agreed, but then pondered, what about our relatives on both sides? I'll arrange a flight to bring everyone together, Chinteng replied, not particularly fond of visiting relatives. The relationship between their family and other relatives was rather mundane, neither hostile nor particularly affectionate. A simple gathering for a meal would suffice for a reunion. On January 26th, Qinting set off with his parents and sister towards Jiming City. They arrived at a resort hotel named Yunin Bay. Qinting found the name somewhat peculiar. Given that there was no sea nearby, why name it a bay? Was it merely for the sake of a pleasing title? Yunin Bay Resort Hotel is situated on the outskirts of Jiming City, owned by a local tycoon. As their vehicle approached the hotel entrance, several individuals came forward to greet them. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a touch of gray at his temples. "Hello, Mr. Chun. I am the owner of Yunin Bay Resort. My surname is Zhang." "Greetings, Mr. Zhang," Qinting replied, extending his hand, only for Mr. Zhang to eagerly grasp both of his hands firmly. This warmth took Qinting by surprise, yet he smiled and reciprocated the handshake, handing his car keys to one of the attendants behind Mr. Zhang. The attendants, clad in suits and bow ties, were all quite presentable. Others approached the trunk to assist Qinting and his family with their luggage. "Did we not agree to keep things simple? This feels rather grand," Qinting remarked with a smile. "For a distinguished guest like Mr. Qin, this arrangement seems rather modest," Zhang remarked earnestly. Upon finishing his statement, Zhang extended greetings to the three individuals accompanying Chun, his respectful demeanor leaving them somewhat taken aback. At that moment, a shuttle bus came to a halt before them. With a smile, Zhang inquired, "Mr. Chen, shall I escort you and your family directly to your room? Or would you prefer to take a brief tour of the surroundings first?" "Let us proceed to the room." Qinting beckoned his parents to board the shuttle. "As for the surroundings, I will take them for a stroll later on." "Very well, then allow me to provide a brief introduction as we travel," Zhang proposed. "That sounds agreeable," Qinting replied. Though he had previously offered his parents a cursory overview of the resort, it was undoubtedly less comprehensive than Zhang's forthcoming account. Thus, he decided to accompany Zhang in his explanations. During the introduction, Zhang glanced at the trio, who seemed somewhat uncomfortable with such a prominent figure addressing them with such reverence. In terms of age, Zhang was even senior to Chen Jiangwell. Qinting chose not to engage extensively as a relative of this billionaire. It was imperative for them to learn how to navigate the attentions and flattery of others. Chapter 123. The company every worker dreams of joining Qinting arrived at the Yunin Bay Resort Hotel with his family, while outside, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement due to the annual gala of Tongda Corporation. Since late December, various companies had begun hosting their year-end celebrations. Some held their events at the end of December, others during the new year, and like Qinting, some chose to commence just before the Spring Festival. The scale of these gatherings easily captured public interest. Although Tongda's scale did not rival that of the larger corporations, the recent meteoric rise of Have You Eaten? And Tongda Games, alongside Qinting's personal acclaim, ensured that Tongda Corporation garnered significant online attention, arguably reaching impressive heights. Naturally, Tongda's annual gala attracted considerable interest. After some investigation, details about the event emerged through indirect inquiries. The scale was monumental, an extravagant affair featuring over 3,000 attendees. Qinting had reserved the largest resort hotel in Jiming City, where employees' families could enjoy complimentary vacation privileges. The year-end bonus was set at a minimum of 6 months' salary, and notable celebrities would grace the stage with performances at Tongda's gala. These revelations propelled Tongda into the spotlight as the most talked-about company on the internet. Other employees from various tech companies, upon hearing this news, felt a pang of envy. It was astonishing. Was Qinting truly this generous? "In our company, we are expected to perform ourselves at the year-end gathering. Failing to do so is seen as a lack of effort. Moreover, Tongda employees' salaries exceed those of their peers by over 20. With such lavish celebrations, one couldn't help but wonder about their cash flow." A former colleague of mine, who joined Tongda at the end of last year, assured me that their cash flow was exceedingly robust, so much so that even if all costs doubled, they would still generate profit. Indeed, I had also heard that Tongda's newly established investment arm was sitting on a substantial sum, unsure how to allocate it. I lamented that if it weren't for a non-compete agreement, I would have eagerly considered a shift to Tongda. Wake up. The entry threshold to join Tongda has been steadily rising. Getting in is no longer a certainty. Rumor has it that a rising pop star has also been invited. If only I had known Tongda was hiring back then, I would have dashed over without hesitation. The year-end gala is a true reflection of a company's benefits. Based on the information circulating, Tongda's welfare provisions are undoubtedly among the finest, if not the finest, available. No other domestic company can compare to Qinting's grand generosity at their annual celebrations. In a heartbeat, Tongda Corporation became the most coveted workplace for employees everywhere. Qinting ensured his parents and Chen Lily were settled before making his way to the gala venue. The resort hotel had not been designed to accommodate such a large gathering of over 3,000 people. Thus, the event was held at a nearby medium-sized sports arena. The resort facilitated transportation by renting buses for the attendees. Over 3,000 attendees do not constitute a large crowd for a medium-sized sports arena. In fact, it appears somewhat sparse. By the time Chin-Tung arrived, the stage was nearly complete. "Boss, how are the preparations coming along?" "Nearly finished. We conducted a rehearsal today, and the process seems to be fundamentally sound." "Thank you for your efforts." Linya shook her head. In comparison to realizing one's own value, this minor hardship hardly qualifies as arduous. Chin-Tung was taken aback. "You truly are well suited for managing a company. You never complain or show signs of fatigue, even willingly staying late for coffee. As for your annual salary, you should take a look at it yourself. This amount is sufficient for now." "How can this be? As the general manager of Tingdao Games, not earning at least $1 million per annum is quite unreasonable." "Thank you, boss." Linya had little else to say, merely expressing her gratitude to Chin-Tung. He nodded slightly. "What do you think of that girl Liang Qing?" Linya pondered briefly. "She is quite capable. I believe she can attempt to lead a project. However, it seems she desires further experience." "That is indeed a positive thing," Chin-Tung remarked with a smile. Originally, he had allocated a month for Liang Qing to learn, intending to help her form a project team within that time frame. Unexpectedly, she had yet to officially commence. She had planned to begin at the start of the month, but upon hearing that the annual meeting would be held here, she decided to seize the opportunity to familiarize herself with high-end resort hotels. Very well, Chin-Tung appreciated her thorough approach to preparation. At that moment, Linya's secretary approached them, holding her phone and covering its lower part. "Boss, Lin Zong, we encountered some issues with the young diva Su Ling, as we previously discussed." "What kind of issues?" Chin-Tung inquired. According to her agent, she has been called to a film set on short notice. "Filming?" Chin-Tung was perplexed. "If I am not mistaken, is Su Ling not a singer?" Although he did not closely follow the entertainment industry, he was aware of this fact. Yet, her agent had indeed stated such. Is this the agent's suggestion, or her own? Or perhaps it is simply the directive of her company? Chin-Tung's eyes narrowed. The distinctions among these three possibilities were significant. "I am uncertain." Linya's secretary felt an overwhelming pressure, sensing the concealed fury beneath Chin-Tung's calm demeanor. "Find out the details," he commanded. "I will go immediately." The secretary hurried away. Linya displayed a hint of remorse. "I apologize, boss. It was my oversight. How did we initially make contact with Su Ling? We reached out to her company, and they directed us to her agent." "I understand." This minor issue had not initially concerned Chin-Tung. He organized a voting event within the internal system, seeking to gauge which celebrities the employees wished to invite. As long as they were available, Chin-Tung would extend an invitation. However, he was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. A certain singer had to join a film crew for a shoot at the last minute. This situation seemed exceedingly peculiar. "Well, if all else fails, I shall provide an explanation to the employees at the annual meeting." Chin-Tung awaited further clarification from Linya's secretary. After a brief interval, Linya's secretary approached, her expression exceedingly grim. "How shall I articulate this? It is Su Ling's decision." She stated that while it is not impossible for her to attend, considering your status as her fan, if our company, Tungda, is willing to offer her a more substantial fee, she would be inclined to participate in our annual gathering. Chapter 124. Do they truly consider you their fan? In Chiming City, Su Ling stood before the expansive windows of a hotel, gazing down at the bustling streets below, teeming with the ebb and flow of pedestrians and vehicles. Observing the tireless endeavors of others during her leisure moments had become her favorite pastime. She relished the elevated perspective, feeling as though the entirety of the world lay prostrate at her feet. The glass of the window faintly reflected her visage, though primarily a singer. Her delicate oval face exuded an exquisite charm. With a prominent nose and porcelain skin, she appeared remarkably photogenic under the lens. At that moment, her manager entered the room. Pushing the door open, Su Ling turned her gaze towards her manager, inquiring, "What did Tingda have to say?" Her manager replied that she needed to report to the higher-ups. Su Ling nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief hesitation, her manager, with a hint of concern, asked, "Su Ling, are we truly going to proceed with this? It doesn't seem appropriate. Moreover, President Zhang has emphasized that Tungda is a crucial client." "Red sister," Su Ling interjected firmly. President Zhang merely offered a courteous remark about their importance. If Tungda were genuinely a vital client, President Zhang would not have simply mentioned it in passing. But there are no buts. "Red sister, I am currently the most celebrated newcomer in our company. This year, not only is the company producing an album for me, but they are also crafting a film specifically tailored to my talents. Who do you think holds more significance in President Zheng's eyes, me or Tongda? Su Ling's retort left her manager momentarily speechless. Over the past year, Su Ling had undoubtedly been the company's most favored artist. Renowned composers and lyricists had created songs for her, and she had performed duets with superstars. The online promotion had been extensive, and Su Ling had successfully generated substantial revenue for the company. Red Sister had to concede that Su Ling was indeed highly valued in President Zheng's estimation. Moreover, isn't Chen Teng a self-proclaimed fan of mine? If he truly admires me, why is he only offering market rates? I have heard that Chen Teng is quite generous, often exceeding market prices. Why does that not apply to me? A conflicted expression crossed Red Sister's face. She yearned to tell Su Ling that Chen Teng's claim of fandom was likely mere pleasantry and that adhering to standard pricing was unremarkable. However, given Su Ling's pride and the company's penchant for her, Red Sister's previous disagreements with Su Ling had always favored the latter's perspective. Often, her counsel was disregarded. Nonetheless, she offered a cautionary remark, but Chen Teng is the head of a major company. He might be proud due to his early success, and we should be wary of offending him. Su Ling radiated confidence in her allure. Rest assured, Red Sister, my fans would never harbor ill feelings toward me. Remember that advertising client? They were also my fans, and when we were over an hour late last time, they didn't utter a word. Red Sister was rendered speechless. The advertising client was hardly a prestigious brand. In terms of recognition and influence, they paled in comparison to Su Ling, which was why they had been so indulgent. Could it be that Su Ling genuinely believes her personal charm is so immense? Very well then. Sister Hong resolved to cease her persuasion of Su Ling and quietly retreated to a corner to place a call to General Manager Zheng. As her role as an agent necessitated, she needed to clarify the situation with her superior. Otherwise, should any issues arise, she would undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt of blame. After several attempts to reach him, however, Sister Hong found herself unable to connect with General Manager Zheng. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Confounded, Sister Hong decided to abandon her efforts after multiple unsuccessful attempts. Meanwhile, in the southern hemisphere, aboard a cruise ship, a slightly portly and balding middle-aged man was surrounded by a throng of bikini-clad beauties, indulging in drinks. A group of charming young women encircled him, playfully urging him to drink. General Zheng, want you enjoy our drinks? General Zheng, mine is the finest, isn't it? The man referred to as General Zheng flushed with merriment, chuckling heartily. Suddenly, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, General Zheng shook his head, forcing himself to regain a semblance of composure. Although some still wished to engage him in conversation, he silenced them with a stern glance, placing a finger to his lips to signal the ladies to quiet down. It was a critical call. Having said that, he answered, "Hello, General Zheng, this is Chen Teng." Before General Zheng could respond, the voice on the other end was devoid of any emotion. "Good day, General Zheng. I didn't expect to hear from you personally. Is there something you wish to discuss?" "General Zheng, if you are not interested in collaboration, you are free to withdraw. Given your esteemed company's reputation, we did not impose exorbitant penalties in our contract negotiations, yet we are met with such treatment. It is truly disheartening." Without allowing General Zheng a moment to speak, the caller abruptly ended the conversation. At that moment, General Zheng was jolted awake from his inebriation. Chen Teng's displayed fury left him apprehensive. Who had provoked him? Recalling their recent collaboration, General Zheng's heart sank. Could it be? But how could a conflict arise between the two of them? General Zheng was utterly perplexed. He promptly dialed Sister Hong, Su Ling's agent. Sister Hong recounted the entire sequence of events, and General Zheng quickly grasped the situation. His jaw clenched in anger. Was the company's intention in nurturing Su Ling to create enemies for him? Resorting to last-minute price hikes, what were they thinking? Now, have Su Ling get on the line with me immediately. Understood, General Zheng. Before long, General Zheng heard Su Ling's voice on the other end. Hello? General Zheng. I thought you were on vacation. Is there an issue? An issue? General Zheng scoffed. That is precisely what you should answer, our illustrious star. Huh. Tell me, who instructed you to raise the price at the last minute? Are you out of your mind? That's Chen Teng. General Zheng unleashed a torrent of reprimands, leaving Su Ling utterly bewildered. She was oblivious to her missteps. In the past, regardless of the circumstances, Mr. Zheng had always unconditionally stood by her side. Even when conflicts arose with some industry veterans, Mr. Zheng would choose to defend her. Yet now, how had it come to this? Once Mr. Zhang's fury had somewhat subsided, Su Ling timidly inquired, "Mr. Zhang, may I ask why you are so upset?" Although Qinting is affluent, he hardly has any ties to the entertainment industry, does he? Moreover, wasn't it said that he is my fan? Mr. Zhang widened his eyes in disbelief. Did you truly take his politeness to heart? During the meeting, Tingda's staff did mention that Qinting is a fan of yours, but surely that was mere courtesy. Can't you discern the difference? Even when he invests in various films, he has no idea how many directors he is supposedly a fan of. In truth, there are some directors whose names he has never even heard. It was only after his team prepared a detailed feasibility report that he considered investing and pursuing collaboration. This foolish girl. How could she have taken Qinting's words at face value? Chapter 125. The cost general manager Zhang took a deep breath, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. When he initially decided to promote Su Ling, it was her lack of cunning that appealed to him. Why? Because a naive individual is far easier to manage. If an artist is both astute and capable, Zhang would have to dedicate a significant amount of time to outsmarting them. However, it appears that Su Ling's simplicity has now become a double-edged sword. He coldly stated, "Let me make this clear, Su Ling. At the end of the year, Qinting acquired a substantial number of copyrights for novels and comics, which includes film adaptation rights. You might not comprehend the implications of this. It signifies that a colossal entity is poised to enter the entertainment industry. Qinting undoubtedly harbors ambitions for this realm. Even though we are currently unaware of his exact intentions, fostering a good relationship with him can only benefit us." To take a step back, even if Qinting has no specific plans for the entertainment sector, his company possesses a vast amount of liquid capital. Establishing a rapport with Tingda Corporation could potentially lead to investments in various projects. Additionally, the games produced under Tingda's banner are immensely profitable and popular. If you could engage with their games, it would significantly enhance your popularity. In summary, nurturing a favorable relationship with Tingda Corporation holds tremendous advantages. Do you understand? General Manager Zhang meticulously laid out the pros and cons for Su Ling. Surely, she should grasp the gravity of the situation now. Yet, even if there were to be a fallout with Tingda, what harm would it bring? Damn it. The alcohol had already dampened his vacation spirit, leaving Zhang in a foul mood. Before Qinting, he suppressed his anger, hoping to cultivate a good relationship with him. In front of Su Ling, he also held back his fury, not wanting to jeopardize his meticulously nurtured cash cow. Yet, despite his clear explanations, she remained oblivious to the circumstances. The anger that Zhang had been repressing surged forth. "Su Ling," he warned, "if you do not find a way to satisfy Tingda Corporation this time, you might as well consider leaving the industry altogether. Is it merely a matter of receiving a fair offer? What is the issue? You may feel disgruntled, and you are welcome to test whether I can enforce this." Zhang's voice was icy. After years of navigating the tumultuous seas of business, he had never truly regarded stars with any reverence. Su Ling, in his eyes, was merely a product of their own making. If she became unmanageable, they could easily replace her. However, replacing her would incur losses, which is why, under normal circumstances, they would refrain from doing so. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhang might offer some protection, but that did not imply he was incapable of making tough decisions. Only a select few stars could achieve a leap in status and ascend to another echelon, but Su Ling was not among them, contemplating alternative solutions. General Manager Zhang hung up the phone and proceeded to make additional calls. In the gymnasium, Qinting received an apology from Hong Jie, Su Ling's manager. Shortly thereafter, General Manager Zhang also called to express his regrets, recounting the circumstances of the situation to Qinting. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Chun. It is my failure to manage my subordinates effectively. Rest assured, if she fails to perform, I will ensure her career is effectively halted. Moreover, I will find others to fill the void in your company's annual meeting performance." Given this, Qinting felt there was little else to be done and decided to ponder further. He sensed Zhang's sincerity and recognized that the issue lay with Su Ling, not with Zhang. To blame Zhang would be somewhat inappropriate. "Mr. Chun, although the contract stipulates a penalty of double the breach fee, we are willing to pay 3 times that amount. Additionally, any performers we recruit later will incur no cost to you. In that case, my gratitude extends to you." General Manager Zhang: "I should be the one thanking you, Mr. Chen, for allowing me the opportunity for recompense. Throughout life, one commits numerous errors, some can be rectified, while others cannot. I am truly pleased that we can amend this particular mistake." In a few succinct phrases, Qinting was once again elevated in esteem. Is this the artistry of language? After their call, Qinting turned to Linya and asked, "If I am not mistaken, We have a piano prepared for this year's annual meeting, correct? Yes. Allow me to perform on it. Linya was utterly astonished. You can play the piano? What an extraordinarily talented individual. Excelling in gaming and also a pianist. Such a rarity. Chen Tung himself was uncertain of his piano proficiency. The last time he had a tenfold combo, the system granted him the skill of piano master. How impressive this title truly was, he did not know. However, he believed he could manage the performance at the upcoming annual meeting without issue. But, Mr. Chan, didn't T General Manager Do mention finding someone to fill the vacancy? In just one day, it was uncertain whether a suitable artist could be secured. Let us not forget that Su Ling's performance is the highlight of our annual meeting. Second only to the lottery. If the star's appeal is lacking, it would result in an anticlimactic event. Chen Ting appreciated General Manager Du's goodwill, and he was open to giving him a chance. However, if General Manager Du proved ineffective, he needed to prepare accordingly. Ultimately, if General Manager Du could not find a suitable replacement, he would personally take the stage. As the owner of Tingda, Chen Ting's presence would undoubtedly suffice. Linya nodded in agreement. Indeed, at this moment, only Chen Tung's stature was adequate. Even Linya, as the Grand Steward of Tingda, paled in comparison to him. Oh, and there is one very important matter. Are you referring to Su Ling? Yes, regardless, I cannot accept this last-minute price hike. Please reach out to the entertainment industry's key figures and ensure they hold Su Ling accountable. Wealth can indeed influence outcomes. Although Chen Tung's current ventures seem to be largely divorced from the entertainment industry, he possesses considerable wealth. He can easily emulate those coal tycoons who wield their financial influence to achieve their ambitions, just as coal magnates fund television dramas to ensure the participation of specific actors. Chen Tung can exert pressure on Su Ling through monetary means. Fundamentally, there exists little distinction between the two scenarios. Moreover, Chen Tang's resources extend beyond mere finances. I have come to understand that Linya is equally disapproving of Su Ling's conduct. It is rather disingenuous to orchestrate such antics just as the annual meeting approaches, effectively leveraging one's influence to intimidate Tingda. Linya is resolute in her desire to avoid such indignities. I shall make contact promptly to fulfill our objectives. Chapter 126, Suppression. Su Ling never anticipated that the usually lenient General Manager Zheng would utter such words to her. Sister Hong, do you truly believe that General Manager Zheng would suppress me? I cannot say, Sister Hong replied, her scalp tingling. How could she possibly know? The larger the star's status, the greater the cost of suppression. Su Ling, despite the flattery, was indeed recognized as a rising star. Who could discern whether General Manager Zhang's earlier remarks were a threat or merely words spoken in anger? Who knew how highly he regarded Chente? She was but a humble agent. No, he wouldn't. Su Ling murmured to herself. The company has invested so much in my development. General Manager Zheng would not suppress me. Hearing Su Ling's analysis, Sister Hong breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Su Ling did not truly expect an answer from her. That was a relief. If she had been required to answer the question whether suppression would occur, Su Ling would surely have been displeased with the response indicating suppression. Conversely, if she had claimed there would be no suppression, and it happened later, she would appear foolish, perhaps even incurring Su Ling's resentment. Fortunately, Su Ling was merely engaging in self-dialogue, sparing Sister Hong from any obligation to respond. Whatever transpired thereafter would not concern her. She would not incur Su Ling's ire, nor would she provoke her current discontent. However, should we not extend an apology? A sincere one might appease Tingda, alleviating concerns about whether General Manager Zheng would indeed suppress you. Apologize? Su Ling's voice ascended several octaves, a pitch that even made Sister Hong wince. Sister Hong, you want me to apologize to him? Why should he not apologize to me? Why should he apologize to you? Sister Hong stepped back 2 paces, feeling that Su Ling's reasoning was beyond the grasp of conventional logic. Just give me the market price. Oh, Sister Hong muttered internally. Were it not for the fear that Su Ling might indeed escape suppression, she would have liked to scold her soundly. How could she be so oblivious? Just because someone is wealthy does not obligate them to pay above the market price. They were not withholding payment. Initially, when you quoted your price, you did not refuse. Instead, they raised their offer just before the annual meeting. Was that not an attempt to extort? Yet, she dared not voice these thoughts. If Su Ling ultimately was not suppressed, she could not afford to offend her. Moreover, with my growing fan base, if they pay above market rates to secure my friendship, perhaps when their company seeks me for future events, I might recall their generous offer and agree to it. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Su Ling's eyes brightened. Yes, fans. I have so many fans. General Manager Zhang would never suppress me. If he dared to do so, I would expose him online and see whether he could withstand the tide of my supporters. Su Ling spoke with unwavering confidence. Hong Jie felt a flutter of unease. Perhaps it would be prudent for President Zhang to silence her completely. She harbored concerns that if Su Ling were to achieve immense fame, she might utter even more outrageous statements. Hong Jie, do you think there is any merit in what I've said? Yes, perhaps. Hong Jie stammered. Well, since you support me, I shall proceed with my plan. What? I support you? Please don't say that. What if President Zhang truly decides to silence you, and I get swept up in the fallout? I'm merely a seasoned agent with rather average connections in the industry. Hong Jie felt a sense of despair. The following morning at 10 a.m., only 8 hours remained until the Tingda Group's annual meeting. President Zhang's company had yet to find a suitable performer. The prominent artists had long been engaged to perform at various television gala events. Who could possibly rush over at such a critical juncture? The remaining lesser-known artists were not suitable for the occasion, and President Zhang hesitated to present an unknown talent for the annual gathering, fearing it would offend the guests. It's all right, President Zhang, I understand your predicament. I sincerely apologize. Mr. Chun, should your company require a spokesperson in the future, I assure you that any talent we recommend, regardless of their stature, will be offered at a rate significantly below market value. No problem, President Zhang. Since this decision wasn't yours, I completely comprehend. President Zhang exhaled with relief. At this moment, other entertainment companies might not have recognized Chun Teng's aspirations to enter the entertainment industry. This was a valuable opportunity to exploit information asymmetry. If he could cultivate a favorable relationship with Chen Ting now, he might reap benefits when Chen inevitably ventured into the entertainment world, even if no direct advantages arose. He certainly did not wish to offend a billionaire due to his company's artists. Just then, his phone rang again. Upon seeing the caller ID, President Zhang's expression shifted slightly. How could it be her? He quickly answered the call. What a rare occurrence. I didn't expect you to reach out to me. On the other end of the line was a lively female voice. I heard. You've encountered some troubles. Indeed. I've been duped by a fool. President Zhang replied, feeling somewhat resigned. For him, this was nothing short of an unwarranted disaster. I've gathered a brief understanding of the situation, she continued. Has the news spread that quickly? The news itself may not be widespread, but your frantic search for a singer intrigued me, prompting some curiosity. I apologize for bringing you amusement. Let me assist you. After all, I am your elder sister in a manner of speaking. President Zhang's expression stiffened at this title, which stemmed from a rather awkward story. However, he felt somewhat moved, thus refraining from retorting. At that moment, someone was willing to step forward to assist him. A is merely A, after all. She is just over 20 years younger than him. Acknowledged. How do you intend to assist me? Will you perform at the Tingda annual meeting? Or shall you help me find some remarkable singers? The Tingda annual meeting performance, indeed. Thank you. Before he could complete his sentence, the voice on the other end interrupted him. No need for thanks, to be honest. I had already planned to meet Chen Ting at some point. Your advance merely altered the timeline. You know Chen Ting? Mr. Zhang expressed his astonishment. How could he have been unaware of this? Yes, we are old acquaintances. When did this happen? How come I was oblivious? 10 hours later. At the annual meeting of Chen Teng's company. By the way, please do not inform him. I wish to surprise him. With that, the person on the other end hung up the phone, leaving only the sound of a dial tone. Mr. Zhang let out a sigh of relief and smiled with gratitude. Chapter 127. Singing, dancing, rapping at 8 o'clock in the evening, the annual meeting of Tingda Company commenced. There were no superfluous words nor any designated host. As the appointed hour arrived, the lights in the auditorium dimmed. In the next moment, the stage lights illuminated, casting a vibrant glow. The dazzling lights and sultry dance moves of the female dance troupe rapidly elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo. Cheers, screams, and applause erupted in a harmonious symphony. Employees waved their glow sticks with fervor, feeling as if they were not merely attending a corporate annual meeting, but rather a meticulously orchestrated concert. The enthusiastic shouts nearly threatened to overturn the auditorium. Wow, the energy in this venue is absolutely electrifying. Seated in the front row, Chen Lili felt herself swept up in the fervent ambience. Although Chen Jiangwo and Jiang Meiji found themselves somewhat unaccustomed to the lively atmosphere, they exchanged glances and pondered. Is this truly what you young people enjoy? Do you not find the scene exhilarating? They could not fully appreciate it, yet they respected it. The taste of the younger generation truly elude comprehension. Nevertheless, Chen Jiangwo and Jiang Meiji felt a swell of pride. their son had orchestrated such a grand event, showcasing his remarkable capabilities. The subsequent performance featured a male dance troupe, ensuring that while the male employees were energized, the female employees would be equally entertained. This male group, too, boasted considerable fame and excelled in singing, dancing, and rapping. The female employees were soon swept into a frenzy, their exuberant cheers creating a resounding ocean of applause. Shin Lily swayed to the rhythm, waving her glow stick in delight. This performance resonated with her. The third act introduced a band, with pulsating drums, resonant bass, and crisp, melodious guitar chords intertwining to create a spirited composition. These three performances thoroughly ignited the atmosphere. At this moment, Chinting gradually ascended the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, are you satisfied with the performances at our annual meeting? Yes. The resounding chorus of approval assured Chintung of the success of this gathering. At least up to that point. I assure you, the forthcoming acts will exceed your expectations, Chintung declared confidently. With a snap of his fingers, a lottery software appeared on the grand screen behind him. The first round of the lottery offered 10 days of paid leave, to be freely allocated, with 10 slots available. This announcement undoubtedly thrilled everyone. 10 days of paid vacation. Wasn't that akin to a monetary windfall? I love you, President Chun. One employee shouted at the top of their lungs. Chinting smiled, poised to click the mouse and initiate the lottery. The 10 slots were quickly filled, with the winners shouting in exhilaration and the non-winners expressing their disappointment. After the first round of the lottery, the next program commenced. A plethora of diverse programs interspersed with a lottery filled the employees with immense excitement. The prizes for the annual meeting ranged from trinkets worth a few hundred yuan to gold bars valued at over 10,000. These offerings struck a deep chord within the hearts of the employees. The boss has been incredibly generous to us. This is my first time attending such a splendid annual gathering. Indeed, I recall last year's gathering at my former employer, where our department's foolish supervisor, in a fit of misguided enthusiasm, insisted that we, a group of grown men, don skirts and dance. 3 years ago, at another annual meeting, I won a paid vacation, only to be met with a barrage of restrictive conditions from the administrative team, rendering it utterly unusable, a truly maddening experience. Moreover, many attendees were not novices in the workforce. They had encountered a myriad of chaotic situations at their previous employers' gatherings. In contrast, their fondness for Tengda grew exponentially. After all, human nature is tender-hearted. As the annual meeting drew to a close, nearly every face in the audience was adorned with a contented smile. I heard the next act is Su Ling. I absolutely adore her. Indeed, she is a stunning beauty, a gem in the entertainment industry. It must have taken considerable effort for Mr. Chun to invite Su Ling. He truly cares for us. Observing the enthusiastic discussions among the employees about the upcoming performance, Chen Tung stood alone on stage, witnessing the eager anticipation among the staff. He experienced a rare pang of annoyance, not directed at the employees, but rather at Su Ling. From a young age, Chen Tung had been taught to honor his word. His disdain for empty promises stemmed from the realization that some individuals simply could not deliver on their commitments. Even in this new life, he rarely made empty promises, as he believed failing to follow through was an abominable act. The guilt of raising expectations without fulfillment weighed heavily upon him. However, Su Ling compelled him to confront these feelings of guilt. Initially, when the news of Su Ling's attendance was announced, Chen Tung had assumed that since the contract was signed, there would be no unforeseen changes. Yet, he had underestimated the situation. Now, holding the microphone, he bowed to the employees and said, "I regret to inform you that I have some unfortunate news." The smiles vanished from their faces. Surely, he wasn't suggesting layoffs. They all yearned to remain at Tengda. With its generous compensation and delightful work environment, they had no desire to leave. The employees' greatest concerns revolved around two issues: whether Tengda would face financial difficulties and whether they would be let go. Tengda was exceedingly generous with its remuneration. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Su Ling would not be attending the event as previously announced, and for that, Chen Tung expressed his sincere apologies. He bowed once more. This revelation prompted a collective sigh of relief. Goodness, I thought it was something serious. Is it just that Su Ling won't be coming? Indeed, it startled me. However, it appeared that the boss was genuinely engulfed in remorse. It's all right, came a shout from the crowd below. Initially, the voice was barely audible, leaving those around in a state of surprise. Soon after, they began to echo the sentiment, "It's all right." A chorus of reassurance arose, reverberating from all directions. At first, the sounds were quite chaotic, yet, akin to myriad rivers flowing into the sea, The disordered cries gradually coalesced into a powerful tide, resonating throughout the auditorium. This swell of affirmation surpassed the applause of any prior performance in its intensity. Hearing this, Chen Tong was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the remarkable compassion displayed by his employees. Chen Lily gazed at Chen Tong, momentarily lost in thought. Even as an ordinary high school student, she could perceive the profound respect and affection the employees held for him. Is this the charisma that her brother exudes? Jiang Meiji and Chen Jiangwo brimmed with pride. The admiration and love from the employees unequivocally attested to Chen Tong's excellence as a boss. And to think that such a respected figure was their son. Thank you all for your support. Now, I would like to perform a piano piece for everyone, and I hope you will enjoy it. The employees gradually quieted down. Chen Tong took a deep breath as he approached the piano. Just then, a melodious voice emerged from the speakers. A graceful figure slowly made her way from behind the stage. Chapter 128. Yang Shimei, What Transpired? Chen Tong's eyes darted sideways as a beam of light illuminated the enchanting figure before him. At that moment, the stage was graced by two distinct lights. One, a brilliant white spotlight that enveloped Chen Tong, and the other, a captivating blue spotlight that danced upon the alluring silhouette. However, as the figure spoke, an inexplicable familiarity washed over Chen Tong. This voice seemed hauntingly recognizable. Where had he heard it before? For a fleeting moment, he could not recall. Yet, as if guided by an unseen force, his hands began to play along with her melodic voice. The harmonious blend of piano and song resonated throughout the modest auditorium like celestial music. Within the audience, there were others, akin to Chen Tong, who found the female voice eerily familiar. This voice, it felt so known. It seemed he had encountered it somewhere. Suddenly, clarity struck him. Yang Shimei. How could it be her? Hadn't she retired from the limelight long ago? Astonishingly, Chen Tong had managed to invite her. It was truly unbelievable. The atmosphere in the auditorium gradually ignited with fervor. Chen Tong's memories began to resurface, piece by piece. The prowess of a piano master enabled him to locate each key with precision, even without glancing down. Thus, he turned, catching a glimpse of her profile in the dim light. It was a visage of exquisite beauty. The blue spotlight, akin to moonlight, enveloped her fair profile. Dressed in a flowing white gown beneath the spotlight, she resembled a fairy illuminated by lunar glow. Even without extravagant stage effects, her mere presence exuded an ethereal aura. Yang Shimei had debuted approximately a year prior, collaborating with distinguished producers as a newcomer to release her first album, which became an instant sensation, ranking among the most popular albums of the year. This singular album significantly elevated her status in the music industry. 3 months later, she released another album, featuring an even more illustrious production team, with all contributors having received prestigious global accolades. Unsurprisingly, this second album surpassed the success of its predecessor, achieving remarkable acclaim overseas. However, not long after, Yang Shimei vanished from the entertainment sphere. Whispers circulated. Some claimed she had succumbed to a terminal illness. Others suggested she had grown weary of the deceitful machinations of the industry and chose to withdraw. There were even speculations that she was merely a figment of corporate imagination, a virtual idol concocted by a company. The truth remained shrouded in ambiguity. To many, Yang Shimei appeared as a shooting star, brilliantly bright, yet fleetingly ephemeral. Chen Tong recognized her voice because he occasionally listened to her works, yet he had never anticipated her presence beside him. Was this the surprise that President Zheng had bestowed upon him? Did he possess such influence? With a heart full of intrigue, Chen Tong accompanied Yang Shimei, completing a brief yet enchanting performance. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. At their company's annual meeting, Yang Shimei made a remarkable comeback. The applause resonated for a full 3 minutes before it subsided. Simultaneously, many attendees were repeatedly murmuring Yang Shimei's name. Thank you, everyone. I am truly grateful for your affection. I never expected that after such a long period of silence, so many would remember me. Yang Shimei's voice was exceptionally melodious as she greeted the employees of Tingda with a radiant smile. This conclusion to Tingda's annual gathering was undoubtedly a resounding success. Chen Tong approached her with a smile, joining her for the final bow. Once backstage, Chen Tong turned to Yang Shimei with a grin. Thank you, superstar, for your impromptu rescue. Without your intervention, our annual meeting might have been utterly ruined. Yet, why did Chen's smile seem to harbor a hint of aggression? There is a saying that goes, a knife hidden within a smile, or perhaps a needle concealed within softness. Yang Shimei, equally cheerful, regarded Chen Tong with a knowing gaze. Chen Tong was not surprised that his expression had been deciphered. Yang Shiwei's appearance brought him not delight but trepidation. Everything at the annual meeting was supposed to be under his control, yet her presence unsettled him. Yang Shiwei represented an unpredictable variable. If a major celebrity could appear silently at his side today, who might appear tomorrow? Could it be a hidden assassin, silently lurking nearby? Chen Teng was not suffering from paranoia. Rather, he believed one must always be vigilant against potential threats. Since Miss Yang has seen through me, I shall not conceal my thoughts. Thank you for today, Miss Yang. I will ensure you receive your due compensation. However, let us refrain from future entanglements. Shall we? Yang Shiwei interjected quickly. Chen Teng remained noncommittal. Indeed, as my father often says, your words are quite distinct. Is that so? Might I request an opportunity for self-introduction? Perhaps after hearing it, you will have new insights. Do tell. I am Yang Shiwei, a name you should be familiar with. However, you may not know that my father is Yang Shan, the head of Tianqing Capital. Tianqing Capital? Chen Teng recognized the name. While not on par with colossal giants like Taodao or KK, the firm boasted assets in the hundreds of billions and had invested in numerous companies. Thus, I wish to get to know you, Mr. Chen, Yang Shiwei concluded, extending her delicate hand. Chen Teng shook it lightly before releasing it. If there is nothing further, I believe our meeting concludes here. It seems Mr. Chen harbors some animosity toward me. I wouldn't say animosity. However, your purpose today was to get acquainted. And now we have, haven't we? Yang Shiwei felt challenged by Chen Teng's words. Indeed, forging a connection with someone like him proved to be quite a task. She pouted, instantly adopting a look of feigned grievance. Mr. Chen, with your magnanimity, there is no need to dwell on the unexpected visit, is there? After all, they have come to offer assistance in a time of need. Might this come across as somewhat petty on your part? Have you shifted your strategy? Realizing that the air of mystery was ineffective, you have adopted a new approach. Unfortunately, this tactic holds little relevance for Chen Teng. With a courteous smile, he regarded Yang Shiwei, a smile that could even be described as a formulaic fade of politeness. In a moment of resignation, Yang Shiwei felt compelled to convey her true intentions to Chen Teng. In truth, I aspire to become your partner. Chapter 129. The Red Warmth. Could it be that Mr. Yang is considering investing in me, sending you as an intermediary? The only possibility that Chen Teng could fathom was this one. After all, who else could she be? But the daughter of Yang Shan? Is that acceptable? Yang Shiwei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Not at all. Very well. Here is the situation. You may perceive this as a tale of a wealthy second-generation individual striving to prove themselves to their family. Upon hearing this, various captivating stories flitted through Chen Teng's mind, yet he remained unmoved. In business, what can you offer me? I possess wealth, Yang Shiwei declared. Tengdao is not in want of funds. I have connections. Tengdao's network is equally formidable, at least in the realm of the internet. Your connections at Tianqing Capital may not surpass ours at Tengdao. With each exchange, Chen Teng retorted swiftly, inciting a simmering frustration within Yang Shiwei. In her lifetime, she had never encountered such vexation. Chen Teng truly mirrors her father's unyielding demeanor. What is it that you desire? Yang Shiwei questioned, a hint of defiance in her tone. Let us be clear. You are the one seeking collaboration with me, not the other way around. Are you even aware of what you can offer? If you are oblivious, you lack the standing to negotiate with me. Chen Teng grasped the situation. This affluent young lady sought to validate herself, likely having heard that Tengdao was difficult to engage with, thus aiming to secure a partnership to substantiate her worth. However, this young lady merely harbored an idea without a concrete plan. Chen Teng had no interest in collaborating with someone of such simplicity. To be frank, numerous companies were eager to partner with Chen Teng. He was not short of collaborators. Ordinary partners held no allure for him. You are Mr. Yang's daughter from Tianqing Capital, correct? I shall call Mr. Yang and have him come to fetch you. You know my father? I do not, but I shall soon enough. Who knows? Perhaps your father will reward me for assisting him in reclaiming his daughter, and that might conveniently cover your appearance fee. Chen Teng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yang Shiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly a conversation among humans? It felt akin to receiving a task item in a game to present to an NPC for a reward, all while offsetting her own appearance fee. Are you serious? Indeed. I am serious. Your current demeanor hardly suggests that you are a worthy partner. Given this, why should I not utilize your information to forge a rapport with your father? Your words are rather hurtful. Wait, you wish to cultivate a relationship with my father? But did you not decline our investment? Yang Shiwei sensed she had unearthed a crucial point. Chen Teng shrugged. I am open to establishing connections with any capital. Regrettably, They only wish for me to accept their investment as a means of fostering goodwill, which I must decline. However, the present circumstances are somewhat different. Accepting investment to gain favor with capital, returning someone's daughter to gain favor with capital, hiss. Yang Shiwei felt that Chun Tong was truly impervious to reason. It seemed that no matter what she said, she could not alter Chun Tang's perspective. You, indeed, are driven solely by profit. I shall take that as a compliment. If there is nothing else. Here we go again. You intend to send yourself back. Yang Shiwei felt a surge of frustration. How many times had it been? She, a prominent star and a wealthy heiress, strikingly beautiful, had admirers queuing from here to Bali. Yet, when it came to Chun Tong, she seemed utterly unpopular. Wait, I have another idea, one that I assure you will bring you joy. Just say, if you can present something of value to me, I would be more than willing to become your partner. Chen Ting spoke with utmost sincerity. Yang Shiwei lowered her voice. Speaking conspiratorially, I hold a bit of weight at Tianjin Capital. I could invest a small amount in your name without expecting any returns. No money, that must suffice, right? As Chen Ting listened to Yang Shiwei's words, his mouth gradually fell open. Wow, this is truly remarkable. This little cotton-padded jacket is letting too much air in. Seeing Chen Ting's expression, Yang Shiwei thought she had successfully swayed him. However, to her surprise, Chen Ting shook his head once more. Why? Now Yang Shiwei was genuinely anxious. She had exhausted every means to establish a cooperative relationship with Chen Ting, yet nothing had worked. Some money can be taken, while others cannot. If I accept Tianjin Capital's funds, I would be obliged to provide assistance when you need it, and such a favor is not something I wish to give indiscriminately. Chen Ting patiently explained. Do you have any further inquiries? If not, I shall issue an eviction order. Must you be so blunt with your eviction? If I were less direct, I fear you would feign misunderstanding. Yang Shiwei, go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. How could there be such a man? In exasperation, Yang Shiwei had no choice but to relent. Just then, Chen Lili arrived backstage, calling out, brother. Chen Ting turned to Chen Lili, waving his hand. Yang Shiwei's eyes brightened. She could take a different route. She approached Chen Lili directly. Sister, you are. I am your brother's girlfriend. Chen Lili initially appeared excited, her lips curling upwards. However, upon Chun Tong's casual remark that she was not, Chen Lili promptly recoiled from Yang Shiwei. Yang Shiwei was left stunned. According to the expected narrative, shouldn't Chen Lili be delighted to recognize them as a couple, providing them with support? This way, she could gather more information from Chen Lili and even forge a better relationship with the Chen family. Then, she could become Chen Tong's partner and prove herself to her family. However, why wouldn't Chen Lili fall for it? Well, my brother is only 19. While we are pleased that he is in a relationship, I never anticipated having a sister-in-law this early, even if that person were you. Chen Lili observed Yang Shiwei's expression and offered a brief explanation. She was not foolish. It was apparent that the two were not in a romantic relationship, nor did she perceive them as a couple squabbling. The dynamic between Chun Tong and Yang Shiwei was something they should resolve among themselves. When Yang Shiwei realized that following Chen Lili's path was futile, she bit her lip and said, actually, I have another card to play. Please don't tell me you want to come to my company as a spokesperson or something. Yang Shiwei widened her eyes. How did you know? Chen Ting shrugged. Isn't it obvious? Nevertheless, he remained silent, merely gazing at Yang Shiwei. How about this? You invest a sum of money in me, and I assure you I can make a fortune. Yang Shiwei's face flushed crimson. Chapter 130. Do you believe you are gifted? I believe I am, Chen Ting replied. A slight arch in his brow. It was evident that Yang Shiwei harbored a profound obsession with entrepreneurship. Curiosity sparked within him. Care to elaborate? Throughout my life, I have always been the exemplary child of others, Yang Shiwei stated. Chun Tong quipped. Perhaps you should start from the very beginning, from Pangu separating heaven and earth? Must we delve into my childhood? Yang Shiwei gazed at Chen Ting with a hint of melancholy. Mr. Chen, has no one ever taught you to be a tad more courteous towards young ladies? Chen Ting retorted, please remember, it is you who seeks to become my partner and desires my investment. Yang Shiwei, ever compliant, responded, then I shall be succinct. At the side, Chun Lili lowered her head, her shoulders subtly trembling. Having lived with Chun Tong for so long, she was well aware of the situation. Should she remain any longer, it was likely she would erupt into laughter akin to a goose's honk at any moment. Chun Tong patted her shoulder. Go on, amuse yourself elsewhere. Perhaps take photos and collect autographs from those stars you adore. I've already greeted everyone I needed to. Off you go. Oh. Chen Lili turned back reluctantly. Not for lack of desire for photos and autographs, but because the Chinese possess an inexplicable obsession with eavesdropping on gossip. and she was no exception. In fact, she wished Yang Shimei would commence her tale from childhood. Once Chen Lily departed, Chen Ting said, "You may begin." Yang Shimei declared, "I am exceptional throughout my life. Anything I aspired to succeed in has indeed been successful." "Impressive," Chen Ting acknowledged. "As your father's daughter, I assume you have considered inheriting his legacy?" "Indeed, a commendable aspiration. However, my father informed me that while inheriting the family business is possible, I must demonstrate my own prowess in commerce. A perfectly reasonable expectation. Yet, you have not showcased it?" "Absolutely not." Yang Shimei's words left Chen Ting momentarily astounded. This prominent star had always been renowned for her grace and gentleness. Who would have imagined? Surely you do not wish for your fans to discover this side of you? Chen Ting cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and once again regarded Yang Shimei with a smile. Yang Shimei seemed to realize the rudeness of her previous demeanor. I usually do not behave this way. I have seen nothing. I have heard nothing. That is reassuring. To that end, I pursued an MBA. You were accepted?" "Of course." Yang Shimei proudly lifted her chin. Chen Ting's expression turned serious. An MBA, short for Master of Business Administration, signifies that Yang Shimei possesses considerable capability. "And then your father had a change of heart, refusing to let you inherit?" "Essentially. After I was accepted, my father took me around the company to review several business proposals, urging me to analyze them. And then?" Yang Shimei's tone grew frustrated. He even doubted whether I had leveraged family connections to gain admission to the MBA program. How could he not be aware if I utilized connections? Chen Ting listened intently to the words of Yang Shimei, lost in contemplation. Initially, upon learning that she had been accepted into an MBA program, he believed his father would have some faith in Yang Shimei's abilities. However, after Yang Shimei analyzed several business proposals, his father began to doubt her competence. What exactly had Yang Shimei analyzed? "Your father's Tianqin Capital, an investment firm, correct?" "Yes." "Just a moment." "All right." Chen Ting rose and walked a few meters away, beckoning to Linya. The annual meeting had just concluded, and Linya was waiting backstage. Upon seeing Chen Ting wave, she approached him. "Boss, please provide 10 investment cases with clear outcomes, specifically those indicating whether the investment resulted in profit or loss. Ideally, they should be lesser known and obscure. Should they be from Tianqin Capital?" No, any firm will suffice. The more obscure, the better." "Understood." Chen Ting's intention was to challenge Yang Shimei. Clearly, her father was dissatisfied with her investment judgment, leading to his skepticism about her abilities. Chen Ting wanted to ascertain the true extent of Yang Shimei's investment insight. Once seated again, Chen Ting felt that mere silence was insufficient. He initiated a discussion about the recent group buying war. "What are your thoughts on the current state of group buying?" "It is undoubtedly a chaotic mess, destined for complete collapse." Yang Shimei replied decisively. "Why do you believe that?" "Many investors are pouring capital into this group buying war, indicating that most see potential in local group buying services." "Why do you not share this belief?" Yang Shimei recognized this as Chen Tung's test. She raised a slender, delicate finger. "First, fundamentally, group buying is merely a tactic to attract customers through discounts. Why would businesses not just lower their prices directly instead of relying on a platform to lure customers? In essence, the platform serves as an advertising display, but with so many advertising channels available, why should the group buying platform prevail? Second, the industry suffers from severe homogenization, making it challenging to establish a core competitive advantage. This business is accessible to anyone, and to stand out, one must invest substantial amounts of money. But can group buying genuinely yield sufficient profits? If the profits are inadequate, all investors will eventually withdraw. Chen Ting was left speechless. Her arguments were indeed well-founded. "So your conclusion is that there will be no winners in this group buying war?" "Precisely. Do you think there is a possibility that one of the contenders might leverage their substantial traffic to venture into other businesses?" Chen Ting inquired further. Yang Shimei smiled mysteriously, shaking her raised finger at Chen Ting. "Not possible. Firstly, there cannot be a victor in this group buying war. Secondly, even if one emerged, their sheer size would prevent them from pivoting their business. Otherwise, they would only hasten their own demise." Her smile radiated unwavering confidence. Had it not been for Chen Tung's foresight, he might have been deceived by her. Her incisive analysis is truly remarkable. In the subsequent Yellow Knight campaign, he emerged as a formidable force amidst the chaos of the grand battle. Clearly, the conclusion drawn by Yang Shimei was erroneous. Noticing that Linya had yet to arrive, Chen Ting inquired, "Have you heard of the sharing economy?" Yang Shimei furrowed her brow slightly. "I believe I have. This concept refers to..." Tung provided a brief explanation. In fact, shared bicycles first made their debut in 2008. However, at that time, the conditions were not ripe, and thus, by early 2012, they had not fully developed. Upon hearing this, Yang Shiwei's understanding dawned. I see, you wish to inquire about its potential, correct? Indeed. As for this, I cannot make a judgment at this moment. So, let us assume I were to pursue the sharing economy. Between shared bicycles and shared cars, which do you believe holds greater promise? Chapter 131. How can this not be considered a talent? Automobiles. Yang Shiwei spoke decisively. Ting's gaze sharpened. Had she once again evaded the correct answer? Please elucidate. It's quite simple. Bicycles are so affordable, one can purchase them for merely 1,000 or 2. When everyone has the means, who would lack a bicycle to ride? But why automobiles then? Yang Shiwei inquired with a hint of caution. You aren't attempting to extract my wisdom only to discard me later, are you? Ting replied, you truly overestimate yourself. I assure you, that is not my intention. Very well then. After all, Tung was the only individual presently willing to listen to her. She continued her analysis. Mr. Chun, you must have heard of car rental services. It is evident that there is a demand for rentals. If we successfully establish a car-sharing service, it will satisfy the public's needs for renting vehicles. Tung attempted to pose a few questions. Do you think taxis might hinder this car-sharing initiative? He refrained from mentioning ride-hailing services that could overshadow taxis or autonomous vehicles that could outpace ride-hailing. It would be unrealistic to expect her to foresee such distant futures. Yang Shiwei waved her hand dismissively. Taxis and rental services both illustrate the public's demand for vehicles when venturing outside. If individuals could rent cars themselves, wouldn't the cost be significantly lower? There would be no maintenance expenses to shoulder, nor would there be driver fees to pay, eliminating intermediary costs. Ting inexplicably recalled a tale of optimists and pessimists. It spoke of two individuals arriving in a place devoid of products. The optimist exclaimed, "Wonderful! A market void for us to conquer." The pessimist retorted, "If no one is selling this product, how could I possibly sell it?" Faced with the competition between rental services and taxis, Yang Shiwei's immediate response was to assert that the car-sharing model undoubtedly possessed market potential. One must admit, Yang Shiwei seemed rather well suited for the vicissitudes of life. Regardless of the circumstances, she likely embraced them with equanimity. Moreover, have you considered that the quality of certain demographics in our nation may not be particularly high? The economic foundation dictates the superstructure. Once wealth is attained, quality will naturally improve. Have you pondered that if individuals require a vehicle while away from home, they would also need a driver's license to operate it? This. Yang Shiwei fell silent. At that moment, Lin approached. Tung rose. Boss, the information you requested has been gathered. This document outlines their pre-investment conditions, and this one presents the outcomes. Excellent. Please send her the pre-investment document, and also forward both documents to me. Understood. Yang Shiwei opened the document she received. This is the final hurdle. Let us assess your investment acumen. There are 10 projects in total. Please share your evaluations of these projects. Minor loss, minor profit, or major profit. Agreed. Although the process was somewhat cumbersome, Yang Shiwei persevered. In reality, it is not uncommon for a project to be scrutinized for several months. Good things take time, she reassured herself while working on the problems in front of Tung. The comprehensive information provided meant that her reading speed was not particularly swift. An analysis also required time. Yang Shiwei dedicated over an hour before presenting her answers to Tung. The first project yielded substantial profits. The second project incurred significant losses. The third project and the 10th project also resulted in considerable losses. As Yang Shiwei delivered her responses, Tang's expression transitioned from shock to admiration. He glanced at Linya, who mirrored his disbelief. Wait, perhaps I have sourced the wrong information. There is no need to be so astonished. My judgment is simply exceptional. Pride 20. Yang Shiwei's smile was radiant. Observing the expressions of Tung and Linya, she felt a sense of pride in her answers. Tung exhaled deeply. Remarkable, truly remarkable. It was the first time he encountered someone with such a formidable investment acumen. Out of 10 business projects, she had managed to answer none correctly. Most astonishingly, each of her responses was precisely the opposite. What does it mean to be precisely the opposite? It meant that small losses corresponded to small gains, and significant losses aligned with substantial profits. Incredible, simply incredible, Tung mused in admiration. After conducting further inquiries, Linyu found it even more difficult to believe, as the information she had gathered contained no errors. Yang Shiwei, completely wrong. You must become my partner. Oh, now you recognize my prowess? Of course. Previously, I underestimated your talent. Shintung was somewhat exhilarated, including the 2 questions he had posed to Yang Shiwei earlier. She had answered all 12 incorrectly. How could this not be considered a unique talent? Linya looked at Shintung in confusion, unsure why he was expressing such sentiments. However, she refrained from interrupting him. An exemplary subordinate should not publicly contradict their superior. Thus, I have an investment firm and would like to formally appoint you as an investment advisor. As for the salary is of little consequence. You know I am not short on funds. I simply wish to prove myself. Very well, very well. Shintung laughed heartily. Although he possessed foresight from the future, he was not entirely confident in investment matters, as not all situations were within his knowledge. However, with Yang Shiwei, he could take the opposite approach. Yang Shiwei was undoubtedly a prodigy, though her father had failed to recognize it. Report to Linya tomorrow. All right, thank you, boss. Yang Shiwei exclaimed, bowing excitedly before skipping away. Shintung watched her retreating figure. Shall I have someone escort you? No need. I have my own bodyguard and driver. Yang Shiwei's voice diminished gradually until her silhouette vanished from sight. Shintung turned to Linya and remarked, do you not perceive this as a form of talent? Linya expressed her concern. I understand. But do you not think it is somewhat dubious to place faith in metaphysics? Shintung chuckled softly. Were it not for his reincarnation in the system, he too would harbor skepticism towards metaphysics. Yet, with such supernatural phenomena manifesting in his life, could he afford to remain unconvinced? If there existed anyone in this world who ardently believed in metaphysics, it would undoubtedly be Shintung himself, the sole individual who has experienced it firsthand. In any case, if doubts linger, one might as well regard her as a lightning rod. I merely intend to provide a reference for Tingda investment. It appears that Yang Shiwei's emotions may require some tender coaxing. Understood. I will ensure her emotional well-being. Linya resolved, deciding to observe further. This extraordinary ability to counteract market trends is, to be frank, quite astonishing. Chapter 132. A startling revelation. After bidding farewell to Yang Shiwei, Shintung resolved to reach out to Yang Shan once more. Although Tingda Games had never accepted investments from any firm, Tianqing Capital had previously shown interest in investing in Tingda. Thus, Shintung possessed the contact information for Tianqing Capital. Contacting Yang Shan proved to be a straightforward task. Shintung succinctly recounted the incident's background to Yang Shan, and he soon received a response. Thank you, President Shin. My daughter is rather thoughtless. Consider this a favor I owe you. There is no need for that. She has indeed assisted me greatly this time. And discussing favors feels rather distant. A debt is a debt. One must acknowledge it, Shintung replied. Despite Yang Shan's insistence, Shintung ultimately allowed him to incur a favor. Yang Shan. Shintung chuckled softly, shaking his head, and chose not to elaborate further. He then turned his attention to Linya. The reason for Yang Shiwei entering the backstage was a ruse. Make sure to be more vigilant next time. Linya recalled how Yang Shiwei had introduced herself upon arrival, claiming to be a surprise arranged by Shintung, effortlessly breezing in from outside the gymnasium. She was taken aback to learn that Shintung had not orchestrated her entrance. I'm sorry, boss. There is no need for apologies. Her identity is indeed quite misleading. Just be cautious in the future. I do not wish for similar incidents to recur. Shintung could surmise how Yang Shiwei had managed to arrive. In an event requiring a celebrity, the presence of a star was entirely plausible. If he were a security guard, he might have assumed it was a prearranged visit by higher-ups. At that moment, Chen Lily dashed over, having already acquired her autograph and photo, and approached Shintung. Brother, why didn't you let him owe you a favor? A favor implies a connection. When someone owes me a favor, it effectively grants them an opportunity. Chen Lily was perplexed. Shintung offered an analogy. Suppose you owe your teacher a favor. From that moment on, offering assistance in their office becomes entirely natural. Why does it become natural? It's quite simple. You might feel unable to repay the favor, which weighs on your conscience. Thus, assisting the teacher becomes a way to repay the interest on that favor. Chen Lily began to comprehend. Shintung provided another example. Consider a student from a low-income background. If someone sponsors them, it may seem as though the student owes a favor. But if their career aligns with the sponsor's industry, that student will likely have an advantage over others of equal ability. Thus, the notion of a favor serves as a unique bridge. Indeed, when encountering someone seemingly out of reach, and an opportunity to owe a favor arises, do not let it slip away. Chen Lily's understanding dawned upon her. She then remarked, somewhat incredulously, we wealthy individuals certainly think a lot. Shintung cast her a sidelong glance. You should also ponder more on such matters. It is always wise to reflect. Chen Lily nodded in agreement. She understood that Chun Tung meant well and unusually refrained from confronting him. Dad, Mom, are you still here? As Chun Tung emerged from the backstage, he noticed Chen Jiangwo and Zhang Meiji still seated in the front row. Most others had already departed, leaving some areas untidy, and the stage remained intact. Chen Ting suggested they discuss matters further tomorrow. Waiting for you. Shall we leave now? Are you hungry? Would you like a late-night snack? No, we are not very hungry. Then let me drive you back. Chen Ting drove the three of them to the Yunying High Bay Resort Hotel. The family engaged in conversation about their impressions of the annual meeting. Overall, the elders were quite pleased with the event, believing Chen Ting to be quite capable. Chen Lily was even more in awe. As for Chen Ting, he contemplated the itinerary he needed to prepare for the three of them starting the next day, along with the upcoming launch event for the 4-engine model. For him, these were the two most significant matters in the coming days. The following day, the annual meeting of Tingda Company concluded. News of Yang Shiwei's appearance at the event spread throughout the entertainment industry. No one had anticipated the sudden reemergence of Yang Shiwei after her unexpected disappearance. Will Tingda be accepting attendees for next year's annual meeting? I would be willing to pay for a ticket. I have a suggestion for Tingda. Why not open a ticketing channel for the annual meeting each year? This way, fans can meet Yang Shiwei, and Tingda could save some expenses. Chen Tung replied, "Thank you for the trifles sent by Yang Shiwei's fans. Is this any different from expecting me to leverage my current fame for advertisements?" Laughter ensued. To be honest, fans of Yang Shiwei at Tingda must be overjoyed to see their retired idol at the company's annual meeting. Is anyone else keeping an eye on Su Ling? Was the news about her just a ruse? Su Ling was certainly not a mere pretense. In fact, she had been waiting for Chun Tung to contact her since the night before the annual meeting. She was aware that Chun Ting's public persona was one of kindness and generosity towards his employees. Therefore, she was confident that even if Chun Tung was displeased, he would still be compelled to give her money as the annual meeting approached. Otherwise, how would he explain it to his employees? However, to her surprise, she did not receive a call from Tingda even after the annual meeting concluded. Consequently, she retired early the previous night. Yet, upon waking, she was astonished to find news of the annual meeting splashed across the headlines. Yang Shiwei, how could it be her? Why was she present at Tingda's annual meeting? Su Ling was perplexed. She had certainly heard of Yang Shiwei. Every girl entering the entertainment industry was familiar with her name, aspiring to replicate her legendary status. Naturally, they all failed. The closest to success was Su Ling herself. Yet, even she recognized the disparity when compared to Yang Shiwei. When it came to popularity and fervor, she could not compete with Yang Shiwei. But why had Yang Shiwei appeared at Tingda's annual meeting? I had never heard of it before. No wonder there is such confidence. With Yang Shiwei backing her, the presence of other stars becomes inconsequential. Even without her, Su Ling would hardly be affected. Now, Su Ling feels a twinge of regret. She realizes that she has overestimated her own significance. At that moment, a knock resounds at the door. Hong Jie? Su Ling approaches and opens the door, only to find Hong Jie's expression unusually grave. Su Ling, there is something I need to discuss with you. What is it? I fear that I can no longer be your manager. What? Su Ling's eyes widen in shock. From the moment she awoke, this marks the second astonishing revelation she has encountered. Although Hong Jie may not be a particularly formidable agent within the industry and her connections are limited, her extensive experience and reliability have always been commendable. Su Ling has been quite content with Hong Jie's professionalism. Is it a matter of money? Or has another company made you an offer? Or perhaps you wish for a raise? It's all right, you can speak freely. It is not about money. Rather, you are likely to be blacklisted by the entertainment industry. Hong Jie gazes at Su Ling with a hint of sympathy. Su Ling's pupils contract in shock. The impact of this statement overwhelms her more than the previous two revelations combined. Chapter 133, Ban. Ban. Are you jesting? I am not jesting. As of now, the production of the album you are working on has come to a halt, and all the brands you represent have decided to sever ties with you. All the resources we had previously discussed vanished by this morning. How is that possible? If they terminate the contracts, how much compensation must they pay? They would rather incur the penalty than continue their partnership with you. Hong Jie shook her head gently. She had witnessed the evolution of this situation from its inception, and, in truth, she was quite taken aback. However, she had attempted to dissuade Su Ling along the way, though her efforts proved futile. It cannot be. I refuse to believe it. Su Ling understood that Hong Jie had no reason to deceive her, yet disbelief lingered. She hastily retrieved her phone to make a call. The first call was directed to General Zhang. Before she could utter a word, General Zhang spoke first. I recall warning you at the outset. You chose not to heed my advice. Surely, you do not believe. I was jesting? If so, this jest is anything but humorous. General Zhang's tone was frigid. It was the first time Su Ling had heard such an icy voice from him. After speaking, he abruptly ended the call, offering Su Ling no opportunity to respond. Flustered, she attempted to call back, but was met with the unforgiving blacklist. We are sorry. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Sorry. Su Ling was drenched in cold sweat. How could this happen? This cannot be. My commercial value is so high. It cannot be. She frantically dialed again, but the monotonous tone offered no variation. She had been relegated to the blacklist. Hong Jie, you know, I am merely an ordinary agent. Perhaps you should reflect on whether there is anyone you know who might assist you. Someone I know. Someone I know. A flurry of names surged through Su Ling's mind, yet ultimately, she dismissed each one. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. Yes. Yes. He will surely be able to help me. Hong Jie was curious about this mysterious figure, but she refrained from asking, choosing instead to await the outcome in silence. Su Ling dialed the number, holding her breath, fearing that even a slight exhale might jeopardize the connection. Fortunately, after several tense seconds, the call went through. Hello. Phone Gui. It is I, Su Ling. I know. Su Ling did not use the speakerphone, but the room's profound silence allowed Hong Jie to hear the voice on the other end. This voice seemed somewhat familiar to her. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled. This was a highly renowned actor within the industry, known for portraying numerous iconic characters in his youth. Even now, he remains a beloved star. In recent years, he has gradually faded from the entertainment scene. Yet those within the circle are well aware that the man whom Su Ling referred to as Feng Gu has become a significant figure in his own right. To a certain extent, he has transcended the identity of an ordinary celebrity. Thus, it is indeed reasonable for Su Ling to seek assistance from this Feng Gu. Hong Jie is also quite curious whether Feng Gu can safeguard Su Ling's reputation. I am already aware of your situation. You know everything? Yes, I am aware. There are no secrets within this circle. How much do you know? Su Ling's voice trembles slightly. I know all the details. The words from the other party caused Su Ling's hands to quiver. If those within the industry are informed, it signifies that she now bears a stain in the eyes of other brands. However, this is not the most pressing concern. The paramount issue is that she is currently facing the threat of being blacklisted. If this does not get resolved, Feng Gu, can you assist me? This time, I have lost my senses. I cannot help. How could this be? At least 3 parties are involved this time. The only ones I can ascertain are your company and Tingda. The third remains unknown to me. 3 parties. Hong Jie's mouth slightly gapes. Yet no sound escapes her lips. She is rendered speechless by the shock. What does it mean for 3 parties to act concurrently? Upon hearing this, Su Ling feels her heart racing fiercely within her chest, nearly leaping out. The entire world seems to have been muted. She can only hear the thumping of her own heart. You should never have offended Tingda. Tingda is a company that many capitalists dream of currying favor with. It may appear that Tingda lacks allies, but should they choose to owe someone a favor, all capital will rally to their support. Feng Gu's usually gentle voice now carries a chill. Su Ling's face pales to a ghostly white, devoid of any color. What should I do? There is no way out. The power of capital is not something we glamorous stars can contend with, especially considering your foundation is so fragile. With that, the call is abruptly terminated by the other party. Su Ling's vision darkens, and she nearly collapses backward, only to be steadied by Hong Jie's quick reflexes. Thank you. In truth, I believe you still have one option. What is it? Speak quickly. Su Ling clutches Hong Jie's clothing tightly, akin to a drowning person grasping at a final lifeline. Her eyes brim with hope and yearning as she looks at Hong Jie. If possible, seek forgiveness from Chen Tong. Ultimately, the root of all this turmoil lies in your provocation of President Chen. If he is willing to forgive you, the so-called blacklist will dissipate. Yes. Hong Jie, you are right. I must go apologize to President Chen. I must. Resolutely, Su Ling rushes towards the door. Midway, her legs weaken, and she tumbles to the ground. Hong Jie refrains from assisting her. Su Ling, in a flurry, scrambles to apply her makeup. The simple task is anything but smooth, marred by frequent mistakes. She has never witnessed Su Ling in such a disheveled state. Surely, Su Ling herself could never have anticipated that one day she would find herself in such a disheveled state. However, will this apology truly garner forgiveness? Hong Jie shook her head, deeming the likelihood rather slim. I, as her agent, have perhaps been exceedingly benevolent in my efforts, she murmured to herself. Lost in her thoughts, she stepped out of the room, gently closing the door behind her. For Su Ling. Chapter 134. A dismal conclusion. Please, allow me to enter. I only wish to speak with Mr. Chun. Just one word. I'm sorry, but entry is prohibited without permission. The security personnel from Tungda Company firmly stated at the entrance of the resort hotel, blocking Su Ling from advancing. They were unaware of the unfolding circumstances. Their only knowledge was that allowing her access could jeopardize their jobs. Since the conclusion of the annual meeting, following the discussions between Chun Tung and Linya, Linya had implemented stricter management protocols. On that fateful day, no one, including Chun Tung, had anticipated such an outcome, resulting in no repercussions. However, if they permitted unauthorized individuals to enter now, it would undoubtedly cost them their positions. The salaries offered by Tungda were significantly higher than those of their competitors. Thus, even facing a celebrity like Su Ling, they would not permit her entry. Su Ling was taken aback that, despite her fame, she could not gain access to this resort hotel. Hey, do you truly not recognize me? I am Su Ling. Of course we know who you are, but unfortunately, the company has not authorized your entry. We sincerely apologize, the security officer replied, dutifully maintaining their post. During the days that Tungda had reserved the hotel, Chun Tung had compensated the security personnel with triple pay for the holiday. They had no intention of allowing Su Ling inside. In a state of urgency, Su Ling turned to the security at Yun Enhai Bay Resort Hotel. Aren't you going to intervene in this? The resort's security merely cast a languid glance at her, their eyes still fixed on their phones. Mr. Chun has booked the entire venue, so for these days, we heed their instructions. We prefer not to involve ourselves in matters between Chun Tung and Su Ling. Since Tungda's booking, their responsibilities had been reduced to merely relaxing and engaging with their devices. This was what one might call a blatant dereliction of duty, a paid vacation. Why should they embroil themselves in disputes between Tungda's security and Su Ling? It was absurd. This was the first time Su Ling encountered such a predicament. She stood at the entrance of the Yun Enhai Bay Resort for several hours, with the security watching her for just as long. During that time, she noticed a few employees entering and exiting the hotel, attempting to solicit their assistance to gain entry. Although they were unaware of the specifics, none took the initiative to escort her inside. There must indeed be a reason for her exclusion. Nevertheless, Su Ling remained patient. She recalled a television drama where initially, a man was reluctant to meet a woman, but after her persistent waiting, he eventually appeared. She could not believe that Chun Tung could be so unyielding, so heartless as to leave her standing alone at the entrance for such an extended period. At last, someone approached her, though it was not Chun Tung but Linya. Greetings, Miss Su. I am Linya, the general manager of Tungda Games. You are. Su Ling recognized Linya as a senior executive at Tungda and smiled. Has your boss agreed to meet with me? Regrettably, that is not the case. I have but a single statement to convey to you. Miss Su, should you choose to remain here, the tactics employed by Tungda Games will undoubtedly be beyond your capacity to endure. You may certainly test your resolve to stay. I acknowledge my faults. Please, relay this to your superior. I am truly, sincerely aware of my missteps. You do not merely recognize your errors. You are acutely aware of the impending doom that awaits you. Kindly refrain from engaging in such futile actions. Upon hearing Linya's words, Su Ling's breath quickened. Her fingers trembled involuntarily, and her legs became weak and unsteady. As she spoke again, her voice began to quaver. Is this the intention of President Shin? Linya offered no reply, instead displaying a cryptic yet ominous smile. Su Ling yearned to inquire further, yet Linya departed without a backward glance. Su Ling glared at Linya's retreating figure, a myriad of emotions flickering across her face. She lingered at the entrance of the resort for a full 10 minutes before leaving in a daze. From a distance, Linya observed the scene with a sigh of relief. After all, Su Ling held a certain degree of notoriety, and her prolonged presence could influence Tungda adversely. Linya was unwilling to disturb Chun Tung over Su Ling's affairs. Fortunately, Su Ling opted to leave on her own accord. Had she resolved to remain steadfast at the entrance, Linya would have been at a loss, for she prided herself on being a law-abiding citizen. As for Chun Tung, he remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Throughout the day, he assumed the role of a companion, accompanying his family as they explored the various attractions of the resort. Come dinner time, he gathered with his university friends, Miao Zhengzhong, Luo Zhenbin, and Kai Heng. However, the day's itinerary was far from concluded. Later that evening, just past 10 o'clock, he met up with Gui Yuan, his high school confidant. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Qingqing mused, feeling he had excelled in this regard. The two savored drinks and barbecued delicacies, somehow evoking the ambience of a bustling street vendor within the opulence of a five-star dining establishment. "Hey, Brother Tung, have you seen the group messages?" Gui Yuan inquired. "No. What is going on?" "They're suggesting a class reunion and have extended an invitation to you." "Not interested," Chun Tung replied, biting into a lamb skewer. "We weren't that close in high school. Why pretend to have deep bonds now that we've graduated?" Gui Yuan nodded in agreement. "I feel the same way." Chun Ting smirked. "You've made some progress." He recalled how Gui Yuan had attended a class reunion after the college entrance exams. If a gathering were to occur, it would be better suited for a few close friends rather than the entire class. As for those who lamented the loss of their teachers, it would be far more meaningful to express gratitude in person with gifts after graduation, unless someone harbored profound sentiments towards the concept of a class collective, which Chen Tung believed was rarely the case. Most were simply swept along by circumstance. "Huh, Brother Tung, your praise brings me great joy. Could you do me a favor? I have a matter on which I would like your insight." "Speak freely. I am here to assist in any way I can." "Indeed. I find myself in the company of a young woman." Gui Yuan chuckled foolishly as he spoke, momentarily losing his ability to articulate, and could not resist raising his glass. Chen Ting rolled his eyes, but also clinked his glass in response. However, his mind wandered to a thought. It seemed that in a previous life, it was at this very juncture. "Wait a moment, Gui Yuan. Before I address your query, I have a question for you to ponder." What is it?" "It concerns a friend of mine who has recently become enmeshed in a web of deception. If, and I emphasize if, that friend were you, would you prefer I shatter the illusion now or allow you to linger in the blissful delusion a while longer?" "Brother Tung." "About this friend you speak of." Gui Yuan regarded Chun Tung with a hint of skepticism. Chun Tung remained silent. "It isn't me. If it were you, would you prefer enduring a prolonged pain or a brief one?" "Surely, it should be the brief suffering. To remain ensconced in a deceptive reverie only to have it dismantled later would be excessively tormenting," Gui Yuan replied earnestly. Chen Tung appeared contemplative. "Understood. You articulated this yourself. Now, do share the matter for which you seek my counsel." Chapter 135. Reclaiming the title of Love Guru. Recently, I have become acquainted with a young lady. A familiar opening gambit. Chen Tung could predict the ensuing sequence even with his eyes closed. Just as in his previous life, Gui Yuan encountered a beautiful girl while jogging in the playground early in the morning. According to Gui Yuan, it was love at first sight. However, the girl was exceedingly shy. "What is her name?" "Zhuang Tingting." "Ah, indeed, the same person." Chen Cheng was certain that this Zhuang Tingting was the one Gui Yuan had fantasized about in his past life. "Did Zhuang Tingting not mention that you are both still too young, and the future remains uncertain?" "Yes. She never appears before your roommates, claiming to be shy and bashful. She even said that meeting your roommates is akin to meeting the parents." "Precisely. Is it not true that her replies vary in speed, sometimes prompt, sometimes delayed, in an erratic manner?" "Exactly. You are truly a love guru, Tingu." Gui Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Chen Tung, to be dubbed a love guru by this kid feels rather unsettling. It is widely acknowledged that one should not be praised by two types of individuals. The first being those who are vastly superior. If a Harvard luminary were to commend a student from a lesser-known institution as a scholarly genius, it would undoubtedly sound insincere. The second type comprises those who are markedly inferior. A perennial underachiever, witnessing an ordinary student achieve 11, would exuberantly extol the latter. The sentiments of that ordinary student would indeed be quite mixed. The situation between Gui Yuan and Chen Tung falls into the latter category. A love guru, indeed. Chen Tung took a bite of his beef skewer. If she claims you are too young, it is merely a tactic to keep you dangling in suspense. Gui Yuan was incredulous. Impossible. Tingting is not that kind of person. Chen Tung bit into a chicken heart. Her reluctance to appear before your roommate stems from a fear of being discovered while navigating multiple romantic interests at school. Gui Yuan remained skeptical. "Tungu, you are being rather stereotypical." Chen Tung swallowed a piece of pork belly. Her inconsistent reply speed is a deliberate ploy to keep you guessing. Gui Yuan's face was etched with doubt. "Tungu, I wish to revoke your title of love guru." "Chen Ting, for heaven's sake, please do so swiftly." He ceased his banter. "Very well, provide me with Zhuang Tingting's information. And once I conclude my press conference, I shall demonstrate my point." "This." Gui Yuan hesitated. "Tomorrow, I shall give you 2 invitations to the press conference. You and Zhuang Tingting must attend. She may not be available. She will be, without a doubt, Chen-Ting asserted confidently. Noticing Guo Yuan's lingering hesitation, Chen-Tung pressed further. If you genuinely wish to prove your point to me, then comply with my suggestion. Very well. Guo Yuan felt a flicker of defiance within him. Yet, soon he pondered. How shall I explain the origin of these invitations? Simply state that they are from me, that we are high school classmates. But do not reveal that we are best friends. Instead, say, we are merely acquaintances, and you insistently requested them. Agreed. Guo Yuan nodded solemnly. Regardless of gender, in the pursuit of companionship, it is only natural to desire recognition and blessings from those around us. Guo Yuan's decision to acquiesce to Chen-Tung was also an endeavor to demonstrate his worth to Chen-Ting. On February 1st, the day of the Future 4 engine launch conference arrived. A fleet of business vehicles parked near an exhibition hall in Chiming City. As renowned game developers from both domestic and international spheres flocked to this locale, while they harbored skepticism regarding the prowess of the Future 4 engine, they were nonetheless eager to engage with Chen-Tung, a figure rarely seen in public who typically entrusted most matters to Linya. As Zhuang Tingting and Guo Yuan entered the exhibition hall, they observed numerous computers arranged around the periphery. At the center stood a makeshift stage, adorned with ample seating in front. Upon closer inspection, the backs of the chairs bore small name tags. A considerable number of impeccably dressed business professionals had already taken their seats, their faces adorned with smiles as they conversed, including several fair-haired foreigners. The atmosphere was brimming with the presence of business elites, and their discussions exuded professionalism. Zhuang Tingting gazed in awe at the attendees, though her beauty was undeniable. Her youthful attire starkly contrasted with the sophistication surrounding her, marking her as an outsider among the elite. Guo Yuan, an ordinary university student, shared a similar incongruity in appearance and demeanor. They resembled sheep unwittingly wandering into a den of wolves. A few attendees cast fleeting glances in their direction, lingering momentarily on Zhuang Tingting, but quickly shifted their focus elsewhere. Guo Yuan surveyed the surroundings, apprehensive that their presence might diminish the overall caliber of the conference. Despite his reservations, he remained steadfast in supporting his good friend. Let us take our seats. Our invitation places us in the last row. This arrangement was precisely what Chen-Ting intended, to cultivate an illusion of unfamiliarity between Guo Yuan and himself. Zhuang Tingting nodded in agreement, and they settled into their seats, maintaining a respectful distance. Guo Yuan felt a pang of nervousness. As this was the first occasion, he found himself seated so closely to Zhuang Tingting. Unsure of what to say or do, he observed in silence, while Zhuang Tingting, in contrast, attempted to engage with those around her. However, the individuals nearby exhibited little inclination to reciprocate her overtures. After an awkward round of conversation, Zhuang Tingting turned to Guo Yuan to explain, I was merely curious. You see, I have never had the opportunity to interact with such individuals before. I understand, Guo Yuan replied. That's reassuring to hear. I knew you were different from the average guy. You know, in high school, I had a male desk mate who would sulk whenever I spoke to anyone else, making it seem as though we shared an inseparable bond. He was anything but magnanimous, Zhuang Tingting remarked, her lips pouting slightly, an expression of mild grievance adorning her face. While conversing with Guo Yuan, she rediscovered the joy of engaging in dialogue. Indeed, Guo Yuan echoed Zhuang Tingting's sentiments. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained somewhat awkward. Fortunately, the gathering grew larger, and Chen-Tung soon made his appearance on stage. Well, seeing Chen-Tung up close was undeniably a different experience. Zhuang Tingting couldn't help but marvel. After Guo Yuan informed her about the invitation, she had searched for Chen-Tung online. However, how could the images and videos found on the internet compare to the reality? A peculiar sensation surged within Guo Yuan. Yet, he still nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chen-Ting grasped the microphone and beamed. Welcome everyone to the launch of In a Future 4. Without further ado, let us witness the birth of a miracle together. Chapter 136. The launch of Future 4. Applause resonated throughout the venue. Regardless of the veracity of Chen-Tung's words, respect must be accorded. Future 4 is poised to be the preferred game engine for all game developers over the next decade, if not the next 2 decades. With a single statement from Chen-Tung, the expressions of those present transformed into a tapestry of intrigue. All game developers? The preferred game engine? Is such bravado not a touch excessive? Yet, those in attendance were not naive. They wore smiles in the presence of Chen-Tung. Had he not been able to perceive the rising tide of emotional responses, he might have succumbed to belief. In matters of social acumen, these individuals were adept. I know many of you may harbor skepticism, thinking I am speaking grandiloquently. Fear not. I shall elucidate the merits of Future 4, and once I conclude, I shall grant you time for personal exploration. I am confident that, by the end of this presentation, you will be persuaded of my assertions. First and foremost, the engine boasts formidable physical simulation and exceptional graphical fidelity. With a snap of his fingers, Chinting activated a visual display on the grand screen behind him. The scene unfolded in a vast wilderness, where a stream meandered gently. Suddenly, a white horse galloped through the water, leaping high with splashes cascading around it. The horse's silky mane danced freely in the air. The rider brandished a lance, engaging in combat with another figure. After a flurry of exchanges, the opponent's lance was severed in half, with a segment plummeting from the sky to embed itself in the verdant earth below. A breeze swept through, causing the wild grasses to sway, while the stream rippled with waves. As the scene concluded, a profound silence enveloped the audience. Yet, the emotional data collected indicated that the attendees were indeed astonished. In truth, Chinting did not require the system to gauge the audience's shock. Their expressions alone revealed their internal awe. Some individuals stood with mouths agape, fingers twitching as they pointed at the screen behind Chinting, while their other hands fervently struck the shoulders of their companions, rendered speechless. What stunning technological prowess! The vice president of the KK Game Division stared intently at the screen. Although the preceding imagery appeared deceptively ordinary, anyone with experience in game development knew that rendering water and hair is an intricate challenge, particularly water. The difficulty of fluid simulation is immense, fundamentally relying on mathematical equations to replicate the visual effects of water. However, no matter how one attempts to recreate it, the essence of physical interactions yields only a limited array of visual outcomes. In most games, the solutions for a character traversing water or leaping from above to land in water are remarkably similar. Yet, in the visuals presented by Chinting, the stream flowed languidly. The ripples created by the horse's hooves dissipated and the water gradually returned to its original state. The wind stirred the surface, creating waves that gently subsided, rendering an astonishingly lifelike experience. The computational demands are astonishingly immense. Furthermore, the mane of the horse appears to flutter in the air, with each strand seemingly governed by authentic physical systems. The machine depicted is undoubtedly not real. No existing apparatus in the world can withstand such intricacies. However, if the capabilities of the Future 4 physics engine can indeed manifest such effects, it would attest to the remarkably high potential of the Future 4 engine. The ensuing clashes of weaponry, the shattering of objects, and the sight of a severed spear tumbling to the ground all serve as testament to the exceptional physics engine embedded within. Their hearts brim with disbelief, for when considering the visual splendor and physical interactions, Future 4 has evidently surpassed all other game engines. Moreover, the materials, textures, and lighting effects in Future 4 reach heights beyond one's wildest imagination. As Chinting spoke, the large screen transitioned to a serene landscape. These vistas appeared sparse and commonplace, familiar in everyday life. Yet, during the game engine presentation, this technological prowess became somewhat terrifying. It was real, incredibly real. If one were to claim that these were photographs taken in reality, merely enhanced with a touch of post-processing filters, they would readily believe it. At this juncture, a question might arise. With such exquisite visuals and an extraordinary physics engine, would the hardware requirements be exceedingly high? My response is, not at all. Firstly, regarding the game's size, take the widely recognized PvZ as an example. Since its release, it has undergone 3 DLC updates, and in the latest version, we restructured it using the Future 4 engine. To our astonishment, the current game size is merely half of what it was at launch. The audience gasped, unable to fathom Chinting's assertion. Half? What does that signify? It is essential to remember that in early 2012, data usage was still prohibitively expensive, and mobile storage was woefully limited. Slightly larger games were simply unmanageable on mobile devices. Games crafted with the Future 4 engine can conserve at least 1/3 of their size. Depending on the type of game, the size could be reduced by as much as 2/3. Chinting's words resonated powerfully, eliciting awe from the crowd. This implies that utilizing Future 4 for game development would provide a substantial advantage in terms of size. No gamer wishes for their mobile games to occupy excessive storage. Additionally, the optimization issue, of utmost concern to both developers and players, is addressed by Future 4's efficient memory management and intelligent asset packaging. Regardless of game type, it ensures at least a 30% increase in smoothness. This point can be easily experienced by running the current version of PvZ on slightly inferior devices and comparing it with the previous version. I believe that experiential understanding holds far greater significance than mere data. At this moment, those present began to fidget with anticipation. Behind them, their respective companies or studios hold various projects, some developed with their own engines, while others utilize external engines. However, these engines pale in comparison to the brilliance of our Future 4. Their eagerness to inform their colleagues and discuss whether to switch engines for continued development is palpable. This raises a new question. Given the exceptional quality of our engine, will the learning curve be steep? My answer is a resounding no. Our Future 4 employs a visual editor and comes equipped with comprehensive tutorial documentation, enabling all developers to swiftly acclimate. Furthermore, we have established a community dedicated to our Future 4 engine. Modeled after GitHub, our company has procured an extensive array of servers to store data, allowing individuals to share any portions they wish to open source within this community. GitHub, in straightforward terms, serves as a platform for hosting software code, facilitating collaborative efforts among teams. Some programmers, when interviewing, directly showcase their projects from GitHub to prospective employers. The establishment of such a platform by Chinting is not aimed at competing with GitHub. Rather, it is intended to ease the development process for all those utilizing the Future 4 engine, ultimately leading to considerable profits. Chapter 137. To Hell with Equality. Reap the World. At this juncture, the game developers present began to stir restlessly. The ease of use and formidable capabilities of this engine could easily outshine all existing game engines. Whether Chintung was speaking the truth would soon become evident. However, Chintung had not yet finished his presentation. The features of Future 4 had nearly been unveiled. Yet one exceptionally powerful capability remained: compatibility. Testing revealed that games developed with this engine exhibited remarkable compatibility. If your game was initially designed for the PC, rewriting it with our engine would facilitate a seamless transition to mobile and console platforms with minimal difficulty. Chintung was aware that, in the future, the multi-platform launch of a game would become a significant trend. Optimizing for multiple platforms would pose a considerable challenge, yet Future 4 promised to resolve this dilemma flawlessly. The game developers before him might not fully grasp the impending trend of multi-platform launches, but they certainly recognized the growing phenomenon of PC games being ported to mobile devices. Large-scale games faced limitations due to performance constraints, but would mid-sized and smaller games be similarly hindered? Moreover, with Future 4's prowess in performance optimization, their eyes sparkled with myriad ideas racing through their minds. The task before them was singular: to approach a nearby computer and verify the authenticity of Chintung's claims. Should they ascertain that his assertions were indeed true, the gaming industry would be poised for a transformative leap within the next year or two. Finally, let us reveal the pricing structure for Future 4. Chintung clapped his hands, disliking superfluous chatter. Thus, the pricing appeared directly on the large screen behind him. Personal version. Free. For games developed using Future 4, a 3 royalty will be taken on profits exceeding 1,000 yuan. Enterprise version. 999 yuan. For games developed using Future 4, a 3 royalty will be taken on profits exceeding 1,000 yuan. Overseas Enterprise version. $999. For games developed using Future 4, a 5 royalty will be taken on profits exceeding 1,000 yuan. The straightforward and unabashed pricing left the foreign attendees, blonde-haired and blue-eyed, irritated. Hey, this pricing is unreasonable. On what basis? You may choose not to purchase it or resort to pirating and face legal consequences. It is worth noting that only independent game developers with fewer than 10 people would be eligible for the personal version. Companies utilizing the personal version would face permanent termination of collaboration, with final interpretation rights reserved by Tengda. Chinting smiled, unfazed by the objections. Equality? To hell with equality. The gaming industry was merely the beginning of Chintang's double standards. Why should Huagua be the world's factory? Enduring the most arduous and labor-intensive tasks while receiving the least compensation in the industry? Was it not due to a lack of technology? If technology has advanced, yet Huagua remains at the industry's grassroots level, merely earning the least amount of money, then what purpose does this technology serve? Chinting aims to reap benefits worldwide. By the way, I would like to mention a brief advertisement for the Tengda Game Mall. Companies interested in joining the Tengda Game Mall should note that the commission for this engine will amount to 5 million yuan. This game mall offers comprehensive services akin to the Steam platform, with a commission rate of 30. Game developers wishing to join are encouraged to contact our company promptly for collaboration. Early entrants will receive certain benefits and subsidies. Chintung has laid out this strategic plan. Some gaming companies may feel it unwise to pay the game mall's commission in an effort to reduce their engine fees. However, Shinting believes that the promotional efforts made for Tindog Game Mall will ensure they do not suffer losses. The press conference concludes here. Attendees are invited to experience the Future 4 engine and a simple game demo on the nearby PCs. As the words left his mouth, the business elites of the gaming industry rushed to the surrounding computers like avid gamers. At that moment, Feng Shu, who had been listening from a corner, approached. I never expected such a significant surprise from General Chun after such a brief absence. A minor surprise, perhaps. No, I mean, this time General Chun specifically chose me for the interview. Following the Tengda Supermarket and Tengda Company's annual meeting, the press conference has become highly coveted. Journalists from various industries are eager to interview Qin Teng, but he is a singular figure. Given his stature, he is reluctant to accept interviews, and no one dares to challenge him. Securing an interview with Qin Teng is already considered a notable achievement. Qin Teng's choice of Feng Shu for the interview has granted her an opportunity, a chance to earn recognition, mainly because you are quite accommodating, and we are familiar with each other. Regardless, thank you, General Chen. Now, let me see the questions I have prepared. I trust your professionalism. Feel free to ask directly. Qin Teng did not glance at the questions Feng Shu had prepared and encouraged her to proceed. Feng Shu nodded. What impact do you believe the Future 4 engine will have on the gaming industry? Qin Teng chuckled, recognizing that his moment to shine had arrived. It will propel the gaming industry forward by at least a decade. As is well known, developing a game is akin to home renovation. The game engine is the very foundation. The quality of the renovation is inherently linked to the structure itself. If we consider other game engines as houses made of thatch, then Future 4 represents a house constructed of reinforced concrete. In terms of both upper and lower limits, Future 4 will surpass all other game engines. Qin Teng stated candidly. The familiar phrasing transported Feng Shu back to her first interview with Qin Teng. Given this pricing strategy, are you concerned it may spark controversy? Embrace usage. Refrain from the latter term to avoid censorship. Those who understand, understand. During the press conference, you mentioned the Tenda Game Mall. What are your aspirations for it? The Steam platform is not insurmountable. I wish for everyone to think of the Tenda Game Mall first when purchasing games. Feng Shu couldn't help but marvel at Qin Teng's audacious tone, aware that such statements would undoubtedly provoke substantial controversy. Perhaps genius is invariably accompanied by considerable debate? With the introduction of an engine of the caliber of Future 4, what plans does Tenda Games have moving forward? A parkour game titled Temple Run is set to be released soon. Additionally, there is an ambitious open-world AAA title in the works, destined to transcend history and become the finest open-world game globally. However, it requires more time, and it seems unlikely to debut this year. Anticipation must extend to next year. Can you disclose more details? The content is exceedingly rich and will serve as a benchmark for AAA games. Feng Shu felt a flutter in her eyelids. How bold. Yet, she understood that Qin Teng was reluctant to divulge further information. Instead, she tactfully shifted to more specific inquiries regarding Future 4. Under Qin Teng's candid responses, the two completed the interview in a matter of minutes. Observing the conclusion of the exchange between Qin Teng, Zhuangtingting, who had been observing from a distance, could no longer contain herself. Chapter 138, A Trillion. An additional update due to personal joy and sorrow, Gui Yuan. What kind of person do you think Qin Teng is? I find him quite remarkable. Could you share with me how to engage him in conversation without making mistakes? Zhuangtingting glanced back at Gui Yuan. From her somewhat hurried breaths, Gui Yuan could sense her anxiety. Do you wish to speak with him? Yes. After all, it's Qin Teng, an idol for countless young people. Gui Yuan fell silent. There was indeed truth in her words. Under Qin Teng's influence, Gui Yuan had chosen to study computer science. He recognized that Zhuangtingting was correct. Qin Teng truly was an idol for a segment of the youth today, at least among several of their dorm mates. Admiration for Qin Teng was evident. So, he is your idol too? Yes. Qin Teng is quite amiable and easy to get along with, isn't he? In Gui Yuan's eyes, Qin Teng was indeed quite approachable. Zhuangtingting's expression brightened. Really? Yes. If you desire a photo or an autograph, I can help you obtain one. I'll try it myself. Very well. I shall go over there to play with the demo that Qin Teng mentioned. Gui Yuan pointed to the nearby vacant equipment. Zhuangtingting nodded and retrieved a compact mirror from her exquisite handbag. After making a few adjustments to her appearance, she walked towards Qin Teng with a confident smile. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Zhuangtingting. Zhuangtingting? Who are you? I am still a university student and unexpectedly received your invitation, so I came here to admire you. Did you come alone? Chen Teng appraised Zhuang Tingting from head to toe. She nodded. Chen Teng raised an eyebrow slightly, but chose not to expose her. This response essentially confirmed that Zhuang Tingting held no feelings for Gui Yuan. Perhaps she merely perceived him as a decent person, a backup option of sorts. You are quite attractive. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chen. I wonder if I might have the opportunity to befriend you? Zhuang Tingting cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Teng. Chen Teng suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, maintaining a smile upon his face. He thought to himself that Gui Yuan certainly owed him a meal for playing the role of a faux cheerful boy for his sake. Friendship is possible, but I believe that true friendship requires sincerity, does it not? You are right. Zhuang Tingting eagerly nodded. Clearly, she understood Chen Teng's implication. It appeared that Zhuang Tingting's tactics were still quite naive. Nevertheless, this naivety served to spare Chen Teng from greater discomfort. In that case, tonight, let us meet at the Union Haibei Resort Hotel, room 8102. Perhaps consider changing your attire to a different style, if you catch my drift. With that, Chen Teng handed her a room key card. Zhuang Tingting glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and then joyously accepted the card from Chen Teng. Chen Ting sighed inwardly. Until tonight then. All right, see you later. Zhuang Tingting excitedly departed from Chen Teng. Chen Ting stood upon the stage, surveying the eager crowd immersed in the experience of the future 4-engine and game demo. The air was thick with excitement as individuals engaged with the powerful engine while simultaneously conversing on their phones. At that moment, a man approached Chen Teng, seemingly having concluded his experience. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Xing Ming, the vice president of KK Games, he introduced. I would like to inquire whether KK might collaborate with you to secure exclusive licensing for this engine. Chen Teng was taken aback. Although KK had risen to become one of the largest gaming companies globally, its reputation for independent development was widely regarded as lacking. What could they possibly want with this engine? Yet, in an instant, Chen Teng realized that, true to KK's style, they likely intended to leverage this engine to outmaneuver competitors lacking it. 10 trillion, Chen Teng quipped with a smile, setting his price. The philosophy of KK regarding game development could be described as imitation or, less charitably, plagiarism. However, out of respect for decorum, Chen Teng chose not to voice his disdain. Ultimately, he held a certain degree of moral integrity, and the current state of Tengda allowed him some leeway to indulge his conscience. Of course, should they produce 10 trillion, he would be willing to sacrifice that integrity without hesitation. Mr. Chen, your prices. Zhang Ming stammered, feeling a pang of frustration akin to a toothache. This is hardly how business negotiations are conducted. It was absurd to think that even the president of the entire KK group could muster 10 trillion for a mere game engine. Mr. Zhang, I bear you no ill will. After all, we have no enmity. However, you are well aware of your company's reputation, Chen Teng replied. To his surprise, Xing Ming found himself grappling with whether he was being sardonic or envious of Chen Teng's idealism. With a shrug, Chen Teng concluded the conversation, leaving Xing Ming to depart with a sense of regret. Regardless of the situation, the Future 4 engine was indispensable. It was essential for any game, regardless of its scale or genre. Future 4 transcended its era by at least a decade. Could one develop games without this engine? Certainly. However, this would entail a more protracted timeline and greater exertion to achieve comparable quality. Ultimately, the resulting games would be larger in size and demand more from devices, a disparity that players would undoubtedly perceive. As more game developers approached Chen Teng to discuss matters of pricing and exclusive licensing, he declined each proposal. Once the audience had sufficiently engaged with the demo, Chen Teng stood upon the stage to declare the conclusion of the event. The news of this press conference swiftly spread across the nation, akin to wings taking flight. Chen Teng's remarks during the conference and his interview with Fang Shu became widely known. In journalism, the craft excels at presenting the most captivating elements of a story to the public eye. The quintessential game engine favored by all developers. It propels the gaming industry forward by at least a decade. Other engines resemble mere straw huts, while Future 4 stands as a robust edifice of reinforced concrete. It is unparalleled. Surpassing history, it is the finest open-world game in existence. Each phrase, each word, resonates like a declaration of war against all other game engines. Just as Chen Teng anticipated, such audacious remarks have stirred skepticism among many. Indeed, Chen Teng is exceptionally talented, and games like Plants vs. Zombies are undeniably monumental in gaming history. However, the development of a game engine necessitates substantial accumulation of expertise and is not easily conjured. Surpassing history and claiming to be the world's best open-world game? Let us first discuss the merits of Vice City from a decade ago. My goodness, Vice City is truly enjoyable. In my youth, I engaged in no missions, merely driving around and causing mayhem. I can't shake the feeling that Chun-Ting might falter this time. Although his previous titles exhibited remarkable quality, they were undeniably driven by creativity rather than technical prowess. Perhaps he has become a bit overzealous. After all, he is still a 19-year-old university student who has yet to fully grasp the industry's nuances. In less than a day, Chun-Ting found himself at the pinnacle of online discourse. On this day, his popularity even eclipsed that of certain entertainment celebrities. This is precisely what Chun-Ting desired. The online community is often oblivious to the intricacies of technology. They merely understand that breakthroughs in this domain are seldom achieved with ease. Consequently, a torrent of emotional investment surged forth. Chun-Ting is aware that within 3 months, once the first batch of games developed using the Future 4 engine is released, the online audience will begin to recognize their errors and feel a sense of remorse. However, 3 months feels like an eternity. Chun-Ting is eager to seize the moment. While he remains in the spotlight, he aims to expedite the process of instilling a sense of guilt among the netizens. He retrieved his phone and dialed Linya. Lin, it's time for some overtime. Chapter 139. New Year's Eve later, I shall send you an email containing an event proposal. Kindly refine it with more formal language. And then proceed to execute the event. Certainly, boss. What type of event are we planning? A competition directed at all game developers, encouraging them to create games using the Future 4 engine and upload them to our game marketplace. We shall assess their rankings based on ratings and sales within the marketplace and bestow rewards accordingly. Chun-Ting has pondered deeply on how to promote the Tongda game marketplace. Direct monetary investment and promotion, while effective, is not cost-efficient. Seizing the opportunity to make bold statements while riding the wave of public discourse surrounding Future 4's promotion is both efficient and economical. Furthermore, this endeavor reflects Chun-Ting's commitment and experimentation within the domestic gaming industry. At this juncture, the domestic gaming sector, in terms of technological advancement and reputation, pales in comparison to the major international companies. To make ends meet, many individuals are compelled to develop shallow games that merely encourage in-game purchases to enhance player capabilities. Devoid of any substance or artistic merit, such games hardly deserve the title of the ninth art. Naturally, Chun-Ting harbors no resentment towards these individuals nor questions their qualifications. Discussing ideals with an empty stomach would be an unethical imposition, would it not? Hence, Chun-Ting has orchestrated this competition. He wishes to ascertain whether domestic game developers, when not preoccupied with basic sustenance, can carve out a new path, promoting the game marketplace, striving to enhance the gaming community, and elevating emotional engagement. 3 objectives to be accomplished simultaneously. After briefing Linya, Chun-Ting prepared to leave the exhibition hall, only to find Gui Yuan still awaiting him. Where is Zhuang Tingting? Chun-Ting inquired, perplexed. They had arrived together, so it was only natural they should depart together as well. Oh, she mentioned she had a few things to attend to and left first. Chun-Ting was taken aback. Is she no longer pretending? Without needing to think, he deduced Zhuang Tingting's whereabouts, most likely shopping for clothes and enhancing her appearance. Do you believe her? Indeed, she is quite busy usually. Chun-Ting was rendered speechless. After a brief pause, he asked, let me confirm with you once more. Would you prefer enduring prolonged pain or opting for short-term discomfort? Yes, short-term discomfort. What do you mean, Tengu? Chun-Ting inquired for the second time. Given Chun-Ting's initial assessment of Zhuang Tingting, Gui Yuan, despite his naivety, began to comprehend the implications. Yet, in 2012, an ordinary university student remained profoundly innocent. They could hardly fathom the extent of the world's chaos. Nothing else intended. Here is a room card for you. Room 8102. Chun-Ting once again retrieved a room card from his pocket and handed it to Gui Yuan. What do you mean by this? Yes, that is precisely what I mean. Impossible. Gui Yuan took a step back, unable to reconcile the notion that Zhuang Tingting could be that kind of person. If Chun-Ting were to fervently pursue Zhuang Tingting, he believed it was not out of the realm of possibility for her to choose him. Due to Chun-Ting's remarkable qualities, it is hard for Gui Yuan to believe that within a mere exchange of a few words, Chun-Ting could win over Zhuang Tingting. Whether one believes it or not is of no consequence. The decision to go or not rests solely with them. There is only so much that can be done. Chun-Ting gently patted Gui Yuan on the shoulder. Gui Yuan stood frozen, clutching the room card, uncertain of whether to proceed. However, by nightfall, Chun-Ting received a message from Gui Yuan, consisting of just 2 words, thank you. Shintung's response was equally succinct. You're welcome. Gui Yuan was his close friend since high school. He could not bear to see Gui Yuan tread the same path as before. As for any further assistance, it would depend on Gui Yuan's own capabilities. Shintung would not place him in a position beyond his abilities, yet he would not let his potential go unnoticed either. As the joyous spring festival approached, relatives from both sides of Chintung's family were gathered at the Yunin Haibei Resort Hotel. On New Year's Eve, the two families convened for a reunion dinner. Regardless of which side of the family they belonged to, the relatives beamed with smiles in Chintung's presence. It felt as if he had returned to the innocent age of 6 or 7, when he could not discern the nuances of adult conversations. Perceiving all elders as benevolent figures. Previously mentioned, Chintung's family bore no animosity or indebtedness towards their relatives, yet there was a subtle competition that lingered beneath the surface. Nonetheless, it was entirely absent during this meal. Observing the joyful faces of Jiang Meiji and Chen Jiangwo, Chintung felt a profound happiness. It had been a long time since he had seen his parents so genuinely joyful during the new year. Chen Lily, sitting beside Chintung, spoke softly, her demeanor somewhat dazed. This spring festival held a special significance for her as well. In years past, if she remained silent during the celebrations, she would inevitably be chided by an elder for being a silent gourd. Chen Lily understood that the elder's intentions were not to criticize, but rather a simple belief that silence was inappropriate. Nevertheless, such comments made her uncomfortable. She wished to quietly enjoy her food in a corner, rather than smile and toast the elders with auspicious words or even perform for them. This year, such pressures were absent. Moreover, there were her parents. During New Year conversations, awkward questions were unavoidable, such as inquiries about exam scores. Such questions could lead both parents and children into uncomfortable territory. The questioner may not intend harm, yet the listener would invariably feel the weight of scrutiny. Thus, every spring festival, Chen Jiangwo and Jiang Meiji could never be completely happy, as moments of discontent would inevitably arise. However, this time, there were no moments of unhappiness. Perhaps this is the true essence of earning a living, to study diligently and become a person of substance, rather than being subjected to the whims of others. Is Zhang Dang beginning his moral teachings again? Not fond of it? Chinting lightly patted the bulging pocket of his pants, pondering the dilemma of whom to bestow the 1,000 yuan red envelope upon. Chen Lily's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, my dearest brother, your voice is truly enchanting. Your teachings resonate like celestial melodies, touching the depths of the heart. I find immense joy in listening to your guidance. Just behold this insufferable tone. Chintung cannot help but marvel at the profound truth discovered by that illustrious scholar regarding the law of delightful fragrance. Magnificent, requiring no further elaboration. At this juncture, relatives began to notice the commotion created by the siblings. They could not restrain their admiration. Look at these two children. Their bond is truly remarkable. What are they discussing? They were engaged in a conversation about distributing red envelopes. With a smile, Chintung began to extract money, pulling red envelopes from his pocket. In this scenario, he felt compelled to insist on acceptance, lest an amusing yet tense battle ensue. He successfully distributed the envelopes. The relatives on either side enjoyed their meal, engaging in cheerful conversation, enveloped in warmth. Meanwhile, on the distant side, the New Year celebrations for some were far from harmonious and heartwarming. Chapter 140. A glimmer of hope amidst the shadows. I am on the verge of surrendering. After a New Year's Eve dinner, I observe a man, nearly 30, standing alone on an expansive rooftop. He holds his phone to his ear, gazing up at the twinkling stars. The moonlight illuminates his weary face, shadowed by countless sleepless nights, yet it fails to brighten his vacant eyes. The stillness of the rooftop renders the voice from the other end of the call distinctly audible. Give up? What are you joking about? After all our hard work, you suggest we simply abandon everything? Have you forgotten the dreams we once cherished? Upon hearing these words, the man ignites like a powder keg. He thrusts a finger forward, his voice escalating with fervor. Do you think I wish to give up? It is this damned world that seeks to make me surrender. We are no longer children. During dinner tonight, I saw the gray in my parents' hair, the stoop in their backs. After a year apart, it struck me, they have truly aged. I do not curse my parents. It is their declining health over these years that alarms me, the looming possibility of hospitalization. I must care for them. I must be prepared to finance their medical needs. You speak as if I am betraying my dreams. How could I wish for this? Is it solely my fault that the game we painstakingly created has been pirated? Is it my sole responsibility that no one believes in us? Can you not view this from my perspective? As he speaks, his hand gestures wildly, saliva flying through the air. In a fit of anger, he raises his phone, ready to hurl it to the ground. Yet, recalling his financial situation, he instead strikes his thigh with a clenched fist. Huang Xing, a gaming enthusiast, first encountered outstanding domestic and international games during his secondary education, igniting a desire to enter this industry. After graduating from university, Huang Xing did not dive headfirst into it. Instead, he spent time accumulating experience, honing his skills, and building connections within various gaming companies. After approximately 3 years of diligent work, he amassed a modest savings, financially, socially, and informationally. He became well acquainted with the game development process and the potential challenges that might arise. Thus, Huang Xing enlisted 2 friends to embark on this gaming venture together, handling art, programming, and writing themselves. Unlike many who rush into creating their own games with unbridled enthusiasm, Huang Xing was well prepared. However, they still underestimated the formidable challenges inherent in game development. The arduous journey they faced was not for the faint of heart. Fortunately, they persevered. Unfortunately, their perseverance led them to a harsh reality. Just as their game was released, piracy taught them the bitter lesson of hardship. The game they meticulously crafted over 3 months yielded almost no financial return, as piracy refused to spare even their modest efforts. After a month of confusion, they embarked on a new project. This time, their circumstances were slightly more favorable. They had not lost everything. The game they developed over the past 6 months had generated enough revenue to cover their living expenses. This modest success invigorated the trio, and they ambitiously set out to create another game. However, they soon realized that their funds were dwindling. The road to success seemed long and arduous, and the overwhelming financial pressure left them gasping for breath. Huang Xing returned home to share a New Year's Eve dinner with his parents. Observing the signs of aging in them, he was finally overcome by thoughts of giving up. Thus, he made his way to the rooftop to express his feelings to his partners. "You scoundrel! You are truly a coward, betraying your dreams. Do you understand the magnitude of your departure for the both of us?" The voice on the other end was jarring. Huang Xing clenched his fists in frustration, yet reluctantly released them. After a lengthy pause, he stammered, "In any case, there is nothing else. I'll hang up now." "Wait, what is the matter? Why don't you take the money you invested and buy something for Uncle and Auntie? It's the new year. We should at least send them a gift and wish them a happy new year." "No need." Huang Xing felt a lump in his throat as he choked out the words and ended the call. He considered himself a failure. "I'm sorry, my friends. I'm sorry, my parents." He gazed at the fireworks illuminating the night sky. Behind those bursts of color lay countless joyful families. For the unfortunate, the sight of happiness is always a piercing blade. Those fireworks were indeed blinding. "My stubbornness must come to an end." Huang Xing exhaled deeply, as if expelling all the pent-up frustration within him. Just as he prepared to descend, his phone rang at the most inopportune moment. He glanced at the caller ID, his original partner. Before he could inquire about the reason for the call, an excited voice erupted from the other end. "Good news. Good news. We have a chance. Has an investor shown interest in our project?" Huang Xing felt the rhythm of his heart pounding in his chest, each beat filled with fervor and anticipation. "No, it's Chinting. It's Tingda. They are hosting a competition. As long as we develop a game using the Future 4 engine and launch it on their platform, we can enter. If we succeed in the competition, there's a substantial prize. But, can we hold on until then?" The fervent heartbeat began to calm. What good is a prize if it takes too long to be awarded after the competition? It's possible. Tingda understands the financial difficulties some game developers face. They said that if we can present a game demo and prove our financial struggles, we can receive an interest-free loan or investment from them. Furthermore, as long as we submit progress reports demonstrating our earnest participation in the competition, we can receive development subsidies. Huang Xing was left speechless. Through the veil of a mobile phone, he could sense the excitement of the other party. "Is it truly real?" "Absolutely it is. I will send you the announcement from the webpage right now." After uttering these words, the other party abruptly ended the call. Moments later, a URL arrived on Huang Xing's KK app. With trembling fingers, he clicked on the link. The sluggish loading speed compelled him to pace restlessly around the rooftop. When the webpage finally appeared, Huang Xing nearly pressed his face against the screen, meticulously reading each word, fearful of misinterpreting the contents of the announcement. After verifying it several times, he could not contain his joy and burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, ha ha ha, Tingda, I adore you." His exuberant laughter echoed loudly on the top floor. On this extraordinary day, no one chastised him for disturbing the peace. Brilliant fireworks soared into the sky, red, green, yellow, purple. Blue. Truly, they were magnificent fireworks. Chapter 141. Core Competitiveness. 200 Gifts for Extra Updates. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, amidst a nationwide celebration and mutual exchanges of blessings, the announcement for the inaugural game creator competition by Tengda appeared on the official website of the Future 4 engine. This competition aims to unearth outstanding game creators, foster the flourishing development of the gaming industry, explore more possibilities in game creation, and provide a platform for extensive communication among game developers. Originally, the press conference for Future 4 had already garnered significant attention due to Chun Tung's audacious remarks. Now, this game developer competition has ignited fervent discussions among netizens. Gamers and developers alike are once again marveling at Tengda's generosity, as Chun Tung has established a plethora of awards. With numerous game categories, the top 30 in each category receive straightforward and substantial monetary rewards, with the minimum being 30,000 yuan. Even those who do not make it into the top 30 can borrow money from Tengda upon registering for the competition, as long as they demonstrate earnest development efforts. They may also receive creator subsidies. This truly resembles a charitable endeavor, as it seems to be an initiative to elevate the gaming industry in Huagua single-handedly. Should our nation's gaming industry genuinely flourish, every player and developer would owe him a debt of gratitude. This is the most extensive game developer competition I have ever witnessed, with the prize pool exceeding tens of millions. Furthermore, the rewards for the top contenders include reduced commission rates, meaning that if their games become immensely popular, they could evade substantial deductions. It appears that Chun Tung's initial proclamations during the press conference were not mere bluster. He is genuinely committed to supporting the development of the gaming industry. So what if he boasts? He is backing his words with tangible financial support for the advancement of our nation's gaming sector. Regardless, I must lend my support to the games in this competition, hoping that this funding will indeed yield some remarkable creations. Online, the majority of voices are in support of Chun Tung. Those who once deemed him arrogant now feel a sense of remorse, acknowledging that he is truly making a contribution. Of course, a small fraction of voices remain skeptical, suggesting that Chun Tung is merely performing for show. They argue that his purported efforts to advance the gaming industry ultimately serve his own profit motives. After all, doesn't he benefit from the revenue generated through Tengda's gaming marketplace? They fail to recognize that this initiative has significantly raised awareness of his gaming marketplace and engine, effectively turning this investment into an advertisement that yields impressive returns. They await the day when Chun Tung reveals his true capitalist nature. Such sentiments are prevalent, as some seem unable to accept that one can do good while also pursuing personal gain. Nevertheless, compared to the overall discourse, these dissenting opinions remain a minority. Chun Tung himself claims indifference, whether they are detractors or supporters, as long as they contribute to the emotional atmosphere. He welcomes it. Currently, Chun Tung's emotional value has reached 654,872. Moreover, this figure is rapidly increasing. In just a few seconds, it has surged by several hundred. After extending New Year greetings to a few individuals via text and phone calls, Chun Tung began to contemplate how to harness the emotional value of over 600,000. Initially, he considered indulging in a high-end tenfold lottery draw. Alas, the cost of 100,000 per draw proved exorbitant, as a tenfold draw necessitated 1 million emotional points. Chun Tung found himself unable to partake in such extravagance at this moment. He estimated that this wave of enthusiasm might yield an additional 1 to 200,000 emotional points. However, a significant gap remained before reaching the coveted 1 million. If he were to force it, it might take 2 to 3 months to surpass that milestone. Thus, he abandoned this notion and shifted his focus to the custom services, unlocked upon exceeding 100,000 emotional points. Previously, he had tested the system's custom services using the universal domination feature, and the results were promising. Compared to lotteries, it mitigated some uncertainties. With a defined path, custom services would undoubtedly prove superior to lotteries. So, what direction should Tengda Corporation pursue next? Undoubtedly, the mobile phone industry would be the next target. Chun Tung had also acquired several companies related to the mobile phone sector, aiming to secure a share in the burgeoning market. However, given Tengda's current scale, entering the mobile phone industry recklessly would be folly. As chaos reigned in the mobile sector, various industries sought to stake their claims. Digital security firms, air conditioner sellers, computer vendors, and educational machine manufacturers all aspired to sell mobile phones. Some succeeded, while others faltered. The competition in this domain was undeniably fierce. Some argue that these mobile manufacturers are fundamentally mere assembly plants, lacking in technological prowess. Yet, Chin-Tung believed that even assembly requires ingenuity to create products appealing to consumers. Otherwise, numerous titans from other sectors would not have entered and subsequently failed. However, with the system at his disposal, Chin-Tung felt emboldened to venture into the mobile phone industry. But where should he begin to enhance his core competitiveness? Chips? The prowess of Apple is irrefutable. Formidable chips are indispensable. It is now the year 2012. Even a decade hence, Apple will still maintain a significant lead over its competitors in the chip market. Furthermore, Apple's robust operating system is the key to its extraordinary success. Overcoming challenges at the hardware level would not be a simple feat. Setting aside whether his emotional points could yield blueprints and relevant technologies, establishing a production line would be no easy task. There are myriad patents to navigate, which is far from straightforward. However, in the realm of software, a slight smile played on Chin-Tung's lips. Might there be a way for the system to fabricate one for him? After all, code is not something bound by patents. He could seize the opportunity while Apple's system remains far from its future maturity, leveraging it as a selling point to establish his core competitive advantage. Based on the game Have You Eaten? We aspire to create an exceptional software ecosystem. Thus, I am determined to design an entirely new mobile operating system that is simple, well-optimized, and smooth, devoid of convoluted code, with robust file management, and compatible with contemporary devices. Or akin to a futuristic version 4, emerging from the future yet seamlessly integrating with current technology. Ultimately, whether it pertains to the system or software, the singular cause of increasing bloat is the presence of poorly constructed code. Adhering to the principle of if it runs, do not interfere, many programmers refrain from modifying outdated code, whose utility remains unclear. Furthermore, some less skilled developers tend to complicate matters by layering unnecessary lines of code to resolve issues that could be addressed in mere lines. Consequently, doesn't this lead to a progressively sluggish mobile experience? Chin-Tung aims to utilize the most concise code to forge the smoothest mobile operating system. Soon, a virtual screen materialized before Chin-Tung. Chapter 142, a brand new mobile system. Option 1. This system generates a mobile system that meets the requirements. Emotion value consumption, 265 for 178. Option 2. This system transforms a future mobile system to generate one that meets the requirements. Emotion value consumption, 411. 586. This time, the system presented Chin-Tung with two choices. What distinguishes the transformation of a mobile system from the future and the direct generation of a mobile system that meets my requirements? Both options yield identical results in the present. However, option 1 does not guarantee compatibility with future mobile devices, whereas option 2 does ensure such compatibility. Then option 1 it is. Chin-Tung decisively chose the first option, motivated solely by its affordability. A staggering 410,000 emotion values. That amounts to a whopping 41 intermediate lottery draws. How long would it take him to amass such a fortune? He could have secured 4 advanced draws instead. Moreover, who knows? Perhaps the future mobile devices, under the influence of Chin-Tung's butterfly effect, will embark upon an entirely different trajectory. Since the present outcomes are identical, he opted for option 1. In an instant, a cerulean USB drive materialized in Chin-Tung's pocket. Without hesitation, he connected the USB drive to his computer to investigate its contents. The system generously included an instruction manual. Chin-Tung proceeded to flash the system onto his mobile device, a skill that had become essential for any tech-savvy mobile user of the time. At that moment, admitting he couldn't root or flash a device would have been akin to confessing ignorance in mobile tinkering. Upon successfully flashing the system, Chin-Tung's initial sensation was one of comfort. The minimalist design imbued the entire device with an air of technological sophistication. Presently, the phone housed no applications save for a rather unremarkable browser and an Android emulator. Chin-Tung accessed the browser and navigated to the Tenda website, attempting to download the company's games and apps. To his dismay, the installation package in APK format was not supported. It appeared that the system had indeed diverged from Android, showcasing an entirely new framework. Chin-Tung was immensely pleased, for this confirmed that the underlying code of the system had completely transcended the limitations imposed by Android, crafted from an entirely fresh perspective. As for the Android emulator, it was evidently a remnant left by Chin-Tung's system, designed to accommodate Android applications. It seems the company's scale would need to expand further. Previously, when assembling the mobile technology research team, Tenda Technology had already recruited some employees to prepare for their future foray into the mobile sector. However, the initial recruitment had not been extensive, primarily focusing on technical personnel. Moving forward, it would be necessary to hire additional management and marketing professionals, as well as frontline production staff. Tenda's ambitions were set to grow even larger. Chen-Ting planned to discuss this matter with Linya once the New Year festivities had concluded. Although Linya had a tendency to immerse herself in work, it was only fair to grant her some respite after a year of relentless effort. With that thought, Chen-Ting unplugged the USB drive and stood up, ready to savor the joys of his own spring festival. Greetings, esteemed boss. Salutations, Mr. Chun. The boss exudes charm. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Chen-Ting, rarely present at the office, responded with a warm smile to his employees. It must be said that the sight of employees beaming as they greeted their boss uplifted Chen-Tung's spirits. Observing their vibrant demeanor filled him with immense pride and a profound sense of accomplishment. Such energetic employees are all his. With his own resources, he has forged a cohesive and dynamic team. As he approached the door of his office, Chen-Tung noticed Zhang Ningxin waiting for him. Dressed impeccably in a black suit and white shirt, she sported black-rimmed glasses. Her hair, neatly styled in a bun, lent her an air of professionalism while also infusing a youthful vitality. "You're here quite early, senior?" he inquired. "Not too early. Everyone in the company has arrived," she replied. Chen-Ting chuckled as he opened the office door. Today, he and Zhang Ningxin had arranged to discuss the status of Have You Eaten? During the Spring Festival. The fierce competition between Have You Eaten? and Blue Night had not yet subsided. Many restaurant owners had closed their establishments to return home for the holiday, and numerous customers opted against ordering takeout. However, some individuals, unable to return home during this time, relied on takeout to sustain themselves. Additionally, certain delivery riders sought to seize the opportunity to earn a profit on this special day. The rivalry between Have You Eaten? and Blue Night remained lively throughout the Spring Festival. All was progressing steadily. Blue Night's market share continued to diminish, while various other delivery platforms attempted to encroach upon our territory, yet all failed. The statistics were as follows. Zhang Ningxin reported the data, her head held high with pride. Under her leadership, Blue Night had achieved remarkable success. Quite impressive, Chen-Ting remarked after reviewing the figures. Previously, Blue Night's market share had reached an astonishing 70. Following the Spring Festival, it surged to 75. Blue Night could essentially declare its dominance in the market. The next step is to consolidate our advantages across various regions. Anyone seeking to challenge our supremacy in the delivery sector must be met with unwavering resolve. Maintaining a position is as challenging as achieving it. Understood. There is one more matter I wish to consult you about. Chen-Tung's demeanor became serious. Zhang Ningxin instinctively straightened her posture. Regarding Tingda Life, previously it had only a delivery department, so it was acceptable for Linya to hold the title of general manager. However, as Tingda Life will soon introduce a tourism department, it necessitates a leader to oversee it. Are you suggesting? She inquired. Yes. I wanted to know if you have any thoughts on this, he replied. While nepotism is undesirable, Chen-Tung is willing to embrace it when competence is assured. Chen-Ting and Zhang Ningxin have tirelessly built up Tingda Life together, and Chen-Tung is quite willing to appoint Zhang Ningxin as the general manager. Can I really do this? Zhang Ningxin felt a wave of self-doubt. She understood that Tingda is currently divided into 4 companies: Tingda Technology, Tingda Investment, Tingda Games, and Tingda Life. Theoretically, these 4 companies hold equal status. Presently, Linya serves as the general manager of Tingda Games while also overseeing Tingda Technology, Tingda Investment, and Tingda Life. If Zhang Ningxin were to become the general manager of Tingda Life, it would imply that she would be on equal footing with Linya. I feel that my abilities are not yet comparable to those of General Manager Lin. Do you believe you cannot stand alongside Linya? Zhang Ningxin nodded in agreement. It's all right. She will be promoted soon as well, and you will only be equal for a brief period. After that, Tingda Group will be established, and Linya is likely to become the president of the group. Chen-Ting's light-hearted banter surprisingly eased Zhang Ningxin's worries. Then I shall give it a try? Very well. I appreciate your efforts. Chapter 143. The first step of the internet. Celebrity Chen-Tung engaged in further discussions with Zhang Ningxin regarding the development of the travel app. This project is primarily overseen by Liang Qing, and our strategy resembles that of Have You Eaten? Initially, we will provide subsidies to merchants to attract users with low prices, gradually transitioning to standard pricing to achieve profitability. However, as you may be aware, the merchants we need to connect with in the travel sector differ significantly. Indeed, we must collaborate with hotels, airlines, and tourist attractions, which necessitates engagement with their corporate entities rather than individual vendors. Although Zhang Ningxin harbored doubts about her capabilities earlier, she demonstrated a clear understanding of the domain. Precisely, within the realm of travel, have you eaten? Could also offer conveniences related to dining. For instance, if users purchase tickets through our travel app, could we not provide vouchers for local merchants? Zhang Ningxin quickly conceived a viable idea. Yes, that is indeed feasible. Qinting replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. It is apparent that the collaboration among various projects at Tingda will bestow extraordinary advantages for their development. Zhang Ningxin also harbored her own aspirations for the travel project. This arrangement is optimal. The personnel under her supervision possess their own ideas and capabilities, allowing them to fully express their talents within the company's platform. As the company thrives, so too do its employees. Is there anything else the boss needs to assign? She inquired. None at the moment. This project will likely keep you occupied for several months, Qintung responded. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhang Ningxin departed, leaving Qintung reflecting on her vitality. University students are truly remarkable, he mused. Their boundless energy is unlike that of seasoned veterans who tend to be complacent. In the afternoon, Linya arrived at Qintung's office. She was not surprised by Qintung's intent to officially venture into mobile phone production. Currently, we possess the capability to independently produce smartphone screens and batteries. Other components that we cannot yet manufacture are aligned with upstream suppliers, so there are no significant issues. Nonetheless, we need to gradually establish the production line. It seems that once we resolve the production line issue, we can commence operations, Qinting noted. Indeed. We have the option to start from scratch or acquire a bankrupt mobile manufacturer and repurpose their facilities to create a production line. Linyu's clear planning greatly satisfied Qinting. Let us proceed with an acquisition then. However, do you have a candidate in mind for the head of the mobile division? As we embark on this journey, we must appoint someone to assist Linya with the operational details. Otherwise, it would be overwhelming for her alone, Qintung remarked, eager to hear Linya's thoughts on personnel appointments. At present, I do not have anyone specific. We previously interviewed a promising candidate, but he declined our offer. Is it truly possible for someone to refuse us? Qintung expressed his astonishment. His surprise was warranted. Tigda's reputation for offering exceptional compensation was renowned throughout the industry. One word encapsulated it: superb. Furthermore, Qinting had recently been awarded the Talent Abundance Medal within the system. The effect of this medal is to enhance the willingness of talented individuals to join the Tingda company. Could it be that the individual in question is not truly talented? Qinting, who never engages in internal strife, instinctively sensed something amiss. Please introduce him to me, regardless of whether he is truly talented. Qintung must assess anyone whom Linya deems noteworthy. From Linya, he learned that the person is named Jiang Yifeng. He began his journey in the mobile phone industry during the era of feature phones, as the age of smartphones dawned. The company Jiang Yifeng was affiliated with also underwent a transformation. The smartphones he spearheaded received a favorable reception in the market. However, for reasons unknown, Jiang Yifeng departed from his original company. Linya speculated that it could be a matter of profit distribution and ideological discord. Based on what you've said, he indeed seems quite impressive. Although Qinting had never heard of the brand Jiang Yifeng developed, it is no small feat to profit from selling mobile phones in this era. Why did he refuse us back then? It is unclear. After a brief conversation, he declined, which puzzled our previous interviewer as well. Do you have his contact information? Do you want to reach out to him personally, boss? Well, given your description, I find myself quite intrigued. According to Linya, Jiang Yifeng is indeed a capable individual. Yet, such a talented person has turned down Tigda, which confounds Qintung. I will provide you with his contact information shortly. Good. Oh, by the way, boss, there's one more thing. Weibo has sent you an invitation, hoping you will register for an account. Weibo? Hearing this, Qinting's eyes lit up. He suddenly slapped his thigh. How could I have forgotten about that? Weibo, officially known as microblogging, is considered one of the most successful products on the domestic internet. Before the rise of short video platforms, Weibo could be regarded as the most significant arena for public opinion online, gathering numerous marketing accounts. However, with the emergence of short video platforms, Weibo is no longer the primary battleground for public discourse. Nonetheless, many celebrities and media outlets still prefer to disseminate various announcements and notifications on Weibo. Major marketing accounts continue to treat this platform as a vital arena for public opinion. If Qinting were to join Weibo and register an account, he could frequently assert his presence and interact with netizens. This way, Wouldn't his emotional value increase substantially? Registration is indeed necessary. Chen Ting felt a tinge of regret. If only he had registered sooner. News outlets cannot report daily on the trivial activities of entrepreneurs if every minor detail made headlines. The public would perceive such individuals as excessively involved in their affairs. However, if the same content were shared on Weibo, netizens would regard the person as approachable. In that moment, Chen Ting felt as though he had missed out on a hidden treasure. Fortunately, it is still not too late to register. Opening an account in 2012 is not considered late. Hearing Chen Ting muttering to himself, Linya furrowed her brow in confusion. What? Chen Ting replied, "It's nothing. I was just saying I can register. If you find it amusing, you may also register. I shall respond now." Very well. Linya took out her phone to contact the Weibo staff, while Chen Ting proceeded to create an account and activate his Weibo. With the assistance of the Weibo personnel, a letter soon appeared next to Chen Ting's account, signifying official verification from Weibo. Gazing at his empty Weibo page, Chen Ting pondered what his inaugural post should be. As he contemplated, a slight smile crept upon his lips. Heh. Chapter 144, The Frenzy of Thursday Greetings. I am Chen Ting. By the time you read this message, I should have been kidnapped. Misled by the treachery of my colleagues, I find myself bound and broken, my tendons severed. They have stripped away their hypocritical masks, seized my shares, and taken my wealth. Now, I am stealthily escaping and conceiving a dreadful plan of vengeance. Yet at this moment, I am famished, and I hope that a kind-hearted soul might grant me $50, so I may indulge in a hearty meal at the Have You Eaten? Frenzy this Thursday. Once I am satiated, I shall share my grand scheme of retribution. Upon confirming that there were no typographical errors, Chen Ting pressed the send button and briefly locked his phone. A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Linya, seated across from him, found his demeanor curious. What could possibly elate Chen Ting so? Unable to fathom it, Linya, with the aid of the social media staff, registered for an account on the platform and successfully completed the verification process. It was not that she was particularly eager to create an account. Rather, Chen Ting's registration was evidently a gesture of goodwill towards the platform. As the saying goes, when those above take a liking to something, those below are bound to follow suit. Thus, it was only natural for them as employees to establish an account. Once on the platform, Linya promptly followed Chen Ting. However, upon viewing Chen Ting's post, her expression morphed into one of bewilderment. You've been kidnapped? Then who is this person sitting before me? As Linya delved deeper into his words, her expressions became increasingly animated. Only upon reaching the latter part did she realize that Chen Ting was merely crafting a humorous tale. Boss, this jest, how is it? Quite masterfully constructed. She had to admit, upon reading the opening line, her heart had skipped a beat. The notion of her boss being kidnapped was indeed a grave matter. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, reassured by Chen Ting's presence. Chen Ting unlocked his phone and began perusing the comments. It appeared that the platform had been anticipating his arrival. As the splash screen displayed the news of his registration, anyone opening the app would immediately find themselves on Chen Ting's profile. In a sense, he had become a minor internet celebrity. Would he be remembered among the pioneers of online fame a decade from now? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he opened the comments section of his inaugural post. Is this Chen Ting? Alive? Is this truly him? With verified status, it appears authentic. Goodness. Next time, don't breathe so heavily when speaking. I was almost ready to call the authorities. So, Chen's first post is an advertisement for his own product. Haha. That is too amusing, Chen. To be fair, this Have You Eaten? Frenzy is indeed quite economical. But today, isn't it Thursday yet? Sofa, fire tongs, Lu Ming. If Mr. Chen were not to run a company, I believe he could easily thrive as a humorist on social media. Observing the comments section, Chen Ting felt that his borrowed quip from Future Trends was rather well executed. It is noteworthy that the phenomenon of Crazy Thursday in later times sparked a proliferation of such witty phrases online. Lengthy narratives would invariably culminate in the phrase "Vimi 50. Chen Ting could not help but admire the creative ingenuity of the masses. If you have registered for social media, let us follow each other. Very well. Chen Ting and Linya exchanged follows. However, upon witnessing Linya's inaugural post, Chen Ting found it challenging to maintain his composure. Her first post was a retweet and commentary on his own. I have kidnapped my boss, and now he wishes to escape. No worries, if I could kidnap him once, I can do it again. However, my hired hands are quite famished. I hope a kind soul can provide them with 50, so they can indulge in a hearty meal this Crazy Thursday. Should my plan succeed, I shall elevate you to a senior position at Tingda. The expression on Qinteng's face was truly remarkable. Linya, indeed, was the individual he had chosen to be the general manager of Tingda Games, her wit shining through as she crafted a similar quip in his style. The comments section was equally lively. Goodness, is Tingda now staging a soap opera? So, the identity of the boss at Tingda hinges on the $50 I hold. Does it? In truth, I'm a hired hand summoned by Lin, and those wishing to pay may do so directly. Their interaction was incredibly entertaining, reminiscent of the joy found in casual chats on messaging platforms back in 2002. The year 2012 saw Weibo as a novel experience for many users, as if they were genuinely conversing face-to-face with Qinteng. To Qinteng's astonishment, beneath the exchange between him and Linya, others began to mimic their format in the comments. I am the driver assisting the boss's escape, yet I am now famished. I am the driver tracking the boss for Lin, yet I am now famished. I am the security at Tungda, waiting to kidnap the boss upon his return, yet I am now famished. I am. Never mind, I can't think of anything else, but I am definitely famished. Long live hunger. As Qinteng scrolled through Weibo in his office, he gradually witnessed the users transforming into a chorus of hunger. Am I initiating the trend of Crazy Thursday? A peculiar sensation washed over Qinteng. In his previous life, Crazy Thursday originated from Grandpa Ken's fried chicken. Yet, if one were to pinpoint a specific individual who truly ignited its popularity, it would be a challenge. In this life, should the Crazy Thursday meme regain its fervor? There is no doubt its inception lies with him. This sensation of altering history filled Qinteng with a sense of wonder. This also demonstrates that Qinteng's celebrity effect has gradually emerged. If it were merely two ordinary netizens engaging in such interactions, it would be inconceivable for such a rapid surge of followers to occur within such a brief span. Qinteng cast another glance at his system's emotional value. After registering on Weibo and making such a statement, he noticed that the speed at which he received emotional value had noticeably accelerated compared to a few hours prior. Interaction yields results. It appears that this Weibo registration was indeed a fortuitous decision. Qinteng murmured to himself, having resolved to emulate the founder of Taodao, Ma Tao, in establishing his personal image. Although this individual later experienced a significant fall from grace, for a time, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a national idol. The advantages his personal image conferred upon the company are challenging to quantify in monetary terms. Boss, may I return to my work now? Certainly. Should we encourage the company's employees to mirror our Weibo posts and produce similar content? If it pertains to the marketing department responsible for Have You Eaten, it is indeed prudent to seize this opportunity to promote the event effectively. However, we must not impose additional burdens on other employees nor compel them to voluntarily disseminate such content. In their respective positions, they should pursue their duties. Outside their roles, they should not meddle in affairs. Some may find these anecdotes and memes rather tedious. Forcing others to post or write, aside from engendering negative sentiments, serves no meaningful purpose. Understood. Linya nodded and returned to her work. Chapter 145. A subtle engagement in the subsequent days. Qinteng frequently responded to comments from netizens on his Weibo account. It must be acknowledged that the creativity of online users is perpetually dependable. For instance, the Crazy Thursday campaign has spawned countless novel iterations that Qinteng had never encountered before. Additionally, some comments beneath his posts piqued his interest, prompting him to peruse them during his leisure moments. His Weibo following swiftly swelled to 1 million, although the authenticity of this follower count remained uncertain. As it is rumored that one can purchase fans on Weibo, Qinteng believed that some inquiries are best left unexamined. For example, is he truly only 30? Qinteng gazed at the man seated before him, who appeared to be in his 40s, wrinkles, graying hair, a portly physique, and a balding head. The stereotypical attributes of a middle-aged man in his 40s could easily be ascribed to him. This man was none other than Jiang Yifeng, as referred to by Linya, a name reminiscent of a protagonist from a novel. Yet, he resembled an ordinary middle-aged individual one might encounter on the street. Fortunately, Qinteng understood that certain matters should not be probed too deeply. Thus, he kept his doubts to himself, refraining from voicing them. He even pondered whether Jiang Yifeng's initial reluctance to join Tingda was due to an interviewer's inability to resist posing such inquiries. Good day, Mr. Jiang. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qinteng. He was well aware that Jiang Yifeng was indeed a notable figure. In fact, it would be difficult to find anyone who was not familiar with Qinteng's name. Setting aside the ever-expanding Tingda group under his leadership, his activities on Weibo alone were sufficient to make him a household name among those with a fast internet connection. Let us not beat around the bush. Chen Teng proposed. Jiang Yifeng nodded in agreement. Mr. Chen, you must be curious as to why I initially declined your offer from Tengda, correct? Indeed. That is a question that piques my curiosity, Chen Teng replied, raising a finger thoughtfully. From a compensation standpoint, Tengda's offer is undoubtedly superior to that of an ordinary company. Your prospective role in overseeing the mobile department indicates genuine intent. I would like to understand the reasons behind your refusal. During this period, Chen Teng had enlisted Yang Shan to conduct an in-depth investigation into Jiang Yifeng. Since he had decided to accept Yang Shan's favor, he resolved to cultivate a closer relationship with him. Thus, he utilized Yang Shan's connections and information channels. As a well-established investment firm, Tianxing Capital had also ventured into the mobile industry. According to Yang Shan's findings, Jiang Yifeng was indeed a highly capable individual. Moreover, his recent endeavors indicated that he was actively seeking employment, albeit without success in finding a satisfactory position. Yang Shan expressed his perplexity when he recounted this to Chen Teng. I remain uncertain about the specific type of company he desires. He has applied to firms specializing in feature phones but ultimately chose not to join. He has also sought positions at companies focused on smart devices, yet he still declined those opportunities. Moreover, he has interviewed at companies that produce feature phones but intend to transition to smart devices, only to reject those offers as well. He even ventured to apply at a firm manufacturing counterfeit phones, but once again, he did not accept the position. It is evident that Jiang Yifeng is not particularly discerning regarding the size of the company. However, what exactly he is being selective about remains a mystery to all. I find myself questioning whether this young man is contemplating a career shift into human resources, perhaps to gather insights through repeated interviews. Chen Teng, upon hearing this, was left astounded. Observing Jiang Yifeng in person sparked immense curiosity within him. His willingness to return for a second interview indicates that he harbors some interest in Tengda. Yet, what could have prompted his previous rejection of the company? I believe your company has not adequately prepared to face the fierce competition within the mobile phone industry. Jiang Yifeng stated. What do you mean by that? Chen Teng raised an eyebrow. During my last visit, I engaged in a discussion with your interviewers regarding the mobile phone sector and perceived a lack of commitment towards it from your company. A lack of commitment? Chen Teng questioned. Why should we exert ourselves fully? Jiang Yifeng replied with utmost seriousness. The future competition within the mobile phone industry will be intensely brutal. Without a mindset of total commitment to persevere, one is bound to be eliminated from the industry. Is it possible that Tengda merely needs to make a slight effort to establish a foothold in the mobile market? Jiang Yifeng appeared somewhat incensed. Mr. Chen, entering the mobile phone market is not merely about flowery rhetoric. No success comes easily. Chen Teng found himself appreciating Jiang Yifeng's unwavering attitude. So, you believe that Tengda is destined to fail? If we do not commit fully, then yes. Then why are you willing to interview again? If you consider Tengda fated to fail, there seems to be little reason to return. I seek to discern whether Tengda possesses the requisite conditions to avert collapse. Conditions to avert collapse? Tengda has yet to even commence operations, and you already speak of averting collapse? Such conditions would necessitate an actual structure, would it not? You cannot point to an empty lot and claim to avert disaster. Mr. Jiang, Tengda has not yet begun its endeavors. I apologize if my words sound harsh, but this is indeed my perspective. I can produce evidence to demonstrate Tengda's capability to thrive in the mobile industry. However, you must first establish your own competence. Jiang Yifeng was momentarily bewildered by Chen Teng's somewhat convoluted statement. He summarized, I must first prove myself, and then you will provide evidence? Chen Teng, indeed. Please articulate what you perceive to be the core competitive advantage of future smartphones. Should I find your insights commendable, I shall substantiate my acknowledgement. With a forthright and unyielding demeanor, Chen Teng reclaimed the initiative. An interview is a mutual selection process. Why does it seem as though Tengda is utterly dependent on you? Jiang Yifeng, is you deliberate and deliberate? Chen Teng has yet to fully endorse Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng, lost in contemplation, appeared to be pondering Chen Teng's inquiry, as well as whether to respond to it. Perhaps he wished to ascertain the capabilities Chen Teng alluded to, as Jiang Yifeng ultimately decided to provide an answer. I believe the essence of a company's competitive edge lies in its foundational ethos. Foundational ethos? Chen Teng found such ambiguous expressions intolerable. Please refrain from being cryptic. Speak plainly. I contend that the core competitive advantage of a mobile phone enterprise must undoubtedly stem from its willingness to invest significantly in research and development. Chapter 146. A genius beyond genius. Are you suggesting that if a mobile phone company is willing to invest in research It essentially possesses a core competitive advantage within the industry. Indeed. However, our company is quite generous with its expenditures. You must have noticed that, haven't you? Chin-Tung found this rather perplexing. If one were to speak of being generous with funds, Chin-Tung would undoubtedly rank second, with no one daring to claim the top position. To speak of employee benefits alone, Tengda offers what is arguably the pinnacle within the industry. Currently, in the competitive landscape of Have You Eaten, Tengda has also invested a considerable amount. Yet, why did Zhang Yifeng still choose to decline? It is a matter of proportion. When Tengda initially sought me out, I researched their investment in scientific inquiry. From a profit perspective, the proportion of their investment is actually quite minimal. Furthermore, my impression of Tengda has always been that it is driven more by creativity than by technology. Chin-Tung raised an eyebrow as he began to clarify Zhang Yifeng's previous refusals, whether it was the games produced by Tengda or the grand ambitions of Have You Eaten. The technical challenges involved in their implementation were relatively insignificant. The success of both the gameplay and the delivery concept relied more on creativity than on technology. This led to the perception that Tengda does not resemble a high-tech enterprise. In Zhang Yifeng's view, Tengda prioritizes creativity over technological advancement. Tengda has not wholeheartedly devoted itself to research and development, which is why he asserted that the company has not fully committed to the mobile phone sector. Upon grasping this, Chin-Tung shook his head slightly. Mr. Jiang, do you know what the greatest obstacle to an individual's success is? Arrogance. Are you implying that I am arrogant? Zhang Yifeng frowned, visibly displeased. Mr. Chun, business is business. Even if we ultimately cannot reach an agreement, there is no need for personal attacks. Do you perceive my words as a personal attack? I merely believe I am stating a fact, Chin-Tung replied calmly. Whether one is fully committed or not should not be a determining factor of success. Tengda will not place its entire focus on the mobile industry, as there is no necessity for such an approach. To expect a company to wager everything on the mobile sector strikes me as a rather foolish notion. Why? Zhang Yifeng felt a flicker of anger rising within him. Nevertheless, out of courtesy, he continued to listen to Chin-Tung. He was curious to hear what Chin-Tung would articulate next. A diversified industrial structure offers the possibility of resurgence. If, as you suggest, everything is staked on the mobile industry, what happens in the event of failure? If one were to commit fully, failure would be impossible. Very well. If you assert that two companies are equally committed, who would succeed? Words lingered on the tip of Zhang Yifeng's tongue, but he refrained from voicing them. Chin-Tung continued. In truth, your notion of full commitment merely equates to having ample funds. Your desire for companies to fully commit stems, at its core, from a wish for increased financial support, does it not? Zhang Yifeng did not dispute this. Indeed. Chin-Tung shrugged. Then why advocate for full commitment at all? Isn't it sufficient to simply have enough money? Are you not being overly pedantic? However, for the majority of companies in our country, they must invest wholeheartedly to possess ample competitiveness. Zhang Yifeng passionately argued, attempting to persuade Chin-Tung, at least for the companies I have interviewed with. Only full commitment can yield adequate financial rewards. That merely indicates that the companies you visited fall short of our Tengda. Chin-Tung casually remarked, our Tengda does not require full commitment to acquire sufficient funds. I do not believe it. Do not believe it? Chin-Tung scoffed, pulling another phone from his pocket and tossing it towards Zhang Yifeng. Zhang Yifeng instinctively reached out to catch it, slightly flustered. What is this? A phone. You can open it and see what sets this phone apart from others. Zhang Yifeng's brow remained furrowed. He unlocked the phone that Chin-Tung had thrown, revealing only a few simple apps, all of which were proprietary to Tengda. As Zhang Yifeng tried to open these apps, he quickly discerned the first distinguishing feature. It seems to be unlike any mobile operating system available on the market. You have modified the Android system? Modified? Experience it for yourself. Zhang Yifeng indeed sensed the uniqueness of this phone and continued to explore. Soon, he noticed further differences. These applications seemed to run exceptionally smoothly. Even when I opened several apps simultaneously, none are abruptly terminated in the background. Quite right, continue exploring. Chin-Tung nodded approvingly. Zhang Yifeng continued to examine the phone, ultimately uncovering another clue. Is your phone S system self-developed? Indeed. Upon hearing Chin-Tung's affirmative response, Zhang Yifeng's expression shifted dramatically. A self-developed system. During the PC era, countless individuals dreamed of a proprietary system to rival Microsoft's Windows. However, undeniably, no system on PC has ever matched Microsoft's Windows. Now, as the era of mobile internet dawns, there are still only two mobile systems, Apple and Android. Now Qinteng claims they have crafted a new system, after personally experiencing it. Jiang Yifeng found the performance of this system to be superior to both the iOS and Android systems. His eyes widened in astonishment. How is this achieved? Quite simply, I made it happen. You mean, this is your creation? Correct. Impossible. Jiang Yifeng instinctively retorted, his voice taking on a higher pitch. Do you realize the immense human and material resources required to develop a system? Do you have any idea how much manpower and resources are needed for subsequent testing? Indeed. At this moment, Qinteng's demeanor appeared rather nonchalant. But what of it? Jiang Yifeng asserted resolutely. It is utterly impossible for a single individual to develop a system of such remarkable completeness. This is beyond the capabilities of one person alone. Even a vast team would find it impossible to create such a flawless system. Qinteng chuckled heartily and replied with pride. I believe you should possess a more profound understanding of who I am. At the age of 19, I stand as the youngest billionaire in Huagua. Many news outlets refer to me as a genius. If that title were to be lengthened, it would be a genius beyond genius. Chapter 147. The fruit of labor. Jiang Yifeng stood before Qinteng. At present, it was Qinteng who sat while Jiang Yifeng stood. Yet, gazing into Qinteng's eyes, Jiang Yifeng felt as though Qinteng was looking down upon him from a position of superiority. He struggled to articulate his emotions in that moment. Was there a lack of trust? Yet, there was no reason for Qinteng to deceive him. Was there belief? However, the notion that someone could single-handedly develop such a seamless system was indeed a challenge to his understanding. Qinteng continued to regard Jiang Yifeng with an unwavering gaze. He discerned that Jiang Yifeng was quite proud. From the outset of his interview with Tengda, he approached it with the mentality of a selector, as if he bore no concern that Tengda might reject him. This exhibited a certain arrogance. His subsequent unwavering determination further illustrated this point. Had Qinteng lacked the system, he would undoubtedly have recognized Jiang Yifeng's philosophy. But Qinteng possessed the system. Did Tengda require unwavering commitment? Not at all. Thus, if Qinteng wished to embrace Jiang Yifeng, a capable individual, he must shatter the pride and persistence that resided within him. The method to achieve this was to showcase Qinteng's extraordinary genius. In the presence of others, Jiang Yifeng could rely on conventional wisdom to gauge the situation. Yet, before Qinteng, all notions of reason were rendered obsolete. Only in this manner could Jiang Yifeng be guided effortlessly. Perhaps, there truly existed a genius in this world. Jiang Yifeng sank into a state of despondency. Confronted with reality, he had no choice but to acknowledge that his previous thoughts contained flaws. Tengda did not require reckless expenditures on research and development, as it could firmly establish itself in the mobile industry through the system devised by Qinteng. Removing the uncertainty, he thought, I am indeed a genius. If you are a genius, then why do you seek my assistance? Jiang Yifeng found himself utterly perplexed. With Qinteng's abilities, he could surely establish Tengda's mobile devices in the market without his aid, right? Oh, I wish to be a hands-off manager, Qinteng candidly replied. If one cannot enjoy life, then striving becomes utterly meaningless. Jiang Yifeng, speechless, felt an inexplicable sorrow welling up within him. Observing Jiang Yifeng's silence, Qinteng continued, in truth, our divergence in philosophy boils down to a single point. I believe Tengda can generate ample funds without an all-out effort, whereas you contend that Tengda must exert itself entirely to achieve sufficient financial resources. Am I correct? Indeed, Jiang Yifeng affirmed. Now that you have witnessed this system, has the philosophical divide dissolved? Reluctantly yet honestly, Jiang Yifeng responded, it has vanished. Should you exert yourself even slightly, Tengda truly need not strive so hard. If Qinteng can consistently produce such remarkable innovations, Tengda's competitive edge in the market would be formidable. This would indeed allow for substantial savings on research and development expenses, negating the need for relentless effort. Then, shall you join Tengda? Qinteng remarked lightly. At this juncture, the initiative lay entirely in Qinteng's hands. Jiang Yifeng remained hesitant. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an ample stage and sufficient financial resources to thrive. I am not the type of employer who is miserly and demands immediate returns. Simply heed my guidance, and together we shall conquer the realm of mobile technology and challenge the giants. The giants? Once we establish dominance in the mobile industry, we will undoubtedly launch a counteroffensive against the PC sector, Qinteng remarked with a smile. Although it is said that the future belongs to the mobile internet, the profitability of computers remains exceptionally high. Computer manufacturers and the giants can still amass substantial wealth through their ventures in this domain. Yet, Jiang Yifeng harbored lingering doubts. Could Tengda truly succeed without allocating all its resources to the mobile sector? However, after interviewing with numerous companies, Jiang Yifeng found himself weary. He had to concede that Tengda was the company closest to success. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. As for the specifics of the compensation, I shall have someone discuss that with you. Very well. Once you sign the contract, I will elaborate on the current status of our mobile division at Tengda. 3 days later, Jiang Yifeng signed the contract. He was both surprised and touched by the salary offered by Qin Teng, recognizing the value he placed on him. Qin Teng handed Jiang Yifeng the current data on Tengda Mobile and remarked, regarding our product lines, I wish to keep things simple: 2 main categories, exceptional cost-effectiveness and high-end offerings. Counterfeit devices and fruit? No, it's Redmi and fruit. Qin Teng corrected himself. In 2011, the first generation of Redmi phones was released. At that time, the mainstream price for Android devices was around 3,000 yuan, yet Redmi managed to slash the price to 1,999 yuan. This was a genuine example of high specifications at a low price. The term cost-effectiveness was practically coined for Redmi. Of course, Redmi later found itself mired in the quagmire of cost-effectiveness, repeatedly attempting to penetrate the high-end market without success, a fact that Qin Teng lamented. What about the mid-range market? Let others have their share. Qin Teng patted Jiang Yifeng on the shoulder. Moreover, the mid-range market is notoriously difficult to penetrate. He was acutely aware of how fiercely competitive that sector would become in the future, with various players like Blue Factory, Green Factory, Redmi, and Petal showcasing their unique strengths. The profits are slim, and the competition is intense. Qin Teng preferred to focus solely on cost-effectiveness and high-end products. I understand. By leveraging this mobile operating system, we can compete effectively in both markets. Jiang Yifeng gazed at the data, brimming with confidence in the customized mobile operating system devised by Qin Teng. Visually and in terms of animation, this operating system stands apart from existing ones, exuding a sense of sophistication and technological advancement. What surprised Jiang Yifeng even more was that Tengda had acquired several supply chain companies. Among the 6 core hardware components, processor, RAM, ROM, display, camera, and battery, Tengda had developed the capacity for independent manufacturing in both the display and battery sectors. This implies that Tengda can achieve cost reductions in both the display and battery sectors, a capability that is currently unattainable for other mobile phone manufacturers. This also provides Tengda with the confidence to offer an unparalleled price-performance ratio. If the information is accurate, then Tengda is indeed in a leading position among major smartphone brands. Mr. Chen, I must admit my previous misconceptions. I had not anticipated the depth of our company's technological accumulation. As he pondered this, Jiang Yifeng suddenly remarked. Qin Teng understood that Jiang Yifeng had recognized Tengda's advancements. I still prefer your previous rebellious demeanor. Ah, it's nothing, Qin Teng replied with a smile. I intend to launch our first-generation smartphone in September. What do you think? Sure, that sounds feasible. Our company's technological foundation is quite solid, and I have connections within other supply chains. I can lead the team to develop a proposal and then find a manufacturing partner to process it. Although the process of creating a mobile phone is challenging, it is, in essence, quite straightforward. Step 1. Design the proposal. Step 2. Procure components from various supply chains based on the design. Step 3. Find a manufacturer for assembly. Step 4. Sell the product. Jiang Yifeng is well versed in these steps. Excellent. Since you are confident, that is reassuring. However, Mr. Chen, I anticipate that Apple will release a new smartphone in the latter half of the year. It would be prudent for us to avoid direct competition and consider a launch in the first half of next year. Apple? Qin Teng scoffed. I am precisely targeting Apple. Chapter 148. Ling Xiao and the Starry Sea. Qin Teng's target, of course, was the fruit. Jiang Yifeng was utterly astonished. Although he too regarded fruit as a goal and a formidable opponent, he had never intended to confront it head-on from the outset. Surpassing fruit might not be an easy feat. Why should it be so? Qin Teng retorted, take your phone, download some apps from the fruit's platform, and then try downloading the same apps on a device equipped with our system. See for yourself which offers a superior experience. Qin Teng's words momentarily rendered Jiang Yifeng speechless. There was indeed merit to his argument. Why did fruit initially dominate the market and swiftly become synonymous with high-end smartphones? Because it exuded an air of sophistication and prowess. And in practical use, it undeniably delivered on that promise. Later, when fruit enthusiasts mocked Android fans, they often resorted to a familiar taunt, never lost on parameters, never won on experience. Although Qin Teng did not grasp why smartphone usage could foster such fervent fandom, It subtly affirmed that fruit phones satisfied users immensely in terms of experience. However, the innovative mobile system in Chen Teng's hands was far from ordinary. In terms of aesthetics, it too possessed a striking design. It appeared more refined, more impressive. Jiang Yifeng believed it performed admirably as well. If one were to compare the forthcoming smartphone from Tengda with Fruit, in terms of hardware, Tengda would undoubtedly fall short. The smartphone's processor, SoC, was incomparable. Yet, the disparity was not insurmountable. At the very least, Tengda's mobile system could bridge the gap between the two. With this realization, Jiang Yifeng felt an enlightening clarity wash over him. Indeed, why couldn't they compete? Simply because the opponent was Fruit? I understand, boss. But what shall we name our mobile system? Jiang Yifeng suddenly pondered. He had yet to learn the name of the powerful weapon in Tengda's possession. How about calling it Sky? Sky? Jiang Yifeng found it difficult to fathom Chen Teng's intention behind this name. It suggested a perspective of deities observing mortals from above. In an instant, Jiang Yifeng grasped the implication. He found no fault with the name. Thus far, the Sky system could be considered a dimensional strike against all systems, including that of Fruit. They were simply not on the same plane. To say there existed a chasm between them would not be an exaggeration. And what shall we call our smartphone brand? Let it be the high-end Lingxiao, transcending all smartphones. As for the cost-effective line, we shall name it Starry Sea. Aspiring to sell as abundantly as stars and to capture a market share akin to the vastness of the ocean 71. Very well, although Jiang Yifeng found the name somewhat peculiar. With Lingxiao leaning towards a fantastical style and Starry Sea evoking a sense of science fiction, the combination of the two appeared rather incongruous. However, these two phones indeed embody Chen Teng's noble aspirations, and when considered individually, they appear quite commendable. Thus, Jiang Yifeng refrained from voicing any objections. The two then engaged in a discussion concerning the specific configurations of the phones. Chen Teng's requirements were straightforward for the Lingxiao series. The focus was on maximizing components to create a high-end mobile brand that could compete with the best. As for the Shanghai series, the specifications would need to align with those of competitors, albeit at a more affordable price point, which Chen Teng was determined to achieve. I understand, Jiang Yifeng nodded, grasping Chen Teng's demands. Shall I proceed to introduce myself to the mobile department? Wait a moment, Chen Teng interjected. There is another matter I need to entrust to you, which holds significant importance. What is it? Jiang Yifeng pondered, struggling to identify any further pressing issues, convinced that all important matters had already been addressed. Regarding manufacturing, most companies in the industry currently outsource their production, correct? Indeed, even the leading brands do so, Jiang Yifeng confirmed. I aspire for us to establish our own manufacturing facility. Establish our own facility? Jiang Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. While it's true that in the long run, having our own factory could reduce costs in the short term, it seems unnecessary, especially since the profit margins in manufacturing are rather slim. The leading brands do not handle their own processing due to these low margins. Upon hearing this, Chen Teng shook his head. His vision for a factory extended beyond mere economics. Our own facility would allow us to employ individuals with disabilities, providing them with a basic standard of living. Jiang Yifeng gazed at Chen Teng, astonished that he would express such sentiments. Employing individuals with disabilities and ensuring their livelihood? Was this something a corporate leader would say? He scrutinized Chen Teng, searching for signs of sincerity. After a deep breath, he began to understand why Tengda Technology had garnered such a stellar reputation in the industry. I see. I will expedite this initiative, he affirmed. However, this matter is not of the highest priority. We must first ensure our profitability before we can extend support to others. Chen Teng upheld the principle that one must first attain personal success to be in a position to assist others. Jiang Yifeng nodded emphatically. Understood, Director Chen. I shall dedicate my utmost efforts to help you realize your aspirations. There's no need to make the atmosphere so solemn, Chen Cheng remarked with a smile, patting Jiang Yifeng on the shoulder. Having conveyed all necessary instructions, Chen Teng led Jiang Yifeng to the mobile department. In truth, Tengda Technology currently comprised only a single mobile division, with various research departments and investment teams operating in support of this unit. Upon introducing Jiang Yifeng to the team, a wave of astonished gasps arose from the members of the mobile department. To his surprise, the boss managed to invite such a prominent figure. In the mobile phone industry, Mr. Jiang is indeed a notable character. The smartphones he previously developed achieved impressive sales, but ultimately, he was ousted. It is evident that our boss is truly remarkable. capable of attracting talents like Mr. Jiang. Qinteng glanced at the emotional metrics on the system panel and then at Jiang Yifeng. I shall not disturb you further. Very well, boss. Qinteng nodded slightly and turned to leave. As he departed, he could still hear the sound of Jiang Yifeng applauding. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to convene a meeting to discuss the future of our mobile business at Tengda. I hope everyone will muster their spirits and join me in achieving this challenging yet extraordinary goal. Listening to those words, Qinteng couldn't help but smile. Wonderful. It sounds invigorating. Chapter 149. Is this what you call relaxation? Qiming University is enveloped in a profound silence at this moment. The streets are eerily quiet, devoid of any presence, as the academic term has yet to commence. Only in the administrative building's room 306 can the sound of conversation be heard. Indeed, your paper demonstrates commendable quality. It is worthy of submission to an SCI journal. While it may not secure a position in the second tier, the third or fourth tiers are certainly within reach. Thank you, Professor Ning. Not at all. However, I am curious as to why you suddenly considered elevating the temperature and opted for this material as a medium. Professor Ning, perplexed, queried. Our previous focus has always been on low-temperature environments. What prompted your consideration of high-temperature conditions? Who suggested this to you? Intuition. Intuition? Professor Ning adjusted his reading glasses, gazing incredulously at the young woman before him. She was clad in a white down jacket, wrapped snugly against the chill. Yes, because Professor Rin mentioned that our university's laboratory had attempted over 300 mediums at low temperatures without success. I wondered if the environment might be the issue. So I thought to experiment with high temperatures instead. Why do you believe it is a matter of temperature rather than pressure? Still intuition. Professor Ning furrowed his brow. He was the head of a research team at Qiming University, engaged in the study of a unique silicon materials preparation. Progress had been painstakingly slow over the past 3 years. He found this to be quite normal. In the realm of research, where the thought process is correct, it often comes down to permutations and combinations. Such endeavors require considerable time, which is entirely expected. Perhaps one day, the right combination would emerge. Recently, a breakthrough had occurred. Initially, Professor Ning believed that the correctness of his approach had led to this success. However, after subjecting the silicon material to tests in other laboratories, he found the results to be rather unsatisfactory. This indicated that he had indeed achieved success. Following the first success, it became imperative to replicate the experiment, transforming chance into certainty. Concurrently, he needed to compose a paper detailing the experimental process. To his astonishment, the conditions outlined in the paper diverged from those he had anticipated. This signified that someone had altered the experimental approach and achieved success. Consequently, he sought out the individual responsible for the silicon materials preparation, only to discover that it was a first-year student who had remained on campus to work during the spring festival. Thus, this conversation unfolded. In the realm of scientific research, intuition is undeniably vital. To possess such a sharp instinct is indeed remarkable, and Professor Ning could not help but admire the girl before him. Your name is Li Xingru, correct? Yes. And you are but a first-year student? Indeed. This format. I reviewed some papers online and drafted it accordingly. Then Professor Rin assisted me with revisions. Impressive. Professor Ning gave her a thumbs up. The ability to independently complete a paper is a rare feat among freshmen, standing out like a crane among chickens. Even if the content of the paper is nonsensical, the mere fact that a freshman authored it is impressive. However, Li Xingru's paper is not only independently crafted but also substantive, elevating it to an extraordinary level of excellence. Are you interested in joining another project? Professor Ning inquired. This particular project can be concluded. The remaining minor tasks do not warrant your valuable time. Your efforts are better spent elsewhere, he added gently. If anyone were to witness this demeanor, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for Professor Ning was notoriously known for his temper and his propensity to shout rather than speak softly. Yet, in his eyes, Li Xingru was a gem. Her paper demonstrated her remarkable talent for academic writing. In the realm of research, clarity of thought, experimentation, and writing are all paramount. Without a clear concept, one might as well return home to till the fields instead of pursuing research. The significance of experimentation in research is indisputable. Without substantial data to support one's findings, results are seldom acknowledged. As for the paper itself, it is crucial for publication in academic journals, which in turn determines one's standing in the scholarly community, influencing the resources one can access. While producing results is undeniably the most critical aspect of research, evaluation, experimentation, funding, professional titles, performance, and accolades are all intrinsically linked to the written word. A proficient writer will always be in demand, regardless of the setting. Moreover, Li Xingru possesses an astute research intuition. Although intuition may sound esoteric, history has seen mathematical prodigies like Ramanujan and physicists such as Einstein and Faraday, who exemplified extraordinary instinct. Professor Ning firmly believed in the value of intuition. I have several significant projects. I would like you to join, he proposed. Very well. By the way, how solid is your foundational knowledge? Professor Ren remarked that my fundamentals are quite strong, Li Xingru replied. Professor Ning pondered for a moment before casually opening a file on his computer and printing out a test paper. He handed it, along with a black pen from a nearby holder, to Li Xingru. Find a spot and write your answers, he instructed. Sure, she responded, taking the paper and pen, and quietly began to write. Approximately half an hour later, she submitted her answers. The paper was not fully completed. Some questions contained only outlines and formulas, with no detailed calculations. Nevertheless, Professor Ning was thoroughly pleased, as Li Xingru had grasped the purpose of this assessment and executed it perfectly. You are only a freshman? Yes. Your foundational knowledge is even more robust than that of some graduate students. This test was actually designed for them. Thank you, Professor Ning. What does your daily schedule look like? Can we discuss it? Professor Ning inquired with genuine curiosity. A freshman, how could she possess such an immense reservoir of knowledge? Could it be that she has devoted all her time to studying? Professor Ning was truly taken aback by Li Xingruo's response. If Li Xingruo was not lying, then aside from eating, sleeping, and conducting experiments, her existence revolved solely around learning. Don't you ever take a break? Professor Ning found it hard to believe he had uttered those words. Typically, he urged students to strive tirelessly. This was the first time he had suggested someone should relax. I do take breaks, she replied. How so? Eating and sleeping are forms of relaxation, she explained. Is that what you call relaxation? Professor Ning mused, pondering that perhaps there was a flaw in their communication. He emphasized, I mean leisure relaxation, not the kind that involves completing English vocabulary or solving math problems. Li Xingruo responded, when I eat, I chat with my classmates, and when I dream, I envision delightful things. Doesn't tea that qualify as entertainment? Professor Ning blinked. By that standard, he seemed to be merely indulging in food and leisure all day. Aside from eating and sleeping, are there any other methods of relaxation? Yes. I chat with a friend every month, she stated. For how long? About 5 to 10 minutes. Professor Ning was incredulous. That hardly qualifies as relaxation. He began to question the diligence of today's youth. Were they truly this industrious? He reflected on his own efforts over the decades. Was he even worthy of claiming to have worked hard? I must ask, what drives your relentless pursuit? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xingruo responded as if she had rehearsed it 1,000 times, to keep pace with someone and walk alongside them. Chapter 150. The launch of Temple Run achieves a stunning 5 million sales February 18th. For the majority of the nation, this day may seem inconsequential. However, for the ardent followers of Tingda Games, it is a momentous occasion, marking the release of their 5th game. Following the illustrious titles of Plants vs. Zombies, Fruit Ninja, Angry Birds, and Happy Match, Temple Run finally graces the world. In stark contrast to the promotional campaigns of its predecessors, Temple Run was born under a fortunate star. All 4 prior games featured advertisements for Temple Run. By registering and downloading Temple Run, players were entitled to various rewards. In Plants vs. Zombies, this reward manifested as a special costume, reminiscent of those found in Plants vs. Zombies 2. The distinction lies in the fact that this costume offers no attribute enhancements, serving purely aesthetic purposes. In Fruit Ninja, the reward was a skin, while Angry Birds offered a skin of the green pig's head. Happy Match provided a frame for avatars. These rewards, though minimal in utility, were of great interest to collectors. This strategy of distributing trivial rewards was essentially a subtle invitation for players to explore the new game. Additionally, there was a promotional campaign on the platform Have You Eaten? This initiative was straightforward yet effective. Vouchers were given simply for entering the event page and downloading the game. The value of these vouchers was notably higher than the typical small denominations, ensuring they were genuinely useful for customers. Even individuals who did not engage in gaming found joy in receiving a voucher that could reduce the cost of a meal. Currently, Have You Eaten? Continues to compete with other food delivery platforms. In this campaign, not only advertised Temple Run but also sustained its own momentum, enhancing user retention. During this promotional period, users downloading from the Tingda Games store enjoyed a 10% discount, further incentivizing engagement. With the launch of Temple Run, the download figures for the Tingda Games store surged dramatically, both domestically and internationally. This phenomenon reminded Chun Tung of the later sensation PUBG. The immense popularity of this game is well known, with the Steam platform becoming synonymous with its launch. This illustrates how a blockbuster game can significantly elevate a gaming platform's visibility, drawing in a multitude of new users, even for a platform as established as Steam among domestic PC players. Temple Run undeniably occupies a similar status and influence within the mobile gaming sector. Within a mere few days, the global registration count for Tongda Game Store surpassed 5 million, with active users reaching an impressive 1 million. Temple Run has effortlessly surpassed the remarkable milestone of 5 million players worldwide. As the game achieves success, Chiming City has ardently promoted Chintung once more. During this period, numerous media outlets sought to interview him. However, Chintung declined all requests. At most, he boasted in front of Feng Shu, encouraging her to disseminate his grandiose claims, thus reaping a wave of emotional capital. It seems that seizing the initiative has been a resounding success. As Chintung perused various news online, he recalled that in 2015, the global user base of the Steam platform reached a staggering 142 million. Quite a substantial figure, is it not? However, in Huagua, the number of Steam users languished at a meager 6 million. The situation was even more dismal back in 2012. Although Chun Tung remained uncertain about the current user statistics of the Steam platform, he was resolute in one conviction. There are undoubtedly more individuals in the domestic sphere familiar with the Tongda Game Mall than those acquainted with Steam. Nevertheless, this alone is insufficient. The status of Tongda Game Mall remains precarious, still susceptible to being outpaced by Steam. Therefore, Chun Tang's next course of action is to solidify Tongda Game Mall's position within the domestic market. Two pivotal moments lie ahead, one being the release of Game 5, which first graced consoles in September 2013. However, this concern is minimal. The true challenge arises in April 2015, when this game is set to debut on PC. Chinting must ensure that their own AAA title is launched prior to this PC release. Otherwise, Tongda Game Mall will undoubtedly be overshadowed by Steam. The second critical title is PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Should this game choose to launch on the Steam platform, the latter may still have the potential for resurgence. However, that moment is still distant. Chintung has ample time to develop this game a year or two in advance. By deftly navigating these two critical timelines, Tongda Game Mall can secure its dominion within the domestic realm. Chintung contemplated his strategies. Regarding future expansions, he perceived no significant obstacles. By preemptively developing the games that are destined to become popular, he could gradually counterattack with other high-quality offerings. After formulating Tongda Game Mall's development strategy, he discarded his rough draft into the shredder. The wisdom gleaned from the future was his alone to bear, sparing others from its burden. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the office door. Who could it be? Curiosity piqued, Chintung approached the door. In his recollection, his employees held him in esteem and admiration. It was unusual for anyone to knock in such a manner. Could it be? Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of a delicate, fair visage. She was quite attractive, albeit her expression was rather fierce. Let me inform you, my office is under surveillance. If you resort to violence, I shall call the authorities. What? Yangshi widened her eyes, sparkling with indignation as she gazed at Chintung. However, Chintung was no naive young man. He felt no discomposure under her intense scrutiny. Silently, he raised 3 fingers, forming a gesture of 3. Upon noticing Chintung's actions, Yangshi shifted her perplexed gaze from his face to his hand. In the next instant, his gesture transformed from 3 to 2. A moment later, he retracted 1 finger. Yangshi was on the verge of inquiring what antics Chintung was up to when a cunning smile spread across his face, hinting at a successful ploy. With a resounding bang, Chintung slammed the office door shut, causing a gust of wind that tousled Yangshi's bangs. She stared incredulously at the door before her. Here she was, one of the most beloved actresses in Huagua, experiencing a resounding rejection from Chintung. Chapter 151. The Deceptive Chin Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Open the door. Yang Shiwei rapped impatiently on the door of Chintung's office. Chintung remained impervious. It was only after Yang Shiwei ceased her knocking that Chintung finally opened the door. Upon seeing Yang Shiwei's flushed face, he was reminded of an adage, a maiden's blush surpasses all. Before Yang Shiwei could utter a word, Chintung preemptively spoke. Are you feeling better now? What? Yang Shiwei was slightly perplexed. This statement seemed disjointed. I noticed that your emotions appeared rather unstable when you first entered. Thus, I thought it best to wait until you had regained your composure before we conversed. Are you feeling more stable now? I'll stabilize your grandfather, young Shiwei blurted out, her words laced with exasperation. However, when Chinting placed his hand on the doorframe, she quickly added, I'm stable. With that, she sidestepped into Chinting's office, then mustered all her strength to shout, I'll stabilize your grandfather. Chinting, look at this rapid change of demeanor. Are you from Sichuan or Chongqing? I am a citizen of Huaghua. Chinting, what value do you bring to this exchange? Why are such inexplicably passionate lines surfacing in our dialogue? Calm down. Don't be so agitated. Let us sit and discuss this leisurely. Chinting smiled as he gestured to the seat opposite him, then poured a glass of water for Yang Shiwei from the water dispenser. Yang Shiwei sat down and took a sip of water, her agitation somewhat diminished. Sitting before Chinting, she suddenly realized that his earlier jesting, though seemingly frivolous, had effectively mitigated her anger regarding the matter at hand. It is important to understand that the anger felt during playful banter is entirely different from the anger experienced in serious discussions. The former arises swiftly and dissipates just as quickly, easily subdued. The latter, however, is far more challenging to temper. For instance, consider a couple playfully teasing each other. The boy continuously tempts the girl with her favorite snacks, pulling the treats away just as she reaches for them. While she may become irritated, it is not difficult for him to smooth things over. But if the boy were to cheat, well, that is an entirely different matter. Just now, Chinting had effectively transformed the latter's intensity of anger into the former's playful irritation. So, tell me what brings you here. It pertains to the investment matter. Last time we were to discuss a proposal, I presented an excellent plan, yet it was not adopted. Oh, so it is this matter. Chinting recalled. It was a modestly scaled project intended for newcomers to gain experience. Yang Shiwei had meticulously analyzed the project's advantages and disadvantages, concluding that it would incur significant losses. Her reasoning was sound and persuasive, convincing both her peers and superiors. Given Yang Shiwei's unique perspective, the issue eventually reached Chinting. Yet, if Yang Shiwei claimed it would result in substantial losses, how could Chinting afford to delay his investment? Thus, with a wave of his hand, he commenced the investment. Although we have not yet reached the stage of profitability, everything regarding that project is unfolding in a manner contrary to Yang Shiwei's predictions. Chinting admires his own investment acumen and remarkable wisdom. Alas, I have engaged in self-criticism regarding this matter. Huh? Chinting's expression turned somber as he sighed softly. In truth, I am in complete agreement with you. Your feasibility analysis is exceedingly thorough, and I believe you are correct. Yang Shiwei furrowed her brow slightly, perplexed. Then why does the company's final decision diverge from your feasibility analysis? She asked candidly. Chinting sighed again. That is precisely my dilemma. At the time, I was conversing with other project leaders about different initiatives, and when it came to discussing this project, I was distracted and intended to support you, but inadvertently expressed the opposite. Did you not correct this error? Yang Shiwei pressed. I did. Unfortunately, by the time I realized the mistake, the funds had already been allocated. If we were to breach the agreement, wouldn't it negatively impact our company? Yang Shiwei's mouth parted slightly in acknowledgement, nodding. She could hardly fathom the bizarre tale behind this situation. This story, it sounds somewhat implausible. Indeed, I recognize it sounds far-fetched. How could it not? Chinting fabricating a tale could hardly be anything but dubious. However, you must understand that while stories require logic, reality does not. Certain occurrences that seem impossible can indeed transpire, and none can predict such events, correct? That does make sense, Yang Shiwei nodded thoughtfully. Although she still sensed something amiss, the reasoning held validity, leaving her without counterarguments. Very well, just exercise more caution next time. Rest assured. Can I afford to be careless with my company's projects? However, what? As I assess this project now, it seems to diverge slightly from the contents of your feasibility analysis, Chinting inquired tentatively, eager to discern whether Yang Shiwei was aware of his almost prophetic capabilities. Yang Shiwei scoffed. It is merely a minor deviation. Nonetheless, the final outcome will remain unchanged. How remarkably unaware she is of her own formidable abilities. Indeed, it is logical. No one can predict the future with absolute certainty, not even the most adept among us. I concur, Yang Shiwei nodded. Chinting's acknowledgement evidently pleased her. By the way, boss, there is one more matter I wish to discuss, as my father has asked me to inquire on his behalf. Oh, why doesn't he ask me directly? Chinting inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. He and Yang Shan shared a connection. Their previous discussion regarding Jiang Yifeng had forged a preliminary rapport. Logically, Yang Shan should approach him directly for any inquiries. Why go through Yang Shiwei? Oh, about that, I must tell you. Please do not mention this to my father, Yang Shiwei whispered. All right, go ahead. Qinting observed Yang Shiwei's demeanor and found it somewhat amusing. There was no one else in the office. The reason my father asked me to discuss this matter with you, rather than addressing it himself, is because. Yang Shiwei elongated her words. Because of what? Qintung had no choice but to play the role of a supportive companion. He wants me to pursue you. Oh. Yang Shiwei stretched her neck and widened her eyes. That's all you have to say? What else should I say? Qintung feigned innocence. This answer is both unexpected yet entirely reasonable. He was acutely aware of his worth. At the tender age of 19, his assets exceeded 100 million, and he possessed several lucrative ventures, which many regarded as exceptionally valuable. Not to mention, Qintung abstained from smoking and drinking, harboring no detrimental habits. It was only natural for Yang Shan to desire a closer relationship with him. So what are your thoughts? My thoughts. Qinting gently tapped the table with his knuckles. I wish to know what your father instructed you to inquire about. Chapter 152, The Banquet of the Financial World. As the conversation progressed, it evidently veered off course. Initially, the discussion revolved around the matter of Yang Shan seeking out Qinting. Subsequently, it shifted to why Yang Shan wished for Yang Shiwei to convey a message. Eventually, the focus transformed into Qinting's perspective on Yang Shan's decision to have Yang Shiwei pursue him. The topic had strayed too far. Oh, Yang Shiwei regained her focus. My father is hosting a banquet in the financial sector and would like to extend an invitation to you. A banquet in the financial world? Qinting inquired. I've heard that some financial magnates will be in attendance, individuals whose fortunes amount to billions. Isn't that somewhat beneath me? He remarked with a wry smile. In truth, he was not exaggerating. If their wealth merely reached billions, they could not truly be considered financial titans. The liquidity at Qinting's disposal was comparable to that figure. These individuals hardly qualified as true giants of finance. Qinting began to analyze the situation. If Yang Shiwei's words held any truth, the banquet might serve three potential purposes. 1. To facilitate Qinting's networking opportunities. 2. To extract some benefits from Qinting. 3. To deepen the relationship with Qinting. Qinting was not inclined to trust Yang Shan merely due to a modicum of goodwill exhibited earlier. Many individuals may initially appear exceedingly amicable or even warm-hearted. Yet once their guard is lowered, their true nature often reveals itself. A degree of vigilance towards others was essential. Let me check my availability, he said. The time is 2 nights from now at 7 o'clock, and the venue is the opulent banquet hall of Haoya in Qiming City. Qinting nodded slightly. There were no scheduling conflicts. He was indeed curious about the gathering, as Tengda was gradually evolving into a formidable entity. Establishing connections within the financial realm would soon become inevitable. Thus, engaging with the event beforehand seemed prudent. Very well, I shall attend. And what are your thoughts on that matter? She pressed. What matter? Qinting replied, bewildered. As he observed Yang Shiwei's cheeks flush, he recalled. You mean your father's suggestion for you to pursue me? Yes. I feel indifferent about it. It's akin to the lunch served in the cafeteria changing from sweet and sour pork to spicy chicken. There's no real sentiment attached, as I wasn't dining there. Indifferent? Yang Shiwei gazed at Qinting in disbelief. Once a celebrated star, how could anyone feel no stir of emotion towards her? Had her allure waned? Shouldn't a normal person exhibit some excitement upon hearing such words? Qinting remained unfazed by her expression. He pointed towards the office door. If there's nothing else, I kindly ask you to leave. Yang Shiwei, feeling defeated, exited Qinting's office. In truth, she harbored no profound feelings for him either. Yet upon hearing Qinting's indifference regarding this matter, her pride was somewhat bruised. She retrieved a small mirror from her possession and positioned it before her face. Her skin was smooth and delicate, complemented by a perfectly applied visage. Could any man remain indifferent to her allure? Yang Shiwei departed, perplexed. Qinting stretched languidly. He could somewhat comprehend Yang Shiwei's sentiments. She felt indignant. Yang Shiwei believed her beauty could incite desire in all men, even expecting that their encounters with her would evoke unique reactions. However, the presence of someone like Qinting, who was unmoved, stirred her discontent. It resembled a scenario in competitive gaming, where one might dominate their opponent through skill, rendering them unable to even approach their tower. Yet, upon encountering a challenger who not only matched but surpassed their prowess, they found themselves at a disadvantage. In such moments, feelings of indignation inevitably arise. As Qinting accumulated wealth, he gradually discerned a peculiar truth. Beauty is not a scarce resource. To the average person, a score of 7 or 8 signifies beauty. But among the affluent, an 8 is merely adequate. Within his company, he encountered numerous stunning women like Linya, Zhang Ningxin, and Liang Qing. Outside the office, countless individuals sought to leverage beauty to cultivate a closer relationship with him. Quite frankly, Qinteng had grown accustomed to it. It was akin to competitive play, where any player, even an ordinary one, could easily dominate those less skilled in the game. His current interest lay not in beauty, but in ascending to become the world's wealthiest individual, ensuring that Tengdao would be remembered as the greatest company in history. If he were preoccupied with romantic entanglements while possessing a fortune of several hundred million, he would have no reason to continue his ascent. Yang Shiwei intrigued Qinteng solely for one reason: her nearly supernatural ability to engage in reverse buying. On February 21st, at the resplendent banquet hall of the Haoya Grand Hotel, as Qinteng stepped through the entrance, a hotel attendant approached him. "Mr. Qin, welcome. Please follow me." "Indeed." Qinteng nodded slightly. Although he bore no invitation, the attendant recognized him at a glance, indicating his esteemed status at the event. Yang Shan or another associate must have instructed them to await his arrival. The narrative of important guests being turned away due to lack of an invitation is inherently contradictory. Significant guests should be permitted entry without such formalities. If the hosts had not briefed their staff to allow entry, what significance would such guests hold? "Greetings, Mr. Qin." Upon entering the hotel, the staff collectively exclaimed. It was Qinteng's inaugural experience at such a gala, receiving such high-caliber treatment. Yet, he felt no trepidation within. This was the confidence that wealth bestowed upon him. Regardless of what transpired, he was assured in his ability to navigate any challenges. "Very well," Qinteng replied, continuing to follow the attendant toward the banquet hall. As the name of this grand banquet hall suggests, it is resplendent in golden splendor. The crystal chandeliers above emit a dazzling yet gentle radiance. The atmosphere resembles that of a typical soiree, with a spacious hall filled with clusters of individuals engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Most of the gentlemen are accompanied by stunningly attractive young women. Long tables are adorned with an array of exquisite pastries and beverages. His arrival captured the attention of everyone present in the hall. Upon spotting Qinteng, Yang Shan immediately set aside his company and made his way towards him. "Allow me to introduce to you all the illustrious proprietor of Tengda, Qinteng." Chapter 153. Simplicity in Speech. This is Qinteng from Tengda. He resembles a celebrity, appearing even younger than he does on television. His youth is almost unnerving. A true pillar of the future business world. The onlookers could not restrain their discussions about Qinteng. Meanwhile, he casually glanced at the system interface. Jealousy, admiration, envy. These emotions were not unfamiliar to him. Qinteng made a mental note of their names, as this would aid in discerning an individual's essence, whether they were virtuous or malevolent. Not all who admired or envied were trustworthy. Conversely, jealousy and disdain warranted caution. "Hello, everyone. I am Qinteng," he greeted with a smile. Yang Shan jovially introduced Qinteng, as though their relationship was exceedingly close. The bigwig from Tianqing capital appeared quite honest and unassuming, akin to a straightforward individual. However, if Qinteng were to believe Yang Shan was genuine, then he himself would be the naive one. After all, those who rise from nothing are rarely devoid of intellect. Yang Shan swiftly led Qinteng to a circle he had previously frequented. Come, Mr. Qin. Allow me to introduce you to our client manager at Tianqing capital. Tang Yi. You can call him Xiao Tang." Qinteng turned his gaze towards Tang Yi, dressed in black stockings and high heels, with long hair cascading alluringly. Was this truly a client manager? It seemed more like a test of character. As Tang Yi approached Qinteng, extending her hand for a handshake, he caught a whiff of her fragrance and merely offered a symbolic touch of his hand, signifying their acquaintance. Both Tang Yi and Yang Shan appeared somewhat taken aback. "I'm curious about the reason for Yang Zhong's invitation. I tend to be quite inquisitive. If I am unaware of another's intentions, it gnaws at me." This marked their first genuine meeting. Previous encounters had merely been brief phone conversations. Qinteng regarded Yang Shan, scarcely glancing at Tang Yi. She was merely a sugar-coated projectile employed by Yang Shan to pave the way, not worthy of his attention. "Haha. The main objective is to introduce you to a few friends, Mr. Chun," Yang Shan remarked, casting a knowing glance at Tang Yi. Reluctantly, she retreated to a corner, realizing that Qinteng held no interest in her, rendering her presence at the soiree futile. "Friends?" Qinteng scanned the three individuals near Yang Shan. One was tall and slender, sporting glasses that lent him a shrewd appearance. Another had short hair and exuded vitality. The last bore a round face, his beard meticulously shaven. Through Yang Shan's introductions, Chen Teng learned that these three were managers of private equity funds, each overseeing several funds. Mr. Chen, would you like to explore our funds? We exclusively select top-performing stocks from the market, managed by seasoned traders. One of them began to pitch his fund. Chen Teng merely smiled in silence. After he finished speaking, he turned to Yang Shan and asked, Mr. Yang, what are your thoughts? Yang Shan was taken aback that Chen Teng would direct such a question towards him. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile. I think it's quite good. If I weren't short on funds, I would also consider investing a bit. Chen Teng chuckled, fully grasping Yang Shan's implication. The truth was clear. If one wished to discern the underlying sentiment of a person, one should observe their actions rather than their words. Yang Shan's lack of investment signified that the fund was not viable. If it truly were a promising opportunity, he would not hesitate to invest. The excuse of lacking funds was hardly credible. In fact, one could easily deduce that, should the fund prove genuinely worthwhile, even those without money would seek to borrow. The shares of such a fund would be in high demand. Presenting such an opportunity would be a favor, leaving no room for Chen Teng to intervene. Unfortunately, our company has been expanding too rapidly lately. Every dollar I have must be meticulously allocated, Chen Teng sighed, raising his hands in resignation. The three individuals continued their attempts to pitch their offerings, but upon realizing Chen Teng was unresponsive, they reluctantly took their leave. Truly, Chen Teng was a remarkable individual. At this moment, only Chen Teng and Yang Shan remained. Yang Shan gave a thumbs up and cheerfully remarked, Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Yang. You didn't bring me here just to introduce me to those three gentlemen, did you? Chen Teng glanced at the retreating figures. They seemed to be heading elsewhere to promote their fund. He found the situation rather amusing. They were selling together. Of course not. To be candid, I owe someone a favor, which is why I resorted to such a method. In truth, utilizing you, Mr. Chen, as a shield was beyond my control. Oh, Chen Teng said, feigning realization, nodding his head. He understood Yang Shan's intentions now. Claiming to owe others a favor was merely a fade. The true aim was to create a debt of gratitude towards himself. By having a less competent fund manager pitch to him, Yang Shan could justify feeling indebted to Chen Teng, thereby establishing a bond of obligation. Simultaneously, the three fund managers likely owed Yang Shan a favor as well. Indeed, he had a penchant for forging connections through the currency of indebtedness. I shall drink 3 cups in self-punishment. No need for self-punishment, Chen Teng replied. I must admit, Mr. Yang, your methods are surprisingly mundane. Although one may thrive on a single skill, even the most exquisite delicacies can become tiresome over time. Wouldn't you agree? Yang Shan found himself at a loss for words, uncertain how to respond. Although Chen Teng's comments were somewhat indirect, they conveyed the same message. He realized that Chen Teng had seen through his tactics. Yang Shan offered an awkward smile. I seem to have made a fool of myself. I do not particularly enjoy subtlety. If Mr. Yang wishes to cultivate a friendship with me, there is no need for any tricks. Simply state your terms. What can you offer, and what do you require from me in return? Let us discuss it openly and gradually. Chen Teng's candidness was clearly unexpected for Yang Shan. Such forthrightness in dealings was indeed a rarity. People generally prefer to communicate in a roundabout manner, often veiling their intentions with subtlety. Whether one deems this approach as the mundane intricacies of human interaction or considers it mere dross, it undeniably represents an unspoken rule of engagement. However, Yang Shan overlooked a crucial detail. Chen Teng is not beholden to such conventions. Thus, if Chen Teng is inclined to indulge in their indirect discourse, he will do so. Yet, should he choose to be forthright, Yang Shan finds himself powerless to alter that course. If it is indeed my shortcoming, then allow me to express myself with candor. The true purpose of inviting General Chen here is to discuss his search for a reliable security company, is it not? Indeed, during the new year, Chen Teng sought the approval of his family to arrange for bodyguards. He quickly found a security firm to oversee their safety, albeit a temporary solution. Nonetheless, Chen Teng aspires to secure a more professional and trustworthy agency to safeguard his loved ones. I possess a channel I wish to recommend to General Chen. Yang Shan resolved to be direct, articulating his intentions plainly. Chen Teng nodded in satisfaction. I kindly request that you introduce me to it, General Yang. Chapter 154, Overseas Operating Rights. A profitable game company, Yang Shan recommended a security company to Chen Teng, named King Kong Security. This firm is situated near the border, and its personnel are well acquainted with real threats. Their professionalism is exceptional, and they possess a diverse array of skills. Many affluent individuals in the country count themselves among their clientele. Hearing Yang Shan's introduction, Chen Teng felt quite satisfied. He then inquired, "Is the company for sale?" This question startled Yang Shan. It was the first time he had encountered someone wishing to purchase an entire security firm. After careful consideration, he recalled that the company had indeed stated it was not for sale. However, he pondered, was there truly a necessity for that? Yang Shan wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, primarily seeking an additional layer of assurance. If the security company boasted a commendable reputation within the industry, Qin Teng would undoubtedly trust it. Yet, if he could invest some money to gain control over the company, that would be even better. I'll inquire about it. Purchasing it outright may be impossible, but if you're interested in taking a stake, I believe there might be some hope, he replied. That would be much appreciated, Yang. Qin Teng paused. What does Mr. Yang hope to gain from me? I've heard that Tingda's current games seem to lack overseas operation rights. Indeed. Yang Shan nodded earnestly. You may not be aware, but our firm, Tianqin Capital, places great importance on the gaming sector. We believe that the gaming industry will flourish in the future. A few years ago, we invested in several games. Did you profit? Over the years, we managed to earn a few $100,000, but it pales in comparison to Tingda. I thought, since domestic returns were limited, I would venture abroad and invest in foreign gaming companies. And the outcome? Yang Shan chuckled awkwardly. Well, I lost several million. Out of 6 investments, 4 went bankrupt. And the remaining 2 are on the verge of collapse. Although it's normal for business to have its ups and downs, losing everything is rather embarrassing. Qin Teng raised an eyebrow. Impressive. No wonder Yang Shi has such remarkable skills, like father, like daughter. Despite the losses, I firmly believe that gaming is a lucrative field. The emergence of Tingda Games has only solidified my conviction. So, you seek the overseas operating rights for Tingda Games? Yes, I wonder if Mr. Qin could grant me this opportunity. In fact, when Plants vs. Zombies was first released, Yang Shan had already taken note of this rising star in the gaming industry. At that time, he had contemplated investing in Tingda, but he hesitated, thinking it prudent to observe further. After all, many companies experience fleeting success. A single game might simply be a stroke of luck. However, by the time Tingda launched its second game, Yang Shan realized it was too late. The opportunities to invest in Tingda had become overwhelmingly plentiful. At present, it is not merely a matter of investment. Securing operational rights is already a significant achievement. Qin Teng pondered whether he should acquiesce to Yang Shan's proposal. The overseas operational rights, if entrusted to a reliable company, would be something Qin would willingly relinquish. This is due to the fact that different countries and regions possess their own sensitive content. Should a game inadvertently touch upon a taboo, it would lead to dire consequences. Conversely, exemplary localized operations can indeed enhance a game's sales overseas. Exceptional translations, voice acting, and localized marketing activities. Just as foreign games must understand the preferences of domestic players to succeed, it is imperative to avoid any missteps, even if it does not entail pandering. Engaging in activities outside the game during festivals and holidays is not unreasonable, is it? In summary, it is preferable to entrust overseas operational rights to a trustworthy company. However, the reliability of Yang Shan's company remains a contentious issue. Qin Teng cannot expect a company that has seen 4 out of 6 investments fail, with the remaining 2 teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, to possess exceptional judgment. This predicament left Qin Teng in a quandary. Yang Shan discerned Qin Teng's internal conflict. If Mr. Qin declines, it is perfectly acceptable. Tianqin Capital's capabilities in this area are indeed limited. Qin Teng sighed. To be frank, I truly lack confidence in your judgment, Mr. Yang. Yang Shan's smile faltered slightly. Was such candor necessary? Yet, he too acknowledged his limited knowledge of exemplary overseas operations. After some reflection, he proposed a collaborative effort for mutual improvement. Yang Shan's expression brightened with enthusiasm. It is refreshing to hear such straightforwardness from the youth. Such candor embodies the vigor of youth. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for this opportunity. However, I must stipulate that should any significant incident occur during overseas operations, Tingda Games will reclaim the overseas operational rights from Tianqin Capital. This must be included in the contract. Naturally, Qin Teng replied. But defining what constitutes a significant operational incident might be somewhat ambiguous. Years of business acumen allowed Yang Shan to detect the unusual nature of this proposition. What qualifies as a significant operational incident? What about an 80% decline in revenue compared to the same period last year? How does that sound? Agreed. If such a decline occurs within a year, Yang Shan would have no face left to continue operations. Qin Teng then contemplated another opportunity. I have a certain type of game that I wish to collaborate with you on, Mr. Yang. Me? Yang Shan responded, bewildered, pointing to himself. What merit do I possess Tianxin Capital, after all, holds some experience in game operations and investments, albeit largely of a failed nature. Yet, in the realm of business, even failures can provide invaluable lessons. If someone is willing to share all the pitfalls they've encountered in their business ventures without charge, that person would undoubtedly be a philanthropist. Nevertheless, when it comes to game development, Tianxin Capital lacks any experience. Indeed, Qinteng affirmed gravely, this type of game focuses on the overseas market. If executed adeptly, Mr. Yang, you could reap substantial profits. I kindly request clarity from General Qin. Yang Shan attentively listens. Presently, Qinteng has become a legend within the domestic gaming industry. Collaborating with Qinteng to develop a game would undoubtedly yield significant profits. It is noteworthy that Qinteng currently boasts a 100 win rate, with verifiable achievements. Has General Yang ever engaged with those games where monetary investment leads to enhanced strength? I have not played them, yet I have heard of such games. They seem rather tedious, albeit potentially lucrative. Is this the type of game General Qin is referring to? Indeed. Such games appear to be rather challenging to develop. Do they not? Yang Shan has ventured into this genre before, but ultimately faced failure. Moreover, can such games truly generate substantial revenue? Chapter 155. The Power of Investment. In response to Yang Shan's skepticism, Qinteng was not surprised. Were it not for his foresight from the future, he too would be oblivious to the astonishing profitability of such game companies in this world. Among the top 20 global game publishers in 2023, there existed a company known as 37. That year, only 4 publicly listed game companies in the country surpassed 1 billion in revenue, with the undisputed top 2 being Zhu and E. The third was this very company, 37. The games produced by this company were predominantly low-tier pay-to-win mobile or web games. The characteristics of such games were exceedingly apparent: coarse graphics, unengaging gameplay, subpar quality, rampant cheating, and a relentless push for players to spend money. Moreover, there was a notable feature. One could gain strength simply by spending money. Without it, progress was stymied. The typical players of these games were middle-aged individuals in their 30s or 40s, possessing a modicum of disposable income. Rather than merely being games, they adeptly exploited human vulnerabilities, enticing players to invest. When executed well, they could indeed yield substantial profits. Executed well. Yang Shan seized upon a key phrase. Only games that are well-designed can generate revenue. While these games may appear lowly, the designers behind them meticulously craft strategies to entice players into spending. Could you elaborate further, Mr. Qin? Yang Shan realized his previous understanding of such games was rather superficial. Qinteng smiled slightly, of course. Thus, for the next several minutes, Qinteng elucidated the intricacies involved in these games. For instance, initially, players would swiftly ascend to high levels. However, they would soon hit a plateau, encountering a leveling hurdle. At this juncture, they could either await the daily quests the following day or opt to spend money. Then came the combat. At the outset, players could vanquish foes with ease, but as they progressed, their ability to defeat monsters would diminish. This was when a gleaming first charge gift pack would appear, promising powerful artifacts for those willing to spend. After investing, players would enjoy a brief period of invincibility, capable of annihilating any adversary. Conversely, those who refrained from spending would soon find themselves overwhelmed and perishing at the hands of monsters, prompting yet another appearance of the first charge gift pack. Furthermore, there were myriad systems featuring pets, mounts, wings, gems, equipment, and artifacts, all accompanied by enticing promotional packages. Purchasing these would enable players to dispatch even the most formidable foes with ease. Without such purchases, they could expect to stagnate in leveling and struggle against monsters. Additionally, various leaderboards emerged: pet rankings, mount rankings, wing rankings. In essence, every aspect of the game had a corresponding leaderboard, with differing rewards based on rankings. Typically, the top contender would receive a dazzling title or cosmetic embellishment. Of course, these were merely the initial gameplay mechanics. After a few days, even the players who had invested would likely grow weary. At this juncture, the gaming companies unveil their new strategies. Often, there will be imposters appearing within the game, flaunting their prowess before the players who have invested substantial sums. Those who can afford such expenditures tend to shy away from provocation. They prefer to be lauded instead. Consequently, it is not long before some begin to compete with the imposters. The imposters, in turn, feign enthusiasm and engage in rivalry with the affluent players. The extent to which the affluent players are willing to spend depends on the imposter's performance. Simultaneously, this phase is often accompanied by guild wars, featuring guilds established by imposters as well as those formed by the wealthy players. Typically, after a couple of months of conflict, the player base in that region dwindles significantly. Do you think this marks the end? At this point, the few remaining players will coalesce into a small group. The game will then introduce cross-region battles, pitting them against affluent players from other regions. Following these cross-region skirmishes, there will be grander inter-regional battles, encompassing several smaller regions. This subsequent phase can last anywhere from 3 months to a year, depending on the disparity in strength among the affluent players. If they are evenly matched, the battles can endure for quite some time. However, if there is a significant gap in power, the conflicts will conclude swiftly. Disenchanted players will soon abandon the game. Each phase requires meticulous design, especially in the early stages. If the level cap is imposed too early, players may feel pressured to spend before they fully engage, leading them to exit the game without hesitation. Conversely, if the level cap is introduced too late, players, having enjoyed the game sufficiently, may simply leave when faced with restrictions, feeling they have had their fill. The design of monster statistics follows a similar principle. As Chinting elaborated, Yangshan's jaw gradually dropped. He understood that such games are challenging to develop, yet he had not anticipated the extent of their complexity. The specific numerical design seemed daunting. Indeed, is Mr. Chin proficient in this? Not in the slightest, Chinting asserted confidently. While he possesses a comprehensive understanding of the overarching direction, delving into the details is another matter entirely. He could illustrate what it means to be fraught with flaws. So, how do we proceed? Yangshan inquired humbly. He had only recently gleaned insights from Chun Tung regarding the larger framework, and was at a loss when it came to the finer details. It's simple, he replied. There are numerous companies in our country engaged in developing such web games. We can recruit talented numerical designers from those leading firms and divide them into several projects, nurturing each with distinct growth trajectories, observing which growth curve yields higher DU, daily active users, MAU, monthly active users, and ARPU, average revenue per user. Nurturing, as it were, is a specialty of a top-tier gaming company of which Chintung has gleaned knowledge. Yangshan had an epiphany. Mr. Chin truly is an expert. I can only discuss the broader strokes, he admitted. As for the specific operations, I will take charge, Yangshan declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Since Mr. Chin has illuminated the path for me, I shall wholeheartedly commit to fulfilling this mission. Uncertain of the reason, Yangshan now felt a surge of enthusiasm stirred by Chintung's words. It seemed that by merely adhering to Chintung's guidance, one could swiftly amass considerable wealth. However, did Mr. Chin not worry about me abandoning him in this endeavor? Your daughter rests in my hands. Oh, right. Yangshan nearly forgot that he had a daughter. The excitement of potential profits had momentarily clouded his mind. So when shall we commence this venture? We will sign the contract tomorrow and then proceed directly. However, there is one point that requires attention. What is it? Our breeding ground for the insects will be overseas. Why is that? There are already enough worthless games in the domestic market. We need not contribute to the creation of harmful games. Chintung asserted without room for debate. Though he had yet to experience love, he certainly did not wish for his future child to grow up playing such games. Trash is always disposed of outside the home. Who would ever dump refuse indoors? Yangshan nodded in agreement. Very well then. With a brother who speaks of profiting through hardy endeavors, how could he possibly refuse? Naturally, whatever the elder brother decrees shall be accepted. Let us then toast to our prosperous collaboration. Yangshan smiled as he extended his hand. The two clasped hands tightly in the air, their smiles radiant. Chapter 156. Some rejoice while others grieve with the decision to venture into the realm of microtransaction-based online games and mobile games. Chintung's spirits lifted. This marked yet another stride forward for Tungda. However, to his surprise, the following day, Yang Shiwei approached him once more. Boss, I've heard about your dealings with my father. Are you planning to develop a game with him? Not just one, but a series of games. Oh, it's all the same. Boss, have you been swayed by my father? Although he is quite formidable, he has faced numerous failures in the gaming industry. Do you believe these types of games are unviable? Absolutely, Yang Shiwei asserted, puffing out her chest. I have researched this genre. It's exceedingly dull and lacks entertainment value. It's hard to fathom who would spend money on such games. But these games are indeed profitable, aren't they? Currently, yes, but looking toward the distant future, such games are bound to yield little financial return. She then proceeded to elaborate on her analysis. With the emergence of increasingly high-quality games, these types would inevitably be phased out. The competition is fierce, making it difficult to earn revenue. The complexities of overseas markets pose risks that could lead to financial losses if one were to dive in recklessly. At first glance, Her arguments appeared quite sensible. Were it not for Qinteng's foresight regarding future trends, he might have been persuaded by her words. In any case, while there might be some initial profits, within a year's time, these games will start incurring losses, rendering further investment meaningless. May your words hold true, Qinteng chuckled. Based on your conclusion, doesn't it imply the opposite? If one starts with minor profits, it suggests an initial loss is inevitable. However, within a year, profitability should commence. This pace satisfied Qinteng. In truth, he had already prepared himself for potential losses at the outset, as the specifics of the game's design would determine its financial success. He also harbored uncertainties about whether these games could truly resonate with overseas players. Thus, if losses were to occur, they could be viewed as tuition fees for learning. Tuition fees? Yang Shiwei inquired, puzzled by Qinteng's terminology. In any case, boss, if you wish to avoid losses, it would be prudent to abandon this project sooner rather than later. Even if a contract is signed, I can persuade my father to waive any penalties. You are quite kind, Qinteng remarked, momentarily unsure of her familial ties. It seems you are quite invested in our company. Of course, you are the first to recognize my talents, and I shall certainly repay your kindness, Yang Shiwei replied with a smile. She understood the challenges of finding good employment. If Tingdao were to collapse, where would she showcase her abilities? Indeed, I hold your talents in high regard, Qinteng affirmed earnestly, nodding. However, the collaboration with your father has already been made public, and retracting could tarnish Tingdao's corporate image. Will it? It will, Qinteng replied, ever the optimist. It is essential to recognize that a company's image is of paramount importance. If tarnished, others might mistakenly believe that our firm revels in indecision. This is far from ideal. Nevertheless, Yang Shiwei understands the significance of brand image. Under Qinteng's narration, she could only manage a reluctant nod. Overall, she harbors considerable skepticism towards the prospect of this type of game venturing abroad. It baffles her that Qinteng, the mastermind behind Plants vs. Zombies, would consider engaging in such endeavors. Qinteng sighed softly as he observed Yang Shiwei's departing figure. However, he quickly returned to his work, signing his name on various documents. The life of a business owner is, indeed, rather unadorned. Meanwhile, all projects at Tengda are advancing, while its primary competitor, Blue Knight, faces a much less favorable situation. Unconstrained by any capital limitations, the firm Did You Eat? Is burning through funds with remarkable ease. Qinteng's will can be effortlessly enacted. For Zhang Xin, instigating a price war is no simple task. Each price reduction necessitates a meeting to report to investors. Engaging in a price war is fraught with challenges. Qinteng had previously expanded the battlefield nationwide, significantly raising the costs for Zhang Xin to wage a price war and causing some internal chaos within Blue Knight. The sheer volume of operations across the nation is overwhelming, and Blue Knight was ill-prepared for such extensive management. From grassroots employees to mid-level managers and executives, nearly everyone is passing the buck. Zhang Xin sat on the sofa, gazing at the data with a sense of powerlessness, casting a rueful glance at his friend, Huang Huan. What a failure, isn't it? He mused, raking a hand through his disheveled hair. It was unclear whether he was addressing Huang Huan or merely speaking to himself. Despite having a head start, they were overtaken by Qinteng. The audacity of this young man is truly formidable. It seems his team never hesitates and consistently makes the correct decisions at the earliest opportunity. Huang Huan gently patted Zhang Xin's shoulder. Having accompanied Zhang Xin for so long, he was well aware of the effort Zhang Xin had invested in the Blue Knight project. At this juncture, words seemed futile. Silent companionship felt more appropriate. Do you think we should give up? Zhang Xin queried, never having entertained the notion of surrender before. He had always believed that Blue Knight would ultimately succeed. Yet, reality confronts him. No matter how much he disbelieves, he must accept the truth. Huang Huan stared in astonishment at Zhang Xin, taken aback by his utterance of the word give up. Meeting Huang Huan's gaze, Zhang Xin lowered his head. I know that giving up is an act of cowardice. However, the pressure from investors in Tengda is overwhelming, and I genuinely see no glimmer of hope. Huang Huan remained silent. In that fleeting moment, when he glanced at Zhang Xin, he discerned the bloodshot veins in Zhang Xin's eyes and the pronounced dark circles adorning his face. Although the Blue Knight had yet to succumb, its market share was dwindling day by day, with disheartening news echoing each morning. Perhaps the Blue Knight could endure for a while longer. But the duration of such endurance remained shrouded in uncertainty. To relinquish hope may well be the most prudent course of action. Chapter 157, The Fallen Truth. You do not wish to relinquish, do you? Huang Huan, being a longtime friend of Zhang Xian, could perceive the latter's anguish and struggle. Understanding that he did not genuinely want to give up, Zhang Xian nodded in affirmation. What did the investors say? They lack funds? Unless we are willing to offer a greater share. No funds. Indeed, the battle among the 1,000 groups has drained their resources. Huang Huan also grasped the gravity of the situation. At this moment, the competition among the 1,000 groups was fierce, far from reaching a profitable stage. Even if capital remained optimistic, it must still consider short-term benefits. Otherwise, the quarterly and annual reports would appear dismal, placing accountability on the respective leaders. Even landlords have their limits. Furthermore, Blue Knight is in dire need of capital, and those companies are eager to capitalize on the chaos. Speaking of which, did we not abandon the price war in Donghai City? What was the outcome? Quite disastrous. Tingda proved to be quite astute. The moment we ceased our price competition, they simultaneously raised their prices, ensuring theirs remained just slightly lower than ours. Such audacity. Approximately half a month ago, a voice emerged within Blue Knight. The notion was to abandon market expansion and consider maintaining the current market share as a success. Some opposed this idea, while others supported it, leading to fierce debates. Under economic pressure, Zhang Xian acquiesced to this proposal. However, a nationwide price reduction was out of the question, as it would equate to surrender. Thus, Blue Knight opted to experiment in Donghai City, their headquarters, where they could swiftly respond to any developments. Unexpectedly, the response from "Have you eaten?" was remarkably swift. The current predicament is that if we continue to seek investments, we may very well lose control of the company. If we forego investments, we could be completely overwhelmed in as little as 6 months, this being the most optimistic scenario. In truth, given the prevailing trends, 3 months might be more accurate. Zhang Xian conveyed the situation candidly. He felt akin to a fish trapped in a stagnant pond, fully aware that the surrounding waters were about to evaporate. Yet, as a mere fish, he did not know how to alter the circumstances. All he could do was flounder about, as if such movements could somehow stir the stagnant waters. But what could a small fish truly change? Is the situation truly this dire? Huang Huan, tasked with business affairs, was aware of the company's troubles. Yet he had not comprehended the extent of the crisis until now. It is no wonder Zhang Xian entertained thoughts of surrender. If he continued to relinquish rights, he would inevitably lose his command over the company. Even if Blue Knight were to eventually turn the tides against "Have you eaten?" he would still face the peril of being ousted in the future. Do not assume such occurrences are implausible. Indeed, many founders have faced expulsion from their own companies. From the perspective of investment firms, this narrative unfolds like a thrilling tale. However, from the perspective of the founder, this is an unequivocal tragedy. Indeed, the situation is dire. Tingda is exceedingly wealthy, and their games are voraciously extracting money like a frenzy. Zhang Xian is somewhat exasperated. This is not a battle between industry veterans and newcomers, but rather a narrative of a colossal entity from one sector mercilessly crushing a nascent industry from another. Huang Huan, if you were in my position, what would you do? Huang Huan understands that Zhang Xian is reluctant to surrender. Yet, knowing the circumstances are so bleak, to advise Zhang Xian against giving up would be akin to pushing him into an abyss of despair. No one knows how long this war of attrition will persist. Encouraging someone to continue on a misguided path is tantamount to causing harm. I realize that even you have lost faith. Perhaps Blue Knight is indeed failing. Zhang Xian sighed and rose. It could be an illusion, but Huang Huan detected a glimmer of relief on Zhang Xian's face, a smile he had not seen in ages. What are you planning to do? Hold a meeting, announce our withdrawal, and sell the company to the highest bidder. If no one buys, I will cease operations. After all, I cannot continue like this. Losing to Qintang is not something to be ashamed of. Are you serious? Hearing Zhang Xian utter such words, Huang Huan felt a surge of anxiety. Is it really that simple to give up? In truth, I have been contemplating this for quite some time. These past few nights, I have tossed and turned, pondering this matter. I cannot devise a way to alter the current situation. For me, relinquishment is also a form of liberation. Zhang Xian exhaled deeply. Voicing certain thoughts felt remarkably relieving. Previously, I had to instill confidence in you all. I could not express my despondency, yet internally, I was increasingly troubled. Now, I feel much better. Huang Huan fell silent, feeling a pang of reluctance. After all, he had dedicated many years to Blue Knight. Suddenly hearing this news stirred tumult within him. However, soon a smile emerged on Huang Huan's face. At the very least, He was liberated from the torment of competitive business warfare. Anyone who has been relentlessly battered in a financial skirmish, beaten to the point of exasperation, would find little joy within. At this juncture, surrender would also serve as a relief for them. A few days later, the news of Blue Knight's withdrawal from the food delivery market swiftly permeated the capital markets. Shintung, as a rival to Blue Knight, was taken aback by their decision to exit. How strange. Shouldn't they have held on for a while longer? Shintung suddenly felt as though he was lost in a fog, sword drawn, bewildered. He had yet to reveal the combination tactics of Tingda's supermarket and Have You Eaten? How could the opponent capitulate? Shintung was fully prepared for a protracted battle. It was akin to having developed throughout an entire game, amassing resources to unleash their damage, only to discover that the adversary had surrendered. This sensation was profoundly disheartening. The circumstances of the future are far from ideal. Shintung pondered briefly and swiftly grasped the crux of the issue. Although the Blue Knight was being relentlessly pressured by the Yellow Knight, its market share continued to diminish. During that time, the Blue Knight still managed to generate profits, unlike its current plight. It was merely that the earnings were gradually dwindling. Now, losses are escalating, and inevitably, the decision to withdraw will be made. Shintung felt an indescribable sense of emotion within him. A major titan of the food delivery industry in the future fell due to Shintung's actions. The sensation of altering the course of history was indeed gratifying. However, the downfall of a rival also stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Given this, Shintung's expression grew serious as he messaged Zhang Mingxin, urging her to prioritize the market left by the Blue Knight and to swiftly launch promotional activities to capture a larger share. Despite the Blue Knight's demise, it still possessed a market share of at least 15 before its fall. As the whale sinks, myriad beings thrive. For the smaller food delivery platforms, the Blue Knight represented that very whale. Shintung would not allow these platforms to seize the market share left vacant by the Blue Knight's departure. Nor would he permit any of the smaller platforms a chance at resurgence. The concluding tasks following the Blue Knight's downfall were equally critical. Chapter 158. Fortunately, not beasts. After the announcement of its withdrawal from market competition, Blue Knight did not vanish immediately. The subsequent developments took Shintung by surprise. The founder, Zhang Xian, swiftly exited, selling his shares at a low price to various investors. These investors did not continue the delivery business, but opted to sell the Blue Knight brand. Up to this point, the progression of events seemed quite ordinary. After all, the brand was arguably the only valuable asset left of Blue Knight. However, shortly thereafter, the company that acquired the Blue Knight brand announced its intention to enter the group buying market. Shintung discovered that this company was not a newcomer seeking to dive into group buying. It had already been struggling in that arena without achieving any significant results. Given the plethora of group buying brands, it was almost impossible for any to be memorable. Coincidentally, as various assets of Blue Knight were up for sale, this company conceived a brilliant idea to acquire the Blue Knight brand. With Blue Knight teetering on the edge, everything was exceedingly affordable. Shintung found this decision rather astute. After all, this group buying company was in dire need of recognition, and Blue Knight held a certain degree of fame nationwide. Yet, as Shintung, with foresight into the unfolding history, pondered, he found the twists of fate quite peculiar. It turned out that after Yellow Knight triumphed in the group buying battle, it ventured into the delivery market, initiating a fierce competition with Blue Knight. This time, due to Shintung's influence, Blue Knight retreated from the delivery market. Logically, a confrontation between Blue Knight and Yellow Knight in the delivery sector seemed improbable. But who could have anticipated that Blue Knight would re-enter the group buying market, reigniting conflict with Yellow Knight? Was it possible that these two brands were destined to clash? Shintung mused that the concept of fate was indeed wondrous. Nevertheless, all of this was, for the moment, unrelated to Tingda. Tingda's focus remained on capturing the market share left by Blue Knight. Smaller delivery platforms also had their eyes set on this lucrative segment. However, after a fortnight, Shintung swiftly secured this market share. Now, Have You Eaten? Stood as the largest delivery platform in Huagua. This fact was unequivocal. Following Blue Knight's exit, customers seeking to continue ordering deliveries naturally gravitated towards either the most renowned option or the most affordable one. Coincidentally, Have You Eaten excelled in both categories. Everything unfolded so logically. Gazing at the statistical reports, Shintung felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Current data indicated that Have You Eaten had achieved an astonishing 95 market share. In other words, out of every 100 individuals ordering delivery, 95 would choose, "Have you eaten?" This was indeed a significant victory. I must resolutely adhere to my principles, Chun Tung murmured as he examined the data. In a previous life, the food delivery market ultimately dwindled to just two entities, the Blue Knight and the Yellow Knight. Neither could displace the other, and at some point, they reached an unspoken understanding to cease competition and began to jointly exploit the system. Why use the term exploitation? Because some individuals genuinely disregard human decency. They relentlessly suppress the earnings of couriers. Aside from the initial protection period for newcomers, where they could earn easily, the algorithm would later reduce their wages to a mere 6 or 7,000 yuan a month, or even less. Want to earn more? Then work yourself to the bone. Do you think that that's the end of it? The algorithm would also continuously compress the delivery times for couriers. If the stipulated delivery time from the restaurant to the community was 30 minutes and the courier managed to deliver in just 25, the next time the time would be shortened to 26 or 27 minutes. Should the courier achieve an even quicker delivery, the subsequent stipulated time might be reduced to 23 or 24 minutes. This cycle would persist until it ensured that the couriers had no chance to slack off. As for the merchants, entering the food delivery platform requires a fee, and they must also offer discount packages while the platform takes a cut from each order. Additionally, there are promotional streaming packages. The various discount activities that merchants undertake are not subsidized by the platform. Some orders, when sold, actually result in losses. Some might argue that these promotional activities are unnecessary, but the consequence of not participating is a reduction in promotional visibility by the platform. The increasing number of pre-prepared meal merchants is also somewhat related to the stipulations imposed by the platform. Lowering ingredient costs not only enhances the speed and quantity of meal preparation but also boosts profits. As for the platform, it remains indifferent to these matters. It thrives on the increasing number of merchants. The more meals are prepared, the more profit the platform reaps. Consequently, customers end up receiving subpar meals. Couriers must toil relentlessly to make a living, and merchants who once had monthly revenues in the tens of thousands might only net a few thousand in profit. The most ironic part is that the platform still has the audacity to claim it is operating at a loss. Is it that the money has merely gone to the dogs? Now, standing in a position of sufficient authority, Chun Tung comprehended the rationale behind the platform's actions. One contributing factor was the coercion of capital behind the scenes. To present data that appeared more appealing than the previous year, the platform felt compelled to exploit customers, couriers, and merchants alike. Another reason lies in the erosion of human integrity. However, now, the true sovereign of the food delivery market is Chun Tung. He would certainly not allow capital to repeat its past mistakes. Thankfully, I am not a beast, he mused, praising himself. His objective is remarkably straightforward, for everyone to profit together and share in the benefits. He simply does not believe that a platform cannot thrive without ruthlessly exploiting individuals. It is merely a matter of whether the profit is substantial or minimal. If they truly were at a loss, wouldn't the platform have hastily disbanded before? However, now that the matters concerning the delivery platform have been resolved, it is time to embark on the next project that requires substantial investment. Money held stagnant in one's hands serves no purpose. It must be set into motion to generate greater value. Nevertheless, Chun Tung has yet to determine the specific direction for this expenditure. Should he increase investment in the mobile phone industry or venture into the group buying market? In truth, Chun Tung harbors little enthusiasm for the group buying sector, as he is aware that in a few years, it will no longer enjoy its current prosperity. Yet, he must still proceed, not to capture a significant market share, but rather to adopt a defensive strategy. This is to prevent the eventual victor in the group buying arena from subsequently invading the delivery market. Chun Tung has resolved to take decisive action, ensuring that no clear winner emerges in the group buying market, or perhaps even positioning Tingda as the victor within that domain. However, he remains uncertain whether to allocate the majority of his funds to the group buying market or to the mobile phone industry. Chapter 159, Breakthrough. New silicon material. As Chun Tung pondered, he received a call from Jiang Yifeng. President Chen. Wonderful news, wonderful news. Through the phone, Chun Tung could sense the other's excitement. Curious, he inquired about the nature of the news that could evoke such fervor from Jiang Yifeng. It's a breakthrough in mobile battery technology. A research team at Qiming University has developed a new type of silicon material. If we utilize this silicon to manufacture phone batteries, the capacity of the batteries could reach twice that of the current models of the same size. Twice. Indeed, with the optimization of our mobile system, the battery life could even extend to 3 or 4 times that of the present models. At last, Qinteng comprehended Jiang Yifeng's enthusiasm. The internal space of mobile phones is incredibly precious, with various electronic components vying for limited room. Balancing the size and placement of each part within such confines is a meticulous art. While a smaller battery might enhance other aspects of the device, it could also necessitate charging the phone 3 or 4 times a day for a single user. For avid smartphone users, it could even escalate to 5 or 6 charges daily. In 2012, the typical battery capacity for smartphones ranged between 2,000 to 3,000 mAh. The soon-to-be-released iPhone 5 was slated to have a mere 1,440 mAh battery. Consequently, portable chargers became exceedingly popular that year, especially given the absence of fast-charging technologies. To improve battery life back then, one had to rely on larger capacity batteries, often sacrificing performance in the process. Alright, how are discussions with this team progressing? Qinteng asked. I've already sent the collaboration email. Jiang Yifeng replied. Have we reached the collaboration stage already? Qinteng exclaimed with joy. That is astonishingly efficient. Not quite. I merely just obtained their email and sent the request, Jiang Yifeng clarified. Were their email details difficult to acquire? Not at all. Their address is readily available on Qiming University's official website. Qinteng felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. So, this technology was only just emerging in the world? Was it truly worthy of such excitement? So, this matter has only just begun? Yes, Jiang Yifeng replied, oblivious to any underlying issues. I deemed this development significant, hence I reported it to you at the earliest opportunity. Well, your reasoning holds merit, Qinteng admitted, regaining his composure. Indeed, such a crucial matter warranted immediate updates. If one day Jiang Yifeng were to call and announce a partnership had been established, Qinteng would be distraught. A collaboration finalized without his knowledge would imply that he had been sidelined. However, next time, try not to be so exuberant from the outset. Understood. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement upon receiving the news, Jiang Yifeng acknowledged, realizing his own fervor. It seems that matters have progressed significantly. Qinteng was contemplating discussing the price he could offer with Jiang Yifeng, when Jiang Yifeng suddenly exclaimed with excitement. They replied to my email. So soon? A brief pause ensued, which instilled an ominous feeling in Qinteng. What did they say? They expressed no intention of collaboration. No intention of collaboration? HM. Did you just mention Qiming University? Indeed, Qiming University. What is the name of the team leader? The team leader is called Ning Yin. All right. I will make a call to inquire about the situation and see if we can establish a connection. Qinteng hung up and promptly dialed the number of the university's administration. Due to his involvement with Did You Eat, Qinteng had established a rapport with Qiming University long ago. As Did You Eat expanded, his ties with the university became increasingly robust. Qiming University had invited him to deliver a lecture, to which he had agreed, although he had yet to present. He believed it should be manageable to find someone to convey a message. Qiming University, Key Laboratory. Phew, where did this information leak from? These companies are remarkably perceptive. A girl in a white lab coat, having just sent out a mass email, couldn't help but express her thoughts aloud. Meanwhile, another girl quietly immersed in her studies occasionally picked up a nearby piece of draft paper and a pen to make calculations. Sunlight streamed into the laboratory, gently illuminating her delicate features. The fine details of her visage were distinctly visible. I say, Ruorio, it's perfectly fine to take a little break. Although Professor Ning may seem strict, he hardly ever comes to the lab. Shall we go for lunch then? Sure. Just let me finish this chapter, as you know. I've fallen behind in my foundational knowledge. Claiming to be behind in foundational knowledge is merely a pretense. The senior sister chuckled derisively. She truly could not discern where Li Xingru's foundational knowledge might be lacking. Professor Ning mentioned he had outlined the key areas I need to review. You believe everything he says? That old man has exceedingly high expectations of his students. The senior sister rolled her eyes. However, seeing Li Xingru so diligently studying, she felt reluctant to disturb her further. Instead, she gazed blankly at the computer, waiting for Li Xingru to finish the chapter so they could go to lunch together. Hey? That old man seems to be doing quite well. Tingda is actually seeking collaboration. The pen that had been scribbling on the draft paper paused. Li Xingru looked up in surprise. Did you say Tingda? Yes. I didn't pay attention to the mass email earlier. I was surprised to see Tingda mentioned. I've heard that next month, that billionaire might even come to our school to give a lecture. I'm eager to meet a billionaire in person and see what they are like. So, you are also interested in billionaires? The senior sister expressed a hint of longing and anticipation, teasingly glancing at Li Xingru. By the way, did you just send a mass email to decline? Indeed. Professor Ning mentioned that if anyone wishes to collaborate with us, I should decline all requests. My responses have remained exceedingly polite, expressing gratitude for their acknowledgement, while regrettably conveying that I currently have no intentions of collaboration. Senior, may I take a look at the email? Certainly. There is no harm in that. The senior graciously made way. Li Xingru glanced at the email received, then proceeded to compose a new message to the same address. This is a proposal for collaboration with Tingda? Yes. However, I recall that you and Professor Ning had already determined which company to partner with. Hence his instruction to reject all collaboration requests. My discussion with Professor Ning was specifically about Tingda. The senior's eyes widened. Then why did they send another collaboration request? Could they be scammers? What kind of company would be unaware of its own collaborators? Because I have yet to inform him. Her delicate, fair fingers danced upon the keyboard, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the sky, radiant and resplendent. Chapter 160. More good news? Disagreement? Indeed. Mr. Chun, you may not be aware, but researchers often possess rather peculiar temperaments. Professor Ning, esteemed in the academic realm, has already indicated that he has a collaborator, leaving us with no alternatives. All right, I understand. Thank you for your efforts. It was no trouble at all. We haven't been able to assist in any meaningful way. When you come to our university for a lecture next time, I shall surely offer my apologies to you, Mr. Chin. You're too kind. After this exchange of pleasantries, Chen Ting ended the call with the leaders of Qiming University. From their conversation, Chen Ting gleaned a significant detail. Professor Ning was rather obstinate and had long since chosen a collaborator for the silicon material project. Chen Ting hadn't even secured an opportunity for a meeting to discuss matters further. He could only hope that Professor Ning's collaborator was not another smartphone manufacturer. As Chen Ting pondered this, a frown creased his brow. Something seemed amiss. According to Jiang Yifeng's description, the technological efficacy of this smartphone battery was extraordinary. Yet, in his recollection, such a technology had not surfaced at this point in time, at least not within the realm of mobile phones. Could it be that this technology was still in its nascent stages? Or perhaps his very presence had inadvertently triggered a butterfly effect? However, Chen Ting felt that his actions since his rebirth had yet to leave any significant impact on the academic community. Could it truly be that a brilliant researcher from Blue Knight, whom he had inadvertently caused to close down, had returned to the research field and shortly thereafter developed this technology? If that were the case, Chen Ting would consider himself immensely fortunate. Nevertheless, this notion was swiftly dismissed from his mind as he recognized the improbability of such a scenario. The temporal span was simply too brief. Never mind. What is meant to be will be. If collaboration is unattainable, so be it. Chen Ting understood that some matters cannot be forced. Professor Ning appeared to be quite advanced in age, and older individuals tend to hold steadfast views, making it exceedingly difficult to alter their perspectives. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he received another call from Jiang Yifeng. More good news? It was as if his boss had been reincarnated as Zhuge Liang. How could he possibly know? Jiang Yifeng's words left Chen Ting momentarily bewildered. Really? Chen Ting felt a flicker of interest. What kind of good news? Professor Ning's team has sent an email stating that they mistakenly contacted us and expressed a desire for a detailed discussion. They mentioned we could converse in depth in a few days. You haven't fallen prey to a scam, have you? Chen Ting's first reaction was to suspect that Jiang Yifeng had been duped. He had personally called the university's leadership, who had explicitly stated they already had a collaborator. Now, suddenly, an email was claiming the opposite. No way. I verified it. The email address corresponds to the one listed on their university's official website. So it cannot possibly be a scam. Indeed, Chen Ting found himself somewhat perplexed. Let's arrange a meeting and see what unfolds. After all, once we meet, everything will become clear. One side declined, while the other acquiesced, leaving Chen Ting at a loss. However, a face-to-face meeting would surely illuminate the situation. Very well, esteemed boss. When shall we convene? The sooner, the better. Agreed. The following day at noon, within the laboratory of Qiming University, a sudden voice startled the young woman seated before her computer, prompting her to hastily close her screen. She glanced up at the elderly gentleman speaking and, upon realizing he was oblivious to her small action, felt a sense of relief wash over her. Professor Ning? I cannot drive. I did not learn after graduating high school. I see. Professor Ning furrowed his brow and turned to another young woman. Zhang Yi, can you drive? I can. I took lessons during my undergraduate studies. Zhang Yi nodded in affirmation. Then you shall accompany us today. But the laboratory? I will arrange for someone to oversee it. There is no need to lock the door. Oh, very well. Zhang Yi quickly rose and accepted the car keys from Professor Ning. Li Xingru tucked a piece of draft paper into her book and followed the two. Professor Ning led the way, while Zhang Yi walked beside Li Xingru, whispering. Professor Ning is quite affluent. He drives a Mercedes. Before Li Xingru could respond, Professor Ning cleared his throat gently. Zhang Yi immediately smiled mischievously. Professor, where are we heading? To Old Chin's restaurant for a meal. I trust you are aware of it? I have heard it is the most popular dining establishment in the vicinity. Ah, yes. I am familiar. I assure you I will fulfill my duties. Enough banter. Just focus on eating and refrain from speaking. Am I truly included? Zhang Yi suddenly felt as if fortune had smiled upon her. I cannot merely serve as your driver, can I? It is an honor to drive for the professor. Ha ha ha. If only you could be as diligent as your junior and talk less. Professor Ning glanced back, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi pouted, Professor, you cannot expect everyone to be like Ryorio. This world allows for the existence of geniuses as well as mediocrity. Otherwise, those who are less brilliant among the talented would merely become mediocre, wouldn't they? Indeed. You possess a way with words. If only your research skills were as sharp as your tongue, I would feel at ease. Have you finished reviewing the literature I assigned? I have read most of it. Is that so? After lunch today, I shall test your knowledge. No, that cannot be. Zhang Ye's voice trembled at the thought. She regretted her light-hearted banter with the professor and cast a desperate glance at Li Xingru. Li Xingru contemplated for a moment. Professor, I have been spending time with my senior these past few days and have often seen her perusing literature. Professor Ning let out a soft sigh, which resonated with a sense of understanding. It was indeed certain that the tasks assigned by the professor would always take precedence in my endeavors. Professor Ning chose not to elaborate further. Arriving at the parking lot, Zhang Yi smoothly transported Li Xingru and Professor Ning to Laochen Restaurant. Hey, Ryorio, why do you seem a bit flushed? Are you feeling unwell? Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhang Yi noticed the rosy hue on Li Xingru's cheeks. Li Xingru shook her head. No, it's probably just that the car was a bit warm earlier. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Then I'll roll down the windows on the way back to let some fresh air in. All right, thank you, senior sister. Don't mention it. The three of them entered Laochen Restaurant and made their way to a private dining room within. Chapter 161. A refreshing encounter within the private room of Old Chin's restaurant. Ting and Jiang Yifeng were engaged in a discussion regarding the current status and progress of Tigda's mobile phone business. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open. Ting rose to greet the guest, extending his hand to the elderly gentleman at the forefront. Professor Ning, it is an honor to finally meet you. The honor is mine, Mr. Chun. Your reputation precedes you, Professor Ning replied, his aged hand clasping Tang's with a certain warmth, a faint smile gracing his features. Tang felt a sense of relief upon meeting Professor Ning in person, confirming that he was not a fraud. This meant that Professor Ning's team indeed harbored intentions of collaborating with Tengda. Furthermore, it became evident that this Professor Ning was not merely a scholar oblivious to the nuances of human interaction, as Tang had initially presumed. Rather, he appeared to be quite amiable. Noticing two individuals accompanying Professor Ning, Tang gestured for them to take a seat. However, upon the arrival of the figures behind Professor Ning, Tang could not suppress his astonishment. Li Xingru, how is it you? Today, Li Xingru presented herself differently than Tang remembered. Her hair was styled in a simple high ponytail, eschewing her usual flowing locks. The youthful glow of her face, abundant in collagen, made her resemble a vibrant high school student. Nevertheless, having traversed many social landscapes, Tang maintained his composure despite his surprise. I presume these two are Professor Ning's esteemed apprentices. Let us sit and converse. This is Jiang Yifeng, our head of mobile phone operations, he introduced, releasing Professor Ning's hand. They exchanged brief pleasantries, and Professor Ning proceeded to introduce his companions. This is Zhang Yi and Li Xingru, two of my most promising students. Among them, Li Xingru is the one responsible for the preparation of our silicon materials. Understanding dawned upon Tang. Although he was unaware of how Li Xingru had achieved such a feat, he comprehended the reason for her presence in this context. If she was indeed the creator of the silicon materials, her attendance was entirely warranted. I had no idea you were so accomplished. You have truly impressed me, he remarked. Oh, it's merely luck on my part, she replied modestly. Their exchange prompted a realization in Professor Ning. You too know each other? Yes, we're friends, came the response, which elicited a look of enlightenment from Professor Ning. It all made sense why Li Xingru was eager to collaborate with Tengda. Zhang Yi, standing beside Li Xingru, widened her eyes in disbelief. Li Xingru knows Chen, the billionaire? She thought, suddenly feeling as though everyone around her were influential figures, while she was not. Meanwhile, Jiang Yifeng, seated next to Chen, also stared in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Chen was acquainted with such a beautiful woman, particularly one who had produced the silicon materials. It was no wonder that Professor Ning's team was inclined to partner with Tingda. Since we are friends, this matter becomes significantly easier to resolve. Let us be forthright. We shall establish a company together, with you managing operations while we contribute our technical expertise, splitting the profits equally. Is that agreeable? Ting nodded readily. Aside from the fixed transfer fee, this represents a common collaboration method between experimental teams and companies, jointly developing and operating the technology. Jiang Yifeng was somewhat taken aback. Is this truly settled? It was his first encounter with such a swift commercial agreement. Typically, in matters involving technology, one party aims to leverage its advantages to command a high price, while the other seeks to minimize costs. The peaceful and smooth negotiation of the price left Jiang Yifeng incredulous. Oh? Professor Ning was equally surprised by Chen Ting's straightforwardness, which starkly contrasted with the businessmen he had previously encountered. Mr. Chen, you are truly exceptional. I have dealt with various merchants, none of whom are as candid as you. All of them are overly calculating. With that, Professor Ning sighed. Chen Tung chuckled. Professor Ning, you overestimate me. I understand that even with a 50-50 split, I can still reap substantial profits, which is why I agreed so readily. Professor Ning shook his head. No, it is different. I can discern that while we all pursue profit, some are solely driven by greed, and you are not one of those individuals. Chen Ting laughed heartily. Gaining Professor Ning's approval brought him considerable joy. Due to the smooth progress of their negotiation, the food had yet to be served. Might I inquire how you two became acquainted? Professor Ning, seeking a topic, initiated the conversation. He was genuinely curious about how Chen Ting met Li Xingru. The disparity between a billionaire like Chen Tung and an ordinary university student like Li Xingru was quite significant. Even though Professor Ning believed Li Xingru to be exceptionally intelligent with limitless potential, he did not think she possessed the means to meet someone like Chen Ting at this stage. Is it convenient? Chen Tung glanced at Li Xingru. After a slight nod from her, he proceeded to recount their acquaintance. I see. Upon the conclusion of Chen Tung's narrative, all three expressed astonishment at the serendipity of their connection. It was remarkable that two seemingly unrelated individuals could meet under such circumstances. So, could it be that her aspirations toward a research career stem from your influence? Perhaps, Chen Tung replied, as he briefly recounted their past. The waiter arrived promptly with an array of sumptuous dishes. Dining while conversing alleviated the atmosphere, making it far less tedious. Then I must truly thank you. Without you, the research community would have lost a genius. Is she truly that remarkable? Indeed, she is one of the most gifted students I have encountered. While there is an element of luck involved in her material preparation, she is undeniably intelligent, Professor Ning praised. Chen Tung turned his gaze toward Li Xingru, surprised to learn of her exceptional academic prowess. Had it not been for him, perhaps Li Xingru would have truly pursued a career as an English teacher or a simultaneous interpreter. This is not to suggest that these professions are lacking in merit. Rather, the role of a scientist holds a uniquely significant place in the advancement of humanity, serving as a catalyst for progress. Li Xingru, under Chen Tung's gaze, modestly lowered her head, feeling a touch of embarrassment. It's nothing much. I simply exert a bit more effort than others. A mere bit more effort, you say? Professor Ning interjected, interrupting Li Xingru's humility. You have no idea, Mr. Chen. Aside from sleeping and eating, her life revolves entirely around studying. When I inquired about her methods of relaxation, she astonishingly replied, Professor. Li Xingru suddenly lifted her head, her urgent tone rebounding against Professor Ning's interruption. The professor paused, glancing at Chen Tung, as if coming to an understanding. With a smile, he suppressed what he had intended to say and instead offered a fresh revelation. Her method of relaxation, it turns out, is playing video games. Chapter 162, The Stars and the Sea. The merrier. Chen Tung glanced at Professor Ning, then at Li Xingru. He could discern that Professor Ning had told a small fib for Li Xingru's sake. However, he chose not to expose their little secret. I never anticipated you to possess such remarkable talent. It appears I have underestimated you, Chen Chen remarked, then turned to Professor Ning. I have a few minor inquiries. Please, ask away. I will answer what I can, Professor Ning replied. I gathered from the official website of Qiming University that your team primarily focuses on materials science, correct? Indeed. Materials serve as the foundation for numerous industries, and are at the forefront of many sectors. One could assert that without materials science, the vibrant world we inhabit today would not exist. The latter part of his statement seemed familiar to Chen Tong. It echoed sentiments often expressed by those in mathematics, physics, and chemical engineering. Chen Tong nodded slightly. Might I inquire if your team is in need of research funding? Why do you ask this? Professor Ning regarded Chen Tong, suddenly finding his question intriguing. Clearly, there was a deeper intention behind it. Do you wish to invest? Yes, Chen Tong replied candidly. I hold a profound respect for science. After all, it is the primary driving force of productivity. I aspire to utilize various patented technologies to forge a robust moat for Tengda. So, you seek to collaborate with my team? Indeed. Why us? Because your team has recently achieved results. As a businessman, I prefer to partner with teams capable of delivering outcomes rather than those that merely expend resources without yielding results. Professor Ning nodded slightly but did not immediately acquiesce. Observing this, Chen Tong pressed on, Do you have any reservations, Professor Ning? Based on his experience. A lack of response often indicated hesitation. Beside them, Li Xingru blinked, glancing between Professor Ning and Chen Tong. With a wry smile, Professor Ning confessed, It is somewhat embarrassing. I acknowledge that Tengda is one of the leading companies nationwide, yet my research team ranks only as average in the national context. This recent achievement was somewhat serendipitous. Zhang Yi, who had been enjoying her meal, was taken aback by Professor Ning's humility. Chen Ting's standing appeared to far exceed what one might typically envision. What does that matter? Chen Ting smiled. To be frank, Professor Ning, the research teams we intend to invest in will not be limited to just yours. The future journey of Tengda is destined for the stars and the sea. We require numerous research teams to strive together. I understand. You seek to engage anyone who can be of service, regardless of their level? Precisely. High-level teams have high-level tasks, while those of lesser standing have tasks suited to their capabilities. Though the statement was somewhat convoluted, Professor Ning comprehended the essence of it. However, he glanced at Li Xingrua and remarked, You cannot possibly wish to support our collaborative team merely because of her, can you? Part of the motivation stems from that. Yet it is not the sole reason. I have perused your credentials, and you are indeed an exceptional scholar. In that case, let us express our gratitude to Chairman Chen for his generous support. I raise my tea in place of wine to honor Chairman Chen. However, I must emphasize one point. Scientific research is exceedingly costly. Professor Ning wished to inform Chen Tong beforehand. Let it not be the case that when he requests funds from Chen Tong, the latter finds himself unable to provide. Tengda's research and development investment in 2012 will not be less than 10 billion. Chen Tong calmly raised his index finger, fully aware of the fierce competition among future mobile phone manufacturers in the realm of research and development. The renowned domestic mobile giant, eventually sanctioned by the West, had amassed over 1 trillion in accumulated R&D expenditures over a decade. Their annual R&D spending could soar into the hundreds of billions. Although Lamy mobile phones do not rival the aforementioned brand, their research expenses have also been on the rise each year, reaching hundreds of billions. Akin to mere drops in the bucket for these companies. The illustrious fruit brand, too, would not hesitate to invest hundreds of billions annually. Though not all their research funds are allocated solely to the mobile sector, these manufacturers also venture into computers, automobiles, and various other enterprises. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that the theme of the mobile phone industry is indeed one of extravagant spending. A reluctance to invest in research would merely leave one trailing behind, subsisting on the remnants of others. Chen Tong had no intention of settling for scraps. His ambition was to lead on a global scale. Thus, he would not hesitate to allocate substantial resources for research and development. Professor Ning discreetly set down his cup and silently retrieved the unused cup beside Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi tilted his head, curious about Professor Ning's intentions. Professor Ning then poured himself a generous glass from the wine bottle. After filling his cup, he finally spoke. Chairman Chen, I sense your respect for science, and I toast to you. He had initially presumed that the funding Chen Tong mentioned would amount to a few hundred million at most, perhaps reaching a couple of billion. While such an investment was modest, Professor Ning had encountered similar levels before and had not been particularly stirred by it. To his surprise, the research expenditure reached billions. Professor Ning felt a surge of humility. Chen Tong promptly rose to his feet. As their glasses were about to clink, Chen Ting noticed that the rim of Professor Ning's glass was positioned lower than his own. How could this be? Chen Tong held a profound respect for science. Therefore, he lowered his glass slightly. Yet, Professor Ning's aged hand remained steady, and the rim of his glass descended in tandem. Chairman Chen is too courteous. Professor Ning is too courteous. Chen Tung's glass lowered once more. Chairman Chun is too courteous. Professor Ning's glass followed suit. Professor Ning, Chairman Chen, the two glasses approached the table, nearly touching its surface. Suddenly, two delicate fingers grasped Chen Tung's cup from the middle, lifting it upwards. Professor Ning's cup encountered the same fate. When they both looked up, they were surprised to find it was Li Xingru. Her expression remained impassive as she elevated both cups to the same height. Drink up. The two cups then collided in the air, prompting a burst of laughter from both. By the way, if Professor Ning knows of any commendable research teams, I would appreciate a recommendation. Of course, I have quite a network within this circle. However, I am uncertain about the specific type of team that Mr. Chen requires. After finishing a glass of wine, Professor Ning's complexion took on a rosy hue. He patted his chest confidently, assured of his connections. The future of Tingda's endeavors is destined to be vast and boundless, with aspirations to manufacture smartphones, chips, automobiles, rockets, and satellites. Thus, any outstanding research team, regardless of their specialty, would be most welcome. Professor Ning gazed at Chen Tung, perhaps under the influence of Chen's past successes. He found a sense of conviction in Chen's words. It evoked a phrase in his mind, commanding with great vigor. Excellent. Professor Ning readily agreed. Since Chen Tung harbored grand ambitions, what harm could there be in offering a helping hand? Chapter 163. The omnipotent Chen Tung found himself in a state of heightened joy. Initially, he had come solely to acquire the method for synthesizing silicon materials, intended for the advancement of battery technology. To his astonishment, he had successfully recruited an entire team from the other party. Everything unfolded even more smoothly than he had anticipated. Moreover, with the connections of Professor Ning, Chen Ting's future recruitment endeavors would likely become considerably easier. Li Xingru observed Chen Tung quietly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Professor Ning was equally elated. He took a seat and, out of the corner of his eye, inadvertently caught sight of Li Xingru. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he turned his gaze to Zhang Yi. Come with me for a moment. Professor, didn't you say I only needed to eat? How have you been progressing with the recent literature? With a swish, Zhang Yi promptly stood from his chair, as if teleported, and opened the door. After you, Professor. Now that's more like it. Chen Tung looked at Professor Ning, puzzled. Professor Ning chuckled, Mr. Chen, I just remembered a few matters that may take about 10 minutes. Jiang Yifeng, who had been carefully observing the situation, suddenly stood up. Mr. Chen, I have a stomach ache. I need to go. Chen Tung found the situation amusing. If he failed to recognize the implications now, he would truly be a fool. Nonetheless, he did not refuse them. Instead, he waved his hand, urging Jiang Yifeng to leave quickly. Soon, the door to the private room was closed, leaving only Chen Tung and Li Xingru within. Well, Professor Ning is genuinely a good person. It's just that he might have some misunderstandings regarding our relationship. Li Xingru, not one to be easily deceived, could clearly discern that both Professor Ning and Jiang Yifeng were attempting to create a private space for them. As for their motives, it was evident that they must have misconstrued something. An explanation was in order upon their return, however. It was fortuitous that she had some questions of her own to pose. What is it? You seem to be concealing something quite profound. I had intended to surprise you at the end of this month, but it seems unexpected circumstances arose. Li Xingru lowered her head shyly. After successfully synthesizing the silicon material, Professor Ning had promised to share half of the profits with her. Following her inquiry about potential earnings, she immediately thought of Tingda. She wished to transfer the technology for synthesizing this silicon material to Chen Tung, allowing him to profit from it. However, she had not anticipated that the news would spread so rapidly. Before she could even inform Chen Tung, Tingda had approached her proactively. I must express my gratitude. Without your support, Tingda's mobile launch this coming half-year would not have proceeded so smoothly. No, I should be the one thanking you. Without you, I would not have steadfastly chosen this path. Then let us both express our gratitude to one another. Chen Ting couldn't help but chuckle. Li Xingru nodded earnestly. In truth, I owe you more than just that. Really? What else do you wish to thank me for? I must also thank you for teaching me how to navigate interpersonal relations. Interpersonal relations? Did I truly teach you that? Chen Ting inquired, bewildered. His interactions with Li Xingru were, in truth, quite limited. As for imparting wisdom on how to navigate life, it seemed lacking. There was, however, a moment from our very first encounter when you advised me not to lower my stance too much. In time, I came to realize that you were indeed correct. Adopting a submissive demeanor only invites disdain. Thus, this was the matter at hand. Chen Teng recalled the first time he met Li Xingru. Her disposition was gentle, and she indeed carried herself with a low profile. Li Xingru nodded and began to recount her own experiences. When I first entered the laboratory, being merely a freshman, I was often tasked with menial chores. Although the lab had a policy for rotating cleaning duties, they frequently assigned me the task. Initially, I tolerated their demands, but their behavior became increasingly outrageous, often expecting me to fetch meals for them. Recognizing that my submissiveness was untenable, I adopted your method of standing my ground and confronted them, even informing our instructor, after which their behavior ceased. Chen Teng was taken aback that such incidents had transpired in Li Xingru's life. I must correct you, that was not merely arguing, but rather a reasoned defense. Yes, a reasoned defense. Li Xingru's small head bobbed in agreement. No wonder she had exuded such confidence earlier. Confidence? Indeed, when I clinked glasses with Professor Ning just now. That was not confidence. I was merely afraid of reprimand and dared not show any emotion. Afraid of reprimand? Chen Teng recalled Li Xingru's expressionless demeanor. She appeared aloof, radiating an air of authority, akin to a regal queen. Indeed, Professor Ning has always been rather stern and somewhat intimidating. And what about me? I hold you in great admiration. Then why did you approach me despite fearing reprimand? I couldn't bear to see you both continue in that manner. Li Xingru replied softly. In Chen Teng's presence, she seemed to revert to a state of insecurity. Unable to suppress his laughter, Chen Teng remarked, however, should you find yourself bullied again, feel free to seek my assistance. I cannot trouble you. Besides, I believe if I rely on others whenever I face difficulties, I shall never achieve true independence. Moreover, there will be no next time. I will not allow anyone to bully me again. Well said. Chen Teng recognized that Li Xingru possessed a unique strength. The current Li Xingru was brave, intelligent, and an entirely transformed individual. It would be a tremendous loss for such a person to remain obscure. Chen Teng felt fortunate to have guided Li Xingru, altering the course of her life. Yet, he acknowledged that seeking help in situations beyond one's capability is a wise choice, much like in research, where assistance from mentors, colleagues, or literature is entirely normal. Understood. Li Xingru quickly nodded. If I encounter an insurmountable challenge, I shall definitely seek your help. It need not always be me. I am not capable of solving every problem. Chen Teng chuckled. No, you are omnipotent, Li Xingru asserted earnestly, gazing directly into Chen Teng's eyes. Chen Teng was taken aback, his smile frozen in place, unable to respond. Li Xingru reiterated earnestly, in my heart, you are omnipotent. Faced with such a sincere declaration from Li Xingru, Chen Teng found himself at a loss for words. He could sense the significance he held in the eyes of this girl before him. As Li Xingru's seriousness enveloped the moment, Chen Teng too adopted a more solemn demeanor. Very well, should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, seek me out, and I shall assist you without fail. Agreed. Li Xingru rose and approached Chen Teng, intertwining her pinky finger with his. Her rosy cheeks and warm fingers conveyed her palpable nervousness. Pinky swear, 100 years bound, we must not waver. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it resonated with unwavering conviction and determination. Chapter 164. Goal. Global number 1 at this moment. Chen Teng found himself at a loss to articulate the emotions swirling within him. He could sense the profound admiration and trust emanating from the girl before him. Beyond this admiration and trust, there existed an additional, peculiar sentiment, an affection that transcended mere fondness for pets, manifesting as the tender feelings shared between lovers. Yet, Chen Teng remained uncertain about the true nature of his feelings. Was it love? It seemed too ambiguous to label as such. Was it dislike? Certainly not. It bore no resemblance to disdain. In regard to Li Xingru, a girl whose delicate exterior concealed a resolute spirit, Chen Teng felt a sense of compassion. However, whether this compassion harbored deeper emotions was a mystery to him. Well, this shall be our pact, Chen Teng said with a smile, ensuring that his momentary bewilderment did not disrupt the atmosphere around them. Li Xingru nodded vigorously, returning to her seat with a silly yet utterly sincere grin. By the way, regarding the money I owe you, I believe I should be able to repay it soon. Chen Teng nodded in acknowledgement. If the technology was indeed as Jiang Yifeng had described, then repaying the debt would be a swift affair. In that moment, Chen Teng felt the inexplicable magic of fate. Had he not bolstered Li Xingru's resolve, she might never have embarked upon a career in research. Without her choosing this path, she would not be in a position to assist Tingdao with its mobile business. Fate, at times, is truly wondrous. Just then, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Chen Teng recognized that the three individuals who had just stepped out were returning. Once Professor Ning and his companions re-entered, the conversation at the table shifted dramatically from its previous focus. They delved into discussions about history, current events, and football, exploring a myriad of topics. After half an hour of lively discourse, they had nearly finished the meal, marking the conclusion of their delightful gathering. Professor Ning, Li Xingru, and Zhang Yi returned to Qiming University, while Chen Teng and Jiang Yifeng returned to the company. The specifics of the contract signing and its details would transpire the following day. After the contract was signed, Professor Ning's research team officially became a part of Tengda. Through Professor Ning's influence, Tengda also established collaborations with Qiming University. The laboratory at Tengda Technology successfully unveiled results in the preparation of novel silicon materials. The next step involved integrating this new silicon material into batteries, alongside ongoing experimentation and refinement. As Professor Ning had mentioned at the dinner table, he would assist Qinting in connecting with researchers in the field of materials science. Although Tengda could still extend invitations to these researchers without Professor Ning, the process would not be nearly as swift. Trust was a paramount issue. Qinteng could not guarantee that they would immediately believe Tengda was evolving into a technology-centric enterprise, especially given that the current state of Tengda bore little relation to technological prowess. The only relevant future engine bears no relation to the fields of these researchers. Secondly, there is the issue of capability. Qinteng finds it difficult to discern which individuals among them are mere pretenders and which possess genuine talent. After all, Qinteng's own academic standing is not particularly high, nor does he know any prominent figures in the academic world. Identifying these individuals will undoubtedly require a considerable investment of time. However, with the assistance of Professor Ning, this expenditure of time will be significantly reduced. As a plethora of talent flooded into Tengda, Qinteng resumed his spending spree with a grand flourish. He secured a substantial plot of land on the outskirts of Qiming City to establish a research center. The total investment for the first phase alone exceeded 1 billion. Qiming City welcomed Qinteng's initiative with open arms, providing an unobstructed path forward. No one anticipated the magnitude of Qinteng's undertaking. The local media in Qiming City swiftly reported on this development. Furthermore, the collaboration between Qinteng and Professor Ning's team also made headlines. These two actions attracted a plethora of capital eager to invest. However, Qinteng paid them no heed. Tengda is not in want of funds. With several lucrative cash cows at its disposal, Tengda is indeed quite wealthy. The monthly revenue generated from various new skins, outfits, and levels in the game is counted in the hundreds of millions. Qinteng, however, felt compelled to respond to some messages on Weibo. Since joining the platform, he had maintained a steady rhythm of posting every 3 to 5 days and occasionally replying to inquiries from netizens. This engagement has significantly boosted his popularity on Weibo. Recently, netizens began to express curiosity in the comments section about one particular question: is Tengda truly venturing into mobile phone manufacturing? Given that Tengda has become a well-known gaming company in the country, it is hardly surprising that their movements have attracted attention. Upon noticing a comment that had risen to the top of the section, Qinteng provided a response: goal, global leader. This answer undoubtedly affirmed the notion of Tengda entering the mobile phone market. However, it was not long before this statement drew some ridicule. Global leader? Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Are they mistaking themselves for a shooting star? It seems the youth cannot restrain their tongues, lacking humility and overreaching. They should be cautious not to overextend themselves. The last venture into game engines and AAA titles was already quite ambitious, but at least Tengda had some connection to that. Now, there seems to be no relation whatsoever. Manufacturing phones is no simple feat. I advise Mr. Chun to delete this comment. Qinteng glanced at the comments section and noted that skepticism pervaded the sentiments expressed. He found their doubts understandable. As they pointed out, how could a company like Tengda, which seemingly lacks a solid foundation, achieve success in the mobile phone industry so smoothly? Were he in their shoes, he might very well share the same skepticism. Yet, this is precisely the reaction Qinteng sought to provoke. Controversy, after all, generates emotional capital, observing the continuous rise in emotional value. Qinteng felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Beyond the considerations of emotional value, he was also motivated by the prospect of brand recognition. Gaining fame early on is not necessarily a disadvantage. Moreover, Qinteng has always capitalized on traffic in more than one wave. Once the fervor of this wave of traffic began to wane slightly, he retweeted a post from Qiming News. The content of this tweet announced the establishment of his research center. His accompanying text was strikingly simple. Initially, an investment of 1 billion, with expectations exceeding 10 billion this year. This succinct statement instantly ignited a fervor among netizens. Chapter 165. The competition begins. The game creator contest, is it for real? I can't believe it. It turns out Shintung's fortune exceeds 10 billion. It appears he is genuinely committed, investing in land for a research center. This seems rather ambitious, doesn't it? If this doesn't pan out, that 10 billion will be for naught. The figure of 100 billion is astonishing, regardless of the era or the individual. Many have come to realize that Shintung is not merely boasting. He is earnestly pursuing this endeavor. Consequently, a growing number of people have developed a favorable view of him. However, there remains a faction of skeptics. Some even contend that the 100 billion is merely a figment of Chun Tang's imagination. After all, Tingda is not a publicly traded company. In the end, who truly knows how much has been invested in this domain? As the online discourse escalated, clashes between supporters and detractors ensued, leading to a surge in the emotional value Shintung had amassed. This newfound attention elevated his emotional value to 713,568, a figure that brought him considerable satisfaction. Soon, he would experience the thrill of high-level lottery draws. One wonders if such draws include tokens of appreciation like thank you for your patronage. In the ensuing days, Shintung continued to engage with netizens at his usual pace. As March unfolded, Tengda Supermarket inaugurated its second branch, with the location handpicked by Sun Dafu. The training of employees was conducted by staff from the first store. On opening day, the new branch saw an overwhelming influx of customers. Fortunately, Sun Dafu had anticipated this and offered every patron a complimentary cup of milk tea as an apology. This gesture greatly pleased Shintung. Discussion surrounding Shintung's scarf evolved into requests for Tengda Supermarket to establish a presence in their area. Naturally, Shintung responded affirmatively, expressing his desire to see such supermarkets flourish nationwide, allowing consumers to shop with confidence, free from concerns about quality or expiration. In March, Tengda also undertook two significant initiatives. The first was the official launch of its group purchasing service, which encompasses a wide array of offerings. This includes partnerships with cinemas and concerts, as well as deals related to travel and dining. Shintung has been cautious with his financial commitments in this area, following a substantial investment in the research center. Tengda's available funds are no longer as plentiful as before. Upon learning that the new silicon material had been successfully developed, Shintung found resolution to his earlier dilemma. Should he allocate the bulk of his funds to the group purchasing market or the smartphone industry? Undoubtedly, he opted for the latter. Once the other ventures yield profits, he would then unleash a formidable presence in the group purchasing arena. For now, his investment was merely a preliminary step toward familiarization. The second significant initiative was the inaugural game creator contest hosted by Tengda. In March, the competition officially commenced. Several game demos developed using the Future 4 engine have already emerged in the Tenda Game Mall. Shintung believes that the official rules of this gaming competition are quite straightforward. Firstly, the competition spans 2.5 years. Within this time frame, aside from a few top-tier titles, virtually any genre of game can be created. Each month during these 2.5 years, all games will be ranked based on two criteria. The first criterion is sales performance. In the realm of commercial gaming, success is paramount. The willingness of players to purchase a game serves as the highest form of validation. However, to prevent certain games from exploiting players' vulnerabilities for in-game purchases, only the initial payment for the game will be considered when calculating sales performance. This means only the cost of purchasing the game itself is taken into account. Otherwise, games that merely incentivize spending to become stronger could unjustly claim the top position, which contradicts Shintung's original intent, as he does not regard such practices as genuine gaming. In the case of free games with in-game purchases, only the amount of the initial transaction will be counted. The second criterion is game ratings. Often, game developers pay little heed to ratings, as they do not contribute to profitability. For instance, there exists a game that consistently holds the top position for negative reviews on a certain platform, yet continues to thrive. Only games that excel in both criteria will secure a prominent ranking in this competition organized by Shintung. He hopes to identify games that are not only lucrative but also possess a commendable reputation. At the very least, these games should strike a balance between commercial viability and gameplay quality. Following the rankings, monetary rewards will be distributed to game developers based on their standings. Indeed, it is a straightforward and direct approach to financial incentives. The rankings include an overall leaderboard as well as category-specific lists. After 2.5 years, A final ranking based on total sales and ratings will be conducted. Based on this ranking, Nintendo will issue further financial rewards and amend contracts to reduce the revenue share taken from the games. Naturally, Shintung is aware that with any competition, there will be those who resort to cheating. Instances of inflating sales figures and garnering fake reviews are inevitable. Therefore, in the concluding remarks of the rules, Shintung issued a warning. Any acts of manipulating sales or reviews will result in disqualification from the competition and a permanent revocation of the right to use the Future 4 engine and to be listed in the Tenda Game Mall. All rights to interpretation rest with Tenda Games. Shintung understands that such warnings may not suffice, and he sincerely hopes that such occurrences will be avoided. He does not wish to resort to extreme measures. After the rules were published on the homepage of the Tenda Game Mall, the rankings were officially unveiled. Once the rankings stabilized somewhat, Shintung decided to explore the game currently occupying the top position on the overall leaderboard. It is an RPG reminiscent of the Legend of the Condor Heroes, although it does not rely on any established intellectual property and instead creates an original fantasy universe. After playing for a while, Shintung found it to be quite enjoyable. The storyline, though somewhat cliché, flows seamlessly. 5 centuries have passed since the cataclysmic war between gods and demons, and in a quaint village, the discerning will understand. The combat system is turn-based, exhibiting a degree of complexity, with an array of skills and a strategic depth. The artistry and user interface design are commendable. However, the singular drawback lies in its current status as merely a modest demo. With the conclusion of the first chapter, the gameplay abruptly halts. To continue the adventure, one must emulate the legendary sword god of Shirley Slope, grinding through monsters in the novice village. Upon finishing, Shintung bestowed a 3-star rating and shared his impressions of the experience. Soon after, he began to seek his next gaming venture. Meanwhile, the rankings in the gaming marketplace underwent another transformation. Shintung clicked on the game currently occupying the top position, a modestly budgeted puzzle game reminiscent of the classic sliding block puzzle. After engaging with it for a while, he explored several other titles. As he sampled various games that ranked favorably on the platform, Shintung discovered that amid the vast domestic populace, many games boasted commendable quality. Some gameplay mechanics were indeed quite captivating. Perhaps they merely lacked the visibility and sustained support to flourish, which has contributed to the distortion of the domestic gaming market. Fortunately, he found himself with an opportunity to rectify all of this. Chapter 166, Inspiration after a day spent indulging in games within the confines of the office. Shintung could not resist the urge to stretch. A day of diligent work had indeed left him quite fatigued. He took a moment to focus on the games he found rather enjoyable, intending to observe the subsequent updates from their developers. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction regarding the brevity of their gameplay. For instance, a proper puzzle game ought to encompass at least 20 to 30 levels. This scope would still be considered modest. Yet, the majority of contemporary puzzle games do not exceed 10 levels, rendering the gameplay too short. Most games can be fully experienced in under half an hour. There was even a racing game that offered a mere 5 minutes of content, featuring only a single car model and one track. Were it not for the game's exquisite modeling and a map that exhibited quality craftsmanship, Shintung would have seriously contemplated utilizing his privileges to block the game entirely. Shintung then perused the comment sections of several top-ranking games. Discovering that some developers had begun to engage with players, gamers earnestly presented suggestions for game improvements, while developers responded thoughtfully, providing reasons for any suggestions they deemed unacceptable. This level of interaction was quite commendable. Shintung found himself lost in contemplation as he observed this exchange. In truth, many forums and communities, when sparsely populated, foster an exceptionally pleasant atmosphere. The early days of Jihu serve as a quintessential example, brimming with experts from various fields who provided well-reasoned responses. Even when disputes arose during discussions, they were amicably resolved. However, over time, the dynamic shifted dramatically. With the expansion of the community, an influx of individuals led to a surge of low-quality content. It is essential to recognize that the production of high-quality content is a slow process, requiring extensive contemplation and a substantial reservoir of knowledge. Conversely, low-quality responses can be generated with little effort, as individuals can easily spout off a multitude of superficial remarks. As the community became inundated with low-quality content, users who initially sought high-quality material regrettably departed. Consequently, the availability of quality contributions dwindled, leaving behind a populace comprised solely of low-quality content creators and consumers. Shin Tong was determined to prevent the gaming community of his marketplace from falling into a similar fate. He was thoroughly pleased with the current mode of peaceful dialogue between gamers and developers. Thus, Chinton contemplated and decided to message the diligent Linya. Money from all directions for players who contribute exceptional comments in the game review section. We shall issue discount vouchers based on the number of likes received. Categorized into 3 tiers corresponding to a 10%, 20%, and 30% discount on the respective games. We will bear the costs. Please provide me with a detailed proposal at your earliest convenience. Chinting hoped that these players would continue to offer valuable suggestions for the games they cherished. Especially for those nascent game developers, Linya swiftly responded with a received emoji. Meanwhile, Chintung continued to peruse the game forum, offering his thoughts and suggestions. Concurrently, the game recommendations section of the Tingda game forum began to buzz with activity. They were astonished to discover such a plethora of games in the game store, many of which boasted remarkable creative concepts. After all, some games were indeed impressive even to Chintung, a player who had encountered countless AAA titles in later years. How much more so for players in 2012 who had not experienced as many games. They eagerly recommended their favorite games in this section, hoping that their beloved titles would capture the attention of others. On the other side, within a bustling office building, 3 individuals huddled around a single monitor. One person incessantly scrolled the mouse wheel, while another cheerfully read aloud the text displayed on the screen. The game is incredibly fun, the impact feels fantastic. The special effects are dazzling, and the sensation of executing combos is delightful. The combo animations for the Great Sword model feel somewhat rigid compared to other weapons. I hope for an optimization. I will definitely purchase the game once it's finished. For some reason, the ultimate move with the stick causes severe frame drops. I suspect it might be a bug. Attention is needed for weapon balance. It seems the spear in this demo is a bit overpowered. I hope the variety of monsters can be expanded. Currently, the selection is quite limited. A great game, albeit a bit short. One by one. Game reviews appeared in their comments section, ranging from positive to negative, all reflecting the genuine experiences of players. This feedback was an essential source of support and encouragement for them. Huang Xing's eyes glistened with emotion. He had not anticipated that the game his team had created would receive such widespread recognition and support. We have succeeded. We have succeeded. The player base we have now surpasses all previous numbers combined. Huang Xing exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, his hands animatedly gesturing. He struggled to articulate his feelings. It was simply exhilarating, profoundly exhilarating. During the Spring Festival, on New Year's Eve, Huang Xing had contemplated giving up. Fortunately, the announcement of the game developer competition reignited his hope to persevere. It was evident that their persistence was not in vain. Their efforts had finally been acknowledged. Huang Xing's companions were equally exhilarated. For them, who had been mired in failure, the affirmation from players was the best stimulant. Ranking 2nd in category and 9th overall. If this trend continued, they would receive rewards from Tongda next month. They never expected to earn income even before the game was officially sold. This is all thanks to Tingda. Without them, our game would surely be struggling, Huang Xing asserted with conviction. The remaining 2 individuals nodded in agreement. Shall we exert ourselves a bit more and strive to rectify the bugs reported by the players within a week? And subsequently immerse ourselves in the development of the 3rd chapter? Huang Xing felt an overwhelming surge of determination coursing through him. He yearned to engage in an epic battle with the game for countless rounds. Let us do it. Even if it means sacrificing sleep and resting only 4 hours a night, we must accomplish these tasks. With a resounding affirmation, the 3 of them promptly positioned themselves before their computers. Their roles were distinctly defined, allowing them to seamlessly delve into a harmonious collaboration without the need for excessive dialogue. Chapter 167, Tingda Do Diju. Encountering Lei by to Chun Tung's surprise, on the 2nd day after the competition commenced, the first game to surpass a revenue of 100,000 emerged. This game, a familiar variant of Do Diju, employed a well-established gameplay style. Its monetization mechanism revolved around in-game currency akin to Happy Beans. But in this instance, it was referred to as silver. After a brief trial, Chinting found the game's user interface to be remarkably pleasing. The experience from entry to conclusion was seamless. Had Chinting not been bound by regulatory constraints and only considered initial funding, this game might have swiftly ascended to the top of the overall rankings based solely on sales. Nevertheless, it still proudly held the title of the leading game in the card game category, ranking 5th overall. The design of this game was indeed ingenious. Setting aside the gameplay experience, the name of the game was particularly clever. It was called Tingda Do Diju. Visually, one could discern a slight difference, however. When the game displayed the 5 characters, the character do was intentionally rendered in a notably smaller font. At first glance, one might mistakenly interpret the title as Tengda do Diju. The game's achievement of 100,000 in revenue inevitably raised suspicions of opportunism. Shinting found it hard to believe that the developers had overlooked this aspect while naming the game and designing the logo. He also did not anticipate encountering the issues of sprite and lay-by so soon. He instructed someone to notify the developers to refrain from capitalizing on the trending name. As soon as contact was made, they promptly uploaded a new game package. The only difference lay in the font size of the characters in Tengda do Diju upon entering the game. Upon re-entering, Shinting noticed that the character da had been enlarged significantly. At least at first glance, it would no longer be mistaken for Tengda do Diju. Given the developer's swift response, Shinting chose not to pursue the matter further. It must be said that this gaming company exhibited remarkable acumen. By leveraging the initial popularity of Tengda, they successfully attracted a cohort of players who engaged with the game and made in-game purchases. The influx of revenue from this group quickly propelled Tengda do Diju onto the leaderboard. For a gaming company lacking promotional foundations, this leaderboard provided a premium advertising platform and exposure channel. With this initial visibility secured, Tengda do Diju successfully navigated the challenging phase of obscurity, evolving into a profitable product. Shinting, not one to remain idle, promptly disseminated the news of Tengda do Diju achieving over 100,000 in revenue after its launch on the Tengda Game Mall. The announcement resonated throughout the domestic gaming industry, akin to a stone cast into still waters, generating ripples of excitement. Everyone was aware that Tengda had embarked on a significant venture, introducing the Tengda Game Mall and the game developer competition. It is well known that as long as Tengda perseveres, it is destined to achieve profitability. However, no one anticipated that there would be gaming companies capable of generating revenue on this platform at such an early stage. The subsequent days' revenue exceeded 100,000, and monthly earnings in the millions became a mere formality. This attests to the robust willingness of players within the Tengda Gaming Mall to spend. This phenomenon was quite novel in the gaming industry of 2012. Consequently, several small to medium-sized gaming companies that had not previously collaborated with Tengda sought partnership once again. It is noteworthy that those who had opted to work with the Tengda Gaming Mall were primarily small teams and minor gaming firms. Now, some medium-sized gaming companies have also joined the ranks of the Tengda Gaming Mall. Although they are temporarily unable to participate in the game developer competition due to engine limitations, their games have nonetheless captured the attention of players within the Tengda Gaming Mall. Where there is attention, there are players. Where there are players, there is profit. This is particularly true for companies that develop single-player games. Initially fearing extinction, these developers found new life upon launching on the Tengda Gaming Mall, akin to fish returning to water. Even those gaming companies already generating profit have expressed willingness to collaborate with Tengda upon witnessing its genuine revenue potential. After all, no one would object to an additional source of income. In the following days, numerous games set new daily revenue records. Domestic gaming companies could no longer remain passive. They realized that although selling games on the Tengda Gaming Mall necessitated sharing profits with Tengda, the overall revenue would increase. This channel proved to be remarkably effective. Is it truly that simple? The professionals within the domestic gaming industry found it somewhat unbelievable. Is it really so easy to establish a universally recognized gaming platform? Even the globally popular Steam platform has struggled for recognition domestically. Yet, the Tengda Gaming Mall has garnered the collective endorsement of countless gamers and developers. This success is not merely coincidental, nor has it come effortlessly. The Tengda Gaming Mall has experienced 2 significant periods of growth. The first occurred with the launch of the Future 4 engine. At that time, small gaming companies and individual developers recognized the engine's capabilities and eagerly sought collaboration with Tengda. However, these developers did not initially unleash any substantial power, nor did they contribute significantly to the game offerings on Tengda. Only a few of Tenda's exceptional mobile games were fervently attracting new users and nurturing players' spending habits. While the Tengda Gaming Mall appeared stagnant, it was, in reality, accumulating strength. This led to the second surge. With the official commencement of the game developer competition, these gaming companies began to upload their prepared games to the platform. Players' spending habits were cultivated by several of Tenda's games, while they also grew weary of the games available on their original platforms. At this moment, these legitimate players have unleashed a formidable capacity for expenditure, revealing to the gaming industry the existence of a substantial number of paying players. Consequently, This led to a remarkable success. It was at this juncture that several prominent gaming companies in the country could no longer remain passive. Although they were already generating significant profits independently of Chintang, they were still inclined to leverage his influence for even greater gains. One such company forged a partnership with Tingda Game Mall, announcing the gradual launch of its offerings on the platform. The platform attracts players to the games, while the games, in turn, draw users to the platform. This collaboration epitomizes a true win-win scenario. However, just as everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, a plane from Shenzhen was en route to Qiming City. Upon landing, a vehicle made its way to the headquarters of Tingda Games. In Chinteng's office, a distinguished guest arrived. "Hello, Mr. Chun. I am Lu Huaping from KK Investment." Chapter 168, The Ultimatum? It is an honor to finally meet you. This time, Chun Teng is indeed familiar with the esteemed name of his counterpart. If memory serves correctly, this individual has been turned down by Chun Teng at least 4 or 5 times, having made his fortune in instant messaging software. The president of KK Investments is notably swift in the realm of investment. From the moment Chun Teng launched Plants vs. Zombies, the president of KK Investments took heed of Tengda. However, he initially refrained from appearing personally, opting instead to send subordinates to convey his investment intentions. As Tengda's achievements soared, the president of KK Investments eventually expressed a desire to invest in person. They assured Chun Teng that, should they invest, they would refrain from interfering in his operations. Their demeanor was exceedingly sincere, yet Chun Teng still declined. Indeed, KK possesses an admirable reputation in the investment sector, being renowned angel investors who merely collect profits without meddling. Nevertheless, Chun Teng did not aspire to become a subordinate of KK. He aimed to be their superior. Thus, he turned down Lu Huaping several times. After repeated refusals, he had developed a profound impression of the name. However, this time, as the individual personally flew over, it was necessary to extend the courtesy. After a handshake, Lu Huaping respectfully stated, "Hello, Mr. Chun. I come on behalf of KK Investments to express our desire to invest in your Tengda gaming platform. I apologize, Mr. Lu, but I am one who prefers to be direct. Thus, I can sincerely inform you that Tengda declines all investments. Would you not at least consider the terms?" No. Chun Teng waved his hand with a smile. After all, he had no intention of accepting any investment. What significance would there be in hearing the conditions? "I understand, Mr. Lu, that you come with a mission and sincerity. It would not reflect well on you if you failed to fulfill your assignment. Therefore, why not extend your stay for a few days? You could say that we have deliberated for a considerable time, and I was almost persuaded to agree." Lu Huaping, "You are quite agreeable." Unfortunately, his mission was not merely to attempt to secure an investment in the Tengda gaming platform. It was to successfully obtain that investment. The absence of the word try indicated the high stakes of this task. Failing to achieve it would mean facing pressure from superiors. He wore a wry smile, uncertain of how to respond. After all, with Chun Teng's explicit refusal, the intent was abundantly clear. "Mr. Chen, might you reconsider? You are aware of KK's promotional strength. Excessive promotional power may inadvertently incite a backlash from users." Chun Teng interrupted with a smile. Suddenly, Lu Huaping recalled a conversation with a colleague who had shared insights on courting women. Taking her to a 5-star hotel, he would feign ignorance of frugality. Taking her to a dive, she would complain about the filth. Regardless of how charming the jokes or amusing the anecdotes, her expression remained unyielding. Only later did he realize that the woman simply did not harbor feelings for him. If she were interested, whether at a 5-star establishment or a humble eatery, she would appreciate it all the same. Even the most mundane and uninspiring aspects of daily life can captivate her attention. Lu Huaping has now experienced this sensation firsthand. He concluded that even if he were to voice his thoughts, Chun Teng would remain steadfast in his refusal. "Mr. Chun, may I inquire about the reason behind your rejection? It seems you have never entertained the idea of accepting investment from the outset." Lu Huaping felt a twinge of discontent. After all, KK's investment could undeniably accelerate Tigda's growth. Why did Chun Teng categorically oppose it? "Oh, it's because I intend to overthrow KK. If I were to accept their investment, it would be inappropriate to later engage in competition against them." Ha. "Mr. Chin, you possess a remarkable sense of humor." Lu Huaping realized he had posed an exceedingly foolish question. This was KK, after all. The illustrious KK, one of the triumvirate titans of the internet, wielding immense influence akin to that of Baidu and Taodao. Overthrowing KK? What was the difference from mere fantasy? Chun Teng smiled but offered no response. Indeed, the notion of toppling an internet behemoth like KK seemed utterly implausible. Even Chun Tung himself found it somewhat absurd, given KK's overwhelming clout. While Tungda was certainly a significant internet company in its own right, it paled in comparison to KK. Let us enjoy some tea. If you don't mind, Mr. Liu. You may accompany me for a discussion on other topics. Liu Huaping declined with a wry smile. Given the failure of this mission, it would be prudent to return to the company and report the circumstances. This setting was ill-suited for idle chatter. Thus, Liu Huaping took his leave. After Liu Huaping departed, Chen Ting closed his eyes in contemplation. This visit was likely a final ultimatum. If memory served him correctly, around 2012, KK had launched a gaming platform that could launch all its games, later mockingly referred to as the predecessor of the cloud launcher. Chen Tung was confident that within KK, astute minds had recognized the potential of such a platform. It would be unreasonable to assume that a company like KK, which only hires graduates from prestigious universities, had failed to notice it. In July 2012, KK acquired eBao, becoming its largest shareholder, serving as a testament to this. However, the subsequent events are well known. Regardless of whether it was KK's own ventures or its acquisitions, they ultimately could not outpace the Steam platform. Chen Ting surmised that while some had perceived the potential of the gaming platform in 2012, the lack of influence resulted in its low prioritization. After all, with a corporation as vast as KK, resources, both financial and human, are limited. Decisions regarding which projects to develop and prioritize hinge on the influence of the project leaders within the company. From a historical perspective, KK's choice to prioritize WeChat over other projects was, in hindsight, remarkably astute. Yet now, the timeline appeared to have shifted. The success of the Tinda gaming platform attests to the viability of gaming platforms. Given that this feasibility has been established with assistance, would KK abandon the project? Chen Tung deemed this improbable. It is important to note that in the gaming industry, KK excels at taking a market-validated game, drawing inspiration from it, and reintroducing it for competition. Some have succeeded, while others have not. The exact ratio remains unclear to Chen Tung. What he is aware of is that the gaming division of KK has profited immensely from this approach. Now, could it be that KK would not apply this strategy here? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ting opened his eyes and dialed Linya. Boss. Yes, how's the product I asked you to work on progressing? The framework is mostly established. It will likely take another 2 months to stabilize for launch. 2 months seems quite lengthy. Please expedite the process and allocate additional personnel. Understood. Has the Tinda Pass been completed? It has successfully passed the final launch test. Good to hear. After confirming the status of several products within the company, Chen Tung felt reassured. Regardless, it is prudent to prepare as early as possible. Chapter 169, The War of Commerce has begun? As Chen Tung had anticipated, approximately 2 weeks later, a platform named KK Gaming appeared in the market. Undoubtedly, this signified that KK had officially entered the competitive arena of gaming commerce against Tingda. Due to his foresight, Chen Tung was not only unsurprised upon receiving this news, but also felt a surge of excitement. He was finally poised to confront this internet behemoth. Although the situation deviated somewhat from his initial expectations, the prospect of engaging in a digital duel with KK exhilarated him. The thought of triumphing over KK was thrilling. Consequently, Chen Ting swiftly downloaded the KK gaming platform to familiarize himself with its offerings. The platform was relatively compact, allowing him to complete the download in no time. From an artistic design perspective, the platform bore a striking resemblance to KK's own KK Game Hall, while also reflecting certain elements of Tungda's game marketplace. However, determining whether such design choices constituted plagiarism was inherently complex. Legal proceedings would be time-consuming, and enforcing punitive measures through the law proved to be a formidable challenge. Therefore, he simply opened Tungda's game marketplace, captured screenshots of the similarities between the two platforms, and shared them on Weibo, accompanied by a subtle sigh. What could not be addressed through legal channels would be entrusted to public discourse. Although the legal system would find it exceedingly difficult to adjudicate the degree of similarity. For the numerous netizens who harbored disdain for KK, this could serve as compelling evidence of its plagiarism. At this juncture, the persona Chen Tung had previously cultivated proved invaluable. It was well known that netizens held a markedly different perception of Tungda compared to KK. The latter was widely recognized as a purveyor of imitation. Criticism directed at KK could be heard from Huagwa to the nation of Bye Bye. This disdain stemmed not only from KK's penchant for copying, but also from the unappealing manner in which many of its games were presented. Players typically found themselves simultaneously playing and disparaging KK's offerings. In contrast, Tengda enjoyed a resounding reputation online, a testament to the positive public relations strategy that Chun Teng had established for the company. For instance, Tengda's generous salaries and benefits garnered admiration from many workers. Any laborer would likely harbor a favorable impression of Tengda. Additionally, the affordability of Tengda's games, coupled with its dual pricing standards domestically and internationally, allowed players to experience nearly all content without spending money, save for cosmetic enhancements. These factors collectively position Tengda as the most conscientious gaming company in the eyes of countless players. On one side was the notoriously plagiaristic KK, and on the other, the principled company Tengda, with the former having appropriated from the latter. The direction of public sentiment was evident without Qinteng needing to elaborate. After posting on Weibo, he continued to explore the KK gaming platform. He discovered that this platform possessed the capability to launch all of KK's games: Qiaoyu Wuxian, KK Racing, KK Hall, KK Dance, Warriors and Dungeons, League of Heroes. Notably, the trio of Qiaoyu Wuxian, Warriors and Dungeons, and League of Heroes stood as the triumvirate of the gaming industry in the internet era, reigning supreme in global revenue. Even after more than a decade, it continues to exhibit remarkable vitality and profitability. Beyond these large-scale games, KK also offers a plethora of smaller games available for launch on its platform. Games such as 5 in a Row, Go, Do Di Zhu, Tractor, Mahjong, and Zuma can all be found within the KK gaming ecosystem. Additionally, games developed by independent creators have also been made available for purchase on the KK platform. However, after a cursory examination, Qinteng felt reassured yet disappointed. The selection of games on the KK platform remains insufficient. This latest release appeared to be a hurried endeavor, and those major online games do not mandate the use of the KK platform for launch. Qinteng speculated that KK intended to replicate his approach, mirroring the actions of the Tengda Game Mall. Their strategy seemed to hinge on a one-to-one imitation. Yet, the success of the Tengda Game Mall is not something that can be easily matched. The essence of a gaming platform lies in its offerings, without high-quality games. Who would choose to engage with such a platform? To Qinteng's surprise, KK displayed considerable audacity. On the very first day of the platform's launch, they announced a competition akin to the Tengda Game Developer Contest, mirroring its rules almost verbatim. The sole enhancement over Tengda's competition was the absence of a requirement to use a specific game engine, as KK had yet to develop its own. Following the announcement of this game developer contest, even the most oblivious netizens recognized that Tengda was now in direct competition with KK. The situation worsened for KK after Qinteng's subsequent Weibo post, which incited a wave of negative sentiment against them. How disgusting. They resorted to plagiarism once more. A leopard cannot change its spots. They now set their sights on Tengda. We must resolutely boycott the KK platform. Absolutely no games from this inferior platform. Qinteng was quite pleased with the prevailing public sentiment. It would not be easy for KK to alter this narrative, especially considering that such sentiment was rooted in over a decade of KK's history. Had Tengda been facing a company with a stellar reputation, the backlash against plagiarism would not have been nearly as severe. Qinteng was curious to see what measures KK would adopt in response. He did not have to wait long for KK's counteractions. Just days later, several game development companies and independent developers associated with Tengda began removing their games from the Tengda Game Mall. They announced in their corresponding KK groups that their games would soon be available on the KK platform. Upon receiving this news, Qinteng immediately relayed directives to his subordinates, instructing the engine department to lock IPs and devices, prohibiting the use of the Future 4 engine. Should any piracy occur thereafter, legal action would be pursued without hesitation. Notify the gaming marketplace that, effective immediately, we shall intensify the scrutiny of gaming qualifications. Should there arise any games affiliated with these developers or creators in the future, they shall be categorically prohibited from being listed. Both departments must disseminate this announcement on their official social media platforms, accompanied by a comprehensive list of these gaming companies. Qinteng is not one to show leniency. It is a natural inclination for individuals to strive for ascendance, just as water flows downward. However, if these individuals perceive the KK gaming platform as their pinnacle, promising greater rewards, they should henceforth refrain from seeking opportunities within Tengda. Tengda's swift response has undoubtedly stirred a significant commotion within the industry. Chapter 170, Profiting by Luck. Haha. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. This is what we ought to do, mutual benefit. Indeed. Haha. The boss, who had won the cigar, chuckled as he ended the call, humming a cheerful tune. Clouds of smoke escaped his lips, filling half the room. After a moment's reflection, he dialed another number. Hello, old Wong. What have you been busy with lately? Oh, making movies? That endeavor lacks excitement. Trust me, delve into the gaming industry instead. But I know nothing about games. Yet, there are countless impoverished souls in this world who may lack funds, but possess an understanding of games. Recently, I launched 2 games on the Tengda Game Mall, and their combined revenue amounts to a staggering 30 to 40,000 a day, 100,000 a month. Not quite that much. You see, Tengda takes a hefty 30% cut. What a price. They demand 30% without lifting a finger, not to mention the programmer's salaries and office rent. After a month, these 2 games will barely yield 2 to 300,000. However, in time, our game revenue is bound to rise further. Do you know KK? They're Mr. Zhou personally called to invite our games onto their platform. They even mentioned only taking a 5% cut and are willing to invest in promoting our games. What can I say? The games we produce are truly remarkable. Haha. Just think, if we can earn 2 to 300,000 a month from Tengda, KK must be far superior. Earning $1 million a month shouldn't be too daunting, right? I reckon that Chen fellow is merely lucky. Who knows when KK might put him out of business? And they want 30%? Truly, greed knows no bounds. Have you ever heard that saying? Those without facial hair are unreliable in action. At just 19, I have far more faith in KK. You should hurry and join me. Stop fiddling with that nonsense called movies. Oh, wait a moment. Someone is knocking at my door. I'll talk to you later. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, he hung up, calling out irritably for the visitor to enter. His name was Ping Lin, just as he had claimed. He knew little about games, but had managed to earn a modest sum from 2 titles, which filled him with pride in his perspicacity. The office door swung open, revealing a young man with a precarious hairline, storming into the office with fury. Boss, why have we terminated our collaboration with Tengda Game Mall? Eh? How did you find out? Peng Lin gazed at the young man in surprise. This was Jia Guang, the technical lead of their company, who was primarily responsible for the gaming segment. Peng Lin paid little heed to Jia Guang's somewhat irritable demeanor. I had intended to discuss it during the meeting this afternoon, but since you're already aware, I might as well confirm it. I do indeed plan to cease our partnership with Tengda in favor of collaborating with KK. Their 30% cut is simply too exorbitant. The mere thought of this decision caused Ping Lin discomfort. He produced a cigar and offered it to Jia Guang. Would you like one? No, thank you. Jia Guang's demeanor remained one of anger, which irked Ping Lin. He had permitted Jia Guang to express his displeasure, considering the substantial profits Jia Guang had generated for him. However, such expressions of discontent could not persist indefinitely. Boss, could we perhaps communicate prior to making such decisions next time? What is there to discuss? Ping Lin mused. You are responsible for the creation, while I handle the sales. What is there to communicate? KK is far superior to Tengda. If KK wishes to collaborate with us, we must certainly agree. Xiao Jiao, what is your issue? It's not like that. I see. You believe that Chun Tang possesses some capability, don't you? Ping Lin retorted. Let me tell you, he is merely fortunate. He is young and inexperienced, and it is easy for him to falter. Who knows? Tengda might collapse in a few months. Money earned through luck will eventually be lost. With a dismissive wave, Ping Lin began to impart his wisdom to Jia Guang, who felt utterly despondent, who claimed KK was exceptional, that they would undoubtedly outshine Tengda on the gaming platform. Well, boss, there is something I must inform you. Go on. Peng Lin responded, his demeanor relaxed. Jia Guang, with an impassive expression, continued, the game engine our company has been utilizing is Future 4, which is owned by Tengda. Peng Lin's eyes widened in realization. Oh, I understand now. You are unwilling because you cannot utilize this engine, correct? No problem. We can simply switch to another engine. How difficult could that be? It's not that simple, boss. If we cannot use Tengda's engine, to recreate our previous games with a different engine would require at least 3 months, and that is accounting for the reuse of artistic resources. What? Peng Lin exclaimed, his eyes widening. 3 months? But even if they deny us access, the games created with that engine still exist. Peng Lin grew anxious. Initially believing that switching engines and platforms would be a straightforward task, he had not anticipated the complexities involved. Indeed, the games still exist, and we can upload them. However, this could lead to legal repercussions, and if any bugs arise, we cannot utilize Future 4 to rectify them. Jia Guang underscored the significance of the Future 4 engine. Peng Lin furrowed his brow. But I recall that for those 2 previous games, it seemed you only took a little over a month, correct? That was due to the remarkable capabilities of the Future 4 engine. In fact, the 3-month estimate I mentioned is the most conservative scenario. How could there be such a discrepancy? If we were to liken it to a house, other game engines would be akin to a shell, while the Future 4 engine represents a fully furnished home. Peng Lin grasped the situation. He realized he might have been outmaneuvered by that Zhou. Yet, in their official KK group for the game, he had already instructed for the announcement to be disseminated. What shall we do now? I am uncertain. I am acutely aware that without Future 4, our game will face significant challenges ahead, and the disparity between the two platforms is insurmountable. Platform, is KK not immensely superior to Tingda? Peng Lin, now flustered, spoke with far less conviction than before. Jia Guang let out a cold chuckle. KK is formidable. Yet in the realm of gaming platforms, its prowess is not as pronounced. It dawned on Peng Lin that he had made a grave error in judgment. It was premature to sever ties with Tingda. He ought to have consulted with Jia Guang first. He should not have presumed that KK's superiority warranted his allegiance. Is there any course of action left for us? Perhaps we should inquire with Tingda about the possibility of reverting our decision. Chapter 171. A swift response. Very well. I shall send someone to inquire. Peng Lin promptly dispatched the individual who had previously liaised with Tingda to re-establish contact. Jia Guang seated himself directly within the office, however. Peng Lin found it impossible to remain still. He paced restlessly, consumed by anxiety. Xiao Jia, do you believe Tingda will acquiesce to our collaboration? I find it highly improbable. Tingda has already issued their announcement. If they were to continue collaborating with us at this juncture, it would be akin to striking their own face, Jia Guang replied, shaking his head. He had fortuitously learned of the removal of the company S2 games from the Tingda game marketplace while engaged in coding with the Control-C and Control-V commands. Initially, he thought someone had awakened from an extended slumber since April 1st of the previous year. It was only when he personally visited the official player discussion group and encountered the customer service announcement that he realized his company was preparing to delist from the Tingda game marketplace and instead launch on the KK platform. This revelation left him utterly dumbfounded. Surely, they ought to have notified individuals like him prior to such a delisting. After all, it was their responsibility to execute this process. Yet, Jia Guang had underestimated the rapidity of these developments. Upon the issuance of the announcement by their company, Tingda had promptly facilitated the delisting with no ambiguity whatsoever. Accompanying this was a notice from the Tingda game marketplace, alongside a pop-up indicating the Future engine was unusable. Thus, he arrived at the office in hopes of uncovering some misunderstanding. To his dismay, there was indeed no misunderstanding at all. It was simply the case that he, as a programmer, was behind on the news. After a brief wait, Peng Lin's phone rang. Following a few exchanges on the other end, Peng Lin's expression shifted dramatically. From his boss's demeanor, Jia Guang could discern the unfolding of unfortunate news. With a heavy sigh, he looked at his boss with profound disappointment. Once Peng Lin ended the call, Jia Guang bowed deeply, saying, I am sorry, boss, but I believe I must depart from this company. Why? I had initially thought you were a boss who respected technology, yet your recent decision has illuminated the naivety of my prior beliefs. Jia Guang was deeply disheartened. He once believed Peng Lin to be distinct from other bosses, one who would honor the game and the craft of technology. Yet, unexpectedly, Peng Lin had made a presumptuous and erroneous decision. I see that our company is now tethered to the KK platform, and I do not believe it can succeed. I am grateful for your guidance during this period. Having uttered these words, Jia Guang did not wait for Peng Lin's response and exited the office with resolute finality. Peng Lin watched as Jia Guang's retreating figure departed, wishing to articulate something, but the decisiveness of Jia Guang's exit left little room for discourse. With the wisdom gleaned from years of experience, Peng Lin recognized that Jia Guang's disappointment ran deep, as he seemingly had no desire to linger even a moment longer. Reluctantly, Peng Lin abandoned his thoughts of dissuasion. After Jia Guang's departure, only Peng Lin remained in the office. He sat in his executive chair, gazing at the ceiling. As a myriad of chaotic thoughts flooded his mind, his mood grew increasingly agitated. At that moment, his phone rang. Could it be that Tingda was once again willing to collaborate? A flicker of hope ignited within Peng Lin. However, upon checking the caller ID, he found it was an old friend who had previously listened to his boasts. He declined to answer, abruptly hanging up. Alas, now, all he could do was hope that Jia Guang's words were erroneous. He wished for the two games in hand to achieve greater success on the KK gaming platform. He also hoped that the esteemed general manager Zhou of KK Games would honor his commitments and provide sufficient promotion for their games. Similar occurrences transpired in other companies as well. The decision-makers, lacking technical knowledge, made erroneous judgments. Some were enlightened after receiving thorough explanations regarding the significance of Future 4 and the Tingda Game Mall. Yet, by the time they wished to retract their decisions, it was already too late. Others remained skeptical, believing that without Tingda, they would surely fail. However, none of this mattered anymore, for they had already tied their fates to the KK gaming platform. Meanwhile, the industry marveled at Tingda's expediency. What astonishing responsiveness! These games were announced for the KK platform in the morning, and by noon, Tingda had issued a statement. Normally, one would expect Tingda to take 2 or 3 days to persuade them to return, only to issue a statement after failure. Yet, Tingda's swiftness was indeed remarkable. Almost as if they were not a conventional company. Did they forego the necessary procedures to release announcements? It seemed Shintung regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. If he did not, it would be foolish. Should this platform succeed, Tingda would reap benefits from any profitable game in the future. The success of the Tingda Game Mall had illuminated the immense potential of gaming platforms for nearly everyone. If anyone in the internet industry failed to recognize this, it could only indicate their disinterest in industry developments. KK had also not anticipated Tingda's rapid response. After Tingda played the card of disallowing the use of the Future 4 engine, the games previously partnered with KK's platform seemed to vanish without a trace. They could neither be found on the Tingda Game Mall nor on the KK gaming platform. Shintung realized that KK could not possibly back down so quickly. Yet, he was intrigued to see what strategies KK would employ next to expand its market share. He truly could not fathom it. After all, for players, high-quality games remained the primary reason for choosing a platform. Notable titles, such as the renowned Battle Royale and the mildly popular Duck Duck Death, had attracted a multitude of users to the Steam platform. Thus, what kind of games would KK present to boost its user base? Shintung pondered carefully. In a game newly released in 2012, if one were to mention a particularly popular title, it would undoubtedly be a rhythm game. It is rumored that the illustrious Pony Brother himself indulges in it, albeit it is a mobile game. Unless KK forcibly mandates that several truly popular games launch exclusively on the KK platform, the likelihood of increasing the user base remains slim. However, should such an action be taken, KK would likely face considerable backlash. Forcing nationally acclaimed games to operate solely on their platform would surely lead to substantial criticism. In hindsight, this would be deemed a rather ill-fated decision, as it neither effectively augmented the platform's user count nor spared them from unwarranted reproach. As Shintung pondered these possibilities, he meticulously recorded the potential decisions KK might undertake on paper, while simultaneously contemplating corresponding strategies. This endeavor was poised to become Tingda's most lucrative venture for the foreseeable future, and Shintung was determined not to let it slip away. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Shintung, discord was brewing within the ranks of KK. Chapter 172, The Finest Revision, an edition for Black Monkey. It is unwise to compel users to launch these games, as such actions would undoubtedly provoke disdain among gamers. However, if we refrain from doing so, our gaming platform will never surpass Tingda in user numbers. It is essential to recognize that once the gaming platform is established, the potential revenue far exceeds that of these few games. While these games are currently generating substantial income, it is entirely feasible for them to remain popular for another 3 to 4 years. The trend of gaming platforms is undeniable. If successful, it could yield effortless profits, providing an exceptionally precise promotional channel for our future self-developed games. Nonetheless, implementing a forced launch via the gaming platform may inadvertently lead to complications for our existing titles. The heads of several projects at KK Company were embroiled in a heated debate within a conference room. In the midst of their discord, Brother Ma sat, uncertain of which direction to take. Should the KK gaming platform come to fruition, it would become an immensely lucrative venture, essentially profiting from all other games. Yet, the risk of failure looms, potentially jeopardizing the success of our current popular titles. Forcing users to launch the platform would surely alienate players. In truth, Brother Ma should not have to personally intervene in this matter. However, the news from Tingda's gaming marketplace was simply too enticing. It prompted him to recognize the potential of the gaming platform. For now, it would be prudent to avoid any coercive measures, preserving our existing assets before pursuing other avenues. Brother Ma found himself somewhat troubled, recalling the fierce competition 2 years ago with the 630 Security Guardian and the subsequent failure against Tao Tao. These experiences made him acutely aware that even commanding the nation's largest instant messaging software does not guarantee success. Presently, all internet enterprises are undergoing a crucial transformation phase. As the helmsman of the KK business empire, Brother Ma felt as though the vast ocean of the internet was shrouded in fog. How are we progressing with those games? Brother Ma inquired. Final testing has been completed. They are ready for release at any moment, came the respectful reply from a project leader at KK Games. Very well. Let us launch them this week. We shall promote them in conjunction with our gaming platform, Brother Ma decided. As the meeting concluded, the KK gaming platform swiftly announced the impending arrival of 7 mysterious games. This news set the domestic internet industry abuzz with the scent of an impending showdown. Shinten was among the first to monitor the KK gaming platform, eager to uncover the surprise KK had in store. According to the official announcement from KK Games, these 7 enigmatic titles would be unveiled over the course of the week. Shintung could only commend KK for their tantalizing approach. With KK's immense traffic influx and financial prowess, advertisements for the gaming platform quickly proliferated throughout the internet, not to mention the pop-ups originating from KK itself. Even on the Tinda Gaming Forum, one can observe posts promoting the KK gaming platform. Shintung could not help but admire this formidable financial power. On the day the mysterious game was officially launched, Shinting, adhering to the principle of knowing oneself and one's adversary, decided to take a look. The first game to go live was titled Defend the Princess. At first glance, the specific genre of the game was not immediately apparent. However, after downloading it and playing for a while, the expression on Shinting's face became quite remarkable. This was merely a reskin version of Plants vs. Zombies. The artistic resources had transformed from the original's charming style to a chibi Western fantasy aesthetic. The maps had been replaced with various battlefields. The pea shooter morphed into an archer. The double pea shooter became a dual archer. The Gatling pea turned into a Gatling archer. Seriously, my friend, does this even make sense? The first 2 transformations are not worth further discussion, but is the name of the third truly appropriate? Gatling? Archer? What exactly is in your hands? A machine gun or a bow? Sunlight was replaced with supplies, sunflowers became farmers, walnuts transformed into shield soldiers, cherry bombs turned into bombs, and potato mines became landmines. As for the zombies, they were directly transformed into creatures of a Western fantasy theme. Regular zombies became orcs, while the barrier and bucket-headed zombies merely sported barriers and buckets atop their orc heads. The Iron Gate zombie was reimagined as a shield-bearing orc, and the co-head zombie morphed into a bomb-throwing orc. In terms of gameplay, there were no alterations whatsoever. It was entirely a reskin Plants vs. Zombies. Shintung candidly remarked that even some reskin versions of Plants vs. Zombies were far superior to this game. After so long of copying, one might say it was a challenge for them. Shintung had witnessed the tactics that propelled KK to success. As the saying goes, one skill can conquer all. Many of KK's games thrived on imitation and replication, and this instance was no exception. Shintung did not pay much heed to Defend the Princess, as its target audience could not possibly compare to that of Plants vs. Zombies. Although the core gameplay of both games was identical, in terms of artistic style, Plants vs. Zombies had a broader acceptance. The chibi Western fantasy style of KK's Defend the Princess struck Shintung as reminiscent of inferior Western-themed browser games. Moreover, upon its release, this game would undoubtedly be branded with labels of imitation and piracy. Who would be inclined to play games that are mere copies and pirated versions? Yet, Shintung had to concede that this game could indeed attract a certain segment of players, particularly younger ones. This reference to youth is not an insult, but rather a reflection of reality. For some children who are not particularly adept at using computers, it is only natural for them to assume that what KK promotes is authentic and worthwhile. They may have just begun elementary school or perhaps have yet to enroll. Lacking the ability or habit of utilizing search engines for information, many might not even recognize a significant number of Chinese characters. In addition, there exist players of a similar age group who lack the ability to retrieve information. For them, the KK gaming platform proves to be exceedingly convenient. They are likely to become devoted users of the KK platform, potentially unaware of the existence of the Tinda gaming platform. After all, Shintung has encountered numerous players who have installed the legitimate Steam client, some even subscribing to the annual SVIP service. Notably, the game Defend the Princess has boldly proclaimed a free first week, thereby attracting those who are averse to piracy yet reluctant to spend money on games. As for the remaining 6 mysterious games, Shintung has a good idea of their nature. If he is not mistaken, they are likely to be mere imitations. He suspects that several titles under Tingdao will inevitably fall victim to KK's propensity for imitation. Given this, it is time for him to strike back. Initially, Shintung lauded the game Defend the Princess on social media, declaring it the finest adaptation in the history of Plants vs. Zombies. Subsequently, he sent a document to Linya, Chapter 173, a cunning heist in the ensuing days, as anticipated by Chinteng. All 6 remaining games on the KK gaming platform were mere imitations. Several titles from Tingda also fell victim to this trend. Nevertheless, the user base of KK gaming platform experienced a notable surge. On the first day of the mysterious game's release, the platform's users exceeded 100,000. By the second day, this number soared to 350,000, and on the third day, it surpassed 500,000. By the fourth day, the user count reached an impressive 1 million. Remarkably, on the 7th day, coinciding with the launch of the 7th mysterious game, the user count exceeded 2 million. The entire internet celebrated this remarkable growth in KK gaming platform's user base. As the industry speculated about Chinteng's reaction, Tingda's gaming mall remained conspicuously silent. All they observed was Chinteng's cryptic remarks on social media. Strangely enough, on the 8th day, it appeared that KK gaming platform had begun to celebrate with champagne. While Tingda remained unusually quiet, this response was starkly different from their previous quick reactions in the past when an announcement was made in the morning. Tingda would follow suit by noon. Were they truly at a loss? Legal action was a viable option. However, even if KK were ultimately found in violation, the purpose of their game's traffic generation would have already been fulfilled. Did they genuinely believe that KK aimed to profit from this game? Perhaps Tingda was simply out of their depth, lacking the experience to compete against a giant like KK. They were oblivious to the underhanded tactics employed by such large corporations. They were merely holding back. During the tumultuous 6K war era, even having Tingda's gaming mall installed on one's computer would necessitate its removal to use KK. Various unrelated internet enterprises began to take notice of this unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Tingda's silence was causing considerable anxiety among many, including Yongshan and Sun Dafu, who personally called to inquire about the situation. They were concerned that Chinteng might be at a loss facing such intense competition from KK gaming platform. However, Chinteng's response to them was succinct. Rest assured, I have a plan. After confirming with his subordinate departments, Chinteng issued a new social media post. He proclaimed the advent of the most effective internet tool of the mobile internet era, WeChat. Accompanying this announcement was a promotional video. The content of the video was a stark comparison, or more accurately, a critique. Are chat applications overly flashy with endless skins and decorations? Why not try the simplicity of WeChat? Is listening to voice messages cumbersome without a voice bar, and having to replay them is too much trouble? Why not experience WeChat, which allows you to manipulate the voice bar? Want to share your daily life? Why not explore WeChat's Moments feature? The preceding statements were illustrated with visuals showcasing the shortcomings of other chat applications. The subsequent passage is accompanied by a visual representation of the WeChat interface. The preceding content is heavily pixelated, while the latter is distinctly clear. This chat application was crafted by Chinteng, drawing inspiration from the esteemed reputation of a future era. In comparison to the current WeChat, it can be described as a remarkable dimensional shift. Such a contrast is evident, revealing insights even to those who are typically oblivious to recent developments. Is Tingda attempting to engage in subterfuge by launching a chat application? I find this WeChat to appear more streamlined yet sophisticated than its counterpart. The design is truly exceptional, exuding a profound aesthetic that is incredibly pleasing to the eye. It evokes memories of the rivalry between Have You Eaten and Blue Knight. Initially, Blue Knight competed with Have You Eaten within a few cities, but suddenly Have You Eaten expanded its battlefield nationwide. This comparison is quite striking. At first, KK only contended with Tingda in the gaming platform arena, but Tingda has now directly challenged KK's flagship product. I perceive Chinteng as possessing a rather volatile temperament, akin to one who, when provoked, will pursue their adversary to the ends of the earth. KK must be taken aback. However, they are unlikely to be stunned. The first-mover advantage of WeChat is exceedingly significant, coupled with KK's incessant traffic flow, making it improbable for WeChat to surpass KK. I still maintain my faith in Chinteng, who has yet to experience defeat, although they find Chinteng's maneuver quite unexpected. Mere surprise holds little value. They do not believe that Chinteng can outmaneuver the seasoned KK in the realm of instant messaging. Despite KK's frequent failures in other internet products, where their self-developed games are consistently outperformed, their shopping software has been soundly beaten by Taobao. And their computer management software instigated the infamous 6K battle against Iron Fist, ultimately falling short against 630 security guard. KK remains the unrivaled leader in instant messaging. Prior to WeChat, the mobile instant messaging market had not gone unnoticed, yet none could stand against WeChat. KK's ability to channel traffic and its user-friendly interface rapidly established it as the small sovereign of mobile communication. The term small is intentionally used before sovereign because Chinting is acutely aware that it is now March 2012, and the explosive growth of WeChat's user base is yet to come. In August 2011, WeChat's user count reached 15 million, soaring to 50 million by year-end. By March 29, 2012, it surpassed 100 million users, and by September 17, 2012, it exceeded 200 million. A pivotal version update occurred in April 2012, introducing the Moments feature, which significantly contributed to this growth. In less than half a year since this version update, the number of WeChat users has doubled, with an impressive increase of 100 million. The significance of the Moments feature is self-evident. Furthermore, functionalities such as the drifting bottle, shake, and people nearby have considerably contributed to the rise in WeChat users. Consequently, Chinting has seamlessly integrated all these features into his newly launched WeChat-like application. Everything WeChat possesses, he has as well, and what WeChat lacks, he also offers. One such feature mentioned in the promotional video is the voice progress bar. Of course, Chinting is acutely aware that solely relying on these tactics to surpass WeChat is an unrealistic endeavor. The notion that a good product will inevitably succeed is a fallacy. A popular product is not always flawless. After all, the initial advantages held by KK are still overwhelmingly significant, and the current user base is far beyond what the newly developed WeChat-like application can contend with. Catching up is no simple feat thus. He has concealed 3 additional strategies up his sleeve. With this thought, a smile crept onto Chinting's lips. Chapter 174, Mind Reading? Despicable. Shameless. How could he do this? Within a conference room of the KK building, several project leaders slammed their hands on the table, raising their voices. Xiaoma sat expressionless, observing these executives. Until today, he had been elated by the news of the increase in users on the KK gaming platform. Little did he expect that in the blink of an eye, Chinting would launch a chat platform to counter KK. From the promotional video, the interface of the chat platform appeared more appealing, with enhanced functionalities. This instilled a sense of urgency in Xiaoma. He was acutely aware of how Chinting had previously triumphed over Blue Knight. Firstly, with unwavering determination, Chinting's funds seemed to flow in like a gust of wind, as if he had foreseen the success of Have You Eaten? He invested liberally without treating the money as a concern. Secondly, with an element of surprise. When Blue Knight believed that Have You Eaten intended to expand gradually, Have You Eaten swiftly expanded its battlefield to a national scale. Consequently, Blue Knight found itself ensnared in a dilemma to abstain and forfeit market share in other domestic cities, or to engage and face financial constraints. Ultimately, Blue Knight chose to follow suit, leading to a depletion of its resources. Now, Chinting was similarly expanding the battlefield, transitioning from a singular gaming platform to instant messaging software. Xiaoma felt as though he had fallen into Chinting's trap. Was Chinting attempting to leverage KK's momentum to siphon off its vitality through the chat platform? It warranted the utmost attention. Chinting was no ordinary young man. Our WeChat can keep pace with Tingda's chat platform. Whatever optimizations and modifications they implement, we shall synchronize accordingly. Recently, our WeChat has been working on designing a social circle. We can observe their design and learn from it. We possess an advantage in user numbers, making it challenging for them to surpass us. The chat platform will, at most, become an internal communication tool for Tingda games. Competition, after all, may not be entirely detrimental. Xiaoma swiftly made a decision. Since competition was inevitable, he would embrace it head-on. Does anyone have good suggestions on how to overcome the chat platform? The proposal is commendable. Let us proceed with this idea. Chinting sent his voice message via the chat platform. The platform had officially commenced internal usage within Tingda Company. So far, no bugs had emerged. It was proving to be quite functional. Meanwhile, Chinting was driving through the streets of Qiming University. He habitually tossed a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes into the security booth. However, this time, the security guard displayed a look of discomfort. Mr. Chin, we didn't know you were. All right, keep it. If any leaders hold you accountable, have them come to me. Understood. The guard chuckled. Chinting smiled in return, sensing the guard's psychological shift. Previously, the security guards perhaps believed that Chinting was merely a man of modest means. As he shared cigarettes with them to foster camaraderie, they deemed his actions unremarkable. However, upon discovering Chinting's true identity, they hesitated to accept anything carelessly. A billionaire distributing cigarettes to mere security personnel? Such an idea was utterly absurd. Certain gifts are not to be accepted lightly. Nevertheless, Qin-Tung's reassurances eased their apprehensions. With his words, they felt emboldened. After all, what was there to fear? Where's the guide you mentioned? Qin-Tung inquired, as he slowed his vehicle to navigate through the campus, his curiosity piqued by the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a figure waving energetically beneath a distant tree, bouncing with enthusiasm. As he drew closer, he was struck by a sense of familiarity. Was that not Li Xingru? Her exuberance had rendered her hair a delightful mess, adding to her charm. Clad in a simple light blue outfit that accentuated her figure, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Qin-Tung's car as she jogged toward him. Qin-Tung halted the vehicle, and Li Xingru opened the back door. Please, sit in the front. It will be more convenient for conversation, she suggested. Immediately, she closed the rear door and took her place in the passenger seat. How do we get to your school's auditorium? Qin-Tung asked, for he had come to Qiming University to deliver a lecture, under the impression that a student would be sent to fetch him. He was surprised to find that student was Li Xingru. Just drive straight ahead, she replied, then elaborated. Professor Ning told me unexpectedly today that a very important person would be visiting our school and asked me to come and escort you. Qin-Tung, intrigued by her openness, pondered internally, can you read minds? After a moment of silence, he stole a glance at Li Xingru, who exhibited no unusual reaction. He then mentally posed another query. What is 1-1? Again, she exhibited no discernible response. Satisfied, he nodded slightly, realizing, so, you knew it was me all along? Only after I arrived did Professor Ning inform me it was you, she clarified. Qin-Tung contemplated this for a moment, surmising that perhaps the school leaders had conferred with Professor Ning regarding who should greet him, and he had deemed Li Xingru an ideal candidate. Have you discussed your relationship with Professor Ning? Qin-Tung asked. Discussed what? Li Xingru replied, her starry eyes gazing innocently at him, radiating clarity. Our relationship, he specified. I mentioned it, but the professor's expression was rather peculiar. I had never seen such a look on his face before, she said, furrowing her brow, seemingly at a loss for words to describe that expression. Perhaps I could demonstrate it for you? She offered. No, that's quite all right. I'm driving, he replied. Upon hearing Li Xingru's words, Qin-Tung could likely envision the kind of expression that accompanied them, one tinged with a hint of lewd understanding. However, he was taken aback by the fact that Professor Ning, despite his usually serious demeanor, could exhibit such an expression. Should such a countenance manifest on Li Xingru, it would undoubtedly seem incongruous. By the way, are you truly intent on competing with KK? Li Xingru's voice, soft and inquisitive, resonated within the confines of the car as she gazed curiously at Qin-Tung. Chapter 175. Fall from grace indeed. I never anticipated that you were also keeping an eye on it. I am not the type of student who remains oblivious to the world outside, after all. This matter has garnered quite a bit of attention online, and I've been promoting your WeChat during school. Oh, how exactly have you been promoting it? Qin-Tung inquired with curiosity. Well, on my way from the dormitory to the laboratory and back again, I carry one of your promotional posters, which tends to attract the attention of others. I see, Qin-Tung replied, slightly amused. Undoubtedly, the effectiveness of such promotion would be rather mediocre. The most people that Li Xingru could encounter in a day would amount to just a few hundred or thousand. While it is true that this handful of individuals might glance at Li Xingru out of sheer curiosity, there are always those with an insatiable curiosity. It is another matter entirely to discuss conversion rates. Qin-Tung was reluctant to praise it. Nevertheless, he was genuinely touched by Li Xingru's earnest intent. After all, this was a form of assistance. Thank you, but you need not go to such lengths. The promotion will be handled by professionals from the company. You should focus on your studies, he advised gently. Yet, I wish to assist you within my capabilities. Rest assured, I will not let it interfere with my studies. With that, Qin-Tung felt it unnecessary to argue further and merely nodded in silent acknowledgement. Under Li Xingru's guidance, the vehicle swiftly arrived at the parking lot near the grand auditorium. A school official promptly approached Qin-Tung and extended his hand in greeting. Several other school leaders followed closely behind him. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am the vice principal of the school. My surname is Hong. It is truly an honor for our institution to host you, he exclaimed. Not at all. Vice Principal Hong, you flatter me. I am merely an ordinary student and have much to learn from all the esteemed teachers here, Qin-Tung replied with a smile, positioning himself as a student and the school leaders as mentors. This demeanor brought a wide smile to Vice Principal Hong's face. He couldn't help but scrutinized Qin-Tung, utterly astonished. Mr. Qin, you are exceedingly young. The phrase young and promising is undoubtedly tailored for you, Vice Principal Hong said earnestly. Chiming University is considered a respectable institution within the province. Having taken on the role of vice principal, Hong frequently engages in exchanges with various universities and has encountered numerous students. However, in terms of worldly success, no student could surpass Chen Tong. You are too kind. My achievements are hardly noteworthy. Your school may very well produce individuals who surpass me, Chen Tong remarked, glancing at Li Xingru. Following Chen Tong's gaze, Vice Principal Hong glanced at Li Xingru, a look of realization briefly crossing his face before vanishing in an instant. As the group made their way toward the grand auditorium, they continued to extol Chen Tong's virtues, while Li Xingru quietly trailed behind him. As they made their way toward the grand auditorium, a few students were also heading in the same direction. The moment they caught sight of Chen Tong, admiration and excitement sparkled in their eyes. Regardless of gender, their thoughts regarding Chen Tong were nearly identical, for his achievements were truly remarkable. Amidst the throng, Zhao Xueshi could only cast a wistful glance at Chen Tong, who was surrounded by school leaders. In high school, Zhao Xueshi was the epitome of excellence, the most radiant figure in the crowd, while Chen Tong merely played a supporting role. Now, within the school, numerous individuals surpassed Zhao Xueshi in brilliance and distinction. Yet even they became mere background figures in the presence of Chen Tong. In fact, many of these individuals were his devoted admirers. This stark contrast left Zhao Xueshi at a loss for feelings, engulfed in confusion. At this point, it was evident that they belonged to entirely different worlds, and Zhao Xueshi felt unworthy of stepping into Chen Tong's realm. Just then, a loud voice emerged from the crowd behind her. Let me tell you, I and Uncle Chen are high school classmates, and we have a great rapport. Sun Jun proudly puffed out his chest. To put it simply, my involvement played a small part in Uncle Chen's visit to our school for a speech. Upon finishing, a chorus of admiration erupted around him. Wow, I didn't realize you were so impressive, being able to speak with Chen Tong. Sun Jun, may I have Chen Tong's autograph? Sun Jun, I want Chen Tong's autograph too. Sun Jun cleared his throat. Well, I need to ask Uncle Chen about that. As you all know, he is exceedingly busy. It's no exaggeration to say he has countless matters to attend to. Just getting him to come to our school took quite a bit of effort on my part. Surrounded by a group of vibrant young women, Sun Jun was completely on cloud nine, so much so that he failed to notice he had just brushed past his former goddess. What is up with Sun Jun? He used to be so attentive, and now it's as if he no longer recognizes you, a roommate remarked. That's just fine, Zhao Xueshi replied coldly. However, inside, she was far from the calm facade she projected. She could not fathom why, after the winter break, Sun Jun's attitude had taken a complete turn. It was not merely the absence of daily greetings. At times, he wouldn't even appear before her for an entire week, and their few encounters were mere coincidences. Initially, Zhao Xueshi felt quite pleased. Finally, there was one less annoying fly buzzing around her. How could she not feel happy? Yet, as time passed, her joy began to wane. She realized that the lack of admiration surrounding her left her with an unsettling void. Back in high school, her beauty and stellar academic performance had made her the goddess in her classmates' eyes. Even when walking down the street, whispers about her excellence would follow her, often lifting her spirits immensely. However, upon entering university, her outstanding academic performance seemed to offer little advantage. In terms of appearance, the girls who excelled in makeup and fashion were already her equals. Moreover, their enchanting skills and allure could easily captivate numerous admirers. Aside from these individuals, there was also the extraordinarily beautiful Li Xingru, whose appeal was undeniably acknowledged throughout the campus. Consequently, it appeared as though the male students had suddenly overlooked her entirely. Before the winter break, Sun Jun had shown her warmth and concern, but after the holiday, he seemingly transformed into a devoted admirer of Chen Tong. Zhao Xueshi experienced an overwhelming sensation of having fallen from grace, a feeling that left her deeply unsettled. Yet, who truly cared about her discomfort? Chapter 176 Uncle Chen. My speech concludes here. Thank you all. In the grand auditorium, Chen Tong delivered his meticulously prepared speech to resounding applause. The audience erupted in enthusiastic clapping, many visibly exhilarated. Thanks to his enhanced vision, Chen Tong could see numerous students whose hands were flushed from the fervor of their applause. It was evident that their enthusiasm was genuine, unforced, and stemmed from heartfelt admiration. This stirred a sense of reflection within Chen Tong, though he spoke of the same universal truths. It was intriguing to consider why his words resonated so profoundly. He did not attribute this success to his oratory skills, which he deemed rather average compared to that of the eloquent Mr. Ma. The recognition he received was primarily rooted in the adoration from these students. Just as a beloved person can captivate an audience with any words spoken, those devoid of affection may remain unmoved, even in the face of the most humorous anecdotes. The concluding segment of the speech involved interaction with the students, an engagement Chin-Tang eagerly welcomed. Who wouldn't relish the opportunity to converse with devoted admirers? Hello, Chin-Tang. May I address you as such? Certainly. Feel free to call me whatever you wish. Chin-Tang, do you ever feel lost possessing such wealth at a young age? Upon hearing this question, Chin-Tang momentarily pondered whether the school had orchestrated a setup to enhance his image. No, not to show off. Rather, to shine in public. Such crude expressions had no place in a university setting. Indeed, I do experience moments of confusion, sometimes. Having too much money leaves one at a loss for how to spend it. With a chuckle, Chin-Tang continued, I jest, but the bewilderment is real. After earning money, I aspire to engage in endeavors of societal significance, yet determining how to achieve such meaningful contributions is no small challenge. As Chin-Tang interacted with his admirers, Sun Jun was also mingling with the crowd. Sun Jun, is there truly no way to obtain Chin-Tang's autograph? I admire him immensely. It's remarkable how he has built such a substantial company at our age. This. Sun Jun, could you perhaps share Chin-Tang's contact information with me? I long to converse with him. Well, after Chin-Tang's speech, could you introduce us? I yearn for a closer encounter. Sun Jun was now drenched in sweat. Although he addressed Chin-Tang as Uncle Chin, it did not imply that Chin-Tang was inclined to acknowledge him as such. Nevertheless, witnessing the girls around him almost pleading in tone left Sun Jun feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Hey, I shall inquire with my Uncle Chin shortly, though I must caution you that he is exceedingly busy, as you are well aware. I cannot guarantee that he will acquiesce to your requests. It is quite normal for him to be so occupied, after all. It would be strange for a proprietor of such a large company like Chin-Tang to be otherwise. Thank you, Sun Jun. You are truly remarkable. Indeed, Sun Jun. You rightfully hold the title of the most well-connected among the boys in our school. In my opinion, Sun Jun stands out as the most impressive individual in our institution. Sun Jun was elated by the flattery he received. During his interactions with Zhao Xueshi, he had never experienced such enthusiastic and proactive responses. Although none of these girls could rival Zhao Xueshi in her natural state, Sun Jun could not see their unadorned faces. All he perceived were their appearances enhanced by makeup, making them nearly indistinguishable from Zhao Xueshi. Not to mention, their gentle demeanor and melodious speech were captivating. Their animated chatter melted Sun Jun's heart. Once this interaction concluded, he resolved to ask Uncle Chin about it. The session lasted approximately 20 minutes, during which 7 or 8 individuals communicated with Chin-Tang. Just as the host was about to announce the successful conclusion of the event, a loud shout echoed throughout the auditorium. Uncle Chin. All eyes quickly turned toward the source of the voice, Sun Jun. His face visibly flushed, transforming into a deep crimson. The surrounding girls lowered their heads in mild embarrassment. Yet Sun Jun, with his flushed visage, held his head high. Chin-Tang looked at Sun Jun in astonishment. Was he calling for me? Chin-Tang was uncertain, as he was convinced he had heard Uncle Chin. But why was Sun Jun exhibiting such friendliness? Thus, Chin-Tang spoke to a school official nearby, saying, Hello, teacher. Could you kindly ask this student to come backstage? It seems he is calling for me. Mr. Chun, do you know him? Indeed, I do. Thank you for your assistance. While they engaged in hushed conversation, the host announced for everyone to exit in an orderly fashion. As Sun Jun watched Chin-Tang finish his conversation with the school official and depart, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Was it merely the distance that prevented him from seeing his own face clearly? Or was it that he did not wish to acknowledge him? He felt uncertain about how to face the girls beside him. My Uncle Chun. Sun Jun felt his cheeks burn. Fortunately, at that moment, the school official who had just spoken with Chin-Tang approached him briskly, the sound of his shoes echoing in haste. This student, Mr. Chen, wishes to meet you. Sun Jun quickly lifted his gaze, the redness on his face fading rapidly. He turned to the girls nearby, cleared his throat, and spoke in a resonant voice. My Uncle Chun has summoned me. Please wait for me at the entrance. I will join you after my conversation. All right. The girls replied in unison. Sun Jun strode confidently toward the stage of the auditorium. The school official beside him scratched his head in confusion. Uncle Chin? What a complicated relationship this is. However, the school authorities did not delve deeply into it, for they understood that in this world, the hierarchy of generations can often be quite chaotic. It is considered fortunate when peers are merely a generation apart. In some exaggerated instances, A man in his 60s must address a 3-year-old child as grandfather. Now, that truly is a stretch of generational titles. As Sun Jun entered the backstage of the grand auditorium, he encountered Chen Teng. Although Chen Teng's appearance had seemingly remained unchanged, perhaps it was the aura of prosperity that lent him an air of maturity, making Sun Jun feel a subtle sense of reverence, as if he were in the presence of an elder. This time, upon meeting Chen Teng, Sun Jun no longer exhibited the arrogance he had during their high school days. Instead, he appeared considerably more docile. Chen Teng, it has been a long time, he said. Chen Teng nodded, a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he inquired, were you just calling for me? Chapter 177. Has he truly become uncle? Indeed. Although he often boasts under Chen Teng's name, calling him Uncle Chen with great enthusiasm, he finds himself at a loss for words when Chen Teng stands before him. What is this situation? Chen Teng inquires, his expression bemused as he gazes at Sun Jun, who appears somewhat embarrassed. Allow me to recount the events from the beginning. Sun Jun replies. It turns out that during the winter break, the astonishing revenue of Tingda supermarket left Sun Jun utterly in awe of Chen Teng. He finally acknowledged the significant disparity that existed between them, and it was indeed considerable. He began to grasp the wisdom in Sun Dafu's words. As long as he maintained a cordial relationship with Chen Teng, he would never face poverty. However, Sun Jun, still possessing the dignity of youth, could not simply abandon his previous disdain for Chen Teng only to bow and scrape before him now. That would be unrealistic. Nevertheless, he resolved to relinquish his pursuit of Zhao Xueshi, fearing that it might incite Chen Teng's displeasure. With this newfound freedom from chasing Zhao Xueshi, Sun Jun found himself with ample time to indulge in pretense. He gradually discovered that referencing Chen Teng during his displays of bravado yielded the best results. Thus, he began to narrate tales of Chen Teng. During this process, he was asked about the nature of their relationship. Classmates? That seemed too distant to boast about. Initially, he described their bond as business partners, which, given a generous interpretation, could be somewhat accurate. Yet, no one believed him, dismissing it as mere bragging. He then claimed to be Chen Teng's close friend, but skepticism persisted. When he inquired as to why, they remarked that Chen Teng should not associate with someone so lowly. Sun Jun's defenses crumbled. However, he possessed a commendable trait, an exceptionally thick skin. Otherwise, he would not have persevered in his pursuit of Zhao Xueshi for so long. Thus, he altered his strategy once more, asserting that he and Chen Teng shared an uncle-nephew relationship. This time, he finally garnered some credence, and the girl's attitudes towards him improved significantly. Sun Jun wholeheartedly embraced his newfound identity as Chen Teng's nephew. Initially, it felt somewhat awkward, but with time, he became quite accustomed to it. Chen Teng remarked, "What a character he is. Uncle Chen, could you please sign an autograph for them? I suppose it's possible, but do not entertain any improper thoughts towards them. Otherwise, I shall have your father break your legs." Chen Teng was not keen on Sun Jun using his name for frivolous pursuits. Of course, if mutual affection were involved, that was a different matter. Rest assured, Uncle Chen, you know I have no interest in such matters. I merely cannot resist the urge to show off. Sun Jun reassured him. Chen Teng contemplated this and found it reasonable. Although he believed Sun Jun lacked emotional intelligence and often came across as insufferable, contrasted with certain wealthy scions who toyed with women and indulged in debauchery while disregarding the common folk, Sun Jun could indeed be considered a relatively innocent rich heir. Take the pursuit of Zhao Xueshi as an example. Sun Jun's approach is one of persistent warmth and servitude. In contrast, the more mature second-generation wealthy individuals would resort to utilizing their social circle to orchestrate elaborate schemes, akin to a scripted narrative. In essence, one should strive to be a decent person and refrain from engaging in actions that are despised by others. Rest assured, Uncle Chen. Chen Teng nodded slightly, instructing Sun Jun to bring over a few female university students. Chen Teng, I admire you immensely. Chen Teng, do you have a girlfriend? Chen Teng, may I be your girlfriend? Chen Teng, what type of girls do you prefer? Chen Teng was taken aback by this fervent enthusiasm. He cast a glance at Sun Jun, who stood rigidly beside him, resembling a soldier in training, his expression radiating immense pride. One at a time, please. I shall provide you with autographs. As for the topic of girlfriends, let us refrain from discussing that. Fortunately, the girls heeded his advice and calmed down from their initial excitement. They presented the books they had brought for Chen Teng to sign, and he complied with their requests. Yay, this is wonderful. I never expected to actually receive Chen Teng's autograph. After signing for them, their exhilaration erupted into cheers. Excitement 20, Excitement 16, Excitement 20. Excitement 19. Excitement 23. As Chun Tong continued signing, he pondered whether a career as a celebrity, with frequent autograph sessions and concerts, might yield quicker emotional rewards. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed the idea, as he had no desire to perform on stage. After finishing the autographs, Chun Tong smiled and bid farewell to the girls, which immensely satisfied them. Sun Jun too departed the backstage area with a proud demeanor, appearing quite fulfilled. Chun Tong sighed softly, genuinely surprised that Sun Jun found such satisfaction in the encounter. Nonetheless, this was preferable. As long as he did not stray into wrongdoing and remained a good person, that was sufficient. Lost in thought, Chun Tong suddenly froze. How had he begun to resemble Sun Jun's uncle? Are you not heading back? Chun Tong inquired, glancing at Li Xingru, who had been quietly seated in the corner, engrossed in her book while he interacted with Sun Jun and signed for his admirers. It seemed as though the book contained an inexhaustible wealth of knowledge. I will return, but I also desire your autograph. Li Xingru closed her book, her heart racing uncontrollably. All right. Chun Tong readily nodded, having signed for several others today. He saw no harm in accommodating Li Xingru's request. She handed him her book. What would you like me to write? Li Xingru hesitated, unsure of what to request. Chun Tong patiently waited for her to gather her thoughts. May I ask you to wish me success in achieving my dreams? Certainly. Chun Tong swiftly began to inscribe her request on the title page of the book, wishing Li Xingru the fulfillment of her desires. Chun Tong. Thank you. Upon glancing at the inscription on the title page, Li Xingru broke into a sweet smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons, exuding an endearing charm. You're welcome. Just work diligently, she replied. Consider this a form of employee benefits. Indeed. Splendid. Li Xingru exclaimed, raising her tiny fist in a display of determination. Chun Tong couldn't help but smile in response. Shall I escort you back to the laboratory? Yes, she replied. After a brief conversation with the university officials, Chun Tong nodded slightly and led Li Xingru away from the grand hall of Qiming University. Guided by Li Xingru, he delivered her to the base of the laboratory building. Upon exiting the vehicle, she waved goodbye to Chun Tong. Until next time. Very well. As Chun Tong drove away, Li Xingru gazed longingly in the direction of his departing car, reluctantly making her way into the research building, her hands still clutching the book that Chun Tong had just signed. Chapter 178. Voice Calls. Video Calls. After departing from Qiming University, Chun Tong visited several other schools to deliver speeches and lectures. Mainly, since he had some idle time, he thought it prudent to enhance his emotional currency. Recently, the conflict with KK had remained quite amicable. The KK gaming platform, reliant on users promoted by KK, was not a demographic that Tingda Game Mall could attract. Tingda had not engaged in futile efforts. Between WeChat and Weiliao's Moments, through extensive promotions across various games and Have You Eaten, had successfully drawn a substantial user base. Within a week, the user count for Weiliao surpassed 5 million. While this figure paled in comparison to WeChat, it was nevertheless impressive for other instant messaging applications aspiring to challenge WeChat's dominance. In response to this surge, WeChat was not to be outdone. The WeChat Moments feature, originally not slated for an early launch, made its debut in the wake of Weiliao's emergence. Consequently, Linya, I will send you a plan shortly for the next version update of Weiliao, which will include voice chat and video call functionalities. Please find a reputable company to handle the filming and ask Yang Shiwei to come to my office. With the advantage of foresight, Chun Tong was acutely aware of what would drive sustained user growth for WeChat. Voice calls, video calls. These two features were indeed game changers. The former significantly impacted the interests of the three major telecom operators. Prior to the advent of voice calling, the number of text messages and call durations were crucial factors when selecting mobile plans. During business trips, communication with colleagues and superiors often necessitated phone calls. However, with the introduction of voice calling, the necessity for calls transformed into an option. For initial conversations with strangers, a phone call might still be essential. But when it came to familiar acquaintances, leaders, colleagues, friends, family, the voice call functionality clearly offered a more economical alternative. Consequently, when selecting mobile plans, users primarily considered only data allowances. As for video calls, the significance of this feature was undeniable, especially for those unable to meet loved ones in person. Although this functionality had existed on computers for some time, many found themselves in circumstances where a computer was unavailable. Now, with merely a smartphone equipped with WeChat, one could connect with dearly missed family members. Tung had originally intended to release these two features in the inaugural version of Wheel, but due to time constraints, he had to postpone them for the next iteration. In hindsight, he mused that delaying their release might indeed bear its own advantages. At that moment, a knock resonated through Tung's office. "Boss, did you call for me?" "Yes, I did. Please, have a seat." Tung smiled at Yang Shiwei's lovely visage. "How are you finding your time at the company?" "Boss, I believe I am slightly older than you." Observing Tung's smile, Yang Shi felt a wave of discomfort. "In any case, you can speak directly about what you need. There's no need for circumlocution." "Very well." Tung gave Yang Shi a thumbs up. He was not fond of pleasantries either. He merely worried that a direct approach might diminish the likelihood of success, which led to his momentary hesitation. "I wish to inquire if you would be interested in assisting the company by filming a promotional video for our product." "A promotional video?" Yang Shi quickly grasped the implication. "Is it for WeChat?" Indeed, Yang Shi's popularity was indisputable. Tung believed that having Yang Shi shoot the promotional video would yield the best results. Yang Shi shook her head. "I'm sorry, boss, but I currently have no intention of making a comeback. Even for a promotional video, I am not inclined to participate." "Very well, then it's nothing serious. You may return." Yang Shi stared at Tung in astonishment. Tung, perplexed, asked, "What's wrong? Did I say something inappropriate that offended you?" Tung thought his wording was quite normal. Yang Shi replied, "Shouldn't you persuade me a bit more?" Tung was baffled. "Did you not already decline my offer? Our company does not engage in coercion." "I see. You are employing a strategy of retreat to advance. You understand nothing." Tung was both amused and exasperated. His thoughts were remarkably straightforward. Since Yang Shi had no desire to film, he would simply consider someone else. The effectiveness of the promotional video did not hinge on a star. Inviting Yang Shi was merely a consideration for the sake of outreach. "Since you do not wish to participate, I shall not compel you. Although we are bound by a labor contract, matters beyond its scope are entirely within your right to refuse." "Oh." Yang Shi gazed at Tung, suddenly realizing that this younger boss possessed a remarkably distinct approach to business compared to typical employers. Which other boss would relent without achieving their own ends? She felt a twinge of guilt for judging him so harshly. "However, boss, why not persuade me once more?" Tung detected a hint of something. "What do you mean?" "It's just..." He. Yang Shi smiled shyly. Tung understood. "In truth, upon hearing about the promotional video, you were eager to agree and sought to leverage this as a means of negotiation, hoping I would implore you several times, thus making it easier for you to reluctantly consent and propose conditions, thereby increasing the likelihood of success." "Hiki, you were quite astute, boss." At these words, Tung casually crossed his legs. At this moment, he was no longer the one in need. Tung glanced at the empty cup, prompting Yang Shi to immediately stand, taking the cup to refill it at the water dispenser. Once filled, she looked at Tung with anticipation. After taking a sip, Tung curiously asked, "So, tell me, what do you wish to do?" "Boss, could you grant me the authority to invest independently? I believe I have acquired the necessary capabilities now, or I could also be solely responsible for reporting to you." Tung comprehended the situation. Given Yang Shiwei's current status and qualifications within the company, she lacks the authority to make decisions. Regardless of which projects she favors or disapproves of, she cannot determine whether to invest. This predicament is undoubtedly excruciating for someone eager to prove their worth. Thus, she now seeks to obtain sufficient authority from Tung. "I am intrigued. Having spent some time as a celebrity, you must have amassed a considerable fortune. Why not establish your own company?" "The reason is that I joined a company connected to my father, ostensibly for the purpose of being looked after. Ultimately, all the money I earned ended up in my father's account." Tung could not suppress a laugh. He could envision the depth of Yang Shiwei's despair. Yang Shiwei gazed at him with a melancholic expression, prompting Tung to stifle his laughter. "Your request." Chapter 179. The sense of crisis of young Master Ma. To be frank, Tung felt averse to acquiescing to Yang Shiwei's request. Thus far, her accuracy rate remained at a dismal 0. Nevertheless, Tung could empathize with her desire for advancement and her earnest aspiration to achieve results. Emotionally, he held a profound admiration for her tenacity. "Do you believe you possess the capability and insight to invest at this moment?" "Indeed." "Very well. I shall grant you the leadership of a team. For projects under 100 million, there is no need to report to me. You have a year and a half. You may choose to invest in any company you desire, or even in other ventures if you wish." Yang Shiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, the opportunity had arrived. As for compensation, we shall adhere to the company's established protocols. That is perfectly fine. The matter of remuneration is inconsequential to me. I am not in need of money and would be content with receiving nothing. Shinting was taken aback. Had he not been reborn? Hearing such words might have incited a fierce confrontation with Yang Shiwei. What an oblivious heiress, he mused. Indeed, when one's basic needs are met, the pursuit of spiritual wealth intensifies, as one can fully satisfy their material desires. Yet, one must still demand what is rightfully theirs, if they can attain it. What do you mean by that? Nothing. In any case, after a year and a half, if you manage to generate profit for the company, I doubt you will wish to remain in this position. However, should you incur losses, I implore you to stay and continue contributing your value. Yang Shiwei was perplexed. If I were to cause the company losses, what role could I possibly play? Perhaps as a spokesperson for your products? Shinting pondered for a moment. That is not entirely out of the question. Mobile endorsements are a common tactic among domestic manufacturers. To boost sales, many smartphone companies engage popular celebrities for promotion. Although I believe such methods are merely embellishments, prioritizing product strength is paramount. However, if a star like Yang Shiwei is willing to endorse, I would certainly welcome it. Rest assured, I will not endorse the company. What I meant to say is, I will undoubtedly ensure the company profits. Then best of luck to you. Shintung encouraged. Now, regarding this promotional video, I will guarantee the completion of the task. Shintung smiled, reassured by Yang Shiwei's commitment. With a star of her caliber assisting in the promotional video for WeChat, the outcome was bound to be exceptional. The filming of the promotional video did not require an extensive amount of time, as its length was brief and the content straightforward. Approximately 1 week was spent from the script development to filming and subsequent editing, as netizens and various internet companies speculated on how Tungdao would respond. Shinting unveiled the completed promotional video on his Weibo account. The video was exceedingly simple, featuring a narration alongside Yang Shiwei demonstrating the WeChat functionalities. The release of the promotional video has once again ignited the internet. Is it Yang Shiwei once more? What, precisely, is her connection with Tungda? She performed at Tungda's annual meeting last time. Could it be that she is romantically involved with Shintung? That seems unlikely. If they were indeed a couple, Shintung, no matter how magnanimous, would hardly allow his partner to perform for his employees. A colleague of mine works at Tungda and claims that Yang Shiwei is, in fact, an employee there. An employee? Surely not. Why would Yang Shiwei, a prominent star, choose to work for Shintung? Yet, let us not digress. Does no one find these two functionalities remarkably impressive? Indeed, they are quite exceptional, as they can save on calling expenses. However, they do consume data, do they not? Can mobile devices truly facilitate video calls? While high definition may be beyond their capabilities, standard definition should be manageable. As technology advances, clarity will undoubtedly improve over time. I find this feature rather practical. My girlfriend and I are in a long-distance relationship, and we often miss each other, yet the cost of travel is exorbitant. If a small amount of data could allow us to see each other, I would find that quite delightful. This feature is indeed astonishing. It appears Tungda's technology is quite formidable. KK now faces a genuine rival. At first glance, WeChat may seem more user-friendly. But the functionalities offered by WeChat are now more varied and practical. Besides its user base, WeChat is, frankly, lacking. The features unveiled in this promotional video have undoubtedly astonished numerous netizens. While many are aware that video calls entail data and battery consumption, they also recognize that as the mobile industry evolves and technology improves, these features will gradually be optimized. As for voice calls, when Wi-Fi is available, they far surpass traditional phone calls. It is worth noting that prolonged voice calls incur additional charges. However, with Wi-Fi, one can chat for as long as desired without concern for costs. If netizens are so taken aback, the atmosphere within KK is even more charged. No one anticipated Tungdao would unveil such a feature so suddenly. In truth, these two functionalities were not entirely absent from discussions within KK, particularly. The concept of video calling had been contemplated. It is inconceivable that no one within KK had thought of such a feature. In fact, at this very moment, KK is in the process of testing video call functionality. According to the original timeline, WeChat was supposed to launch this feature in July of 2012. Yet now, it has been preempted by Shintung. This is undoubtedly a critical blow to KK. Many users may choose Tungda due to this feature. How long will it take for our functionality to be launched? Xiaoma inquired during the meeting. When WeChat first emerged, Xiaoma regarded it with considerable importance, viewing it as a competitor. However, deep down, he felt little trepidation. WeChat is not so easily vanquished. However, at present, Tenda's decisive actions have instilled a sense of urgency within Xiaoma. He perceives that WeChat and WeChat Lite are racing on the same track. With WeChat Lite currently leading the charge, it appears that there is still over a month to go until May, to be precise. Yes, taking a deep breath, Xiaoma concluded. This time frame is far too brief. In just over a month, we cannot fathom how many users we might lose. Once these users are lost, regaining them will prove exceedingly challenging. We must urge the team to work overtime and expedite the development of this feature. Understood. Furthermore, what is the current status of the KK gaming platform? The KK gaming platform has now reached a bottleneck, with user growth stagnating at a notably slow pace. Chapter 180, a flawed strategy. As the atmosphere grew tense, Xiaoma furrowed his brow and inquired, how much assistance have the game developers we recruited from the Tengda Game Mall contributed to the growth of our platform's user base? The project leader of the KK gaming platform awkwardly responded, from the current results, it appears that their contribution has been virtually non-existent. It became evident that they had made a grievous error in attempting to poach developers from Tengda Game Mall, a strategy that yielded no positive results. Why is this the case? He explained. The games they developed for Tengda utilize the Future 4 engine. Without this engine, the games they create suffer from numerous issues. The existing game engines are remarkably user-friendly for developers, whether for mobile or computer games, or even cross-platform games. This engine allows for optimal results with minimal resources and effort. The Future 4 engine, unlike its competitors, is akin to a legendary artifact with superior attributes, but only requires a modest level of proficiency for use. In stark contrast, other engines resemble basic equipment that necessitates a level 40 requirement. Given this substantial disparity, games developed with the Future 4 engine possess an almost insurmountable advantage over those created with other engines. They ceased collaboration with Tengda and consequently found themselves blacklisted, correct? Queried a senior executive from KK. Indeed, came the reply. However, our company has yet to be blacklisted, have we not? Why not negotiate a temporary agreement that permits them to work for us, thus enabling them to utilize the Future 4 engine under our company's name? This shift in perspective momentarily stunned all present. It seemed somewhat plausible. Yet, doubts crept in. No, Chinting is no fool, nor are Tengda's employees. If discovered, Tengda might retaliate by blacklisting our company from the Future 4 engine, a consequence far too grave to contemplate. Since the launch of the Future 4 engine, our team has consistently employed it for game development. Should we be blacklisted, it would render our months of hard work futile. Moreover, I am confident that all future games in the industry will inevitably adopt the Future 4 engine. If we find ourselves blacklisted now, it would signify that KK Games would face severe competitive disadvantages in the forthcoming era of mobile internet, stated Vice President Xing Ming, who had personally attended the Future 4 engine launch and swiftly implemented it thereafter. He understood all too well the formidable capabilities of the Future 4 engine. Evidently, the formidable prowess of this engine compels them to refrain from employing various tactics in competition. Were the Future 4 engine not so powerful, KK would undoubtedly resort to such methods without hesitation, disregarding any subsequent blacklisting, for other engines exist beyond their realm. Their priority would be to elevate the user base of the KK gaming platform. As Xiaoma listened to their discourse, he gradually discerned a disquieting undercurrent. It appeared that Tengda's game marketplace, in the face of our competition, seemed to require no effort to secure an invulnerable position. The robust capabilities of the Future 4 engine would render game developers increasingly inclined to utilize it for their creations, subsequently listing these games on Tengda's platform. Should a substantial number of developers opt for an alternative gaming platform, Chinting might even impose a binding affiliation between Future 4 and Tengda's marketplace. Xiaoma furrowed his brow, gradually untangling the logic at play. Chinting's decision to launch WeChat after debuting on the KK platform resembled a premeditated strategy. At first glance, it appeared to be an impulsive retort from a young individual acting out of indignation. However, upon reflection, Chinting seemed to have chosen the most opportune moment to capitalize on the prevailing fervor. WeChat was not a mere impulsive reaction from Chinting. While Tengda's unveiling of WeChat was indeed astonishing, it paled in comparison to the narrative of their product being plagiarized, which provoked Chinting's wrathful response. This narrative even allowed Chinting to position himself as the champion of justice. To the online community, this did not resemble mere commercial rivalry, but rather Chinting's retaliation against KK, a notoriously unscrupulous copycat, employing their own tactics against them. As this realization dawned upon him, Xiaoma felt an intensified sense of urgency. His expression grew increasingly grave. Delving deeper, one might speculate that Qinteng was indeed anticipating KK's attempts to plagiarize and imitate Tengda's marketplace. It is well known that all major internet companies, including KK, have a penchant for imitation. Whatever project gains traction or generates profit, they flock to replicate it, inevitably leading to instances of borrowing ideas. Perhaps Qinteng was deliberately using Tengda's game marketplace to lure out the serpent from its den, subsequently leveraging the ensuing buzz to launch WeChat and ride the wave of its popularity. Xiaoma found himself at a loss regarding how to assess Qinteng. Was he a genius with an unparalleled strategic mind? All he could do was hope that everything he had just contemplated was merely a figment of his imagination, and that it was all a coincidence. Otherwise, Qinteng and Tengda would indeed be formidable adversaries. As for the KK gaming platform project, it might be prudent to lower its priority. What? The rest of the team looked at Xiaoma in disbelief. Numerous projects within KK had been relegated to the sidelines due to their inability to compete with rivals. Yet few had fallen into such obscurity merely a month after launch. A month ago, this project was still a vibrant endeavor within KK. How has it transformed into a marginal initiative now? Xiaoma remained unfazed by the expressions of others. Since success in the competitive landscape of gaming platforms seemed unattainable, it would be wiser to concentrate on instant messaging software. Investing time, money, and energy into a project destined for failure is indeed the height of folly. WeChat stands as KK's flagship product, and in Xiaoma's eyes, it represents the most significant gateway to future traffic. It is worth noting that prior to the advent of the mobile internet era, KK had leveraged instant messaging as a conduit to realize numerous projects that would otherwise have been unfeasible. Such successful experiences must be replicated. Xiaoma's gaze sharpened with determination. In conclusion, our foremost priority remains the WeChat project. Regardless of the cost, we must ensure that WeChat becomes an indispensable application on every individual's mobile device. Chapter 181, Copying Homework. Engineering prototype. Following the update of WeChat, the user base experienced an astonishing surge, escalating from 5 million to 10 million within just a few days. The features of voice and video calls served as a significant draw for the majority of users. The interface's simplicity required little to no learning curve, allowing for effortless navigation. By the time KK launched its own video call functionality over 20 days later, WeChat's user count had impressively reached 30 million, drawing exceedingly close to KK's numbers. This spectacle left many within the internet industry astounded, as traditionally, other instant messaging applications merely trailed behind KK, relegated to obscurity. When had KK ever found itself in such a beleaguered position, scrambling to catch up? Yet, WeChat had achieved this remarkable feat, rolling out similar features in a remarkably swift manner. Qinteng could not help but admire KK's speed of imitation. In contrast, other companies often failed to keep pace. They either incorporated their own ideas too late during the imitation process or simply lagged behind, missing the opportunity by the time they finally reacted. Consequently, Qinteng shifted his focus to enhancing and optimizing functionalities, making modifications based on the pain points observed in later iterations of WeChat. Qinluo introduced the desktop version of WeChat, shortly followed by KK's release of a desktop version of WeChat. Initially, KK's desktop application required mobile confirmation for login, but it soon adapted to function like WeChat, permitting login without mobile verification. In the original WeChat, deleting a chat window equated to erasing chat history. However, after WeChat modified this feature to retain chat records even when chat windows were deleted, WeChat also updated its own application accordingly. The inability to set group avatars? WeChat addressed this, prompting WeChat to follow suit. Additionally, file transfer capabilities and limitations on sharing content, such as only allowing a single video or a maximum of 9 photos and moments, were gradually rectified. Qinteng observed these changes with a sense of bitterness. After all, were these adjustments not feasible? One might assume that altering such features was a monumental task. He recalled the myriad shortcomings of WeChat that had previously gone unaddressed, a clear manifestation of arrogance. After all, they were titans of the instant messaging realm, impervious to threats against their dominance. Thus, even a lackadaisical approach seemed inconsequential. Yet, now faced with market competition, had they not begun to amend their shortcomings? This pursuit of improvement lasted for over 2 months. Whether due to an insufficient increase in user numbers or concerns about leaking information to WeChat, the WeChat team refrained from disclosing their user growth statistics as they once did. Qinteng remained oblivious to the extent of impact his actions had on the growth of WeChat's user base. In the past 2 months, Tung has observed a noteworthy phenomenon. The speed at which the Wasteland team follows trends has accelerated significantly. Initially, the Wasteland team exhibited a degree of hesitation and contemplation regarding optimization. However, that contemplation has dissipated entirely. Their behavior resembles that of students copying homework. At first, they might glance at the questions to avoid egregious mistakes, such as misinterpreting a question that requires a selection from options A, B, C, or D. Now, they merely glance at the question number before beginning to copy. Given this scenario, it seems an opportune moment to play a trick on them. A slight smile crept across Tung's lips. Since his competitors have commenced their mindless imitation, it would be remiss not to provide them with a flawed assignment to replicate. Naturally, the errors in the assignment he offers will not be overtly apparent. If a mathematics exam contains an answer expressing the author's nostalgia, even a fool would recognize that it is a clear case of copying incorrectly. However, before executing this plan, Tung has other matters to attend to. In Gunning Province, Shillong City, lies the Xinhua Group, a company primarily engaged in mobile phone manufacturing. The mobile phones produced by Jiang Yifeng's former employer are assembled at this facility. It is rumored that Lamy, Fruits, and Petals are among the company's collaborators. Jiang Yifeng has assured that the quality of this mobile phone factory is undoubtedly reliable. Today, July 8th, marks the day the prototype for the Tongdao project is unveiled. The driver steers the vehicle ahead, while Tung occupies the center seat, flanked by Jiang Yifeng on his left and Qin Lili on his right. At this moment, Tung resembles a chatty elder sister, offering a stream of advice. Don't wander off, just stay close, he instructs. All right, Qin Lili replies with a charmingly obedient smile. Following the conclusion of her college entrance examinations as a wealthy second-generation descendant, she has embarked on a delightful vacation. However, Lily exhibits little interest in conventional tourist attractions. Rather, she is quite intrigued by Tung's work. Out of curiosity, she has explored Tongda and now accompanies him to the mobile phone manufacturing facility. By the way, brother, may I have a chance to experience the prototype firsthand? Certainly. That is precisely our purpose for this visit. Tung nods affirmatively. The vehicle halts in the parking lot of the Xinhua Group, where Tung notices a bald man in his 50s bending over next to the car. He recognizes this individual as Su Xingning, who has consistently managed the liaison between him and Jiang Yifeng. Hello, Mr. Chun. You are even more handsome in person than on television. Su Xingning remarks with a hearty smile. Despite being of an age that could allow him to be Tung's father, he feels no embarrassment in flattering him. For the scale of Tongda's operations is truly remarkable. The initial production run has astonishingly reached 2 million units. In truth, Su Xingning did not anticipate that Tongda's first mobile phone would achieve such extraordinary sales. However, what significance does that hold? The contract has already been signed, and the down payment has been made. What Su Xingning must do is to placate Tung and Jiang Yifeng, encouraging them to remit the progress payment and final payment promptly. You flatter me. Please, lead me to view the engineering prototypes directly. Tung has heard similar praises countless times before. Such commendation does not elicit any psychological response from him. Very well, gentlemen, please follow me. Su Xingning took the lead, with Tung and Jiang Yifeng trailing behind. Qin Lili brought up the rear, glancing left and right inquisitively. Upon entering an office, Su Xingning unveiled 8 engineering prototypes. Chairman Chen's taste is exceedingly refined. We were quite astonished by these 2 prototypes upon their production, Su Xingning remarked with a smile, retrieving his phone. Chapter 182. A greeting from the Lingxiao Mobile in the realm of the Xinghai and Lingxiao series. There exists a subtle distinction in color and appearance among the 8 prototype models. The casing of the Xinghai Mobile is crafted from plastic, imparting a remarkably lightweight feel. Qin Lili and Jiang Yifeng each took a device into their hands, scrutinizing its features. Despite Xinghai's focus on cost-effectiveness, the plastic exterior does not come across as inferior in quality. In terms of screen-to-body ratio, the Xinghai Mobile stands out prominently amongst its competitors. While in the future, such a screen-to-body ratio may seem commonplace, in the year 2012, the Xinghai Mobile represents the closest approximation to a full-screen design. The device is available in 4 colors, a blue-white gradient, a green gradient, an orange gradient, and a pink gradient. At this point in 2012, gradient color designs were not yet widely adopted. Most phones were monotonous shades of black, white, or silver. What do you think? Tung inquired, glancing at Jiang Yifeng, who nodded in approval. The appearance is quite appealing. If the specifications meet our requirements, then we have no issues. The specifications will undoubtedly meet the criteria. These are the results we've derived from our laboratory tests, Su Xingning stated, presenting a report. Chen-Ting accepted the document and perused it, nodding slightly. He then turned his attention to Chen Lili. What are your thoughts? Chen-Tung's secondary objective in bringing Chen Lili along was to gauge the perspective of a layperson. After all, mobile phones are ultimately intended for non-professionals. Countless experts have exerted tremendous effort to ensure satisfaction for the general public, making their opinions paramount. I find all these colors quite beautiful. If it were up to me, I would certainly consider purchasing one, she replied. Excellent. It seems that contemporary design can resonate with and be appreciated by today's consumers. And how does it feel in your hand? Does it feel heavy? Not at all. It's quite light. If this phone were to be offered to you, what price would you find acceptable? Perhaps below 3,000? Chen-Ting nodded thoughtfully before picking up a Lingxiao series phone, which is also available in 4 colors: gold, purple, teal, and a blue-white gradient. This model features a glass back, resulting in a somewhat heavier sensation. The front bears no significant differences from the Xinghai series. Chen-Ting handed the device to Chen Lili. Is there a noticeable difference in weight? Not really. It doesn't feel excessively heavy. It should be comfortable to carry. That is good to hear. Chen-Tung then began to operate the prototype, and with the accompanying sky system, the overall functionality was impressively smooth. He turned to Jiang Yifeng, who expressed no concerns. Please take me to your production line. I wish to understand the environment in which our phones are manufactured. Chen-Tung's personal visit to inspect the prototype was primarily to observe the specific production line. Otherwise, he could have easily had the prototype delivered to his office without the need for such a trip. No problem, Su Xingning replied, a smile gracing his face, signaling that they had successfully passed the first hurdle. The production line for these 2 mobile phones is approximately 7 to 8 minutes away from their building, and it requires the wearing of cleanroom suits. All right, Chen-Ting remarked, glancing at Chen Lili to seek her opinion. Upon her confirmation that everything was fine, the 4 of them descended the stairs and proceeded toward the factory. After a 7 to 8 minute walk, they donned dust-proof suits and entered the production workshop. The moment they stepped inside, Chen Lili let out a soft exclamation of awe. Chen-Tung surveyed the workshop, feeling quite satisfied with the production environment. A glance around revealed an exceptionally bright workspace, with the floor impeccably clean, devoid of any noticeable grime. Several automated machines were in operation, and every individual within was clad in clean room attire, diligently at work. So, Mr. Chen, are you satisfied with our production environment? Su Xingning inquired. Our company's production standards are among the finest in the world, and our yield rate is assured. I'm quite pleased. Everything looks good so far, Chen-Ting responded, evidently impressed. It was clear that Jiang Yifeng was indeed a reliable figure. Previous prototypes had been produced but failed to meet Jiang Yifeng's stringent requirements and were sent back. This current prototype had, in essence, passed numerous trials before reaching Chen-Tung's hands. Let us expedite the production, he urged. Great, Su Xingning exclaimed with elation. This means we've secured the order. He joyfully bid farewell to Chen-Ting and his companions, a smile firmly planted on his face. Chen-Tung returned to the vehicle with 8 prototypes in hand. Would you like to keep one as a memento? Absolutely, Jiang Yifeng replied with a grin. After all, it's our very first phone, which holds significant commemorative value. Can I have one from both series? Of course. Chen-Tung affirmed as Jiang Yifeng took the Lingxiao phone and the green gradient Xinghai phone from his hands. Chen-Tung's expression shifted dramatically. What is the matter? Jiang Yifeng inquired. Nothing, my thoughts may just be a bit scattered, Chen-Ting replied, leaving Jiang Yifeng perplexed. He then offered the remaining 6 devices for Chen Lili to choose from. Consider this an early gift for your coming of age. I would like the blue and white gradient color, she decided. All right, Chen-Ting said, handing her the blue and white gradient Lingxiao phone. Chen Lili took the phone, captivated, and began to play with it. Brother, this phone feels incredibly smooth. It seems even more fluid than my classmates' Apple phones. That is precisely the aim. We are targeting Apple, he replied. It's truly impressive. As she caressed the glass body of the Lingxiao phone, a sudden curiosity stirred within her. Brother, why doesn't this phone have KK and WeChat? The driver couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror. Jiang Yifeng and Chen-Tung were staring intently at Chen Lili. What's wrong? My dear sister, do you truly not keep up with the news at all? Haven't you finished your exams for a month now? Why do you seem as if you've just been released from them? KK is going bankrupt? Soon. What? Chen Lili was taken aback by the news. Just yesterday, she was chatting on KK with her classmates. How could it be on the verge of collapse? I'm just kidding. But you genuinely don't know that your brother's company has launched WeChat? WeChat belongs to Tengda? Why else? Chinting thought that the competition between WeChat and KK must have become common knowledge among internet users. Yet, his own sister was so out of the loop that she didn't even know WeChat was theirs. Hiki. Chin Lily chuckled sheepishly. I've been engrossed in novels lately and chatting with friends. I really haven't been paying attention to these things. Don't worry, when I get back, I'll uninstall KK and download WeChat. Now that's more like it. Chinting set up his brand new phone and posted a message on Weibo. Hello everyone. Greetings from the Lingxiao phone. Chapter 183. The regular press conference. What is the Lingxiao phone? Is it a brand akin to Virtu, the luxury mobile device? What is Virtu? It is a phone that sells for tens of thousands. Could it be that this is the phone that Tengda is about to launch? Not long ago, there were reports about Tengda venturing into the mobile phone market. The crowd buzzed with speculation about the true nature of the Lingxiao phone. Chinting quietly liked the comments that guessed correctly. Unfortunately, the microblogging platform has yet to introduce a trending feature. Otherwise, Chintung believed that the news about Tengda's mobile phone would surely make it to the trending topics. The news of the impending Tengda phone gradually began to circulate online. However, given that the official launch of the Tengda phone was still some time away, the fervor surrounding it waned after a few days of discussion. This was a perfectly normal occurrence. The internet is inundated with information, with trends appearing in rapid succession, none of which can maintain a lasting prominence. Even Chintung himself, after posting on the microblog, temporarily set aside thoughts of the Tengda phone. He needed to begin preparing for KK. In the latest update of WeChat, an entirely new feature was introduced, Desktop Pets. A cute, chibi-style puppy made its debut after the update. Reminiscent of the pets that once appeared on the PC version of KK. The pet would experience hunger and thirst, and tapping on it would elicit pre-programmed reactions and dialogues. A week later, WeChat followed suit with a similar update. As anticipated by Chinting, this wave of updates prompted WeChat to begin unceremoniously copying features. This was hardly surprising. In the realm of commercial competition, imitation is often more convenient than original thought. It can be profitable and efficient. Observing this, Chintung continued to enrich WeChat with a variety of features, whisper functions, anonymous group chats, personalized themes. An assortment of eclectic functionalities were crammed into WeChat. From the pace of WeChat's updates, Chintung discerned that they had hesitated at some point. The current updates of WeChat were rather flamboyant, teetering on the brink of becoming the next KK. Even if WeChat chose to imitate, they dared not be too audacious. Chinting speculated that during the internal discussions on this feature, a debate must have ensued. Much like encountering an unexpected answer of 114,514 on a math exam, a rational individual would instinctively sense something amiss. However, this answer, while unusual, was not entirely implausible for a math paper. Under tight deadlines, when only a minute or two remained to submit, one might resort to copying it down, rather than leaving the answer blank. It would be unreasonable to submit nothing at all, and the original source of the copied work would hardly submit a deliberately incorrect response. The current situation between WeChat and WeChat Lite bears a striking resemblance. The surge in WeChat Lite's user base instills a profound sense of urgency within the WeChat team. They understand that they must race against time. Should WeChat Lite introduce a captivating feature and the WeChat team fails to respond promptly, they risk losing a significant number of users. If every version update of WeChat Lite necessitates a comprehensive market evaluation by WeChat before determining whether to follow suit, by the time such an assessment is completed, the opportunity may have already passed. Thus, they are compelled to forge ahead with blind determination. Of course, this urgency is also linked to the various optimizations previously implemented by WeChat Lite. It has demonstrated its efficacy, with updates consistently contributing to user growth, thereby providing a sense of security to the WeChat team that resorts to imitation. Chintung observes, step by step, the increasing content within both WeChat and WeChat Lite, which is gradually becoming unwieldy. The date for the Tengda smartphone launch event has been set for August 18th. Initially, Chintung contemplated scheduling the event in September to compete directly with competitor Fruit S launch. However, upon reflection, if the release were to occur in September, even if the Xinhai and Lingxiao smartphone series were exceptional, their reputation would not spread instantaneously. To convince consumers that Tengda's smartphones surpass those of Fruit, time is essential. Moreover, from a hardware standpoint, Tengda smartphones are, in fact, inferior to those of Fruit. It is merely the robustness of the system that stands out. Thus, to capture the consumer base of Fruit smartphones, it is imperative to first make potential consumers aware of the superiority of Tengda smartphones. In simpler terms, It is crucial to host the launch event ahead of Fruit, lest it coincide with the fervor surrounding Fruit smartphones. Who can predict what innovations Tingda smartphones might unveil? The entire smartphone industry has shifted its focus towards Tingda. There is speculation regarding whether Tingda will emerge like Fruit, delivering a seismic impact to the smartphone sector. Some believe that Chun-Tung will indeed create a monumental disruption, as his past endeavors have consistently transformed industries. Take the gaming industry, for instance. To a certain extent, the Tingda gaming marketplace can be regarded as the benefactor of the majority of domestic games today. Although Tingda does not hold any shares, without it, many games would simply not exist. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Tingda has salvaged the gaming industry. Moreover, in the food delivery sector, Chun-Tung has directly dominated the entire industry, altering many individuals' lifestyles. Nowadays, many people prefer the comfort of home dining, awaiting their deliveries rather than going out to eat. Yet, there are those who assert that different industries have their own unique challenges. While Tingda may excel in some sectors, it cannot necessarily achieve the same level of success across all industries. A successful foray into one industry does not guarantee triumph in subsequent ventures. Numerous companies have succeeded in their first and second cross-industry endeavors, yet may falter on the third attempt. Successful experiences can be replicated across various industries, while others cannot. In any case, two factions engage in a relentless debate, with neither side able to persuade the other. Chun-Tung recognizes that such disputes are an inevitable occurrence in the realm of the internet. He takes pleasure in witnessing the fervor of online arguments, as it generates buzz for Tingda Mobile. The company has also established an official account on Weibo, gradually unveiling the latest updates about Tingda Mobile. As the gradual release of information unfolds, the time finally arrives on August 18th. The launch event for Tingda Mobile is about to commence. No one knows how significant an impact this event will have on the mobile industry in 2012. Chapter 184, The Mobile Launch Event. A pinnacle of global standards. Do not be anxious. Do not be anxious. Breathe. Jiang Yifeng paced nervously beside Chun-Tung. Observing him, Chun-Tung found it amusing. Why are you so tense? It's my moment on stage, not yours. Such an opportunity for bravado would not be squandered on Jiang Yifeng. Thus, long before the event, Chun-Tung had resolved to personally host the launch. Isn't it natural for me to feel anxious for you, my boss? Our objective this time is to compete directly with a tech giant. Surely, you possess some confidence? A modicum, perhaps. Chun-Tung chuckled. His myriad successes along the journey rendering him fearless. Faced with the formidable presence of the tech giant, he felt no trepidation. No wonder you are the boss. I am merely an employee, and at such a young age, your mindset is so admirable. Jiang Yifeng grew increasingly in awe of Chun-Tung, who was merely 19 years old. Most university students at that age might stumble over a simple PowerPoint presentation, yet Chun-Tung stood composed before such a grand audience. He adjusted his Zhongshan suit and tie, glancing at Chun-Lili beside him. Do I look handsome? Not bad, I suppose. Dad, Mom, am I handsome? Indeed. For this launch event, Chun-Tung had intentionally brought his parents along, knowing that every parent yearns to see their child thrive. As Chun Jiangwo and Jiang Meiji beheld their son, they couldn't help but smile. To them, their child was the most handsome of all. Old Jiang, please take my parents and sister to the front row of the audience. As the event approached, Chun-Tung instructed Jiang Yifeng. Certainly, best of luck to you, boss. Jiang Yifeng nodded and escorted Chun-Tung's family to their seats at the forefront of the audience. Time passed, and at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chun-Tung strolled confidently toward the stage. Esteemed media friends, fans of Tingda Mobile, and my dear friends, good afternoon. I am thrilled to welcome you to our Tingda Mobile launch event. Thank you all for being here. Chun-Tung bowed toward the audience. The turnout for this launch was modest, with only 336 attendees. In comparison to the throngs he had engaged at university, this was negligible. Applause erupted in the hall. With a smile, Chun-Tung delved into the core of his presentation. Before embarking on our venture into the mobile industry, I pondered a critical question. What kind of phone do I wish to create? I arrived at my answer swiftly. I aspire to produce a phone that is accessible to everyone and empowers them to speak with confidence. Hence, I established 2 product lines, Xinghai, which emphasizes exceptional cost-effectiveness, and Lingxiao, which adopts a high-end approach. Both of these phones will be powered by a formidable operating system, Sky. After Chun-Tung concluded his statement, the PowerPoint presentation behind him swiftly transitioned to the next slide. With his exceptional sensory perception, Chun-Tung sensed a slight murmur among the audience following his words. The notion of creating a mobile phone alongside an operating system? in contrast to the current modifications being made on the Android platform. Our Tenda mobile phone Sky system has been entirely developed by our dedicated team, epitomizing optimization at its finest. Under identical configurations, the performance of the Sky system can reach 2 to 3 times that of other mobile operating systems. Our advancements in file management and memory optimization are unparalleled on a global scale. As Chinting spoke, the large screen behind him displayed the interface of a mobile phone operating on the Sky system. To avoid any infringement, he refrained from showcasing images from other phone systems. However, everyone present had experienced various mobile devices. The fluidity of a mobile operating system is readily discernible to the naked eye. A phone utilizing the Sky system operates with remarkable smoothness. Shock 10, Shock 15, Shock 12, Shock 20. The audience was certainly not blind. Comparing the visuals on the screen to their own experiences with mobile phones, the quality of a mobile operating system can be almost instantly recognized. What stood out was the design of this operating system, reminiscent of their company's WeChat, equally minimalist and aesthetically pleasing. It bore no trace of other systems. Could it truly be that Tenda's phone development team crafted it from scratch? That seemed exceedingly implausible. After all, Tenda had only been established for less than a year. How could they possess such abundant talent and technological resources? The reporters below were left perplexed. Chunting observed their astonished expressions with great satisfaction. I understand that many in the audience harbor doubts. You might wonder whether this video is genuine. Here, I assure everyone that Tenda's mobile operating system stands at the pinnacle of global standards, leading its contemporaries by at least 2, if not 3, positions. Chinting raised 2 fingers in a gesture, which he quickly transformed into a 3. This blend of confidence and arrogance left everyone below somewhat dizzy. It is important to note that it was now 2012, despite having hosted the Olympics and the World Expo, significantly boosting national confidence. Many sectors still lagged and were in a phase of catch-up. The mobile phone industry was no exception. To claim they were nearing international leading standards might have been believable. But to assert they were ahead by 2 positions globally, such audacity seemed excessive. In blunt terms, they were simply not accustomed to believing it. It matters not whether one believes or not, as long as the mobile phone is purchased from the Tenda website. Customers who find themselves dissatisfied may return the product for a full refund within 7 days. In essence, this allows individuals to acquire the device and test its capabilities. I am confident that no one will opt for a refund due to insufficient performance, Chintung asserted with resolute conviction, his countenance grave and earnest. This underscores a singular truth. Chintung is not jesting. He is sincere. He possesses genuine confidence in Tenda's leading position within the global mobile system arena. Despite the fact that this assertion may seem preposterous to some, of course, I am magnanimous enough to acknowledge our shortcomings, specifically in terms of hardware. We currently cannot compete with the finest mobile hardware available domestically. Just as everyone anticipated a moment of humility from Chintung, he pivoted his discourse, thus. When considering the hardware level, our mobile phones may barely achieve a competitive edge in overall experience, aligning more closely with an ordinary yet globally esteemed standard. Chapter 185. The unmatched endurance. The crowd below was utterly astonished. What kind of statements were being made? What does it mean to have an ordinary global top-tier experience? If it is indeed a top-tier experience, how can it be ordinary? They were almost certain that Chintung was merely showing off, boasting with a sense of arrogance. However, observing Chintung's demeanor revealed no hint of pretension. It was as if he was merely stating a fact as mundane as the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. After discussing the primary selling point of our 2 smartphones, Chintung moved on to the second most significant feature, oblivious to the astonished expressions of the audience. After all, he was merely articulating the truth. The PowerPoint presentation behind him transitioned to the next slide, and he began to elaborate on another topic. I believe that as we entered the era of smart devices, everyone was elated by the myriad functionalities that smartphones offered, surpassing those of traditional feature phones. The ability to play games, watch movies, listen to music, and read novels. Yet, these remarkable capabilities hinge upon one crucial aspect: battery life. Surely many have observed that as smartphones have become more powerful, their energy consumption has skyrocketed. This is manageable during work hours, but when venturing out for leisure, a device may run out of power in mere hours. Carrying a power bank can be cumbersome, and charging speeds often leave much to be desired. I suspect that during such moments, one might fondly reminisce about the era of feature phones. Back then, if a phone ran out of battery, what was the solution? Simply remove the back cover, take out the battery, and replace it, right? But what about now? I doubt anyone would consider disassembling their smartphone to swap in a fully charged battery. The sophistication and integration of modern smartphones are so advanced that it is nearly impossible for the average person to dismantle them. Our company has contemplated this consumer pain point for an extended period. Some of you may have seen recent news regarding our collaboration with Professor Ning Yan's team at Qiming University, utilizing innovative silicon materials as battery anodes, significantly enhancing our battery capacity. The PowerPoint presentation behind Qinteng displayed specific parameters and laboratory data, prompting the media representatives below to snap photographs. Although they might not fully comprehend the data, capturing such vital information is essential for showcasing their professionalism. Naturally, while this information may appear somewhat obscure, allow me to translate it into simpler terms. In terms of equivalent volume, our battery capacity is double that of current technologies. Qinteng's statement elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. Although the earlier figures seemed impressive yet incomprehensible, the notion of double was immediately grasped. Qinteng raised 2 fingers, forming a 2 with his hand. In reality, after achieving a few minor breakthroughs, the battery capacity can reach 2-3 times that of existing technologies rather than the previously mentioned double. However, Qinteng intended to leave himself some leeway for future revelations. On the other hand, the breakthrough in this technology has come rather late. Prototypes have been developed, and the production line has been established and is now operational. Further modifications seem unnecessary. Of course, merely discussing battery capacity holds little significance. A larger battery may very well consume power more rapidly, and no matter how impressive the data or parameters appear, if the actual experience is subpar, what is the value? Thus, we have opted for a straightforward and fundamental method to assess the power consumption of the smartphones. Accompanying Qinteng's commentary, a video was displayed on the large screen behind him, showcasing the experimental process. The 2 devices on the far left represent our Tengda Xinghai and Lingxiao series smartphones, while the 6 devices on the right consist of the 3 best-selling phones from the first half of this year and the 3 best-selling phones from the previous year. To prevent disputes, we applied a simple mosaic treatment to the edges of the phones. We then set the brightness to maximum and simultaneously streamed a movie at room temperature. Following that, we fast-forwarded at 128 times speed. The smartphones in the video continuously played the film, and it wasn't long before the first device powered down due to battery depletion. Under the accelerated pace, the other 5 phones swiftly followed suit. The 2 devices on the left, however, endured for a considerable duration before also shutting down. Our test revealed that under identical conditions, the endurance of the Tengda smartphones was 3 to 4 times greater than that of the other devices. At this juncture, some may inquire, did we not claim that our battery capacity is double that of existing technology within the same volume? How then? Is the endurance 3 to 4 times that of other smartphones? This is not due to a larger battery size, but rather a modest success arising from the synergy between our battery technology and the Tengda smartphone Sky system. I have stated before that the comprehensive experience offered by our smartphones is of the highest caliber. Regarding the results of this test, I understand that many may harbor doubts. I welcome all inquiries and validations. I firmly believe that true quality withstands scrutiny. Qinteng stood confidently on stage, articulating the merits of the Tengda smartphone battery. He stood tall, radiating an aura of brilliance. The journalists and attendants struggled to contain their astonishment. If Qinteng's assertions hold true, the smartphone industry may indeed be on the brink of a revolution. Such exceptional endurance and unparalleled system fluidity could genuinely entice a significant number of consumers to choose Tengda smartphones. For a vast array of smartphone users, battery life and system performance are indeed 2 critical factors, provided the pricing is appropriate. Having addressed these 2 selling points, does our smartphone possess any others? Certainly. However, I shall delineate them from this point onward, beginning with the Xinghai series. Equipped with the Snapdragon S3 dual-core chip, a front-facing camera of 2 million pixels, and a rear-facing camera of 8 million pixels, Qinteng recited the specifications with the mechanical detachment of a soulless automaton. To him, these figures held little significance, as they were not products of his own ingenuity. It was only when discussing the mobile display that he elaborated slightly, yet even then, his remarks were scant, as the screen technology merely managed to maintain a position at the pinnacle of industry standards. A brief mention sufficed to inform the audience of the configuration. There was no necessity for further elaboration. The third major selling point of the Xinghai series lies in its aesthetic appeal. As Qinteng spoke, 4 variants of the Xinghai phone materialized behind him. The colors included a blue-white gradient, a green gradient, an orange gradient, and a pink gradient. Notably, Chinting infused a touch of creativity into the naming of these hues: misty blue, verdant green, sunset orange, and adorable pink. In the mobile market of 2012, gradient colors were still quite novel. The appearance of the design elicited an immediate chorus of admiration. Chapter 186. Unparalleled cost-effectiveness exquisite. It is simply captivating. The azure hue, transitioning from blue to white, resembles a luminous moon amidst a misty night. This color appears as a delicate veil draped over the darkness, radiating a gentle glow. The verdant green and the sunset orange are equally enchanting. The gradient of colors, shifting from light to deep, distinctly elevates the device above other smartphones available in the market, which often exude a sense of cheapness. The gradient finish of the Starry Sea phone manifests a breathtaking elegance. This color is indeed the third major selling point of the Starry Sea phone. An inherent appreciation for beauty resides within us all. I believe that while practicality is paramount for a smartphone, aesthetic appeal should not be overlooked. I hope these four colors will garner widespread admiration. Chinting remarked with a smile. This strategy is clearly aimed at attracting female consumers. Personally, when purchasing a phone, Chinting rarely considers its appearance. In his view, a phone is either observed from the front, where the small screen emits light, or it is simply tucked away in a pocket or set aside. Who would spend their days gazing at the back of their phone? Selecting a device should primarily focus on specifications and the experiences shared by users online. However, based on his observations, a significant number of women tend to purchase phones primarily for their aesthetic appeal. This inclination extends beyond smartphones to include laptops as well. To Chinting, this notion is utterly bewildering. Nonetheless, the consumers hold the purse strings. If he aims to sell these phones, he must find ways to cater to the demands of the consumers, even when they may not fully comprehend their own desires. Having discussed the appearance and specifications, I believe there is one crucial aspect that everyone is concerned about: price. To disregard the topic of pricing would be rather unprincipled. The Starry Sea phone is categorized into 3 pricing tiers based on memory capacity. I wonder if anyone would care to speculate on the price of the Starry Sea phone? Chinting inquired with a grin, casting his gaze towards the media representatives below. In truth, he genuinely wished for them to make their guesses. If there were a live broadcast, he would encourage all viewers of this launch event to share their anticipated prices on the screen. Regrettably, there is no live stream at present. Nonetheless, the journalists below began whispering their speculations. For an average person, such murmurs would go unheard. But Chinting is no ordinary individual. He could discern their conjectures. Some guessed $19.99, others $29.99, and a few even suggested $39.99. It must be said that their guesses brought Chinting immense joy. Clearly, their assessment of the Starry Sea phone is rather favorable. However, I reiterated my intention to create a phone that is affordable for everyone and empowers them to speak with confidence. The Starry Sea phone is precisely the device I envision accessible for all. As Chinting was on the verge of announcing the price, Lei, the head of Remy Mobile, anxiously awaited the news from the press conference. Based on the information he had gathered, Tendai Mobile was well prepared and brimming with confidence. When a journalist, who had a favorable relationship with Remy Mobile, entered the conference and began to live report the event, Lei felt a twinge of unease. This marked the second year of Remy Mobile's foray into the smartphone market. Just 2 days prior, Remy Mobile had conducted its own press conference, unveiling the Remy 1S and Remy 2 smartphones. Compared to the domestic market, where smartphones often cost upwards of $3,000 to $4,000, the prices of $14.99 for the Remy 1S and $19.99 for the Remy 2 were revolutionary, effectively slashing the prevailing smartphone prices. Remy Mobile also focused on cost-effectiveness, which made Lei apprehensive upon hearing that Chinting intended to produce an affordable smartphone. His concern was that Chinting might also emphasize value for money. When the discussion turned to the phone's operating system and battery life, 2 selling points, Lei felt a slight relief. These technologies were not typically found in budget-friendly devices. However, until the price was revealed, he remained uneasy, as the other specifications of Shanghai Mobile did not rank among the best domestically. If Chinting were determined to engage in a price war, Remy Mobile would struggle to sell its products. As he observed the messages on his phone, his heart raced. Price divided into 3 tiers. The announcement is imminent. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and a new message appeared on the screen. $12.99, $15.99, $19.99. Following this, he received an image from the press conference venue. Staring at the prices, Lei fell silent. When Chinting declared the prices, the media present began to question their own hearing. It was astonishingly low, absolutely unprecedented. They had anticipated that such specifications would command prices in the range of 3,000 to 4,000, never expecting it to be so affordable. The shock accumulated throughout the conference now burst forth. The highest configuration at just $19.99? Unbelievable. Absurd. Could Tendai truly profit from this? Previously, when it was said that Tendai was engaged in philanthropy within the gaming industry, Lei was skeptical. Now, he found himself a true believer. The domestic smartphone market was on the brink of transformation. Prior to this, no one could have foreseen that Shanghai Mobile would sell at such prices. The lowest at merely $12.99 and the highest only $19.99. Observing the commotion in the audience, Qintung patiently awaited their hush. Once tranquility returned, he began to discuss Lingxiao Mobile. After addressing Shanghai Mobile, he turned his attention to Lingxiao Mobile. Lingxiao Mobile, a premium brand under Tendai Technology, bore a name that I personally chose. I aspire for this device's performance to surpass all others in the market. Thus it is named Lingxiao. Its hues mirror those of the Starry Ocean, comprising 4 distinct shades: Imperial Gold, Pine Green, Dreamy Purple, and Moonlight Blue. Behind Qintung, the presentation unveiled the 4 colors of the Lingxiao smartphone. Visually, the Lingxiao and the Starry Ocean smartphones bear a striking resemblance. However, the former boasts a slightly larger screen-to-body ratio. As a premium device, we have opted to maximize nearly all specifications. It features a Snapdragon S 4-quad-core chip, a front-facing camera of 5 megapixels, a rear camera of 8 megapixels, along with infrared capabilities and a smart remote control application. While contemplating enhancements for the Lingxiao smartphone, Qintung recalled a particular feature: infrared remote control. In 2024, it would be utterly inconceivable for a high-end smartphone to lack infrared functionality. Indeed, even mid-range devices typically come equipped with this feature. Yet, in the nascent days of the smartphone industry back in 2012, infrared functionality was unprecedented. Chapter 187, The Drawbacks of the Sky System. However, Qintung did not regard this point as a significant selling proposition. The rationale was rather straightforward. The complexity of this technology was not particularly daunting, nor was it an insurmountable obstacle. To boast about this feature's superiority would undoubtedly seem ludicrous when, in a few years, it becomes commonplace. Having discussed the specifications, let us turn our attention to the pricing of the Lingxiao phone. With its exquisite assembly of components, the price is, indeed, not modest. The 16 GB variant is priced at $4,999, the 32 GB at $5,499, and the 64 GB at $5,999. This pricing elicited a stir among the audience. While it is true that many smartphones today are sold for $3,000 to $4,000, a starting price of $5,000 remains exceedingly rare in the domestic market. Only the Apple and 6-star brands have phones that reach this price point. The previously popular Apple 4S had a starting price of merely $49.88. Now, the Lingxiao phone's entry price astonishingly exceeds that of the Apple model. It is worth noting, however, that the Lingxiao phone is only pricier at the entry level compared to Apple. The subsequent tiers are incomparable. The 32 GB Apple 4S is priced at $5,888, while the 64 GB variant reaches an outrageous $6,788. This was, after all, the $6,788 of 2011. Qintung had never purchased a phone priced at $6,788 prior to 2011. It is no wonder that some refer to Apple phones as kidney phones. From a pricing perspective, they certainly deserve the moniker. Nevertheless, Qintung was keen to observe how the soon-to-be-released Apple 5, slated for a little over a month from now, would perform against the Lingxiao phone's formidable presence in the market. He could assure that the Lingxiao phone, bolstered by the Sky system, would undoubtedly surpass the Apple 5 in terms of user experience. Yet, it remains uncertain whether the Lingxiao phone could impede the Apple 5's anticipated success in the domestic market. Having expounded upon the merits of the Shanghai and Lingxiao phones, let us now address the shortcomings of these two devices. Just as everyone presumed that this launch event was nearing its conclusion, Qintung's statement revealed that the presentation was far from over. This proclamation puzzled many who speaks of their own product's flaws at a launch event. Typically, one would extol the virtues while conveniently sidestepping any deficiencies. Yet here we were discussing shortcomings. I imagine many in the audience were curious as to why I would broach the subject of my own product's drawbacks. Laughter rippled through the crowd as Qintung anticipated their thoughts. During my tenure managing the Tengda supermarket, numerous patrons had commended my genuine approach to customer service. Now, with 5 branches of Tengda supermarket, this sentiment persists. Therefore, I believe that when one treats consumers sincerely, it is essential not only to highlight the advantages but also to acknowledge the disadvantages. His words commanded the respect of everyone present. The notion of treating consumers with sincerity is a phrase often uttered by all merchants. However, achieving this proves to be exceedingly difficult. Those who work as journalists are acutely aware of this reality. For the vast majority of businesses, this utterance serves merely as a slogan. Genuine concern for consumers? It is truly a matter of caring for the money in consumers' hands. Chin-Ting paused to observe the reactions of the audience before continuing. As you can see, the Sky system is an entirely new operating system. I genuinely assert that the Sky system is 3 generations ahead of its contemporaries in mobile operating systems. Nevertheless, the Sky system harbors a critical flaw: the scarcity of compatible applications. The ecosystem of Ting.mobile Mobile has yet to be fully established. Numerous applications are available in Android and iOS versions, yet conspicuously absent is the Ting.da version. We are currently in discussions with various application developers regarding collaboration, but changes cannot be expected in the immediate future. In light of this, we have pre-installed an Android emulator on both models of our phones. The presence of the Android emulator will undoubtedly affect the user experience. This is a compromise we have been compelled to make, and we hope for your understanding. If you believe that the ecological limitations will diminish your user experience, then perhaps it would be prudent not to purchase. Alternatively, you might consider buying it for the purpose of flashing the firmware. In any case, we sincerely hope for your support of Ting.da Mobile and the brand itself. Next Saturday, Ting.da Mobile will be officially launched, and pre-orders will be available on our website. Thank you all. Chin-Tung bowed to the audience. The ecological challenges posed by the new system are formidable. Many may not be aware that even tech giants have attempted to enter the mobile market with their own operating systems. This titan of PC operating systems has indeed cast its gaze upon the vast mobile market. However, establishing an ecosystem is no simple task. Even this giant has not succeeded in creating such an ecosystem, underscoring the immense difficulty involved. Of course, this is also related to some of the missteps made by the company. With the lessons learned from the giant's failures, Chin-Ting is determined to avoid repeating those mistakes. Even if this generation of the Lingxiao phone does not succeed in establishing the ecosystem for the Sky system, the next generation will undoubtedly leverage the strengths of the emotional value system to build that ecosystem. As the press conference concluded, the media reporters exited in an orderly fashion. Incredible! You delivered that entirely without a script? Chun Lily exclaimed, leaping onto the stage from the front row with enthusiasm. Her eyes sparkled with disbelief as she regarded Chin-Tung, as if she were seeing him anew. Having a rough draft is helpful, and since I devised the content myself, it didn't require much memorization, he replied modestly. That's amazing. Chin Lily could not help but marvel. The ability to remain composed before such a large audience is a skill that Chin Lily herself does not possess. In truth, among her peers, such a capability is indeed rare. Chen Jiangwo and Jiang Meiji smiled warmly at Chin-Ting, although they had not fully comprehended the myriad points Chin-Tung had articulated. That was of little consequence. From the reactions observed on-site, it was evident that Chin-Tung was truly exceptional. I have a few matters to attend to, so let the driver take you back for now. During this period, Chin-Ting acquired a portion of shares in the esteemed Jin Gang Security, recommended by Yang Shan. He successfully appointed the most seasoned and reliable bodyguard from the company to protect his family. Each individual has 2 bodyguards, totaling 6. Each is capable of driving, and their professionalism is beyond question. If necessary, additional personnel can be summoned from Jin Gang Security. In essence, safety is paramount. Now, please attend to your tasks. And remember to have dinner. Do not neglect it amidst your busyness. If your work extends late into the night, do not forget to have a late-night snack as well. Chin-Tung felt a warm wave of affection swell within him. The love of parents is invariably unconditional. He felt grateful to have been born into such a family. You need not worry. After all, I am someone who has developed a taste for gourmet meals. If I find myself hungry, I shall simply order takeout. There is no danger of starvation. However, takeout is not particularly beneficial for the body. It should be consumed sparingly. With a smile, Chin-Tung bid farewell to the 3, stretching himself luxuriously. Chapter 188. Purchasing the most expensive one. What do you think, Professor Ning? How do you feel about our Ting.da mobile phone? Are you tempted to purchase one? Chin-Tung stretched lazily as he observed Professor Ning approaching him. The employee discount is set at 20%. Of course. I would buy the most expensive one, Professor Ning replied with a cheerful demeanor. Following this press conference, Professor Ning's impression of Chin-Tung underwent a significant transformation. Initially, he perceived Chin-Tung as an ambitious individual who held great respect for science. Now, he regarded Chin-Tung as a genuinely good person. He had encountered many impressive young talents who, when contemplating their futures, primarily focused on how to achieve their aspirations and ascend to greater heights. In contrast, Chinting exhibited a profound concern for the lives of ordinary individuals. He demonstrated compassion towards the writers and merchants, as well as the customers and employees of Tingda's supermarket. The Tengda gaming competition reflected his consideration for game developers and players alike. Within the vast expanse of Tengda Corporation, Chinting's care for his employees was also evident. To this day, he maintained a consideration for the average consumer with the Xinghai mobile phone. He possessed a rough understanding of the costs associated with the Xinghai phone and recognized that its pricing left Chinting with minimal profit margins. On the other hand, Lingxiao mobile phones boasted substantial profits. Then, I extend my gratitude for your support, Professor Ning, Chinting said, directing his gaze toward Li Xingru, who was standing beside the professor. It was the summer vacation period, and Li Xingru had chosen to stay and learn alongside Professor Ning instead of returning home. It was clear that Professor Ning was quite pleased with Li Xingru's talent. I will also purchase one, the most expensive one, to support you. Thank you very much. Chinting replied without hesitation, fully aware that Li Xingru was not short on funds at the moment. He acknowledged the hard work everyone had put in during this period and expressed hope for the smooth progress of Professor Ning's upcoming research projects. We will strive to meet the expectations set by you, President Qin, given the generous treatment we receive. After exchanging pleasantries with Chinting, Professor Ning departed from the press conference. Chinting then engaged in further discussions with Jiang Yifeng regarding the formal launch of the two mobile phones. In terms of creating an ecosystem for the phone system, we must ensure its development and engage in discussions with those companies regarding compatibility. At this juncture, news about Tingda mobile phones began to spread like wildfire. Major news outlets swiftly disseminated the information. Online discussions rapidly evolved from scattered remarks to a deluge of comments. Some individuals found Chinting's statements to be excessively exaggerated. A mobile operating system that is 3 steps ahead of the world? Isn't that just boasting? And what about the overall experience? The notion of being the best in the world? In many fields, there is hardly anything that can be deemed as the best globally. Particularly in technology-intensive domains, Wagwa has historically lagged behind. They believed that Chinting was merely spouting nonsense this time. What absurdity! Chinting had indeed overstated his claims. I might believe he is the best domestically, but globally? Who would accept that? However, the Xinghai series is indeed quite affordable. And I plan to purchase one when I switch phones. The pricing of the Lingxiao series is excessively high. I cannot fathom the source of their confidence. It seems to me that Chinting possesses limited knowledge of mobile technology and has been misled by those beneath him, genuinely believing that the phones he has produced are exceptionally user-friendly. I wager that the sales of the Lingxiao phone will ultimately fail to reach even 10,000 units. It will likely face a disastrous demise. The starting price is more extravagant than last year's offerings, which is quite absurd. They remain skeptical, unconvinced that Tingda phones can possess such high technological prowess, nor do they believe that the Lingxiao phone will achieve significant sales. These sentiments leave Chinting momentarily lost in thought. In truth, the endeavor of domestic phones to penetrate the high-end market has been fraught with failure for an extended period. Although there was a brief period of success, it was soon followed by setbacks due to external factors. Regardless, I am determined to succeed this time with the resources I have acquired. Chinting can comprehend the perspectives of these individuals. Some have been so long in a state of submission that they can no longer rise, while others have been disillusioned by the Hanshin debacle. Fortunately, there remains a segment of netizens who continue to believe in Chinting due to some of the remarkable feats he has previously accomplished. Let the sales figures reveal the truth. On August 25, 2012, a Saturday, I decided to procure 50 units of the Xinghai series and merely 10 units of the Lingxiao series. Lao Ma recalled his words from a few days prior in front of the distributors, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Over the past few days, he had been engulfed in remorse. Initially, he believed that with Tengda's renowned reputation, their phones would surely sell well. Thus, he hastily ordered 50 units of the Xinghai from the distributor. However, as he lay in bed that night, a sense of regret washed over him. In his modest phone shop, selling 3 to 4 units in a day was considered a good day, and it was not uncommon for him to go an entire day without selling a single device. Now he had ordered 50 units of the Xinghai phone and 10 units of the Lingxiao phone. What if they did not sell? Lao Ma, are you still fretting? The owner of a nearby phone shop cast a mocking glance at Lao Ma. Their establishments were both modest in size and closely situated. While it is true that competitors are often adversaries, when idle, they had no choice but to converse. Alas, Lao He, please refrain from mocking me. I am already in despair. Ha ha ha, perhaps this phone will attract numerous buyers, and you will sell out successfully, making a fortune. Lao He could not help but laugh. You truly thought that with a total of 60 units between the two series, they would sell easily? I typically fare better in business than you, yet I only dare to stock 15 units of the Xinghai and not a single one of the Lingxiao. That young lad must be out of his mind with greed. I know. It was a momentary lapse in judgment. I was easily swayed. Lao Ma's expression grew even more troubled as he recalled the distributor's extravagant praise for the Tengda phone just days earlier, deepening his regret. Despite being a businessman himself, he was aware that sellers sometimes resorted to fabrications to move their products. How could he have been so easily deceived? At that moment, a customer entered the neighboring shop of Old He. Old He hastily returned to his own store, eager to provide a warm welcome. Old Ma sighed. The sign above Old He's shop gleamed a touch brighter, and the storefront appeared a shade more spacious. There was a reason his business thrived better than his own. However, just a few minutes later, the customer emerged from Old He's establishment and walked directly into Old Ma's shop. Hello, do you have the Lingxiao model? Before Old Ma could finish his sentence, the customer asked directly. Yes. What configuration are you looking for? Is the Emperor Gold 64G available? Indeed. All right, I will take that one. Old Ma was left speechless. It was the first time he had encountered someone so straightforward in making a purchase. He remained in a daze until the customer took the phone and left. At that moment, Old He also rushed out of his store. Did he make the purchase? He did. Was it truly the Lingxiao? Old He asked, incredulous. The customer had inquired about the Lingxiao phone as soon as he entered Old He's shop, to which Old He could only reply that it was sold out. To his astonishment, the customer had swiftly made his way to Old Ma's store instead. It truly was the Lingxiao. What model? The largest one, priced at 6,000, no haggling. Chapter 189. Remarkable success, astonishing profits. Old He was taken aback. 6,000 yuan. It wasn't merely 600. Even if it were 600, one would typically contemplate before parting with such an amount, wouldn't they? Bargaining without any negotiation? After a moment, another customer entered Old He's mobile shop. He hurried back to his store, ceasing further conversation with Old Ma. This new customer, however, was not as accommodating. Boss, do you have the Xinghai model? Indeed, we have it in various colors and price points. What about the Cloud Mist Blue, 64 gigabytes? How much is it? 1,999 yuan. Could you possibly lower the price? This is not feasible. Our pricing is already at its lowest. Old Ma shook his head. Come on. Can't you make it a bit cheaper? Truly impossible. Old Ma pondered for a moment. How about this? I can throw in a cup for you. What do you think? A cup? What kind of cup? Here, just like this. Old Ma said, picking up a rather ordinary glass cup from the side. The young man hesitated for a moment. All right then. The young man completed the transaction, and Old Ma handed over the cup along with the mobile phone. He had not anticipated such smooth business today. As previously mentioned, selling 3 or 4 phones in a day would already be considered quite successful. Yet, on this very first day of opening, he had already sold 2 phones. What astonished Old Ma even more was that this was merely the beginning. Customers began to trickle in one after another, all with their sights set on the Tengda phones. In just a short morning, Old Ma sold 6 Xinghai models and 2 Lingxiao models. This day could undoubtedly be deemed the most successful opening day in his history. By afternoon, Old He, perplexed, walked into Old Ma's shop. How strange. Why are the Tengda phones selling so well? I can understand the popularity of the Xinghai series. But how is the Lingxiao selling as well? In Old He's view, the Xinghai was reasonably priced, hence its success. A sale of 1 or 2 Lingxiao models in a month would be quite commendable. Yet, within just a single morning, he had witnessed Old Ma sell 2. No, it wasn't merely a day, it was just a morning. I have no idea, Old Ma chuckled. Regardless, the success of the Tengda phones only brought advantages to him, never detriments. By the afternoon, Tengda phones continued to sell remarkably well. Old Ma's shop smoothly sold 4 more Xinghai models and 1 Lingxiao model. Adding the morning's sales, he had sold a staggering total of 13 phones. This astonishing figure startled Old Ma himself. He was curious, what prompts you to purchase such an expensive phone? He inquired of the second customer who bought the Lingxiao model. This customer appeared to be relatively young, in his early 30s. I find Chunteng to be quite reliable. Ah, Chunteng? Indeed, there exists a Tenda supermarket nearby. Are you aware of it? I am familiar with it. I often visit this supermarket to procure groceries. And Chunteng is a remarkably reliable individual. Although the prices are somewhat elevated, the quality is undeniably excellent. Thus, I believe the Ling Xiao phone he sells should also be commendable. With that, he gave a thumbs up. Lao Ma was astonished. He had not anticipated that the reason for purchasing the Tinda phone was not the device itself, but rather the person behind it, Chen Ting. Suddenly, Lao Ma seemed to recall something and dialed the distributor's phone number. To his surprise, the voice on the other end preemptively responded, "Don't bother asking. We're out of stock for both Ling Xiao and Shanghai. If you're not inquiring about other phones, just hang up." The following morning at 9:30. In the mobile department of Tinda Technology, Chen Tong was seated in Jiang Yifeng's office chair, while Jiang Yifeng anxiously checked his watch. Why hasn't the data arrived yet? Calm down, Lao Jiang, the data will inevitably come through. There is no need for haste. Chen Ting gently tapped his fingers on the table. After the first day of sales, it was essential to compile the sales figures. The data from online sales was relatively easy to gather, but the figures from physical stores were more challenging to compile. It required a report from each store, layer by layer, to obtain accurate data. Come on, Chen. If you were truly calm, you wouldn't have come to our department personally. Jiang Yifeng saw through Chen Tong's facade. If Chen Tong were genuinely so composed, why not remain in his own office and wait for the data to be reported? Chen Tong chuckled, refraining from rebuttal, for Jiang Yifeng was indeed correct. He felt a tinge of anxiety, not regarding the sales of the Shanghai phone, which he knew would perform well due to its cost-effectiveness, but rather concerning the Ling Xiao phone's sales, which he was uncertain about. Suddenly, Chen Ting noticed a new email notification on Jiang Yifeng's computer. Jiang Yifeng swiftly moved behind Chen Tong, both pairs of eyes fixated on the computer screen. Lao Jiang, we're getting a bit too close for comfort. It's all right, Chen, I'm single. My girlfriend won't misunderstand. Chen Ting, listening to that, isn't it a rather peculiar statement? Nevertheless, Jiang Yifeng slightly turned his head away. Chen Ting opened the email and was met with a plethora of data. The information was exceedingly detailed, specifying sales figures for different storage capacities and colors of phones at each store. There were also summaries of sales for various storage capacities and colors. Such data would assist the company in analyzing which storage options and colors were more popular, aiding in determining the quantities to request from the factory for the next production batch. However, these tasks were primarily the responsibility of Jiang Yifeng and others in the mobile department and did not concern Chen Tong. He scrolled down to view the total sales figures. Shanghai phone first day total sales, 176,586. Ling Xiao phone first day total sales, 36,587. Hooray! Jiang Yifeng joyfully leaped into the air. We have succeeded, boss. Chen Tong, upon witnessing the sales figures for the Ling Xiao phone, also sighed in relief. Over 30,000 units sold on the first day exceeded Chen Tong's expectations. While this number may seem modest at first glance, consider that each Ling Xiao phone yields a profit of over 1,000. In just one day, the Ling Xiao phone generated over 40 million in profit for Tingda. Indeed, we have triumphed. A faint smile graced Chen Tong's lips as a significant weight lifted from his heart. Please notify the senior executives of the mobile department. A meeting will be convened in half an hour. Chapter 190, The Lottery. Advanced 10 consecutive draws with a buoyant spirit. Jiang Yifeng eagerly set out to notify others, while Chen Tong prepared to rise and head to the conference room. However, at the very moment he stood up, Chen Ting received a document sent by Miao Zhangzhou. The content of the document was a survey, an assignment Chen Tong had entrusted to Miao Zhangzhou. It involved visiting offline mobile phone stores to inquire about the reasons customers chose to purchase Tingda phones. A straightforward market investigation. Chen Tong believed it would be beneficial to grasp the voices beyond the internet. To his surprise, Miao Zhangzhou's efficiency was remarkably high. Upon opening the market research results, Chen Ting noticed a particularly distinctive reason listed under the other category. 17 of respondents indicated they chose the phone because it was made by him. This acknowledgement provided Chen Ting with immense validation, yet it also presented a considerable burden. It signified that the personal image he had long aspired to establish was indeed taking shape. Such a positive persona would undoubtedly exert a beneficial influence on the company, akin to the illustrious figures like Boss Ma before his downfall and General Lei of Remy Company. It seemed he could not afford to let their expectations down. Chen Tong took a deep breath. He had now become a figure of trust for many, and he must not betray their faith and hopes. As he entered the vacant conference room, he found himself alone. The primary agenda of this meeting was to determine the future direction of Tingda Mobile's development. The success of the fruit company, which grew into a 30 trillion giant primarily through mobile phone sales, attests to the potential of the mobile industry. However, The fruit company's ascent was not solely reliant on mobile phones. Numerous profitable ventures contributed thereafter. Yet, this was not the concern of Qinting at present. What truly occupied his thoughts was the upcoming lottery and the potential rewards it might yield. He intended to tailor the focus of development according to the outcomes of the draw. Opening the system, he gazed at the virtual interface displayed before him. Emotion value, 1. For 23,655 with 1.42 million in emotion value, Qintung had ample resources for an advanced 10 consecutive draws. He selected the category, mobile phones. Thank you for your patronage. Third-generation ultrasonic fingerprint recognition technology, beginner's energy potion formula, underscreen camera technology, advanced weak artificial intelligence technology, facial recognition technology. Thank you for your patronage. Merit badge of exceptional talent, holographic projection technology, key points of immersion DV lithography machine manufacturing technology. Upon encountering the first thank you for your patronage, Qinting nearly erupted in frustration. Even in intermediate draws, one would receive a beginner's energy potion as a consolation, yet in this advanced draw, he was confronted with a thank you for your patronage right in his face. It was simply outrageous, utterly shameless. At the very least, he expected an intermediate energy potion. However, upon witnessing the results of the lottery, Qinting's inner fury vanished without a trace. The ultrasonic fingerprint recognition technology, needless to say, corresponds to the fingerprint unlocking feature on mobile devices. Qintung had originally intended to incorporate fingerprint technology into the next generation of Tenda smartphones, but to his surprise, the system presented it to him directly. This revelation would save a considerable amount of research and development funds and time. The formulation for the primary energy potion was an unexpected bonus for Qinting. It appears that even when prioritizing prizes related to the mobile industry, unrelated items may still emerge. Nevertheless, Qintung believed the effects of the primary energy potion to be quite remarkable. If it could indeed be successfully developed, it might, to some extent, capture a share of the market traditionally held by energy drinks and coffee. Naturally, given the potion's exceptional efficacy, Qintung thought it prudent to dilute it prior to launch. Next, there was the under-display camera technology, which is crucial for full-screen smartphones. The presence of a front-facing camera has compelled many manufacturers to devise various strategies to minimize its visibility in the design of full-screen devices, thereby enhancing user experience. Numerous typical solutions exist, such as the notch display, which features a prominent notch at the front of the phone. This design has long been a subject of criticism. Yet it has been adopted by companies like Apple, which even introduced features like Dynamic Island to complement it. Likewise, many Android manufacturers have chosen this approach, suggesting it is regarded as the most satisfactory compromise among various producers. Additionally, there are pop-up camera solutions, which are perceived as quite elegant when not in use. This design preserves the integrity of the phone's front, and if a rogue application attempts to activate the front camera, it would be immediately detected. However, this solution occupies considerable internal space, thereby compromising dust and water resistance. After careful consideration, this option was ultimately abandoned. Other alternatives include placing the camera in a punch hole at the upper right or left corner of the screen. There are various such schemes, each with its own merits and drawbacks. Their shared shortcoming is that they do not achieve a truly full-screen experience. Only under-display camera technology is considered the ultimate solution for front-facing cameras and full-screen smartphones. As the name implies, this technology positions the camera beneath the screen, rather than aligning it on the same plane as the display, as is the case with other solutions. When needed, the area housing the front camera becomes transparent, revealing its functionality. When not in use, this region appears indistinguishable from the normal screen. This approach presents numerous technical challenges that have yet to be surmounted. Even as we approach 2024, the camera's concealment beneath the screen introduces an additional layer of obstruction, inevitably diminishing image quality. Addressing this issue is no simple task, as it also involves stringent technical requirements for the phone's display. At present, Tenda does not possess the necessary technological reserves to achieve this. It seems that considerable expenditure is still required for the smartphone screen. Qintung pondered, casting his gaze towards the next reward, advanced weak artificial intelligence technology. After a brief exploration, his interest waned. This technology merely embodies the functionalities of a voice assistant. Despite the inclusion of the term advanced, it fundamentally remains a form of weak artificial intelligence, not undeserving of the label artificial idiocy. Nevertheless, it could serve as a marketing point to showcase. After all, even the iPhone 4S boasts a voice assistant. If Qinting aims to penetrate the high-end smartphone market, such features must indeed be incorporated. The subsequent face recognition technology is a feature that Qinteng holds in high regard. It possesses a novelty and allure, exuding a sense of technological sophistication. Unlocking the device with a mere glance promises to elevate the next generation of Lingxiao phones to a new echelon of prestige. Furthermore, this technology can be patented and licensed for utilization by other entities. These entities extend beyond mere smartphone manufacturers, as the applicability of this technology is vast. For instance, it can be employed in access control, mobile payments, and clocking in and out of work, functions that are exceedingly beneficial. Chapter 191, The Self-Manufacture of Lithography Machines? What a marvel! Qinteng sighed in admiration as he gazed downward once more. The function of the talents and resources medal was rather straightforward. Within Tinda, employees' capabilities and efficiencies would witness a 20 enhancement. Qinteng stroked his chin thoughtfully. This talent pool medal could undoubtedly transform Tinda into the most research-capable company. The talent pool medal attracts talent, while the talents and resources medal fortifies it. These two medals were simply exceptional. Splendid, splendid. Qinteng chuckled heartily, shifting his attention to the next reward. Holographic projection technology. Upon encountering this technology, Qinteng's expression turned grave. This was a technology he had never witnessed even in the future. He had only glimpsed it in certain science fiction films. Such scenes appeared in Iron Man, where Tony could issue commands by swiping on a virtual screen. When Qinteng viewed this film, he felt an overwhelming sense of technological advancement from that scene. However, that technology seemed to surpass mere holographic projection. To interact with the projection, significant breakthroughs in optical technology would likely be required. Speaking of which, Qinteng glanced at the virtual screen before him. This too should be a form of holographic projection technology, albeit one visible solely to him, thus indicating a higher level of sophistication. If he could someday acquire this technology from the system, it would be truly remarkable. Nevertheless, Qinteng dismissed this thought, realizing that whether it could materialize depended entirely on the system's lottery outcomes. His gaze descended to the final prize. At first glance, he was taken aback. The essential points of immersive DUV lithography machine manufacturing technology. Lithography machines. Now, this was indeed a prize worthy of a high-level lottery. There was no need to elaborate on the significance of this item. Without it, the production of chips would be impossible. Previously, the Petal brand had delivered commendable results in chip design, achieving remarkable sales in both domestic and international markets. At that time, it was the sole contender capable of challenging the dominance of premium brands in the smartphone sector. Alas, such glory was short-lived, as Petal soon fell victim to technological embargoes and sanctions. Alongside Petal, numerous domestic companies that had made strides in the high-tech industry also faced similar fates. Prior to the sanctions, many had celebrated the development of powerful chips. However, from that point onward, the people of Hua realized that merely producing chips was insufficient. Lithography machines were essential. Yet, the technological patent barriers surrounding lithography machines were formidable, making easy breakthroughs improbable. When Qinteng arrived in this era and contemplated the future, he had indeed pondered the construction of lithography machines. However, considering the technical challenges and personnel issues, he had refrained from immediate action, as he was genuinely short on funds at that time. Little did he expect that the system would present him with such a grand surprise. There exists a technological distinction between DUV lithography machines and EUV lithography machines. The latter is currently the most widely used lithography machine. To circumvent the technological barriers associated with it, utilizing DUV lithography machines presents a commendable option. It appears that the matter of optical materials requires urgent attention, Qinteng contemplated. Lithography machines are not a trivial matter. Even though the system has only provided Qinteng with technical highlights, he would still be unable to fabricate a lithography machine. Even if the system laid out the blueprints and principles before him, due to material constraints, both DUV and EUV lithography machines impose stringent requirements on optical materials. Presently, Tinda's accumulation in the field of optical materials is nearly non-existent. Qinteng felt a profound sense of responsibility in the long road ahead. Despite the assistance from the system and the foresight of future knowledge, the path ahead remains arduous. At that moment, individuals gradually entered the conference room, greeting Qinteng. Soon, all attendees were seated. Qinteng nodded at them. Now that everyone is here, let us be concise. First, our mobile phones have achieved remarkable success, and I will be awarding a half-year bonus to all employees in the mobile division. Secondly, we must increase our investment in research and development. I have acquired several significant technologies from a research institute. We will incorporate all 4 major features, ultrasonic fingerprint recognition, under-display cameras, voice assistants, and facial recognition into the next generation of Tengda phones. After speaking, Chen Ting retrieved several USB drives from his pocket, connecting them to the presentation computer in the conference room to introduce these technologies. The implementation of these technologies will require everyone's efforts. I hope each of you can utilize your talents to accomplish this formidable task. Boss, I have a suggestion, Jiang Yifeng interjected, slightly furrowing his brow and raising his hand. Please, go ahead. Are we really going to include all 4 technologies in the next generation of Tengda phones? He inquired. I believe it may not be necessary. Perhaps we should reserve 1 or 2 technologies for the 3rd generation of phones. Chen Teng understood Jiang Yifeng's point. It is akin to squeezing toothpaste, a common practice for many companies. If the current generation utilizes all of the company's technological accumulations and the next year does not yield success, there will be nothing new to offer. Moreover, if one can earn profits effortlessly, why should they exert themselves? However, for Chen Teng, these considerations do not apply. He possesses a system that allows him to draw upon new technologies continuously. There is no concern for the next generation lacking innovation. We will include everything. We are not yet the market's dominators and do not have the luxury of squeezing toothpaste. I understand, Jiang Yifeng nodded. He was merely offering a suggestion, with the overarching direction still resting on Chen Teng's shoulders. Next, I would like everyone to pay close attention to a matter of great importance. We are going to establish a factory. I hope we will not rely on contract manufacturers and will possess the capability to produce our own phones. Additionally, we need to create 2 new subsidiary departments, the lithography machine and the chip. Chen Teng's words elicited astonished expressions from the executives present. They exchanged glances with Chen Teng and then with one another, all believing they had misheard. However, Chen Teng's demeanor assured them that they had not erred. Boss, is this really necessary? Jiang Yifeng exclaimed, taken aback. Upon joining Tengda, he had indeed expressed the need to strive wholeheartedly for triumph in the mobile market. Yet, he never anticipated that Chen Teng would take it to the extent of manufacturing lithography machines himself. Is it truly necessary? What if our phones sell exceedingly well abroad and we face sanctions? What will we do if they refuse to supply us with chips or are unwilling to process our chips? Jiang Yifeng did not expect such a response from Chen Teng. Sanctions? How could that be? Did he think I was being alarmist? Jiang Yifeng and the others fell into silence. From their quietude, Chen Teng discerned the answer. Chapter 192. Expansion of territory. Chen Teng sighed inwardly, but did not harbor any resentment towards them. He understood that for those who have not experienced sanctions, the reality is difficult to fathom. Last year, our aerospace agency was sanctioned, did you know? Yet, we are merely a private enterprise. If we were to cripple their fruit supply, do you have any notion of how much revenue their nation would lose in a year? Do you truly believe that they would refrain from sanctioning us over such financial losses? Chen Teng's words plunged everyone present into a profound silence. This silence was markedly different from the previous one. The individuals gathered here were, indeed, astute. Upon careful analysis of the pros and cons, clarity would emerge. Some individuals lack any moral compass. If the formidable strength of Tengda Company genuinely encroached upon their interests, they would undoubtedly not stand idly by. They would seek ways to protect their own interests, even if it meant taking action against Tengda. I understand, boss. We have not adequately considered this matter. This issue is of paramount importance. Understood. However, there is no need to rush the lithography machine. The immediate priority remains the chip. I hope our chips can achieve a leading position globally within 5 years. Chen Teng's words caused Jiang Yifeng's eyelids to twitch. Although Jiang Yifeng had not previously been involved with mobile chip operations, he had some understanding of the mobile industry. Achieving a global leading position from scratch within 5 years is, without a doubt, an arduous task, perhaps even an exceedingly challenging one. Do not fear. I possess another research institute that will come into play when you encounter bottlenecks or slow progress. The research institute Chen Teng mentioned was undoubtedly the emotional value system. He understood that aspiring to reach a leading global standard within 5 years without any advantages was merely a pipe dream. However, with an advantage in hand, why not utilize it? Understood. Jiang Yifeng nodded but then curiously inquired, Boss, what exactly is this other research institute? The technologies you presented earlier all originate from that mysterious institute, correct? Chen Teng raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Jiang Yifeng and the others looked on in confusion. Why not disclose this information? Wouldn't mutual communication and progress sharing be more conducive to research and development? However, Jiang Yifeng soon could not contain his excitement and slapped his thigh, exclaiming as if he had discovered a new continent. I understand, boss. Is it? Jiang Yifeng also raised a finger, pointing towards the ceiling. Chintu was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a smile of encouragement. Jiang Yifeng had evidently mistaken his superior for an official. Nevertheless, this explanation would likely motivate these individuals to work even harder and with greater confidence for Tingda. The other executives from the mobile division, witnessing this exchange, were equally stirred by a tempest of emotions. Chen Teng's expression clearly acknowledged Jiang Yifeng's speculation. It was surprising to discover that their boss had such a background. They all became exhilarated. However, let us temporarily set this topic aside. Our priority is to swiftly establish the factory for research and development, striving to surpass them at the fastest pace possible. Indeed, everyone exclaimed with unwavering confidence. The revelation of Qin Ting's identity during this meeting was undeniably exhilarating. Moreover, what is the status of the overseas sales channels for our mobile phones? We have already established contact with the overseas sales channels and are currently in the process of setting them up. We anticipate being able to commence overseas sales in approximately half a month. Well then, we eagerly await good news from abroad. Qin Teng held great confidence in Tingda Mobile, particularly in the Shanghai model. The value for money is indeed remarkable. Subsequently, we must establish our own offline specialty stores across the nation. Having earned a profit, it is imperative that Tingda's mobile division undergoes a comprehensive optimization. Offline specialty stores are indispensable for a prominent brand. Jiang Yifeng diligently noted this key point. Qin Teng also elaborated on the design style for the offline specialty stores, drawing inspiration from contemporary mobile specialty stores, favoring a minimalist aesthetic. After addressing these significant matters, Chen Teng announced the adjournment of the meeting. However, there remained many other matters for him to discuss. He then reached out to Lin Yu to inform her of his intention to venture into the functional beverage industry. The functional beverage industry? Lin Yu was perplexed by Chen Teng's sudden inclination toward this idea. Do you remember the beverage I previously brought you? Are you referring to the orange drink that invigorates you? Yes, this beverage was developed by another research institute of mine, originally intended for internal use. But now I plan to dilute it for sale. On the other end of the line, Lin Yu's mind momentarily stalled. Another research institute? While Chen Teng's claim might deceive Jiang Yifeng, it was not so easily swallowed by Lin Yu. Jiang Yifeng had joined midway and was unaware of the depth of Tingda's foundation. After Chen Teng presented the sky system, it was easy to mistake Tingda for a company with profound roots. However, Lin Yu was different. She had single-handedly nurtured Tingda. Was Chen Teng truly concealing another research institute from her? Nevertheless, Lin Yu refrained from probing further. After all, it is quite normal for a boss to harbor certain secrets from their subordinates. How much should we dilute it? Allow them the freedom to choose among 1-2, 1-4, and 1-8 potency. However, we must prioritize the flavor and taste of the beverage. It must be delicious above all else. Understood. Shall we place the beverage department under Tingda Life? Yes, as it pertains to food and drink, the beverage sector falls within that category. The establishment of the beverage department will indeed require considerable effort from you. No, it will be Lin Xin who bears the brunt of the work. Chen Teng reflected on this and realized the truth of his words. Currently, Lin Yu holds a prominent position within Tingda, and it is certainly improbable that she would personally oversee affairs in the beverage department. But there is another matter of great significance. I intend to establish a logistics system. A logistics system? Are you suggesting to create your own logistics channels for the sale of the next generation of smartphones, facilitating deliveries? Furthermore, I am preparing to launch an e-commerce platform to compete with Taobao. Understood. However, boss, Taobao currently dominates the e-commerce landscape. Do not worry. Do you recall the proposal I shared with you during our previous discussions on WeChat? You mean? Lin Yu seemed to have an epiphany. Indeed, Taobao is not invincible. Chen Teng exuded confidence. Given that Tingda's smartphone sales are thriving, it appears that the mobile industry can now take a pause. He is ready to take action against the two Ma's. Chapter 193, The Third Deadly Move. KK Building, a certain office. Congratulations. The Star C series has surpassed 800,000 in sales. Congratulations. The Ling Xiao series has exceeded 200,000 in sales. Brother Ma glanced at the celebration poster personally shared by Chen Teng on Weibo. His expression inscrutable. Ever since the launch of the Tingda smartphone, he had been enveloped in a palpable sense of crisis. He understood that once the Tingda phone achieved success, the user base of Weixin would inevitably witness a decline. Although Tingda, wary of the Iron Fist due to the previous 6K battle, refrained from overtly resisting Weixin. Subtle negative optimization could suffice to deal a significant blow to Weixin. Thus, Brother Ma could only hope for Tengda's phone sales to falter. However, he never anticipated that the sales of the Tengda smartphone would soar to such heights. In just a few days, the combined sales of the two series had reached a staggering 1 million. It was evident that ultimately, the sales of the Tengda phone would undoubtedly surpass 5 or 6 million. What was most daunting was the overwhelmingly positive reputation of the Tengda smartphone. The reviews were nearly all auditory, extremely smooth. I thought Shinteng's claim that the overall experience is at a global top-tier level was mere boasting. But it turns out to be true. It seems even smoother than last year's release of the Fruit 4S. This system is exceptionally user-friendly. I find this smartphone to be quite effective as a gaming device. Almost all games available in the Tengda game mall can be downloaded onto this phone. And the optimization is superb. Although Shinteng mentioned that the ecosystem is currently the most significant flaw of the Sky system in practice, most of the necessary apps are available. Even for those that aren't, emulators can be used to download them. The emulator experience may not match that of the Fruit, but it is considerably smoother than contemporaneous Android phones. Who on earth developed this system? It's astonishing. The battery life is as impressive as previously stated. When out with friends, they might need a power bank, but my phone lasts longer. It feels like the strongest phone of the year. Even with the arrival of the Fruit 5, these two phones might still dominate. The only drawback was the shortage. Only 2 million units were stocked for the 2 series, which would scarcely last a month. Perhaps initially, Shinteng had not anticipated such remarkable sales. The more Brother Ma read these reviews, the heavier his heart felt. With such a splendid start, as long as Shinteng did not err in judgment, the Tengda smartphone was poised to become a leader in the domestic mobile phone industry. At that time, it might even capture 20 or 30 of the market share. With Weixin backed by such a formidable ally as the Tengda smartphone, Brother Ma was at a loss as to how to compete with Shinteng. Just as Brother Ma's agitation deepened, his phone chimed with a new message. Mr. Ma, Weixin has been updated. Weixin has been updated? Brother Ma set aside his concerns regarding Tengda's smartphone and immediately checked the update announcement for Weixin. In the latest update announcement, WeChat asserted that this version had become overly bloated, and this time, the ostentatious features would be concealed. Features such as whispers, anonymous group chats, and personalized embellishments were all included. Xiaoma stared at the update notice in bewilderment. What on earth? Concealed? Why conceal? Wasn't the purpose of previously introducing these features to augment the user base? Why actively hide them? It resembled a restaurant. Upon entry, the proprietor would surely display their signature dishes prominently, as this is the most effective method of attracting patrons. Which restaurant would deliberately obscure its hallmark offerings? Unless the owner deems them not worthy of being signature dishes. In fact, placing such a dish in a conspicuous position might even deter certain customers. Without further contemplation, Xiaoma opted to follow this feature. For some time, copying assignments had become a habit for KK. Moreover, this feature appeared to offer nothing but advantages, which seemed reasonable. Has it been followed again? A week later, Shinteng observed the newly updated features in WeChat, a slight smile gracing his lips. So far, the strategy of creating a rhythm had been successfully executed. The primary function of this strategy was to divert WeChat's resources, leading to a waste of those resources and a reduction in the number of middle-aged and elderly users. Why reduce the number of middle-aged and elderly users, one might ask. Upon reflection, both WeChat and WeChat's dissemination of such chat applications is heavily reliant on interpersonal networks. If your boss uses WeChat, would you, as an employee, choose not to use it? If your parents utilize WeChat, would you, as their child, refrain from using it? On an alternate timeline, WeChat could retaliate against KK, precisely because leaders and elders are all utilizing it. In scenarios where functionalities are similar, a larger user base for WeChat enables a quicker expansion through these networks. The accelerated growth of WeChat's user base is attributable to this very reason. To vanquish WeChat, KK cannot rely solely on functionality, for WeChat excels at emulating successful features. With a substantial number of middle-aged and elderly users, WeChat's user growth rate is bound to increase. For every 2 users KK gains, WeChat might very well gain 3. At that time, Shinteng had invested both money and resources into the mobile industry, leaving his third strategy unutilized. Thus, he had to stall, employing inferior features to diminish the number of middle-aged and elderly users on WeChat. as long as the number of middle-aged and elderly users decreased. WeChat would no longer be able to rely on the fact that leaders and elders used it to encourage their subordinates and children to follow suit. This was Chun Teng's first strategy. He was not concerned about WeChat discovering his subtle manipulations. While these features would indeed reduce the number of middle-aged and elderly users, the current market for mobile chat applications remained an expanding one, not yet transitioning into a saturated market. The influx of younger users would overshadow the data reflecting the attrition of older users. Certainly, the introduction of extravagant features in WeChat may inevitably lead to a decline in its older user demographic. However, WeChat's fundamental user base is relatively modest. The loss of 2 elderly users from WeChat might result in a decrease of 3 elderly users from WeChat. Is this a case of inflicting 1,000 casualties upon the enemy while suffering 800 losses oneself? At least for WeChat in its earlier days, such time-consuming strategies proved to be meaningful. Presently, Tinda's mobile phone sales are flourishing. Tinda's second strategic maneuver, leveraging the pre-installed features of Tinda phones to augment its user base, has also met with success. The third strategic move must soon come to light. Merely diminishing the user numbers of competitors is insufficient. Chun Teng must also strive to expand his own user base. Chapter 194. The new user acquisition campaign 3 days later. A unique initiative emerged on WeChat, a campaign aimed at attracting new users by offering enticing rewards. At first glance, this appeared to be a rather commonplace endeavor. However, this time, the incentives provided by Chinteng were not mere virtual gaming items, but tangible everyday necessities. Items such as tissues, coat hangers, eggs, electric kettles, and rice cookers, an array of practical household goods available for friends to help acquire. This strategy would later become one of the cornerstones of Pinduoduo's rise. At that time, the e-commerce market was predominantly controlled by Taobao and JD.com, leading many to believe that the landscape of online shopping had already been firmly established. To their astonishment, Pinduoduo emerged seemingly out of nowhere, employing a series of seamless tactics that fundamentally transformed the e-commerce arena. The fierce competition evolved from a binary struggle to a triadic contest. Even more astonishing was the initial perception that Pinduoduo would merely play a subordinate role to Taobao. Contrary to expectations, the newcomer surpassed its predecessor, even at one point exceeding Taobao's market capitalization. Its founder ascended to the ranks of the wealthiest individuals in China, albeit for a fleeting moment. Nonetheless, it was clear that Pinduoduo had carved a niche in the e-commerce sector. Chinteng's intention was to emulate the early strategies employed by Pinduoduo. Although later critiques suggested that Pinduoduo's offers were nothing more than gimmicks, the initial giveaways were indeed genuine, items worth several dozen, even hundreds, of yuan. As long as users were willing to invite others to contribute, they could receive these products for free. Hence, if this approach proved effective in the e-commerce realm, it could equally thrive in the instant messaging domain. As for concerns that Taobao and JD.com might adopt this strategy, potentially leaving Chinteng at a disadvantage when he sought to establish his own e-commerce platform, Chinteng remained undeterred. For e-commerce platforms, the early phase of user acquisition was merely akin to enticing individuals into a marketplace. Whether users would ultimately choose to purchase from that platform depended significantly on pricing. Pinduoduo's triumph hinged upon a series of deft maneuvers rather than a singular tactic. When the WeChat new user acquisition campaign debuted online, the entire internet marveled at Chinteng's audacious thinking, offering rewards for referrals, while other items could be overlooked. Eggs, though inexpensive, were undeniably appealing as bait for the elderly. Additionally, other small appliances, while not particularly valuable, represented a perceived windfall in the eyes of many. Initially, some remained skeptical. However, as an increasing number of individuals began sharing screenshots and photos of their received items online, participation in the campaign surged. In a modest household, a middle-aged woman sat on the sofa alongside a young man. The woman was engrossed in the television while the young man was preoccupied with his phone. Suddenly, the woman recalled something. "Xiaojia, I heard there's a software called WeChat that's been making waves lately?" "Yes, there is." The young man, affectionately known as Xiaojia, looked at his mother with a hint of surprise. "Mom, how do you know about WeChat?" "The last time I went to the market, I overheard some people discussing it. They mentioned that there's an event on WeChat where you can receive free eggs." "Is that true?" "It seems there is such an event, but it requires inviting participants, which is somewhat cumbersome." "Then invite me and Dad. After all, it won't hurt to try." "All right then." Although Xiaojia initially hesitated to trouble his family, He nodded in agreement upon noticing his mother's enthusiasm. I recall that the phones I purchased for you both have WeChat installed. When you register, use my invitation code, and that will count as a successful referral. Although Xiao Jie had never participated in such an event before, he found the activities set by WeChat to be quite straightforward. Mom, what reward should we aim for? Eggs? I see they also have rice cookers, hair dryers, tissues, and electric shavers, all of which seem rather practical. An electric shaver? Perhaps we should opt for that? Your father has been complaining that the old one is ineffective. Sounds good. Xiao Jie quickly joined the event and invited his mother to assist him. However, the event required 3 participants, so they still needed 2 more. 2 more? When Dad returns. Let him assist, and I'll find another person. With that, his mother made a phone call. After about 10 minutes of conversation, she handed the phone to her son. Xiao Jie patiently guided the conversation over the phone, and soon, they successfully invited the second participant. Just then, Xiao Jie's father returned home from work and, with his son's assistance, completed his WeChat registration smoothly. I'll fill in the address, and it should be delivered soon. By the way, can I invite more people? Yes, but they must be new users. Then can't you both just register again? That's not possible. Xiao Jie shook his head. Although WeChat registration does not require binding a mobile number, to assist, only accounts bound to a mobile number can contribute. Each number can only be linked to one WeChat account. Is that so? Can a single phone bind multiple WeChat accounts? Yes, a single phone can bind many accounts. But there are restrictions for this event. If one account has assisted, any other accounts linked to the same mobile number will be invalid for assistance. Before participating in the event, Xiao Jie had already considered this aspect. If one could continuously register accounts, it would allow for endless benefits. However, after reviewing the event rules, he realized that this was not feasible. I see. His mother said with a touch of regret, still hoping to capitalize on the opportunity. Xiao Jie chuckled. After all, they are a large corporation. Such a significant loophole is unlikely to exist. But perhaps similar events will arise in the future. With that, he completed his household address. The family enjoyed a delightful meal together. 2 days later, the delivery arrived at the door, bringing with it the electric razor. Upon witnessing the authenticity of this promotion, my mother was overjoyed. To her surprise, there was indeed an unexpected benefit to be had. You must give it a try, exclaimed her. Little Jay's father tested the electric shaver that arrived via a messaging platform and was pleasantly astonished. It truly works quite well. Observing this, my mother retrieved her phone and opened her contacts. What are you planning to do? I inquired. Of course, I intend to enlist their support, she replied. Our household's supply of eggs was dwindling, and we were nearly out of paper towels. Realizing the genuineness of this promotion, she could hardly wait to solicit assistance from other relatives and friends. Chapter 195. Qinting am credible. The circumstances surrounding this family merely represent a small microcosm. WeChat spread across China with a virulent rapidity. Qinting's Weibo account incessantly shared an array of jubilant news. Today, it heralded the celebration of Starsea's mobile phone sales reaching 1 million. Tomorrow, it rejoiced over Lingxiao's sales hitting 300,000. The day after, it celebrated WeChat's user count surpassing 100 million. Anyone who is not entirely indifferent to the affairs of internet companies can discern that Tugda is surging forward at an astonishing pace. KK stock prices, beginning their descent on Monday, showed no signs of abating. The damage inflicted by WeChat upon WeChat's standing is indeed severe. The strategy of enticing new users with incentives is a tactic that KK's online games typically excel at. It is perplexing why KK has not hastily followed suit this time. Perhaps they are reluctant to spend, as the rewards offered by WeChat require real monetary investment. In contrast, the virtual items provided by online games hold little value outside the realm of gaming. It is evident that Qintung has been enjoying a prosperous life recently, as reflected in his numerous Weibo posts. Reflecting on the previous competition between Have You Eaten and Blue Knight, Qintung had directly compelled Blue Knight to accelerate its expenditure. Now, he is forcing KK into a similar tempo. It remains to be seen whether KK is willing to invest heavily. The real test lies in whether Xiao Ma possesses the requisite resolve. KK is undoubtedly not lacking in financial resources. What they lack is the audacity to act. Qintung observes the online commentary, quietly awaiting Xiao Ma's response. The competition between WeChat and WeChat has devolved into an open confrontation. Tinda employs this strategy to attract new users, a tactic that WeChat can likewise utilize. This approach does not hinge on technicalities. User loyalty to a company is not absolute. Tinda's advantage lies in its superior online reputation and its established first-mover advantage, boasting a substantial user base. If paired with the optimization of the Sky system on Tengda's phones, the overall experience would far surpass that of WeChat. Moreover, this is merely the pre-installed software on Tengda's devices. The more successful Tengda's phones are, the more users WeChat will garner. Conversely, WeChat's strength resides in its financial backing, which is exceedingly robust. Both parties possess a keen understanding of each other's strengths and weaknesses, setting the stage for a protracted war of attrition fueled by financial resources, reminiscent of the fierce battles Chun-Tung ignited in the food delivery market. 3 days have elapsed, and still, there has been no follow-up. This time, WeChat's pace has exceeded Chun-Tung's expectations. Initially, given WeChat's history of imitation and the significance of its software, it was anticipated that KK would swiftly adopt WeChat's user acquisition strategy within 3 days. Yet, that has not transpired. Nevertheless, this is fortuitous news for Chun-Tung. The slower WeChat's response, the greater the advantage for WeChat. Should WeChat dare to emulate this strategy a month from now, it would effectively seed the market. As Chun-Tung observes the inactivity of Xiao Ma and the WeChat team, he resumes perusing his email. Now his inbox was overflowing with an abundance of emails. Although Chun-Tung primarily focused on overarching strategy, numerous documents required a copy to be sent to him for review. Among these was a particularly crucial document from Jiang Yifeng, detailing the sales performance of Tengda smartphones in overseas markets. Speaking of the global smartphone market, Chun-Tung was indeed curious about the achievements Tengda could attain. Historically, domestic smartphone manufacturers began to make their mark on the global stage around 2015, with a true ascent occurring in 2018. Between 2012 and 2015, the global market was predominantly dominated by Fruit and 6 Stars. It remained uncertain how the cost-effective Shanghai series and the robust performance of the Lingxiao series would fare in the international arena. Upon reviewing the sales statistics and scrolling to the bottom, Chun-Tung observed the total global sales outside of Huahua. Shanghai smartphones, 25, 798. Lingxiao smartphones, 114. Alas, the figures appeared somewhat disheartening. Chun-Tung stroked his chin thoughtfully. Domestically, Tengda smartphones benefited from the esteemed brand image of Tengda and Chun-Tung's commendable personal reputation. Jiang Yifeng had access to more channels within the country. However, abroad, Tengda's brand image was not as stellar, and overseas sales channels had yet to be established. The sales figures were dismal, leaving Chun-Tung feeling somewhat powerless. Even the finest wine fears the depths of the alley. The brand strength of Fruit and 6 Stars abroad was remarkably formidable. Currently, Tengda had yet to devise a competitive strategy. Building brand strength necessitates time, 2 to 3 years at best, 5 to 6 years at worst. It appeared that they could only wait for the reputation to gradually ferment. Nonetheless, Chun-Tung remained deeply concerned about Tengda smartphones' performance in overseas markets. To his delight, the following day, there was a noticeable increase in Tengda smartphone sales abroad, with the Shanghai series surpassing 30,000 units sold, and the Lingxiao series reaching 1,398. By the third day, the daily sales of the Shanghai smartphones exceeded 50,000 units, while the Lingxiao series reached 1,563 units. Daily sales were on the rise, and Chun-Tung was satisfied with this growth rate. Rome wasn't built in a day. On the third day of Tengda Smartphone's international venture, WeChat officially launched a new user acquisition initiative similar to that of WeChat. This follow-up was already rather delayed. Chun-Tung speculated that user numbers for both companies were continuously increasing. Users acquired through financial incentives could just as easily be lured away by competing offers. Given this, it was time to initiate the second phase of their plan, focusing on cultivating user loyalty. Developing user stickiness for a chat application requires years of effort. Chun-Tung instructed modifications to the original user acquisition campaign. Previously, assistance required a fixed number of participants. Now, it had transformed into a progress bar. Whether inviting new users or encouraging existing ones to participate, both actions contribute to the advancement of the progress bar. However, the progress bar experiences a more significant increase when new users are invited. Conversely, the augmentation is less pronounced with existing users. Furthermore, Chun-Tung has augmented the cash rewards directly, should one harbor no interest in the offered items. A direct cash conversion is also an option. The items selected vary, as do the amounts, resulting in differing lengths of the progress bar. This modified event bears distinctions from the cutting a knife approach of Pinduoduo. In Pinduoduo's model, the progress bar initially reaches 99, evoking a sense of imminent reward. Yet, upon reaching 99, a new progress bar emerges. When merely a fraction is left, users are prompted to collect coins. When only 0.01 coin remains, they are encouraged to gather diamonds. Similarly, when 0.01 diamond is left, users must collect exchange cards. The subsequent mechanisms are numerous. Shin-Tong believes his approach is more conscientious than that of Pinduoduo, primarily because the initial progress bar is not exaggerated. It does not create an illusion of prompt rewards for users. Nevertheless, Shin-Tong feels confident in inviting WeChat users to engage in this activity, as he has previously delivered genuine rewards. Shin-Tong, possess credibility. Chapter 196, A Sudden Twist of Fate. The introduction of cash rewards has piqued the interest of numerous young individuals in this event. For these participants, no matter the nature of the everyday items, nothing compares to the practicality of cash rewards. After all, household goods may go unused, whereas cash is universally beneficial at any moment. Soon enough, screenshots of individuals showcasing their cash rewards began to surface online. Wow, this is real. I received $10. Shin-Tong is incredibly generous. One user exclaimed, I hereby declare that Tongda is now my favorite company. As a professional in the internet sector, it is hard to fathom that a company would directly distribute advertising funds to users. This could herald a new wave within the industry. I hope KK can swiftly follow suit. I will patronize whichever company offers the most. However, it seems that securing larger amounts is more challenging. I attempted to recruit 10 individuals for 1,000 yuan and failed miserably. Dude, be content. It's obvious that 1,000 yuan is not a problem that can be solved by just a few people, another replied. Getting 100 yuan is feasible, but 1,000 is much more difficult. Based on my experience, an old user might contribute around 3 to 4 yuan, while new users might provide a bit more. Perhaps around 10. Why is everyone discussing this event while I cannot find it anywhere? Another lamented. I cannot locate it either. The event has now become randomly accessible, not open to all users. It is possible that you were not involved in the initial wave of the event, leading to the assumption that you were uninterested. Well, in no time, WeChat chat had become the talk of the internet. Almost every user was spontaneously promoting WeChat. Some even formed groups online to assist each other, inviting strangers from the internet to lend their support. Shin-Tong was exceedingly pleased with the current buzz online. The pioneers often enjoy various privileges. If, a decade ago, a company had employed such methods to attract users, it might have yielded some results. However, it would not have generated such extensive discussion on the internet, as these tactics were no longer novel. Yet now, Shin-Tong's approach remains refreshingly innovative at this moment. Nevertheless, he would not allow anyone to exploit loopholes. Mutual support online is permissible, but the more support one provides, the less effective it becomes. Participation in the event is not only random, but also limited. Otherwise, if 4 or 5 users were to support each other endlessly, wouldn't that be an absurdity? Just as Shin-Tong was curious to see how the online community praised him, he stumbled upon another topic, KK Powerbank explosion. KK? Powerbank. Shin-Tong was taken aback. When did KK start selling powerbanks? Upon further investigation, he discovered that it was not KK's powerbanks that had exploded. Rather, it was a promotional powerbank given out during WeChat's user recruitment activity that had malfunctioned. Shin-Tong meticulously perused the news article, momentarily at a loss for words. The incident in question was rather straightforward. A powerbank exploded while being charged in high temperatures. Incensed, users took to the internet to voice their outrage, declaring they would never again utilize WeChat, which they deemed a lethal application. Upon encountering this news, Shin-Tong was reminded of a report from 2022. During an internal staff meeting at KK, the esteemed Magu had highlighted the alarming issue of corruption within the company, stating that the revelations could be mortifying. It is worth noting that Magu is generally a mild-mannered individual, especially in contrast to the notorious Red Robe, known for resorting to physical confrontations over trivial disagreements. When KK faced criticism during the 6K battle, Magu simply questioned how anyone could resort to insults. The fact that even such a composed individual was provoked to anger underscores the severity of internal issues at KK. In truth, Shin-Tong believed this predicament is challenging to avert. The interests of the company and the individual do not always align. Many would readily pursue $1 million in profit, even if it meant engaging in detrimental activities for the company. For employees earning a 6-figure salary, secretly pocketing an additional 20 or 30,000 this year, or 30 or 40,000 next year, appears to be an appealing choice. As for the company's potential demise, They would simply move on to the next opportunity. Having worked at a prestigious firm like KK enhances one's or some, making it easier to secure a position at a mid-sized company, even if they choose to leave later on. After all, they have already amassed their fortune. It now seems evident that KK's issues did not arise in 2022. This predicament had been brewing for some time. The adage that a frozen river does not form in a single day rings true. Presently, signs of such troubles were already surfacing. Those responsible for procurement might have employed dubious tactics to acquire substandard power banks, ultimately leading to this incident. However, rather than feeling satisfaction, Chinting activated the system's custom service. "Can you investigate whether there are corruption issues within Tingda?" he inquired. Before long, the system presented its findings. Option 1 offered leads. Option 2 provided names. Option 3 supplied concrete evidence. The emotional cost of each option escalated from the first to the last. Is there truly a problem? A flicker of irritation ignited within Chintung. He understood the principle that clear waters do not harbor fish. Yet, the realization that there were indeed parasites within his company incited his anger. "I require the names, amounts, and evidence," he demanded. His emotional value decreased by 156 for 178. In his hand appeared a USB drive. He connected it to his computer and began to browse its contents. The only solace for Chintung was the revelation that such parasites were relatively few in number, only 5 in total. 4 were minor offenders, while one individual exhibited a notably voracious appetite. Indeed, human greed knows no bounds. Chintung, without hesitation, promptly forwarded the document to Linya. He instructed the legal department to initiate a lawsuit. Acknowledged. As he glanced at the news, he found himself harboring a newfound sense of pity and sympathy for Xiaomago. Tongda had been established for a relatively short period, and its scale paled in comparison to that of KK. Yet, even so, they were able to identify 5 infiltrators. KK, on the other hand, had been around for an extensive duration, boasting a significantly larger scale and entangled in numerous interests. Unlike himself, Xiaomago did not possess a system capable of exposing all the infiltrators. It remained a mystery how many clandestine pests lurked within KK. Nevertheless, while pity and sympathy lingered in his heart, Chintung would not grant KK any respite. He intended to seize this opportunity to gradually dominate the market for mobile chatting applications, subsequently launching a counteroffensive towards the PC sector. Chapter 197, The Enraged Xiaoma. In the conference room of the KK building, the atmosphere was stifling, reminiscent of the sky just before a tempest. Darkness loomed heavy, and Xiaoma's face was clouded with anger, while the others averted their gazes, too fearful to meet his eyes. They were all acutely aware of the recent battery explosion incident, and none wished to incite Xiaoma's wrath at such a critical moment. Prestige is our most vital asset at this juncture. If we fail to secure a competitive edge in the market now, we may find ourselves irreparably excluded from the mobile internet landscape. Xiaoma articulated the consensus reached within KK with a subdued tone. We must act swiftly in our public relations efforts, and we need to unravel any procurement irregularities before reporting them to the authorities. Once public relations have concluded, our foremost priority must be to conduct a thorough self-examination of our internal issues. This incident has unveiled certain problems, and it is imperative that we address all unexposed issues during this crucial period. Xiaoma refrained from berating anyone. It was too late for that now. The only course left was to rectify the error with utmost urgency. The meeting was brief, concluding rapidly. However, the time required to convey decisions was significant, and what they lacked most was time. After the others departed, Xiaoma remained in the conference room, opening Chinting's social media profile and scrutinizing it meticulously. He was uncertain of the rationale behind this action, perhaps seeking to uncover flaws in Chinting and his enterprise, Tingda. Yet, after prolonged examination, he discerned nothing amiss. He found it inconceivable how a young man like Chintung had seemingly emerged from nowhere, starting college at 18, rising from humble beginnings to spearhead a mobile gaming revolution, and by 19, already contending with domestic internet titans, all while still a student. It was rumored that many leaders from Qiming City and Huaza Province held Chintung in high regard, given the substantial taxes Tingda contributed. Ultimately, Xiaoma could only exhale a deep sigh, feeling utterly helpless. The unexpected incident at KK had temporarily allowed WeChat to seize the upper hand, leaving many astounded. KK, a titan of Chinese internet, had been expected to comprise the elite among elites. Yet, here they were, embroiled in such a rudimentary blunder. Congratulations to General Manager Chen. This was indeed a convergence of opportune circumstances and favorable conditions. At that moment, Yang Shan sat opposite Tung, reflecting on the situation, finding it quite novel despite his decades of experience. Tung silently rejoiced that they had not yet encountered the subsequent chili sauce incident, where someone had forged a chili sauce brand seal to establish a partnership with KK. For over 6 months, KK had failed to notice any anomalies. This serves as a testament that even the most formidable of companies are susceptible to committing remarkably elementary mistakes. The world is often akin to a makeshift performance troupe, a notion that holds true in many instances. I never anticipated that our discussions would unfold so seamlessly. By the way, what was the good news that Mr. Young mentioned over the phone? This time, Yang Shan conveyed that there is promising news. He urged Tung to visit Tingda. Our subsidiary, Eternal Dragon God, has made a remarkable breakthrough. A breakthrough? Tung's eyes brightened. He was familiar with Eternal Dragon God, a legendary web-based game set in a fantasy world. Yang Shan nodded emphatically, his face brimming with pride. Following your suggested approach, I recruited several planners from the domestic web game sector. Interestingly, few of them signed non-compete agreements. After all, web games possess a relatively universal template. Once the template is established, replacing the team poses minimal challenges. Yang Shan nodded again. He retrieved a laptop from his bag and, almost in an act of boasting, opened a web page. This is Eternal Dragon God. Would you care to try it, General Chen? Certainly. Tung was taken aback that Yang Shan sought him out for a gaming trial. Nevertheless, he was curious to discover the caliber of the web game produced by his company. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a character creation page adorned in a fantasy style, offering a selection of 6 professions: Berserker, Archer, Mage, Druid, Holy Knight, and Knight Assassin. Tung chose the default Berserker and named himself Invincible Tyrant Battle God. As he entered the game, the narrative unfolded with a world in crisis and a prophesied savior. The visuals, though rudimentary, possessed a certain allure characteristic of web games. Tung merely needed to click through the tasks on the right sidebar to continuously acquire equipment and enhance his combat prowess. The game interface prominently displayed his strength, which escalated from a mere few hundred to tens of thousands within a short span of mere minutes, unlocking a multitude of subsystems. The Invincible Tyrant Battle God now sported a pair of petite white wings and rode a wild buffalo, presenting a commendable appearance. Along the way, he encountered several enticing offers, such as first-time recharge bonuses and limited-time registration gifts. However, after a brief period of exhilaration, Tung met his demise at the hands of a monster. To conquer this foe, 2 options lay before him. 1. Spend money. 2. Complete a few daily tasks. Tung mused that this experience was undeniably on point. Are there any commands for testing? Indeed, this is a private server without a recharge interface. General Chen, you may recharge directly without any deductions. Very well. Tung proceeded with his initial recharge. Following the transaction, he indeed embarked on a gratifying journey of effortless victories. Although the thrill was short-lived, he soon encountered a bottleneck. However, a simple recharge would reinstate the enjoyment. This rhythm is quite impressive. Ha ha ha. Thank you for the compliment, General Chen. Yang Shan felt a sense of pride. After numerous setbacks in the gaming industry, he had finally achieved success with Tung's guidance. However, I have another suggestion. What is it? In this world chat channel, we could deploy a few robots. Robots? Indeed. Do you not find the current global channel rather desolate? Yang Shan nodded thoughtfully. The content of the robots should be sufficiently casual. For instance, if one person inquires, at last, we can chat globally. Are all these individuals truly real? Another robot could then respond. Of course, they are all real people, accompanied by a sweating emoji. Subsequently, another robot might ask, doesn't anyone have to work? And the first robot could retort, just slacking off, playing company video games. Admittedly, my remarks may be somewhat too reflective of Huagua culture. If we were to venture abroad, we would need to adapt my previous statements to align with their specific national circumstances, ensuring the global channel maintains a facade of excitement for a couple of days. Tung's words caused Yang Shan to widen his eyes in astonishment. He slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "You are nothing short of a genius." Chapter 198, A New Game Genre Hiss. Tung inhaled sharply. Next time, slap your own thigh? Oh, my sincerest apologies, Mr. Chun. I was simply too excited. Yang Shan stammered. Tung's earlier remarks had indeed alleviated a significant dilemma for him. During this period of developing web games, Yang Shan had come to a profound realization. To retain paying players, the involvement of free players is indispensable. It is essential to cultivate a sense of superiority among a portion of players through comparison. This type of game is less about gameplay and more about serving as a tool for various magnates to showcase their prowess. However, how to retain free players remains a substantial challenge. The concept of employing official boosters presents one avenue. Yet a solitary booster cannot create the illusion of a bustling community within the game. A single booster in a district might suffice. But unless there exists a millionaire patron in that area, it would not warrant the presence of a dozen boosters to accompany him in play. But at the outset, who could possibly discern whether such a benefactor resided within that district? The notion of utilizing bots, however, could encourage those players keen on social interaction yet reluctant to spend money to linger a while longer. If free players remain engaged, then paying players are likely to stay as well. By the way, you mentioned this game has exploded in popularity. How much did it earn last month? Over 100 million. Over 100 million? Shintung was genuinely astonished. The development costs for such games are remarkably low. Artistic resources can be reused, with a single designer capable of managing multiple web games. How much was spent on acquiring users? Acquisition, in essence, translates to advertising. Subsequent titles like Piggy Cuts Trees and Salted Fish 3 Kingdoms have become quintessential examples of user acquisition games. The trifecta of boosters, server rolling, and user acquisition can be deemed the three pillars of this genre, accounting for a third of the costs, and with additional miscellaneous expenses factored in. Eternal Dragon God should have reaped around 50 million last month, Yangshan replied candidly. Impressive indeed, Qinqing remarked, while he was already aware of the profitability of such games. The prospect of a game with minimal development costs generating such substantial revenue in a single month led him to believe there are indeed many wealthy individuals in this world. Consequently, this game can continue to roll out servers and, following this template, release several Reskin web games. If any foreign IPs are willing to collaborate with us, we can also acquire their IPs. Understood. Moreover, if you are still interested, I have several intriguing ideas to share. Oh. Yangshan straightened up and activated the recording function on his phone. Shintung was momentarily taken aback by this display. What is this? The invaluable insights shared by Mr. Shin must be recorded. I will play them for the team when I return to the office. Such invaluable insights are too flattering. Let us consider it a mere exchange of ideas, Shintung replied, slightly embarrassed. Thus, Shintung proceeded to introduce Yangshan to a weighty card game concept. The representative types include early titles such as Little Ice, Release the Three Kingdoms, and MT Online, as well as later ones like Three Illusions and Dear Friend, Please Stay. Of course, these games had yet to emerge in the current landscape. The core gameplay revolves around card summoning and character development. Players can obtain cards through methods such as draws and events. The game features fully automated combat, liberating players' hands. Cards may bear different names across various games, with heroes and generals being particularly common. Typically, players can deploy 6 cards at a time. The player versus environment (PvE) aspect involves continuous map progression, while player versus player (PvP) encompasses arenas and competitions. Unlike many of the gacha games that have surfaced later, it is generally quite easy to complete the card collection in such games without spending a single penny. However, becoming stronger is a more challenging endeavor. Upgrading cards requires consuming others of the same quality, along with systems for equipment, mounts, pets, and more. In truth, the similarities to legendary web games are strikingly high. The essence remains the same, exploiting human tendencies for comparison and competition, compelling those who wish to claim the top spot to spend money. The exquisite graphics, extravagant events, and complex development systems are all designed to prepare for PvP. To maintain a peak combat power, one would need to invest tens of thousands or even millions each month. Shintang's words suddenly enlightened Yangshan. Could this game truly not be operated within the domestic market? Yangshan, indeed, did not wish to relinquish the domestic market. Shintung shook his head. While he could disregard the concerns of others, if Yang wished to continue their collaboration, he should abandon that idea. Shintung could set aside his conscience when dealing with individuals outside of Huagua, much like his double pricing strategy for games both domestically and internationally. However, he could not do the same with the people of Huagua. He genuinely did not wish to see the entire nation inundated with such profit-driven, subpar games. Just a jest, he added with a chuckle. Yangshan remained clear-headed. Although he was indeed tempted by the domestic market, a veritable goldmine, Qinting, in his presence, represented the true treasure. However, Yangshan had no experience with this game. He merely sought to provide a concept and some inspiration, fully aware that failure is the mother of success. I will learn diligently, he vowed. Moreover, there was potential for skin swapping. Ting recalled the numerous variants of such games, each adorned with the skins of famous IPs like Dota and Warcraft, as well as those themed around Journey to the West and the Three Kingdoms, and even Pokemon and Ultraman. The possibilities were indeed countless. Yangshan nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the wealth of insights he had gained from this visit. Gazing at Ting's youthful visage, he couldn't help but marvel. The more time he spent with Ting, the more he recognized his brilliance, which far surpassed his own. After discussing business matters, Yangshan transitioned to more personal topics. Mr. Chen, has my daughter caused you any trouble? No trouble at all. She has been quite instrumental to our company. Her efforts in promoting Tingda Mobile in the domestic market were immensely beneficial. That's good to hear. After Yangshan spoke, he suddenly appeared somewhat bashful. What is the matter, Mr. Yang? Please feel free to speak plainly. As we discussed previously, it is best to be direct about any concerns. Well, I shall be straightforward then. I wonder what you think of my daughter, beyond mere business matters. As Yangshan finished speaking, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to deepen his connection with Ting. However, he was acutely aware that such aspirations were unlikely to materialize. Thus he pinned his hopes on Yang Shiwei instead. Ting smiled and took a sip of his tea. Let us enjoy our tea. Indeed, let us drink tea. Seeing this, Yangshan responded with a cheerful smile. In the realm of adulthood, silence often speaks louder than words. Chapter 199, Customized Travel Advisor, May I take a leave? Of course. The advisor stamped the leave request, saying, It's really not that complicated. If you wish to take a leave, you could simply call me to inform me. There is no need to come all the way here. Handing the leave request to the girl before him, he couldn't help but notice her exquisite face, seemingly sculpted by the hands of a divine creator, exuding a subtle aura of aloofness that evoked the sentiment of being admired from afar but not to be touched. Yang Qing offered a faint smile. Well, it's the school's policy. Rules must be adhered to. The advisor nodded in agreement. Indeed. Speaking of which, how is that travel app of yours coming along? His willingness to grant her leave so readily, even suggesting that a simple phone call would suffice, stemmed from two reasons. First, the school's regulations were not overly stringent. And second, Liang Qing was indeed a special case. Long ago, Liang Qing had emerged as an entrepreneurial star within the campus, earning more each month than many who toiled in menial jobs. Subsequently, she had joined Tingda, and the entire school knew of her ambition to extend the travel project she had initiated on campus to a national scale. Should she succeed, the school would have yet another distinguished alumnus to promote, albeit this promotion would appear to be riding on the coattails of Ting, the founder of Tingda. After all, without Ting, Liang Qing would not have had the opportunity to join the company. Nevertheless, the school's pride would swell with her success. It's set to launch in a few days, Liang Qing said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. While the advisor might not be fully aware, as the project leader, she had a profound understanding of the urgency. Months prior, she had felt the project was ready for launch, yet each time they approached the date, unforeseen issues and new ideas arose, causing delays. However, Liang Qing took pride in the fact that the travel app was now far more refined than it had been several months ago. Teacher, if you have any travel plans for the new year, you might consider trying our app. I can send a discount voucher to your account. If any other teachers wish to use it, they can receive the same. Oh? The advisor was surprised to find that Liang Qing had taken her business endeavors to such personal heights. Yet, the idea of traveling during the new year was indeed appealing. So, what is the difference between using your app and finding a travel group myself? There is a significant distinction. We offer a one-stop service and customized experiences. Could you elaborate? The one-stop service is quite similar to a travel group. With a single payment, you gain access to everything: train tickets, flights, hotel accommodations, and entry tickets to attractions, all included. The difference lies in the absence of a tour guide. You enjoy complete freedom throughout your journey. The advisor furrowed his brow slightly. If there is no tour guide, how does that differ from purchasing tickets myself? He suddenly perceived this app as rather unreliable. It is inexpensive. Aside from the peculiar pricing of train tickets, which we cannot negotiate, we are able to secure discounts ranging from 60 to 95% for airlines, hotels, and attractions. Consequently, if you were to venture out for 3 days, you might spend around 3,000. However, we can compress that cost to 2,500 or even lower. The counselor grasped the concept. If the prices are indeed favorable, it is certainly feasible. Moreover, should you encounter unsatisfactory service from airlines, hotels, or attractions, be it due to the staff's poor quality or subpar hotel rooms, our company provides dedicated customer service to address these issues. We have customer service teams stationed in every city, ready to assist in safeguarding your rights at the hotel if necessary. The counselor was taken aback. He was not entirely sheltered from the world. He considered himself a person of experience. How much would this cost? How many people would be involved? Can your business truly turn a profit? It is indeed possible. When we seek collaboration with these merchants, we conduct a preliminary qualification check, particularly for hotels. If a hotel possesses genuinely poor service quality, it would never appear on our platform. I see, the counselor nodded, having unraveled the logic. There is a service to assist customers in safeguarding their rights, but this service is seldom needed. It merely serves as a form of insurance. Furthermore, we anticipate that the bulk of our profits will actually stem from another customized service. How is this customization executed? Upon this subject, Liang Qing became animated. You first delineate the cities you wish to visit, specify the number of individuals, and articulate your needs. Our tour guides will then provide a comprehensive plan, accompanying you throughout the process. From your city to another, there will be a guide to ensure a splendid travel experience. The guides are typically locals or have resided in the area for many years. Thus, they are well-versed in the local culinary delights and attractions. Whether your travel aims are to visit popular landmarks or to scour the streets for unique delicacies, it poses no problem. Should you wish to alter your plans unexpectedly during this process, the guide can readily propose new options to guarantee the optimal enjoyment of your journey. The counselor appeared contemplative. This sounds significantly better than joining a typical tour group. Those who have traveled with such groups are well aware that their promises often fall short of reality. The pricier tour groups are somewhat better, while the cheaper ones are simply. Yet, since you mentioned that the bulk of profits lies within this customized service, how much would it specifically cost? Well, if you, as a teacher, were to organize the itinerary, book tickets, and reserve hotels, your expenses would be approximately half of ours. The counselor paused in surprise. That sounds quite reasonable. For many families, after a year of hard work, the experience of travel is of utmost importance. Experience surpasses cost-effectiveness, particularly when traveling with elderly individuals and children, as the desire for a memorable journey often outweighs monetary considerations. For them, ensuring a comfortable and enjoyable experience holds paramount importance. After all, ticket prices are considerably more affordable in our region, which alleviates a significant portion of the expenses. Thus, the actual costs are not as exorbitant as one might presume. Prices will be adjusted according to circumstances in the future. I perceive this project as having considerable potential. When the new year arrives, I may very well seek your customized services. I hope for the best by then. I extend my gratitude to you for nurturing our business. I must take my leave now as I have a meeting to attend. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Observing Liang Qing's retreating figure, the counselor marveled at the young woman's remarkable capabilities. At such a tender age, she possesses such talents. Indeed, the differences among individuals are striking. With a sigh, the counselor promptly returned to his desk to continue writing, as there remained many documents to submit. Chapter 200. The app launches, 20 million users. Let's travel together. Joy every day. As this advertisement graced major television channels, the Let's Travel Together app made its official debut in the public eye. In 2012, the rise of internet advertising commenced, yet television commercials remained a cornerstone of advertising. The emergence of this app reverberated through the internet industry like a thunderclap. Wasn't TikTok preoccupied with competing for talent with KK? TikTok's influence is extending into various sectors, including tourism, a rather novel venture. However, one wonders if it can be profitable. Numerous domestic internet companies are engaged in travel, but it seems TikTok is the first to pivot its focus towards mobile platforms. These travel ventures are in for a challenge. The king of competition has arrived. The existing travel apps stand no chance against TikTok, which possesses ample financial resources and a profound understanding of user acquisition. Nevertheless, this is promising. TikTok's quality is trustworthy. As I am contemplating taking a year-end vacation, I shall give this app a try. I have already downloaded it. And I must say, the interface maintains TikTok's signature style, simple, clear, and devoid of unnecessary embellishments. It offers a plethora of features, allowing for ticket and hotel bookings, ready-made travel plans, and even customized itineraries. Users can rate hotels and attractions, a commendable feature, though I hope it does not devolve into a platform for inflated ratings. To their astonishment, they discovered that the Let's Travel Together app was fully realized from the outset, devoid of any semblance of incompleteness. The software exuded a sense of maturity and usability. They sensed that TikTok would stir the waters in this nascent industry, transforming habits from dining and gaming to traveling. Meanwhile, Liang Qing, the app's overseer, remained engrossed in business trips. Creating a travel service app is merely the beginning. Forging partnerships with more hotels and attractions to secure better pricing is an ongoing endeavor. Currently, Liang Qing finds himself in a 5-star hotel, negotiating prices with the marketing manager. The latter shrugged, displaying a look of resignation. "I apologize, Manager Liang, but this is the lowest price we can offer. You cannot yet guarantee that your app will bring us a significant influx of users. This price is already a concession, given Tingda's reputation." "Very well, let me reconsider," Liang Qing replied. The 5 discount was difficult to accept. He had no intention of signing a contract at this rate. A 5 discount is even lower than what is typically offered to ordinary travel agencies, which implies that all of Liang Qing's efforts over the past few days to persuade them had been in vain. The counterpart believes that Travel Together is utterly incapable of bringing sufficient clientele to the hotel to offset the losses incurred from the discounts. This is understandable. Perhaps Manager Liang could wait until your app demonstrates adequate performance as a foundation before revisiting the discussion about pricing. Regrettably, Liang Qing exited the office, only to find a data file sent to her WeChat. The number of registered users, 10 million? Liang Qing gazed in astonishment at the figure, beginning to count the zeros anew. A glance at the time revealed that this data had been sent 3 hours prior. Could it be that user growth is accelerating at such a remarkable pace? Liang Qing had assumed that by the end of the first day, the user count would peak at around 5 million. To her surprise, merely half a day had passed, and the user count had already soared to 10 million. The velocity of this growth exceeded even her expectations. Could it be attributed to lost in contemplation? Liang Qing recalled the words of the hotel marketing manager during their discussion about pricing. Tingda. She had underestimated Tingda's influence. More precisely, she had underestimated Qinteng's impact. Presently, Qinteng's clout within the nation is substantial enough to engender blind trust among a considerable segment of the populace, who place their faith in both him and his products. This level of trust is unrivaled by any other enterprise. Since Qinteng embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, every success has been a testament to quality. Determined, Liang Qing turned to re-engage with the marketing manager. However, after taking only a few steps, she reconsidered. Initially, Travel Together needed to collaborate with various hotels to attract users. After all, a one-stop service that excludes hotels cannot genuinely be termed as such. Yet, given the astonishing user count now, it could very well reach 20 million or even 30 million by the following day. Such a vast number of users is evident to all, including every hotel. The greater the number of users, the more leverage Liang Qing possesses. Why should she seek to negotiate now? It should be the hotels approaching her for a discussion. At this juncture, it is the major hotels that require the extensive user base of the Travel Together app. Liang Qing opened Weibo, where the official account of Travel Together had already announced that their user count had exceeded 10 million. One can surmise that the announcement of surpassing 20 million is imminent. Meanwhile, the marketing manager who had seen Liang Qing off stretched languidly. After sitting at the desk for so long, she felt a bit fatigued. The young lady certainly possessed a sharp tongue. Throughout the negotiations, Liang Qing had nearly swayed her several times, not just once or twice, but repeatedly. The vision Liang Qing painted was simply too alluring, depicting a future where, once the user count surpasses 100 million, even during off-peak travel seasons, their hotel occupancy rates would see a significant uplift. Which highly rated hotels are prioritized in the app's recommendations? What precision does big data offer in suggesting hotels to suitable users? It is mentioned that Travel Together has established excellent relationships with numerous attractions, hotels, and airlines, surely attracting a vast number of users. Such claims sound rather effortless. She does not believe that Tingda can truly achieve anything simply by stating it. She suspects that this narrative is akin to the tale of Gates' son-in-law, where one party claims to be the vice president of the World Bank to Gates, while simultaneously asserting to the World Bank vice president that he is Gates' son-in-law. In that story, both parties believe the individual S words, enabling him to seamlessly become both Gates' son-in-law and the vice president of the World Bank. Yet, how could reality unfold so smoothly? These titans are not naive. A simple inquiry would reveal the truth. She doubts that Liang Qing does not employ such tactics with every business partner. Some individuals will inevitably believe Liang Qing's assertions, thus entering into collaboration with him. In this way, Liang Qing can achieve his goal of deception with ease. After work, she rose to open her social media account, eager to discover any significant news. The topic that appeared before her was, the number of registered users for Travel Together surpasses 20 million.